Chapter 1. An Unexpected Encounter. Harry never anticipated that his reunion with his arch-nemesis would occur at a charity gala hosted by Muggle ministers. He also did not foresee that after he believed he had unilaterally severed ties with the Muggle world specifically, after he assumed the role of head, Auror would need to re-engage with Muggle society. At this juncture, his dear friend Hermione held the position of director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, while another close companion, Ron, had aspired to join the ranks of the Aurors, but unfortunately did not pass the examination. However, Ron did not succumb to despair. Instead, he pivoted in a different direction, following in his father's footsteps to enter the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Devices. For Harry, this seemed a more fitting path for Ron than that of an Auror. Yet he never expected that after becoming head Auror, he would find himself attending a charity gala hosted by Muggle ministers. As a wizard raised in the Muggle world, he was not unfamiliar with the old tailors of England. After a meticulous fitting, he received a curt response from the elderly tailor with silver hair. 1 month. Harry endeavored to maintain a cordial demeanor as he inquired, "Is there any chance it could be ready a bit sooner? I am in urgent need." After all, Hermione had informed him that the event was the following weekend, leaving him a mere 10 days at most. The tailor raised his eyebrows and regarded him slowly. Harry retrieved his checkbook. Although he predominantly used galleons, he still possessed a bank account in the Muggle world. He even owned a property in the heart of London, not the Black ancestral home, but a true Muggle residence. Though it seldom saw occupancy, Harry had secretly opened a fireplace passage between the Black House and this property, occasionally enlisting creatures' assistance for a bit of tidying up. He swiftly penned a figure thrice the price of the bespoke suit, for as the sole heir of the illustrious Potter lineage, money was, at times, merely a collection of meaningless digits. Tearing off the check, he handed it to the tailor, stating, "I shall return in a week to collect it." The tailor accepted the check and replied, "The earliest it will be ready is in about 8 or 9 days. I shall do my best." Harry nodded and exited through the door. No sooner had he stepped outside than his phone, nestled in his pocket, began to ring. He pulled it out, noticing Hermione's name on the screen. "Hermione? Harry, have you ordered the suit?" "Yes, it's all set. They'll pick it up in a week. It should be ready in time." Hermione let out a small sigh of relief on the other end of the line. "That's good. Mother mentioned we're having dinner at home tonight and asked me to extend the invitation. Will you join us?" Harry hesitated for a moment, prompting Hermione to continue. "You've only divorced Ginny, you said, so yourself. After the divorce, you're just friends. What's wrong with old friends seeing each other?" Harry's lips moved slightly before exhaling a long sigh. "I merely fear it would be awkward for her." Hermione responded, "I was concerned about your discomfort," she remarked. "Ginny mentioned that she would bring her new boyfriend to the family dinner tonight. If you truly do not wish to attend, it is entirely acceptable." She added, "The children merely expressed that they miss their father." Eventually, Harry acquiesced. The evening gathering unfolded as he had anticipated. Although he too longed for the children, he found himself incapable of caring for them adequately at present. Fortunately, Molly remained as reliable as ever, ensuring that their 3 offspring thrived under her watchful eye. As Ginny had predicted, he indeed encountered her new partner, a Quidditch player. This was their first meeting, and the young man appeared almost giddy with excitement, as if he might swoon. Harry, accustomed to such reactions, obliged him with an autograph and a photograph before the young man excused himself, citing unfinished business at the Auror office as his reason for departure. Molly and Arthur turned to Hermione for confirmation. "Is the Auror office truly that busy?" Hermione, privy to the circumstances, nodded and replied, "Indeed, there are pressing matters at hand. I must depart shortly as well. Ron, would you mind taking the 2 children home?" With his mouth full of food, Ron merely nodded in Hermione's direction. After leaving number 4, Harry mounted his motorcycle. Indeed, he had acquired a motorcycle from the Muggle world, and after modifications, it felt far more suited to him than a car. Thanks to Ron's influence, he quickly obtained the necessary license. Once astride the motorcycle, he swiftly vanished into the vast expanse of night. However, he did not return to Grimmauld Place. Instead, he raced along the highway, arriving at his residence in the Muggle world. Shortly after his return, he sensed a slight disturbance in the magical barrier he had established, accompanied by a familiar wave of magical energy emanating from it. With a flick of his wrist, a burst of green flames ignited in the fireplace, revealing Hermione's visage within. Her expression was grave, prompting Harry to reminisce about their school days when Hermione had always been the most dependable. Even now, she retained that characteristic. Hermione scrutinized Harry and inquired, "How was your evening?" Harry reclined on a lavish sofa he had purchased at great expense. The lights dimmed to a soft glow, concealing at least half a dozen blemishes in the obscured illumination. Since reaching adulthood, Aside from his increased height, the most notable change in Harry had been his visage. The cherubic roundness of his face had faded, and his once clear green eyes, reminiscent of a forest stream, had deepened into a rich, bottomless emerald hue. His features were well-defined, with a prominent nose even bearing the title of a father to 3 children. He remained the object of admiration for countless witches and wizards. Alike that tea this moment, he held no wand instead. A glass goblet hovered in the air, filled nearly to the brim with red wine. The goblet swayed gently, as if enjoying a swing, the wine within remaining untouched, moving in a smooth, uniform motion along the rim of the glass. Upon hearing Hermione's question, he made no effort to lift a finger. The goblet gracefully descended to the coffee table, producing a crisp sound as it landed. He responded, "Tonight is manageable. There has been no episode," Hermione remarked, her brow furrowed with caution. "Harry, this is not acceptable. When shall we return to Hogwarts together? We can inquire with the portraits of the headmasters." Before Hermione could finish her thought, Harry interrupted. "I have already asked." With his hands clasped, he leaned forward, and inexplicably, even from across the hearth, Hermione felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was not a result of his stature or the force of his visage, but rather a palpable intensity rooted in magic and the essence of his soul. Harry spoke calmly. "In a single night, I apparat to Hogwarts and sought answers." He raised his hands, causing the glass to clatter and spill red wine across the table. "You see, Hogwarts has strict prohibitions against unauthorized entry for graduated adults. However, this barrier crumbles before me, much like this glass." He extended a finger, adding, "A mere prod, and it shatters." A hint of indifference graced his features as he continued, "I consulted Dumbledore and Severus last night. Both indicated that there is no particularly effective solution. Severus advised me to seek out the remaining masters of potion making. He suggested a dual approach, combining potions and time. If I cannot wait, he mentioned the use of a time turner as a last resort." Hermione interjected, "Harry." Harry, as calm as if discussing someone else's affairs, replied, "Hermione, tell me, are there any potion masters left in Britain?" Sighing, Hermione responded, "None. That I have never grasped the deepest intricacies of potion making, no matter how many recipes I memorize or how familiar I become with various potions' effects. It will not aid you." Harry stated, "That I am aware, and you have already assisted me greatly, Hermione. There is no need for concern. I am learning to manage it myself. I am much improved compared to before." Hermione, her portrait in the fireplace, chimed in, "Harry, will you accompany me to a Muggle dinner next week? There will be several neurologists renowned in the Muggle world. If Street Mungos proves ineffective, we might explore Muggle solutions. Shall we?" Harry nodded, a smile breaking across his face. "I promise you, Hermione." Hermione, filled with concern, stepped back from the fireplace. She had neither gone to the Ministry of Magic nor returned home. Instead, she found herself in her parents' Muggle residence, a so-called Muggle, which she frequently visited this world, constantly absorbing knowledge from both the Muggle and magical realms. Now, she, along with Harry and Ron, possessed mobile phones, and with Harry's assistance, she had even constructed a secret fireplace in her parents' home. Although this endeavor initially caused Hermione considerable psychological strain due to her unwavering allegiance to rules, she eventually embraced it upon realizing that the fireplace and mobile phones could help them evade the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic. Indeed, the post-war Ministry of Magic in Britain remained rife with peril. Even after Voldemort's demise, the remnants of his influence had yet to be entirely dismantled. Conversely, following the revelation of Voldemort's half-blood status, the ideology of blood purity had inexplicably resurfaced with renewed vigor. Despite Hermione's formidable prowess, she now held merely the position of head of the Department of Law, and it was only due to Harry's unwavering support that she could maintain. This role at IT was precisely because she still had a foothold within the ministry that the blood purity theory had not completely overtaken the magical community in Britain. In the aftermath of war, when anxiety pervaded the populace, the human psyche proved exceedingly fragile, susceptible to any provocation or temptation. Upon witnessing Hermione exit her room, her mother inquired, "Sweetie, will you be staying here tonight?" Hermione forced a smile for her parents, replying, "No, perhaps I will bring Rose next time." Her parents nodded understandingly, and after exchanging affectionate embraces and kisses, Hermione disapparated away. There remained much for her to accomplish. After Hermione's departure, Harry clapped his hands together lightly, murmuring, "Snap." With that utterance, the shards of the wine goblet, which had previously scattered across the floor, and the wine that dripped onto the ground, instantly returned to their original state, even levitating gently in the air, swaying like a pendulum. Harry regarded the goblet with indifference before rising and returning to his bedroom. 7 days later, he collected his formal attire as promised and accompanied Hermione to a charity gala in the Muggle world. In the wake of the war, Voldemort's atrocities against Muggles had heightened tensions across various British departments, making the charity gala a gesture of goodwill from the ministry towards the non-magical community. The ministry had initially intended to send another minister to accompany Hermione, but she insisted on having Harry by her side. What could reassure them more than the presence of a war hero? Hermione ultimately persuaded the Minister of Magic, and together they set out for the event. In the afternoon, Hermione arrived to collect Harry, having pre-arranged for a stylist to create a suitably dignified yet uncomplicated appearance for both of them. Harry adjusted his bow tie, and, after a lengthy afternoon, the two of them arrived at the venue for the charity gala. This evening was not merely a political gathering, it also attracted a host of celebrities, with a line of reporters stationed at the entrance. Upon catching sight of the journalists wielding cameras, a wave of distaste washed over Harry. Hermione, well aware of Harry's aversion to reporters ever since the Rita Skeeter incident, grasped his restless hand firmly and spoke with grave seriousness. "Compose yourself. These reporters are merely ordinary individuals, not like us." Harry eventually relaxed his grip, forcing a strained smile as he replied, "You are right." At the entrance, Hermione presented the invitation, and the pair successfully traversed the flashing red carpet, surrounded by a cacophony of discussions. Harry wore an expression of indifference, akin to a bodyguard, as he escorted Hermione into the main hall. Once inside, Hermione let out a faint sigh of relief, but the trials ahead still loomed. Dragged along by Hermione, Harry exchanged pleasantries with numerous individuals who appear to be ordinary, yet, as Hermione indicated, were high-ranking officials within the British cabinet. After several rounds of socializing, Harry began to feel weary. It was then that the performance segment of the charity gala commenced. Though he did not recognize the performer, he had heard of their fame, and thus, he seized the opportunity to slip away into the garden for a breath of fresh air. Although Hermione felt a twinge of concern, Harry assured her that he would be fine, prompting her to reluctantly say, "Keep your phone close, call me if anything arises." Harry nodded, adjusted his bow tie once more, and stepped outside. In stark contrast to the lively banquet hall, the garden was nearly deserted. Upon stepping out, Harry's magical aura naturally radiated outward, and in his heightened awareness, he quickly noted that only one person occupied the center of the garden, while the surrounding areas remained empty. Desirous of solitude, he sought a secluded spot to sit. After a brief interval, the individual in the garden's center stood up, and Harry's keen senses suddenly detected an unusual magical presentia jolt of recognition surge through him. Not good. He opened his previously narrowed eyes, his deep green gaze sharp and penetrating. The person before him was indeed a wizard. His body reacted instinctively, faster than his conscious mind could act, operating, then disapparating, and swiftly casting a binding spell. All three spells were unleashed almost simultaneously, in less than a second. He found himself standing before the individual, his wand unnecessary as he extended his hand to grasp that of the stranger. Lean and not particularly strong. Though their magical prowess paled in comparison to his, it was nonetheless remarkable among others. Harry swiftly assessed the strength of the person before him, lifting his gaze only to be met by a pair of gray eyes that seemed to hold a glimmer of moonlight. Chapter 2. The first encounter, the individual opposite him seemed taken aback by the unexpected grasp on his wrist. Adorned in elaborate attire, he was far more resplendent than Harry, even sporting a dazzling diamond brooch on the chest of his shirt, the brilliance of which paled in comparison to the luster of a single golden tendril cascading from his shoulder. His hand was raised, poised near the brooch, seemingly intending to adjust its position. However, upon being seized by Harry, he found himself unable to make the adjustment. Yet, the tips of his hair gently brushed against Harry's hand, akin to a fleeting breeze that vanished in an instant. He gazed at Harry, and both their faces bore a striking resemblance of astonishment. However, he soon moved his hand, only to realize that Harry held it firmly, causing him to cease his movement. A faint smile curved upon his lips, yet his silver-gray eyes betrayed no mirth as he spoke. "Hotter, it has been a long time." Harry was utterly unprepared for this revelation, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. In that moment, his mind was a tumult of memories, surging forth from the depths of his consciousness. Most of the memories are fraught with negativity. However, the most vivid recollection remains that of him weeping in the Myrtle washroom under the weight of pressure, coupled with the image of him, utterly flustered, in the face of the fierce flames. Furthermore, the courtroom marked their final encounter. After Harry's testimony, his mother took him away, and thereafter, she vanished from England entirely. Yet, At this moment, he stands before him. Harry gazes into the silver-gray eyes opposite him, shimmering under the moonlight. His golden hair cascading like a waterfall. Indeed, such distinctive features belong to none other than the Malfoy family. He moved his lips slightly, but did not relax his grip, slowly uttering a few words. Draco Malfoy. Malfoy subtly shifted his hand. His face was as pale as the moonlight of the evening. However, compared to the precarious state he had exhibited in the courtroom, he appeared significantly improved. Harry's impression of him remained anchored in that final glimpse from the trial, and encountering Malfoy as an adult now struck him as a profound shock. The reason was simple. The adult Malfoy had shed his previous immaturity and childishness, emerging from a myriad of experiences with a remarkable, almost piercing beauty. It was akin to a porcelain piece that, after losing a fragment, still retained its original allure, presenting a beauty that fused fragility with sharpness, much like how one cannot resist the allure of a rose, despite knowing it bears thorns. Malfoy's silver-gray eyes were filled with scrutiny. His slightly longer hair, meticulously styled into an elegant braid, cascaded loosely over one shoulder, brushing against Harry's hand, which was why Harry felt a slight itch on the back of his hand. Malfoy's silver-gray gaze lowered as he observed Harry's firm grip on his wrist, the pressure so intense that it brought him a tinge of pain. He remarked indifferently, "Haven't you had enough yet, Potter?" Harry, as if jolted awake, met Malfoy's gaze directly. Yet, for the first time, he felt a sharp sting resonating in his mind. Malfoy's eyes reflected astonishment. He blinked, and Harry then noticed that his eyelashes were unexpectedly long, with delicate golden tips. However, Malfoy's next words swiftly drew his attention back. "Legilimency?" He let out a scoff, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Maintaining his grasp, he coldly remarked, "Weren't you the one who despised such behavior the most, St. Potter?" Harry stared blankly at Malfoy. Although he was not taller than Harry, post-war, Harry's height had skyrocketed, seemingly enhanced by some muggle growth hormone, now exceeding 6 feet 3 inches. He slightly bowed his head, compelling Malfoy to raise his chin, a stark contrast to their youthful days at Hogwarts. Malfoy replied indifferently, "Have you forgotten who my godfather is? Who first taught you the art of mental occlusion?" "Ah, mental occlusion. Severus." The mere thought sent a pang through Harry's heart, causing him to loosen his grip on Malfoy's wrist momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Malfoy withdrew his hand. Harry assessed Malfoy across from him, pondering. Was it that he lacked the training to break free from his shackles, or was he simply unarmed? But that seemed implausible. A wizard's wand is never far from reach. As Harry contemplated, Malfoy gently rubbed his wrist, his eyes cast downward upon the emerging red bruise encircling it. He shook his head, self-deprecatingly muttering, "After all this time, still as impulsive as ever." Harry noticed the exquisite cufflink on Malfoy's wrist, which he had somehow overlooked moments ago. Its design bore a flower, adorned with blue and purple hues. Suddenly, a realization struck Harry. In the wake of his earlier impulse, this delicate flower acted like a key, unlocking a memory. Before his arrival, Hermione had earnestly informed him that this charity gala would not only host high-ranking officials from the Muggle world but also attendees from beyond Britain's borders, including representatives from France. Furthermore, both the Ministry of Magic and Muggle officials would be present. To distinguish themselves, the French attendees would don a badge featuring their national flower, an iris of blue and purple. Harry's gaze snapped back to the flower. Could it be? Malfoy unfastened his cufflink, adjusting his white shirt to conceal the red bruise on his wrist. He lifted his gaze to meet Harry's still-dazed expression and scoffed, saying, "I'm not going to indulge you any longer, St. Potter." As he turned to leave, Harry seemed to suddenly come to his senses, instinctively reaching out to stop him. However, before he could act, a furious female voice broke through the air. "Harry Potter, what are you doing?" Both individuals looked up in the direction of the voice, and Hermione approached briskly in her high heels, as if swept along by a gust of wind. The night was dim, the garden lights not fully illuminated, and only as she drew near did she catch sight of the person before her, momentarily rendered speechless by the surprise. It was Draco Malfoy who shattered the silence. Appearing weary as he lifted his gaze, the corners of his eyes reflecting a glimmer in the darkness. Detached and courteous, he said, "Granger, good evening. Hello, goodbye." More perceptive than Harry, Hermione noticed the iris's pin worn on Malfoy's wrist after their brief exchange. She seemed taken aback by his identity. Yet as she saw Malfoy poised to depart, she found herself at a loss for thoughts and abruptly called after him. "Wait, Malfoy." Standing across from her, Draco Malfoy, merely seeking a breath of fresh air that evening, sighed once more. This time, he did not turn around but inclined his head slightly, striving to maintain his politeness as he replied, "Good night." A wave of inexplicable annoyance washed over Harry. It was the same old routine, the same old demeanor. During their school days, he had recognized Malfoy as a master of deception, beyond their frequent confrontations. Harry had witnessed this expression and tone when Malfoy was compelled to deal with those he wished to avoid. Unable to contain himself, Harry blurted out, "How did you get in here?" "Get in?" Malfoy slowly echoed, halting his departure. A smirk suddenly surfaced on his face as he repeated Harry's words. He turned around, his silvery gray eyes fixed intently on Harry as he spoke. "I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself, haven't I? Draco Malfoy, diplomat of the French Ministry of Magic. You wonder how I managed to slip in here? Why not inquire with your minister about the reason for your assignment?" Ah, that feeling, this sharp exchange, this long-lost sensation. An inexplicable shiver coursed through Harry, surging from his spine to his mind. In Britain, it had been ages since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Nearly everyone who encountered him either offered flattery, expressed fear, or peered through him, gazing at the illusory savior. Now, at last, Harry felt a resurgence of the emotions he had experienced a decade ago while still at school. However, the conversation did not continue, for Hermione interjected. "I apologize, Malfoy," she stated calmly. Harry stared at Hermione in astonishment, and Malfoy mirrored his surprise, quickly regaining composure, clicking his tongue, his previously feigned tone now tinged with annoyance. "Granger, here we go again. Back in school, you always cleaned up after them, and now that we're all grown up, still relying on you." Harry was about to retort, but Hermione swiftly raised her hand to halt him. She fixed her gaze on Malfoy and asked, "Malfoy, if I recall correctly, your potion's in E.W.T. Result was an O, correct?" Malfoy responded promptly, "No, I received an E." In an instant, Harry grasped Hermione's implication, and he knew Malfoy was certainly not an E. After the war, Malfoy, one of the few surviving Slytherins, had faced unimaginable challenges during his exams. Nevertheless, he had astonishingly achieved an O in potions. When the results were announced, his potion score stood alone as a lofty O, while the others were a string of E's and A's, astonishing the entire school. A faint smile crept onto Hermione's face as she confidently asserted, "No, you received an O, for I received an E. You alone achieved an O." Malfoy brushed back his hair, a few strands falling softly on either side of his cheeks, accentuating his silvery hue, resembling an elf walking beneath the moonlight. "So?" he retorted, his face no longer bearing the facade of a forced smile, but instead reflecting a chilling purity, reminiscent of encountering an unwelcome acquaintance. Hermione articulated each word with precision. "Are you interested in returning from France to England? After all, your Malfoy ancestral home still resides in England, does it not? Should not your pureblood legacy find rejuvenation there?" Malfoy stood coldly across from them, and Harry abruptly grasped Hermione's sleeve from behind, lowering his voice as he said, "Hermione, no." Malfoy regarded the two before him, a flicker of amusement suddenly gracing his features. "How intriguing, Potter. What has become of your magical prowess? In the past, you never truly mastered the Patronus charm. Yet now you wield it effortlessly, even in silent and wandless incantations. Pray tell, Potter, what has transpired with your magic?" He spoke slowly. "Were you once such a formidable master of magic?" Hermione and Harry fell silent. Hermione's lips curled slightly. As an adult with over a decade of experience navigating the Ministry of Magic, she had nearly perfected the art of smiling with her lips while her heart remained unmoved. "Malfoy, will you consider my proposal?" Malfoy regarded the two before him with a frosty gaze. His mental barriers were impeccable, leaving Harry utterly incapable of deciphering his thoughts. Malfoy's tone was as cold as if it could precipitate icicles. "As for the restoration of my former glory, I shall seek out the appropriate avenues without your insincere sympathy." Just as Hermione was about to speak again, a soft female voice interjected, "Draco?" The tension among the three dissipated with that gentle utterance as a woman clad in an evening gown emerged from behind the statue that stood behind Malfoy. She had soft, chestnut waves cascading down her shoulders, and more importantly, she was an ordinary person, for Harry sensed no magical aura emanating from her. He suddenly lowered his head, refusing to meet her gaze. The lady, resembling a delicate little bird, swiftly flitted to Malfoy's side, affectionately linking her arm with his. In that moment, Malfoy embodied the essence of a true gentleman, offering her a gentle smile. "I merely stepped outside for some fresh air. What brings you here?" Chapter 3. Intentions. He spoke in French, and thanks to their previous business trip, Harry and Hermione could both understand a bit of the language. So they comprehended Malfoy's words just now. The lady seemed to be pouting, saying, "You haven't been back for so long. I was worried about you. So I came out to find you." Upon hearing this, Harry couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in his mind. Worried about what? Concerned that a pureblood wizard proficient in dark magic and potions might come to harm? As if sensing Harry's thoughts, Malfoy raised his head with a cold glare toward Harry. Unfazed, Harry returned the stare. An invisible tension crackled in the air. Hermione suddenly pulled Harry back, smiling as she addressed Malfoy. "Malfoy, please consider my proposal. I look forward to your favorable response." After saying this, she forcefully tugged at Harry to prevent him from continuing to glare at Malfoy, especially considering there was an ordinary person present. But when did Malfoy start associating with commoners? Isn't he a pureblood supremacist? Hermione pondered as she pulled the reluctant Harry away. The pair made their way back to the charity gala, during which Harry repeatedly attempted to voice his thoughts to Hermione. However, with her keen perception, Hermione would glare at him just as he was about to speak, threateningly commanding, "Stop. I know what you wish to say." Left with no choice, Harry begrudgingly sealed his lips. Upon their return, Harry transformed his indignation into appetite, taking a plate of food and retreating to a corner. There he sat, relishing the performances and music emanating from the dance floor while shoving small cakes into his mouth. As he watched, his mind began to wander. During his time at Hogwarts, he had visited Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. It was a dilapidated place where the moonlight filtered through the broken windows, and the faucets perpetually dripped, unable to be tightened. Cloaked in invisibility, he observed a gaunt boy pouring his heart out to Myrtle, expressing the unspeakable burdens he carried. The pressures of family and the weight of murder were enough to crush a boy barely into his teenage years. Day by day, Harry watched as the boy's mental state deteriorated, often seeking refuge in Myrtle's bathroom, where he had even shed tears on occasion. Harry's thoughts drifted further into the past until a gentle voice broke through his reverie. "Bonjour? May I sit beside you?" Startled, Harry snapped back to reality. As an Auror, he was taken aback by his own emotional indulgence, having failed to notice the stranger drawing so near. He lifted his head and, quite unexpectedly, found himself gazing into a pair of gentle brown eyes. Simultaneously, a torrent of fragmented memories and her thoughts surged towards him like an avalanche. Who is he? What did Draco just discuss with him? Why not introduce me? Am I not worthy enough? This lady is the one who was just in the garden, accompanying Malfoy. Harry quickly averted his gaze, yet at the very moment the lady looked at him, her hand trembled slightly, her foot wobbled, and her high heel tilted, rendering her momentarily unsteady. Harry promptly rose to his feet and supported her. The lady held her forehead, appearing suddenly unwell. Harry helped her to a seat, avoiding her eyes, and expressed his concern. "Hello? Are you all right?" The lady replied weakly, "Thank you. I just felt a wave of dizziness and darkness before my eyes." Harry, feeling somewhat guilty, suggested, "Perhaps you should sit down and rest for a while. Would you like something to eat?" After assisting the lady to take a seat, he, disregarding her reaction, promptly thrust the small plate he held into her hands, laden with an assortment of haphazardly arranged edibles. Although the presentation left much to be desired, the sustenance was undeniably substantial. A flicker of surprise crossed the lady's visage, quickly followed by a gentle smile. "Thank you," she expressed. Harry, averting his gaze from her, awkwardly settled himself at a distance while the lady cradled the plate, staring at its contents before bursting into laughter. "Hello, Morse Walker," she greeted. Harry cast a fleeting glance in her direction and replied, "Hello, Harry Potter." In a soft tone, Walker inquired, "Do you happen to know Draco?" Draco? Harry pondered this name, finding it rather intriguing. Throughout their acquaintance, he had never referred to Malfoy in such a manner. Their interactions had either devolved into derogatory exchanges or remained stiffly formal, addressing one another by their surnames. Thus, he felt a twinge of curiosity upon hearing Walker pose the question. "Yes, I knew him previously," he affirmed. "Was it during your time in England or in France?" Walker asked with keen interest. Maintaining his courteous smile, Harry politely responded, "Yes. We were acquainted during our studies in England." He was also uncertain about what this lady truly knew, hence he refrained from speaking too plainly. Upon hearing Harry's words, "Mrs. Walker replied, "I just came out to find him and noticed you two conversing, which piqued my curiosity to inquire about it, as Draco has never been willing to share with me what transpired in England. By the way, how long do you intend to stay in France?" Harry thought to himself that perhaps he indeed hesitated to disclose his activities in England, especially since he had once been tried as a terrorist, and it was he who had posted his bail. He replied, "I will only be staying for approximately 3 days before I must return, madam." Miss Walker spoke with a hint of regret. Ah, such a brief visit. I had hoped to host you and perhaps extend your stay in France for a few more days. My treat. Harry smiled and said, Thank you, Ms. Walker, but I have obligations to attend to. Just as Ms. Walker was about to say something further, she suddenly stood up, as if she had spotted something, and waved towards the other side. A familiar wave of magical energy surged through the air. Harry lifted his gaze and, as expected, saw Draco Malfoy approaching with an air of coldness. His meticulously styled blonde hair cascaded over his shoulders, and the crowd parted for him as if they were the Red Sea. It must be said that Malfoy's refined attire and luxurious accessories did not weigh him down. Rather, they accentuated his lofty demeanor and imposing presence. He advanced with an aura of chill, followed closely by Hermione. He lowered his gaze momentarily to observe Harry, then shifted his attention to Ms. Walker, who had risen, appearing somewhat flustered. Draco, she said. Draco extended his hand to draw her closer, then turned to face Harry. His silvery gray eyes reflected the shimmering crystal chandelier above, as though the sparkling shards were cascading into his very gaze. He addressed Harry, saying, Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. I promise to have Granger bring you. After uttering these words, he turned his gaze away from Harry and Hermione, directly leading Ms. Walker away. Ms. Walker had intended to bid farewell to Harry and Hermione, but Draco offered her no opportunity, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and escorting her off, leaving her to cast an apologetic glance at the two. Hermione then approached, and Harry inquired, What did you discuss with him? Hermione disregarded his question, her attention drawn to the plate of food left by Ms. Walker. Her eyes brightened as she sat down, neglecting all decorum, and began to eat with her hands, exclaiming, Dealing with those people is exhausting. I'm starving. Let me eat something before we continue. Reluctantly, Harry took a seat beside her. As Hermione ate, she remarked, I just spoke with Malfoy. Tomorrow at 2, we'll meet at a CAF near the Arc de Triomphe. Harry, filled with skepticism, asked, How did you persuade him? What did you negotiate? After swallowing the last piece of pastry, Hermione sent Harry to fetch her a glass of champagne. Once he returned with the drink and she sipped it, she replied, Have you forgotten? Malfoy's ancestral home is still in England. Specifically, it's in my hands. A mischievous smile graced her face as she continued, I can bring his ancestral home back into the limelight, and in a perfectly legitimate manner. Tell me, is this not a tempting bargain? Upon hearing Hermione's words, Harry felt a twinge of bitterness. In his heart, Hermione had always been a person of integrity, and now, for his sake, he sighed. Hermione, you really don't have to. But before he could finish, Hermione interrupted him. No, Harry, this is something I must do. Her gaze was intense as she spoke earnestly. You must understand that you are significant, not just to yourself, but to the entire Ministry of Magic in Britain. Your importance surpasses even your own perception. Thus, as both your superior and your friend, I feel a profound obligation to address the issues you are currently facing. She emphasized. This is not merely for your sake, but for the entire wizarding community in Britain. So, please, do not overthink it. Harry fell silent. The following day, as they prepared to leave, it was nearly noon. Harry seldom visited France, unlike Hermione, who frequently traveled between the two countries for work. She took him to a renowned Muggle restaurant, where they could sit with a view of the Arc de Triomphe. After expertly placing their orders, Hermione returned the menu to the waiter and noticed Harry gazing blankly at the arc outside. She cleared her throat gently. Harry snapped back to reality. Hermione waved her hand in front of him. Stop thinking about it. Since he said 2 o'clock, we shall wait until 2. Harry replied with a dry O. After finishing their meal, they each ordered a cup of coffee and settled outside, where the CAF's al fresco setting was quite famous. As Harry absently stirred his coffee, his thoughts wandered aimlessly. What was the connection between Mrs. Walker and Malfoy? But she appeared to be a Muggle, didn't she? No. It seemed he had seen news of Malfoy's marriage to a pureblood before. What had transpired? Lost in contemplation, he suddenly felt a surge of magical energy emanating from a wizard nearby. His spirits suddenly lifted as he turned his head and beheld the golden-haired Malfoy, crossing the street and approaching slowly from the opposite side. Though the day was not one of formality, and Malfoy appeared to be dressed in his usual attire, it still seemed far more elaborate in comparison to Harry's casual t-shirt and haphazardly thrown-on trousers. His hair was not woven into a single braid as it had been yesterday. Instead, it was simply gathered at the side with a small black hair tie, resting upon one shoulder. The contrast of the black tie was particularly striking against his golden locks. He donned a light-colored shirt, seemingly crafted from silk. Though the skies over Paris were shrouded in gloom today, it did not deter his movements. The shirt glimmered subtly, revealing the soft and luxurious ripples of light that danced upon its surface. He donned a beige trench coat, complemented by a pair of impeccably tailored suit trousers that enveloped his long legs. The only element that unmistakably signified his affiliation with the magical realm was his pair of dragonhide boots. He approached, pulled out a chair beside the table, and sat down with a flourish. Upon noticing his arrival, a waiter came over, placing paper and a menu before him. Malfoy extended his pale fingers, perusing the menu, and, like the others, ordered a cup of coffee. While awaiting the arrival of his beverage, Malfoy glanced back and forth at Hermione and Harry, slowly articulating, "Good afternoon, Granger, Potter." Hermione responded warmly, "Hello, Malfoy. I'm delighted you could come." There was no trace of a smile on Malfoy's face, just as he was about to speak. The waiter arrived with the coffee, prompting the three to instinctively close their mouths. Once the coffee was served, Harry snapped his fingers, and an invisible barrier gradually rose around their table, enveloping them as if a dome-like tint had materialized out of thin air. Malfoy curled the corner of his mouth, yet his expression remained devoid of mirth. Glancing around, he remarked with a hint of mockery, "Quite adept at the silencing charm, aren't we?" Hermione, feeling uncertain, replied, "Malfoy, what do you think of the proposal I mentioned to you last night?" Malfoy's silver-gray eyes fixated on Hermione as he leaned back, relaxed in his chair, his hands clasped on his lap. With a playful tone, he said, "What if I were to say I decline?" Harry's anger flared instantly, his fist striking the table. But Hermione reacted more swiftly, placing her hand atop his to halt his next move. Malfoy cast a glance at Harry's clenched fist, sneering, "Still the same as ever, Potter." He placed his hand upon it, and spoke, "Granger, I can assure you, but I must know, what exactly will this transaction require of me?" He spoke calmly. "We are all adults now, no longer the students we once were. We understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Tell me, what is the cost of this transaction?" Hermione took a deep breath and replied, "I need you to brew potions for Harry and to continuously adjust the formula until he is completely recovered. Once Harry is well, you will naturally be free to return to your ancestral home in Malfoy." Chapter 4. The transaction. Malfoy's silver-gray eyes scrutinized the two individuals before him. After a moment, he let out a derisive laugh and said, "It appears my suspicions were correct. Potter is indeed in some kind of trouble." He calmly stated, "Tell me, what exactly is wrong with Potter? Only then can I decide whether to accept your proposal. If it exceeds my capabilities, I am at a loss." Harry glared furiously. "You!" Hermione exclaimed. "Harry." After a moment of heavy breathing, Harry reluctantly closed his mouth. Since Malfoy had taken a seat, he felt a precarious tension in his mind, as if the fragile thread could snap at any moment. Despite knowing that Harry's silent spells were expertly executed, Hermione cautiously glanced around. Observing her reaction, Malfoy raised an eyebrow. Hermione continued, "First, you must swear not to disclose this matter to anyone, not even your family." Malfoy fixed his gaze on her for a moment before indifferently declaring, "I swear by the name of Malfoy that I will not reveal a single word." After contemplating the sincerity of his statement, Hermione slowly replied, "Harry's magic has encountered a slight issue." Malfoy responded with a soft "oh," a smirk forming on his lips. "What kind of issue? Can you elaborate?" Harry remained silent, his hand subtly shifting beneath the table. However, Malfoy swiftly turned toward Harry, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "Harry, control yourself," Hermione admonished. Dark thoughts clouded Harry's mind. If he wished, he could reduce everything around him to ashes with a mere flick of his finger, without even drawing his wand. Hermione swiftly drew her wand, aiming it at Harry, commanding, "Freeze." Malfoy did not draw his wand. He remained seated, yet his lips began to move as he silently recited a spell. Harry's gaze was fixed on the table before him, his mind seemingly adrift in another realm. There was no wind, yet his clothes billowed as if a fan were blowing from within, his short hair lifting with it. His eyes deepened, the vivid green appearing almost tangible. Hermione's voice echoed in Harry's ears, distant yet near. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tempest of rage within him. After some time, the magical turbulence surrounding him gradually subsided. Malfoy stared intently at Harry, exhaling slowly, and remarked, "Granger, you did not inform me that his condition was this severe." Hermione then sat back down, retracting her wand with a wry smile as she spoke. "I never anticipated." Malfoy's gaze flitted between the two, pressing for clarification. "What exactly is going on?" Just as Hermione was about to respond, Harry interjected, "The unbreakable vow." He appeared to have completely regained his composure, fixating intently on Malfoy as he spoke. I do not place my trust in your verbal assurances of confidentiality. Let us establish an unbreakable vow this evening. The location shall be determined by you. Once we have forged this bond, I shall divulge all pertinent information to you. Thereafter, you may decide whether to accept Hermione's proposition. What say you? Malfoy's expression fluctuated with uncertainty, but ultimately, he raised his coffee cup, drained its contents, and declared, 7 o'clock tonight, the venue will be here. He extracted a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Hermione. After she reviewed it, she passed it on to Harry. Upon receiving it, Harry glanced at the note, discovering that it did not contain an address from the wizarding world, but rather appeared to be the location of an ordinary Muggle apartment. He noted it down, and the paper spontaneously ignited without flame, reminiscent of the events at Grimmauld Place. After speaking, he stood up and departed. With his exit, Harry lifted the silencing charm, and the surrounding sounds returned to his ears. He closed his eyes momentarily, and Hermione, expressing concern, asked, "How are you, Harry? Are you all right?" Harry managed a faint smile. "It's nothing. Let us meet Malfoy tonight." Hermione swallowed her worries and doubts, responding with a heavy-hearted him. As night fell swiftly, Harry and Hermione arrived punctually at 7 o'clock at the address provided by Malfoy. As Harry had anticipated, it was indeed a Muggle apartment. Yet it was somewhat different from his previous notions of the ordinary. It was a tall building, and after silently reciting the address in their minds, they felt a peculiar tugging sensation emanating from their navels, revealing that it was also a triggering spell for a transportation charm. Upon opening their eyes, they found themselves standing before a door. Harry glanced around. Not far away was an elevator, which remained stationary on the first floor. They stood in a corridor, at the end of which was an open window. This floor appeared to house but a single family. While Harry pondered this, the door before them swung open. Malfoy leaned against the doorframe, a soft white light spilling from behind him, outlining his slender figure. He had shed his outer coat, donning only a soft shirt, and his lower half was clad in comfortable loungewear, a stark contrast to his previous formal attire. Upon spotting Hermione and Harry in the corridor, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Come in." The two exchanged glances before entering. Once inside, Harry reaffirmed that his earlier assumptions had been misguided. This apartment was anything but ordinary. Setting aside the myriad of glittering decorations and the evidently lavish furnishings, the absurdly spacious living room alone distinguished it from typical apartments. After inviting them in, Malfoy languidly inquired, "Coffee? Tea? Champagne?" Harry and Hermione exchanged cautious glances before responding, "Coffee will suffice." Malfoy let out a derisive laugh, remaining silent as he waved his hand gently. The coffee machine on the bar sprang to life, and after a moment, a cup soared through the air, filled to the brim with coffee. Once the two cups were prepared, Malfoy waved his hand again, summoning sugar and milk from the cupboard. He settled onto the sofa, languidly stating, "Help yourselves to whatever you wish." After Hermione had prepared coffee for both herself and Harry, they approached Malfoy, who gestured for them to find a place to sit. Hermione cleared her throat, poised to speak, yet Harry interjected before she could utter a word. "Are you ready?" The unbreakable vow. Malfoy's silver-gray eyes shifted towards Hermione and Harry, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke slowly. "Are you certain I am the only one who can assist you?" Harry clenched his fists. No, he was not certain, but given the circumstances, it appeared he had no better options available. In fact, prior to considering Malfoy, he had another choice, Slughorn. However, Slughorn had recently aged considerably, teetering on the brink of death, and he had no viable solutions for Harry's condition. After all, he had grown old, his magical prowess diminished from its former peak, and the precise control of magic required for potion-making had become a daunting task for him. Thus, he was entirely absent from Harry's list of potential allies. Moreover, Severus was merely a portrait now, and with Slytherin's talent waning, it was remarkably difficult to find a potions master in all of Britain who could be deemed a true expert. In this predicament, encountering Malfoy was indeed the most favorable option available to Harry. A scion of pure blood, Malfoy's family's wealth of knowledge was ample. He was Severus's protégé, a Slytherin, a former Death Eater, and an exceptional potions master, endowed with abundant magical energy. Although the details of his time in France remained unclear, he seemed to be faring quite well. Harry gazed intently at Malfoy and resolutely declared, "The unbreakable vow." Malfoy's expression shifted as he leaned back on the sofa. Upon returning home, he had let his hair fall freely instead of tying it back. He squinted his silver-gray eyes, deliberating for a moment before finally responding, "I agree." Hermione gazed at Malfoy with a hint of astonishment, having fully prepared herself for the possibility of his refusal. She had even devised numerous contingency plans in her mind for the eventuality of his rejection. However, to her surprise, Malfoy acquiesced. He extended his hand, and Harry reciprocated. Their hands clasped together. Malfoy's was slightly cool, soft, and slender, unmistakably belonging to one who seldom engaged in combat. His hands bore some calluses, though not many. In contrast, Harry's hand radiated warmth and dryness, the result of prolonged frontline skirmishes rendering it somewhat rugged, with pronounced knuckles and robust musculature. Grasping Malfoy's hand stirred something within him momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and tightened his grip. Malfoy appeared somewhat uneasy, his thin lips quivering slightly as if he wished to speak. Yet he forcibly suppressed the urge. Hermione was taken aback, but she nonetheless withdrew her wand. Clearing her throat, she proclaimed, "Hermione Weasley, here as a witness." Malfoy turned his head slightly, a look of surprise crossing his features as he muttered to himself, "I can't believe I've actually married a Weasley." Meanwhile, Harry had drawn forth his wand. Even in this moment, he recognized the necessity of wielding it. He extracted his wand and gently tapped the hands of the two individuals intertwined. "I have chosen Draco Malfoy as my secret keeper." Malfoy responded in a hushed tone, stating that, were it not for my demise, I would safeguard the secret until my last breath. The two of them spoke in unison. The Fidelius charm erupted in a dazzling red light from their clasped hands, enveloping Harry and Malfoy in its glow. Hermione instinctively shut her eyes. Sensing the surge of Harry's magic, which split and forcefully infiltrated Malfoy's own magical essence, ultimately imprinting the mark of House Potter upon his soul and power. As the red light gradually faded, Harry released his grip, and Malfoy swiftly withdrew his hand, intrigued as he moved his arm and murmured, "I, too, have become a secret keeper." Harry had already settled across from Malfoy, his tone somber as he confessed, "I am experiencing a disturbance in my magic. I can no longer manage it alone and must rely on external assistance." Malfoy, still taken aback, sat down alongside him in silence. Harry continued, "Now that you have assumed the role of my secret keeper, I shall no longer withhold the truth. During my confrontation with Voldemort, for reasons unknown, a fragment of his lingering magic infiltrated my soul. This portion of magic cannot fully harmonize with my original essence, and the conflict between them intensifies. If this continues unchecked, I risk an imminent magical explosion." Upon hearing this, Malfoy straightened in his seat, visibly unsettled as he shifted his arm. Harry lifted his gaze to meet Malfoy's. And thanks to him, he could now unreservedly lock eyes with him, albeit with a slight sting in his mind, a consequence of Malfoy's mental defenses resisting his legitimacy. Since discovering the residual magic within him, Harry had unwittingly become a master of legitimacy, requiring neither wand nor incantation. Merely gazing into another's eyes would suffice to initiate the process. This newfound ability had caused Harry considerable distress. He respected that everyone possesses their own secrets and had no desire to pry into the hidden matters of others. Yet, this power was entirely beyond his control. Activating instinctively with mere eye contact, he speculated that, because Voldemort himself is a master of legitimacy, and he is profoundly obsessed with uncovering the secrets of others to achieve his aim of domination, this aspect of his magical prowess has consequently become exceedingly pure, akin to existing solely for the purpose of legitimacy. He had previously attempted to merge this anomalous magic with his own, yet he met with failure. The two types of magic were irreconcilable, distinctly separate, as if a clear and unequivocal border had been drawn between them. Strangely, that particular segment of magic could be wielded by Harry, yet it could not be assimilated into his own magical essence. Furthermore, Harry discovered a more grave issue. As he unconsciously engaged in his increasingly frequent acts of mental appropriation, he could distinctly perceive a transformation in his character. He felt engulfed by a somber, irritable disposition, an uncontrollable impulse to wreak havoc upon everything in his vicinity. He sought out the portraits of Dumbledore and Severus, and the three engaged in a discussion throughout the night in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. The conclusion they reached was that magic emanates from the soul. Although Voldemort's residual magic lacked his consciousness, it inevitably influenced Harry's soul. Fortunately, Severus proposed a solution that involved using potions for control. The unfortunate news was that he lacked confidence in the existence of anyone within the British magical community capable of brewing such a potion. At that moment, Harry and his companions unexpectedly encountered Draco Malfoy, Severus's protege, who was himself a master of potions living incognito. Chapter 5. The Deal. 2. Harry recounted this all with an air of indifference, prompting Hermione, who had been listening intently, to call out his name in exasperation. However, the words that followed escaped her lips. In contrast, Malfoy, upon hearing the latter part of the conversation, furrowed his delicate brows in contemplation. His hand moved slightly, and a wand slipped from the sleeve of his shirt into his grasp. Unlike the wand previously seen with Malfoy, this one appeared to be crafted from green sandalwood, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance as it was drawn forth. For some reason, it seemed perfectly suited to the kind of wand one would expect Malfoy to choose. Imbued with a subtle yet undeniable elegance, he tightened his grip on the wand, paused momentarily, and politely inquired, "May I?" Hermione, with a hint of concern, called out to Harry once more. Yet, Harry remained unfazed. He gazed intently into Malfoy's eyes, chuckled softly, and with arms outstretched, declared, "Come on." He was confident that even if Malfoy intended to use this to his advantage, it would inflict no harm upon him. Malfoy extended his wand, aiming it at Harry. A slender beam of white light shimmered at the tip of his wand, reminiscent of the Lumos charm. However, Harry was acutely aware that this was entirely different. The white orb swiftly detached from Malfoy's wand, floating gently towards Harry's palm like a delicate balloon. Harry felt a warmth enveloping his hand, and as he glanced down, the orb effortlessly seeped into his being. A sense of intrigue washed over him. Though he had visited St. Mungo's, his unique status rendered him a figure of considerable notoriety. The repercussions of any disclosure regarding his condition would be incalculable. Thus, he only underwent routine examinations at St. Mungo's. Nonetheless, during each visit, he sensed a slight resistance from his magic against the various diagnostic spells employed there. Yet, in stark contrast, he fully embraced this small white orb from Malfoy, experiencing no reluctance whatsoever. He moved his hand and clenched it tightly, feeling the white orb float into his left hand, swirl around his chest, and then drift back out through his right hand. Subsequently, the orb returned to the tip of Malfoy's wand, wobbling gently like a bubble, resting steadily upon it. Malfoy extended his hand and crushed the orb, which shattered like delicate feathers, scattering into the air. Furrowing his brow, Malfoy cautiously inquired, "When did it begin?" Harry gazed at him and replied directly, "It's been ongoing for about several years." Malfoy rose and paced back and forth within the room. Hermione opened her mouth to speak, but at that moment, Harry exhibited more composure than she did, extending his hand to stop her. Malfoy continued to pace around his living room several times before finally returning to sit before them. He leaned forward, his hands clasped together, his expression grave as he spoke. "I need to enter Hogwarts and have a conversation with my godfather's portrait." Harry gazed intently at him, the green in his eyes dim and inscrutable. After a long pause, he suddenly smiled and replied, "All right, I can manage that, due to certain unspoken reasons." Draco Malfoy was not on the list of favored individuals within the British Ministry of Magic. Should he apply for entry, it would likely take an extensive period for his permit to be approved. However, Harry's matters could not be delayed. After Draco made his request, the three of them conferred and decided to utilize a portkey to enter. As long as Harry could conceal Draco's magical signature from the Ministry's detection, no one would be the wiser that the heir of one of the oldest pure-blood families in Britain had returned. The following morning, they stood on the cliffs of France, near the English Channel. Hermione had not accompanied them. She had already returned to England through conventional means, prepared to provide cover for them. As for Harry, it was entirely reasonable that the Auror captain, after a decade of tireless and diligent work on the front lines of crime fighting, would take a brief respite in France. Draco, this time, had changed his attire, opting for a genuine wizard's garb, distinct from his previous choices. His hair, meticulously styled once more, no longer cascaded over his shoulders, but was instead neatly tied back into a tight bundle that hung straight down his back. Strangely, even on this overcast day, Draco's golden locks continued to reflect a dazzling brilliance. He wore a robe that enveloped him completely from head to toe, adorned at the collar with a brooch that unmistakably exuded opulence. Clad in dragonhide gloves, he held a small leather case in his hand and stood at the entrance of a nearly abandoned manor, donning his hood which revealed only his elegantly defined chin. Occasionally, he raised his hand to check the pocket watch dangling from his wrist. Harry emerged silently from the nearby thicket, resembling a large cat prowling through the forest. As an Auror, his stealth and tracking abilities were impeccable. Had he not deliberately stepped on a fallen twig, Draco would have remained oblivious to his approach. As anticipated, Draco was startled, and Harry braced himself for a potential exchange of harsh words, reminiscent of their encounters at Hogwarts. However, Draco merely shot him a glare from beneath his hood and, clutching his case, strode towards the dilapidated manor. Was there truly to be no confrontation? Harry felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he recognized that this was merely a figment of his own imagination. Since his magical powers began to spiral out of control, he had significantly curtailed his social interactions, spending most of his time undertaking missions alone, returning home, and even avoiding Grimmauld Place, preferring instead to retreat to his Muggle residence in London, eschewing the idea of visiting the Leaky Cauldron. Accompanying Draco was a rare experience of camaraderie for him in recent times. Upon reaching the manor's entrance, he noticed a man clad entirely in black awaiting him. He was disheveled from head to toe, his clothing tattered and ragged, adorned with a hat that led in the wind. When he spoke, his yellowed, gapped teeth were exposed. In stark contrast, Malfoy stood before him, as if one were from the heavens and the other from the depths of the earth. He rubbed his pant leg with his hand, causing some indistinct particles to cascade down. Malfoy, unable to endure it any longer, took a step back. Harry, observing his reaction, felt a blend of curiosity and nostalgia. Although Malfoy had been exceedingly irksome during their time at Hogwarts, one advantage remained: his penchant for cleanliness had remained steadfast. He cleared his throat, subtly covering his mouth, and inquired, "Where is it?" That individual opened his mouth wide, laughter creating a myriad of creases across his face, and retrieved a small cup from the leg of his trousers. The cup appeared to be made of ceramic, yet it was shrouded in a dark layer of unknown substances, a film of grime clinging to its surface. He gingerly placed the small cup upon the grass, remarking, "This is it." Harry sensed a familiar magical resonance emanating from the cup. It appeared to be the key to the portal. The individual performed an odd bow. Malfoy continued to inquire, "What is the destination?" The man rubbed his hands together. "The young master is in quite a hurry. The destination can only be reached in the suburbs. As for the exact location, I suggest the young masters find their own way upon arrival." Malfoy silently rolled his eyes, stifling the biting remarks that threatened to escape his lips, and prepared to bend down to retrieve the tattered cup. However, Potter was quicker than he anticipated, striding forward, bypassing Malfoy and crouching down to pick up the dilapidated cup from the ground. The man smiled even more brightly, rubbing his hands and bowing as he said, "To you too, young masters." Malfoy promptly produced 5 gold galleons from his pocket and handed them over. He answered the call, smiling broadly, his eyes almost obscured by the brightness of his grin. "I shall not intrude upon the forthcoming endeavors of the 2 young masters." With that, he slightly twisted his form, producing a soft sound in the air, and vanished like a mirage. Harry picked up the tattered, grimy cup and glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes remained before 10 o'clock. He gestured towards it. "Are you holding it?" Malfoy replied with a face contorted in distress. He turned his head away, cautiously extending 2 fingers in a manner that minimized contact with the cup, managing to touch it ever so lightly. Harry found it amusing and remarked, "Aren't you afraid of being flung off mid-journey?" Malfoy, maintaining his composure, retorted, "The principle of a portkey does not rely on a tight grip at such moments. As long as one establishes a magical contract with the portkey, it shall transport you." However, his words remained unfinished as a familiar tugging sensation emanated from Harry's navel. The portkey was activated. Before Malfoy could articulate the rest of his thoughts, Harry swiftly pulled him closer, forcefully pressing his hand onto the cup with such strength that Malfoy found himself momentarily unable to break free. Yet there was no time for further conversation, as the familiar sensation of dizzying rotation overwhelmed him. After what felt like an eternity of soaring through the air, Harry finally felt his feet touch solid ground once more. He steadied himself instantly, while nearby, Malfoy nearly buckled at the knees upon landing, his meticulously arranged attire and hairstyle slightly disheveled, supporting himself with his hands on the ground. He turned pale and retched several times before finally regaining his footing. He removed his dragonhide gloves and covered his mouth, speaking with a fierce determination that upon returning to France, he would teach this locksmith wizard a proper lesson. Meanwhile, Harry had already begun to cast a protective charm, encircling the area with magic. There was no one in sight. Surrounding them was only the waist-high wilderness, with faint sounds of distant waves and scattered trees. Harry did not draw his wand. Instead, he concentrated and surveyed the area before speaking to Malfoy. "There is no one here." He swiftly unfurled his magical barrier, ensuring that Malfoy's arcane fluctuations would not escape into the ether. Only then did he draw forth his wand and wave it gracefully. In an instant, a luminous map composed of radiant lines materialized in the air, the lines extending and gradually coalescing into a geographic name. In one particular location, a bright point flickered like a firefly. Harry scrutinized the map and remarked thoughtfully, We have landed on the outskirts of London. The nearest place is. He paused, somewhat astonished. Hogsmeade? Malfoy, having tidied his attire, approached and gazed at Harry's map, his eyes wandering nostalgically. Ah, England. Harry waved his wand again, causing the map to dissolve and reassemble into a small arrow, which hovered before him, indicating the direction. He glanced at Malfoy, whose golden hair was strikingly radiant. If they were to swagger into Hogsmeade like this, all their prior plans would be in vain. In the magical realm, hair color was indeed a reflection of familial lineage, and Malfoy's resplendent golden locks served as a testament to the purity of his bloodline. A headache began to throb within him as he scrutinized Malfoy. Contemplating how to disguise him, Malfoy donned his hood, pulled up his mask, and meticulously concealed his hair color. He turned to Harry and said, "Let us proceed, Potter." Harry inquired, "Will that hat stay on?" Malfoy shook his head and replied, "It is enchanted to adhere securely. Fear not. I am aware that I must not reveal my identity. What about you? Will you not don some form of disguise, esteemed savior?" He emphasized a few words, causing Harry to tug at the corner of his mouth, caught in a moment of indecision between laughter and seriousness. He casually plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, and with a flick of his fingers, it transformed into a tall, elegant hat which he promptly donned. Adjusting his clothing, he declared, "Let us proceed." Malfoy brushed off his own attire and inquired, "Is an apparition possible?" As Harry moved forward, the wild grass before him, standing at half his height, seemed to bow under some unseen force, creating a clear path for passage. With an air of indifference, Harry replied, "In the aftermath of the war, the village of Hogsmeade and the surrounding 3-mile radius have been designated as a no-apparition zone. You may only apparate to a nearby location and then walk from there." He calculated briefly and remarked that it was merely a few miles. However, should you employ the disillusionment charm, the fluctuations in magical energy may not be entirely concealed. Once such magical disturbances occur, the Ministry of Magic across the entirety of Britain would be alerted to the return of someone from the Malfoy family. Malfoy's expression shifted unpredictably. After a considerable pause, he let out a cold snort and silently trailed behind Harry, following the path Harry had taken to exit. The two walked wordlessly along this route, enveloped in an eerie silence. It was not a weekend, and thus Hogsmeade was not particularly bustling. Moreover, due to the sensitive nature of recent events, the village was steeped in an unsettling stillness. As Harry had indicated, it wasn't long before Malfoy sensed the counter-disillusionment charm that Harry had previously mentioned. He lowered his head as much as possible, trailing behind Harry as they hurried through the village of Hogsmeade. Chapter 6. The Accompaniment. Malfoy maintained a cautious distance behind Potter, following his every step. Hogsmeade was eerily quiet, with few pedestrians on the streets. When they did encounter others, these individuals were similarly cloaked, hurrying past. Even the once crowded shops appeared sparse, with only a handful of patrons scattered within. Malfoy felt a pang of confusion, having not returned to England in a decade. He could scarcely believe that Hogsmeade would be so desolate. Harry walked ahead, his gaze unwavering. As a war hero, his presence was undeniably striking. Dark hair, emerald eyes, and years of frontline combat had not only honed his physique but also forged an imposing aura. Although he had donned a conjured hat to obscure his features somewhat, it did little to deter the curious glances from passers-by. Ignoring the whispers that trailed behind him, Harry pushed open the door to the 3 broomsticks. Inside, only a few tables were occupied. As Harry entered, Malfoy momentarily hesitated but ultimately followed him in. Madame Rosmerta, though aging, still greeted every wizard with warmth. Upon seeing Harry, she paused momentarily before approaching him. She offered a brief embrace and inquired, "What would you like to drink today?" Malfoy entered as well, but remained uncertain of Harry's intentions, opting for a high stool and keeping his hood firmly in place. Harry responded to Madame Rosmerta, "A sandwich and a butterbeer." She nodded, asking, "Is it the same as before? To go?" Before Harry could complete his order, 2 individuals who had been seated at the bar suddenly stood up. Malfoy felt the atmosphere shift, growing intensely charged. Hidden beneath his hood, he quickly fixated on the 2 newcomers. In a swift motion, they drew their wands and aimed them at Harry, their voices laced with fury. "You are not the savior of the wizarding world. You are the next Dark Lord." Malfoy was startled, but quicker to react was Harry's disarming spell. Even before the 2 individuals had the chance to utter their incantations, Harry raised his hand with a subtle motion, and without a sound of Expelliarmus, their wands were instantly wrenched from their grasp, soaring into the air. They spun helplessly twice before clattering to the ground. The faces of the 2 adversaries turned ashen in an instant. Madame Rosmerta sighed, shaking her head as she approached, bending down to retrieve the fallen wands and handing them back to the two, urging, "You ought to leave." Their faces were a ghastly mix of green and white. They shot a venomous glare at Harry before hastily exiting. What was happening? Malfoy found himself intrigued. The last encounter in the Wisingamot had been his final meeting with Harry. And now, a decade had passed. What had transpired in the magical realm of Britain over these 10 years? What did it mean to be the next Dark Lord? His hand instinctively curled, fingers bending as his thumb caressed the ring adorning it. This gesture was a subconscious reflection, for the ring he wore was a family heirloom, passed down through generations, now resting on his finger after having been entrusted to him by his father. As he pondered, Madame Rosmerta approached him once more, her gaze falling upon the fully armed Malfoy, a warm smile gracing her lips. "It seems our new friend prefers to safeguard his privacy. May I inquire what you would like to eat?" Malfoy's movements faltered for a moment as he contemplated before responding, "A buttered bread, a cheese almond biscuit, and a mug of butterbeer." These were delicacies he had once relished at the Three Broomsticks. Madame Rosmerta replied cheerfully, "Please hold on." The two dined in the Three Broomsticks as if they were strangers, an unspoken understanding enveloping them. Upon finishing their meal, Malfoy was the first to push the door open and step outside. He took a deep breath of the fresh air outside, gazing longingly at the familiar village of Hogsmeade. He slowed his pace, strolling through the streets of Hogsmeade as if on a leisurely walk. He strolled leisurely towards the outskirts of the village, where lay a place familiar to him, the Scream Shack. It was deserted now, and as he glanced around, he contemplated removing his hood for a breath of fresh air. However, Harry materialized out of nowhere, like a specter, and remarked, "Do not remove your hat." "Malfoy," he exclaimed in exasperation, "Porter, are you some kind of ghost?" Harry, unfazed, raised his hand, and with a flick, the silencing charm, the muffling spell, and the privacy enchantment took immediate effect, enveloping the area in impenetrable secrecy. He then addressed Malfoy, saying, "Let us proceed. This is a route to Hogwarts." "Dear? How could that be possible?" Malfoy regarded Harry with skepticism, suppressing his impending sarcasm as he observed Harry making his way towards the Shrieking Shack. The Shrieking Shack, in truth, bore no external door or windows. Yet this posed no challenge for Harry. He effortlessly approached the wall of the shack, placing his hand upon it. To his astonishment, the once tightly fitted bricks began to stir, reminiscent of the entrance to Diagon Alley. Soon, an opening emerged, large enough for an adult to pass through. Malfoy stood in shock, for he believed that every brick here was imbued with formidable protective enchantments. Yet, he was taken aback to see Potter so easily breach these spells and command a door into existence. A sense of foreboding settled in Malfoy's heart. Potter's actions did not resemble the chaotic outburst of magic he had described, but rather an uncanny ability to bypass the wand as a medium, directly commanding magic to serve his will. He could not help but begin to doubt himself. Could he truly be of assistance to Potter? Noticing his hesitation, Harry urged him, "Come on, I can't hold on for much longer." It was only then that Malfoy snapped back to reality, hurriedly bending down to enter, with Harry following suit. As the two of them stepped inside, the walls of the shack swiftly closed in around them once more. Malfoy gazed at the walls returning to their original state, then watched Harry skillfully maneuvering through a narrow passage, feeling a whirlwind of emotions within him. A glowing orb drifted from Harry, hovering directly in front of him, illuminating the path beneath his feet. Malfoy bent down and entered as well. The passage, though constricted, required Harry to stoop slightly, while Malfoy wished he could curl into a ball to avoid touching the suspicious marks on the sides. As Harry led the way, he suddenly spoke. "Severus has been here too." Malfoy's voice came from behind, laced with disbelief. "Godfather? Here?" Harry recalled past events with a tinge of nostalgia, though he revealed none of it outwardly. "Indeed. Do you know what this Shrieking Shack is used for?" Malfoy's derisive laughter echoed from behind him as he retorted, "Isn't it your little group's secret hideout?" Upon hearing the word secret hideout, Harry felt a momentary daze, steadied himself, and replied, "No, this is Dumbledore's secret base." After he finished speaking, indeed, Malfoy behind him fell silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. If growth has bestowed any benefits upon the two of them, it is that, having matured into adulthood, they no longer exchange harsh words upon meeting, nor do they readily draw their wands to engage in a duel of spells. They have become more mature and composed, learning to contemplate every word spoken and the unuttered words yet to come. At this moment, Harry possesses a newfound confidence, believing that Malfoy is no match for him. This is why he can walk ahead with complete assurance, exposing his back to Malfoy. After a moment of contemplation, Malfoy finally spoke. Is this the place where Dumbledore met my godfather? However, he quickly fell into a monologue. But they could have met at school. Why come here? Harry continued. That shack was also the place where Severus met his demise. Indeed, he heard the footsteps behind him come to a halt. Malfoy's incredulous voice echoed from behind. What? Harry could vividly imagine the expression on Malfoy's face. Astonishment, fear, disbelief, and contemplation. He was poisoned by Nagini. I arrived too late. I couldn't save him. After a lengthy silence, the sound of boots striking the ground resumed. Malfoy remained silent, yet he began to move, dragging his feet slowly as he followed Harry, continuing onward. What thoughts occupy his mind? Is he reflecting on his actions during that time? Yet Harry remains oblivious to Malfoy's whereabouts amidst the chaos. Ultimately, he returned to Hogwarts, only to discover it ablaze, and it was through the flames that he was rescued. But what was he doing prior to that? Was he obeying Voldemort's commands? Confronting Dumbledore atop the tower? Engaging in a duel with the most formidable white wizard of the century, an act that, to any observer, would seem tantamount to seeking death. Even in the later memories revealed by the Elder Wand, he uttered no lethal incantations, merely casting harmless spells. Malfoy's voice, now significantly deeper, emerged from behind Harry. I understand. After a prolonged silence, a muted tone resonated from behind him. Thank you for informing me, Potter. Upon hearing Malfoy utter those words, Harry was struck by a sense of novelty. When had he ever heard Malfoy express gratitude? It was indeed peculiar. As Harry pondered, they reached the end of the secret passage. He raised his hand, signaling Malfoy to pause momentarily. Malfoy, understanding the gesture, halted and drew forth his wand, which exuded a faint aroma of wood. Harry emerged from the passage, and there stood the Whomping Willow, poised and alert. Upon sensing an intrusion, it immediately raised its branches high, aiming fiercely in Harry's direction, preparing to strike. The sound of the branch slicing through the air reached Harry's ears as he narrowly evaded the first strike. However, the second and third branches of the Whomping Willow were already swinging through the air. In a moment of impending peril, he extended his hand and pressed it against the gnarled knot of the tree. It was as if time had come to a standstill. The Whomping Willow's movements abruptly ceased. Subsequently, it shook its branches and gradually retracted, transforming back into an ordinary willow tree. Only then did Harry call down the passage to Malfoy. It's safe now. You may come out. After a brief interval, Malfoy cautiously emerged from the passage, wand in hand, his demeanor alert. Observing this, Harry couldn't help but chuckle as Malfoy stepped out, astonished, and glanced around, exclaiming, The Whomping Willow? He lowered his hood, revealing his golden hair. Now on holiday, Hogwarts was devoid of students, the surroundings eerily empty, allowing him to no longer conceal his presence. He inhaled deeply the air of this place, a look of profound nostalgia gracing his countenance. Ah, Hogwarts. Harry observed his reaction, granting him a moment of reminiscence before turning to stride towards the castle. Malfoy glanced around. The majestic Hogwarts castle stood silently as it always had. He could sense the protective enchantments of Hogwarts in effect, yet inexplicably, after encountering Harry, they seemed to embrace him gently. The entirety of Hogwarts, save for the Quidditch pitch, was designated as a no-fly zone and a restricted area for apparition. Thus, after emerging from the vicinity of the Whomping Willow, the two proceeded at their own pace towards the castle's entrance. Malfoy felt as though he had traversed a week's worth of walking in a single day, his calves slightly sore as he followed Harry toward Hogwarts. In theory, Hogwarts would welcome its students with open arms. However, for those who had graduated, been expelled, or were placed on the headmaster's blacklist, entry was prohibited. After all, this magical institution had stood on British soil for centuries and had developed a consciousness of its own. He followed closely behind Harry, silently moving forward. To his surprise, as he passed through the barrier of Hogwarts, he merely felt a slight prick on his body, and then he entered smoothly, as if nothing had transpired. He had previously pondered whether he would be flung away or outright denied entry, yet nothing transpired. A profound tranquility enveloped the scene. Was it due to Porter? He pondered. Yet ahead, Harry was already urging Malfoy to keep pace. With a resigned sigh, Malfoy trudged forward, his steps burdened. Would a typical wizard possess such extraordinary stamina? As afternoon descended, the sun began to reveal its face from behind the clouds. Chapter 7. Return beneath the hazy sunlight. Malfoy's golden hair shimmered once more. And as he walked, he suddenly spoke up. Didn't you mention last time that you opera to Hogwarts? They were nearing the edge of the Black Lake, where the giant squid was slowly surfacing to bask in the sun. A faint smile graced Harry's lips as he replied, Last time, I was alone. So apparition was indeed feasible. This time, with you, I reckon it may not be possible. He spoke with a hint of insinuation. Do you believe you can transcend the restrictions of Hogwarts? Malfoy. He ground his teeth fiercely, appearing as though he had something to say. Yet, to Harry's astonishment, he ultimately restrained himself and replied curtly, "Let us go. Where shall we meet the Godfather? You don't intend to visit the headmaster's office, do you? What better place to seek the former headmasters than the headmaster's office?" However, contrary to Malfoy's expectations, Harry shook his head and said, "No. We are going to the room of requirement." Harry continued, "All the past headmasters reside in the headmaster's office. Do you wish to expose yourself?" For a moment, Malfoy was silent. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head in self-deprecation and took a step to follow Harry. The two entered Hogwarts through a slightly ajar door. Bypassing the empty Great Hall and ascending one of the staircases, Malfoy looked around, surprised to find that there were no portraits lining the walls of the staircase. Malfoy, he continued to ascend the staircase behind Harry, a staircase whose destination remained a mystery even to him. After a while, the stairs trembled slightly, prompting him to grasp the adjacent handrail. Suddenly, the staircase emitted a resonant rumble and shifted to the opposite side. He couldn't help but inquire, "How many times have you actually been here?" Harry, who was walking ahead, did not respond immediately. He continued his silent march forward. Just when Malfoy thought he would receive no answer, Harry spoke up from the front. "Many times, I can barely keep track." He recalled that upon ascending the staircase, one would arrive at the entrance of the 8th floor corridor. That dimly lit corridor, in moments of sleeplessness during the night, would instinctively beckon him. Reminiscent of his student days, when he could still seek guidance and protection from his teacher. Yet, what he often encountered was merely a tranquil, desolate room. The entrance to the corridor was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in silence. He led Malfoy to the opposite side of the tapestry and took a deep breath. Turning to Malfoy, he said, quickly, "Envision a chamber adorned with portraits of Severus and Dumbledore." Malfoy instinctively wanted to tell Harry not to command him, but upon seeing Harry's sullen expression, he found himself at a loss for words. He closed his eyes, fervently contemplating the need for a room where he could converse with both the Godfather and the headmaster. He required a space designated for such discourse. After traversing the tapestry 3 times, a door materialized upon the wall, as if summoned by Harry's thoughts. He exhaled softly and placed his hand upon it. The door swung open, and the two entered. Upon stepping inside, the room resembled Harry's imaginings. Flickering candles cast a soft glow throughout. On the opposite wall hung 2 portraits, Dumbledore and Severus, who exchanged glances as they beheld Harry and the figure of Malfoy behind him. To the left of the room stood a table, flanked by rows of bookshelves, as though a library had been relocated within these walls. Candles floated gracefully through the air, weaving between the shelves as if illuminating their path. To the right, an array of meticulously organized potion-making apparatuses awaited. Various sized cauldrons were heaped upon the floor, alongside glass bottles of diverse shapes and sizes, silver scalpels, gloves, and masks, all neatly arranged. Despite his numerous visits to the room of requirement, this was the first time Harry had encountered it in such a configuration. It was indeed a matter concerning Malfoy. He turned his head, intending to inquire of Malfoy. Yet all he could perceive was a fleeting glimmer of gold swiftly gliding past him. Malfoy bypassed Harry entirely, dashing towards the portrait of Severus. Upon reaching the image, his hand trembled slightly as he extended it, yearning to make contact with the painting. Rarely displaying his emotions, Severus's countenance betrayed an unusual expression of fury. He gazed at Harry, his eyes wide and nostrils flaring with indignation as he exclaimed, "Potter, how dare you?" In contrast, Dumbledore squinted slightly and chuckled, "Severus, do not be angry. This is rather delightful, is it not?" 2 young men. Adjusting his starry hat that had tilted askew, Dumbledore affectionately winked at Harry and Malfoy, inquiring, "Harry, are you unable to sleep again?" Malfoy steadied his excited heart, taking a step back to address the portrait of Severus. "Godfather, do not be upset. It was I who promised Potter." Upon hearing this, the 2 figures within the painting fell silent for a moment. Then, with a composed demeanor, Severus remarked, "So, you are aware?" Dumbledore remained silent, his profound blue eyes hidden behind his small round spectacles, fixated on Malfoy. Oblivious to Severus's mounting fury, Malfoy nodded and declared, "I have become his confidant." At this revelation, Severus let out a slow, contemplative "oh," inhaling deeply, while Dumbledore responded with a thoughtful "hm." Gradually, a teapot and small biscuits drifted onto the little table before him. and he leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, beginning to nibble on the biscuits. Meanwhile, Harry feigned interest in the array of potion-making tools surrounding him, allowing space for the godfather and godson ahead. Malfoy continued, "Godfather, please do not be angry." Upon hearing this, Severus let out a brief, sardonic laugh, lowering his head as if he might emerge from the frame, his hooked nose nearly touching Malfoy's face as he darkly stated, "Have you forgotten your family's motto?" Malfoy rested his hand on the frame of Severus's portrait, meeting his gaze as he replied, "Do you think that I, now cast adrift, am reviving the Malfoy legacy?" Severus, momentarily lost for words, retorted fiercely, "I promised your mother. At the very least, you should live without fear for your life." Malfoy calmly responded, "But you need me, do you not?" He turned his head slightly, gesturing for Severus to look at Harry standing behind him, and remarked, "The war hero you crafted has encountered a predicament, has he not?" Severus inhaled deeply, returning to his seat within the portrait, glaring at Dumbledore and nearly grinding his teeth as he said, "Dumbledore." Dumbledore then smiled warmly at Malfoy and Harry, saying, "Children, particularly Mr. Malfoy, I trust you have formed an unbreakable vow, have you not?" Upon hearing this, Severus's expression darkened further, and he let out a heavy huff, signaling his displeasure. Harry shifted his gaze from the array of potion-making instruments and approached, stating, "Indeed, Malfoy is now my confidant. For various reasons, I am inclined to trust him." He could sense Severus's penetrating gaze fixed upon him. Without uttering a word, Dumbledore continued, "Mr. Malfoy, I am curious to know if you are aware of Mr. Potter's condition." Malfoy nodded, and Harry glanced at him, suddenly finding the once despised Malfoy inexplicably agreeable. Could it be due to the rare absence of conflict? He pondered. Upon hearing Malfoy's words, Dumbledore responded with a hum, turning to Severus and saying, "Severus, since Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy have reached an understanding, perhaps we, as two elder statesmen, should refrain from interfering in the fervent sentiments of the younger generation, don't you think?" Fervent sentiments? Harry was still contemplating whether Dumbledore's phrasing was slightly amiss when Malfoy interjected, "Godfather, what advice did you previously give to Potter?" Severus reclined back into his chair, his tone icy as he retorted, "I suggested that Mr. Potter might consider taking his own life." Harry was taken aback. Dumbledore chuckled softly, remarking, "Severus, you remain as fond of jesting as ever." Irritated, Severus directed his annoyance at Malfoy. "What are your thoughts?" Malfoy, stroking his ring, spoke slowly. "Since Potter claims that this particular abnormality in his magic stems from his confrontation with Voldemort and cannot merge with his original powers, I wonder if it might be possible to attempt to extract this fragment of magic?" The three fell into a profound silence, their gazes fixed upon Malfoy. Oblivious to their scrutiny, he paced within the room of requirement, his golden hair shimmering like satin in the candlelight, murmuring to himself, "First, find a medium that can withstand this portion of magic, and then separate it." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, the mirth that previously danced in his words now absent. His demeanor grew serious as he queried, "Mr. Malfoy, are you suggesting that Harry create a Horcrux?" The utterance of the word Horcrux brought an abrupt stillness to the room, as if an unseen weight pressed down upon the air, heavy yet undeniable. Malfoy halted in his tracks, astonished. What? What Horcrux? No, it's not like that." "Not a Horcrux?" Harry gradually retracted his hand, which he had instinctively prepared to raise in defense, ready to cast a spell at Malfoy should he utter anything inappropriate. However, it appeared the situation was not as dire as he had feared. Following Voldemort's demise, all knowledge of Horcruxes and their creation had been strictly forbidden, effectively eliminating any possibility of further investigation or creation. Unaware of his narrow escape, Malfoy settled into a chair, stroking his chin, a contemplative expression gracing his features. He wore black dragon skin gloves, which he had yet to remove, the hue of the gloves starkly contrasting with his pale chin, coupled with his golden hair. He emanated an air of opulence and splendor. This segment of magic did not inherently belong to Potter, thus, why could it not be separated? Severus gazed intently at Malfoy. "Do you comprehend what it means to sever magic? Throughout history, magic has been derived from the soul. To separate one's magic is tantamount to fracturing one's soul, which is precisely why Dumbledore believed you intended to create a Horcrux for Harry." Malfoy finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his complexion paling. "However, if that portion of magic does not originally belong to Potter, then extracting it would not harm his soul, but the challenge lies in how to achieve this separation." Dumbledore shook his head. "My child, I understand your reasoning, yet separating magic is even more arduous than dividing the soul. I fear this path is unfeasible." Undeterred, Malfoy pressed on. If separating magic proves impossible, what if we were to merge the two portions of magic together? At this moment, Harry, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. I would be affected. He extended his hands, and in an instant, two spheres, one black and one white, materialized above his palms. With an air of indifference, he remarked, the two streams of magic within me are akin to these contrasting spheres, utterly incapable of merging, should they be forced to unite. The spheres ascended from his hands, hovering in the air, and then, trembling, they drew closer together. A blinding light erupted from their center, and an invisible whirlwind swept forth, prompting Malfoy to raise his arm to shield his eyes. Simultaneously, he sensed that Potter had conjured a barrier to protect him as well. Various potion-making apparatuses behind them clattered together chaotically, and even the floating candles were swept into the corners by the gust, dimming the luminous ambience of the room. Malfoy lowered his arm, his expression one of astonishment. Such a strong reaction? He inquired, to which Harry nodded. Furrowing his brow, Malfoy pressed further. Godfather, what is your suggestion? Severus, his face rigid and reluctant, replied, a confounding potion. Malfoy suddenly grasped the implication. You mean to use the confounding potion to confuse Potter's magic, leading the two inherently incompatible forces to believe they can merge and then gradually fuse them together? Severus scoffed. It's not that simple. Most confounding potions are designed to obscure your perception of objects. I merely offered a conceptual approach. Concocting a potion that directly affects magic is no trivial task. Malfoy resumed pacing the room, murmuring to himself, magic originates from the soul, magic originates from the soul. He suddenly lifted his head and spoke to Severus. What if we directly deceive Potter? What if we lead him to believe that this portion of magic is inherently his own? Would that prove beneficial? Chapter 8. Defining the plan. As soon as Malfoy uttered those words, silence enveloped the room once more. However, this silence was different from the previous oppressive stillness surrounding the Horcrux. It was a contemplative quiet, akin to the moment when one, having long lost hope, suddenly discovers a new path forward. Harry approached from behind Malfoy, the candlelight having been extinguished by his breath, casting shadows that rendered half of his face obscured in darkness. That magic does not belong to me, I can assure you, he declared. Malfoy gazed at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Harry's assertion implied that this avenue had already reached an impasse. Dumbledore, with a gentle and benevolent demeanor, interjected, do not be so quick to dismiss it. I have lived for so long without fully comprehending the relationship between magic and the soul. How can you be so certain? Harry replied resolutely, I can assure you. Malfoy, he gently touched his forehead, reflecting inwardly. It remains unchanged from before. He is resolute and steadfast regarding his convictions, resistant to persuasion by others. Dumbledore, on the other hand, chuckled softly as he set down his delicate teacup and said warmly, I may be old, but I would like to offer a small piece of advice to both of you. His blue eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom as he addressed Harry. Let us first allow Mr. Malfoy to converse with Severus. Shall we explore the avenue of confusion potions? At that moment, Harry found himself devoid of superior alternatives. Embracing a sense of desperate hope, he nodded and replied, let us proceed in this direction for now. Upon establishing a course of action, Malfoy moved aside to engage in discussion with the portrait of Severus, while Harry settled into a plush, comfortable sofa. The room of requirement remained as considerate as ever. Upon his seating, a small round table materialized beside him, adorned with a steaming pot of fragrant red tea and several delectable-looking butter biscuits. He consumed several pieces and, surprisingly, began to feel a rare sense of drowsiness. Unconsciously, he nestled into the sofa and began to doze off. In a hazy reverie, he found himself once again amidst a mission he had recently undertaken. The tranquil village lay shrouded in thick fog, where a dilapidated castle loomed. An elderly woman stood trembling in front of her cottage and spoke to Harry. It is right there. Just moments ago, I sensed a profound presence of dark magic. Without hesitation, Harry and his companions believed her. He was the first to draw his wand and charge boldly towards the direction of the castle. The fog enveloped them in silence, devoid of any sound. Upon entering, they felt as if they were sinking into a quagmire, the earth beneath them beginning to yield. Acting swiftly, Harry cast a blasting charm ahead, sending a considerable amount of soil flying, cascading down like a gentle rain. As the earth was blown apart, it revealed the cobblestone path that lay beneath. In a hushed tone, Harry cautioned his comrades, stay vigilant. The Aurors nodded in agreement, promptly donning their masks, and Harry followed suit. The Auror's specially designed uniforms not only protected against various common curses, but their masks also offered defense against certain ordinary toxic gases. They maintained an arrow formation, advancing slowly forward. Simultaneously, they cast various protective spells around themselves. Harry sensed that his companions had already donned the shield charm, which eased his mind slightly as he led them cautiously toward the dilapidated castle. Since the war, the British Ministry of Magic had seen a significant decline in pureblood personnel, resulting in a diminished number of experts skilled in dark magic and its handling. After all, many families had inexplicably perished during the conflict, their legacies extinguished, leaving no heirs. As the elderly woman had mentioned, the presence of dark magic likely stemmed from artifacts left behind by a bygone family, which, bereft of their masters, had begun to stir once more. However, the most pressing concern was that with the original owners deceased, no means of dealing with these remnants had been established, leading to their current state of chaos. This situation proved rather troublesome, as there was no clear method for resolution. Harry silently cast layer upon layer of protection upon himself before proceeding with utmost caution. Upon their arrival at the castle's entrance, it struck them as peculiar that these edifices, once bereft of their inhabitants, deteriorated with alarming rapidity, particularly if they had previously been the abodes of magical families. Harry, with utmost caution, raised his wand and tentatively cast a spell forward. The incantation struck the grand door of the castle, causing a stone carving to explode violently. This sculpture depicted a bizarre creature, indiscernible in its form, and as if on cue, its head detached and tumbled forth, landing squarely upon the grass. Its stark white eyes fixated intently in Harry's direction. He kicked the stone sculpture's head aside with his foot and proceeded into the castle. The castle door had been forced open, hanging precariously at an angle, as if it were about to fall. Harry first cast a Lumos spell inside, causing the glowing orbs to scatter into several, gently illuminating the interior. He did not enter but instead observed from outside. The first level of the castle was a vast expanse, featuring a staircase ascending into the unknown. Exercising caution, he refrained from allowing the luminescent spell to ascend, choosing instead to keep it confined to the ground floor. On either side of the first floor stood a table, draped with tattered cloths, now completely enshrouded in dust. The center was an empty expanse, reminiscent of a space once used for gatherings, revealing a stage that lay exposed. Harry and his three companions waited outside for a considerable time, and upon sensing the lack of activity within, Harry raised his wand and boldly stepped inside. The luminescent spell brightened, illuminating the ground beneath his feet with remarkable clarity. Beneath his feet lay a series of deep and shallow marks, reminiscent of a previous struggle that had transpired in this very spot. Harry, employing his wand, conducted a scan and found no traces of residual magic. He himself sensed the aura of black magic emanating from the edifice, yet the ability to perceive it did not equate to the capacity to pinpoint its source. It was akin to detecting a fragrance without being able to ascertain from whence it originated or which object was responsible for its diffusion. He furrowed his brow and continued to lead his team deeper into the unknown. Yet, it was at this moment that an unexpected turn of events occurred. A team member behind him suddenly collapsed silently, and it was only after his fall that he began to emit anguished groans. Harry and the remaining two teammates hurriedly gathered around. The fallen member clutched his arm in torment, trembling uncontrollably. Harry firmly grasped his hand and pulled back his cloak. To his astonishment, he discovered that beneath his arm, starting from the hand, there were signs of corrosion. The entire palm appeared to be gradually melting like glue. It was then that Harry realized the seemingly chaotic marks on the floor were, in fact, magical runes, which had ensnared him firmly to the ground. He gasped in agony, his trembling lips uttering a curse. The remaining two team members succumbed one after the other, clutching their respective wounds and beginning to wail in torment. Harry, drenched in sweat, repeatedly cast spells akin to purification or protective charms upon his comrades, yet none bore fruit. Ultimately, he could only watch in despair as his three companions inexplicably perished within the shadows of the castle, leaving him utterly alone. With a heart heavy with sorrow, Harry rose to his feet, his spirit devoid of any desire to pursue dark artifacts further. In his grasp, he clutched 3 golden nameplates, each inscribed with the names of his fallen friends. Each plate was imbued with a special enchantment, revealing their identities upon their demise. Slowly, he dragged his feet towards the exit, and upon stepping outside, he noticed that the stone head he had shattered had once again returned to its rightful position, albeit now facing inward rather than outward, its gaping maw seemingly mocking him. "Curse you, Harry Potter," it rasped in a garbled voice. In a moment of impulse, Harry brandished his wand and shouted uncontrollably at the statue, shattered to pieces. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He wiped his brow, realizing that his wand had unconsciously found its way into his hand, poised to strike. In the distance, Malfoy regarded him warily, his wand trained directly at Harry. The portraits of Dumbledore and Severus bore expressions of apprehension as they observed the scene. Harry blinked, regaining his senses. He adjusted his stance and slowly lowered his wand. Only then did Malfoy relax his own, cautiously inquiring, "Are you awake, Potter?" Harry nodded, fatigue evident in his voice as he replied, "I just had a dream." Dumbledore interjected, "Harry, do not dwell on the past." His tone was exceptionally grave, contrasting starkly with his previous demeanor. His azure eyes pierced like a sharp blade as he gazed at Harry. "You are engulfed in guilt. This remorse will only amplify your magical prowess, rendering it increasingly uncontrollable. And the desire to wreak havoc upon everything around you will grow ever stronger. You cannot continue down this path. One day you will cause harm to those you cherish." Harry fell momentarily silent, acutely aware that Dumbledore's words held truth, yet he found himself unable to rein in his emotions. That surge of magic within him felt akin to a bomb poised to detonate, buried deep within his heart, with even he unable to control the fuse. Malfoy cautioned, "You should regain your composure. We shall discuss the matter further shortly." Harry nodded, rising to his feet, resolved to splash some cold water on his face to awaken his senses. He turned the doorknob of the room of requirement and stepped into the corridor beyond. As he walked away, Malfoy swiftly addressed Dumbledore and Severus, saying, "There is little time. Let me confirm this." He gazed intently at the two, a subtle glimmer flowing through his silver-gray eyes. "Are you certain it is merely Potter's psychological issue? Or could it be that something is amiss with his magic?" Severus scoffed, remarking, "With his formidable physique, do you truly believe there is a problem with his magic? I have encountered individuals whose magic faltered, and their decline was evident in their very appearance. Magic is rooted in the soul, and conversely, it nourishes the soul. When one's spirit weakens to the extent that it can no longer perceive magic or cast spells, death is not far behind. Does he appear to you like that? He wields silent spells and wandless magic with unparalleled proficiency, and his spells possess great power. This is a matter of his own making." Malfoy interjected, "Then why summon me? He ought to consult a psychologist. Street Mungos lack such professionals, yet surely the Muggle world does." Severus replied gravely, "Because of the legitimacy and the mental occlusion." Dumbledore took up Severus's thread, saying, "The children at St. Mungo's informed me that they are utterly incapable of resisting Harry's legitimacy, and their understanding of psychological matters is far from comprehensive, lacking the complete theories found among Muggles. Many of those theories can be addressed through memory extraction. However, Harry has rejected this approach, and currently, he has no additional pensives at his disposal. His past lies buried deep within him, leading to the issues he now faces." Malfoy's expression grew somber, standing in the center of the room, his demeanor as cold as ice. "Then why contact me to urge my appearance at that gathering?" Severus replied coldly, "I opposed it, yet Dumbledore did not concur." At that moment, Dumbledore winked, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Can it not be seen as fulfilling an old man's wish?" He smiled and remarked, "Moreover, Harry did save your life at that moment, did he not?" In the courtroom at Wizengamot, Draco Malfoy felt the weight of the situation. Just as he was about to respond, a slight noise at the entrance interrupted him. He sighed and said urgently, "Very well, I concede. However," he added, "I cannot guarantee the consequences, so do not hold me accountable, headmaster." Upon returning from splashing cold water on his face, Harry found Malfoy rummaging through the bookshelf, while the portraits of Dumbledore and Severus began to exhibit signs of drowsiness. Curiously, Harry inquired, "What is going on?" Malfoy retrieved a hefty tome from the shelf, casting a glance at Harry, who felt as though he were being glared at. But what was the use of that glare? Hadn't he endured countless such looks from Malfoy since their school days? Malfoy tucked the book under his arm and stepped out. Addressing Dumbledore and Severus, "Headmaster, Godfather, I shall borrow this book for now and return it later." The two nodded in tacit approval of his action. Malfoy strode purposefully out, and as he passed Harry was certain he caught a roll of his eyes. Yet, this gesture rekindled a sense of familiarity within Harry, reminiscent of their encounters at Hogwarts, where they would always be at odds, clashing like fire and water. He followed closely behind Malfoy, aware that whenever Malfoy wore that particular expression, it signaled an impending duel, devoid of any third party. He now seemed somewhat eager to proceed. However, After the two emerged from the room of requests, Malfoy uttered but a single phrase. "Let us go to your home. We must discuss the forthcoming matters in detail." He added, "I refuse to believe that you haven't secretly established a network of porkies at Hogwarts." Chapter 9. Home. For a fleeting moment, Harry felt a sense of novelty. Heading home, and particularly alongside Malfoy, which was an experience he had never encountered before. Throughout the day, he had been unexpectedly immersed in a multitude of fresh experiences brought about by Malfoy. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "Let us proceed to my home." With that, he led Malfoy to a concealed chamber, which appeared devoid of any distinguishing features from the outside, lacking even a nameplate. Yet, Malfoy exhibited no signs of surprise. Hogwarts harbored too many secrets. He would wager that no one in the world could fully unravel its mysteries. Not even Harry, and certainly not the previous headmaster, Dumbledore, would dare assert that he comprehended Hogwarts in its entirety. Upon entering the room, Harry approached a wall. As he pressed against it, a silent aperture materialized within the bricks. With a snap of his fingers, a vibrant green flame erupted from within. He turned his head and addressed Malfoy, inviting him to enter. After uttering those words, Harry stepped forward into the room. A vein throbbed at Malfoy's temple. He could not shake the feeling that Harry was deliberately provoking him, suppressing the urge to retaliate. He followed suit and stepped inside. Flames surged upward, enveloping him in a familiar sensation, and when he emerged once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. He cleared his throat twice, waving his gloved hand adorned with dragon hide before him. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "Potter, do you never clean your home?" Harry replied nonchalantly, "I do have Creature come to tidy up, but he is rather lackadaisical, and I can hardly be bothered to oversee him." After this, he navigated around the assorted items strewn across the floor, revealing what appeared to be an ordinary London apartment, tastefully decorated yet modest. It was more than sufficient for a single occupant. The floor was adorned with a soft carpet, while a coffee table bore remnants of cold pizza, neatly stored within its box. Fortunately, Potter had ensured that the consumed slices were organized rather than discarded haphazardly, and there were no peculiar odors or suspicious crumbs to be found. The entire room was imbued with a refreshing scent reminiscent of fir wood. Malfoy surveyed his surroundings. The living room was equipped with a television and entertainment system typical of Muggle households. Adjacent to it were two bedrooms, one notably spacious, clearly reflecting a Gryffindor aesthetic. Golden and red accents were omnipresent, with decorations of a golden snitch adorning the walls, even fluttering its wings gently. As Malfoy continued to look around, the disdain in his eyes seemed almost tangible, as if it were on the verge of dripping from his expression. He cleared his throat, yet Potter appeared entirely unperturbed. With a casual wave of his hand, a highball glass flew towards him, prompting his inquiry. "What would you like to drink?" Malfoy, after a moment of hesitation, managed to ask, "What is available?" With a flick of his wrist, the refrigerator door swung open. Malfoy glanced inside, only to find an assortment of beverages that left much to be desired. "What is this?" he questioned. A bottle of drink floated towards him from within the fridge, and Malfoy stared in disbelief at the black liquid as it approached. Tentatively, he extended a finger to touch it, causing the liquid to slosh about. "Is this cola? You actually drink cola at home?" he exclaimed incredulously. "What's wrong with drinking cola?" Harry replied nonchalantly. "But this is a Muggle beverage. How would you know?" Malfoy's forehead twitched with irritation as he waved his hand, sending the cola back to the refrigerator. He then regarded Harry, who had languidly settled onto his red sofa, appearing almost boneless. As he settled into his seat, the fabric of his clothing clung tightly to him, subtly revealing the sinewy muscles beneath. Despite Harry's frequent indulgence in the so-called junk food of Muggles within this apartment, his physical condition remained unaffected by such indulgences, likely owing to his natural constitution. Malfoy adjusted his forehead, managing to utter, "Look at this." He retrieved the book he had taken from Hogwarts from within his robes, awkwardly finding a vacant spot on the coffee table to place it. Intrigued, Harry leaned forward slightly. Malfoy glanced around, realizing there was not a single solitary chair available. Harry showed no inclination to offer him another seat. Reluctantly, he settled onto the sofa, opened the book to a certain page, and presented it to Harry. He was drawn in by curiosity, his breath drifting onto Malfoy's hand, which was clad in dragonhide gloves. Strangely, even through the protective layer, Malfoy could sense an intense warmth. How peculiar. Could it be that his dragonhide gloves had failed? Steeling himself, Malfoy momentarily set aside the notion of potential damage to the gloves, resolving to examine them once he returned to France. He pointed to a page within the book and said, "Take a look." Harry leaned closer, narrowing his green eyes as he meticulously scrutinized the text, reading each word aloud, one of the primary ingredients of the bloodroot confusion potion. He suddenly realized, so, we are now going to search for the bad blood herb, are we? He spoke with a hint of confusion. Wouldn't it be simpler to go directly to Diagon Alley to purchase it? Aside from the bad blood herb, what else is lacking? I could procure everything for you in one go. Malfoy suppressed the urge to hurl the book at Harry's head and replied coldly, have you considered your own constitution? Harry innocently lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with an emerald hue, and inquired, is that not permissible? Malfoy scoffed derisively and stated, the bad blood herbs sold in Diagon Alley are all cultivated in concentrated patches. Their efficacy is rather subpar. Hence, I have decided that you must accompany me to gather fresh bad blood herbs, ones that grow naturally in the wild. He continued, I require a tranquil and undisturbed environment to concoct potions. Furthermore, do we not both have our respective tasks to attend to? Thus, the gathering of herbs must be reserved for the weekends. He affirmed, you have no plans for the weekend, do you? Harry pondered for a moment before responding. If my children have no engagements, then neither do I. But what about you? Aren't you going to spend time with Mrs. Walker? Malfoy almost hurled the book at Mr. Potter's head, but he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and replied, the matters between Mrs. Walker and myself do not require your concern. Instead, perhaps you should focus more on your own affairs. He glanced around but found no paper or pen in Harry's vicinity. With a flick of his wand, a sheet of paper and a pen magically emerged from the nearby drawer, obediently landing in Malfoy's grasp. After receiving the pen, Malfoy twitched his brow and could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, do you not possess a quill? It was then that Harry realized he was holding a pen from the Muggle world. He swiftly extended his hand, not overthinking the situation, and directly mimicked Malfoy's gesture with the pen. His hand, larger and broader than Malfoy's, enveloped Malfoy's hand in a gentle embrace. And with a press on the pen tip above, a nib emerged below. He grasped Malfoy's hand, guiding it directly onto the paper, proclaiming that this would enable writing. Malfoy dismissed the peculiar sensation in his hand, making an effort to bend down. The coffee table and sofa were level, and as he leaned to write, Harry's hand remained intertwined with his, causing it to bend as well, almost enveloping him in an embrace. Malfoy's meticulously styled hair cascaded from his shoulder, its ends brushing against Harry's nose as he moved back and forth. A faint, inexplicable scent of wood wafted towards Harry. Suddenly, a spark of curiosity ignited within him. He playfully tugged at Malfoy's hair. Malfoy swiftly swept his hair to the other side, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Potter. He warned, my hair is not a plaything. If you are in need of someone, seek elsewhere. I am certain there are many who would be eager to offer their affections to you. At that moment, Harry realized that his actions may have crossed a line. He promptly raised his hands and took a small step back, yet his words lacked sincerity as he muttered, I momentarily forgot. Sorry, Malfoy. Malfoy inhaled sharply, casting a fierce glare at Harry. His silver-gray eyes resembled a vortex, swirling with an impending tempest. He restrained himself, lowering his gaze once more to grapple with the paper before him. With an intensity that seemed capable of tearing the paper, he wrote fervently while reciting aloud. Bad bloodgrass, white fresh, black rhizome, protective tree. Malfoy pondered for a moment before inscribing further. Belladonna, sneezing root, horseradish. He contentedly set down his pen and handed the paper to Harry, saying, we must seek out these herbs. I require you to procure some items. He spoke of the flexible compartments for the plants used in potion making, which could be procured in Diagon Alley, along with shovels, gloves, protective charms. And anything else you deem necessary, feel free to make your own selections. Malfoy rose with a clean and decisive motion, brushing off his hands. His dragon-hide gloves were enchanted with spells for waterproofing, dustproofing, and fire resistance, rendering them immaculate, devoid of even a speck of dust. Observing Harry's furrowed brow and conflicted expression, Malfoy finally felt a twinge of satisfaction at having enacted his revenge. He said, I shall take my leave now. Prepare these matters and inform me once you are ready. After all, there is ample time, so there is no need to rush. He glanced around and noticed the calendar hanging on the wall, whereupon he waved his wand gently, encircling a date in red. It was next Friday. Satisfied, Malfoy declared, next Friday evening, I shall find a way to contact you. Once you have procured the necessary items, simply wait for me. With that, he approached the door, turned the handle of Harry's home, and slightly bowed as he addressed him. Farewell, Mr. Potter. After uttering these words, Malfoy closed the door behind him and departed, scarcely allowing Harry a moment to respond. He gazed at the piece of paper in his hand, envisioning the fury and reluctance with which Malfoy had inscribed the words. A sudden, somber smile crept across his face as he flicked the paper, which ignited spontaneously, transforming into wisps of black ash. Yet, the words penned by Malfoy metamorphosed into exquisite golden patterns, silently ascending into the air. Harry admired the ornate script left by Malfoy. Unlike his own chaotic handwriting, Malfoy's letters reflected a strict adherence to noble etiquette, cultivated from a young age to master the art of elegant writing. Thus, his script was far more aesthetically pleasing than Harry's haphazard scrawl. As the flowing letters floated in the air, Harry observed them for a moment before waving his hand. The words gracefully descended once more, landing meticulously on another sheet of parchment, one by one, perfectly aligned. Upon touching the paper, they emitted a faint sound reminiscent of crackling flames. Harry rolled up the parchment and tucked it away in his bag. His face returned to its customary indifference. He glanced at the time, waved his hand, and the lights in the living room extinguished in response. He retreated to his bedroom, flopping onto the bed. After departing from Harry's abode, Malfoy surveyed his surroundings. Harry's residence was situated within a modest apartment in London, and stepping outside led him to a small door that opened to the outside world. Approaching it, he attempted to twist the handle. The lock emitted a soft click, surprisingly yielding to his touch. As Malfoy stepped into the night, London appeared unchanged from his previous visit. The dew thickened, and the nighttime lights began to blur and take on a hazy quality. It was then that Malfoy realized he was in a Muggle neighborhood. In such a setting, his wizarding attire seemed particularly out of place. Fortunately, it was nighttime. He pulled up his hood, concealing his golden hair and feigning the appearance of wearing a long coat. After walking in silence for a while and passing through the neighborhood, he glanced back at the place where Potter resided, sighed deeply, tightened his garments, and proceeded in another direction. Chapter 10. A different home. In fact, he had also acquired property in the Muggle district of London. By a stroke of coincidence, his residence was not far from Potter's. He ventured into a secluded alley, a shortcut known only to the nearby residents. However, the sole drawback was, he cast a frigid glance at the two individuals obstructing his path, then turned to regard the person behind him. Had those onlookers taken a moment to scrutinize him, they would have discerned that his silver-gray eyes were filled with a tempest of icy fury. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and spoke with indifference. "Good evening, gentlemen." Before him stood a towering figure, whose appearance exuded an air of dishevelment. His hair was unkempt, and a foul odor emanated from his person. He let out a playful whistle and remarked, "My lady, what brings you to wander the streets alone on such a late hour? Are you not feeling a tad lonely?" My lady? It had been ages since he had heard such an appellation. Malfoy couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he removed his hood, allowing his golden hair to cascade smoothly from its confines, resembling a fine silk tapestry. He lifted his smile, his silver eyes brimming with mirth. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the tempest concealed beneath the surface of that apparent joy. He softly inquired, "What is it that you desire?" He does not mind playing the role of the cunning fox, especially since he has been compelled to undertake something he is not particularly inclined to this evening, and his simmering anger yearns for an outlet. The imposing figure at the forefront chuckled, perhaps surprised that this seemingly slender beauty was so accommodating. With a condescending tone, he remarked, "I initially intended to merely ask the lovely young man for a loan, but now I am curious if you would care to join us for some amusement." A smile gradually spread across Malfoy's face. He spoke softly, "All right." 10 minutes later, an officer on duty at a police station in a certain district of London received an emergency call. The caller, a young man's voice, reported that he had been the victim of a mugging. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, much like a superhero emerging from a film, and subdued the assailants. Now, he urged the police to come and take a look, as the attackers lay defeated. Initially, the officer suspected it might be a prank. Yet out of a sense of duty, he donned his hat and prepared to investigate. Upon arriving at the location described by the caller, the diligent officer was indeed met with a rather surprising sight. 3 familiar troublemakers, commonly seen in their precinct, were sprawled across the ground, their bodies marred by bruises as if they had endured a severe beating, and they lay unconscious. Strangely, not a soul was in sight. Meanwhile, Malfoy strolled along the street, returning his wand to his pocket. Though he was not an Auror, he found that his spells could effectively teach these ruffians a lesson without endangering their lives. He arrived at a neighborhood that was evidently quieter and more opulent than Harry's, where the luxury cars parked by the roadside spoke volumes. On either side of the road stood individual, charming villas. He approached one of these houses and placed his hand upon the door. With a soft click, the door swung open, and Draco Malfoy stepped inside. Upon entering, he encountered a small staircase at the entrance, with a narrow passage beside it. Following the passage led him to the kitchen. However, Draco chose to remove his clothing and hung it on the rack by the door. The rack automatically extended, accommodating his garments with grace and ensuring that not a single wrinkle remained. He stretched his shoulders, and the ribbon from his hair gracefully slipped away, hanging upon the rack above. The white shirt he donned appeared to be gently unbuttoned by invisible hands, and soon after, it too was removed, soaring into the laundry basket. As he moved, his trousers fell away as if devoid of gravity. He elongated his form and made his way directly to the bathroom. The bathtub was filled to the brim with steaming hot water, into which he immersed himself. He never denied himself indulgence, even when it came to properties acquired in the mundane world. During his decade-long sojourn in France, he not only expanded his business but also gradually immersed himself in the Muggle world. Astutely, he quickly mastered various convenient aspects of Muggle life, seamlessly integrating them with his inherent magical practices, transforming his abode into an extraordinarily comfortable sanctuary, enveloped in the warmth of the hot water. He allowed himself a moment of relaxation. However, the recollection of the day's events soon brought an unwelcome throb to his temples. He let out a groan, surrendering his entire body to relaxation. In that fleeting moment, he even felt an overwhelming urge to drown himself in the bathtub. Yet such is life. It often presents numerous obstacles while simultaneously offering glimmers of hope. As he immersed himself in the warm waters, his double-sided mirror suddenly began to hum with unexpected resonance. He opened one eye, his shoulder-length golden hair cascading down his shoulders. A sharp line defined his jaw, and with a mere gesture, he summoned a double-sided mirror. He extended his hand, and before him appeared a woman. Narcissa slowly smiled, gracefully seated at a small round table, addressing the other side. "Good evening, my son." Malfoy brushed his hair back, his face glistening with moisture as he leaned closer. "Good evening, mother." Narcissa gazed at her son, recalling how she had brought him to France, spending nearly a decade helping him emerge from his past traumas. With the remnants of the Malfoy and Black influence in France, she had painstakingly helped him regain his footing. However, her son had recently returned to England, proclaiming his desire to restore the former glory of the Malfoys. She looked at Draco Malfoy, who had matured from an impetuous youth into a young man, even becoming a father himself. Yet, in her eyes, he remained her son. Narcissa slightly turned to the side, making room for the child behind her. He possessed the same golden locks as those of Malfoy and Narcissa, cheerfully waving in that direction. "Father." Draco's expression swiftly softened, and with a smile, he inquired, "Scorpius, how are you today?" Narcissa held Scorpius's hand, gazing at the child who bore an uncanny resemblance to Draco in his youth, her eyes naturally reflecting a maternal affection. Draco exchanged a few fatherly words with Scorpius, allowing mother and son a moment together. Once the time was right, she gently suggested, "My dear, could you step into the adjacent room? I have some matters to discuss with your father." Scorpius rose on his tiptoes, planting a kiss on Narcissa's cheek, then sweetly addressed Draco in the mirror's reflection, "Good night, father." Draco, unable to resist, blew a kiss back into the air, replying, "Good night, my sweet." After witnessing their tender exchange, Narcissa watched Scorpius exit the room, followed by their house elf, before turning back to Draco. "Now it is your turn, dear. Do you have anything to share with your mother?" If the years spent in France imparted any lesson to Draco Malfoy, it was the importance of sharing his experiences with his mother and wife. Leaning against the edge of the bathtub, he replied, "I promised Professor Dumbledore and my godfather that I would assist Potter. In return, Granger will help me re-establish my footing within the British wizarding community." He spoke resolutely to Narcissa, "Mother, we can return to our Malfoy estate now." Upon hearing Draco's words, a subtle worry clouded Narcissa's features as she inquired, "What is the matter with Potter? Are you certain?" Draco shook his head and replied, "Mother, I have formed an unbreakable vow with him." At this revelation, Narcissa's well-maintained face creased with concern as she asked, "Are you confident?" Draco let out a small laugh and responded, "Do not ask me. You know, mother, I cannot disclose that." Narcissa sighed and said, "Very well, I shall not pry. Be careful on your own. If there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to ask. Scorpius is with me, rest assured." Draco nodded, and after exchanging goodnights, he set down the two-way mirror. He stretched languidly once more and rose from the bathtub. Droplets of water cascaded down his fair skin, gliding along his waistline and disappearing into the curve of his lower body. Having just emerged barefoot from the tub, A towel suddenly fluttered from the nearby cabinet, enveloping him. He casually wiped himself down, and the remaining areas of his body were effortlessly dried by the towel. Extending his hand, the bathrobe slid onto his arm as if by magic, and he hastily tied the sash before stepping out of the bathroom. This quaint villa was a Muggle property he had acquired in England, and he had only made minor adjustments to the interior decor. He stifled a yawn and returned to his bedroom. His bedroom was adorned with a harmonious blend of green, silver, and golden accents. A glass of warm water rested on the bedside table. With a gentle wave of his hand, the entire house was engulfed in darkness. The following morning, Harry buried himself in slumber until the sound of his phone pierced the tranquility. He extended his bare arm and decisively silenced the phone. Squinting, he gazed at the name displayed on the screen. He picked up the phone, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Min?" Hermione's voice came through from the other end, inquiring. "Still asleep? How did it go?" Harry sluggishly sat up, the blanket slipping off his bare torso, revealing his well-defined physique. The curtains in his bedroom remained drawn. With a subtle gesture, he parted them slightly, allowing a stream of sunlight to flood the room. He remarked, the discussion was quite commendable. The corners of his mouth gradually lifted as he spoke. "I believe I should be able to manage this time." Upon hearing his words, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, "Will you come to my house for dinner today? Perhaps you could bring the 3 children along for some fun?" Harry was aware of Hermione's good intentions. However, he felt unprepared to confront his 3 little imps. Nevertheless, he sighed, recognizing that this was his duty, one from which he could not evade. He propped himself up, tousled his messy black hair, and said, "I'm coming over now." After ending the call, he hastily washed up and donned a casual outfit suitable for a Muggle. Approaching the fireplace, he cleared his throat. "Hermione, Weasley residence." Green flames erupted as he stepped inside. Currently, Hermione's home was graced with a little treasure of her own. As he emerged, he was immediately enveloped by her adorable daughter. "Uncle Harry," Rose exclaimed sweetly. Harry, rarely smiling, beamed as he tousled Rose's hair, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Hermione's. "Where are your parents?" Rose pointed, and Harry released her, heading towards the garden. Hermione was directing Ron as he arranged the outdoor space, where she had set up a long table adorned with various dishes. Beside it stood some contraption that Ron was examining. Harry approached, deliberately making a bit of noise. Hermione turned, and upon seeing him, she sighed in relief. Walking over to embrace him, "You're here just in time. Help Ron with that barbecue grill. He bought it from some Muggle-esque second-hand market. He wants to have an outdoor barbecue today but has no idea how to use it. I'll have Molly bring the 3 kids over. She mentioned Ginny is out today, so you can spend the day with them." Harry released her, allowing Hermione to tend to her tasks. Ron straightened up, and upon seeing Harry, a genuine smile spread across his face. "Buddy." He embraced Harry briefly, leading him to the barbecue grill he had purchased. Furrowing his brow as he remarked, "But I've already plugged it in. Why is there no response?" Harry inspected the so-called grill, noticing that Ron had connected a power source from an unknown origin, with the plug awkwardly inserted. He crouched down and gently pressed it. Instantly, the light on the grill illuminated. Ron exclaimed in astonishment, "How could this be?" Harry chuckled, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Your plug wasn't secured properly. You'll see next time." Ron stroked his chin, feigning profundity as he nodded. He turned to Harry and inquired, "How do you feel now?" Harry nodded, relishing the pleasant weather in London that day, the warm sun casting its glow, making his green eyes shimmer like a tranquil lake under the sunlight. "I'm well. Don't worry, Ron." Chapter 11, Preparation. However, his assertion of being well had dissipated by the time they returned the 3 children home that evening. He rubbed his shoulders and sent the 3 children back to their humble abode. After once again reminding them to heed their grandmother's words, he embraced Molly and Arthur. Ginny had yet to return. It remained uncertain whether her absence was a deliberate choice, perhaps in anticipation of his visit today. He no longer had the leisure to ponder deeply. Molly, observing Harry's weary demeanor, smiled and inquired, "How is it, taking care of the children? Not an easy task, I presume." Harry managed a wry smile. He regarded Molly earnestly and said, "Thank you, you and Arthur." Molly beamed warmly, clasping Harry's hand and giving it a reassuring pat. "The door of number 12, Grimmauld Place will always be open to you, Harry, rest assured." After bidding farewell to the 3 children once more, Harry departed from Grimmauld Place. The ensuing week passed in a rather monotonous manner. As the captain of the Auror team, he had only undertaken 2 missions, both of which involved merely subduing a few nefarious wrongdoers, presenting no challenge whatsoever for Harry. In this dull and somewhat tedious routine, He found himself starting to look forward to Friday evening. On Friday afternoon, Hermione's paper airplane arrived punctually at his office. He picked up the paper airplane, rose to his feet, and uttered a brief word to his subordinate before stepping out. Upon reaching Hermione's office, he found her, as expected, in a state of utter disarray. With several paper airplanes scattered across her desk, while her assistant busily organized some documents on the other side. Upon seeing him enter, Hermione quietly complained to Harry. "Once I become minister, I shall certainly implement an electronic workflow. The efficiency of this paper-based office is simply abysmal." After stating this, she motioned seriously, "Have a seat." Harry readily complied and settled into the chair opposite her desk. Hermione inquired, "How has this week been?" Harry understood the underlying implications of her question. Given the current chaotic state of the ministry, she was uncertain whether their conversation was being monitored. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Everything is normal. I will finish work as usual on Friday." This implied that he had plans for Friday evening, which brought a measure of relief to Hermione. She then asked, "Regarding the last charity gala, please prepare a report for me." This was a legitimate and lawful activity sanctioned by the ministry, and as minister, it was her duty to request a report from Harry as part of her responsibilities. "Harry," he attempted to struggle. "Must you write it?" Hermione fixed her gaze upon him, articulating each word with precision. "You must write, including whom you met at the banquet, with whom you conversed, and the essence of those discussions. It is imperative to inform me about your interaction with Malfoy." Reluctantly, Harry acquiesced with a nod, and seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, he inquired, "May I leave now?" Hermione waved her hand, signaling him to return to his own affairs promptly. Before exiting, he inadvertently collided with a secretary from another department. This secretary was a recent addition to the office, a young woman named Catherine, born of a muggle and a wizard, at the insistence of her wizard father. She attended Hogwarts, and after graduating, successfully passed the ministry's entrance examination, recently being assigned to work next to Hermione's office. Flustered, she hurriedly gathered the scattered documents from the floor, stammering her apologies to Harry. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Potter." Harry replied gently, "It's all right. The director is inside. Please go in." After saying this, he kindly used a levitation charm to neatly stack the fallen papers before returning them to her. Catherine felt embarrassed yet delighted. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Just as she was about to say something further to Harry, Hermione called for her from within. "Catherine, where are the documents I requested?" Harry wisely stepped aside, saying, "You should hurry in." Catherine could only express her gratitude with a quick thank you before dashing inside. Harry touched his nose and returned to his own office. He procrastinated over drafting a rather lackluster report, eventually folding it into an airplane and sending it to Hermione's office. Finally, as the workday concluded, he eagerly boarded the elevator and, at the ministry's entrance, disapparated away. Upon arriving home, he removed his clothing and, unsurprisingly, discovered a small note tucked away in a discreet corner of his Auror uniform's pocket. He took it out and discovered a line of text inscribed upon it. He recited each word with precision. "Would you kindly accept the invitation to meet at XX location this evening?" He let out a cold snort, and the note in his hand was instantly reduced to ashes. He flicked his hand, leaving not a trace of residue behind. He settled back onto the sofa, switched on the television, and began to watch a Muggle variety show. Draco Malfoy had endured a hectic week. As an employee of the French Ministry of Magic, he juggled his official duties alongside managing the Malfoy family's business interests in France. On Friday, after finally completing all outstanding tasks, he was ready to leave when he encountered a familiar face at the door. Dorcas Walker stood there, a radiant smile gracing her features as she looked at Draco Malfoy and inquired, "Do you have any plans for the weekend? Shall we take Scorpius to Marseille for a little holiday?" He was experiencing a slight headache. This lady was one of his Muggle business partners. Due to the absence of available companions from the wizarding world following the last charity gala, he had no choice but to invite her as his date in a moment of desperation. However, it appeared that he had inadvertently conveyed a misleading impression to her. He cleared his throat and politely addressed Ms. Walker. "I will be out this weekend, Ms. Walker. Thank you for accompanying me to the last dinner." Moreover, he could not directly use his magical abilities in her presence. Although Ms. Walker was not merely a business associate, she was acquainted with certain figures in the political sphere. Her status did not yet grant her the knowledge of Malfoy's true identity. He lifted his wrist to glance at his watch and said gently, "I have a pressing matter to attend to now. Could you kindly arrange an appointment with my secretary for our next meeting?" He believed he had expressed himself quite clearly. After finishing his words, he prepared to depart. However, It appeared that Moira Walker was not yet ready to concede. She inquired, "Where do you intend to go?" "I did not see your vehicle. Shall I offer you a ride?" Draco Malfoy. He was plagued by a throbbing headache as he contemplated that. Had it not been for her, he would have long since vanished into thin air, never even considering the notion of a vehicle. Just as he was racking his brain for a way to deal with the formidable Ms. Walker, his secretary emerged from the doorway, having finished for the day. He only noticed Draco Malfoy standing at the door, failing to see Mrs. Walker. Instinctively, he greeted, "Good evening, Mr. Malfoy. Are you not leaving yet?" He turned around and beheld Ms. Walker, swallowing the words he had yet to utter. However, Draco seized him with a firm grip and, with a sigh of relief, addressed Ms. Walker, "I shall accompany him. He has a car." After uttering these words, he retreated back into the building, affording Ms. Walker no time to respond. Ms. Walker could only watch helplessly as Draco vanished from her sight, like a fleeting gust of wind. The secretary was unceremoniously dragged by Draco to the elevator, where they both entered. Draco warned him, "When the weekend arrives, come down first. If you do not see her, then inform me." Within the confines of the building, apparition was strictly prohibited, thus they discreetly made their way to a more distant location before parting ways. Malfoy promptly approached his doorstep. He silently resolved to apply for the opening of a flu connection from his home to the Ministry of Magic next week. Previously, he had dismissed the idea as too troublesome, but it now seemed imperative. Upon arriving home, he did not pause for a moment. He retrieved a delicate little cup from the mailbox at the entrance. Holding it in his palm, he felt a familiar warmth radiating from it after a brief moment. In the next second, a sensation of vertigo engulfed him. He closed his eyes, and after a considerable pause, he felt a heaviness in his feet. Stumbling slightly, he steadied himself and opened his eyes, only to discover that he was already in his home in England. The evening glow painted the sky in hues of warmth, gently streaming through the window and illuminating his abode. After admiring the view for a moment, he donned a more formal set of wizard robes and made his way to the doorway, where he executed a disapparition. He was unaware of the purpose behind his hurried arrival, yet he found himself standing at the doorstep of Harry Potter's home. He knocked on the door, which opened with an inviting creak. Once inside, he was greeted by a chorus of laughter and joy, and as he focused his gaze, he beheld Harry, engrossed in an entertaining program on the Muggle television, a broad smile adorning his face. Suddenly, a surge of murderous impulse welled up within Draco. Upon noticing Draco at the threshold, Harry cheerfully beckoned, "Come in, make yourself at home." After saying this, he even shifted slightly on the sofa to create a space ample enough for Draco to sit. On the coffee table lay a pizza box from a local pizzeria, the contents still emanating a cloud of steam, suggesting it had just been delivered. He spoke naturally, "Have you eaten? Shall we share a meal?" Draco Malfoy took a deep breath, the veins on his forehead nearly threatening to burst, yet he resolutely suppressed his anger. In a cold tone, he inquired, "Have you prepared the items I requested?" At this, Harry suddenly realized and exclaimed with an "Oh," as he waved his hand. A package soared from a corner and landed gracefully on the ground, its wrapping slowly unfurling to reveal its contents. His knowledge of herbalism could only be described as mediocre, prompting him to seek the counsel of Neville, who accompanied him to Diagon Alley to procure a plethora of items. Although Neville did not quite comprehend Harry's sudden enthusiasm for herbal studies, as a fellow Gryffindor, he readily offered his assistance. Malfoy cast a glance at the items strewn on the ground and remarked begrudgingly, "The selections are commendable. I presume you did not choose them yourself?" Harry, taken aback, responded, "How did you know?" Malfoy scoffed and retorted, "Did you excel in herbology during your time at Hogwarts?" At a loss for words, Harry raised his hands and conceded, "All right." "Malfoy, so what is our plan?" Malfoy, standing at the doorway with an air of chilling authority, coldly stated, "Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We shall venture into the Forbidden Forest. Bring these items with you. We will apparate directly there." Harry feigned surprise and inquired, "Are we still gathering at my place?" He gazed at Malfoy, who wore a look of disdain, and a mischievous thought suddenly crossed his mind. "Since we are to go together tomorrow morning, why not spend the night here?" he proposed. Malfoy promptly drew his wand, aiming it at Harry, and coldly replied, "If you do not wish for my assistance, I shall turn and leave this instant." Harry quickly interjected, "Apologies, Malfoy, do not be angry. I will be here waiting for you at 9 tomorrow morning." The vein at Malfoy's temple throbbed, and Harry continued, "How about a bite to eat before you go? This is called pizza. It's a delightful Muggle dish." Malfoy closed his eyes, taking a deep breath twice to calm himself. When he opened his eyes, He repeatedly reminded himself that both he and Potter were now adults and could no longer behave as they once did. After mentally preparing himself, he surprisingly smiled. And this smile melted away the tension like snow in the sun. Harry, observing him, suddenly realized why, despite his unpleasant demeanor. So many girls had been infatuated with him during their school days. Malfoy spoke softly. "All right, I happen to be hungry too." Harry was taken aback. He had expected Malfoy to refuse, yet he was astonished to find him agreeable. He watched as Malfoy stepped inside, casually unfastening his wizarding cloak to reveal a neatly dressed attire beneath, in stark contrast to Harry's wrinkled garments. He entered with the regal grace of a prince stepping into a palace, and took his seat upon the sofa. His golden hair, as impeccably arranged as ever, was notably different today. He had foregone any braiding, allowing it to cascade freely over his shoulders. As he settled in, Harry was once again enveloped by the faint, ethereal scent of wood that lingered near him. He touched his nose, resolving to bury this question deep within his heart for the time being. He gestured towards the pizza on the table and inquired, "Would you like a slice?" Malfoy's silver-gray eyes reflected a palpable disdain as he pointed at the pizza and remarked coldly, "Is it acceptable to simply take it with my hands?" Harry did not respond verbally. Instead, he extended his hand and took a slice. He personally demonstrated how to consume a slice of pizza for Malfoy to observe. Malfoy, he has always adhered to the practice of dining with a knife and fork at the table. And he never anticipated that muggles could possess such food that could be eaten directly with one's hands. He discreetly cast a detection spell with his wand, confirming its harmlessness. Afterward, he furrowed his slender brows and scrutinized the pizza that Harry had placed upon the table. Chapter 12. A reunion. As he pondered whether to don gloves before picking up the pizza, Harry had already summoned a white porcelain bone dish with a wave of his hand. He cautiously took a piece out, placed it on a plate, and then handed it to Malfoy. Harry directly passed the plate to Malfoy, as he was eager to observe how Malfoy would handle the slice of pizza. Ignoring Malfoy's preferences entirely, he tore off a piece with his own hands. As expected, he noticed Malfoy's slender brows knitting together. His eyebrows, like his hair, were a striking shade of gold, contrasting sharply with Harry's unruly, dark locks. Malfoy presented a polished appearance, his hair neatly styled and gleaming, and even his complexion appeared more delicate and fair than Harry's, suggesting he was accustomed to regular grooming and care. He couldn't help but think with a hint of darkness in his heart, why would a man be so meticulously refined? Surely, he must have too much leisure time. Which is why Malfoy dedicates so much of it to such trivial matters. He thought with unwavering certainty, observing Malfoy in his dismay, that he experienced a certain delight akin to a successful prank. Harry even feigned encouragement, saying, "Indeed, do give it a try." He feigned concern and inquired, "Do you know what pairs best with pizza?" Malfoy, indeed, took the bait and asked, "What does it pair with?" A genuine smile blossomed on Harry's face as he replied, "Of course, it's best enjoyed with cola." He even employed an exaggerated tone, responding with astonishment, "Do you not know?" As he spoke, he picked up a bottle of cola, directly twisting off the cap of the dark beverage, which emitted a hissing sound. He casually summoned a cup, but after a moment's reflection, considering Malfoy's status, he replaced it with a goblet. With great attentiveness, he poured the steaming cola into it and unceremoniously offered it to Malfoy, saying, "Here, give it a try." Draco's lips twitched. Inwardly, he was exceedingly reluctant to accept this drink that exuded a questionable aroma, especially since it was proffered by that insufferable Potter. Yet, he felt an inexplicable, odd sense of failure at the thought of refusing it, reminiscent of their school days when he had lost a match to Potter. Although to outsiders, it was merely an insignificant game for the two boys at that time. Victory and defeat held immense importance, even determining who would initiate the next round of provocation. As they grew older and their encounters became rare, that feeling had nearly faded from their hearts. However, during this recent period of meetings with Potter, that sensation had subtly resurfaced. Draco Malfoy was utterly convinced that Potter had intended this so-called cola to be a means of embarrassing him, though he was inwardly most reluctant. Propelled by an inexplicable sense of competitiveness, he steeled himself and accepted the challenge. First, he inhaled the suspiciously scented cola, expressing his doubt with a remark, "If your intention is to poison me, I must inform you that such an endeavor is futile." Harry observed the cautious demeanor of Malfoy, barely able to contain his amusement within, yet maintaining a facade of sincerity as he earnestly advised, "First, take a bite of the pizza, then sip the cola. They are a perfect match." He added inwardly that this was merely his way of enjoying pizza, genuinely recommending it to Malfoy to try. as it was indeed how he himself indulged. It all depended on whether Malfoy would believe him. Balancing a plate in one hand and a goblet filled with cola in the other, even Malfoy exuded an oddly discordant air. Harry kindly cast a warming charm on the plate, ensuring the pizza would not grow cold. Draco inhaled deeply, first placing the goblet down. Then glancing around while holding the plate, he asked in a tone of resignation, "Eat it directly with my hands?" Harry nodded affirmatively. Only then did Draco slowly raise his hand, tentatively prodding the surface of the pizza. To his surprise, beneath the seemingly firm exterior, the pizza was actually soft. As the texture registered, Draco's apprehension eased significantly, allowing him to clumsily lift the pizza and, steeling himself, take a bite. The soft texture burst forth in his mouth, and Draco felt a flicker of astonishment. Contrary to his expectations, this dish known as pizza was not unpalatable at all. The cheese beneath was baked to perfection, harmonizing with the fluffy base and the toppings of bacon and cherry tomatoes, erupting into a delightful medley of flavors within his palate. Surprisingly enjoyable, Draco marveled internally. Yet he endeavored to maintain an impassive facade. After gracefully finishing the piece, he offered a rare, understated compliment, though it appears to be mere casual fare. "It tastes better than I anticipated." Harry, expecting scathing criticism from Malfoy, was taken aback when he noticed Draco's eyes widen in disbelief. Suddenly leaning closer to Malfoy, Harry's deep green eyes brimmed with curiosity as he scrutinized him from head to toe, even appearing as if he wished to reach out. Malfoy instinctively drew his wand, pointing it at Harry's outstretched palm with a wary expression. "What do you intend to do?" Regrettably, Harry retreated slightly, reclining back onto his sofa. He exerted no magical pressure on Malfoy, suddenly appearing to lose his vigor or perhaps his sense of challenge. He stated, "I merely did not expect you to praise it. I wanted to see if you truly are Draco Malfoy." Draco's temple twitched again. Opting to disregard the seemingly deranged savior before him, he set his hand down, glanced around, and leisurely took a piece of paper to wipe away the crumbs lingering on his fingers. He then picked up the goblet filled with cola. He gently shook the glass, the dark liquid of the cola swaying within the chalice, and he endeavored to maintain his composure as he inquired, "A taste? A sip?" Harry's curiosity was reignited, and he urged, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Do give it a try." He gazed expectantly at Malfoy's reaction, whose delicate brows furrowed into a cross. Malfoy scrutinized the cola within, yet he did not partake. He set down the goblet brimming with cola and opted for an alternative approach. He directly seized the bottle of cola, shaking it vigorously for a few moments while muttering to himself, "No, this feels far too suspicious. I might as well drink straight from the bottle." Before Harry could intervene, he could only watch as the cap of the bottle twisted open under his hand. He barely had time to utter a single word, "Stop." Yet, before his intonation had fully dissipated, Malfoy had already uncorked the freshly shaken bottle of cola. The beverage erupted violently from the small vessel, a cascade of white foam gushing forth like a fountain, bravely bursting from the confines of the tiny opening. Malfoy was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reaction from the cola. Beside him, Harry was equally unscathed, though he was a moment too late. His hand hovering uncertainly above the bottle, unable to prevent Malfoy from unscrewing the cap with an audacious flare. His hands were still smeared with the foam and liquid that had erupted from the cola, cascading down his wrists, flowing towards his arms, and dripping from the bend of his elbows in a rhythmic manner. Malfoy was utterly astonished, managing only a brief gasp. His hands, clothes, and even his face were speckled with the splattered cola and foam. Fortunately, the force with which he shook was not overly vigorous, so the outpouring of liquid was relatively minimal. It was then that Harry weakly completed the sentence he had previously left unfinished. "Do not shake it vigorously." Malfoy remained in a daze as Harry shook his own hand, and a silent cleaning charm swept over them like a gentle breeze. Malfoy felt a sudden prickling sensation on his skin, as if it had been scraped by a sharp razor from top to bottom, causing him to involuntarily shudder. He could not help but roll his eyes, addressing Harry beside him with irritation. "Can't you control the force of your spell?" Although he was grateful for Harry's cleaning charm, there was no need to exert such immense magical power for a simple task. Harry, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Is this your way of expressing gratitude?" Malfoy scoffed and fell silent. However, Harry chose not to dwell on it. He cautiously retrieved the bottle of soda from Malfoy's hands. Malfoy released his grip, allowing Harry to take away the ticking time bomb, and Harry then remarked, "This is precisely why I poured it into a cup for you." He sighed, adding, "You didn't think I poisoned it, did you?" Malfoy's body stiffened slightly, and Harry keenly noticed this reaction. He incredulously asked, "No way, do you really think I would poison you?" Draco felt a moment of panic. While he did not suspect anything as severe as poisoning, he could not shake the belief that Potter would not simply offer him a drink. He thought it must contain something else. Draco stubbornly inquired, "What on earth is this? You claim there is nothing else in it? If there isn't, how could it have turned out like this?" The bottle still bore remnants of the recent eruption, dark soda trickling down its sides, quickly soaking Harry's coffee table. Harry chuckled in disbelief, irritably raking his tousled black hair back, and said, "All right, I understand. It's my fault for not explaining clearly from the start." Malfoy was momentarily at a loss for words. Harry pointed to the bottle of soda and explained, "This is a muggle beverage called soda. The reason I told you not to shake it is that it contains carbonation, and if shaken vigorously before opening, it will lead to the kind of mess we just witnessed." He gestured dramatically as if mimicking a volcanic eruption, then remarked, "Just like that. The eruption of a volcano is precisely why I poured the cola into the glass for you." Malfoy, with a hint of disdain, replied, "You could have mentioned that sooner." After uttering those words, he reached for the elegant goblet he had just placed on the coffee table. Contemplating for a moment, he took a generous sip of the cola. A slight sting, accompanied by a tingling sensation, shot from his tongue as the cola cascaded down his throat into his stomach, where an unusual feeling began to unfurl within him. He immediately covered his mouth with his hand, yet an involuntary sound escaped from his lips. This was quite uncharacteristic for someone like him, who had always prided himself on his composure. He had inadvertently let out a small burp. In truth, he had not dined satisfactorily, having consumed merely a slice of pizza. How could he possibly feel full? Harry cast a surprised glance at him, and Malfoy shot him a glare in response. He lowered his hand, feigning that the incident had never occurred, and attempted to maintain his poise. Although the taste was somewhat peculiar, it was tolerable and not unpleasant. Harry couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming that it was entirely normal to experience such a reaction after drinking cola, and that there was no need for embarrassment. Nevertheless, despite Harry's reassurances, Malfoy refused to touch the cola again. He spoke with unwavering determination. "No matter what you say, Potter, I shall not drink any more." Yet, he still maintained an air of condescension, indulging in 2 more slices of pizza. After finishing 3 slices, Draco felt satiated, realizing he was full. He deemed it pointless to linger any longer. He rose to his feet and addressed Potter. "Good night, Potter. I shall take my leave." Harry's gaze was fixed on the television before him, though it was evident he was not truly watching. He replied somewhat dismissively, "Are you leaving already? Won't you stay a while longer?" Draco, for reasons unknown, felt an uncontrollable surge of irritation rising within him the more he conversed with Harry. He had already placed his hand on the door's handle, turning half his body to speak as calmly as possible. "Have you checked the time? It is quite late, and I must return. Remember our agreement for tomorrow morning. Hogwarts, Forbidden Forest, do you understand?" Though Harry did not turn his head, he suddenly interjected with an unexpected suggestion. "Why not stay here for the night? After all, you need to come back tomorrow. Wouldn't it be more convenient to stay?" Chapter 13. Rampage. Draco took a deep breath, nearly roaring his response. "Clear the water from your mind. Have you completely lost your senses?" Just as he uttered these words, preparing to turn the doorknob and leave, he pressed down only to find the handle moving, yet the door remained steadfastly shut. Doubt crept into Draco's mind, and as he prepared to twist the handle once more, an immense force suddenly surged from behind him. Before he could even draw his wand, an overwhelming force pressed him against the door, his face forcefully smashed against its surface, as if an unseen hand held his head firmly in place, rendering him immobile. Draco let out a muffled grunt, feeling a sharp pain radiate through his cheekbone. However, the oppressive force soon eased, allowing him to lift his face slightly, yet he remained unable to turn his head. His limbs were still firmly restrained, leaving him utterly motionless. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Porter, what is the matter with you?" He could distinctly sense that this was Potter's binding curse. Yet what troubled him most was his utter inability to resist it. However, he merely restrained Draco without taking any further action, and Draco could perceive that Potter harbored no intention of inflicting harm upon him. But what was the reason behind this? A sudden outburst? As he contemplated an escape, a sudden release enveloped him, the force dissipating as unexpectedly as it had arrived. With this newfound freedom, he swiftly drew his wand, aiming it at Potter behind him. However, Potter's situation was somewhat different. He lowered his head slightly, one hand covering one of his eyes, while the other hand trembled as it was half raised, pointed forward, and continued to shake incessantly. A sense of dread filled Malfoy's heart, although he was unaware of the circumstances. The sight of Potter in such a state could only herald misfortune. Moreover, the oppressive weight of magic in the air further indicated that Potter's condition was far from favorable. He first cast a detection spell upon Potter, but it seemed to sink into the depths like a stone, eliciting no response whatsoever. His magical prowess had become sufficient to engulf all of Malfoy's detection spells. Draco's heart leapt into his throat. Could it be that Potter's magic had spiraled out of control? He tentatively called out, "Potter? Potter?" At the same time, a chill mist emanated from the tip of his wand. He discreetly employed the spell Agumini, preparing to douse Potter with a splash of icy water to rouse him from his stupor. However, observing Potter's current state, he hesitated to unleash the torrent upon him, fearing it might exacerbate his distress. After a prolonged silence, Potter finally rasped, "Go on." Draco did not catch the full clarity of Potter's words, yet at that moment, he dared not approach too closely. He maintained his stance, wand raised, and upon noticing Potter's lack of overt resistance, he cast a binding spell. His incantation was considerably gentler than Potter's, for he was no auror. A series of ropes spiraled forth from the tip of his wand, ensnaring Potter securely. Seeing that Potter did not struggle, he exerted a bit more force, compelling him to resume his seat upon the couch. Now presented with an opportunity, Draco unleashed the Agumini spell with fervor, directing the cold water squarely at Potter's head. It must be said, the sudden deluge did have a certain effect. Under the onslaught of the frigid torrent, Potter seemed to awaken slightly. The icy water cascaded down his face, soaking his garments, as he slowly lifted his previously bowed head. His damp, dark hair clung to his brow, obscuring his glasses. His glasses appeared to have undergone special treatment, perhaps waterproof and anti-fogging, for not a single drop of water clung to the lenses. Yet, when he lifted his head, the green in his eyes was so intense it seemed as if it could drip. Mesmerizing. Draco felt a sharp pain in his head, his mental barriers instantly engaged, drawing upon his magical energy for defense, while Potter's legitimacy surged forth, intensifying its grip. Draco raised his wand once more, a tempest brewing in his silver-gray eyes. He aimed it at Potter's face and, steeling himself, whispered the incantation, "Shatter." A crimson beam erupted from the tip of his wand, hurtling toward Potter. The red light struck him directly, and under the force of the impact, Potter was thrown backward, crashing violently against the wall behind him, much like Draco had been pinned to the door moments before. However, Potter merely collided with the wall before sliding down to the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Draco cast a detection spell, and as anticipated, his magic enveloped Potter in a steady protective barrier, the shield charm activating automatically, leaving not even a scratch on him, perhaps only some bruising from the impact. Draco observed Potter, who lay on the ground, still bound by ropes and drenched. The clear water had only soaked his upper body, causing his damp clothing to cling to him, accentuating the contours of his muscles, which stirred a twinge of jealousy in Draco. What the hell had Potter been consuming after reaching adulthood? After a considerable pause, Potter coughed and rose from the ground, appearing momentarily disoriented. Then, with a gentle motion of his arm, the ropes binding him fell away effortlessly, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke that vanished into the air. He ran a hand through his wet hair, revealing his well-defined forehead. He exhaled heavily, observing Draco's tense demeanor as if facing an imminent threat. With a wry smile, he inquired, "Have I had another episode?" Draco, appearing somewhat incredulous, confirmed, "Are you fully conscious now, Potter?" Gradually, Harry rose from the ground, gesturing slightly. The wall he had just demolished swiftly restored itself to its original form. However, he chose not to clear away the water on the floor, stepping directly through it. Draco, exercising caution, took a step back. Harry halted his advance, raising both hands in a gesture of reassurance. "It's all right, I am fully awake now." He gazed at Draco, whose face bore the marks of having been flushed, and whose hair was disheveled and untamed. A wave of guilt washed over Harry as he maintained his posture with his hand raised, sincerely uttering, "I've come to my senses. I apologize, Malfoy. I hope you can forgive me." Only then did Draco slightly lower his wand, his eyes still warily fixed on Potter, as he exerted all his mental fortitude to maintain a closed mind. "What affliction has befallen you, Potter?" he inquired. Harry let out a sigh, observing Malfoy's wary demeanor, and refrained from advancing any further. He remained rooted in place and replied, "Did I not tell you? It's a magical surge, just as I described." Draco retorted with sarcasm, "A magical surge? This is not what I envisioned. Tell me, what exactly transpired?" Seeing Malfoy's determination to remain until he divulged the truth, Harry felt a flicker of irritation. With his agitation, the latent power within him began to stir once more, as if a voice incessantly whispered in his ear, "Eliminate them. Annihilate them. The world is yours to command." Draco sensed a shift in the atmosphere, which grew tense and oppressive. He raised his wand again, directing it at Harry, his voice trembling with urgency. "Potter, calm down." Harry lowered one hand to cover half his face, inhaling deeply as he struggled to suppress the impulse to reduce everything around him to ashes. After several deep breaths, he lowered his hand and wearily said, "Malfoy, you must leave." Draco felt a surge of frustration. He wished to depart, yet given Potter's current state, he dared not move. He had already cast spells here, and if something were to happen to Potter tonight, he knew he would unequivocally be the prime suspect. Even if Potter were to inadvertently harm himself due to a magical surge, the British Ministry of Magic would place the blame squarely on him. He was well aware of the ministry's investigative prowess. Furthermore, Potter represented his greatest assurance of a triumphant return to Britain for his own sake and that of his family. He could not leave at this moment. Yet, in this critical instant, Draco compelled himself to remain calm. According to Professor Dumbledore and his godfather, Potter's magic was not at fault. The issue lay within his own psyche. Now seemed to be an opportune moment to uncover what had truly transpired. Why had this occurred? Why had the typically strong and composed Potter succumbed to psychological turmoil, resulting in a cascade of consequential afflictions stemming from this mental distress? He pondered for a moment, gradually lowering his wand, yet he remained vigilant as he observed Potter. With a deliberate motion, he reached into the depths of his cloak and retrieved a vial containing a delicate lavender potion. The potion was encased in a crystal-clear glass bottle, revealing a soft lavender liquid within, adorned at the top with wisps of mist in a similar hue. As Draco presented the vial, the liquid and mist gently undulated, creating ethereal ripples. He placed the potion before Potter and then stepped back, maintaining a respectful distance. He spoke to Porter, urging him to drink it. Porter felt an excruciating headache, as if someone were wielding an axe or a nail, relentlessly pounding against his forehead, attempting to carve a fissure through which he could cleave himself in twain, one half embodying his desires, the other half representing his aversions. He let out a groan upon seeing the bottle of pale purple potion before him. Extending his hand, he retrieved the vial. "Anyone, please come to his aid, or end his life to liberate him from this world." Thus pondered Harry, no longer wishing to inquire about the nature of the potion from Malfoy. He uncorked the wooden stopper and, in one decisive motion, poured the entire contents of the purple potion into his mouth. The liquid coursed down his throat. He was akin to sipping on peppermint, yet also reminiscent of indulging in floral fragrances. Initially, the brisk essence of mint flooded his palate, soon followed by a wave of floral notes. The composition of the potion concocted by Malfoy remained a mystery. However, as the floral elixir cascaded into his stomach, it swiftly transformed into a refreshing stream, akin to a crystalline brook frozen in time. This invigorating essence flowed through his limbs and core, particularly soothing his troubled mind. He felt his brain, which had been on the verge of splitting, mending under the gentle caress of this forest-like brook. The throbbing headache gradually dissipated, and he couldn't suppress a contented sigh. After a considerable pause, he sensed that he had truly come back to life. Such was the enchantment of the potion, a phenomenon he had not encountered with the ordinary brews he had once relied upon. The sensation imparted by Malfoy's potion mirrored the profound relief he had previously experienced from Severus. He uttered a self-deprecating remark, a testament to his mastery of potions. Malfoy did not respond, instead observing as Harry consumed the vial. Afterward, with a quiet solemnity, Malfoy cast a spell upon him. A gentle beam of white light emanated from his wand, enveloping Harry entirely. He could feel the cool yet soothing magic that flowed from Malfoy, imbued with a probing quality. He made an effort to relax, consolidating his own magic to embrace Malfoy's. As the spell completed its course around him, the radiance gradually faded. Draco exhaled in relief, retracting his wand and inquiring, "Potter, do you still feel any discomfort?" Harry shook his head, bracing himself on his knees before rising once more. It seemed the events of the evening had deeply unsettled Malfoy. After a moment of contemplation, he sincerely addressed him. "I apologize, Malfoy, and thank you." Malfoy grimaced, hesitating briefly before stepping forward, reiterating, "Let me ask you again, you feel perfectly fine now, correct?" Harry nodded, casually picking up the potion he had just finished and handing it to Malfoy. "This is quite effective. What potion is this?" Malfoy accepted it, his icy fingers briefly brushing against Harry's, before responding, "A wakefulness potion." Harry expressed his curiosity, "But I've purchased wakefulness potions in Diagon Alley and Street Mungo S. None have had the same effect as yours." Malfoy, appearing reluctant to elaborate, replied, "I have modified it. Their formulas are outdated." After saying this, he retreated toward the door. Placing his hand on the doorknob once more, confirming, "You truly have no issues? I intend to leave. I certainly do not wish to return tomorrow to find a corpse lying here." A peculiar impulse surged through Harry's mind, and before he could ponder it, he blurted out, "If you wish to avoid seeing my corpse tomorrow morning, you should sleep here tonight." Immediately, he sensed the absurdity of inviting his former adversary from school to spend the night. How strange. Yet, the words had escaped him, and he could not retract the invitation. Unsurprisingly, Malfoy gazed at him with an expression of shock, his mouth moving without uttering a sound. Observing Malfoy in such a state reignited Harry's peculiar urge to oppose him. The more Malfoy resisted, the more Harry felt compelled to insist. He immediately feigned the onset of a headache. Once again pressing his hand to his forehead and groaning for a moment before weakly uttering, "I feel my head starting to ache again." Chapter 14. Return to Hogwarts. Draco believed he had perhaps been bewitched by the concoction known as pizza and cola. The combination of those two elements seemed to produce an effect akin to that of a confounding potion. Although he was supposed to be the one preparing the confounding potion for Potter, he found himself ensnared by its effects first. He lay rigidly in another room of the Potter residence, a space adorned with mundane Muggle decor, pale wallpaper, and a light-hued bed. This property, acquired by Potter, bore the marks of age. The edges of the wallpaper had yellowed and curled, revealing the grayish-white walls beneath. Draco found himself utterly unable to sleep. His silver-gray eyes fixated on the peeling wallpaper, his mind a chaotic jumble, momentarily devoid of coherent thoughts. Perhaps it was the watery state of his brain that had compelled him to acquiesce to Potter's request earlier. Now, he found himself ensnared in a predicament of his own making. Despite the hour being appropriate for slumber, sleep eluded him. As he lay in an unfamiliar bed within an alien room, not to mention that just next door slumbered Harry Potter, the mere thought of this made him wish he could wield a time-turner to revert to just an hour prior. To cast a stunning spell or a silencing charm upon himself, or any incantation that would awaken the dazed version of himself from earlier. He would do anything to reverse that moment. He turned over in bed, attempting to suffocate himself with the pillow and blanket at that moment. A gentle knock resounded from the door. He lethargically pulled the blanket from his face, expressing a profound sense of disillusionment. The door creaked open, revealing a shadowy figure peering inside. It was Potter's abode. After all, who else could it be? Potter entered, balancing a cup on a tray, the steaming white liquid within emanating warmth. He approached Draco and gently placed the offering in the room, murmuring, "Milk, for a restful sleep." Without lingering, he swiftly retreated to the doorway, leaving behind a soft farewell, "Good night, Malfoy." Draco closed his eyes, and ultimately, his simmering ire transformed into a weary sigh. "Good night, Potter." Potter acknowledged with a quiet hum and silently exited, shutting the door behind him. Draco then retrieved his wand and with a flick, the door locked itself. Only after securing the latch did he rise once more from his bed. He tousled his golden hair and, after the sounds from outside had completely faded, cautiously descended from the bed. Upon his arrival on the floor, he opened the wardrobe in the room. The wardrobe appeared rather barren, containing nothing but a solitary set of pajamas. Just as Draco, seemingly entranced, agreed to spend the night there, Harry swiftly procured a new set of pajamas from the Muggle shop downstairs and presented them to him with such swiftness that Draco found himself with no opportunity to reconsider. After much deliberation, he finally retrieved the new pajamas, furtively glancing around like a thief before retreating into the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Harry lay comfortably on the bed, engrossed in a book he held in his hands. The title of the book was remarkably straightforward. "You too can become a potion prodigy. Common household potion recipes." Suddenly, Harry recalled that Hermione had gifted him a similar book during the holiday season. Following the unusual events of the evening, he found himself inexplicably intrigued by potions, particularly after consuming the potion Malfoy had given him, which had sparked his curiosity about the awakening potion. Thus, he dusted off the tome that had long lain neglected. Hermione's original intention in gifting him the book had been to ensure he could take better care of himself, especially after his divorce from Ginny, which had left her somewhat pessimistic about Harry's ability to manage on his own. Fortunately, despite living a rather rough life, he had persevered. Today, he revisited the book, consulting the table of contents until he found the page on the awakening potion, reading each word with careful attention. The common household awakening potions were primarily used to prevent drowsiness or to treat cases of unconsciousness caused by trauma. Harry felt a twinge of confusion. This effect seemed entirely different from what Malfoy had described. particularly the aspect of preventing drowsiness. If that were the case, having consumed an entire vial, wouldn't he be able to forego sleep tonight? Yet, at present, he felt no such sensation. His internal clock was insistently urging him to set aside the book and surrender to the sweet embrace of slumber, which was in stark contrast to the potion's purported effects. He is now fervently yearning to rush into the adjacent room to inquire about Malfoy. However, Malfoy had indeed rescued him tonight, employing a touch of cunning to ensure his presence lingered. The thought of seeking out Malfoy during the late hours of the night feels insurmountable to him. Although he had just recently ventured to check on Malfoy under the pretext of delivering milk, Malfoy appeared to wear an expression of profound regret. He contemplated for a moment and cautiously extended his hand. Gradually, a mirror formed of water coalesced in his palm, reflecting the image from the adjacent room. The view within the room remained hazy and indistinct. However, it was evident that no one occupied the bed, nor was there anyone else present. Wait, where had Malfoy gone? Harry suddenly jolted awake, seizing his wand as he sat upright in bed. Without further thought, he slipped out of bed barefoot and made his way to the guest room where Malfoy was situated, reaching out to turn the doorknob. It seemed that the door was locked from the inside, but for Harry, this posed no challenge. With a gentle incantation of Alohomora, he effortlessly unlocked the door. He brandished his wand and charged inside, only to collide face-to-face with Draco Malfoy, who had just emerged from the bathroom, clad in soft pajamas. The buttons carelessly undone, his bare chest revealed a smooth expanse of pale skin. Draco tilted his head, using a warming charm to dry his damp hair as he stepped out from the bathroom, still disoriented. Just as he had turned the doorknob to exit, he found Harry entering the room. Draco Malfoy. Harry sheepishly tucked away his wand, a bashful smile gracing his face as he stammered. It seemed rather quiet over here, and I feared something might be amiss, so I thought I'd check in. Leaning against the bathroom doorway with his arms crossed, Malfoy retorted coolly, "Who are you?" Harry, momentarily taken aback, resembled a bewildered goose, struggling to grasp the implications of Malfoy's words. He tentatively responded, "Harry Potter?" Malfoy scoffed, the illustrious savior himself. "Tell me, am I to perish within the confines of the Savior's abode, or will I fall victim to dark wizards breaching the premises?" Harry found himself at a loss for words. He discerned Malfoy's implication. As a wizard, it is quite commonplace to establish an array of magical defenses for one's abode. Under such protective measures, how could anything untoward occur to Malfoy in the adjacent room? Harry's rationale was fundamentally flawed. He moved his lips, but found himself at a loss for words. Malfoy, exhibiting palpable impatience, coldly remarked, "You've seen enough now. The person is fine, so you may leave. I wish to sleep." Harry, unable to conjure another excuse or justification, sheepishly bid Malfoy good night once more and retreated. Upon returning to his own chamber, Harry belatedly recognized the impulsiveness and recklessness of his earlier actions. As Malfoy had pointed out, despite this being merely his purchased Muggle apartment, Harry had nonetheless fortified the premises with formidable defenses, a flue network, protective spells at the entrance, and a plethora of enchantments throughout the dwelling, all designed to detect dark magic. Given his ample magical capacity, these incantations functioned much like surveillance cameras in the Muggle world, perpetually ensuring the safety of his abode. Beyond these external protections, various detection charms were also in place within the house, courtesy of Hermione, who had expressed concern that Harry might, in solitude, avoid seeking medical attention should he sustain an injury, leaving him vulnerable at home. Thus, under normal circumstances, Malfoy should have encountered no issues while here. As Harry reclined back onto his bed, he pondered in silence. Had he truly succumbed to illness? Or was it merely the length of time without visitors that had rendered him somewhat disoriented? He preferred not to dwell on it further, pulling his blanket snugly around him. He extinguished the light and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, just a wall away, Draco adjusted his pajamas. Although the Muggle nightwear Harry had purchased was simplistic in design, it felt quite pleasant against his skin, soft and comfortable. He had not anticipated Potter's sudden intrusion, hence his buttons were not fully fastened. The top few remained loosely undone. After drying his hair with a warming charm, he became aware of a slight chill against his chest. He then gathered his pajamas once more, concealing his chest. He found himself utterly perplexed by Porter's thought process, muttering to himself. After all these years, he still possessed that bizarre mind. He returned to his bed, relinquishing the notion of investigating Potter. He extinguished the light, preparing for slumber. The following morning, he was roused by the sound of knocking at the door. Throughout the night, he was plagued by bizarre dreams. At one moment, he envisioned Potter ensnared by a serpent. while he watched with glee from the forbidden forest as Harry, trapped within the coils of a gigantic snake, screamed in terror, being lifted skyward in a tumultuous roller coaster motion. Just as he was applauding, the realization struck him that he must ensure Potter's safety, compelling him to draw his wand and confront the colossal serpent. After a strenuous effort to rescue the disaster that was Potter, the commotion attracted the attention of the giant spider colony lurking in the forbidden forest. The mere thought of this made Draco shudder involuntarily, reassuring himself that it was all merely a figment of his imagination. Upon hearing the rhythmic knocking emanating from outside, he rose from his bed, barefoot and unshod, and made his way to the door. The carpeted floor ensured that his feet would not feel the chill. Upon opening the door, Draco was greeted by the sight of Potter standing at the threshold, looking remarkably different from someone who had just risen from slumber. He was already dressed, his cloak meticulously fastened, exuding an air of vitality. As Draco stepped outside, Potter turned slightly, gesturing for him to observe the table where breakfast had been artfully arranged with bread, toast, and coffee. "I am ready," he declared. "Once you are prepared, let us partake in breakfast." After a night's rest, Potter seemed to have returned to a semblance of normalcy. In contrast, Draco found himself increasingly convinced of the words previously spoken by Professor Dumbledore and his godfather. Indeed, Potter appeared to be grappling with profound psychological issues. The Muggle psychologist's theory of a dual personality came to mind. Could it be that Potter was afflicted by such a condition? As he pondered, he replied, "I will be right there." After speaking, he closed the door and retrieved the outfit he had worn the previous day. Once changed, he meticulously styled his hair before venturing out. Although Harry's apartment could not compare to his small villa, it was situated on a higher floor, offering a pleasant view. On this bright weekend, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of his living room. Harry switched on his uninspiring Muggle television, which was currently broadcasting trivial morning news. As a current employee of the Ministry of Magic, he had recently established some connections with the Muggle political realm. He glanced at the morning news, finding nothing particularly noteworthy, and took a seat to observe the breakfast prepared by Potter. There were toast, coffee, and butter, a rather ordinary breakfast, unremarkable yet faultless. Malfoy adjusted his attire, sat down, and, basking in the sunlight, took a bite, forcing a comment, "Not bad." "Where did you buy it?" Harry, busy tearing at the toast, replied, "Just downstairs. There's a renowned Muggle bakery." Noticing Malfoy seemed about to speak, he quickly added, "Don't underestimate Muggle bakeries. This one has been around for decades, passed down through generations. Give it a try. It rivals anything in the wizarding world." Only then did Malfoy lower his gaze and pick up the toast. The coffee, also purchased by Harry from downstairs, was something he seldom consumed himself, but he thought Malfoy might enjoy it. Indeed, after sampling a slice of toast, Malfoy took a sip of the coffee and, with reluctance, remarked, "It's acceptable." At last, he felt a sense of relief, although he had been somewhat bewitched last night. Compelling Malfoy to stay against his will, he was determined to take good care of him this morning. After they finished their breakfast, they assessed the time. Realizing it was nearly time to depart, Harry approached his fireplace, levitating a pile of tools behind him. Malfoy let out a sigh and inquired, "Do you not have a shrinking suitcase?" Harry responded with curiosity, "What is that?" Malfoy glanced around and spotted a black suitcase beside the living room. He retrieved his wand and levitated the case over, then performed a shrinking charm on Harry's collection of tools. After placing the items into the suitcase, he matter-of-factly instructed Harry, "Just carry it." It was then that Harry recalled this alternative solution. He carried the box. Feeling akin to one of those individuals who work at the Ministry of Magic every day, an odd sensation lingering in his mind. However, Malfoy was already urging him from behind. "Hurry up." He had no choice but to seize a handful of flue powder from the mantelpiece and cast it into the fireplace. Clearing his throat, he uttered the word Hogwarts, and then stepped inside. Chapter 15. The first plant. The corridors of Hogwarts remained eerily quiet and shrouded in darkness. This was a secluded, enclosed passageway, devoid of windows, with only a row of suits of armor standing sentinel nearby. As Harry emerged from the fireplace, he was the first to cast a Lumos charm. A shimmering orb of light immediately floated forth, illuminating the dim corridor, and soon after, Malfoy also emerged from the fireplace. He was reluctant to linger any longer and addressed Harry. "Lead the way." Harry stepped ahead, navigating the familiar corridor with ease, guiding Malfoy to a staircase. Descending, they traversed the great hall and emerged outside Hogwarts. The sun shone brightly, and the giant squid had resurfaced to bask in the warmth, greeting them with a playful spray of water as they passed by. Harry continued to escort Malfoy past Hagrid's pumpkin hut, which stood empty in his absence. As the holidays had commenced and no gamekeeper was present, they approached the entrance to the Forbidden Forest, but this time there was no Fong to guide them. The forest remained unchanged, shrouded in a misty haze. A few red-eyed ravens guarded the entrance, cawing and taking flight upon spotting Harry and Malfoy. Malfoy furrowed his brow, observing the flock of ravens. He withdrew his wand and said, "Let us proceed, but be cautious." Harry nodded, also drawing his wand. The Forbidden Forest by day was infinitely more welcoming than by night. However, as soon as they stepped inside, an eerie stillness enveloped them. A stark contrast to the familiar atmosphere of Hogwarts. Although no one spoke, Harry felt an overwhelming cacophony of voices in his ears, and yet, upon concentrating, he could discern nothing. Draco furrowed his brow, swiftly conjuring protective armor for both himself and Harry. He whispered to Potter, "Do not heed the whispers of the dead. We must press on." Harry nodded, steeling himself as they cautiously advanced together. It had been quite some time since anyone had ventured into the Forbidden Forest. During Hagrid's tenure, he would occasionally enter the woods in search of various items, but since the change in the gamekeeper's position, the forest had remained largely untouched, leaving few paths for them to traverse. Harry led the way, continuously casting cutting spells to clear away the dense underbrush and other obstructions that barred their progress. As he worked, he inquired, "Where are we supposed to search?" A glowing arrow hovered before Malfoy, steadily pointing ahead. Malfoy, on high alert, surveyed their surroundings and replied, "We are close, if memory serves me correctly." He raised his gaze towards the pitch-black Forbidden Forest ahead, brandishing his wand with a wary expression as he softly murmured, "We must be nearing the territory of the giant spider." It was then that Harry recalled Hagrid had once raised a giant spider in the Forbidden Forest, and they had attended the funeral of a creature named Aragog. However, it seemed that the remaining spiders were not particularly amiable towards them after the demise of the old arachnid. Harry quietly inquired, "Are you certain we can find what you seek here?" Malfoy nodded affirmatively, stating with conviction, "Indeed, let us proceed." As the two continued onward, the surrounding mist thickened, swirling and clinging to them, while the trees grew taller, their dense canopies obscuring the sunlight. The areas shrouded by the lush foliage began to darken, prompting Harry to cast another Lumos spell. Gradually, clusters of white spider silk emerged upon the branches, densely draping the trees and ensnaring some indistinct, blackened forms, perhaps corpses. Harry's keen ears detected the sound of something crunching upon the fallen leaves nearby. He swiftly turned around, aiming in that direction, and a shattering spell was unleashed from the tip of his wand. A robust beam of red light shot forth, sending countless clods of earth and fallen leaves soaring into the air. A shadow, dark and fleeting, darted past that spot with such speed that it was nearly indistinguishable. Malfoy did not divert his gaze. He remained fixated ahead as the path beneath his feet began to grow uneven. Concealed beneath layers of fallen leaves, a small stream emerged, and a shaft of sunlight pierced through the dense canopy above, illuminating a striking cluster of blue flora precisely in its glow. Draco spoke softly, "Unicorn hairgrass. Potter, look." "That's it." Upon hearing Malfoy's voice, Harry turned his head to glance in that direction. He had previously encountered a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, a magnificent creature adorned in silvery white fur that radiated a shimmering glow. This plant before him resembled the unicorn's tail to an astonishing degree, perhaps even surpassing it in beauty. Soft and smooth, it too emitted a gentle luster, swaying gracefully upon the ground. He detected the unmistakable excitement in Malfoy's tone, prompting him to address Harry. "The toolbox. Please." Harry paused for a moment, struggling to recall what the toolbox was, before hastily handing over the small black case he had been holding. Malfoy donned his dragonhide gloves, his slender, alabaster fingers encased within the black material. He received the toolbox and cautiously opened it, extracting a small spade and a diminutive box from within. He fixed his gaze intently on the plant emanating a faint blue luminescence, cautiously making his way towards it. The soil surrounding that plant was far softer than the ground beneath their feet. As Harry watched Malfoy approach, he felt his own foot sink deeply into the yielding earth, nearly engulfing half of his foot. However, Malfoy refrained from casting any spells to solidify his footing. Instead, he carefully held a trowel in one hand while grasping a wooden crate designed for magical plants in the other. He slowly crouched down, using the trowel to trace a circle around the plant. Meanwhile, Harry remained vigilant, his ears attuned to the faint rustling of chitinous legs, vividly picturing the figures of the giant spiders moving amongst the branches above. Yet, Rather than instilling fear, these thoughts exhilarated him. The giant spiders likely believed him to be the same as during his school days. Harry felt a surge of eagerness to showcase his progress to them. Once Malfoy had completed the circle around the plant, he positioned the trowel outside the perimeter, withdrew his wand, and pointed it directly at the circle he had drawn. A beam of light swiftly ignited at the tip of his wand, encircling the drawn boundary. Draco let out a soft sigh of relief. He barely had time to return his wand to its place before biting down on it, extracting the trowel, and cautiously beginning to excavate the soil along the circle. He diligently inserted the shovel upright, carefully circling it as if slicing a cake. At that moment, he seemed to sense a gentle breeze wafting above his head. Yet he had no time to pay it any heed. Unbeknownst to him, a mass of white silk had silently been launched towards his golden hair. Harry, attuned to the imminent threat above, swiftly raised his wand, casting a crimson beam aimed at the silken thread, which was instantly shattered into delicate fragments resembling dandelion fluff. With a gentle flick of his wand, the dandelion remnants were swept away by a fierce gust of wind. This tempest also stirred the heavy canopy above, causing countless leaves to rustle, revealing the multitude of enormous spiders lurking above. Not every giant spider possessed 8 eyes, but the largest among them, perched above, bore cold, unyielding gazes fixated on the 2 individuals below. In the days of Aragog, his progeny were strictly restrained due to Hagrid's influence. However, with Aragog deceased and Hagrid absent, these 8-eyed behemoths had long since expanded their territory within the Forbidden Forest, and were it not for the centaurs, this land would undoubtedly have fallen into their grasp. Yet, they had not feasted upon humans for quite some time. Hogwarts was off limits, and without the presence of a guardian, students were forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest. Now, with the rare appearance of 2 humans, their hunger became insatiable. The initial silken thread had been dispersed, but it mattered not. They possessed an abundance of silk. Excitedly, they rubbed their limbs together, swiftly descending while continuously spitting white threads in their direction. Harry, undaunted, unleashed a barrage of crimson spells from the tip of his wand. Like a relentless machine, precise and merciless, the most terrifying aspect was that his magical power flowed like an everlasting fountain, continuously fueling his spells. In the face of these giant spiders, Harry felt an exhilarating thrill, a rare delight. Because it was simple. He did not need to contemplate how to manage the unfamiliar dark magical artifacts. Although Malfoy now relied on Harry to alleviate the pressure from the giant spiders. These visible foes were far easier to contend with than the unseen curses that loomed in the shadows. He forcefully repelled a giant spider that was nearly upon him. With a swift crouch, he evaded the webbing that trailed behind, simultaneously using his armor to block the strands, preventing them from disturbing Malfoy. Seizing this opportunity, 2 other giant spiders on the tree propelled themselves towards Malfoy and Harry's location. Harry quickly pivoted, directing a spell at the 2 ascending spiders above him. Before the previous incantation had fully dissipated, he unleashed another spell, both spells erupting from his wand almost simultaneously, striking the spiders squarely in their abdomens. The impact sent the creatures reeling backward. Originally descending on their silken threads, they were forcefully hurled against the tree behind them by Harry's dual incantations. In agony, their bodies curled tightly together, entangled in midair. Yet, an ever-increasing number of giant spiders continued to surge forth, leaving Harry astounded at the sheer magnitude of this burgeoning horde. He unleashed a tempestuous spell that halted the advance of the colossal spiders, causing them to sway unsteadily. Following this, he cast a lightning spell, which struck before them, prompting several of the giant arachnids to emit piercing shrieks as they were seared. Malfoy was nearing the final stages of his intricate task, moving slowly. Harry, observing Malfoy's actions, could not restrain himself from urging, "Malfoy, hurry, there are too many." Draco, however, was too engrossed to respond to Potter. The endeavor of severing the precious unicorn hairgrass proved to be fraught with challenges. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he maintained his magical output, gripping his wand with unwavering focus while ensuring his hand remained steady. At the last moment, he completed the circle, and as he finalized the final inch, his wand erupted with a blinding white light. As the radiant glow burst forth, the swarm of giant spiders descended into a frenzy, charging recklessly forward. Harry, unyielding, moved his lips in preparation to unleash a wide-area attack spell against the advancing horde of arachnids. However, this was contingent upon Malfoy withdrawing from the danger zone before he could utter the incantation. The luminescent plant, along with the soil beneath it, gradually ascended into the air, revealing Draco's exceptional skill as not a single root was severed. Swiftly, He retrieved a wooden box designed for potion storage, deftly guiding the strand of unicorn tail hair back into the container. With a decisive clap, he shut the box and quickly retreated. Draco's cloak and the tops of his boots were smeared with foul-smelling, dark soil. He hurriedly dashed past Porter, clutching the box, and barely had time to catch his breath when Porter raised his hands, and he heard a thunderous sound erupt behind him. He abruptly turned his head, almost hearing the frail crack of his neck, while Potter maintained a horizontal stance with his hand. In front of him, particularly in the spot where Malfoy had just stood, the scene had transformed entirely. The very ground where Malfoy had once been was now ensnared by numerous vines that had erupted from the earth, tightly binding everything in their grasp. Countless tendrils emerged from the ground and trees, expanding several-fold as if conjured from thin air, resembling a formidable arboreal prison that effectively barred the horde of giant spiders from advancing. Malfoy, still catching his breath, was startled by the cataclysmic spectacle created by Potter's spell. His already pale complexion appeared even more ashen in response to the overwhelming display. He murmured, "Life magic." Several giant spiders emitted high-pitched shrieks as the vine pierced them. The entirety of the giant spider's form was composed of precious materials, at this moment in Diagon Alley. Just a mere ounce of its venom could fetch a handsome price, while its corrosive blood was virtually worthless, flowing down the vine conjured by Potter. Malfoy exhaled sharply, straightened up, and asked with gravity, "Potter, how do you know this spell?" Potter maintained his magical output, and the giant spiders seemed to realize that the two figures before them were not to be trifled with. They called to one another, and from behind the dense foliage emerged a colossal eight-eyed spider, its cold gaze fixated on Harry. As it reared up, its mandibles clicking ominously. After a moment, it appeared to adjust its mouth, and a deep, raspy voice emanated from its direction. "I know who you are, Harry Potter." Chapter 16. The agreement. Malfoy was taken aback, his face pale as he inquired, "The eight-eyed spider can speak?" Harry, keeping a wary eye on the giant spider before him, slowly lowered his hands, but did not dispel his spell. He replied, "I attended the funeral of a giant spider with Ron and Hagrid. At that time, their eldest spider could speak with Hagrid. These spiders are its descendants." The giant spider continued, "What do you seek?" Malfoy remained in shock, exclaiming, "This is a monumental discovery. What has transpired among the giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest?" Potter shouted, "We have obtained what we desired. Retreat to your territory. Allow us to leave." A flicker of ruthlessness appeared on his face as he clenched his fists and declared, "Should I discover that you intend to harm us, I shall not show mercy next time." The colossal spiders chattered amongst themselves for a considerable time, until one of the enormous arachnids finally spoke. "For the sake of my ancestors, I shall grant you this promise." Upon uttering these words, it was the first to retreat, creating space, as this giant spider withdrew. The others followed suit, leaving behind a pool of venom and blood. Malfoy stood in stunned silence, pondering what this could possibly mean. Was this the gift bestowed upon them by the giant spiders? He cast a glance at Potter, intending to inquire further about the origins of his knowledge regarding dark magic. However, he noticed Harry's entire body sway slightly. A sense of urgency gripped him as he approached with an uncharacteristic swiftness, placing his hand firmly against Potter's back. He whispered, "Steady yourself, Potter." Harry felt a sudden darkness cloud his vision. It was the first time he had employed this particular spell. After an intense surge of magic, he experienced an unusual wave of dizziness. Fortunately, Malfoy immediately supported him from behind, the force preventing him from collapsing at once. He took several deep breaths, gradually regaining his composure. He extended his hand, experiencing for the first time the after-effects of this curse. Dark streaks began to appear on his hands, tracing the same path as his veins. Malfoy pressed against his back and after a considerable pause inquired, "Have you recovered?" Harry exhaled, finally sensing his magical power beginning to flow once more. Curiously, when he had cast the spell earlier, his magical energy had surged freely without the chaotic sensation he had experienced before. Could it be that his two sources of magic had yielded in the face of dark sorcery? He pondered in confusion, raising his hands to discover faint traces of black marks. Malfoy, standing beside him, also noticed and said irritably, "Do you even know what spell you just used? Is it wise to wield magic without understanding it?" Harry replied with utmost honesty, "I stumbled upon this spell while handling a dark magic incident last time, gleaned from a notebook. However, I had refrained from using it before due to its extensive area of effect. There was never an appropriate setting to employ it. Now that we are in the Forbidden Forest, I thought it would be the perfect opportunity to experiment." He inquired with a hint of curiosity, What has you so upset? Malfoy? Draco rolled his eyes dramatically, responding with a tone laced with irritation. I am not angry. You have misinterpreted my demeanor and misheard my words. He was reluctant to speak. Given such a commotion, I initially intended to quietly take what I needed and leave, but I never anticipated you would create such a ruckus. Harry, too, was somewhat displeased and remarked, if it weren't for me, that horde of giant spiders would have stripped you alive, you know? Is this how you treat your savior? Just as Malfoy seemed poised to retort, a sudden change flickered across his face as he inquired, Did you hear something, Potter? Enveloped in anger, Harry instinctively shot back. What sound? I think your ears might be malfunctioning. However, in the next moment, he realized it was not Malfoy's ears that were at fault, but his own. At least 3 shimmering arrows emerged from the gaps in the nearby foliage, aimed directly at him and Malfoy. Malfoy spoke slowly. I told you not to make such a loud noise. He clenched his teeth, producing a voice that seemed to be forced out between them, and inquired, Weren't you quite familiar with them before? It's your turn now, charming Porter. As Harry prepared to counter Malfoy's erroneous perception, the arrow had already shifted, and with its movement, the centaur wielding it emerged from behind the trees. They materialized in the jungle like phantoms, silent and ethereal. The leader among them, a horseman, possessed a rare mane of silvery gray hair, meticulously tied back. His horse, adorned with a coat of chestnut brown, moved gracefully, its fluid muscles rippling beneath the shade of the trees like a gentle stream. He appeared somewhat aged, as discerned from the multitude of wrinkles adorning his face and the weariness reflected in his eyes. His arrow, slightly drooping, no longer pointed directly at Harry and Draco. However, this did not imply that the two could afford to lower their guard. He approached and first cast a glance at the uneven terrain of the giant spider's domain, which had already been rendered quite irregular. Following Harry's further destruction, the ground now lay riddled with deep pits and depressions. Subsequently, he turned his gaze, and the first thing that caught his eye was the dark mark on Harry's hand. He remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. I am aware of you, Harry Potter. Draco, standing behind Harry, discreetly rolled his eyes, fully cognizant of the renowned figure that was Harry Potter, well known throughout the wizarding world. The centaur swiftly turned his attention back to Draco, as if having caught a glimpse of the previous eye roll. Calmly, he remarked, with your golden hair. The only notable families in the British magical community, apart from the Malfoys, are the Greengrasses. However, the Greengrass lineage is nearly extinct. In addition to your hair, your eyes bear a striking resemblance to your father S and grandfather S. Given that the Malfoy family possesses such a powerful magical legacy, I cannot think of another family that rivals it. What? The Greengrass bloodline is nearly extinct? Harry had not anticipated that the Centaur's second statement would bestow upon him such significant information. He glanced at Malfoy, who initially appeared shocked, followed by a fleeting expression of sorrow that was quickly masked. He coolly stated, I am a Malfoy. The centaur then glanced at the tattered ground that Harry had left in disarray and inquired, Who cast the life-binding curse? Our kin have also been affected by it. Malfoy discreetly nudged Harry from behind, signaling him to confess promptly. Harry remained silent, aware that he and Malfoy would never align. Yet Malfoy's blatant betrayal of their team ignited his frustration. The centaur approached with graceful strides and asked, Did you cast the life-binding curse? Before Harry could respond, Malfoy interjected, answering on his behalf, It was he who cast the life-binding curse. Harry remained silent. He reluctantly conceded, It is I. The centaur circled around him in astonishment and remarked, In the tales, you are reputed to be one who holds black magic in utter disdain. The life spell is indeed a form of dark magic. Why, then, have you resorted to casting it? Harry found himself at a loss for words. If given the chance to turn back time, he would have preferred not to wield such a spell. Yet, in that dire moment, the incantation had inexplicably materialized in his mind as a means to unleash widespread destruction and thwart the giant spider. The centaur continued, however, It matters not who cast the life spell. We do not govern the forbidden forest. We merely inhabit its depths. His gaze shifted back to Malfoy, who instinctively tightened his grip around his wand, yet he refrained from raising it, fully aware that such an action would constitute a grave provocation. The centaur seemed to penetrate his thoughts and gently inquired, May I ask what you retrieved from the giant spider? Harry appeared to be oblivious to the centaur's meaning and began to respond. However, before he could finish, Malfoy twisted him sharply from behind, just enough to jab into Potter's spine. With little flesh on his back to cushion the blow, Harry winced in pain. Malfoy calmly stated, We have obtained nothing. He lifted his gaze and locked eyes with the centaur, saying, May we depart now? esteemed centaur, diviner, and stargazer? The centaur paced back and forth for a moment, maintaining his steady gaze upon Malfoy, and replied, "However, there once thrived a plant here that we desired greatly. A giant spider had persistently thwarted our efforts. But just now I observed that it has vanished." The centaur continued, "The stars reveal that you too have acquired that very plant, have you not?" Malfoy, he could not help but internally retort that the stars would hardly concern themselves with such trivial matters. There was no need to so brazenly exploit the stars as a pretext. Yet, was the centaur truly here for the sake of that rare unicorn hair plant? He understood that this particular specimen was exceedingly precious, but surely, within the entire Forbidden Forest, there must be more than just this one. He gazed quizzically at the centaur, who astutely noticed his scrutiny. The centaur, whose bow had been lowered, raised it slightly, the glinting arrowhead now aimed directly at him. The centaur continued speaking. "It seems that Mr. Malfoy has obtained the unicorn hair we desire. If you hand it over to us now, we shall allow you to leave this place unharmed. Shall we?" Draco remained impassive, surveying his surroundings, only to find that the number of centaurs encircling them seemed to increase by the moment, while he and Potter were left outnumbered. Even though Potter was brimming with magical energy, centaurs and acromantulas were two entirely distinct beings. If the acromantula could merely be classified as a magical creature, the centaurs were fully capable of rivaling wizards in skill. Moreover, centaurs possessed an innate sensitivity to magic. Each centaur, in addition to mastering their unique magical arts, was also proficient in archery and divination. However, their aloofness and rarity rendered them reluctant to associate with wizards and muggles alike. Were it not for this, there would be a wealth of research on centaurs available. Yet, given that centaurs were indeed masters of magical healing, one might wonder why they sought the unicorn hair. Draco pondered this, holding the herb tightly, sustaining its freshness with his magic. As long as the centaurs had a need for the unicorn hair, they would not dare to harm the two of them. However, as Potter became increasingly aware of the growing number of arrows aimed at them, he began to exhibit signs of agitation. He twitched his fingers as the magic stirred restlessly. His recently restored magical power surged within him once more. The commotion of his magic instantaneously roused the centaurs in the vicinity. Draco merely felt a flash of cold light before him as the centaurs emerged from the thicket, drawing their bows in unison, aiming directly at Potter. "Draco, why is he still so impulsive?" he muttered indignantly behind Porter. "Porter, come down." He also drew his wand, yet he did not raise it, for the multitude of centaurs before him rendered him uncertain. The elder centaur gazed steadily at Harry, and within the depths of his brown irises, Harry could discern his own reflection. Suddenly, a vague silhouette manifested before him, like a phantom. A young centaur lay in anguish upon a bed that appeared to be woven with soft yet sturdy materials, gasping for breath. The being, whether male or female, was enveloped in an unnatural hue of crimson, radiating an intense heat. Beside them knelt a female centaur, weeping softly as she clutched the small centaur's hand. The young centaur's eyes were tightly shut, seemingly devoid of consciousness. The vision flickered away, yet Harry's mind felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. He had never experienced such a sensation before. He let out a low groan, unable to restrain himself as he pressed his hand against his forehead. The elder centaur took a step back, gazing at Harry with a look of astonishment, his expression fraught with gravity. His complexion shifted unpredictably, as if he had suddenly resolved something within himself. With a swift motion, he raised his bow, aiming directly at the center of Harry's forehead. His fingers poised delicately on the string. Simultaneously, a spark ignited from the tip of his arrow with a crisp sound, just as his fingers began to loosen. On the verge of releasing, Draco Malfoy swiftly interjected. He raised the box containing the herbs high above his head and proclaimed loudly, "I shall share the herbs with you." In that fleeting moment, he sensed a previously unnoticed threat emanating from the centaur's arrow, while Porter appeared to be on the brink of unleashing his magic once again. Much like the previous night in his apartment, he dared not take any chances in this precarious situation. Furthermore, the number of hidden centaurs around them remained unknown. Even if they managed to break through the encirclement, he could assert that within the entire Forbidden Forest, there were places the centaurs would choose to avoid, yet none they would fear to enter. As sunlight gradually streamed down, it illuminated the box Draco held aloft. His arm raised high, the sleeve slipped down, and a shaft of sunlight fell upon his exposed wrist, which gleamed with a radiant whiteness. Chapter 17. Entering the territory, Harry gasped for breath, lifting his face once more. Malfoy had crossed over him, adopting a subtle protective stance before him. He gazed at the elevated box of herbs in Malfoy-esque grasp. momentarily blinded by the brilliance of his luminous wrist. From his tense posture behind, Harry could perceive Malfoy's palpable anxiety. With a heavy sigh, Harry lowered the hand that had shielded his eyes. The centaur's arrow still blazed with flames. Unlike any ordinary fire, its tip shimmering with a blue hue. Instinctively, Harry sensed the inherent danger in that flame. He clenched his fists, the once boiling magic gradually subsiding. Sensing Harry's transformation, Malfoy did not turn his head. He remained fixated on the elder centaur before him, forcing a sound through his teeth as he inquired, "Potter, feeling any better?" Harry replied with a slight hum, directing his gaze towards the elder centaur, and asked, "Are you intending to use that to save someone?" Upon hearing Harry's question, the elder centaur maintained his stance, unwavering. The physical prowess of centaurs far surpassed that of wizards. Even this elder centaur exhibited remarkable strength, holding his bow with steady poise, his hands utterly motionless. He spoke softly. "Indeed, you belong to the same kind of people as he does." "Who?" Draco pondered the meaning behind the centaur's words. Suddenly, the centaur lowered his arrow, and with its descent, the flames that danced upon the arrow extinguished, revealing the smoothness of the wooden shaft once more. The centaur spoke, "Indeed, one of my kin is in dire need of this herb. Within the entirety of the Forbidden Forest, this is the only specimen that has recently reached maturity. The others have yet to grow, and thus cannot be harvested." He continued, "If you would be willing to relinquish this herb to us, I would gladly offer you the location of the next herb in exchange." As the centaur lowered his arrow, Draco too set down the box containing the herb he had been holding. A light sheen of sweat had appeared on his brow, and he finally found a moment to glance at Potter. Although Potter appeared unharmed, his entire posture resembled that of a taut bowstring. As he regarded the centaur across from him, he spoke, "Very well, but we shall accompany you." Upon hearing Potter's words, Draco instinctively thought that Potter must truly be mad. However, to Draco's surprise, the centaur, after a moment's contemplation, raised one of his hands. At the centaur's signal, the arrows that had been drawn back by the surrounding beings were suddenly retracted with a soft, rustling sound, as if they were retreating. The centaur remarked, "Indeed, we have heard of Malfoy's esteemed reputation in potion-making and hope that Malfoy can lend us his assistance." Draco replied, "How does this involve me?" He tugged at the corner of his mouth, instinctively wanting to refuse. However, the centaur had already turned away, assuming the role of a guide as he strode ahead, saying, "Come along." Potter followed closely behind the centaur, glancing at the unmoving Draco, and urged, "Malfoy, let's go. You've never ventured into the centaur's territory, have you?" Draco, he felt an overwhelming urge to vigorously shake Potter's head, wondering if it was filled entirely with jellyfish. After all, this was the territory of the centaurs. Could Potter not regain his senses and pay heed to his words? Throughout all these years, which wizard had ever ventured into the domain of the centaurs and emerged unscathed? Yet, in despair, he watched as Potter followed the centaurs, acutely aware of their presence behind him, akin to herding sheep. If Draco did not move, they would forcefully compel him to comply. He could only curse the damned Potter in his heart while matching Potter's pace. With the horseman leading the way, he had never found traversing the Forbidden Forest to be so effortless. They traversed the gently babbling brook within the Forbidden Forest, even passing by a diminutive pond where the sun's shimmering rays danced upon the surface. At the center of the pond, a small, protruding mound emerged, upon which flourished the very plant that Draco had longed for. He could not help but pause, gazing towards that place, murmuring, "Deadly nightshade." Behind him, a centaur emerged silently, appearing quite youthful, with the characteristic chestnut hair common among his kind. In a rather brusque tone, he addressed Draco, urging him to hurry along. Reluctantly, Draco averted his gaze, secretly noting the location in his mind, awaiting a future opportunity to retrieve the plant. As they ventured deeper, the canopy above began to thin, revealing expansive clearings before them. With each step, the once rugged terrain gradually smoothed out, and the soft, marshy ground transformed into firm, clay-like soil. Draco surmised they were nearing the borders of the centaur territory, as these creatures excelled in swift movement, particularly in their youth, relishing vigorous exercise to strengthen their bodies and hooves. Thus, they required vast open spaces for such pursuits, and they favored a reclusive lifestyle, their culture rich enough to sustain itself. Moreover, as innate spellcasters, centaurs did not rely on wands as mediums for their magic, unlike wizards. Indeed, as they advanced, the number of centaurs in the clearing began to multiply, and without the cover of the jungle, those who had been trailing them gradually revealed their presence. Astonishingly, there were over a dozen centaurs. Draco silently followed behind Potter, when the elder centaur ahead turned to address both him and Potter. Ahead lies the dwelling place of our kind for generations. I allow you both to enter, but I trust you will refrain from spreading tales upon your departure. This elder centaur likely held a significant position within the centaur community. In the small clearing across the forest, a little valley lay, guarded by two robust centaurs, one on each side. Upon noticing Draco and Potter, one of the guards raised his bow, while the other swiftly approached, whispering something in front of him. The words exchanged between them were not their own. Rather, they seemed to be the language of the horseman. After that individual spoke, he swiftly retreated, while another followed suit, releasing his arrow. They traversed the narrow entrance of the valley, revealing a cavern within, its interior exceptionally smooth, indicating frequent passage. The centaur guided them through the cave, and Draco observed several branching paths in its midst. Without the centaur's guidance, one could easily become lost. However, it was not long before they emerged from the cave into a breathtaking expanse. It was as though a fairy tale had leapt into reality, unfolding gradually before the two. A gentle breeze swept past them, causing Draco to squint slightly. Once the breeze had passed, he gazed intently at the vista before him. The location was a sunken basin within the valley, surrounded by hills of varying heights, and it appeared that this cave was the sole entrance. Indeed, the centaur's territory was remarkably concealed. At the heart of the basin lay a shimmering lake, with two streams flowing from either side into its center. Beneath the surrounding trees stood an array of treehouses, intricately woven from vines and uniformly constructed from timber, varying in size and height. In the midst of the thicket, near the lake, there was also a flat piece of land where a group of young centaurs gathered. A silver-haired centaur spoke. "Let us proceed." With that, he gracefully descended. As the path from the cave twisted in a Z-shape, the centaur swiftly bounded down, and in that moment, Draco wished fervently that he too possessed 4 legs like the centaur. He cautiously descended the steep path, trembling with each careful step. To his irritation, Potter adeptly climbed down from above, employing both hands and feet with an agility that bore no resemblance to that of a wizard. Upon reaching the ground and noticing that Draco had yet to descend, he curiously inquired, "Hurry up, Malfoy." Draco, gritting his teeth, retorted, "If I could come down any faster, I would. Can't you see how steep this path is?" After a strenuous descent, Draco could not help but address Potter. "Are you a monkey? Why did you just climb down like that?" Potter paused for a moment, then scratched his head and replied, "I usually engage in some rock climbing training. You see, sometimes the Aurors have to navigate areas where there are no paths, and we can't very well carry our brooms with us. In such cases, we must rely on our hands and feet to ascend." He gazed at the panting Malfoy with a hint of curiosity. "However, I must say, Malfoy, isn't your stamina rather lacking?" Draco rolled his eyes dramatically and forcefully shoved him aside, striding ahead. Their commotion has captured the attention of a nearby group of centaurs. The youthful centaurs peeked cautiously, their tender age rendering them still unskilled in the art of sound concealment. As they approached, the delightful clatter of their hooves echoed charmingly. Though their faces appeared somewhat small, their stature reached Draco's shoulders, suggesting that this may be their first encounter with a human intruding upon their territory. Filled with curiosity, they encircled the area, yet hesitated to draw too near, taking refuge behind the trees. Several older female centaurs stood protectively in front of them, preventing any closer approach. They continued their journey and arrived at a treehouse. A small wooden sign hung at the entrance, inscribed with words that Draco could not comprehend. The centaur knocked on the door, which opened with a creak. The centaur entered, and Draco exchanged a cautious glance with Potter before they too stepped inside. The interior of the centaur's dwelling was not markedly different from their own, the only distinction being that their beds were laid directly on the ground. One side of the room was lined with an array of cabinets, while the center housed a set of cauldron-like vessels, simmering a dark, unidentifiable concoction that filled the air with an overpowering aroma. On the opposite side, a female centaur tended to a young centaur. Upon noticing their entrance, the female centaur, unable to conceal her anxiety, inquired, "Did you bring it back, Jenny?" The silver-haired centaur named Jenny nodded, shifting her large equine body aside to allow Draco and Harry passage. The female centaur immediately positioned herself protectively in front of the young centaur, her eyes narrowing suspiciously at Harry and his companion. "Jenny, what does this mean?" she demanded. Jenny explained, "This wizard obtained unicorn hairgrass before us. They are willing to exchange it, but only if they accompany us." The female centaur insisted, "We can manage on our own. How can you bring these wizards here, and especially to this place?" Draco cleared his throat and produced the box containing the unicorn hairgrass. placing it carefully on a nearby table. He gently infused a bit of magic, causing the box to open with a soft click. The glimmering unicorn hairgrass lay peacefully within, the surrounding soil still damp. Draco spoke. "Madam, here it is." The female centaur halted her protests, and after a moment, she stood upright and approached, taking the box from him. She delicately extracted the unicorn hairgrass, which swayed gently like a true unicorn's tail, radiating a dreamlike and enchanting glow. Draco asked cautiously, "May I see this little one?" The female centaur regarded him with skepticism. But Ginny softly urged, "Annie, let him have a look. It has been so long, and Shani has yet to awaken. Allowing others to see her can do no harm." He paused before speaking. After all, things can't get any worse. Upon hearing Ginny's remark, Annie's face contorted with indignation, and she seemed poised to argue further. However, Draco stepped forward, removing his gloves and carefully tucking the hem of his dirt-stained clothing to avoid soiling the area where the young centaur lay. He drew his wand, and the mere sight of it caused Annie to flare up instantaneously. Fortunately, Ginny was at hand to firmly restrain Annie. Draco felt a twinge of anxiety. The centaur woman, named Annie, appeared ready to rend him to pieces. Potter approached as well, brandishing his wand, not raised. Yet his magical presence was palpable enough to convey that he was not to be trifled with. This compelled Annie to quiet down. Draco exhaled in relief. Under the dual protection of Ginny and Potter, he cautiously settled beside the young centaur named Shani. Given the significant physiological differences between centaurs and humans, he was uncertain whether the detection spell he intended to use would be effective on little Shani. He extended his hand and grasped one of little Shani's legs. Upon contact, he was taken aback. The temperature of little Shani's leg was exceedingly high. Even Draco understood that such warmth was abnormal for a centaur. He could even feel a sensation akin to being burned in the palm of his hand. Chapter 18. Cooperation. Draco's previously anxious demeanor suddenly transformed into one of calm. He drew forth his wand and placed it against little Shani's leg. The young centaur's hooves were still tender, lacking even a single callus. Silently, he recited a spell in his mind, and a gentle white light emanated from the tip of his wand, gradually coursing into little Shani's leg. Draco maintained his magical output, cautious not to unleash power as recklessly as he had with Potter, nor to use the minimal force he would typically employ with ordinary wizarding children. For he was uncertain of how much magical energy a centaur could withstand. He cautiously adjusted his magical output. While little Shani lay obliviously on a bed woven from a pile of straw and some flower leaves, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion pale, and her breathing faint. After a considerable time, Draco sensed a slight response from the magic he was emanating. He focused intently on calibrating his magical output, and only then did he perceive a peculiar sensation emanating from Shani's abdomen. A soft white light ultimately settled upon her belly, flickering like a firefly. Draco withdrew his wand, disregarding the sweat on his brow, and inquired, had she consumed anything prior? Annie regarded Draco with suspicion, momentarily at a loss for words, until Ginny interjected. "Annie." It was then that Annie, appearing reluctant, replied, "Shani had ventured outside the valley earlier. I did not accompany the group of children, but I heard from those who went with her that they merely caught some common beetles. However, after Shani returned, she developed a fever that night, which persisted unabated. By the following day, she lost consciousness. She had a pulse, yet no matter how her parents called her, she did not respond. The next day, she was brought to me. We have tried various common herbs, but to no avail. Fortunately, little Shani is a resilient child. Even so, I can sense her strong will to survive." Draco pondered for a moment before asking, "Could you summon the children who were with her that day?" Annie remained silent, casting a glance at Ginny. "Do you wish to inquire about something?" Ginny asked. Draco deliberated before stating, if they merely sought ordinary beetles, then that would certainly present no issue. However, what if among the beetles they encountered, there were some of a peculiar variety? He cast a glance at Ginny and Annie, adopting a tone that he endeavored to keep as inoffensive as possible. "May I inquire if the horse people typically consume beetles?" Upon uttering this, he immediately sealed his lips tightly and turned his head aside, feigning ignorance of Ginny and Annie's presence. Without a moment's hesitation, Annie retorted, "Impossible. Our children have been raised in the jungle. They know what is edible and what is not." Draco cautiously inquired, "If I refrained from asking the children myself, would you be willing to inquire on my behalf?" He pondered for a moment, then with a flick of his wand, he tapped a nearby leaf, transforming it into a piece of parchment. He then pointed his wand at the parchment, and gradually, a black line drawing of a beetle began to materialize upon it. After a brief interval, the beetle slowly emerged on the paper, appearing almost as though it had come to life. However, upon its outstretched wings, there was a striking black and white image that resembled a rather ominous human skull. Draco whispered, "The skull beetle." He waved his wand, and the beetle took flight. Once it landed and folded its wings, it appeared utterly indistinguishable from an ordinary insect. Draco remarked, "The conditions for the formation of a human bone beetle are exceedingly stringent and highly toxic. Its most deceptive quality lies in the fact that if it is inadvertently ground into powder alongside a common beetle and subsequently added to a potion, it may not elicit any reaction, mimicking the effects of ordinary beetle powder. However, should one consume it, the consequences would be lethally toxic." He handed the paper to Annie, upon which a beetle lay motionless, quietly resting. Draco spoke. "Annie, right?" Annie appeared mesmerized by Draco's lengthy discourse. She accepted the paper he offered, and the beetle stirred its wings, the patterns on its back shimmering subtly. If one did not scrutinize closely, particularly amidst the jungle, it would be effortless to mistake the intricate designs for mere illusions cast by sunlight. Annie softly murmured, "Transformation spell." Draco continued to hold on to a leg of little Shunny, feeling the rhythmic beating of the creature's heart. He couldn't help but marvel at the superior vitality of the centaur compared to that of wizards. Had an ordinary wizard inadvertently ingested a potion made from such a poisonous beetle, they would likely require immediate medical attention at St. Mungo's that very night. Yet, little Shunny had endured for several days, resiliently holding on without uncovering the root of the problem. Even Draco found himself moved by this tenacity. No matter the circumstance, the resilience of life always inspires one to rally. Silently, Draco channeled his magical energy into little Shunny, whispering in his heart, "Hang in there, little Shunny, stay strong." Annie glanced at Draco, clutching the paper, and stepped outside. Before long, she returned, her demeanor transformed. No longer was she like a hedgehog bristling with quills. She regarded Draco with uncertainty, saying, "They mentioned that there was indeed such a beetle, but they forgot whether it ultimately ended up in Shunny's possession." As they departed shortly thereafter, Draco let out a quiet sigh of relief. Pressing his hand against Shunny's abdomen where the white light he had just conjured flickered in and out, he remarked, "Here lies the location of that beetle. Little Shani must think it is merely an ordinary beetle that she inadvertently ingested." Annie, no longer questioning him, approached nervously and inquired, "What should we do now?" Draco pondered for a moment and replied, "Human bone beetles are particularly difficult to digest, especially for someone as young as Shani. What have you fed her previously?" Annie listed a plethora of herbs, and, as expected, none were familiar to Harry. However, as he observed Draco earnestly engaged in discussion with Annie about how to assist little Shani, he felt a twinge of absurdity and incredulity. When did Draco come to equate saving lives with his own identity? Not to mention, he was deliberating over a centaur. It was worth remembering that his previous demeanor towards Buckbeak was far from this. Back then, he had regarded himself as superior, believing that any non-human magical creature was unworthy of even brushing against the hem of his robes. Yet now he sat here, genuinely discussing how to save a young centaur with another centaur. Simultaneously, while conversing with Annie, he continuously channeled magic into the young centaur, whose breathing gradually steadied. Although she remained unconscious, Harry inexplicably felt that she seemed to be improving ever so slightly. As Draco and Annie's discussion reached a conclusion, Annie exited with the box containing unicorn tail hair. After her departure, Ginny took Annie's place, kneeling beside little Shani and gently clasping her hand. The room fell into a profound silence. Harry blinked, feeling somewhat out of sorts. Draco shifted slightly, still gripping his wand, the white light emanating from its tip enveloping little Shani like a protective shroud. Curiosity piqued, Harry asked, "What spell is this?" Draco paid him no heed, meticulously observing Shani's complexion, adjusting the output of his spell through his wand. However, having expended too much magic while cutting the herbs and now maintaining the magical output, even Draco felt a hint of fatigue. Grasping his wand, Draco reflected once more that, regardless of when or how old he was, even now, being alongside Potter had never resulted in anything good. He once again adjusted his magical energy. He had learned healing spells, yet for the moment, this incantation merely served to stabilize little Shunny's current condition, but it could not completely cure her. To achieve complete healing, more was needed. Just then, Annie hurriedly pushed the door open. The centaurs, living in the forest, were natural masters of herbalism, effortlessly handling herbs that many wizards required special tools to manage. She cradled a stone basin, large enough to resemble a wash basin, its rim adorned with intricate patterns, filled with a handful of ethereal blue powder. The medicinal powder lay quietly at the bottom of the basin, reminiscent of starlight or shards of precious gems. Upon seeing the object Annie brought in, Draco's expression brightened slightly. He leaned closer to inhale its fragrance and remarked with satisfaction, "Truly, the centaurs possess remarkable efficiency." Annie, feeling a sense of urgency, replied, "I have already blended those herbs together. What comes next?" Draco gestured towards the cauldron simmering nearby and instructed, "Clean out the contents or replace it with a new pot." He remarked that there was no way to meticulously brew the potion for little Shani. For now, they could only attempt to concoct an emergency remedy for her to consume, with subsequent adjustments to follow. Upon hearing Draco's words, Ginny exerted a slight pressure on his legs and stood up once more. He approached the original cauldron, seized it, and retrieved a new pot from a corner before heading outside. The centaur, who had been waiting patiently outside, accepted the pot and swiftly made his way to the stream, where he washed it before returning it promptly. The cauldron was placed back, and Draco addressed Potter, saying, "Do not dawdle. The spring water is as clear as crystal." He emphasized, "Pay attention. 3/4 full, not too much. Understood?" With this, Harry, as if awakening from a dream, rose to his feet. He grasped his wand, aimed it at the cauldron, cleared his throat, and intoned, "Clear spring, like water." A torrent of water erupted from the tip of his wand, and he meticulously followed Malfoy's instructions, halting precisely at the 3/4 mark. The fire beneath the cauldron blazed fiercely as Annie, holding the stone basin, anxiously awaited nearby. As the first bubble lazily ascended from the bottom, just on the verge of breaking, Draco decisively commanded, "Annie." Now, almost instantaneously upon hearing her name, Annie poured all the powder from the basin into the cauldron. The jewel-like powder swiftly dissolved into the mixture, causing a flurry of bubbles to rise, gurgling with excitement. Draco instructed, "Potter, stir counterclockwise, continuously, do not stop, while very slowly infusing it with magical energy." He emphasized, "Remember, it is going to be very slow. Little Shani is counting on you this time." Upon hearing Malfoy's words, Harry inexplicably felt an immense pressure weighing upon him. He had never been adept at concocting potions. Yet at that moment, gazing at the frail figure of little Shani lying in bed, he gritted his teeth and steeled himself to proceed. He plunged his wand into the cauldron, and as soon as it was extended, he sensed a stark contrast to what he had envisioned. His wand seemed to be ensnared within a vast, viscous mass of jelly, which clung together tenaciously. Although its exterior appeared soft, its interior was remarkably compact and dense. He attempted to turn the wand in a counterclockwise direction. It was exceedingly challenging, yet achievable. It resembled the endeavor of using a delicate silver knife to carve a circle into a stone. Harry inhaled deeply, his indomitable spirit reigniting. He cautiously began to channel a modicum of his magical energy. As Malfoy had suggested, once he released his magic, he perceived that the wand rotated with greater ease, as if the magic were assisting him in slicing through the obstacles ahead. However, Malfoy frowned and advised, "Do not exert so much power. Be gentler," he said in frustration. "Forget it, Malfoy. It's your turn. I simply cannot manage." Malfoy shot him a glare. He was not faring any better. Having to maintain the healing charm enveloping little Shani while also directing several individuals within the room, he spoke coldly, "If you possess the healing spell, feel free to give it a try. However, if you do not, then should I lift the curse? Little Shani will scarcely endure long enough to consume this vial of potion." Harry replied, "I shall attempt once more." He once again endeavored to lower his magical output, a task that proved to be quite challenging for him. His extensive experience on the front lines and as an Auror had conditioned him to maintain his utmost magical output at all times, enabling him to swiftly and efficiently deal with those who engaged in nefarious deeds, thereby minimizing losses and avoiding protracted conflicts. If there was a profound lesson gleaned from Auror combat, it was that the longer the stalemate persisted, the greater the losses incurred. Chapter 19. Healing now, however. Malfoy demanded that he gradually regulate his magical output, slowly stirring the potion, a stark contrast to his previous actions. He was accustomed to charging forward, preferring to endure injury himself rather than allow harm to befall his comrades. Beads of sweat adorned Harry's brow as he strained to adjust his magical output, while Malfoy wore a begrudgingly satisfied expression. He continued, "Don't stir too quickly. That is far too fast. Remember to regulate your magic." In a fleeting moment, Harry felt as though he had returned to his student days, sweating profusely in potions class. Yet Severus would never be satisfied. He had given his all. So why did his potion fail to meet expectations? Suddenly, Malfoy's voice escalated, sternly reprimanding him. "Potter." Harry jolted from his reverie, realizing he had momentarily lost focus, a transgression that was utterly inexcusable. Malfoy had risen and approached him, delivering a sharp slap across Harry's face. His hands were icy, yet his palms were slightly damp with sweat. They slid down and grasped Harry's chin, drawing his face closer to Harry's own, gazing into his silver-gray eyes. Harry felt the activation of his mental shield. He sensed Draco's own mental defense clashing against his involuntary attempt at legitimacy, a slight ache piercing through his mind. Draco's visage bore no excess flesh. His jawline was sharply defined and flawless. His silver-gray eyes resembled two deep, alluring lakes, irresistibly drawing one's gaze. His lips were thin, exuding an especially sharp quality when they moved. He uttered, "Potter, concentrate." Harry swallowed hard and nodded. Only then did Draco withdraw, his frigid touch momentarily cooling Harry's overheated mind. Feeling a sense of relief, Harry focused intently as Draco positioned himself beside him, observing his movements, and instructed, "Potter, heed my words. 5, 4, 3. He paused for a moment, but Harry dared not stop. He continued to stir his wand, unlike before when it felt as though he were mixing stones. It was now much easier, akin to whisking cream. Annie and Ginny stood anxiously by, their eyes nearly falling into the cauldron. Malfoy continued to speak. "Just a little more." "Carry on," he shouted. "Stop, Potter." Harry dared not move, maintaining a rigid posture, his wand still upright within the cauldron. However, under his agitation, the pile of potion powder appeared to have completely dissolved. The water in the cauldron exhibited a mesmerizing iridescence, gently swaying like jelly. Malfoy commanded, "Slowly withdraw your wand." Upon hearing Malfoy's instruction, Harry cautiously retracted his wand, and the rainbow-hued potion gradually calmed, with gem-like particles suspended in the liquid. Draco exhaled, then inquired, "Annie, do you have a bottle?" Annie promptly retrieved a clay vessel from a nearby shelf, placing it on the ground as instructed. He directed Ginny to pour the potion from the cauldron into the bottle. The three of them carefully lifted the cauldron, aligning it with the bottle's openings, allowing the vibrant liquid to flow into the earthenware vessel. Once they had accomplished this task, Draco finally sighed in relief. The next challenge lay in getting little Ginny to consume the potion. He inquired with a slight headache, addressing Annie and Ginny, "Can you help her drink this?" Ginny glanced at Annie, who nodded resolutely. "Ginny, assist me in lifting her up," she firmly instructed. Ginny obliged, and they both moved forward in unison. Draco stepped back slightly, yet he maintained the healing spell without interruption. The muscles in Ginny's arms bulged as she supported the limp form of little Shunny, whose weight, despite her youth, was not to be underestimated. Young centaurs, although small in stature, possessed a density of muscle far surpassing that of their human counterparts. Little Shunny lay cradled in Ginny's embrace, while Annie procured a flat wooden piece and gently pried open Shunny's mouth. This initial act was merely the first step. The true challenge lay in persuading her to swallow. Taking a deep breath, Annie cautiously widened Shunny's mouth further with the wooden piece and turned to Ginny with a serious expression. "Hold her steady. I am about to administer the medicine." Ginny nodded in agreement. He placed his hands under little Shunny's ribs, holding her securely in his embrace. Then, Annie began to recite softly. She spoke in the language of the centaurs, a tongue Draco could not comprehend. With careful intent, Annie extended her hand and gently pressed it against little Shunny's chest. As Annie's voice resonated, slightly somber, the rise and fall of Shunny's chest gradually intensified. After a considerable pause, she slowly opened her eyes. Although her eyes were open, her gaze seemed unfocused. Annie picked up the ceramic vial and cautiously guided it to her parted lips, slowly administering the luminous potion. It was as though Shunny had been compelled to awaken her corporeal form, yet her soul remained in slumber. Instinctively, she swallowed the radiant elixir as Annie continued her incantation, pouring the entire contents into her. Once the potion was fully consumed, Annie withdrew her hand, and as soon as she did, Shunny's open eyes lost their support and closed once more. Ginny maintained his hold on her, refusing to lay her down, and she rested against his chest as if in a peaceful slumber. Ginny gently caressed Shunny's face and arranged the hair that cascaded behind her, filled with hopeful inquiry. "What shall we do next?" Draco, having retracted his healing spell when Annie took over, gazed at little Shunny and uttered a single word. "Wait." He spoke slowly. "If the potion proves effective tonight and little Shani awakens, it will indicate that the elixir is indeed beneficial. However, if she does not awaken..." Draco left the subsequent words unspoken, yet everyone understood that if there were no results tonight. Draco turned to Ginny and said, "I have done all that I can. Now it is time for you to honor your promise. He inquired. Now, may we be escorted out of the forbidden forest? Ginny set down little Shunny and stood up again. Previously, he had been quite distant from Draco, but now, within the confines of the room, Draco realized that Ginny towered over him by an entire head. Furthermore, in this enclosed space, Ginny was even closer than he had been in the wilderness, imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although Draco was not particularly short, he felt a strange discomfort as Ginny gazed down at him. However, he refrained from expressing his frustration. Fully aware that he was still within the territory of the centaurs and understood the importance of discretion, Ginny suddenly flashed him a smile. Yet his words conveyed an entirely different sentiment. You two shall remain here for the night. Tomorrow, I will personally escort you out of the forbidden forest. Draco, after engaging in a futile argument with Ginny inside the room, found himself at the mercy of the centaurs, who politely but firmly insisted that they stay. Throughout Draco and Ginny's debate, Potter had remained utterly silent. At this moment, Draco sat in frustration on the grassy bank beside the lake, which seemed to be a playground for the centaur children, as a group of young centaurs curiously peered at the two human wizards from behind the trees. Observing Potter, who lay on the ground leisurely chewing on a blade of grass, filled Draco with an inexplicable sense of irritation. He spoke in a sarcastic tone. It seems the savior is not the least bit concerned about the furious centaur. Porter, chewing on the grass in his mouth, remarked with a hint of amusement. What kind of grass is this? It has a surprisingly sweet taste. Draco, he stood, gazing down upon Potter, who squinted under the shade of the trees, appearing drowsy. Draco remarked coldly, accompanying you to the forbidden forest was a grave mistake. Potter, eyes closed and seemingly indifferent, retorted as if on holiday. Many have uttered similar sentiments to me, yet a multitude have also claimed that following me is a stroke of fortune. He removed the grass from his mouth and slightly opened his eyes. Sunlight filtered through the shadows of the trees above, casting a mosaic of uneven brightness upon Porter's face. He spoke without any inflection in his tone. This is indeed a rare experience, Malfoy. Just think, when you return, you could write a book titled The Years I Spent with the Centaurs, couldn't you? Malfoy chose to ignore him, turning his gaze towards the shimmering lake. A centaur across the water inadvertently met his eyes and, startled, darted behind a tree. After a moment, curiosity overcame its fear, and it peered out once more. With a sigh, Malfoy settled onto the grass, drawing closer to the lake. He retrieved his wand and pointed it at the blades of grass, seemingly attempting to conjure something. However, after several attempts, the grass merely stirred weakly, yielding no further results. Harry lifted his eyelids to observe Malfoy. He noticed Malfoy's hand trembled slightly as he angrily clenched his right hand, which held the wand, with his left. He tried again on the patch of grass, but it only quivered faintly, just as before. Harry then drew his own wand. Curiously, he found that while he could cast offensive spells without a wand, he required it for transformation spells. He surmised this was likely linked to his experience as an Auror. Repeated battles had nearly ingrained a combat instinct within him. He pointed his wand at the heap of grass leaves and inquired, "Well, would you like to transform?" Malfoy cast a surprised glance at Potter, then, with an air of defeat, replied, "Just conjure me a clean cloth." Potter waved his wand, and the grass leaves responded promptly, transforming into a neat stack of cloths that lay orderly on the ground. Malfoy picked one up, dipped it in the lake's water, and began to wipe the mud from his boots. Harry, puzzled, asked, "Why do it yourself when a cleaning charm could suffice?" Without turning his head, Malfoy coldly remarked, "You may as well try the cleaning charm on me." Harry, undeterred, raised his wand and cast the charm at Malfoy. A shiver ran through Malfoy as if a razor had glided over him, yet when the charm concluded, the mud remained stubbornly on his dragonhide boots. Unfazed, Harry lifted his wand again, but Malfoy interjected, "Don't bother." He rubbed his temples in distress and murmured, "Have you not yet realized? This soil has been thoroughly saturated with the bodily fluids and secretions of the eight-eyed giant spider, which have endowed it with a certain degree of magical resistance." He dampened a cloth once more and began to wipe the dirt from his boots and the hem of his garments. The skin of the acromantula possesses magical resistance. "What do you learn at Hogwarts?" Draco inquired. Momentarily taken aback by the question, Harry retracted his wand and replied, "I am merely studying some common knowledge that you all are already familiar with." He was utterly unaware whether this statement was a sardonic remark directed at him or a self-deprecating jest by Porter. He abandoned communication with Porter, focusing intently on cleaning himself. It seemed that the centaurs would not allow him to leave so easily. He could only hope for a miracle for little Shanny tonight. Suddenly, Porter became intrigued and inquired, How do you know that little Shanny ingested a poisonous beetle? Malfoy, with his head bowed in concentration, had already soiled the first cloth with mud, which he discarded before reaching for a fresh one. His hair, having unraveled during the earlier encounter with the giant spider, now hung beside his face, illuminated by the flickering sunlight, resembling a masterpiece of oil painting that nearly dazzled Harry's eyes. Steadying himself, Harry observed Malfoy's disheveled jawline as he nearly finished tidying up the dirt on his clothes. Upon hearing Harry's question, he let out a brief, mirthless laugh. He set down the cloth in his hand and inquired, "Did you never find yourself in the hospital as a child due to accidentally ingesting something?" Harry replied succinctly, "I never did." He remarked with self-deprecation, at that time, being able to have a full meal was already a luxury. How could there be any opportunity to mistakenly consume anything? Draco. He could hardly fathom that Harry had provided him with such a response, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Despite his father's misalignment with the right path and his own adolescent missteps, his childhood was undeniably splendid, an imposing father, a doting mother, and ample pocket money that afforded him boundless freedom during his formative years. He had heard whispers of it before, prior to Hagrid's retrieval of Potter. His childhood had been far from pleasant. However, he did not delve deeply into the matter. At that time, he resembled a perpetually irate little rooster, consumed by thoughts of challenging Potter to duels. In retrospect, such behavior seems not only juvenile but also disgraceful. Now, as Draco reflects upon his own youthful indiscretions, he feels an overwhelming urge to strangle himself in regret. Given the chance, he would certainly choose a different path. Chapter 20. Conversations. Nevertheless, Harry did not linger on the issue. He stretched lazily, and Draco suddenly realized that, even after more than a decade, he remained ensnared by this particular dilemma. In this moment of solitude, surrounded by centaurs, he pondered, could they truly be considered human? He could not help but inquire, "Do you still recall the incident that transpired at the entrance of our school?" Potter nodded slightly, his emerald green eyes reflecting the surrounding forest, with his dark hair cascading over his brow. Draco suddenly realized that after shedding his youthful chubbiness, his perception of Harry ought to be revised. Potter had matured into an undeniably handsome adult male. He fell silent for a moment, then inquired, "Why were you unwilling to accept my kindness back at the school gate?" Harry emitted a soft gasp, followed by a quiet chuckle as he replied, "You should ask me what my first impression of you was when I encountered you at Madame Malkin's robe shop." Draco, eager to comply, asked, "And what was your first impression of me?" Gazing at the lake ahead, Harry's emerald eyes were deep with thought as he murmured, "I remember that time vividly. When Hagrid had just introduced me to the magical world. He told me I was a wizard, yet I knew nothing. What was commonplace for you was a novel experience for me. You stood there, exuding an air of superiority, much like an expensive doll displayed in a shop window, while I, merely a country boy, finally had the chance to stand beside you, yet I could only gaze at your shoes." Draco was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a revelation about Potter's first impression of him. Potter continued, absorbed in his recollection, "I watched you standing there as the measuring tape floated around you, your mother selecting the colors and fabrics for your robes. I had nothing and knew not how to choose. Hagrid left me to navigate alone. Yet I didn't even know where the door was. I still remember the questions you posed to me," he added. Draco, surprised that he could not recall his own words, felt a spark of curiosity and asked, "What did I say?" Potter replied lightly, "You asked if I was also a new student at Hogwarts, if I had played Quidditch. And you mentioned your intention to purchase a broomstick. Although school rules prohibited it, your father could make it possible." Upon hearing Potter's response, Draco's memory flickered to life. At that moment, he had not recognized the slender boy was Harry Potter, and now it all made sense. He glanced at the current Harry Potter and, as if compelled by some unseen force, remarked, "Your present physique is vastly different from the first time I laid eyes on you." Potter chuckled heartily, executing a remarkable leap to rise from the grass. He gazed towards the centaur's location and continued, "Thus, when I encountered Ron and his family on the train, my impression was," he remarked, "at that time I pondered whether you would disdain or look down upon me for my ignorance if I were to be with you. However, with Ron, such thoughts were unfounded. He could not even afford snacks on the train at that time." He lowered his head to gaze at Draco and spoke, "So, do you understand? My rejection of you at that time stemmed from my own insecurities. To me, you were akin to a star in the sky, hanging high above, while I was merely a star chaser. Being a mere star chaser, how could I ever deem myself worthy of plucking a star from the heavens?" He shrugged. "However, I did not anticipate that you would not be as aloof as I imagined. Although I have angered you, I have also left a profound impression in your heart. Thus, I do not consider it a loss." Draco was rendered speechless, completely taken aback by the notion that the Savior's thoughts would be such. Therefore, no matter what he did, even in acts of goodwill, would he inevitably miss the opportunity for friendship with the Savior? Potter continued, "I also have a question." After Potter had revealed his thoughts so candidly, Draco could only follow his lead. "What question?" Potter turned around, his gaze piercing into Draco's. In an instant, Draco felt a sharp pain in his head and instinctively averted his eyes, looking in another direction. Potter inquired, "What is the matter with the Greengrass family that the centaur mentioned?" Draco, he never anticipated that Porter would pose such a question. He lowered his head somewhat awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Porter did not press him further. He simply stood there quietly, resembling a statue. Draco gazed at the shimmering lake, where a group of young centaurs peeked curiously, while several female centaurs stood guard nearby, watching intently. Draco's thoughts drifted to Astoria. He swallowed hard, sighed, and spoke. "Astoria. My wife passed away several years ago. After the war, she accompanied me to France, and we welcomed Scorpius into our lives. However, our happiness was short-lived. She did not live to see Scorpius grow up, as illness took her from us." Harry was taken aback by this revelation, falling into silence and softly uttering, "Sorry." Draco smiled faintly and remarked, "Cancer, surprising, isn't it? Even pureblood wizards are not immune to such afflictions." He remarked, "We visited the magical hospital in France, but to no avail. It was the Muggle hospital that ultimately diagnosed A's condition. However, it was already too late, as Az had exhausted all effective treatments." He extended his hand, scooping a handful of water from the lake, which trickled softly through his fingers. Draco remarked, "Asta's life, much like this water, slips through my grasp despite my fervent attempts to hold on to it." In that moment, I realized that the beliefs I once held about pure blood and magic were mere illusions. Before the specter of death, no spell can offer salvation. Draco continued, "During Asta's illness, I stumbled upon certain aspects of Muggle life, discovering that some of their ways possessed a certain convenience. I resolved to impart these life lessons as the final legacy Asta bequeathed to her son and me. I have also shared them with my own child." Harry fell silent, astonished to find that Malfoy, too, had embraced the Muggle way of life. Thus, Harry pondered, "So, you are not surprised to see a television in my home?" Malfoy nodded. Suddenly, Harry interjected, "Yet you still have not learned to enjoy Coke and pizza." Draco, he cast a glance at Potter, somewhat exasperated, and remarked, "Is this your focal point?" Potter, appearing suddenly enlightened, responded, "So you and Ms. Walker." Malfoy, rubbing his forehead as if in pain, interjected, "I have merely altered my perspective on Muggles. It does not imply that I would choose to associate with one. Do you understand?" Harry nodded, feigning seriousness, and replied, "I see. So you would still opt for a wizard, correct?" Malfoy answered. Draco scrutinized Potter from head to toe and inquired, "So now you are suddenly interested in my romantic affairs? What is it? Has your relationship with the Weasley family soured?" He pondered for a moment before speaking. "I recall having perused a British daily. Have you divorced?" Truly a savior, even an ordinary divorce makes the headlines, does it not grace the front page? Harry cast a glance at him, his expression inscrutable. He felt a twinge of surprise. Although Malfoy resided in France, he had not anticipated that he would still be keeping abreast of the happenings within the British magical community. He uttered a sound of acknowledgement, yet offered no reply. Malfoy remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Since I have answered your question, now it is my turn. How did you come to divorce Weasley?" Harry refrained from looking at Malfoy and stood parallel to him. Upon noticing the two wizards standing together, the small herd of centaurs became increasingly curious. Harry smiled kindly at them, and the young centaurs seemed to perceive the lack of threat from the two wizards, emboldening them further. One of the young male centaurs bravely took a couple of steps in their direction, only to be sharply reprimanded and called back by a supervising female centaur. As Harry observed this scene, he was momentarily transported back to thoughts of his 3 children. He remarked, "There is no reason. I simply no longer love." He offered a faint smile, expressing a hint of weariness, and remarked that Ginny felt an absence of love emanating from me. I was at a loss as to how to exhibit the affection she desired. After an extensive discussion, we concluded that it would be best for us to lead separate lives. We agreed to co-parent the children, yet it appeared that they, too, breathed a sigh of relief following our separation. He remarked that indeed, the discord among adults can profoundly affect the children. He spoke. Ginny claimed that I ceased communication with her after returning home, but what is there to discuss? My daily tasks involve either apprehending dangerous users of dark magic or dealing with outdated, irrelevant files, not to mention the magical artifacts whose purposes elude even my understanding. What meaningful conversation could arise from such matters? I even worry that I might frighten her. Draco sighed inwardly and asked, "Do you still wish to win her back?" Potter shook his head and replied, "After our separation, I shamefully found that I seemingly prefer this state of being. Living alone brings me a sense of ease. Ginny accuses me of lacking concern for her, yet I have no desire to argue with her, as I believe it would be futile." Draco looked at Potter in disbelief and remarked, "I never imagined that the revered savior would turn out to be such a cad." "Harry," he remarked, "is this your assessment of me?" Draco retorted, "What else could it be? You claim you do not love her, yet you have sired 3 children with her. What, pray tell, is the meaning of that? I can no longer decipher you, Harry Potter. So, until you wed, have you truly not discerned what it is you desire?" Harry fell into a momentary silence, and after what felt like an eternity, he continued, "Perhaps so. I yearn for a family. Yet it seems I am unworthy of such a blessing." Draco sighed, an uncommon wave of sympathy washing over him for Potter. He patted Potter's shoulder and said, "I believe the magical community in Britain will not allow you to remain single for long. Should you wish to remarry, it would not be a daunting task. Whether witch or wizard, they will undoubtedly flock to you." Harry let out a self-deprecating chuckle, not responding. Draco was poised to offer further encouragement to uplift the despondent savior when a gentle voice interrupted from behind them. "Gentlemen, I apologize for intruding upon your conversation." They turned to see Ginny standing behind them, speaking softly. "You both must be quite hungry. Allow me to provide you with a taste of the centaur hospitality." Draco had intended to decline, especially after recently discovering that young centaurs feasted on beetles from trees. He had no desire to contemplate what they typically consumed. However, Potter had already lifted his feet and approached. Draco muttered, "Curse that insatiable curiosity of the lion." He had no choice but to follow along. Upon catching up, he found Harry conversing amiably with Ginny. "What do centaurs typically eat?" he inquired. Ginny replied calmly, "We hunt, and also raise some small prey for reserves. We engage in agriculture as well, and at times, we trade with other tribes. Our preference for seclusion does not imply a complete disengagement from the outside world." As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of a treehouse. However, it resembled more of a quaint arbor constructed from vines and wood, with a small earthen platform atop it, adorned with thick grass and blooming white flowers, giving it a vibrant life. On the platform rested a table fashioned from a half-tree stump, thick and round, upon which lay several broad leaves bearing an assortment of what appeared to be cooked delicacies. Draco approached, and Ginny gracefully leaped up, bending her horse legs to kneel. She took a leaf and placed it before Draco, atop which rested a steaming lump of cooked meat. Draco scrutinized the meat and asked, "What kind of meat is this?" Ginny had already torn a piece off and replied, "It's rabbit meat. Rest assured, it's not poisonous. Do try our centaur cuisine." Draco swallowed hard, and Ginny handed him a cup. From a hollowed-out tree trunk, she poured a transparent liquid into it, adorned with floating white flowers. "This is our beloved honey wine. Give it a taste." Chapter 21. The young centaur Draco politely grasped the cup but had yet to take a sip. Judging by appearance and aroma, it seemed safe. Yet he hesitated regarding the taste. Harry, seated opposite him, unabashedly lifted his cup and gulped down a swig, exclaiming in surprise, "Malfoy, you should try this. It's quite delightful." A barely perceptible twitch crossed Draco's lips. Could a curious lion truly consume its own kind? He endeavored to uphold his manners. There were no knives and forks present. Observing his surroundings, he noticed that the horsemen directly consumed their food with their hands, and the portly gentleman opposite him followed suit. After contemplating for a moment, he utilized a leaf to wrap the meat as best as he could. With great care, he lifted it and took a bite. An extraordinary texture greeted him. It was not unpalatable. It seemed to have been glazed with honey and roasted with cumin, accompanied by a fragrant herbal aroma. The horseman claimed it was rabbit meat. Although he could not discern the exact type of meat, its tender quality and juicy explosion upon biting were remarkable. After savoring the first bite, he eagerly proceeded to take a second. He lifted the cup once more, taking a sip of the nectar wine of the centaur. Contrary to his expectation of a cloyingly sweet taste, the nectar revealed a subtle fragrance, distinctly imbued with the essence of blossoms. Some delicate white petals inadvertently brushed against his lips. He contemplated spitting them out, but felt it would be somewhat impolite. At that moment, Potter, seated beside him, leaned in with curiosity, casting a glance at the cup in Draco's hand. As he drew closer, the proximity caught Draco off guard. resulting in his lips accidentally grazing Potter's tousled head. The unruly strands of Potter's hair whisked away the white petal resting on Draco's lips. Potter quickly withdrew his head, exclaiming, "Your nectar wine is just like mine. There's no difference at all. I thought it would be distinct." Draco. He could no longer restrain himself and said with a fierce tone, "Could you please sit still? Is there a nail embedded in your backside?" Potter glanced at him quizzically and replied, "Hurry up and eat. Aren't you hungry?" Reluctantly, Draco swallowed his irritation and resumed his meal. Centaurs possess a hearty appetite. And after they had finished, Jenny leisurely devoured several more pieces of rabbit meat. Once he had finished, he stood up gracefully and addressed the two, saying, "Esteemed guests, please." Confounded by the sudden designation of esteemed guests, Draco and Potter followed behind Jenny as he led them in another direction. As he walked ahead, he continued, "We do not have guest rooms here, but there is an empty house up ahead where you two can stay for the night. It has a bed and blankets. If there is anything else you require, do let me know." He pondered for a moment and said, "You may as well conjure it yourselves with a transformation spell." Draco and Harry exchanged glances. Draco could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "May I ask about the restroom?" Upon hearing Draco's question, Jenny feigned enlightenment, yet spoke with a hint of sympathy. "I'm afraid we cannot assist you with that. We centaurs tend to be less particular about such matters when we are out in the wild." With that, he opened the door to a small wooden cabin, which was sparse but tidy, containing only 2 beds fashioned from straw laid upon the floor. Draco had no choice but to enter with Potter, and they sat upon the so-called beds. Potter, wearing an expression of mild sympathy, remarked to Draco, "Perhaps you should find a spot among the nearby bushes to take care of it. Would you like me to keep watch?" Draco scoffed, resolutely replying, "No, I do not require assistance." Silence enveloped the cabin as dusk began to descend. The encroaching darkness of the forest arrived swifter than that of the city. Draco gradually began to perspire, seated silently on a wooden stump at the entrance. Here, these stumps served as tables and benches for the centaurs. He chose to remain outside as the centaurs of the valley returned from their excursions, likely aware that 2 human wizards were spending the night in their territory. Occasionally, an adult centaur would nonchalantly pass by Draco, as if by chance. Draco was certain that the red-haired centaur, bearing a bow, had traversed this path for the 3rd time. He appeared remarkably youthful, his horse adorned with a fiery crimson hue, displaying both strength and agility. His brown eyes occasionally flickered towards Draco, brimming with unbridled curiosity. As the red-haired horseman passed by for the 4th time, Draco could no longer contain himself and rose from his perch on the wooden post by the entrance. He gazed coldly at the young equestrian before him, who appeared taken aback by Draco's sudden rise. The young horseman fidgeted nervously, shifting his hooves before ultimately becoming still. Draco approached, the sound of his boots crunching against the grass resonating in the air. He positioned himself before the auburn-haired horseman and spoke icily. "Have you had your fill of this sight?" The young horseman watched as Draco neared, his forehooves anxiously tapping against the ground, seemingly compelled by Draco's imposing presence to take a small step back. However, a flicker of determination sparked in the eyes of the auburn-haired horseman, who hesitated for a moment before bravely advancing a step. His brown eyes shone brightly, akin to the discovery of a precious gem, as he inquired of Draco, "What is your name?" He inexplicably felt a slight tingling sensation on his scalp, as the unfolding of events appeared to be veering towards an unforeseen direction. He cleared his throat and spoke, "What I am called is of little consequence. Is it not time for you to return home?" The red-haired centaur stealthily stepped closer to Draco, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "I know who you are. You belong to the Malfoy lineage, do you not? Pray tell, what is your name?" He continued, "My name is Conthi, and I hold great affection for you. Might we become friends?" Draco Malfoy paused, feeling that something was amiss. Draco was taken aback. Meanwhile, Harry Potter, who had been observing the scene from within the room, sat up from his previous reclining position upon hearing the enthusiastic voice of the centaur named Conthi. He approached the doorway, leaning against the frame, squinting to observe the happenings outside. Conthi gazed eagerly at Draco and inquired, "You are Malfoy. May I ask what your name is? Would you care to visit my home?" He then spoke, "May I inquire your name? I am only aware of your surname, yet your first name remains a mystery to me. I yearn to know it." Draco was utterly bewildered by the fervent words of the centaur, raising his hand in confusion and exclaiming, "Wait, wait, wait." Conthi playfully circled around Draco, adorned with a quiver akin to that of every centaur. With a flourish, he conjured an object from within his quiver. A bouquet of delicate yellow flowers materialized in Conthi's hands, which he promptly thrust towards Draco, saying, "I spotted you earlier today. Are you here to assist little Shunny? While hunting today, I stumbled upon these blooms along the way. They are rare medicinal herbs, perfectly complementing the color of your hair. Will you accept them? Draco stared in disbelief at the bouquet forcibly thrust into his hands. These were daffodils, whose roots could be used to concoct the fabled elixir of life. And the rare yellow variety was likely a mutated specimen found within the forbidden forest. He felt an involuntary twitch at the corners of his mouth, civility restraining him from screaming or discarding the flowers. Yet his instincts warned him that if he did not dispose of them immediately, he would find himself in grave peril. The bouquet in his grasp began to radiate an unsettling warmth, as he pondered how to gently decline the enthusiastic young centaur. He wondered about the commotion. Where were the other centaurs? Where was Jenny? Could he not miraculously appear by his side and whisk the centaur, Kanthi, away? He spoke dryly to Kanthi, expressing his gratitude, yet before he could articulate his subsequent thoughts, he felt a warmth radiating from behind him. A robust arm swept across Draco's elbow, heavily resting upon his shoulder, causing the flowers he held to be snatched away. A deep voice resonated near Draco's ear, sending shivers down his spine, as a tingling sensation began at his ear and coursed throughout his entire being. Harry Potter encircled Draco's form with one arm, his emerald eyes resembling a treacherous abyss, fixated upon the young centaur before them. Unbeknownst to him, he unwittingly employed his own magic to impose pressure upon the young centaur across from him. Porter remarked, "Thank you for your kind intentions." He took the flowers from Draco's hands and stepped forward, adopting a formidable stance that shielded Draco behind him. He then returned the bouquet to Kanthi, stating, "However, your goodwill has been misdirected." As Potter approached, Kanthi's smile faded, replaced by a vigilant expression as he fixated on the advancing figure. He sensed an intangible pressure emanating from Potter. He is aware of what this is. His parents and elders have imparted this knowledge to him. This is the magic of human wizards. He could not help but reach for the bough slung across his back. The chill of the bough's body steadied his nerves. He fixed his gaze on Harry and said, "I am conversing with the one behind you, not with you." Harry replied darkly, "Leave, young centaur. He is beyond your reach." Draco pondered the situation, feeling somewhat bewildered. Did Potter comprehend that they were within centaur territory? His reckless use of magic to pressure a clearly young centaur, was he not concerned that other centaurs might turn him into a pincushion? Yet, what was he to do now? He was at a loss. It seemed there was some misunderstanding with the young centaur, a misunderstanding he was reluctant to witness. But why had Potter suddenly stepped forward? As his mind swirled with confusion, a savior emerged. Potter remained locked in a silent yet resolute standoff with Kanthi. Perhaps the intensity of Potter's magical aura had attracted others. As Jenny approached through the moonlight from a distance, his person was devoid of any possessions, yet upon catching sight of the bouquet of yellow daffodils in Connie's hand, his expression suddenly soured. He approached Kanthi and spoke a few words in the language of the horseman. Kanthi, with an expression of defiance, replied similarly to Jenny. In response, Jenny firmly grasped Kanthi's shoulder, leading him away in a manner that left no room for resistance. As Kanthi argued with Jenny, he attempted to return to this side. But Jenny exerted greater strength, successfully taking Kanthi away. It seemed that a potential conflict had dissipated just like that. Harry turned around, his expression equally grim. He cast a glance at Malfoy, who appeared to be frozen in place, and scoffed derisively. Still contemplating that bouquet? Malfoy's face flushed crimson, whether from anger, embarrassment, or a combination of both. He shot a fierce glare at Harry before turning and striding into the room. His golden locks danced in the air, shimmering under the silvery moonlight, resembling a unicorn. Upon entering the room, Draco settled onto the bed, his mind a tumultuous whirl, at a loss for words. The events that had just transpired exceeded his imagination, leaving him uncertain of how to confront the remaining centaurs, as well as the imminent arrival of Potter. He let out a sigh, burying his face in his hands. After a while, a gentle knock echoed from outside. Draco wearily rose to his feet and approached the door. Upon opening it, he found Ginny and Potter standing there. Ginny, with an expression of remorse, addressed Draco, "Please do not take Cormac's words to heart. I apologize on his behalf." Draco felt a numbness within. He dared not dwell on Cormac's remarks. Setting aside his wizarding identity, he was still a human, while Cormac was a centaur. A centaur. Beside Ginny, Potter stood with a brooding demeanor, as if someone owed him an insurmountable sum of gold. Upon hearing Ginny's words, he let out a brief, derisive laugh. He remarked, "It seems that the centaur's judgment is not particularly keen." Ginny sighed and responded, "Kanthi is still a very young child, having only recently come of age. I hope you can forgive him." Upon finishing his statement, he continued, I came to share some good news. Little Shunny has awakened. Though she is weak, she is indeed conscious. Upon hearing this, Draco perked up and quickly inquired, did she vomit? Chapter 22. A renewed conversation. Ginny nodded. His voice tinged with a hint of relief as he said, as soon as she awoke, she immediately vomited, but we have taken care of the mess. Draco then exhaled a sigh of relief, reflecting, the centaurs truly possess remarkable physical resilience. Those substances can simply be incinerated. And I have already discussed this. As long as she awakens, subsequent treatment can proceed in accordance with your centaur customs. Ginny gazed deeply at Draco and solemnly declared, thank you, human wizard Draco Malfoy. You shall have our tribe's everlasting friendship. After this, he removed a slender object from around his neck, took a few steps forward, and placed it in Draco's hands, saying, this is a specially crafted bone whistle from the centaurs. The sound it produces can only be heard by our kind. The next time you find yourself in the Forbidden Forest, simply blow this whistle, and we will come to your aid. He took 2 steps back and bowed to Draco, who was taken aback. Ginny stood upright once more and said, we shall not forget our promise to you. There are still unicorn hair grasses in the Forbidden Forest, and when they mature next time, I will personally take you to gather them. Draco clutched the bone whistle, his heart a tempest of emotions. He seldom ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Even during his student days, his impression of this woodland was rather unfavorable, particularly due to the unpleasant experiences he endured in his first year, which made him wary of the forest. However, he never anticipated that upon reaching adulthood, he would cultivate a friendship with the most formidable centaur clan within the forest. Fate has a peculiar way of weaving its tapestry. Yet, at this moment, he addressed Ginny with utmost seriousness, asking, can you now escort us out of the Forbidden Forest and back to Hogwarts? Ginny smiled and approached Draco, slightly bending one of his equine legs as he said, please mount, and you too, Harry Potter. We shall return you now. The sensation of riding upon a centaur was truly extraordinary, not to mention that Draco Malfoy was currently in a state of considerable urgency. Ginny moved swiftly through the darkness, and he was uncertain how centaurs discerned direction. Perhaps their stars guided their path. The sounds of rushing wind and rustling branches filled the air. Ginny urged Draco, hold on tight. Draco, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, adjusted himself to draw closer to Ginny's human form, gripping the junction where his human torso met his equine body. Ginny glanced back at him and advised, wrap your arms around my waist. I fear you might fall. Draco awkwardly replied, oh, all right. His hand encircled Ginny's waist, fastening in front of her. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have been so hesitant. However, the recent encounter with Conthi had profoundly unsettled him. Consequently, he found himself still grappling with the implications of Ginny's suggestion to hold her tightly. Once Draco had embraced her, Ginny exchanged greetings with a centaur nearby. The centaur appeared younger than Conthi, yet was far from youthful, as he bore Potter upon his back, who, unencumbered, similarly clung to Draco's waist. With a powerful push from the 2 centaurs, Draco felt a blur before his eyes and soon realized they were ascending a small hillock. His body instinctively leaned backward, but thanks to Ginny's prior warning, he managed to avoid tumbling down. The centaurs accelerated, and the forbidden forest beneath them felt as flat as a plain. They navigated through the forest's concealed paths, even traversing a dark, damp cave that dripped with moisture. Upon exiting the cave, Draco squinted against the wind, gazing into the shadowy expanse ahead. The castle of Hogwarts was now visible. In the darkness, this colossal structure stood silently upon the ground, illuminated by the moonlight which cast a delicate, watery veil over Hogwarts. As Ginny and the others reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, they gently set Draco down in the pumpkin patch. He addressed Draco, saying, we can only venture this far. We look forward to your next visit to the Forbidden Forest. After expressing their gratitude to the centaurs, they returned to the castle. In silence, they made their way to the room of requirement, which even provided Draco with a fresh set of clean garments. However, he picked up the set of robes, a twitch of his lips betraying his thoughts, and remarked, does Hogwarts harbor some misunderstanding about me? In his grasp was the Slytherin uniform, albeit in adult size, fitting him perfectly. Yet, such details mattered little. Upon entering the lavatory and immersing himself in the warm waters of the pool, he let out a contented sigh. When he had finally tidied himself and emerged, Potter had already been seated in the room of requirement for quite some time. He had not refreshed himself. The garments he wore during the day remained unchanged. Draco, employing a warming charm, dried his hair and inquired with curiosity, aren't you going to freshen up? Harry turned his head. He gazed at Draco, adorned in a green robe with a matching green tie, and found himself momentarily lost in thought. This sensation was reminiscent of his student days, when he had been like a radar, perpetually on guard against the appearance of colors he despised. The mere sight of them would ignite a fervor within him, akin to a surge of adrenaline. Was he not, in those days, rather naive? Yet now, upon witnessing Malfoy donning the Slytherin uniform once more, the passage of time struck him with the force of a colossal entity. For he realized that he no longer felt his heart race at the sight of that silvery green. Instead, an entirely different emotion surged within him. He watched as Malfoy, after drying his golden locks, meticulously tied them back together. Suddenly, Harry, as if possessed by some whimsical spirit, remarked, "No wonder that Centaur presented you with flowers. The hues of that bouquet truly complement the color of your hair." Malfoy, he stared at Harry in astonishment and said irritably, "What is your problem, Potter?" Harry fixed his gaze on Malfoy, who continued, "Thus, the ingredients we sought were also given to the centaurs, leaving us with nothing to show for today." Draco regarded Potter incredulously, and after a considerable pause, a cold laugh escaped his lips. He remarked, "Porter, it seems your mind has truly become muddled." After uttering these words, he disregarded the once revered savior who had now descended into madness, turning to stride towards his own chamber. The wish-granting room had thoughtfully provided them with 2 separate quarters, allowing them to rest undisturbed. Upon entering, Draco felt as though he were on the verge of fainting from frustration. In his chamber, the portrait of Severus hung vacantly. He was not present this evening, and one could only speculate as to his whereabouts. He relaxed completely and reclined back onto the bed. The room's ceiling was adorned with 2 windows, through which the moonlight gently streamed in. Tonight, a crescent moon illuminated the space. And after a day filled with tension and excitement, Draco, despite his frustration, found himself unable to resist the overwhelming wave of sleep that enveloped him. He stifled a yawn and gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Harry, sitting outside, belatedly realized what he had just said after Draco's departure. Within him, there seemed to be a tumultuous energy, an agitation that longed for expression. Just moments ago, he had uttered a thoughtless remark, akin to an accusation directed at Malfoy. However, upon reflection, it became evident that Malfoy bore no obligation, nor had he made any binding promises to Harry. Although it was Malfoy who had suggested their venture into the Forbidden Forest, he was acutely aware that merely stepping into its depths would not guarantee the fulfillment of their desires. After all, the forest was vast, teeming not only with acromantulas and centaurs but also a myriad of other magical creatures. That night, they first encountered the 8-eyed giant spider, followed by a meeting with the centaurs. To emerge from the Forbidden Forest unscathed, and even to secure a promise from the centaurs, was indeed an unexpected boon. However, reason and emotion were at odds. Intellectually, Harry understood that he ought not to blame Malfoy, yet emotionally, upon witnessing Malfoy emerge from his quarters, clad in fresh attire and exuding an air of nonchalance, his gleaming golden hair intertwined oddly with the bouquet of flowers he had taken from Malfoy, originally meant for Confi. In a moment of impulsive fervor, he uttered those words. True to form, Malfoy became incensed thereafter. After Malfoy retreated to his room, Harry remained still, the magical candle beside him flickering softly in the dim light. This night, the portraits of the 2 headmasters hung empty, their whereabouts unknown. Harry sat upon a stool, motionless, resembling a statue. Beneath the flickering glow of the candle, his shadow loomed darkly upon the ground. In a moment of bewilderment, Harry appeared to witness a figure gradually rising from his own shadow. It was his former self from his student days. He donned the uniform of Gryffindor, the vivid red akin to blood, piercing Harry's eyes with its intensity. This Harry emerged from the shadows, a malevolent grin gradually manifesting upon his face. A fierce pain surged through Harry's head once more. However, he clenched his palm with his nails, the pain radiating from his hand unnoticed. He gazed as his youthful self from his school days materialized from within his shadow, and then he spoke. He spoke. "It is your fault. You have misused your own magic. Although you successfully protected him from the giant spider, you also attracted the centaurs." What were you thinking at that moment? Harry remained motionless, his green eyes reflecting the moonlight in the darkness, resembling 2 swirling vortices that seemed capable of consuming anyone who gazed into them. Yet, he did not intimidate the speaker, whose red lips moved in a grin reminiscent of a jester. He continued, "If you wish to end your life, there is no need to drag him down with you. Did you intend to perish at the hands of the giant spider? What you failed to foresee was that you ultimately summoned the centaurs, and even more astonishingly, he saved a young centaur. Your wickedness knows no bounds. Countless souls yearn for your demise, And you are aware of this, are you not? If that is the case, why not embrace death sooner? Why feign a desire for him to heal you? How many have perished because of you? Do you not realize this? Harry fixated on the image of his younger self, his palm pressed tightly against itself, tiny wounds emerging on his hand. A drop of blood cascading down to the floor below. As soon as his blood dripped onto the floor, it triggered a subtle tremor. The vibration was not intense and quickly faded, yet the diminutive version of himself within his shadow vanished in an instant due to this disturbance. Harry gazed coldly at his shadow before rising to his feet. He gazed coldly at the shadow he had just cast, scoffed softly, and returned to his room. Draco spent an exceedingly restless night. He once again experienced a dream strikingly similar to the previous one. Exerting every ounce of his energy and ingenuity to rescue the perilously reckless Harry Potter from the clutches of a terrifying monster. In the process, he found himself in a most disheveled state. However, immediately after saving this self-proclaimed savior, he leapt into the dark lake of Hogwarts. And it was indeed his own volition that compelled him to jump. Draco awoke in a state of perspiration, the blinding sunlight streaming through the window above him, gently illuminating the room. Severus had somehow returned to the frame, watching him intently. Draco rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly fatigued as he sat up. He greeted Severus with a warm salutation. "Good morning, dear godfather." Severus fixed him with a cold stare and replied, "Good morning, my dear godson. It appears you did not sleep well last night." Draco threw off the covers and rose from his bed, his feet gently sinking into the soft carpet beneath him. A circular tea table gracefully glided from the wall, adorned with an elegantly designed kettle and a glass cup. Draco lifted the kettle to pour himself a glass of water. After taking a sip, he felt a slight improvement and then remarked, "It's all that damned," before the last word could escape his lips. He sensed the floor tremble beneath him. Draco, in a fit of exasperation, he slammed his cup onto the round coffee table, causing a few droplets of water to splash forth. Draco had not even changed out of his school uniform. He simply pushed open the door and strode out. It was then that he noticed Potter had also risen. After a night's rest, he appeared somewhat improved, yet from the calm expression on his face, Draco inexplicably sensed a surge of anger, much like the hidden undercurrents and whirlpools beneath a tranquil surface. Chapter 23. The agreement. Harry's head began to throb violently once more. Yet he dug his nails into his palm, feeling the pain radiate from his hand. As if oblivious to the discomfort, he watched the reflection of his younger self emerge from the shadows, and then he spoke. He spoke, "It is your fault. You have misused your magic. Although you successfully protected him from the giant spider, you inadvertently attracted the centaurs. What were you thinking at that moment?" Harry remained motionless, beneath the darkness. Only his green eyes reflected the moonlight outside, deep emerald orbs swirling like vortices, capable of ensnaring anyone who dared to gaze into them. Yet, he did not intimidate the other. His crimson lips moved, a grin upon his face reminiscent of a jester. He continued, "If you wish to end your life, there is no need to drag him down with you. Were you hoping to perish at the hands of the giant spider? However, what you did not foresee was that you ultimately summoned the centaurs, and even more surprising, he saved a young centaur." His mouth stretched wide, nearly reaching the back of his head. "You were steeped in wickedness. Countless souls yearn for your demise, and you are aware of this, are you not? If that is the case, why not embrace death sooner? Why feign the need for him to heal you? How many have perished because of you? And do you remain oblivious to this fact?" Harry stared at the reflection of his younger self, continuously pinching his palm, small wounds appearing on his skin. A drop of blood trickling down to the floor. As soon as his blood dripped onto the floor, a tremor was triggered. The tremor was not intense and quickly faded. Yet the diminutive version of himself within his shadow vanished in an instant due to this disturbance. Harry gazed coldly at his shadow and rose to his feet. He let out a derisive snort and returned to his room. Draco spent the night in a state of profound unrest. He once again experienced a dream remarkably similar to the previous one, wherein he exerted every ounce of his strength and mental acuity to rescue the reckless Harry Potter from the clutches of a terrifying creature. In the process, he found himself in a most disheveled state. However, immediately after saving the so-called savior, he resolutely leapt into the black lake of Hogwarts. And it was indeed his own volition that propelled him into the depths. Draco awoke, drenched in sweat, the blinding sunlight streaming through the window above him, casting a warm glow upon the room. Severus, having returned to the frame at some unknown point, was now observing him. Draco rubbed his forehead wearily and sat up, feeling utterly fatigued. He greeted Severus with a casual, "Good morning, dear godfather." Severus fixed him with a piercing gaze and replied, "Good morning, my dear godson. It seems you did not sleep well last night." Draco tossed aside the covers and rose from his bed, his feet sinking into the soft carpet beneath him. A round coffee table gracefully slid into view from the corner of the room, adorned with an elegantly shaped teapot and a glass. Draco lifted the teapot and poured himself a glass of water. After taking a sip, feeling somewhat revitalized, he remarked, "It's all that damned." Before he could finish his sentence, the entire floor trembled beneath him. Draco, in a fit of exasperation, he forcefully placed his cup upon the circular coffee table, causing a few drops of water to splatter from within. Draco had not even bothered to don his clothes. He simply pushed the door open and stepped outside. There, he noticed Potter had also risen. After a night's rest, he seemed slightly improved. Yet from the serene expression on his face, Draco inexplicably sensed an undercurrent of anger, a hidden turbulence akin to the dark, swirling eddies beneath a tranquil surface. Draco's demeanor grew serious as he cautiously inquired, "Potter, what troubles you?" Harry remained clad in yesterday's attire. Leaning against a window that Draco had not previously noticed had manifested in this enchanted room, he gazed intently at something below, and upon noticing Draco's presence, he turned to cast a glance in his direction. Draco felt an inexplicable wave of low pressure emanating from him. "What is the matter?" Harry's expression was inscrutable as he surveyed the scene outside. He spoke to Malfoy. "Your admirer from yesterday has returned today." Draco, an ominous premonition surfaced in his mind, prompting him to sluggishly shuffle towards the window and cast a glance downward. Just a fleeting glance was enough to make him feel faint. The young red-haired centaur, Conthi, whom he had encountered the previous night, was now galloping around the outskirts of Hogwarts, having crossed the boundary of the Forbidden Forest. He cannot enter the interior of Hogwarts. He is free to roam the Forbidden Forest and its surroundings, yet he is unable to cross the threshold of Hogwarts gates. The young centaur, now alone, is pacing back and forth on the grassy area near the lake. Upon noticing the centaur pause once more to gaze upward at the castle, Draco instinctively recoils, appearing fearful of being seen by Conthi. Harry finds this amusing and remarks, "Malfoy, you weren't like this last night, were you? Didn't you accept flowers from them yesterday evening?" Draco, somewhat flustered, responds, "Potter, stop mocking me. Think of a solution." He certainly did not wish to be followed by an overly enthusiastic centaur every time he ventured into the Forbidden Forest. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, the floor quivered slightly, and Draco, with keen observation, noticed that Potter bore an injury on his hand, one that he had neglected to tend to. As blood continued to flow from it, with each droplet that fell to the floor, a tremor reverberated through the ground. Draco, in disbelief, remarked, "Potter, are you truly lacking in common sense? Are you not aware that your hand is injured?" Only then did Harry lower his gaze, examining his hand. Near his wrist, there was a small wound from which blood seeped steadily. Each drop that fell upon the ground caused a subtle vibration beneath him. Draco, exasperated, raised his wand and cast a healing spell upon Harry's hand. A luminous white glow enveloped it, and warmth surged through, sealing the wound. Draco sighed. "Do you not realize that a wizard's blood possesses immense magical power? Allowing it to drip onto the floor, it is no wonder the ground trembles. It is merely consuming your magic." Harry glanced at his hand, noting that the scar remained. Malfoy had merely stitched the bleeding wound back together. With the flow of blood ceased, Hogwarts returned to a tranquil state. Draco anxiously cast another glance outside. Conthi had circled the lawn once more, seemingly oblivious to Draco's presence. Wearing a look of discontent, Harry casually remarked, "She seems quite infatuated. Are you not going to check on her?" Malfoy, unusually flustered, let slip a curse as he raked his fingers through his hair, which was still unbound and now a bit tousled. Observing Draco's anxiety, Harry impulsively suggested, "Shall I go down and speak with her?" Malfoy shot him a glance, and Harry could discern an expression akin to viewing someone as a fool in his eyes. Yet he felt no anger rise within him. A secret thrill bubbled up within him. After all, wouldn't it suffice to inform her that he was already taken? Malfoy gazed at Harry with a look of trepidation, even extending his hand to rest upon Harry's forehead. Malfoy's touch was cool, and a faint scent of wood wafted through the air, only to vanish as soon as he withdrew his hand. He placed that same hand back on his own forehead, perplexed, stating, "You're not feverish." Harry retorted, somewhat irked, "Am I not assisting you?" Malfoy muttered, "Is that so?" He suddenly glanced around and said, "I will keep watch over you here. You may proceed. I must remind you that we still need to venture into the Forbidden Forest, and there are certain herbs that may require the assistance of the centaurs. We mustn't jeopardize our relationships." Harry swore he had caught a fleeting glimpse of a malicious grin on Malfoy's face, as if he were reveling in his misfortune. but it vanished so swiftly that he could hardly register it. Malfoy encouraged him. Go on, Savior. Harry thought, at a time like this. Being suddenly referred to as the Savior feels rather peculiar, doesn't it? He cast a vague glance at Malfoy, who was hiding by the window, occasionally peering down below. There. Conti continued his relentless patrol around the castle of Hogwarts, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Centaurs possess keen eyesight. An exceptional archer is invariably gifted with sharp vision. Malfoy dared not reveal his golden hair, urging Harry with a look that implored, "Why haven't you descended yet?" Harry met Malfoy's gaze and disapparated. This was the first time he showcased his ability to apparate within the confines of Hogwarts in front of Malfoy. A surge of immense magical power erupted instantaneously, tearing apart the ground where Harry had just stood. In that fleeting moment, Malfoy felt as though a miniature black hole had manifested before him. But it vanished just as swiftly, leaving only a whirlwind of residual magic swirling in its wake. The fierce gust swept past Draco, rushing from the window. Below, the centaur sensed something amiss and lifted his head to glance around. A faint explosion resonated ahead, and a dark-haired wizard materialized before him. Conti lightly tapped his foot. Halting his advance, his gaze fixed on Harry with a hint of wariness. Unlike the previous night, he felt revitalized after a night of rest. Convinced that he was in peak condition. Even if this dark-haired wizard possessed formidable magical strength, he would not concede easily. The longbow slung over his back imbued him with a sense of confidence as he gazed at the wizard and inquired, "Where is Malfoy?" "The individual I seek is not you." Harry stepped forward, a peculiar smile playing upon his lips, one that the young centaur, Conti, could not comprehend. Conti, still in the bloom of youth, had never truly engaged with humans, having only caught distant glimpses of them while wandering in the Forbidden Forest. His interest had been minimal, for he had always adhered to the teachings of his kind, which advocated for a cautious distance from humanity. However, the words ingrained in the young centaur's mind experienced a significant shift in perception the previous night. He had beheld a glimmer of golden hair that had captivated him. As Malfoy entered the valley, Conti, concealed within the foliage, beheld him. The sunlight transformed his golden locks into a nearly ethereal luminescence, morphing from a vibrant gold to a delicate platinum hue. As Malfoy clumsily descended from their valley, Conti was unexpectedly struck by a sensation akin to a blow to the heart. Ah, how endearing he is, especially knowing he was there to assist little Jenny. Which further solidified Conti's resolve. Others are truly kind. Conti wishes to get to know him. However, at present, this dark-haired sorcerer stands as his greatest obstacle. He resolutely pressed his lips together. From a human perspective, Conti was indeed quite handsome. The ears of centaurs bore a slight resemblance to those of elves, tapering at the top, and their hearing was far superior to that of ordinary humans. He inquired, "What about him?" The dark-haired wizard took a step forward, and that seemingly simple movement caused Conti to instinctively tense every muscle in his body. He barely managed to suppress the urge to draw his bow and aim it directly at him, for he knew that they had both rescued little Shunny and were friends of the centaurs. Harry gazed at the young centaur, his expression inscrutable, tinged with a hint of compassion and something else entirely. Conti did not comprehend it, nor did he intend to. Harry then asked, "Are you out here alone? Do the other centaurs know?" Conti snorted, refusing to answer Harry's question, his gaze sharp and vigilant, fixated on Harry like a hawk. Harry continued, "If you happen to be lost, I can guide you." He gestured towards the pumpkin patch and said, "Do you see that cottage? Behind it lies the Forbidden Forest. You ought to be there, not here." Conti watched Harry warily as he reached for the satchel slung across his back. Harry squinted, his hands tucked into his pockets, appearing rather disheveled. However, with Conti's movement, Harry's magic surged, causing his loose garments to billow as if a gust of wind were emanating from within. In an instant, Conti crossed his arms defensively in front of him. The bracers he wore glimmered with a flash of light, shielding him from the oncoming wave of Harry's magic. Chapter 24. Homecoming. Upon hearing Harry's words, Conti clenched his fists tightly, veins protruding as he restrained his anger. "I only wish to see him once," he asserted. Harry's smile faded, and when he was not laughing, he appeared particularly stern. "You may convey your message through me," he replied. Conti refused. "No, I must speak to him directly." Harry fixed his gaze on Conti, his tone gentle yet resolute. "That is not permissible. You have a choice. Either relay your message through me or depart at once." Conti glared at Harry, his bare chest heaving with anger. After a prolonged silence, he finally said indignantly, "Tell him I will not disturb him, but..." He exhaled deeply and continued, expressing his hope that he would not avoid me. "For I harbored no ill intentions, I merely wish to befriend him, and that would suffice. Upon hearing this from Kanthi, Harry fell silent for a moment before responding. Very well, I shall convey your message. Is there anything else you wish to communicate? Kanthi pointed to the box levitating beside Harry, reluctantly stating, Ginny and Annie instructed me to give you this. It contains plants that you might find useful, although I am uncertain of your specific needs. You should be able to make use of it. That is all I have to say, so please inform him on my behalf. I must take my leave now, and I hope to see him again. Harry, gazing into Kanthi's eyes, sought confirmation of his sincerity before replying, Rest assured, I will convey your message. With that, Kanthi, visibly disgruntled, turned and trudged towards the forbidden forest. Halfway there, he suddenly drew his longbow from his back and, with lightning speed, loosed an arrow towards Draco's nearest window. Harry intended to intercept the arrow, but his reflexes lagged just a fraction, allowing the arrow to soar forward with relentless momentum. It appeared to be tethered to something, ultimately lodging itself into the wall of Hogwarts, its shaft quivering slightly. Upon closer inspection, Harry discerned that the object bound to the arrow was none other than the yellow daffodils he had seen the previous day. Harry remarked, the young centaur. Kanthi sheathed his bow and cast a final, threatening glance at Harry before dashing into the forbidden forest. Once Kanthi had departed, Harry apparat back to the room of requirement. Upon his return, Draco was cautiously peering at the arrow embedded in the wall. He beheld a bouquet of yellow daffodils, as well as the centaur forge arrow. When Harry returned, he was cautiously extending his wand, endeavoring to dislodge the arrow from the wall. Each arrow crafted by the centaurs is handmade, imbued with their own magic, thus exhibiting a certain resistance to wizardry. Malfoy meticulously employed the levitation charm, followed by the summoning charm, yet neither could extract the arrow from the brick. Upon noticing Harry's arrival, a spark of inspiration ignited within Malfoy, and he addressed Harry, Potter. Quickly, use your magic. He said, I can't get it down. Hurry and bring it down. An inexplicable dark flame ignited within Porter, its origin unknown to him. He sensed that even his voice bore a tinge of anger as he inquired, Is this arrow from the centaur truly what you desire? Malfoy glanced at him with a hint of surprise and replied, What is the matter? The daffodil can produce the potion of life and death, and it's just stuck in the walls of Hogwarts. Don't you find that troubling? Harry felt the nameless dark flame flicker slightly, yet the discomfort lingered, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. For ages, a profound sense of responsibility had weighed heavily upon his heart, incessantly propelling him forward, responsibility towards his teammates, towards Ginny, towards his children, and towards his own choices. Now, he found himself liberated from the burden of his own decisions, free to find amusement, absurdity, or even frustration in the choices of others. Malfoy's desire for that arrow struck him as comical, tinged with a hint of ire. But why was that? Did he truly wish to encounter that centaur? He pondered for a moment and resolved to extract the box containing the plants. Indeed, once he had retrieved it, Malfoy's attention was swiftly diverted. He inquired in astonishment, Porter, what is the meaning of this box? To which Harry replied, Why don't you open it and see for yourself? I am equally in the dark. He deliberately concealed the words spoken by Kanthi, who had mentioned that this gift was from him, for reasons unknown. He was reluctant to reveal the origins of the box to Malfoy. Upon receiving the box, Malfoy disregarded the arrows protruding from outside and carefully placed the box back on the ground. He sat cross-legged, his golden hair cascading down his back. When Harry approached, he realized that Malfoy had half-eaten toast and orange juice before him, the origins of which he could not ascertain. However, feeling a slight hunger himself, Harry seized a piece of the leftover toast and popped it into his mouth. Malfoy paid no heed to this. Instead, he snapped his fingers, causing his dragon-hide gloves to soar from the box and envelop his hands. He tightened his dragon-skin gloves and cautiously unlatched the box. A faint fragrance wafted from within, and Malfoy exclaimed with surprise, Potter, the centaur has sent us a belladonna. This particular belladonna must be the one he had encountered on his way to the centaur. Ginny had likely noted Draco's gaze upon that plant and decided to send it to them. With the belladonna, he could potentially replace numerous ingredients, thereby simplifying many of his processes. Draco pondered this, yet he soon discovered a rather alarming realization. Why was he genuinely contemplating the intricacies of potion making? Shouldn't he merely be going through the motions as discussed with Professor Dumbledore and his godfather? Why for a fleeting moment? Was he truly considering the feasibility of crafting a confusion potion? He couldn't help but feel a chill at the thoughts within him. However, he concealed them flawlessly. As he observed Porter indulging in his toast, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He hesitantly inquired, Porter, are you consuming my toast? At that moment, Porter was still clutching half a slice of toast, and he mumbled, "Is it yours?" I saw it on the table, so I took a piece to eat. He inquired with an air of feigned ignorance, "What is the matter? Are you unable to eat?" "Draco," he said weakly, "you can eat. And you may also ask the little sprite for a little more. What is happening? How has the Savior suddenly become so brazen? What has transpired within him?" He closed the box once more and addressed Porter. "Let us leave this belladonna here. Once I have gathered the remaining ingredients, we shall proceed with the potion's preparation." He addressed Potter, "This week, we can conclude here. Unless there are other matters at hand, I must take my leave." "What? Are you leaving so soon?" Harry inexplicably felt a twinge of regret within him. This was a rare weekend for him, free from the tedium of the Auror office, devoid of sifting through monotonous files, or embarking on quests to unknown locales in search of dark artifacts, or confronting the malevolent followers of dark magic. Even though Voldemort had perished, his lingering disciples still emerged like wildfires across the plains, flaring up intermittently. Moreover, he was particularly sensitive now, while missions were manageable. Any mishap during one could incite the pureblood faction within the Ministry to attack him and Hermione with fervor. Thus, this weekend represented a rare chance for him to be liberated from such concerns, merely trailing behind Malfoy, obeying his commands, and enjoying the most relaxed weekend of his life. Alas, dreams are often shattered. Contrary to the public's romanticized vision of war heroes, Harry's post-war existence was predominantly woven from threads of suffering he had grown accustomed to, and willingly swallowed, the bitter draught brewed from pain. Yet, like a wanderer in a desert who stumbles upon an oasis, he luxuriated in this respite. This weekend spent with Malfoy was, remarkably, one of the few days of ease in the past decade of his life. Nevertheless, he had no grounds to refuse Malfoy. So he replied, "Then let us depart." Malfoy meticulously placed the box containing the belladonna into a cabinet within the room of requirement and secured it. The two approached the fireplace, and Harry intoned directly, "Flames, arise." Vivid green flames engulfed the hearth, while they had arrived via flue powder. Harry needed to cast a spell for their return. Malfoy was unable to do so, as his magical energy could not sustain it, but Harry could. Draco felt a pang of jealousy at the vastness of the Savior's magic. As the flames rose, Harry stepped into them first, followed closely by Malfoy. After a dizzying whirl, they emerged from the fireplace, returning to Potter's home in England. It was nearing noon, and warm sunlight streamed through the window of Potter's room, illuminating half of his abode. Draco brushed off the hem of his clothing, dispelling non-existent dust, and succinctly addressed Potter, "As always, see you next week, Potter." Upon finishing his words, he twisted the doorknob and stepped outside. Once Malfoy departed, an enduring silence enveloped Harry's room. Harry chose not to call out to Malfoy. After watching him exit, he settled back onto his sofa, switched on the television, and began to watch the entertainment program. The moment Draco stepped out of Potter's home, he disapparated, returning to his own residence. He swiftly changed his clothes, hurriedly took a shower, and then picked up his two-way mirror. Almost instantaneously as the mirror illuminated, the other side connected, revealing a boy clad in a tailored suit and sporting a bow tie. With cherubic cheeks and golden hair, he resembled an exquisite porcelain doll. He pouted and said, "Dad, I've been waiting for you for such a long time." A soft smile involuntarily blossomed on Draco's face as he replied, "I apologize, dear. I will tidy up and join you shortly." He extinguished the two-faced mirror, scarcely taking the time to fasten his hair, before donning a hat and stepping outside. Upon exiting, he promptly opened the door of a car parked by the roadside. Following her illness, Astoria's health had deteriorated significantly, rendering her incapable of enduring the physical strain brought about by apparition or broom travel. Consequently, Draco had to dedicate some time to learning to drive in the Muggle world and acquired a vehicle that, to his eyes, appeared utterly ordinary and unremarkable. Once he entered the vehicle, he pressed the accelerator and sped towards the outskirts of London. Upon reaching the suburban area, he secured the car and hurriedly made his way to the edge of an estate. There, he found a disheveled individual exhibiting signs of anxiety, who had been waiting for him. Draco was entirely cloaked beneath his hood, and in a bid to conceal his golden hair, he had even employed a disillusionment charm. The stranger displayed no signs of surprise. After all, it would be rather astonishing for someone who routinely utilized illicit door keys to travel to France to reveal his true identity. "Nevertheless," he urged, "sir, please hurry. Time is of the essence." He handed Draco an empty flower pot. Draco frowned, yet he had no time to disdain this key to the door. He accepted it, and before he could utter a word of complaint, the key activated. A familiar sensation surged from his navel, and after a dizzying whirl, he found himself once again upon French soil. Without a moment to catch his breath, he apparat directly to his residence in France. Scorpius had already been tidily arranged by Narcissa. The Malfoy estate in France bore no significant difference from that in England. Both were configured as grand manors. Outside, there was still a garden, albeit a modest one, unlike the vast expanse of the Malfoy garden in Germany. Nevertheless, despite its size, Narcissa had meticulously designed the entire garden. A spacious lawn at the back served as a practice area for Scorpius to play and train for children's Quidditch, while the front garden served as a decorative facade, featuring a small yet exquisite fountain. However, the garden was currently devoid of any white peacocks. Today was the day he had promised Scorpius to take him to the Muggle amusement park, a plan Scorpius had eagerly anticipated for quite some time. Since last night, he had been discussing it with Narcissa, which made Draco impatient to return after bidding farewell to Potter. It was all Potter's fault. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself in such a rush. He inwardly cursed Potter once more before addressing Narcissa. "Mother, I will take him out." Narcissa, holding a cup, smiled and nodded at him, while Scorpius obediently bid her farewell. The boundless energy of children seemed inexhaustible. After spending an entire afternoon entertaining Scorpius, Draco found himself gasping for breath. Upon returning home, he entrusted Scorpius to the house elf for bathing, dining, and resting, while he settled into the drawing room, seeking a moment of quiet repose. Chapter 25. The appearance Narcissa glided toward him, her gown trailing gracefully behind her. She had always possessed this elegance, unhurried and composed. In his youth, Draco had failed to adopt such poise from his mother. However, as he matured, he began to mirror Narcissa's demeanor. She placed a cup of tea and a plate of pastries before him, settling down across from Draco. With a gentle smile, she inquired, "Are you tired?" Draco straightened, fully accepting his mother-esque kindness. Sighing, he replied, "It is my duty." Narcissa softly reassured him, "You know, I will always stand by your side. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Draco nodded, recognizing his mother as his greatest support. Rising, he said, "I will check on how Scorpius is sleeping." Narcissa nodded, allowing him to leave. On the afternoon of Draco's departure, a visitor arrived at the Potter residence. Hermione dropped her child off at dance class, and once she found some free time, she made her way directly to Harry's home. However, she did not visit Harry's Muggle apartment, but went straight to Grimmauld Place. Harry returned to Grimmauld Place that afternoon. The house was shrouded in darkness, oppressive and gloomy. Even the sunlight that trickled and seemed incapable of dispelling the chill and shadows. Creature, with an unwilling demeanor, prepared tea and snacks for Hermione, muttering incomprehensible words as he disappeared into the corner. Harry sat opposite Hermione and asked, "What is it, Hermione?" From her handbag, Hermione produced a piece of parchment and handed it to Harry. "Take a look." Harry picked up the document, upon which was inscribed a recommendation regarding Draco Malfoy. He read it line by line, murmuring softly, "Given the current circumstances of the British magical community, it was suggested that restrictions on the entry and exit of wizards who had not committed serious crimes be lifted, permitting them the freedom to reintegrate into the British magical society. The substantial wealth and formidable magical prowess of the Malfoy family would facilitate their members' return, making the benefits outweigh the drawbacks." Harry chuckled quietly, the meaning behind his laughter elusive. He placed the paper back on the coffee table and reclined lazily on the sofa. His hands spread on the armrests, his disheveled black hair falling over his glasses, obscuring his emerald green eyes. Hermione could not discern his expression, but from her understanding of him, Harry's demeanor indicated acquiescence. Hermione took the paper back, rolled it up, and spoke calmly. "On Monday, I will present this proposal at the routine meeting. You wouldn't object, would you?" Harry raised both hands, affirming, "I am in complete agreement. You already have my vote." Hermione nodded. Glancing at the time, she continued, "It's been a week. How have you been?" Harry pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "How do you think I am?" Hermione scrutinized him and speculated, "You seem to be in a more stable condition than before. Has he prescribed you anything?" Prescribed? Since their meeting, he had only taken the potion that Malfoy had claimed was a waking draught, yet it was not. Remembering this piqued his interest. He inquired, "Hermione, the purple potion. After consuming it, I felt remarkably more alert. What kind of potion is it?" Even Hermione, with her extensive knowledge, furrowed her delicate brows upon hearing Harry's description. She replied, "It sounds akin to a waking potion. However, the color of potions can vary based on the creator and subtle differences in the recipe. Even if it is the same potion, it may manifest in different hues. Only the potions uniformly concocted in bulk by St. Mungo's exhibit a consistent color to prevent confusion among healers. But what you described, she pondered carefully and continued, if it is indeed a waking potion. I previously provided you with a book on the subject. Do you recall? Harry nodded, stating, I have read it, but the potion you described is entirely different. The standard waking potion does indeed appear purple, yet I have consumed a waking potion from St. Mungo's, and its effects were entirely dissimilar. Hermione remarked, so it indeed seems you were administered a potion. Harry nodded again. During that incident, my magic surged uncontrollably. He administered a vial of waking potion, and it truly worked. When I asked him what it was, he claimed it was his own concoction of waking potion. Hermione contemplated thoughtfully. Then it appears approaching him was the right decision. She stood up and paced excitedly around the living room, unable to contain her exhilaration. Harry, you were saved. Saved? Harry's green eyes were like a still, icy lake, exuding indifference, though this aloofness was well concealed deep within. He lowered his head and continued along the lines of Hermione's statement. Yes, I am very pleased. I am saved. Hermione joyfully exclaimed, I must return and share this splendid news with Ron. However, Harry halted her, lifting his gaze to meet hers with a weighty seriousness. No. Do not tell Ron. Hermione looked at him in confusion, questioning, why? In that moment of eye contact, she felt a sharp pain in her mind. An inexplicable thought surfacing within her consciousness. Do not tell Ron. She abruptly turned her head, gazing at the mottled wall beside her. Her expression filled with uncertainty as she dared not meet Harry's eyes again. Legitimacy. Harry also stood, approaching Hermione and apologetically said, Hermione, I am sorry, but you cannot inform Ron. Hermione pressed her forehead, reluctant to meet Harry's gaze. She understood the gravity of Harry's predicament, but never anticipated that he could execute legitimacy just moments ago. Taking a deep breath, she said, Harry, you just. Harry, filled with remorse, replied, Hermione, I am sorry, but you know I cannot control myself. Hermione could not find it within herself to blame Harry excessively. She could only say, all right, I won't inform Ron, but could you share the reason with me? Harry settled back down and replied softly, I simply do not wish to disappoint Ron. You know how tirelessly he has sought help from me, how many people he has turned to, before I truly feel better. I do not want to give Ron a false sense of hope. Hermione sighed and responded, I understand. I won't tell Ron, but now. Harry looked at her, wearing a faint smile. Rest assured, there has been progress. He spoke softly, as if reassuring himself and comforting Hermione at the same time. I will be all right, trust me. Hermione. Upon hearing Harry's words, Hermione reluctantly rolled up her parchment and replied, then I'll see you on Monday, Harry. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. As Monday arrived swiftly, he took special care in preparing himself before heading to the Ministry of Magic. Upon entering the conference room, he immediately sensed an atmosphere that was notably unusual. Minister Shacklebolt occupied the seat of honor, with Hermione seated beside him, while the directors of various departments sat across from her. Harry scanned the room and observed that the directors facing Hermione were all purebloods, remnants of the battle, while those on Hermione's side comprised an equal mix of half-bloods and purebloods. Naturally, he walked over and took a seat next to Hermione. As the meeting commenced and Hermione presented her proposal, it came as no surprise when the purebloods across the table began to vehemently oppose it. Their reasoning was predictable. The former Death Eater, suspected to be the direct cause of Dumbledore's demise and Voldemort's most significant accomplice, bore the surname Malfoy. However, their efforts were destined to fail, for during the final vote, the emblem representing Harry clearly marked the agree column. The purebloods gazed at the mark he left behind in astonishment, their expressions darkening. After the meeting concluded, the proposal to allow Malfoy entry was narrowly approved. The next step would be to see whether Malfoy would indeed submit an application for entry. Hermione exhaled in relief, as the proponent of the proposal, although it received approval. The purebloods imposed certain conditions. Specifically, to ensure that Malfoy posed no threat to the British magical community upon his arrival, they mandated that someone must closely follow him. This was a form of covert yet legal surveillance. Furthermore, they suggested that the best candidate for this task would be someone who had defeated the Dark Lord. Given Malfoy's affiliation with the former Dark Lord's inner circle, this would serve to reassure the ordinary citizens of the magical world to a greater extent. Hermione and Harry had anticipated this outcome the night before. Without hesitation, Harry accepted the task amid the astonished gazes of the purebloods. With a flourish of his wand, he added a note beneath the proposal, designated monitor upon entry, Harry Potter, monitoring duration, indefinite, subject to the monitor's discretion, but guaranteed for no less than 6 months. After completing the statement with his wand, Harry smiled and inquired, "How does that sound as a guarantee?" Seeing this conclusion, the aristocrats had little more to say. It was well known that Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy had been bitter rivals during their time at Hogwarts. What could be more uncomfortable than having one's arch-nemesis watching over them at all times? Moreover, what is even more intriguing is that if Malfoy wishes to enter, he must acquiesce to this condition. Once he concedes to this stipulation and agrees to enter, given Harry's profound disdain for Malfoy, it would not be difficult for him to manipulate the situation to his advantage. As long as Malfoy remains outside of England, they can utilize this rationale to gradually encroach upon the assets and wealth that rightfully belong to the Malfoy family, dividing the vast lands and family treasures left behind by Malfoy. Resolute in their decision, they donned sincere smiles and consented to this proposal. The meeting this morning concluded in an unexpectedly amiable atmosphere. This proposal and its conditions were, by the following day, delivered to Draco via all post. Draco unfurled the letter, cleared his throat, and read aloud to Narcissa and Scorpius. "Dear Mr. Malfoy, should you wish to apply for entry, you must accept no less than 6 months of close protection from Mr. Harry Potter." Draco raised his light blonde eyebrows as he continued reading. "Presented by the British Ministry of Magic?" He emitted a brief, mocking laugh, casually tossing the parchment onto the coffee table, and inquired, "Mother, what do you say?" Narcissa sat steadily in her chair, her dark eyes remarkably tranquil, as if she had anticipated this outcome long ago. "It appears that the British Ministry of Magic is also facing challenges with immigration applications. From now on, we must adopt a unified perspective." Draco blinked, his handsome face unusually stern, resembling a beautiful yet perilous dagger. He spoke slowly but resolutely, "Henceforth, we shall be known as the Party of Harry Potter." On the following day after the proposal was issued, the British Ministry of Magic inevitably received Malfoy's immigration application. After the minister's seal was affixed, the application became officially effective, and the name Malfoy, which had long faded into obscurity on the ancient family tree of the ministry, resurfaced. This signified the family's re-emergence in Britain. On Friday afternoon, Harry stood within the grand hall of the British Ministry of Magic. He stood tall and imposing, having deliberately donned a bespoke wizard's robe that accentuated his long legs and broad shoulders. He had even taken the time to groom his once unruly black hair, rendering it a disheveled yet orderly beauty. His green eyes roamed over the bustling hall of the Ministry of Magic, and upon meeting the gaze of several young witches and wizards, they couldn't help but feel a slight tingle in their bodies, their cheeks flushing with a soft blush. Their thoughts were all in harmony. "Ah, Harry Potter is watching me." However, after a moment, the fireplace representing the Ministry of Magic suddenly blazed with a fierce fire, the emerald flames seemingly reaching for the heavens. This indicated that the visitor possessed formidable magical power and had traveled from a great distance, thus causing such a spectacle. The crowd from the ministry hurriedly stepped aside to avoid the surging green flames. Harry, with his hands tucked into his pockets, subtly moved his fingers within, causing the flames to collide with an invisible barrier and rebound back into the fireplace. After a considerable time, the flames diminished slightly, and a secretive smile graced Harry's face as he gazed at the towering fireplace. As the green flames subsided, a long leg emerged first. This leg was clad in tailored black trousers, adorned with faint silver embellishments. With the leg stepping out, a figure materialized from the fire. The onlookers in the hall fell into a strange silence, captivated by the newcomer. The individual slightly furrowed his brow, brushing off non-existent ashes from his evidently expensive cloak. Upon removing his hood, a cascade of water-like golden hair tumbled down like a waterfall. He possessed distant silver-gray eyes, a striking jawline, and lips that were thin yet richly colored, the only vibrant hue on his otherwise alabaster complexion. His light golden eyebrows added to the ethereal quality of his appearance, rendering him akin to a living painting. He lifted his gaze, scanning the hall of the British Ministry of Magic, before finally fixing his eyes upon Harry Potter. Harry pressed his lips together, suppressing an inexplicable smirk that had emerged from nowhere. He strode forward, extending his hand towards the individual, saying, "Welcome back to the British wizarding world, Mr. Draco Malfoy." After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of noise. Chapter 26. Malfoy Manor. The newcomer cast a frosty glance at Harry's outstretched hand, reluctantly extending his own to engage in a brief handshake, which he swiftly withdrew as if he had touched something distasteful. Harry also retracted his hand, placing it back into his trouser pocket. This posture might appear slouched on others, but on the tall and robust Harry, it exuded an air of nonchalance. Draco rubbed his temple. He had already discreetly contacted the Savior and arranged for his visit on Friday afternoon. He required a legitimate identity that would allow him to enter Britain frequently and without the need for illicit portkeys. Hermione's proposed plan arrived at just the right moment. Initially, he had doubted the Savior's involvement in it. However, why would the Savior choose to make such a grand gesture of welcoming him in the hall of the ministry? Even if he understood that his return would inevitably stir considerable commotion, making such a striking entrance was already captivating enough in itself. He was uncertain whether this ostentatious appearance would prove advantageous or detrimental to his forthcoming endeavors. For his visit this afternoon was not solely for the purpose of making a grand entrance. It also involved the formal reactivation of his ancestral Malfoy manor. Previously, the manor had been sealed by the Ministry of Magic, having served as Voldemort's stronghold during the war. However, now that he has returned as the legitimate heir of the Malfoy lineage, he possesses the authority to petition the Ministry to lift the seal on Malfoy Manor. He maintained his aloof demeanor, offering a slight nod to Harry as he spoke. "Let us proceed." Having uttered these words, he expertly glided past Harry, making his way toward other areas within the Ministry of Magic. If his memory served him correctly, his destination should be. He spoke softly, inquiring if he should directly approach Director Granger regarding the protection of personal and familial assets. Harry followed closely behind him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, barely perceptible to others. "Yes, consult the director," he replied. Draco cast a puzzled glance back at Harry, his silver-gray eyes curving slightly at the edges. In the past, such a look would have signified the impending onset of a new century-long conflict between them. However, both had since matured, both in appearance and intellect, rendering that gaze merely a reflection of confusion. Yet, upon receiving Draco's look, Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. They could never return to the days of their youth at Hogwarts. They navigated through the bustling throngs within the Ministry of Magic, and without exception, the wizards they brushed past regarded their unusual pairing with astonishment and confusion. Some gazes were tinged with an incomprehensible curiosity, while others held a hint of schadenfreude, all of which served to captivate attention. Draco strode forward with an air of indifference, while Harry followed closely behind, resembling a bodyguard. The palpable aura of Harry kept onlookers at bay, and it was only after the two had distanced themselves that whispers began to circulate among the crowd. "That golden hair, could it be? It is so striking, that hue." Aside from the Malfoy lineage, which family in the entire British wizarding world possesses such a rich gold? The Malfoy bloodline has remarkably preserved such a pure magical heritage to this day. Speaking of which, how old was Malfoy when he departed from Britain? Merely a recent graduate, I suppose. Think about it. It must have been nearly a decade. Has he married? I am uncertain. I have heard he resides in France. Do you have any connections there? I shall inquire. However, if he remains unmarried, the two exchanged a glance, their eyes sparkling with palpable greed. If he is indeed single, the vast inheritance and wealth that the Malfoy family has amassed throughout the years would be up for grabs. Just as one was about to continue his thought, his lips suddenly sealed, as if an inexplicable force compelled him to remain silent. That familiar sensation, someone had cast a silencing charm upon him. He desperately attempted to open his mouth, yet his lips were as if firmly glued together, rendering him unable to part them. All he could emit were muffled sounds, while he fumbled to retrieve his wand. However, he was unable to utter any incantations and could only frantically gesture toward the person opposite him. The other individual stared blankly for a moment before finally reacting, drawing forth their wand to cast a freezing spell upon him. Both, in a state of panic, glanced around nervously, unwilling to continue their discussion, and hurriedly separated, almost akin to a hasty retreat. At the end of the corridor, Harry cast a detached glance over his shoulder before turning back. Malfoy had not waited for him. Instead, he navigated his way to Hermione's office with familiarity. After politely knocking, he heard a voice inviting him to enter. Tidying his attire, he stepped inside. Hermione's voluminous curls were neatly gathered at the back of her head, and her desk was cluttered with a multitude of paper airplanes that constituted a document. She was currently engrossed and fervently writing something. Her assistant, a girl named Catherine, approached to open the door for Draco. Upon seeing his face, she momentarily appeared dazed, her cheeks flushing swiftly. She stepped aside and, in a tone softer than she realized, greeted him. "Hello. May I ask if you are Draco?" he replied succinctly. "Malfoy. I am here to request the lifting of the Ministry's sealing order on the Malfoy Manor." Hermione's voice echoed from within the office. "Catherine, let them in." Upon hearing this, Catherine moved aside, blushing as she addressed Draco. Mr. Malfoy, please come in. Once Draco had entered, Harry strode forward, closely following him. Catherine's gaze lingered on Malfoy's back, reluctant to part with the sight. Harry shot her a glance, subtly obstructing her view. It was only then that Catherine seemed to awaken from her reverie, retracting her gaze and returning to her seat, though her eyes occasionally darted toward the now-closed door of the small office. Hermione hastily tore off a piece of notepaper, inscribed a line upon it, and handed it to Draco. She barely had time to exchange further words with the two. Take this to the property registry office and hand them this note. That will suffice. Draco took the lead, and Hermione, in a hurry, waved her hand to signal that they could leave. Draco turned back towards the door, but just as his hand rested on the doorknob, Hermione spoke again. She lifted her gaze, her brown eyes locking onto Draco's silver-gray ones, and said, Malfoy, I hope you keep your word. Remember our agreement. Draco paused for a moment, then softly replied, I remember, rest assured, Granger. With that, he turned the knob and stepped outside. Once outside, Catherine immediately looked up, her gaze fixed on the note in Malfoy's hand, and with a tone laced with cautious anticipation. She inquired, Mr. Malfoy, which office do you need? I can show you the way. Her heart brimmed with expectation. She had heard of Draco Malfoy before. Yet the reality of his presence was far more striking than she had imagined. In the Witch Weekly that she frequently read, there was a ranking of the most popular wizards, and in the latest issues, the top spot had been held by a handsome young Quidditch seeker. However, Catherine believed that with Draco Malfoy's return to the British wizarding world and his subsequent activities, it would not be long before this dashing gentleman secured his place on that list, likely ranking among the very best. After all, surpassing Harry Potter's 5th position should be within reach. Yet, to the young Catherine's disappointment, Draco Malfoy merely nodded politely in her direction and, with a hint of regret in his voice, replied, Thank you for your kindness, but, before he could finish his words, Harry Potter, who was standing beside him, interjected. He addressed Catherine, saying, Director Granger must have other tasks for you. I can escort Mr. Malfoy. Catherine, who had intended to say more, swallowed her words instead, watching as Draco Malfoy exited her office. In a hushed tone, she finally spoke, I am Catherine. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. Draco, holding the note given to him by Granger, contemplated that despite his long absence from the British Ministry of Magic, he surmised that the institutional changes would not be particularly significant. After all, considering the ministry's notoriously sluggish efficiency, such a large-scale transformation seemed beyond their capabilities. He strode ahead with great confidence, while Potter closely followed behind him. It struck him as amusing. Potter resembled nothing less than his own bodyguard, or perhaps a devoted attendant. The savior, a mere shadow of Malfoy? A protector? Such a story would surely dominate the headlines of the Daily Prophet for an entire week. He strolled into another corridor. Gazing at the names displayed above, and after a gentle knock, he pushed the door open. Harry followed closely behind, entering the modest office. Inside, a substantial counter spanned the room, reminiscent of a bank's teller station, divided into 3 windows where 3 distinct witches sat. Upon noticing the newcomers, they initially did not raise their heads but spoke in unison, instructing, Please register your wand at the kiosk, then return. Draco produced his wand and softly inquired, Is a wand from France acceptable? One of the witches, her tone tinged with impatience, responded, How could a French wand? She lifted her gaze toward the 2 individuals at the door, her unfinished words fading away. With a clatter, she abruptly stood from her seat. The woman, slightly plump and of a more mature age, suddenly appeared youthful, a noticeable blush gracing her cheeks. Her voice softened as she inquired, May I ask which guest hails from France? Draco brandished his fragrant green sandalwood wand and replied, It is I. The other 2 witches also raised their heads, enthusiastically declaring, A French wand is certainly permissible, provided you possess lawful property in the UK. Gentlemen, please take a seat. Harry Potter found amusement in observing the sudden warmth emanating from the 3 witches, who had previously exhibited such haughty behavior. He recalled his own visit for property registration, when Sirius had bequeathed him Grimmauld Place. On that occasion, he had witnessed the witch's disdainful treatment of a rather unattractive wizard, insisting he complete his paperwork before they would assist him. Now, however, the trio appeared transformed. One even emerged from behind the counter to accept Draco's wand, inserting it into a machine resembling a vending apparatus. The device whirred to life and subsequently dispensed a slip of paper. She retrieved it, scanning the name before exclaiming, Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy promptly affirmed, Indeed, that is me. A charming smile graced his face, and his silvery gray eyes sparkled with mirth as he spoke. I have applied for entry. May I proceed to unseal the property belonging to the Malfoy family, ladies? The three witches exchanged glances, and one, blushing, replied, Why, of course, Mr. Malfoy. After uttering these words, she returned to her counter, waving her hand gently. The thick parchment laid upon the counter began to turn its pages in accordance with her gesture. The sound of rustling paper filled the air until, after a considerable pause, 2 pages finally settled, revealing the inscribed text. She read aloud softly. The Malfoy residence has been sealed by the Ministry of Magic due to allegations of providing a venue and funds for illegal gatherings. Draco handed over a slip of paper inscribed with the words, Consent to unseal the Malfoy residence, Hermione Granger. The signature glimmered with golden light. And once the witch received the note, she affixed it to a book, whereupon the slip seamlessly merged into its pages. Moments later, a line of text emerged from the bottom, stating today's date and confirming the unsealing, with the issuer noted as the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Hermione Granger. Following this, another line appeared, identifying the executor as Harry Potter. The witch glanced at the savior standing at the entrance, who appeared suddenly captivated by a plant nearby, scrutinizing it intently without casting a glance in her direction. She regarded Draco Malfoy before her. As a clerk who had worked in the Ministry of Magic for many years, she was somewhat familiar with the Malfoy family despite not having participated in the final war. Once a Death Eater, young Malfoy had, through a stroke of fortune, saved the savior during the conflict. The family possessed unimaginable wealth and was a staunch proponent of pureblood ideology. After retreating to France, they had been granted a special decree from the ministry allowing their return. And despite their past blemishes, it was difficult to resist the allure of this young man, whose striking looks and figure stirred the hearts of young witches and wizards alike. Bolstered by the immense wealth he inherited, not to mention, having the savior as his nominal guarantor only amplified his appeal. Chapter 27. Unsealing. She could easily envision the surge of interest this unsealing announcement would generate once published in the Daily Prophet. Adopting a tone of official business, she inquired. The unsealing announcement will be published in the Daily Prophet for 3 days. Is Mr. Malfoy aware of this? Draco nodded and replied, I understand. Should I return after 3 days? The witch actually wished to express her desire to make another visit, yearning for another glimpse of the handsome young man to purify her eyes. Furthermore, his presence signified the arrival of the savior, akin to a delightful 2-for-1 offer, a boon for those like her, who spent their days confined within the office. However, the savior had mercilessly shattered her expectations, declaring, There is no need. In 3 days, if no objections are raised against the Ministry of Magic, the Malfoy estate will naturally be unsealed. The witch thought to herself. The savior's tone suggested that, should any objections arise, he would indeed intervene. Resigned, she stated, Mr. Potter is correct. After 3 days, the sealing enchantment on Malfoy land will lapse, allowing you, Mr. Malfoy, to freely enter and exit your estate. She returned Draco's wand to him, announcing, Your wand has been duly registered. Draco accepted it, gently voicing his gratitude. Thank you, madam. Once their business concluded, Draco turned to leave. Unbeknownst to them, Harry discreetly cast a silencing charm around them, leaning slightly closer to Malfoy, inquiring, What are your plans moving forward? Without lifting his gaze, Draco busied himself adjusting his gloves and replied, No plans. I am returning home. Goodbye, Potter. Harry tentatively probed, Where do you reside? The Malfoy estate has yet to be unsealed. Do you have another place to go? Draco glanced at him. A look of profound confusion etched across his features. Potter, what concern is my residence to you? He appeared to have an epiphany and remarked, Are you afraid that I might forget our agreement? Rest assured, I shall not. He took out his pocket watch, glanced at it, and said, I will come to find you tomorrow morning, at the usual time. I want to forget. Harry suddenly interjected. However, I have the responsibility of monitoring you. Do not forget that your entry application bears my and Hermione's guarantor signatures. Draco pressed his lips together, recalling that no less than 6 months of close protection implied no less than 6 months of surveillance. Nevertheless, he inquired, I understand. But your monitoring cannot possibly extend to my home, can it? Harry cast him a sidelong glance, seemingly amused yet somewhat pleased. His emotions shifted so swiftly that Draco barely had time to catch them, and his face reverted to its previous neutral demeanor. This is for me to decide, not you. Draco Malfoy. Draco sighed in mild frustration, feeling somewhat defeated as he responded, Fine, then come with me. The two returned to the ground floor from the Ministry of Magic's elevator. Along the way, the elevator was constantly in motion, with people coming and going, each casting furtive glances at the two standing in the corner. However, Draco was too preoccupied to notice the unusual crowd. He was troubled by the thought of whether he should indeed bring Potter to his residence, although he now had a legitimate means to return to England. That legitimacy was contingent upon Harry Potter's consent. Should Harry decide to shatter their fleeting peace, he would have no recourse. The weight of the Savior's presence was immense. Even though Draco understood that the Ministry of Magic was not as peaceful as it appeared, as long as Harry Potter existed, the title of Savior would remain his. Even if there were those who opposed him, they constituted only a small minority, far from capable of stirring significant turmoil. As he pondered, he drifted outside with the throng of people. Occasionally, he seemed to be jostled by others, but soon, Potter guided him away from the crowded area. The two ventured into a narrow alley, where Diagon Alley intersected with Nocturne Alley. There were no shops in sight, only a sparse few individuals strolling about. Upon recognizing Harry Potter, they hastily quickened their pace, leaving the vicinity deserted in no time. Standing in the alley, Harry inquired, "Where to now?" Draco remained silent, embodying a bit of an ostrich mentality, pondering the possibility that Potter might grow weary of him. Yet, Potter exhibited remarkable patience, standing by as they lingered in silence. Time slipped by unnoticed, the sun gradually descending, casting gentle crimson rays across the earth. Not far away, Diagon Alley began to buzz with life. The weekend crowd filled the streets, couples and families out for leisure, each face radiating joy. Realizing he could no longer evade the situation, Draco finally spoke. "Let us have dinner first. It's on me." Harry raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of hunger himself, but he remained patient. Previously, during a mission, he had concealed himself in the marshes for 3 days and nights to capture a gathering of dark wizards. Thus, this silent standoff with Malfoy felt trivial, merely an appetizer. He joked lightly, "Having been away from England for so long, do you even know which restaurant is delightful?" Draco had already set his foot towards Diagon Alley, the warm glow of candlelight illuminating his golden hair and casting shadows of varying hues. Luminescent little sprites flitted in the air, and he appeared as though he had never left England, reaching out his hand with familiarity, inviting the sprites to sprinkle shimmering golden dust upon him. The sprites were particularly fond of his hair. Several even alighted upon it, leaving delicate white blossoms in their wake. As Harry approached, Draco gazed at Diagon Alley, his initially aloof expression gradually softening. He remarked, "After all these years, Diagon Alley remains just as it was. I suppose most of the shops have not changed?" Harry paused in silence before replying, "No, there have indeed been many changes." He stepped forward, speaking as he walked. The robe shop of Madame Malkin still stood, while the Weasley joke shop had but one proprietor remaining. The owner, renowned for his delectable ice cream, had fallen victim to Voldemort's indiscriminate slaughter. Ollivander had grown too old, and now the shop was run by his grandson, a rather disheveled young man. The owner of the restaurant we often visited with Ron and Hermione had also perished, as his wife was a squib, a casualty of Voldemort's wrath. They had since relocated to a different place. The Leaky Cauldron remained, though under new management. Interestingly, the most famous eatery now was operated by a half-blood wizard, whose mother was a muggle, and his menu was inspired entirely by her recipes. Draco inquired, "The most famous?" Harry nodded, skillfully parting the crowd before them. He gazed ahead and remarked, "Moreover, it is a Chinese restaurant. Are you accustomed to Chinese cuisine?" Soon, Harry would discover whether Malfoy could indeed appreciate such fare. The restaurant was bustling with patrons. Its owner, a half-Chinese, had adorned the place with authentic Chinese decor, including chairs and screens imported directly from China. He was at the entrance, managing the queue when he spotted Harry Potter and eagerly approached. "Mr. Harry Potter." At that moment, Harry gracefully stepped aside, revealing the resplendent Malfoy behind him. Forgive Harry for describing Malfoy as resplendent. The light of Diagon Alley illuminated his brilliant blonde hair, making him resemble a large, mobile lantern. Even as they passed the pet shop, the resident owls were transfixed, their heads turning towards him. The shopkeeper's initially exuberant tone abruptly shifted, and he cautiously asked, "And who might this gentleman be?" He moved here only after the war, thus unaware that in the entire magical realm of Britain, there exists a family with such resplendent golden hair, and it is exclusively male, bearing the surname Malfoy. Hair color, to some extent, signifies the depth of magical prowess, just as the Malfoys have long had their lineage's magic coursing through their name. If we consider that Harry Potter is the most powerful individual in the British magical community, then the Malfoy family undoubtedly occupies the second tier, leading the pureblood families. Draco offered a smile to the shopkeeper, slightly nodding his head as he introduced himself. Draco Malfoy, a pleasure to meet you. The shopkeeper appeared momentarily taken aback. Before promptly responding, gentlemen, please bear with us. The shop is currently at capacity, and if you would kindly wait. He flipped through the notebook at the door, remarking, it will likely take another half an hour to an hour. Is that acceptable? Draco secretly wished for time to stretch endlessly. Ideally until the late hours of the night. He had no desire for Potter to discover his residence, nor did he wish to escort Potter back to his home. However, observing Potter's resolute demeanor, determined to follow him, he silently hoped that after their meal, Potter would suddenly come to his senses and decide to return to his own abode instead. He promptly replied, no problem, we shall return shortly. The shopkeeper handed them a note and advised, if this note becomes warm, it signifies that your table has become available. At that time, please return. Harry nodded as he accepted the note. The shopkeeper glanced at Mr. Malfoy, who stood outside the crowd, seemingly awaiting Mr. Potter, and remarked, somewhat enviously, Mr. Potter, you are quite fortunate. Harry responded with a puzzled expression. Though he was somewhat perplexed by what was being said, out of courtesy, he graciously accepted the remark, which could be considered a compliment. He nodded slightly and replied, thank you. After uttering this, he continued to follow closely behind Malfoy. He tucked the note into the pocket of his garment and inquired, where shall we proceed next? He was acutely aware of Draco's intentions. He aimed to prolong their time outside for as long as possible. However, as an aura, patience, and the ability to wait were essential components of his training. And Harry had graduated with near-perfect marks in his aura training. Draco, momentarily taken aback by the question, found himself at a loss for where to go next. Yet this did not hinder his composure as he replied, I am going to the owl shop. He thought of an excellent excuse and said, I am going to purchase a new owl for my son. Would you care to join me? He was acutely aware that he was evading his true feelings. At present, Draco found himself in a state of disarray, perplexed as to why he was accompanying Potter, and even more so, why they were to dine together on a Friday evening. Such occasions were typically reserved for couples on a date or families enjoying a night out. Yet, what was the nature of his relationship with Potter? Once recognized as sworn enemies during their school days, they now existed in a peculiar dynamic of surveillance and being surveilled. Remarkably, ever since Draco had departed from the Ministry of Magic, there had been an unprecedented absence of conflict between the two, a scenario utterly inconceivable a decade prior. He pondered deeply within, yet his steps remained unceasing as he made his way directly to the owl shop. He did not genuinely intend to purchase an owl, rather. He was determined to procure a delightful pet for Scopy, whether it be an owl or another creature. Scopy required a companion in England, one that would contribute positively to his development. He pushed open the door of the pet store, and the owls inside turned their heads in unison to gaze at him. He approached one particular long-eared owl, which blinked its large yellow eyes and let out a soft hoot. Draco gently stroked the owl's head, and the creature regarded him for a moment before inching closer. The owl seemed to take a liking to him. The shopkeeper, with an apron tied around his waist and gloves adorning his hands, was tidying up something within the cat enclosure. Upon hearing the chime of the doorbell, he rose with a warm smile and greeted, welcome. He directed his gaze towards Draco Malfoy. The enthusiastic smile that had adorned his face upon seeing a customer gradually waned. Observing the newcomer, he inquired, are you Mr. Malfoy? Draco nodded, unperturbed by the proprietor's ability to recognize him. The British wizarding community was indeed quite small, and his distinctive hair color made him easily identifiable to anyone within that realm. The expression on the proprietor's face turned frosty as he asked, what would you like to purchase? Draco caressed the snowy owl and posed the question, do you have any pets suitable for children? At that moment, the doorbell chimed softly, and Harry walked in. He stood slightly taller than Draco, and as he entered, he nearly collided with the owl perch suspended above. An aloof owl perch there cast a fleeting glance at him, then gracefully shifted its feet and fluttered over to a nearby cabinet. Upon noticing Harry's arrival, the shopkeeper's face instantly radiated a warm smile. Mr. Potter, what can I assist you with today? Draco remarked, the contrast becoming rather apparent. He did not turn around. He heard Porter softly say behind him, I am not purchasing. I am merely accompanying the gentleman ahead of me. You may attend to him. Upon hearing Porter's words, the proprietor's demeanor calmed once more. He did not glance at Draco, but instead busied himself with his belongings, remarking, a pet suitable for children. The owl at your side appears quite fitting. Draco gently stroked the owl, which was indeed very docile, yet he hesitated and inquired, are there any rare pets available? Price is not an issue. The shopkeeper heavily set down his belongings and brusquely replied, "If you wish to buy, then proceed. If not, kindly leave. I do not welcome Death Eaters here." Draco narrowed his eyes at the remark, leisurely stating, "Mr. Jean, please remain calm. He is not a Death Eater." Chapter 28. The address. Upon hearing Harry's words, a faint flush of indignation crept across the shopkeeper's face. He coldly addressed Harry, saying, "Mr. Potter, my family fell victim to the hands of Death Eaters. I am grateful for your defeat of that particular one, which dispelled the dark cloud looming over Britain. But that does not imply I shall forgive a former Death Eater." Harry recognized the truth in Mr. Jean's statement. As someone who had consistently fought on the front lines, he was acutely aware of the atrocities committed by those Death Eaters. However, particularly concerning Malfoy, his feelings were exceedingly complex. Setting aside the deranged Lestrange couple, old Malfoy was not among the most prominent of the Death Eaters. Rather, he had primarily served as a financial backer and a manipulator of influence within the Ministry of Magic. As for Draco himself, that was a matter altogether different. His bravery, once displayed during the spell duels with Potter at school, vanished without a trace upon confronting the realities of the battlefield. Meanwhile, his mother, Narcissa, remained untouched by the dark mark, rendering her, in essence, not a Death Eater at all. Moreover, it is undeniable that Draco indeed saved his life on 2 occasions, once in their family cellar and again on the battlefield. He calmly advised Mr. Jean. However, before he could finish his words, Draco made a movement. Draco lifted the cage containing the barn owl and extracted several gold galleons from his sleeve, approximately 10, significantly exceeding the value of the owl. The galleons clinked against the wooden counter, producing a melodious sound. Draco gently concluded, "I shall choose this barn owl." With that, he grasped the cage and brushed past Harry, making his way outside. Harry cast a glance at the pet shop owner and sighed, "Mr. Jean." He pointed to the pile of galleons that Malfoy had placed on the table and remarked, "Take it. At least his money is clean." Mr. Jean's expression twitched as he replied stiffly, "No more gifts, Mr. Potter." Harry turned and pushed open the door, stepping outside. Once outside, he discovered that Malfoy had released the owl from its cage. He had cast a shrinking charm on the cage, transforming it into a charming little trinket. While the owl perched obediently on his shoulder, its fluffy body nestled against Malfoy's somewhat excessively pale face illuminated by the light. He reluctantly inquired, "Is the note warm?" Harry retrieved the restaurant's note from his pocket, perfectly timed, as it transformed into the shape of a small trumpet in his hand, its color shifting to a vibrant red. The proprietor's voice emanated from the tiny trumpet, "Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, please come here." Harry released the note, which then morphed into the shape of a paper airplane, gracefully floating ahead to guide them. Draco, nestled beside the warm and fluffy owl, felt his spirits lift somewhat. He gently scratched the owl's belly as he walked alongside Potter, both heading toward the restaurant. The bustling streets of Diagon Alley were still teeming with people. As Draco walked beside Potter, he inevitably attracted numerous curious and scrutinizing glances, filled with probing questions and intrigue. Yet, bolstered by Potter's formidable presence, no one dared to approach them throughout their journey. Upon their arrival at the restaurant, the proprietor was already peering out the door. Upon spotting Harry, his eyes lit up and he waved enthusiastically in that direction. Harry approached, and the owner warmly exclaimed, "My apologies for keeping you waiting, gentlemen. Your table is inside. Please, come in." He tapped the paper airplane that had flown to his desk, and it gracefully ascended once more, revealing a number. "Following this paper airplane will lead you to the corresponding private room." Harry expressed his gratitude to the proprietor and stepped inside first. Draco, cradling his owl, had his face nestled against the warm belly of the creature, as if the owl were attempting to incubate him. The proprietor gently halted Draco, apologizing, "I beg your pardon, Mr. Malfoy, but you may need to leave your pet on the designated stand at the entrance." He turned his head and noticed a small, fenced-off area at the entrance, where several owls stood, while below were tied up cats, rabbits, and dogs. Draco placed his owl atop the enclosure, gently stroking its head as it clicked its beak and obediently settled in. Upon entering, Draco found the restaurant to be quite different from his expectations. It resembled a miniature Chinese palace, expansive and adorned with intricately carved columns, each embellished with exquisite patterns. Between every 2 columns was a small private room, each with wooden doors decorated with beautiful motifs. Draco squinted and examined the designs closely, seemingly speaking to himself, "What is this pattern?" Harry, however, paid little attention as a paper airplane hovered before one of the doors, transforming back into a sheet of paper that adhered to the surface, revealing the words "Guest arriving." Harry pushed the door open, stepping inside to find a square table with a hollowed circular center, atop which rested a pot, slightly taller than the table itself. Filled with a pale yellow broth that emanated an enticing aroma, though its contents remained a mystery. He entered first, with Draco trailing closely behind. Once the door closed, he gently wrinkled his nose in admiration, exclaiming, "What a delightful aroma! Truly, this is a Chinese restaurant." The two of them settled into their seats in a silence that was both comfortable and swift. The hour was late, and after a long day. Both were feeling a twinge of hunger, though neither chose to disclose this to the other. After their meal, Harry cleared his throat and inquired, "Where are you going?" Draco, slightly exasperated, slowly set down his knife and fork and responded, "I am going home." Harry pressed on, "Home to where?" "To my house." "And where is that?" "The Malfoy Manor has yet to be unsealed." "Where is your home?" Draco surrendered the conversation. "Potter, do you not have other matters to attend to?" he inquired. "Are you not the head of the Auror department? You must be quite occupied. Do not squander all your time on me, a mere former Death Eater. There are surely many individuals far more perilous than I." He focused intently on the phrase former Death Eaters. A fleeting expression of melancholy crossed Harry's face. And Draco considered himself a master of concealing emotions. However, he found Harry's recent sentiments utterly inscrutable. What had transpired in the past decade? Harry remarked, "My primary concern of late has been to ensure that your entry does not incite turmoil within the British magical community. Therefore, I must ascertain your residence, and if necessary, I will seek a warrant for a forcible search of your dwelling." Draco sighed, realizing there was no further evasion possible, and replied vaguely, "XXX Avenue." Harry's ears perked up as he inquired, "Where? Be more specific." Draco had already risen, making his way toward the exit. Their dining experience had indeed been prolonged, and upon their departure, they observed that the foot traffic in Diagon Alley had significantly diminished. He removed the waiting owl from the entrance, giving it a gentle scratch on its neck before settling the bill with the shopkeeper. The proprietor counted the gold galleons in his hand, cheerfully exclaiming, "We look forward to your next visit, Mr. Malfoy." As Harry emerged from the establishment, the shopkeeper added, "Wishing you both a pleasant weekend. If you make a reservation via owl for your next date here, you may enjoy a discount." Draco remained silent, while Harry, only then realizing the shopkeeper had previously congratulated him, recalled the earlier comment about envy. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards Malfoy, who stood a short distance away, awaiting him. At that moment, Malfoy had taken down the barn owl, allowing it to perch upon his arm. It seemed as though he had suddenly developed an affection for the creature, his silver-gray eyes brimming with tenderness. He produced a small amount of owl feed, placing it in his palm for the bird to eat. To an outsider unaware of the events that had transpired between them, one might indeed misconstrue the situation. He said with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, "No, you misunderstand. I am not involved with him." He pondered for a moment and said to the store manager, "My relationship with him is merely ordinary. It is not a date. And tonight is, in fact, a work commitment." The store manager stared blankly at Harry for a moment, and his face gradually flushed with color. He said with a hint of frustration, "Ah, my apologies, Mr. Porter, I assumed." He stammered, "I'm sorry, Mr. Potter." Harry replied gently, "It's quite all right. The dinner was delightful. So, when we come next time, can we enjoy a discount by reserving in advance through Owl?" The proprietor nodded, still in a state of shock. Glancing at the bill, he informed Harry, "Mr. Malfoy has already settled the account, Mr. Potter." Harry nodded slightly, inclining his head to bid the manager good night, to which the proprietor smiled and reciprocated the sentiment. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and an unexpected thought flashed through Harry's mind. Does this mean Mr. Malfoy is single? I must inquire further. With a subtle movement of his fingers, Harry swiftly averted his gaze and departed the establishment, heading towards the direction where Malfoy stood. Upon noticing Harry's approach, Malfoy finally shifted his feet and began walking towards the exit of Diagon Alley. Once they emerged from Diagon Alley, they found themselves back on the Muggle streets. The night in London was shrouded in mist, enveloping the ancient city, and the streets were largely deserted. Both were still clad in their wizarding attire, but fortunately, the nighttime provided a veil of anonymity. Otherwise, their outfits would surely attract unwarranted attention. The streetlights glowed softly through the fog, casting halos that danced upon the ground. Harry quickened his pace, catching up to Malfoy, and inquired, "Which way shall we go now?" He can be considered someone who has traversed both the wizarding and Muggle worlds, possessing knowledge of Muggle transportation methods. He inquired, "Are you bringing your new owl and taking the subway?" Malfoy cast a curious glance in his direction, then retrieved a sleek black object from his bag. Upon pressing a button, it emitted two beeping sounds, causing the headlights of a silver sports car parked at the roadside to illuminate. He remarked, "I apologize, but I have a car. If you wish to take the subway, you may do so on your own." Harry responded, "Malfoy's surprises are indeed everywhere." Malfoy opened the driver's seat and settled in, placing his owl in the back. Harry took his place in the passenger seat. Malfoy glanced at him and instructed, "Buckle your seatbelt." Did he also know about seatbelts? Harry, ever compliant, fastened his securely, after which Malfoy ignited the engine and, with an unexpectedly smooth motion, glided out of the parking space and onto another street. Seated in the car, Harry gazed around with curiosity. The interior was immaculate, revealing that it had not been utilized frequently. There were no air fresheners or similar items, yet a faint, indescribable scent pervaded the space. Upon closer inspection, Harry discerned that this aroma belonged to Draco, a woody fragrance that clung to him. Was it the cologne he wore? However, at this moment, he focused on the road ahead, observing Malfoy deftly maneuvering the steering wheel. Upon exiting this neighborhood, they merged onto a larger road, where the traffic was denser than in the previous area. Nevertheless, Malfoy navigated his lane with confidence. After traversing several blocks, he veered off the main road onto a tranquil lane. This was one of London's renowned affluent districts. Even Harry possessed a modicum of awareness regarding the property values here. He silently noted the route as Malfoy parked the car by the roadside. After disembarking alongside Malfoy, he approached one of the houses and, with an air of reluctance, opened the door, addressing Harry with a semblance of courtesy. "Please, come in." Harry raised an eyebrow slightly and stepped inside without further ado. Draco closed the door behind them and, upon entering, released his owl from its cage, which he had previously held close to him. He placed the small cage at the entrance, and the owl, displaying its intelligence, promptly found a perch and settled quietly. Draco had no intention of allowing Potter to linger for long. He stated, "You know the address now? You may leave, correct?" Harry glanced around, noting that the living conditions here were visibly superior to those of his modest Muggle apartment, with thick, soft carpets adorning the stairs and floors, and moreover, he subtly wrinkled his nose, detecting once more that faint, woody fragrance. What could the scent possibly be? Could it be that he had doused the entire room with his cologne? While it wasn't entirely implausible given Malfoy's nature, it certainly seemed rather excessive. Harry felt a twinge of confusion within, yet he maintained a composed exterior, embodying the essence of a true English gentleman as he politely inquired, "I beg your pardon, Malfoy. Might you enlighten me as to when you acquired this property?" He added, "What I am preparing is a report that will be presented to the director. The more detailed the report, the shorter your surveillance time will be. I hope for your cooperation." Draco's eyebrows twitched. He was surprised that Potter was engaging in such formalities with him. Chapter 29, Unveiling Secrets. He said in frustration, "Is what I previously purchased acceptable, Porter?" He intensified his tone, attempting to convey his dissatisfaction to Potter. However, Potter appeared utterly oblivious to his sentiments. He glanced around, even reaching out to touch the furnishings. Draco cleared his throat and remarked, "Potter, it is quite late." The implication was clear. It was time for him to return home. He could wager that Potter had undoubtedly comprehended his meaning, yet, confounded, Potter feigned ignorance. He inquired with curiosity, "Where are we headed tomorrow?" Draco replied, "Your transition of subject is rather abrupt." He cleared his throat and spoke, "The Forbidden Forest. We shall venture there again tomorrow." Harry responded with a hum and inquired, "That purple potion you gave me the other day, was it a wakefulness potion?" Malfoy removed his coat, revealing a white shirt underneath. He appeared considerably thinner than Potter, a fact that became even more pronounced after shedding the outer layer. Harry found himself questioning whether Malfoy had been eating properly. Malfoy rolled up his sleeves, his elbows notably pale, contrasting with Potter. Even his body hair was faint. He replied, "Indeed, it is a wakefulness potion of my own concoction." "What of it?" Harry, relentless, stated, "Its effects are commendable. Do provide me with 2 more vials." Malfoy waved his hand, causing all the lamps in the house to illuminate, surprisingly. The Malfoy residence was equipped with electric lights. He cast a bemused glance at Harry and remarked, "Did you assume it was merely water? That you could drink it at will?" After speaking, he removed his boots and, barefoot, stepped onto the carpet, making his way toward the staircase. "Aren't you heading home?" Harry asked earnestly. "I require further investigation before I depart," Malfoy replied. He relinquished and said, "Then you should quickly take a look. Once you're done, you may leave." Harry also removed his shoes and followed Malfoy. The space behind the staircase was his kitchen, which was impeccably tidy. Malfoy commanded a cup to fill with water. Grasping it in his hand while leaning slightly against the counter, wearing a subtly provocative expression as he inquired, "There are no illicit items, are there?" Harry feigned a casual glance around, nodded, and replied, "It's clean here." Malfoy rolled his eyes and ascended the stairs, with Harry trailing behind him. The upper floor contained several bedrooms, and after a cursory inspection, Harry remarked in a somewhat critical tone, "It appears there are no issues." Malfoy interrupted him, saying, "Since there are no problems, might you not consider returning home, or Potter?" A clandestine thrill surged within Harry, sending a slight shiver through him. Reminiscent of their past encounters when Malfoy was always at odds with him. For every remark Harry made, Malfoy would counter with two, and vice versa, leaving Malfoy to roll his eyes and ultimately draw his wand at Harry. During those moments, both their eyes burned with fury, locked in a gaze that seemed to challenge one another to the brink. Harry felt a twinge of regret as he observed the aloof Malfoy, aware that he could not press him too hard, even though they had forged an unspoken alliance unknown to others. It did not grant him the liberty to pursue Malfoy relentlessly. He relinquished his resolve, stating, "Then I shall return. Tomorrow morning, I will seek you out. You need not come looking for me." Draco, he must be out of his mind. The so-called savior, he ought to be sent to St. Mungo's or a Muggle hospital to ascertain whether his brain has suffered some affliction, Draco remarked irritably. "Not a chance," Harry retorted, turning to leave. Upon hearing the door close behind him, Draco rubbed his aching temples and snapped his fingers, filling the bathtub with water before shedding his clothes and immersing himself. After Harry exited, he promptly disapparated back to his home, silently noting the Malfoy residence's address. He removed his wizarding robes, only to find that, unlike the Malfoy estate, his home lacked an enchanted coat rack to retrieve his garments. A wave of dissatisfaction with his abode washed over him. Furthermore, his home did not boast a bathtub as grand as that of the Malfoys, prompting him to resolve to visit a furniture store the next day to procure one. The two, each lost in their thoughts, completed their evening routines and retired to bed. The following morning, before Draco had fully awakened, he sensed the magical barrier he had erected being breached with ease. Irritated, he opened his eyes, recognizing the familiar magical signature. Who else but that insufferable savior? He swiftly seized the robe resting nearby. Accustomed to slumbering in nothing but a pair of undergarments, he felt quite unencumbered, for the household remained comfortably warm, rendering any concern for chills unnecessary. Draping the robe around himself, he tousled his somewhat bristly hair before unfastening the door to his bedroom and descending the stairs. Indeed, the insufferable savior had already intrusively entered, and Draco stood on the staircase, regarding him coolly. "How did you manage to open my door?" he inquired. Harry cast a fleeting glance at Malfoy, hastily diverting his gaze, pondering once more the stark contrast between their physiques as fellow males. Setting aside other considerations, the two legs concealed beneath Malfoy's robe were in stark contrast to his own, which bore the marks of roughness and scars. He lifted the paper bag containing toast and sandwiches in one hand, while balancing 2 cups of coffee in the other, and inquired, "You have toast and butter at home, right?" Draco replied reluctantly, "In the kitchen." He followed suit and descended as well. Last weekend, breakfast was enjoyed at the Potter's residence, and now it was his turn to host. Harry removed his coat. Today he donned a woolen overcoat, akin to an ordinary Englishman. Once he shed his outer garment, it revealed a tightly fitted uniform beneath. Draco. He adjusted his robe, and, feeling a twinge of jealousy, pondered whether Potter had consumed some growth hormone during his time as an Auror. The savior ventured into the kitchen, his voice emanating from within. "What about the barn owl you brought home yesterday?" Draco, still sluggishly descending the stairs, was barely awake, his thoughts not yet fully coherent. He replied dully, "I placed it in the garden. It's too cramped here for it." Before he could finish his sentence, he realized he had misspoken, for in the next moment, Potter's dark head peeked out from the kitchen, curiosity evident in his tone. "You have a garden? Where is it?" Draco tightened his lips, vowing silently never to engage Potter in conversation during the mornings again. Yet, it was futile. Potter had already risen from the table, scanning the surroundings. He attempted to push open a cabinet-like structure, which unexpectedly yielded to him. Draco watched in silent disbelief as Potter, resembling an inquisitive child, leaned out to survey the small garden behind, a modest space featuring a solitary tree and an outdoor table and chairs. High walls encircled the area, ensuring that outsiders could not gaze within, supplemented by concealment, silencing, confusion, and protective charms to shield it from muggles. Potter inquired, "There are no hidden exits or basements in the garden, right? Draco picked up a piece of toast, spreading butter upon it with a knife, responding in a stiff manner. No, rest assured, Captain. After ensuring that he had not overlooked anything within the house, Harry withdrew, noticing that Malfoy was already indulging in the toast he had brought. He took his seat again and asked, "Do you not have house elves here?" Malfoy elegantly lifted a sandwich and retorted, "Do you know how house elves come to be? Have you ever wondered why there are so many at Hogwarts? You and your friends are aware of the rights of house elves, but do you know their origins?" Harry, he was momentarily at a loss, as he had never truly delved into these tales. Furthermore, as a wizard raised in the Muggle world, his understanding was rather limited, particularly regarding knowledge that other wizarding children might consider common knowledge. The other young wizards, assuming such information to be universally known, would not engage in discussions about it. Therefore, to this day, Harry remains unaware of certain fundamental aspects of the wizarding realm, such as the origins of house elves. He pressed his lips together and inquired, "How did it come to be?" Malfoy leisurely replied, "When your surname, or the magical prowess of your individual wizarding essence, reaches a certain magnitude, it begins to resonate with your dwelling. Do you know why pureblood families seldom relocate their residences? It is because generations of pureblood wizards have inhabited these homes, their magic subtly influencing the surroundings. Over time, these ancient abodes acquire a distinct magical essence of their own." He waved his hand, and the teapot sprang to life. A tea bag floated out from within the cupboard. Meanwhile, a plump kettle that had been resting on the stove lifted itself, preparing a fresh brew. The teapot and teacups obediently soared into the tray and then glided onto the table. Malfoy poured himself a cup of tea, inhaled the fragrant aroma, and remarked with satisfaction, "Much like Hogwarts, the room of requirement belongs to the very essence of Hogwarts itself, not merely to the headmasters who have come and gone. Over the years, numerous headmasters have served, yet none are the true masters of Hogwarts. House elves are drawn to these ancient pure-blood wizards, serving them because they can attach themselves to these sorcerers and thrive within the magical confines of their homes, which in turn fosters the growth of their own kind. I am now able to return to the wizarding world of Britain legally, and this house is not a wizard's construction. I merely purchased it from the previous Muggle owner. The elves will not take notice of this place." Noticing Malfoy's silence, Harry urged him to continue. "And what else?" Malfoy muttered indistinctly, prompting Harry to inquire further. "I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" Malfoy sighed and responded, "Moreover, I cannot recklessly wield my magic. Should I inadvertently attract the attention of the house elves, it would expose me, thus solidifying my guilt." Harry pondered this, considering it a significant point. He silently incorporated the aspect of caring for house elves into his aura to-do list. Noticing that Malfoy seemed to have finished his meal, he urged him, "Hurry up and finish. Didn't you say we were going to the Forbidden Forest today?" Draco elegantly rolled his eyes, rising from his seat with a deliberate slowness. "I need to freshen up and change my clothes." Harry, somewhat dissatisfied, remarked, "All right. But don't make yourself too presentable. Last time, you attracted the centaurs. What do you hope to attract this time?" Malfoy huffed disdainfully, choosing to ignore the comment as he ascended the stairs. Harry, disinterested in Malfoy's antics, glanced around the Muggle kitchen, which bore a striking resemblance to his aunt's, warm and serene. It was evident that the previous owner had taken great care of the house. The tiles on the walls were spotless, devoid of any stains. Unlike his own home and the burrow. Speaking of the burrow sent a shiver through him. The children were still there, and he had promised to take them out for a day of fun tomorrow. Where should he take them? Harry cherished his 3 children dearly, though their antics could be quite exhausting. Speaking of which, Malfoy also had a child. Perhaps he should inquire where Malfoy took his child for outings. As Harry's thoughts wandered aimlessly, the stairs creaked softly, and Malfoy descended, having finished preparing himself. Noticing Harry still standing in place, he cleared his throat and reminded him, "Potter, let's go." Harry snapped back to reality, murmuring an "oh" as he stepped outside. Draco, head bowed as he adjusted his cuffs, was dressed in practical attire for walking. His meticulously groomed hair was tied back into a ponytail, the length now at an awkward stage, grazing the nape of his neck and occasionally causing a slight itch. His hair, which had been scattered across his forehead, was neatly combed back, lending him an appearance that was both clean and crisp, making him seem several years younger. In a style that would be difficult for others to carry off, the slicked-back look was effortlessly upheld by the charm of his visage. He called out, "Potter, let's go." After shouting, he felt a peculiar awkwardness in calling Potter at his own doorstep, especially since it was a weekend, which oddly created a sense of a family outing. Draco suppressed the strange feelings within him, noticing that Potter also seemed a bit off. He had appeared somewhat dazed moments earlier. Once they stepped outside, Draco finally inquired, "Apparition?" He initially intended to apparate to Harry's doorstep and then, as before, traveled directly to Hogwarts via the fireplace. However, he was taken aback when Harry simply uttered a sound and extended his hand forth. He firmly grasped Draco's wrist, his strength formidable, rendering Draco momentarily unable to break free. The Savior cast a glance at him, his deep green eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of pressure and intimidation. For a fleeting moment, Draco was taken aback. Forgetting to struggle, the air was pierced by a soft pop, reminiscent of a balloon bursting, and the spot where they had stood was now utterly deserted. Potter directly transported Malfoy to Hogwarts through apparition. Chapter 30. The antidote. Draco stumbled as Potter yanked him forward, but fortunately, Potter's grip was steady and strong, securely enveloping him in his embrace. Caught off guard, Draco was thrust into the experience of apparition with a wizard of immense magical prowess. He felt as though he had entered a bizarre and fantastical realm. Darkness enveloped him, and for a fleeting moment, he perceived a multitude of sights, yet upon closer inspection, nothing seemed to materialize. Soon, the darkness dissipated entirely, and under the blinding radiance, Draco was compelled to shield his eyes. The fragrant scent of fresh grass mingled with other aromas, invading his nostrils. His feet firmly returned to the solid, unyielding ground. The grip on his wrist was finally released, allowing Draco to reopen his eyes. He rubbed his wrist gently and gazed upon the magnificent edifice of Hogwarts Castle standing before him. They now stand beside the only bridge connecting to Hogwarts, a passage that leads directly into the heart of the castle. The entirety of Hogwarts, along with the surrounding forbidden forest, is enveloped in a powerful anti-apparition enchantment. A formidable magical force looms over this castle, as long as the position of headmaster exists. This vast protective barrier will remain in effect. However, Potter's magic is exceptionally potent, and as a former student of Hogwarts, it seems the enchantment granted him a slight reprieve, enabling him to successfully apparate to this location. "Draco," he spoke somewhat incredulously. "Potter, since you could apparate here all along, why did you resort to using flue powder beforehand?" Potter, with his hands tucked into his pockets, felt the wind billowing his robe dramatically behind him. The aura uniform bore a resemblance to that of a Quidditch player, both featuring a long robe that created a graceful arc when caught by the breeze. Potter gazed straight ahead, although his words seemed unremarkable. Draco was certain he detected a hint of mischief beneath them. "You never asked me to bring you along for apparition," Draco muttered, rolling his eyes in silence. In truth, he had another reason for coming to Hogwarts today. He wished to discreetly separate Potter. Engaging in a clandestine meeting with his godfather and Professor Dumbledore at the Room of Requirement concerning matters related to Potter. He had previously experienced Draco's bizarre surge of magic. The potion he had administered to Potter was indeed an awakening draft, albeit an exceptionally potent one. It was not designed to remedy the typical dizziness associated with common ailments, but rather to counteract poisoning. However, as Potter gazed upon his robust physique, reminiscent of a young calf, it did not align with the usual symptoms of poisoning. Previously, he had employed the commonly used detection charm from St. Mungo's on Potter. The results displayed under the incantation revealed that Potter's physical condition and magical energy were remarkably robust, even to the extent that one could describe him as invigorated. Yet, the question loomed, why was the antidote effective on him? Moreover, the concoction he had prepared was a potent antidote, distinctly different from the standard ones produced in bulk at St. Mungo's. Thus, it became imperative for him to engage in a clandestine conversation with Severus and Headmaster Dumbledore without delay. As he walked forward, lost in thought about what excuse to use to dismiss Porter, he remained entirely unaware that Porter, walking ahead of him, had unconsciously come to a halt. Unbeknownst to him, he inadvertently collided with Porter Esback, an encounter that caused him considerable discomfort. He covered his nose, gazing at the inexplicably halted Potter ahead, and in a muffled tone, inquired, "What is it now?" Potter appeared as though faced with a formidable adversary. His wand had somehow slipped from his sleeve and was now firmly grasped in his hand. His entire body was tensed, eyes fixed ahead. Draco, feeling a surge of anxiety from Potter's demeanor, found himself on edge as well, towering and blocking his view. Potter obstructed his line of sight. As Draco prepared to maneuver around him, Potter raised an arm, effectively barring him from proceeding. He grew even more curious. They were still at the edge of the jungle by the bridge, yet had not fully crossed it. What was Porter obstructing him from? As he prepared to circumvent Porter, Porter suddenly yanked him back. This unexpected pull caused him to stumble, nearly losing his balance. Draco, he was bewildered. Yet Potter's swift actions had successfully ignited the fury within him. Just as he was about to question the Savior's intentions, a crimson spell shot forth from the tip of Potter's wand. Draco shivered, although he had distanced himself from the battlefield for quite some time. This incantation stirred unsettling memories deep within. He had no time to draw his own wand as Potter shielded him, the surrounding magic surging with intensity. In that fleeting moment, Potter had already encased him in protective armor, casting a formidable barrier towards their adversaries, while simultaneously raising his wand towards the heavens. Above, a dark cloud rapidly began to take shape. Dazed, Draco heard two hoarse voices from the opposite side. "We've been waiting for you for a long time, Savior." At the sound of that voice, Draco's head jerked up. It was unmistakably the voice of someone whose throat had been ravaged by potions, only to be painstakingly restored to a semblance of speech. As that voice echoed, a familiar wave of dark magic began to permeate the air. Dark magic? Draco felt Potter grip his arm, hoisting him upright. With fierce determination etched on his face, Potter's magic swirled around him in a tempest of anger, allowing Draco to stand tall and gaze at Potter's adversaries. Before them stood several cloaked figures, clad in black like bats. There appeared to be three, their heads shrouded beneath tightly drawn hoods. On their masks was a ghastly insignia of a human skull, from which forked tongues of serpents emerged. Together, the three raised their wands, aimed directly at Potter and his position. In an instant, three torrents of magic coalesced, hurtling towards them with a thunderous force. Draco wondered aloud, "Can someone explain the current situation?" Potter yanked him back behind himself once more. Draco drew his wand, feeling an inexplicable surge of energy within him. After all, with Potter around, he had faith that the title of head Auror was well earned. Potter's wand swept forward with sudden ferocity, and the dark cloud above surged forth to collide with the concentrated magic. Just before the explosive release of power, the area where the cloud had been erupted into chaos. A fierce wind whipping through the air. Shielding his eyes from the gust, Draco watched as the cloud dispersed, releasing vast plumes of moisture that enveloped them in a thick, damp mist. Finally catching his breath, Draco anxiously scanned their surroundings and whispered, "Potter, what is happening?" Harry Potter's dark eyebrows were tightly knit together, revealing the turmoil within him. With a dazzling flourish, he twirled his wand, swiftly casting an invisibility charm and a silencing spell on the two individuals. He then set traps and camouflage spells around them, before gently waving his wand. Two wisps of mist coalesced at the tip of his wand, forming a small cloud of smoke. As the smoke settled to the ground, it transformed into the shape of two small, agile kittens. The kittens opened their misty eyes, glimmering with a green light, and soon leapt into the haze. Draco observed all of this with a heavy heart. Dark magic. Moreover, Harry's speed and proficiency in casting this dark magic exceeded Draco's expectations. Dark magic is typically defined in several categories. The first encompasses spells of tremendous destructive power, such as the Killing Curse or the Cruciatus Curse, which can deliver a death blow with a single strike, especially the Avada Kedavra, which has never been countered since its inception. However, its casting demands a significant expenditure of the caster's own magical energy and resolve to kill. Another form involves manipulating living beings for one's own purposes, akin to the soul-binding curse. There exists yet another type of dark magic, exemplified by Voldemort, involving the severing of one's own soul and binding it to various living beings or objects. To some extent, Harry's recent actions resembled the creation of two mist-formed cats from thin air. While transforming into a cat is not particularly difficult, imbuing the creature with consciousness is a formidable task. Yet, it was evident that Harry effortlessly divided a portion of his own consciousness or magical essence between the two kittens, enabling them to scout ahead on his behalf. There is also a rare and elusive form of dark magic, predominantly mastered by pure-blood aristocrats, passed down through generations as a family secret, invoked through bloodlines, sacrificing a fragment of their own bloodline power to gain corresponding abilities. Harry's magic seemingly belongs to this second category. Indeed, Harry's body swayed slightly, as though lost in thought, but he quickly regained his composure. Draco, standing beside him, remained vigilant, observing the mist that flowed like water around them. He sensed Harry's magic permeating the fog, enveloping them in a web-like cocoon of protection, ensuring that no slightest disturbance would escape its notice. Suddenly, Harry moved. Perhaps the kittens had located their target. As he stirred, Draco found himself compelled to follow suit. Being merely a desk officer at the French Ministry of Magic, he had never undergone any Auror training. Now, alongside Harry, he was thrust into an Aura's combat experience, discovering that Harry's reflexes and agility far surpassed his imagination. A cacophony of sounds erupted from ahead as Harry waved his wand once more, conjuring a mass of dark clouds, within which faint streaks of lightning flickered, gliding forward like a shadowy specter amidst the cover of mist. Within the fog, it was unclear how Harry pinpointed their target, possibly aided by the two kittens. Soon, the sound of thunder reverberated through the air, and after a moment, a scent of charred flesh wafted towards them. Draco, without realizing it, began to sweat, the damp mist soaking his hair and clothes. Harry, walking ahead, gently touched Draco's shoulder, casting a waterproof charm, a warming spell, and a fog-repelling enchantment that took effect almost instantaneously. A clean and refreshing barrier enveloped him, isolating him from the surrounding mist. Remarkably, Harry's protective armor was still active. Had it been anyone else, they might not have blended these simple spells together so seamlessly. He whispered, "What shall we do next?" Potter finally spoke, his voice heavy. "I will summon help to clean up the aftermath." "So soon?" Draco pondered, as the feeble sunlight filtered through the mist's edge. They were on the brink of escaping the protective veil woven by Potter. Draco, now cautious, followed closely behind Potter, believing that he had subdued the three inexplicable assailants. Yet, upon stepping beyond the mist's safeguard, he was met head-on with a barrage of formidable spells. Draco, as he prepared to raise his wand in defense, Potter, with a speed that far surpassed his own, swiftly lifted his wand. A vibrant, kaleidoscopic shield erupted from it, resembling a rainbow, fanning out to deflect all incoming spells. With another flourish, Potter deftly captured the errant spells still swirling around the rainbow shield, his hand tracing a circular motion in the air. The shield ensnared the spells with a force reminiscent of a toilet flushing, mercilessly binding them together as though assembling a sandwich. With a sudden, forceful thrust of his wand, he sent the captured spells hurtling back towards their origin. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a multitude of soil and grass soaring into the air. Draco, feeling a twinge of complexity in his emotions, relinquished his wand, confronting an uncomfortable truth. During the battle, it appeared that Potter did not require his assistance. As the smoke cleared, only one of the three peculiar figures donning bone masks remained. The other two had vanished without a trace. Potter, seemingly unfazed, conjured a rope to securely bind the solitary figure. He seized the wand from the captive's grasp, who attempted to resist, but Potter swiftly cast a silencing charm upon him. A spell struck the individual, sending him crashing against a nearby tree, where he promptly lost consciousness. With another wave of his wand, Potter commanded the surrounding vines to encircle the man tightly, a sharp wooden tip protruding menacingly towards his throat. At that moment, two misty feline apparitions gracefully approached, leaping onto Potter's palm like toys before swiftly dissipating into thin air. A look of surprise graced Potter's features as he murmured to himself, "Did they escape using a portkey?" Noting the absence of danger, Draco glanced around and quietly inquired, "Is it over?" Harry nodded slightly, but just as he was about to speak, darkness enveloped him. An intense headache surged forth, causing him to involuntarily emit a groan. In that moment, Malfoy swiftly receded from his view, and he lost consciousness, leaving only the startled expression of Malfoy and the sensation of being supported lingering in his mind. Chapter 31. Confirmation. Draco watched in disbelief as Potter, who had just moments ago appeared fine, collapsed in evident agony. Without a moment to ponder, he rushed forward to catch Potter, whose sturdy physique and dense musculature made him feel like a heavy, warm stone pressing against Draco. He rolled his eyes in exasperation, gritting his teeth as he braced against Potter's unyielding weight. Turning his gaze towards the bound figure of the cloaked man, he felt a modicum of relief. It seemed Potter had merely lost consciousness due to the excessive use of magic, as the bindings still held, indicating that Potter's magical energy remained in operation. Yet, the pressing question loomed. What should he do next? Draco turned his attention back to the serene silhouette of Hogwarts standing in the distance. Alone, he was certainly incapable of transporting such a substantial Potter to the castle, and without Potter's magic as a means of entry, would Hogwarts even open its doors to him? His heart was filled with trepidation, yet not a trace of it was discernible on his countenance. He contemplated casting a levitation charm on Potter to alleviate his own burden, only to discover that it bore no effect whatsoever. This cursed savior, just how many protective spells had he woven around himself? Draco's face was a mask of frustration as he begrudgingly supported Potter, gritting his teeth, and slowly made his way towards Hogwarts. He gripped his wand tightly, vigilant of his surroundings. Although he had not undergone formal aura training, The basic combat skills he had acquired during the tumultuous battles of the magical realm made him feel somewhat competent compared to others. While remaining alert, he softly called out, "Potter, wake up." The incessant calling proved to be quite tiresome, prompting Draco to cast a small spell. He wove a tiny effigy from his magical essence, which functioned like a little horn, incessantly echoing his earlier words in Potter's ear. He silently thanked the proprietor of the Chinese restaurant from the previous night for providing him with the inspiration. As they neared the protective barrier of Hogwarts, Draco proceeded with utmost caution, extending one hand, aware that should Hogwarts deny them entry, retreat would be his only option. To his surprise, Hogwarts gently welcomed them, a warm sensation coursing around them. More precisely, only Draco seemed to perceive it, as Potter remained in a state of unconsciousness. Whether it was the effect of the tiny horn he had conjured or Potter's own will, Draco sensed a slight alleviation of the weight that had been burdening him. Potter's arm, draped over his shoulder, stirred slightly, exhaling a wave of scorching breath that brushed against Draco's ear. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Draco shifted, as though Potter were speaking directly beside him. He murmured softly, "Malfoy." Draco finally exhaled in relief. In the stillness of the surroundings, as they entered the realm of Hogwarts, his vigilance somewhat eased. He inquired, "How are you, Potter? Are you a bit more awake now?" The scenery before Harry gradually came into focus. Just moments ago, he had inexplicably lost consciousness. A heavy weight settled in his heart. Summoning some strength, he managed to prop himself up once more. He cast a glance at the looming Hogwarts nearby, and upon seeing him regain consciousness, a visible sense of relief washed over Malfoy's face. He shifted his shoulders. Appearing somewhat uneasy, however, he swiftly raised his wand, and the familiar aura of the detection charm enveloped Potter. As Malfoy's magic coursed through him, he retracted his wand. A look of unmistakable confusion etched upon his face. "What on earth is happening, Potter?" Though he feigned confusion, Draco's heart began to sink slowly. He grew increasingly confident in his conjecture, yet felt the need to confer with both Professor Dumbledore and his godfather for mutual validation. They should possess a deeper understanding of Potter. If neither held any knowledge, he still had one alternative, Granger. The two entered the grand gates of Hogwarts, which parted slightly to welcome them, only to gently close behind them as they stepped inside. Draco suspected that Dumbledore had a hand in this. Even though he had transformed into a portrait, Draco felt certain that the headmaster had left some contingency. Potter remained silent as they approached the entrance to the room of requirement. Upon their entry, the room morphed once more. The previous potion-making apparatuses had been relegated to a corner, separated by a wall that created a space resembling a laboratory. Upon opening the door, they found themselves in the potion-making area, where a thick, soft carpet adorned the center, accompanied by a round table and plush chairs. The window on the wall had expanded, seemingly designed to allow them a clearer view of the exterior. Through the window, one could gaze upon the lush lawns, the forbidden forest, the Black Lake, and the distant bridge. Draco glanced around, pondering how to concoct an excuse to send Potter away when he heard Potter's voice, taut with tension. "You stay here. I will step out to deal with that individual." Draco eagerly wished for Potter to leave at once, responding with an eager, "You go ahead." Potter cast him a quizzical look, yet Draco, consumed with satisfaction at the prospect of sending Potter off, disregarded the meaning behind Potter's gaze. Once the savior exited through the door, Draco leaned against the window, and upon spotting Potter's figure below, he swiftly turned back, raised his wand, and tapped the empty portrait hanging on the wall. He spoke swiftly and in a hushed tone. "I know you are there. Come out quickly. I have an urgent matter to discuss." He nervously glanced towards the window, ensuring that Potter was indeed approaching the bridge, when Dumbledore's voice resonated behind him. "My dear, what troubles you?" Severus appeared as well, raising an eyebrow. Noticing he was alone, he exchanged a gaze with the portrait of Dumbledore and inquired, "Where is Potter?" Draco swiftly replied, "We were ambushed outside Hogwarts by mysterious assailants. Potter vanquished them, and now he intends to confront the individual he has restrained." He spoke solemnly. "This matter can be discussed later, Professor. When did Potter mention his unusual magical abilities?" Severus raised his brow and inquired, "What have you discovered?" Draco felt a lump in his throat as he slowly responded, "I believe Potter does not suffer from the psychological issues you speak of. He is indeed unwell. But it is not a mental illness. His magic is genuinely affected, not due to his own doing, but rather because of external interference." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, uttering a soft "oh" as he slightly leaned forward. His cerulean eyes sparkled behind his small round glasses as he asked, "What do you mean?" Draco fixed his gaze upon his two elders and mentors, stating resolutely, I suspect that Potter has been poisoned." A prolonged silence enveloped the room, as both Dumbledore and Severus found themselves momentarily speechless, seemingly taken aback. Following Draco's revelation, he too fell into silence. He paced back and forth in the room, articulating his thoughts as he walked. After Potter exhibited symptoms, he promptly returned here to seek your assistance, did he not? Severus slowly nodded, lost in contemplation, remarking on the peculiar nature of Potter's magic. As portraits, we indeed lack the means to conduct any examinations on him. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, removing his glasses to gaze at Draco, and said, "My child, I trust your judgment." Draco, still holding his breath, found renewed resolve in Dumbledore's words. He continued, "Child, after all this time, only you have uncovered Potter's dilemma. This further validates the judgment that Severus and I made initially. Only you possess the ability to save Potter." Severus. He spoke with a slight headache. "Dumbledore, what is it that you wish to do this time?" Draco gazed at the two figures within the portrait, particularly his godfather. He had no doubt about Severus's affection for him. He could feel it. Dumbledore, on the other hand, seemed to wish for him to fully align himself with Potter's side. He spoke calmly. "Principal, do you wish for me to keep this concealed?" Dumbledore replied with admiration, "Severus, I truly have great affection for Draco. Your insight is indeed remarkable." Severus scoffed, a storm cloud gathering upon his brow. Dumbledore continued, "I had to persuade you for quite some time, Severus, before you reluctantly consented to allow me to reach out to you. Initially, we anticipated some difficulties in the interactions between Potter and yourself, yet it appears that your rapport is exceptionally harmonious, which brings me great comfort." He continued, "I trust your judgment. Let us proceed according to your thoughts." He encouraged, "Harry is entrusted to you, Draco. The future of the British magical community rests in your hands." As Harry stepped outside, he took a breath, sensing the magic within him coursing through his veins like boiling lava. However, unlike the previous instances of his magic spiraling out of control, this seething power seemed to be restrained by some unseen force, flowing through his veins yet remaining firmly in check. He descended in a somewhat dazed manner, and upon reaching the lawn, he took a deep breath and stepped toward the spot where the figure in black had collapsed. He has many tasks ahead of him. He must return this individual to the Ministry of Magic for interrogation and gather others to conduct a magical trace here, ideally uncovering any clues leading to the key. Who would be the most suitable for this endeavor? No, if he were to bring others to trace the key's remnants, it would inevitably reveal his own presence here and the reason for his visit to Hogwarts, especially in the company of Malfoy. He had vouched for Malfoy thus. The decision to come to Hogwarts was his own or Malfoy's. How could he justify Malfoy's presence at Hogwarts? Another question lingered in Harry's mind. How did these individuals know to ambush him here? There existed only the agreement between him and Malfoy, if it had not been leaked from him. Then there was only one other possibility. His gaze was heavy, his fingers stirred slightly, and the magic around him surged as if in a fit of anger. He initially wished to place his trust in him, willing to extend an opportunity to Malfoy. Given the circumstances, he found it hard to believe that Malfoy could not see the truth. Are they not the most adept at assessing the situation? Harry approached the figure before him, the one adorned with the eerie mask crafted from human bones, still in a state of unconsciousness. The sharp wooden object remained dutifully aimed at his throat, unwavering. Harry crouched down and, with one hand, removed the mask. Indeed, it was a visage he did not recognize, marked by a gloomy expression. Ultimately, he rose to his feet once more. He intended to return and inquire with Malfoy. With a sudden impulse, he instantly apparat to the entrance of the room of requirement. He opened the door to find Malfoy had already shed his coat, draped casually over the chair. His attire was meticulously tucked into the waistband of his slightly slender trousers, and he paced the room with an air of solemnity. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of Malfoy in such a state inexplicably diminished his earlier fury by half. If Malfoy had truly betrayed him, could he possibly remain so composed in this very moment? He appeared exceedingly busy, moving back and forth between the request room and the potion-making chamber, while Potter's mind felt like a block of ice immersed in hot water, on the verge of melting away at any moment. He stepped inside and sank into the plush sofa, the soft texture of the fabric providing him with a modicum of comfort. He relaxed his hands, allowing his shoulders to drop, while his green eyes peered through the strands of his dark hair at the blonde figure within. Malfoy had rolled up his sleeves to the elbows, gripping a silver small knife as he sliced through something. After a prolonged observation, Harry could only discern a hazy silhouette. Once finished, Malfoy sprinkled a handful of uniformly sized roots into the cauldron, which was already bubbling with boiling water. As the ingredients entered, the liquid quickly transformed into a pale yellow hue. Then, Malfoy emerged from within, and Harry could not help but inquire, "What is that?" At the opposite end of the room of requirement stood a plethora of tightly packed cabinets. Malfoy opened one of them and retrieved a purple plant. Casting a glance at Harry, he calmly stated, "This is the item you collected last time, the daffodil root." After saying this, he waved the plant in his hand and asked, "Can you guess what this is?" Harry squinted. His knowledge of herbology was merely adequate, lacking the prowess of Neville, and he uncertainly replied, "Mandrake?" Draco. He was aware that the Savior's performance in herbalism and potion-making was rather poor, yet he never anticipated it to be this abysmal. He was amused and remarked, "The blue wolfsbane, a rare specimen, has undergone a mutation, which in turn alters its characteristics. What could possibly be crafted by combining it with the daffodil root?" Harry, sensing a shadow of Severus in Malfoy, uncertainly replied, "The elixir of life?" This was likely due to his prior recollection of Malfoy mentioning that the daffodil could be used to create the elixir of life. Given the presence of both the daffodil and the wolfsbane, even if it were not the elixir of life, his response would not be entirely erroneous. Malfoy shot him a glare and coldly stated, 50 points deducted from Gryffindor. You are to transcribe the compendium of mutagenic potions 3 times and submit it in the next class. He nearly leaped up in fury. Where on earth is the compendium of potion variations? Chapter 32. The answer. Harry observed Malfoy pacing back and forth, retrieving several items from the cabinet. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "Where did this cabinet come from?" At that moment, Malfoy was illuminating his wand, comparing the names affixed to the cabinet as he searched for what he desired. This is a collection of potions from Hogwarts' past professors. To be precise, it is Hogwarts' own repository, supplemented by a few personal items from the professors. The Room of Requirement has granted us this privilege, and I am fortunate to make use of it. Upon hearing this, Harry glanced up at the 2 empty frames in the center. Dumbledore and Snape were absent. But if this privilege had indeed been granted, he could only surmise it was orchestrated by Dumbledore and Snape. Otherwise, Malfoy alone would have been utterly incapable of such a feat. Even he could not command Hogwarts to relinquish its potion repository. His boiling mind gradually began to cool, and he took a couple of deep breaths. A faint aroma wafted from the potion lab within. Malfoy was slowly adding some powder into the mixture, wielding a silver spoon. He scooped a measure of powder from the bowl each time and steadily incorporated it into the cauldron, which began to transform in hue from a pale yellow to the soft blue-purple tint reminiscent of the potion Harry had previously consumed. Harry could not help but recall Malfoy's earlier words, "the awakening potion." He observed quietly. The formula for this awakening potion was not merely slightly different from that in the book, but rather entirely dissimilar. He observed Malfoy bustling about for quite some time. And surprisingly, the once surging magic gradually subsided. Sitting on the soft sofa, he found himself unwittingly succumbing to a hint of drowsiness. He closed his eyes. When he awoke once more, the sun was nearly shining at his feet. He seldom experienced such relaxation, feeling the lingering effects of his magic manifesting as a subtle fragrance that enveloped the entire room, bestowing upon him a profound sense of comfort. Malfoy's voice broke the silence. "Awake? Feeling any better?" Following the sound, Harry turned to see Malfoy holding a glass vial, gently shaking it in his hand. The pale purple liquid within refracted a spectrum of colors under the sunlight, casting a dazzling display on the walls. Satisfied, Malfoy remarked, "The effect is quite promising. You shall drink this potion shortly." Harry gazed at the vial of potion with a sense of fascination, yet his words emerged with an air of remarkable composure. "Malfoy, we need to talk." Draco responded. He still clutched the vial of potion in his hand as he walked back from the window and took a seat opposite Potter. Potter's gaze was averted. Due to his sporadic episodes of mental intrusion, he had developed an aversion to direct eye contact. His fists were clenched tightly upon his knees, his body slightly leaning forward, and an aura of magical pressure subtly emanated from him. He spoke softly, "Malfoy, do you know who those individuals are?" Draco shook his potion, the antidote that had just been brewed, requiring constant agitation. He shook his head, yet he could surmise that these were undoubtedly Potter's adversaries. It appeared that his and his mother's previous conjectures were accurate. The Ministry of Magic in Britain was not as tranquil as it seemed, and Potter's faction did not hold complete sway. Draco's silver-gray eyes fixed intently on Potter as he softly uttered, "Potter, do you doubt me?" Potter lifted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Malfoy before quickly lowering it again. Malfoy's voice resonated across the table. "You should have faith in my clemency, Potter. If I claim ignorance, would you believe me? Harry raised his head, locking eyes with Malfoy, who sat opposite him, his back to the sunlight. The golden strands of his hair reflected a brilliant glow that illuminated the room behind him, the sunlight framing his face with a shimmering halo, allowing even the faintest traces of down on his cheeks to be discerned. His silvery gray eyes were shrouded in ambiguity as he gently swayed the vial of potion in his hand. Potter, I have not disclosed your whereabouts to anyone. Not even my own, he declared. I stand by your side now. Do you believe me? Harry gazed into Malfoy's silvery gray eyes, which seemed to possess an irresistible magnetism, drawing him in. Yet, unlike Malfoy's uncontrollable and irksome ability to invade thoughts, Harry found himself unable to penetrate Malfoy's mind. Nevertheless, an unexpected sense of calm washed over him. He leaned back and, with a touch of self-mockery, remarked, "It is strange. My reason urges me to contemplate further whether I can place my trust in you. Yet my intuition compels me to believe." Malfoy continued to shake his vial of potion, rising to return to the window, allowing the elixir to bask in the sunlight. "So, what is your answer?" Harry inquired, regarding Malfoy, who stood illuminated by the sun, as if cloaked in a gilded aura. He nodded and declared, "I believe you." Draco exhaled softly, having prepared himself for the possibility that if Potter did not trust his words, his plans for a return to England would require a new direction. Narrowing his eyes at the potion, he walked back and handed it to Potter, saying, "Drink this. You will feel better." Harry accepted the vial, a glimmer of realization flickering in his eyes. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "A waking potion?" Draco replied calmly, "An enhanced waking potion. Drink it." Harry scrutinized him once more before taking the potion and consuming it in one swift motion. Upon witnessing the savior finish the potion, Draco released a sigh of relief. Yet he sat down with gravity. "Potter, what I am about to say may strike you as somewhat incredible, but you must trust me. Everything I speak is the truth." Harry, observing Draco's serious demeanor, felt an unsettling premonition. Malfoy might indeed have discovered the crux of his predicament. He too adopted a serious demeanor. Yet he did not urge Malfoy onward. Instead, he regarded Malfoy with his gaze, silently encouraging him to continue. Draco drew forth his wand and lightly tapped it upon the table between them, whereupon strands of light emerged from the tip of his wand, weaving together in a manner reminiscent of knitting, forming a human-shaped figure upon the surface of the table. He gently waved his hand, and on the belly of the gleaming little figure, a shape resembling a lightning bolt emerged. Harry understood. This little figure represented him. Draco maintained his hold on this effigy and spoke in a hushed tone. "Potter, you have been poisoned." After he spoke, a peculiar color appeared in the center of the little figure's abdomen, akin to a speck of dust or a drop of ink falling onto a white sheet of paper. This unusual hue lingered quietly within the figure's body. Harry seemed to grasp something significant as he gazed at the anomaly, remaining silent for an extended period. Malfoy continued, his expression one of hesitance. "The headmaster and your godfather do not wish for me to reveal this to you, but," he spoke solemnly, "I believe this matter cannot be concealed from you. You may choose to keep it from Granger or Weasley, but I cannot hide it from you. Furthermore, with the unbreakable vow in place, I shall not disclose it to anyone else. Potter, ponder carefully who could possibly harbor the intent to poison you." He let out a soft sigh and spoke. "Moreover, this poison within you must have lingered for quite some time. I cannot fully decipher it at present, but I can surmise why your magical energy is in turmoil." Harry inquired, "Why?" "Because your magical energy instinctively seeks to protect you, preventing the toxins from invading. Unbeknownst to you, it has enveloped the poison within itself, effectively splitting your magic into two halves. One half remains your normal magic, abundant in energy, while the other, smaller portion, contains the poison securely encased within it, ensuring it does not affect you. This is why you mistakenly believe you are experiencing an alien surge of magic. The portion tainted by the poison is gradually being eroded. Magic cannot expel toxins on its own. It can only strive to shield you from them," Malfoy continued. "Perhaps this was the intent of the poisoner, to instigate a division within your magic. A wizard's magic constitutes their very essence. Once it falters, death is not far behind." Harry's gaze upon Malfoy grew increasingly grave as he stroked his wand and remarked, "Thus, the reason for what you perceive as a magical rampage is likely due to that segment of your magic being contaminated by these toxins, sometimes acting beyond your control." Upon hearing Malfoy's words, Harry felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. So that was the reason for his current state. Previously, he had visited St. Mungo's, consulted with Dumbledore and Severus, and even had Hermione scour countless tomes, yet none matched his symptoms. Yet here Malfoy was, having identified the cause in such a short span. Deep within himself, he subconsciously believed Malfoy's words to be true. For a wizard, intuition can sometimes hold greater significance than theory. This ethereal essence often leads to the genuine answer. In the past, Harry's instincts had saved him numerous times, and now they affirmed Malfoy's correctness. However, a new dilemma arose. What should I do now? After absorbing this information, Harry's heart felt strangely lighter. With the answer finally unveiled, he experienced a sense of relief as if he had uncovered the ultimate truth, yet he gazed at the taciturn Malfoy, a judgment forming in his mind. Is there truly no way? Malfoy rose once more, and for the first time, the confident expression he often wore vanished. Potter, are you aware of the curse of pureblood wizards? At the mention of this, Harry recalled the dream he had previously experienced, his inexplicable teammates vanishing within the enigmatic old manor. The statue that, once shattered, was restored to its former glory, and the eerie floor that seemed to consume flesh and blood. Everything had transcended his wildest imagination. Draco, observing the change in Potter's demeanor, understood something was amiss. With a serious tone, he inquired, Potter, what transpired earlier? Tell me, so I can ascertain the situation. He continued, have you encountered a curse before? What transpired at that time? Did it happen to you, or to someone else? He hesitated to articulate the words that lingered in his mind. Since his return to England, his acute sensitivity had led him to discern that Potter's title of head Auror was more of an empty accolade than a position of genuine authority. A mere facade overshadowed by the weight of being the savior, a title he must uphold. Yet, in reality, he wielded little power. Draco was certain that something had transpired with Potter prior to this. The former Potter, even in the aftermath of the war, had not exhibited this profound, ineffable despondency that now seemed to envelop him, a deep-seated melancholy that was hardly visible. Had Draco not prided himself on his perceptiveness, he might not have noticed it at all. Potter let out a soft sigh, and then, with a calm demeanor, akin to discussing an unfamiliar individual, he stated, my partner is deceased. He relaxed his body, leaning back against the sofa, his gaze seemingly fixed ahead. Yet, in truth, his eyes were filled with emptiness, akin to a specter standing amidst the air. He inquired, do you know the criteria for Aurors when undertaking a mission? Draco shook his head. He was one to prefer the confines of an office, avoiding fieldwork whenever possible. It was not a matter of inadequacy, but rather a prioritization of caution. As the head of the Malfoy family, Potter, with a hint of self-deprecation and a chilling smile gracing his face, replied, the minimum requirement for any mission is 2 individuals, while the ideal is to maintain a formation of 4. He enumerated the roles, 1 person to launch the assault, another to monitor the situation, a third to maintain control, and the last to oversee the rescue and provide cover. He loosened his grip, opened and closed his hand, and spoke. I primarily serve as a striker, though I am also capable of providing rearguard. My magical reserves are ample, and my spells possess considerable power. In the beginning, my comrades and I indeed struck down many illicit dark arts, smuggling operations, and clandestine dealings and gatherings, and while we sustained injuries, none were fatal. During that time, I felt invincible. Chapter 33, Confession. Draco remained silent, quietly observing Potter, who hung his head in a posture typical of contrition. So, what transpired thereafter? No one is invulnerable. When a person believes themselves to be invincible, they have already committed the gravest of sins, hubris. Yet, Draco could envision that at that time, Potter's renown must have been at its zenith. Having vanquished the Dark Lord, the ominous cloud that loomed over the British wizarding world had finally dissipated. The Deathly Hallows were in his grasp, and most of the pure-blood aristocracy had perished in the conflict, leaving them utterly incapable of contending with Potter's faction. Furthermore, he had wed Ginny Weasley. Although the Weasley family was notoriously impoverished throughout the magical community, beneath their seemingly foolish facade lay an astonishing truth. The Weasley lineage was, in fact, pure-blood, and had been so for generations. However, to Draco, they merely represented a family of purebloods who were wholly unambitious. Potter's idyllic life was now within reach. So what events transpired next that compelled Dumbledore and Severus to exert such effort to engage him, persuading him to attend a gathering, even going so far as to orchestrate an encounter between Draco and Potter? Before Harry's eyes, the peculiar statue seemed to re-emerge as he spoke slowly. I received a tip-off regarding a long-abandoned house that exhibited fluctuations of dark magic. My team and I rushed to the scene. There were 4 of us in total. The report had come from a very elderly woman who had resided there for many years. Her magical prowess was already feeble. Yet the recent surge of dark magic had become palpable to her, instilling a profound sense of unease. Her dwelling was located at the edge of a Muggle village, where the locals believed it to be the home of a cantankerous spinster, never suspecting she was a witch. Following her directions inward, we indeed discovered a dilapidated, ancient manor. Draco remarked softly, once a wizard's abode loses the magical sustenance and maintenance from its owner, it often deteriorates more swiftly than a Muggle house. Harry glanced at Malfoy, nodded, and replied, indeed, that house appeared to have been in disrepair for quite some time. A peculiar statue stood at the entrance, and I distinctly remember using a spell to blast off its head. Draco continued, you acted without fully understanding the house's nature? Is there no expert in dark magic within your team? A faint bitterness unexpectedly crept into Harry's mouth. At that time, Hermione had just assumed the position of the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry was well aware of Hermione's political aspirations and ambitions, which compelled him to steadfastly align himself with her cause. Ron, however, was less enthusiastic about such struggles, choosing instead to devote his energies to his own family. As Hermione and Harry's influence grew within the Ministry of Magic, the voice of pureblood wizards diminished significantly. For a time, they believed that the future of the ministry would smoothly unfold along the path they envisioned. Yet, all of this crumbled within the enigmatic, mist-laden mansion. Inside, Harry inexplicably lost his 3 companions, whose families were heartbroken yet refrained from placing undue blame on him. After offering them comfort, filled with guilt, Harry sought to return to the mansion for further investigation, only to discover that it had vanished without a trace. He could still perceive the faint fluctuations of dark magic emanating from that place. However, no matter what means he employed, whether it was a rapid manifestation, an invisibility counter curse, a revealing potion, or even mundane methods such as digging deep, he could no longer locate that ancient mansion. It seemed to have vanished into thin air. He could sense its presence but could not touch it. Malfoy pondered aloud, it sounds like a concealment charm of an ancient family. Yet, this alone is hardly sufficient to undermine Potter. In my understanding, Potter's resilience and tenacity are unparalleled among his peers. Otherwise, how could he have endured in his own cellar? As Potter matured, these traits would only intensify. Could it be that something even more severe had transpired? Harry continued, you've likely surmised why I, the head of the Auror Division, have so few assignments and am instead relegated to monitoring you. Draco remained silent for a moment before responding. It's because you have been effectively restricted in your movements, I assent it. Harry offered a detached smile, tacitly acknowledging Malfoy's words. He proceeded, subsequently, the department assigned more personnel to me, and we continued to operate as a 4-person team. However, during one operation, we stumbled upon an ongoing illegal assembly. I charged in headfirst, disrupting the entire proceedings. Although some managed to escape, we apprehended the majority on site, marking the operation as a significant success. Yet, during the final headcount, I suddenly felt my magic spiraling out of control. Upon regaining consciousness, I discovered that half of those captured had vanished. With many collapsed on the ground, their breaths faint and their fates uncertain, while all my teammates lay incapacitated. The remaining individuals were left in a state of profound shock. And during subsequent interrogations, they claimed that I had lost my sanity at the critical moment, launching indiscriminate attacks. Draco grasped the implications. Undoubtedly, Potter's magical prowess was formidable. In the wake of the Dark Lord's demise, he could be considered the foremost figure in the magical realm, shining brightly both in terms of magical strength and renown. But what if this preeminence were to transform into a state of uncontrollable chaos, while the errors of others could be tolerated? What if the individual in question were Harry Potter, the illustrious star of tomorrow, a leading figure in the British Ministry of Magic, possesses a resplendent resume and is a boy of prophecy, bearing the hopes of the entire magical realm since childhood? He has not disappointed. Yet such a figure often faces more vitriol in times of failure than an ordinary person, as someone inherently positioned atop the hierarchy. The magical community is loath to witness his descent into despair. Draco remained silent, immersing himself in the operations of the ministry. What should be the first course of action? Should they suspend Potter? Investigate the cause? No, the initial step should be to concoct an excuse to send Potter to St. Mungo's. As anticipated, Potter's subsequent statement was, I have been admitted to St. Mungo's. Though he was equally shocked by their assertions, even questioning if he had stumbled into some sort of trap. The reality of lives lost was undeniable. He could not deceive himself into ignoring the deceased. Draco inquired, what is St. Mungo's opinion? Harry's gaze was vacant as he reminisced about his time at St. Mungo's. In truth, the doctors at St. Mungo's bore no distinction from the Muggle physicians he had encountered. They donned white coats, suits, or magical robes adorned with the St. Mungo's emblem. However, the majority of the practitioners preferred crisp attire reminiscent of Muggle suits. A change influenced by Hermione. She believed that while wizarding robes emphasized the divide between wizards and Muggles, functionality in medical care was paramount. Even the current Aura uniforms had been reformed with Hermione's input, rendering them more conducive to mobility. Under the auspices of Harry Potter's name, he indeed received the finest treatment at St. Mungo's, yet unbeknownst to all, his magical essence was fracturing like a cracked egg, slowly disintegrating. After a period of treatment, St. Mungo's proclaimed Harry fit for normalcy, and the ministry accepted their findings, reinstating him to Aura duties. After participating in several operations against dark magic, Harry felt restored to normalcy. But at that moment, misfortune struck again. Once more, he experienced a fleeting loss of consciousness, accompanied by inexplicable deaths. The situation could no longer be concealed. As doubts began to arise regarding the ministry's decisions or St. Mungo's medical prowess, a mysterious rumor began to circulate in the streets. Draco recalled an absurd scene he had once witnessed. Surely, they wouldn't suggest he is the next Dark Lord? Harry quickly glanced at him. But he realized that Malfoy had indeed witnessed such a scenario before. With his intelligence, he should not be incapable of deducing the truth. He nodded slightly, refraining from further speech. Draco, too, chose to remain silent. What kind of life had Harry been leading over these past years? No wonder Professor Dumbledore was able to persuade his godfather to go through great lengths to reach out to him. He steadied his mind and spoke. Can you still locate the old house from back then? Harry shook his head bluntly and replied, I can find the location, but I cannot discover the entrance. Draco fell silent, returning to the window, resting his chin on his hand as he began to ponder. Ancient estates of pureblood families often possess certain means to conceal their dwellings. Yet if, as you say, the house has lost its owner, from where does it derive the magic to maintain its concealment? He inquired once more, what about the elderly woman who first reported the dark magic? Have you investigated her? Harry nodded and replied, Hermione personally led the inquiry. She is now aged to the point where she can hardly articulate her thoughts. Hermione found her mind to be a chaotic haze, as if regressed to an infantile state, and she has no relatives to care for her. Hermione took the initiative to place her in a nursing home. Draco then asked, are there no signs of the soul-sucking curse or any evidence of manipulation? Harry shook his head and said, none. Draco felt a sense of confusion. According to Potter's account, the origins of it all lay within that enigmatic old mansion. Logically, their assessments and actions had been sound. They had received a tip-off and proceeded to that mysterious abode, where the events had presumably commenced. Yet, the most pressing issue now was the inability to return. If they could go back, Draco might have found a way, but without that possibility, it felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Gazing out the window, Draco was once again overcome by a sense of helplessness. This feeling had last surfaced when he was mending the vanishing cabinet. However, this time, as he observed the scenery outside, he resolved to take a stand. Since he was able to repair the disappearing cabinet last time, he should also be able to resolve Porter's issue effectively. He addressed Porter, saying, you must have already surmised that this awakening potion is not, in fact, an awakening potion, is it? After uttering these words, Porter appeared to release some burden, visibly seeming to feel a touch lighter. He nodded and inquired, what potion could possibly produce such an effect? Draco continued, this is a potent antidote, to which I have also added a calming ingredient. You see, some young wizards, in their early years, occasionally struggle to control their magical powers, leading to magical surges, correct? This calming component serves to mitigate such incidents. As an antidote, while it may not entirely purge the toxins from your system, it can certainly provide temporary suppression. When I administered it to you last time, my intention was to stabilize your magic, yet serendipitously, it achieved that aim. He remarked, your magic has temporarily stabilized. I will contemplate further methods, and I hope that by the time we meet again, I will have made some progress. Harry inquired, next time? When will that be? Draco pondered for a moment and replied, I must return to France to see my child. If no significant issues arise, I shall return on the day the Malfoy Manor is unsealed. He spoke with unwavering conviction. Upon my return, I shall dedicate more time to England. For the fate of our family now rests entirely upon you, Potter. Draco gazed out towards the forbidden forest and softly continued, if possible, Potter, I hope you can arrange for me to meet Granger in a clandestine location. Harry inquired privately. Draco nodded. Indeed, this is a meeting that must remain undisclosed, as your condition cannot be made public, correct? The Ministry of Magic still requires your reputation as the savior, yet they are wary of your peculiar magical abilities. They dare not, and cannot, reveal your inexplicable and sporadic issues, nor can they confidently place you at the forefront of the Aurors. Yet they cannot allow you to depart from their ranks. Thus, my earlier assertion stands. You, the esteemed Auror captain, find yourself rather unoccupied. And my presence provides both you and the ministry with a perfect rationale. Chapter 34. The manner I am a high-risk former Death Eater. And any occurrence involving me would not be unexpected. I dare say, those who oppose you and Hermione would most likely relish the prospect of my misfortune, would they not? Should I encounter any calamity, the entire Malfoy lineage would lack an adult heir. And the vast wealth and assets of the Malfoy name would naturally fall prey to other departments of magic and pure-blood aristocrats. Unless Scorpius were to return to England upon reaching adulthood. However, how much would remain by that time? Simultaneously, my misfortune would not spare you from blame. Even though I am a former Death Eater, my dark mark has been obliterated, and now, as a legally protected citizen of the Ministry of Magic. Should something happen to me, questions would arise about the Savior's ability to rescue others. Why would a person under such close protection still find themselves in peril? Draco spoke gently. Whose suggestion was this? Harry's eyes betrayed his astonishment as he asked. Your conjecture is identical to Hermione's. Draco scoffed lightly and replied. Their only miscalculation was perhaps assuming that I had not already reached an agreement with you, correct? Harry nodded and said, Hermione aimed to counteract their moves. Thus she accepted this proposal, allowing me to keep watch over you. Draco could not help but commend her. I have always believed that Granger should belong to Ravenclaw. It seems my judgment remains unerring. He urged, so, Potter, can you give me a response tonight? When can Granger and I meet again in a more discreet location? Harry inquired. How shall I contact you? Draco pondered for a moment before responding. I possess a two-way mirror. You may reach me through it. Harry acquired the two-way mirror that belonged to Malfoy. As an exceedingly rare and precious magical artifact, each sold mirror bore the name of its creator. And a record was kept to ensure it would not be misused. This particular two-way mirror from the Malfoy lineage was a cherished heirloom. Its weighty presence in Harry's hands complemented by the artisan's name engraved on the back and the elegantly crafted designs along its edges. The mirror emitted a faint glow, the handle warming as the image of a person appeared on its surface. A graceful woman emerged within the glass, her long black hair transitioning to golden tips. She picked up the mirror, her expression one of surprise as she gazed at the opposite side. Soon, her astonishment transformed into a polite greeting. Good evening, Mr. Potter. It seems my son has allied himself with you, has he not? I am Narcissa Malfoy. Though taken aback, Harry found it reasonable. Who else, but a member of the Malfoy family would wield the other half of this mirror? Narcissa continued, Thank you for your trust in our family, Mr. Potter. While I am unaware of the current situation, I assure you that the Malfoy family will do everything in our power to assist you. We shall not disappoint. As Harry ruminated on how to navigate this encounter with the lady, Draco's voice resonated from the other side. Harry had never perceived Draco's voice as anything less than celestial. Mother? Is that Potter? An excited child's voice chimed in. Potter? Is that Harry Potter? Narcissa's visage faded, presumably to comfort the child, likely Draco's own offspring. The mirror stirred once more, revealing a golden-haired head. Draco's hair appeared slightly tousled, as if he had just concluded his time with the child. As he combed his hair back into place, he inquired, Potter, how are things? Redirecting his attention from Draco's hair, Harry replied, Hermione is free tonight. What about you? Draco expressed mild astonishment. That's quite efficient. Has the location been decided? Harry responded, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. You know it. Upon hearing these words, Malfoy was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if coming to a profound realization, he remarked, A commendable choice. I shall arrive shortly. Draco appeared, visibly fatigued, at his residence in the British Muggle world. Having gained a legal right to traverse to England, he felt as though each of his outings was enveloped in a grand spectacle of attention. Following his and Potter's conspicuous entrance into the Ministry of Magic's Grand Hall, the Daily Prophet and various tabloids were inundated with their photographs, including images of their joint visit to the ministry. The Malfoy family already held a prominent status in the British Ministry of Magic, and the addition of Potter only amplified their celebrity status. Furthermore, with Potter once again arriving to greet him at the ministry's hall, the two garnered an abundance of curious glances as Draco trailed behind Potter, leaving a flurry of whispered conversations in their wake. He followed Potter to 12, Grimmauld Place. He is aware of the significance of this place, before it transformed into the clandestine headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. It served as the ancestral home of his mother's family, the Black family estate. Now, Sirius has bequeathed the Black ancestral residence to Potter. He pushed open the door. And as expected, darkness enveloped the interior. Ever since his encounter with Porter, he had lost count of the sighs he had uttered. He gently pressed his hand against the wall, and the spot where the head of the little sprite once hung began to glow. The corridor was illuminated, and Draco remarked, "Did Sirius not explain the workings of this house when he bequeathed it to you?" As he spoke, he continuously pressed his hand against various spots in the corridor. "The Black family residence, where my mother once lived, if I am not mistaken." The portrait of Mrs. Black opened her eyes. Upon seeing Draco, she surprisingly refrained from screaming or losing her composure. Instead, she spoke with the poise of a true lady. "It is you, my child." Draco bowed and straightened up, replying, "Grandmother." At that moment, Harry recalled that, in terms of blood relations, Mrs. Black was indeed Draco's grandmother. The way she gazed at Draco was akin to that of a genuine grandmother looking upon her beloved grandson, filled with affection. "Child, you have returned," Draco said. "Grandmother, I apologize for intruding." Mrs. Black responded slowly, "No, your presence here brings me joy. Please, make yourself at home." After uttering these words, she gently closed her eyes, and the curtain before her rose automatically. Draco sighed as he made his way to the staircase where Creature awaited, tears glistening in his eyes. Upon seeing Draco, the old house elf trembled, bowing deeply, his large nose nearly touching Draco's boots. In an excited tone, he exclaimed, "Master Malfoy." Harry wondered why Creature had never displayed such fervor towards him. Draco was, after all, the true master of this old estate. With remarkable composure, Malfoy settled in the living room, as Creature diligently prepared tea and served refreshments. Draco remarked appreciatively, "Thank you, Creature." The elf, visibly elated, with tears welling in his large eyes, choked out, "It is Creature's honor to serve Master Malfoy." Harry took a deep breath and said, "Creature, we need to speak privately." Though Creature appeared reluctant, he had no choice but to comply, given that Harry was the master of the house, and he vanished. After a brief interval, the fireplace ignited with green flames, and Hermione Granger emerged. Her hair was neatly tied back, she wore a set of Muggle clothing, and her face bore the usual calm demeanor. Draco Malfoy stood up, and the two greeted each other with a handshake as long-lost friends would. "Draco Malfoy," he introduced. Hermione, gazing into his eyes, replied, "Hermione Granger." She refrained from using the surname Weasley, signifying that today's matters did not involve the Weasley family. After their pleasantries, they took their seats. Once seated, a heavy silence enveloped number 12, Grimmauld Place. Draco found himself grappling with a whirlwind of emotions as he faced the girl he had often mocked in the past. He must now obtain her signature for approval to enter legally. While the Muggle wizard he had once ridiculed and attacked during their school days has now ascended to the position of legal enforcement officer. He gently pushed the refreshments that were on his side towards Granger, saying, "Please." Granger's calm eyes fixed upon him, and after a moment, she extended her hand to accept the offering, graciously acknowledging Draco's kindness. "Boys, do enlighten me about your progress," she inquired. Draco lifted his gaze, exchanging a glance with Potter, who stood not far away. Potter had indeed procured numerous items for the Grimmauld Place, including a contraption reminiscent of a Muggle refrigerator, from which he now retrieved 2 bottles of chilled, dark beverages. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Was tea that the drink called cola? He could hardly muster any praise for it. He watched as Potter handed one of the bottles to Granger, who accepted it and signaled for them to begin. Draco cleared his throat and spoke. "Potter must be poisoned." Potter remained standing aside, seemingly captivated by a tapestry belonging to the Black family that hung on the wall, as though the person Draco was speaking of was an entirely different Potter. Hermione clenched her hands, grasping the bottle of cola, using its cold surface to steady herself, and inquired, "What poison?" Draco recounted his previous speculations regarding Potter's poisoning to Granger in detail. After carefully listening to Draco's conjectures, surprise finally flickered across Granger's face. She then fell into deep contemplation. If Malfoy's assertions held any truth, everything could indeed be explained. Poisoning had never crossed her mind before. It seemed she had been woefully uninformed. Malfoy glanced at the pensive Granger and remarked, "It is not that you lack knowledge, Granger. This belongs to the age-old secrets of pure-blood wizarding families. The Malfoy lineage possesses some ancestral secrets as well, which must remain undisclosed. The old manor Potter had entered must have inadvertently triggered one of its curses, which manifested as poisoning upon him. It was not a matter of poisoning or ingestion. This affliction stemmed from a curse." Draco's silver-gray eyes resembled a tranquil lake as he articulated, "Currently, I have yet to find a remedy for this curse inherent to pure-blood families." Granger's brown eyes scrutinized Draco as she astutely replied, though a solution may be elusive. There must be a way to temporarily suppress it, correct? Draco nodded, internally marveling that Granger truly belonged in Ravenclaw, not Gryffindor. Granger continued. It appears we were mistaken in our previous assumptions. Harry's magic is not malfunctioning. Draco countered, no, one could argue that Potter's magic is indeed compromised, as it instinctively resists the curse's effects. This is a testament to a wizard's formidable magic, even if a portion of it is diverted to combat the curse. He remains powerful. Draco inquired, what medication did Street Mungo S administer to Potter? Is there any record of it? Granger quickly responded, I have the records. With that, she produced her wand, glanced around, and called to Potter, Harry, paper. The savior appeared flustered, rummaging through a drawer from an unknown source to produce a roll of parchment, which he handed to Granger. It was evident that he was not accustomed to this place, displaying a marked unfamiliarity. Granger pressed her wand against the parchment and tapped it. Line by line, words emerged from its surface. After a moment, she passed the parchment to Draco, stating, Harry is the head Auror. According to regulations, all his medical records must be filed within the department, but any request for access requires my consent. A subtle smile graced Granger's face as she added, You have come to the right person. Draco examined the parchment, and indeed, the healers at St. Mungo's had not administered any extraordinary potions or unconventional treatments to Potter. Rather, the majority consisted of calming elixirs, tranquilizers, and stabilizers for his magical energy. He rolled up the parchment and remarked, although they had not precisely guessed the direction, the potion employed was indeed effective. The stabilization of magic was appropriate, inadvertently allowing Potter to endure the initial, most ferocious phase of the curse. However, it could not be wholly resolved, could it? Draco remained silent for a moment before he spoke. I will do my utmost. The remainder of his thoughts went unvoiced. According to Potter, with the inexplicable disappearance of their comrade and the pool of blood surrounding them, he could almost be certain that this was a curse activated through the medium of blood, triggered by the unauthorized intrusion into this ancient manor or its desecration. When Potter initially blasted that statue, he had already set off the curse mechanism of the manor. The fluctuations of dark magic they sensed were likely the tremors caused by the activation of a curse. As for Potter's companions, they perished as a consequence of their unwarranted intrusion, their blood serving as a potent source of magical energy for the curse's manifestation. Draco could only attribute Potter's unscathed condition to his formidable power, suggesting that it would require the strength of 3 individuals to inflict harm upon him. The blood of wizards is a remarkably effective and direct medium, imbued with immense power. Many potent curses and dark spells sometimes necessitate blood for their execution. Beyond dark magic, there exists a form of kinship magic that is deeply mysterious, existing solely within ancient pureblood wizarding families. This is akin to the familial heirloom of the Weasley family, which also embodies a type of kinship magic. Draco caressed his family ring and remarked, The unsealing of the Malfoy estate is tomorrow. Once it is unsealed, I shall return to our basement to investigate whether similar occurrences have transpired and if any solutions can be found. Prior to that, I will brew an antidote for Potter. If my calculations are correct, it should last at least a week. Hermione nodded in agreement, stating, Prepare yourself. Tomorrow's unsealing is bound to be rather eventful. Chapter 35. Behind the door, just how eventful could it be? Regardless, early the next morning, Harry had efficiently prepared himself, awaiting Draco at the latter's doorstep as per Hermione's counsel and their prior agreement. Harry was not one to relish standing outside, so he took the liberty of opening the door and stepping inside. The protective charms set by Draco posed little challenge to him as he effortlessly breached them. Upon entering, he faintly discerned voices emanating from upstairs. Could it be Draco's voice? Were there family members present as well, or were they communicating through other means? Not dwelling on the thought, Harry set down the bag containing bread and coffee, removed his shoes, and ascended the stairs, following the sound. He is unperturbed by the chill. Moreover, Malfoy's residence is by no means frigid. Although autumn in London is drawing to a close and winter is imminent, pedestrians have begun donning their substantial overcoats. Nonetheless, their wizarding robes typically bear warmth and wind-repelling charms, ensuring that even in the biting cold outside, they remain comfortably warm once attired. He removed his coat, and the nearby hanger bent slightly, accommodating the garment with care, even smoothing it out. Harry was already contemplating the idea of having a similar hanger at his own home, one that could assist in hanging clothes. He also observed that beside Malfoy's hanger, there was an iron, suggesting it might also be capable of pressing garments. However, It remained uncertain whether the individual would have to iron their clothes themselves or if the hanger could lend a hand in that task. He ascended the staircase, and the sounds from above became increasingly discernible. Malfoy's voice gradually emerged with clarity, imbued with a tone of sternness as he declared, "No, Scorpius. You must go to school today." "What? Scorpius? School? Hasn't Hogwarts yet opened its doors?" The door above was ajar, not entirely shut, and Harry, employing the stealth techniques he had honed during his Auror days, crept upward, concealing himself behind the door to peer inside. The first sight that met his eyes was a pale, bare back. Malfoy had not yet fully donned his attire. He was merely wrapped in a towel at his waist. The hour still early, suggesting he had just emerged from a bath, his skin still bearing the rosy hue induced by the warm water. His golden hair cascaded down, soft and disheveled across his back, obscuring his neck and playfully swaying upon his shoulders, with droplets of water clinging precariously to the tips. Unlike Harry's well-toned physique, Malfoy's form appeared untouched by prolonged or intense training. Yet, it was not the frail frame of one unaccustomed to physical exertion. Rather, a delicate layer of muscle enveloped his body, indicating he had indeed engaged in some measure of exercise, albeit not extensively. His shoulders stood straight, and his hands rested on his waist, revealing his helpless demeanor from behind. A white towel encircled his waist, and a subtle indentation grazed his lower back, becoming faintly discernible within the folds of the towel as he moved. Before him lay a rectangular object, upon which a child's visage appeared, seemingly engaged in conversation with Malfoy. Harry inexplicably felt a warmth rise to his cheeks. Malfoy's skin was remarkably pale, even fairer than many girls he had encountered. His body hair was sparse, and on this overcast day, there were no prying eyes outside the window. The faint sunlight trickled through the glass, casting an ethereal quality upon him, as if he were a delicate and exquisite piece of porcelain. Yet, Harry knew that Malfoy was no fragile porcelain. He was a formidable wizard, unmatched in the realm of potion-making throughout the entire British magical community. Suddenly, Harry felt his behavior, hiding behind the door, was rather peculiar, evoking a sense of shame within him. As he prepared to knock and alert Malfoy of his presence, the sound emanating from the rectangular screen abruptly intensified. The boy's face on the screen magnified, boasting golden hair and silvery gray eyes akin to Malfoy's. His eyes widened, and the excitement in his voice was unmistakable as he exclaimed, "Harry Potter." Harry's hand hovered just above the door, yet before he could knock, Scorpius caught him in the act. Malfoy swiftly turned around. Presenting a rather striking sight, clad only in a towel, he stood before Harry in a state of undress. Draco's eyes widened in astonishment at the unexpected arrival of the savior at his doorstep. The savior's face bore a slightly awkward smile, his hands suspended in midair. Draco appeared utterly flabbergasted, his lips moving silently as a faint blush, either from anger, annoyance, or some other emotion, colored his cheeks. He quickly lowered his gaze, ensuring his towel was securely wrapped, concealing any unwarranted exposure before he took a deep breath. He shot Harry a fierce glare, then turned and hastily grabbed a robe from the nearby wardrobe, draping it over himself. Afterward, he rubbed his forehead with one hand while supporting his waist with the other, appearing utterly exhausted, and inquired, "Potter, how did you get in?" The boy across from him could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "Harry Potter. Is it really Harry Potter?" His face was pressed against the rectangular screen. An expression of eager anticipation etched across his features as he exclaimed, "Father, it's Harry Potter." Draco rubbed his forehead, feeling a dull, throbbing sensation. For the first time, he contemplated the impolite act of ending his son's call. Harry stood in the doorway, striving to maintain a courteous smile as he addressed the figure on the screen. "Good day." The boy on the other end, flushed with excitement, commanded loudly, "Father, you must get me an autograph, and bring it back." Draco's lips twitched as he reminded himself that this was his son, the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage. After considerable mental fortitude, he finally managed to stiffen his lips and replied, "Scorpius Malfoy, my son." He addressed the other side, "Scorpius, this is Harry Potter. Please be polite. Do you understand?" Scorpius let out a small "oh," his cherubic face still flushed, yet he took a small step back. Standing there with decorum, he performed a bow, which Harry surmised was a gesture of nobility, and in his youthful voice, he said, "Scorpius Malfoy. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter." Harry replied warmly, "Likewise, it is a pleasure to meet you, young Mr. Malfoy." Just as Scorpius was about to say something further, Draco swiftly interrupted him. He spoke towards that direction. "You have already seen him, Scorpius. Be a good boy and go to school today. Understood?" Perhaps it was due to having seen Harry, or perhaps it was the presence of Harry before him. But Scorpius obediently acquiesced. As he was about to utter another word, Draco denied him the opportunity, abruptly slamming the rectangular screen down, which resulted in the call being terminated on the other end. Harry barely had time to bid Scorpius farewell. Draco then exhaled a long sigh, turning to glare at Harry with indignation. "Potter, how did you get in here?" A twinge of embarrassment flickered within Harry. Fortunately, Draco was currently donned in a garment, a significant improvement over his previous state of undress. He pointed toward the door downstairs, speaking somewhat sheepishly. "The door wasn't closed, so I just walked in." In truth, it had been closed, but he had merely used his magic to break through. However, he refrained from disclosing this and promptly added, "I brought breakfast." "You didn't prepare any, did you?" Draco took a deep breath, running his fingers through his hair, revealing his smooth forehead. With his eyes closed and an expression of reluctance to face Harry, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You go downstairs. I'll tidy up before joining you." Complying, Harry exited the room, and as soon as he stepped out, the door slammed shut with a loud bang, making it evident just how furious Draco was. Feeling somewhat guilty, Harry descended the stairs, retrieving the bread and toast from the packaging. He cast a warming charm on the coffee cup, glanced around, opened a few cabinets, and retrieved several plates. He arranged the bread and toast aesthetically upon them, then found a chair and sat down. Meanwhile, Draco was taking deep breaths, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. After a considerable pause, he sensed that his seething anger had somewhat subsided. However, the recollection of his earlier attire still irked him. Had it not been for the fact that his magical prowess could not compete with the savior seated downstairs, he would have likely brandished his wand to render Harry unconscious. He removed his robe, feeling a sense of relief that he had at least wrapped himself in a towel. Although they were all men, he felt that he and Porter did not share a relationship that permitted such nakedness. He let out a sigh once more and loosened the towel, leaving himself completely bare. At that very moment, Potter's voice resonated perfectly through the air. "Malfoy, are you ready?" Instinctively, Draco wrapped the towel around himself, and upon realizing his actions, he struggled to suppress the peculiar emotions brewing within him, fiercely shouting towards the door, "No." The savior fell silent, likely sensing Malfoy's fury. Draco rummaged through his wardrobe, hastily donning a few garments, disregarding his tousled hair. After casting a drying spell, he pushed open the door and descended the stairs. At that moment, Harry was diligently retrieving toast from the toaster. With a somewhat guilty demeanor, he earnestly addressed Draco, "I've bought you some renowned bread today." Malfoy's expression was as frigid as ice, standing at the kitchen doorway. He was fully dressed, yet it was evident that his appearance lacked the meticulous elegance he once embodied. He gritted his teeth and almost forced the words out. "How did you get in?" Harry feigned ignorance, replying, "Your door was not closed properly. I simply walked in." Draco remained silent, expressing his anger through his actions. He drew forth his wand and, in silence, cast several protective spells upon his abode. Once he had fortified it once more, he scrutinized the loaf of bread that Harry had purchased, reluctantly taking one. He spread butter on the toast, and Harry handed him the coffee, still warm from the warming charm, as the savior spoke with an uncharacteristic hint of self-doubt. "I'm not great at making coffee. This one is from a renowned Muggle CAF. Give it a try." Draco accepted it with a stoic expression, inhaling its delightful aroma. After taking a delicate sip, he set it down, striving to maintain his composure. "Why did you arrive so early today?" he inquired. Harry bit into his bread, finding it quite delightful, soft and sweet. "Hermione specifically reminded me last night to come early. You still need to handle some paperwork at the Ministry before we can head to Malfoy Manor. I'll personally lift the seal placed by the Ministry for you." Draco paused momentarily, gracefully slicing his bread, the knife gliding softly against the porcelain plate as he pondered. "What signal is she trying to convey to everyone?" Harry asked. "What?" Draco glanced at him, and Harry felt an inexplicable trace of pity in his gaze, reminiscent of the look Hermione had given him, urging him to follow her instructions. Draco replied, "Be perceptive, Potter. Elevate your political awareness. Granger intends to let the outside world know that you and I are irrevocably linked. This also shatters the aspirations of certain pureblood families. Do you have any idea how many pureblood families wish to see Malfoy opposed to you upon my return?" Harry genuinely did not know. For the past few months, he had been engrossed solely in paperwork and training new Aurors at the Ministry, devoid of any interest or inclination to delve into other matters. However, he refrained from revealing this, feigning ignorance. "I'm aware," Draco asserted confidently. "No, you are not. Enough of this. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Have you finished eating? Harry swallowed the last bite of his bread and replied, Can we leave now? Draco rose, casting a sardonic glance at Harry. No. Today is a significant day. I cannot appear so shabby. Stay here. You are not permitted upstairs. I shall change into something more appropriate. Harry dared not ascend the stairs uninvited and acquiesced. Like a gust of wind, Draco breezed past him, heading up. Just as he reached the staircase, he turned and remarked, The coffee is quite good. Let us continue this tomorrow. Chapter 36. A grand attire. Harry found himself languishing alone downstairs, his boredom palpable. He wandered about, yet failed to locate the owl that Draco had procured, opening the door from the kitchen to the backyard. He was met with the sight of a nest perched upon a tree. Malfoy had indeed shown a touch of kindness, crafting a charming abode for it. At that moment, the fluffy barn owl nestled at the entrance of the nest, its eyes half closed in slumber. Upon noticing Harry's presence at the doorway, it slightly opened its eyes, emitted a soft clicking sound with its beak, and sluggishly shifted its feet, retreating further into its cozy sanctuary. It was a clear indication that it preferred to be undisturbed. Harry stepped back, pondering what Malfoy could possibly be doing upstairs, as silence enveloped the space, devoid of any sound. Was it truly necessary to take so long merely to change attire? A flicker of dissatisfaction coursed through him, mingled with intrigue, prompting him to tiptoe his way up the stairs once more. As he had just reached the small hall upstairs, the door to Malfoy's chamber swung open. As he lowered his head to adjust his cuff, his golden hair cascaded smoothly behind him, forming a sleek braid that fell straight down, seemingly adorned with glimmering fragments of diamonds. Today, he donned a white shirt, its cuffs embellished with silver cufflinks resembling serpents, their eyes two emerald gems shimmering in the sunlight, radiating a glow akin to that of cat's eyes. He lifted his head and beheld Harry. His countenance, in essence, bore no discernible difference from his usual demeanor. However, at this moment, his visage seemed imbued with an added sharpness and splendor. Adorning his white shirt was a resplendent ruby brooch, affixed to which was a silver chain that elegantly wove around the buttons of his shirt, culminating in a complex pattern on the opposite side. Upon noticing that button, Harry found himself regretting the acuity of his gaze as he caught a glimpse through the gap of the buttonhole, revealing skin even more luminous than the shirt itself. He gazed at Harry, suddenly scrunching his nose in discontent. He spoke as if accusingly, Is this how you dress? Harry, as if awakening from a dream, lowered his gaze to examine his attire. Aside from a few slight wrinkles, it was quite clean, with no apparent issues. However, it was certainly not comparable to Malfoy's impeccable style. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he tugged at his clothes and, mustering his courage, feigned indifference as he replied, Is this not acceptable? Malfoy, with a critical eye, retorted, Of course it's not acceptable. Since Granger wishes for us to make a grand appearance, your outfit cannot fall short. With that, he seized Harry by the shoulder, and to Harry's surprise, he offered no resistance as Malfoy led him into his bedroom. That familiar, faint scent of polished wood wafted through the air once more. He absent-mindedly brushed his nose as Malfoy led him into his room. As Harry had anticipated, Malfoy's bedroom was absurdly spacious. Apart from the grand four-poster bed in the center, an entire wall was lined with cabinets. It remained a mystery what treasures lay within. With a flick of his wand, Malfoy opened one of the cabinet doors, and soon garments began to float out one after another. Malfoy frowned as he examined each piece, leaving Harry in awe of the spectacle. Just as he was about to stammer that it need not be so elaborate, a voice emerged from beside him. He abruptly turned his head to look, only to find two lips appearing on the surface of the full-length mirror beside him, and a voice emanated from within. Young Master Malfoy, this gentleman possesses exquisite eyes. I believe a shirt in a complimentary hue would suit him splendidly. What do you think? Upon finishing this remark, a deep green, lustrous shirt floated gracefully from the ground, billowing in the wind as it stood before him. Malfoy stroked his chin, glanced at it, and declared, Very well. Potter, change your attire. Harry could only gawk in astonishment as Malfoy waved his wand, and his clothes vanished as if undone by invisible hands, leaving him clad only in his smooth underwear. Harry instinctively covered his most private area, letting out a low, furious shout. Malfoy. Malfoy scrutinized him from head to toe, a faint semblance of satisfaction gracing his features as he remarked, Not a bad physique. He inquired, What's the matter? You just looked at mine. Why can't I look at yours? After saying this, he waved his wand, and the dark shirt effortlessly draped itself over his body, the silky texture gliding over Harry's limbs. Once dressed, Malfoy procured a pair of trousers in a matching hue and waved his wand once more. Harry felt a crackling sound above his head, as if a surge of electricity had surged through him, and the hair that had previously obstructed his view was suddenly diminished, rendering his sight remarkably clearer. He gazed vacantly at his reflection in the dressing mirror, almost unable to recognize himself. Malfoy expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Let us adorn him with some jewelry." "What? Jewelry?" Harry was about to refuse when, with a resounding bang, several drawers flew open one after another, revealing a dazzling array of brooches, cufflinks, bow ties, and necklaces that left one utterly mesmerized. As Malfoy sifted through the collection, he remarked, "I presume you do not often wear such items. Shall it be a brooch, a bow tie, or perhaps cufflinks?" As he spoke, the intricate and exquisite jewelry gracefully floated up, obediently arranging themselves before him. With a wave of his hand, the superfluous pieces automatically returned to their previous recesses. Ultimately, Malfoy selected a brooch along with 2 cufflinks. He personally assisted Harry in fastening the brooch, which was also green and shaped like a bird. Malfoy, somewhat dissatisfied, remarked that the golden phoenix lacked the Gryffindor lion, its eyes a vibrant green, perfectly matching Harry's own. After speaking, he gestured for Harry to raise his hands. Like someone enchanted, Harry inexplicably lifted his hands, palms up and flat. Malfoy stepped forward, lowered his head, and fastened 2 cufflinks onto him. The cufflinks, radiating a cat's eye green akin to the golden phoenix, indicated an undeniable value that even Harry, despite his ignorance of luxury, could appreciate. Suddenly, Harry pondered that although Malfoy exhibited arrogance and occasionally unpleasant behavior at school, the sight of him bowing his head to fasten cufflinks might render any girl utterly captivated. It was no wonder so many girls aspired to marry into the Malfoy family. Enchanted, Harry inquired, "Aren't you considering finding a mistress for the Malfoy household?" Draco, having secured the cufflinks, stepped back, surveying the seemingly reborn savior with a mix of admiration and scrutiny. Upon hearing Potter's question, he lifted his gaze, looked at him curiously, and replied, "Don't concern yourself with me. Focus on your own matters." He spoke with satisfaction. "You should thank me, savior. After today, your fervent admirers will multiply significantly." Having said that, he picked up the long robe hanging beside him, and the full-length mirror chimed in once more. "Does this gentleman require a cloak, Mr. Malfoy?" Malfoy nodded and replied, "Select one for him." Following his words, a dark robe adorned with subtle patterns floated gracefully from the ground, draping smoothly over Harry's form, with the front ties forming an exquisite knot that cascaded behind him. Harry shifted uncomfortably. He had never donned such intricate and splendid attire, let alone with several expensive-looking adornments. However, Malfoy seemed unfazed. He strode ahead, his hands encased in soft white dragon leather gloves that snugly enveloped each finger, resembling a warrior poised for battle. He turned to Harry with unwavering resolve and declared, "Potter, from the moment you step out of this door until we reach the ministry, raise your head and straighten your shoulders. Let them see that the Savior still stands, that the Savior remains formidable. You must not allow them to underestimate you. Do you understand?" With that, he boldly stepped outside. Draco smirked inwardly, reflecting on how the magical community had already paid a price for underestimating the Savior. Yet some still remained oblivious to their folly. Catherine arrived at the ministry feeling somewhat drowsy. She had spent the previous night reveling in Hogsmeade with her close friends until the late hours, making it quite a challenge to rise this morning, let alone now. With a lack of energy, she inserted her wand into the machine and stepped into the elevator. Upon descending to the atrium, she found herself nearly jostled out of the lift by the throngs of people. What was happening? She was bewildered, but then she spotted her friend Nina from another department, who was excitedly straining to see ahead. Without hesitation, Catherine approached and grasped Nina's clothing, simultaneously peering forward and inquiring, "What's going on?" Nina seized her hand, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "It's Malfoy. Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter." Malfoy? Potter? Had they not visited the Ministry of Magic last time, yet Nina had never displayed such exuberance? Following the sound of Nina's voice, Catherine strained to rise on her toes, maneuvering through the dense throng of people, striving to catch a glimpse ahead. Through the narrow gaps in the crowd, she managed to catch a fleeting glimpse of a scene unfolding before her. In that very instant, she felt her breath and heartbeat synchronize in a moment of disbelief. Grasping Nina's hand tightly, she found her friend utterly oblivious to her excitement. Catherine's eyes were wide with astonishment and awe, rendering her speechless. Was that Harry Potter? Nina, unable to hear Catherine's exclamations, pushed forward with determination, never forgetting to pull Catherine along as her close friend and colleague. Her face flushed with excitement, yet just as they were about to reach the forefront, she was forced to halt her advance. An invisible barrier had been erected, standing between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, contrary to the familiar image of the savior. Today's appearance was like that of an entirely different individual. His once disheveled black hair seemed to have undergone meticulous grooming, each strand perfectly in place. With the veil of his unruly locks removed, the savior's captivating emerald eyes were unveiled for all to see, complemented by a matching brooch and cufflinks. Yet, these adornments paled in comparison to the brilliance of his own green gaze. And what was the story behind the attire he wore? Had the savior always possessed such an admirable physique? Previously, he had donned loose, unremarkable robes, indifferent to their fabric. However, this ensemble impeccably accentuated his form, broad shoulders, a defined waist, and long legs. Moreover, he appeared astonishingly tall. He stood approximately half a head taller than the adjacent Draco Malfoy, who radiated brilliance akin to the stars in the firmament. The intricate and exquisite adornments he wore seemed to fade in comparison, as every strand of hair and every inch of his being exuded perfection. However, in stark contrast to the ever-illustrious Mr. Malfoy, the suddenly transformed Mr. Potter beside him was nothing short of stunning. Standing together, Catherine dared to assert that the Witch Weekly would surely be in a frenzy tonight. Draco felt a sense of satisfaction within. He discreetly surveyed the crowd surrounding him. He had deliberately chosen the morning rush hour to create this effect. As anticipated, when a reporter from the Daily Prophet struggled to weave through the throngs of people to reach them, Draco seized the moment to unveil his flawless smile. The journalist promptly raised his camera, capturing several candid shots, while Potter beside him fidgeted uncomfortably, appearing as though he wished to escape. Draco took a couple of steps, subtly covering his lips with emotion, and whispered, "Steady now, Potter, let the reporter take the shots." Upon hearing this, Harry hesitated to move, and shortly thereafter, several officials from the Ministry of Magic hurriedly approached. As they wiped the sweat from their brows, they hurriedly approached. Harry recognized them as the pureblood aristocrats who frequently contradicted Hermione, representing a faction that diverged from her oversight. Their primary focus lay in the mundane affairs of the magical realm, including the various sales and transfers of properties, notably those seized by the Ministry of Magic. Draco maintained an affable smile on his face as he extended his hand, courteously greeting, "Good day, Mr. Farrow." The slightly portly leader among them, still mopping his brow, reciprocated the handshake. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy. I presume you are here to attend to matters regarding the Malfoy estate?" Draco nodded subtly, discreetly nudging Potter behind him. Prompting Potter to interject, "Mr. Farrow, I am accompanying Mr. Malfoy to address the relevant affairs." With that, he produced a note from his bag, its surface adorned with Hermione Granger's gleaming signature. "Our director has fully entrusted me with the authority to lift the seal. We simply need to complete the preliminary processes before proceeding to the site to remove the enchantment." At that moment, a journalist nearby seized the opportunity to capture a photograph and, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed to his companion, "Major news. Take note. The Malfoy estate is on the brink of being unsealed." In front of the reporter, Mr. Farrow's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. His once warm smile was now replaced by a chilling gaze. He spoke, "This way, Mr. Malfoy." Draco, with a hint of pride, cast a glance at Potter, gently nodding as he lifted his foot to follow Mr. Farrow. Chapter 37. The past under Draco's ostentatious presence. Their administrative procedures today were remarkably smooth. After obtaining Mr. Farrow's signature, Draco did not pause for a moment. He swiftly folded a paper airplane, setting its destination to Hermione's office, and then, pulling Potter along, they disapparated. If one were to inquire about Harry's recollections of Malfoy's ancestral home, they would be steeped in fear and anguish. At that time, his greatest adversary loomed above him, capable of extinguishing his life at any moment, while his friends were tormented one by Death Eaters, enduring the Cruciatus curse in his defense, until Malfoy's unexpected intervention. Malfoy had declared that this person was not Potter, thus saving his life. Yet, Harry was certain that Malfoy had indeed recognized him. Now revisiting the site, even in the absence of Voldemort, the memories of that harrowing experience surged within him, evoking a visceral sense of revulsion. Nevertheless, he chose not to display this sentiment. Upon arriving at Malfoy's estate, he was met with desolation. The dark soil stretched before him, a blank expanse devoid of any architectural remnants. Yet, the magical fluctuations emanating from ahead clearly indicated that the structures were merely concealed, not obliterated. Draco could scarcely contain his excitement. A gentle breeze tousled his golden hair as he extended his hand, inevitably encountering a barrier hidden within the air. He whispered softly, "The seal of the Ministry of Magic." He proclaimed loudly, "Potter." Although Harry harbored a lingering dread of Malfoy Manor, he could not allow his inner disdain to surface at such a moment. He approached, pressing the parchment bearing Hermione's signature against the transparent barrier. The shield shimmered, and the note swiftly merged within. Subsequently, he produced a second piece of parchment and placed it atop the first. He then unleashed his magical energy, causing the barrier to dissipate like mist, gradually peeling away from the uppermost layer. After a decade of being sealed away, Malfoy Manor re-emerged before them. Draco found himself enveloped in a haze, tears unwittingly welling in his eyes as he took a step forward, the ancient estate standing solemnly before him. The iron gates at the entrance were in a state of disrepair, encrusted with rust and cloaked in unfamiliar green vines, which trembled under the weight of a delicate white flower. The fountain, once a symbol of grandeur, had lost its splendor, devoid of the white peacock and roses that once adorned it. The path beneath his feet remained as level as before, yet it was now strewn with dirt and the remnants of various magical duels, leaving him unaware of how he had arrived at the threshold. The gates hung precariously, marred by countless dents and imperfections. He trembled as he placed his hand upon the door. The doorknob glimmered faintly as the bloodline of Malfoy swiftly awakened the entire mansion. Harry felt a slight tingling on his cheek, as a powerful yet restrained surge of magical energy emanated from the Malfoy estate. With this wave, the entrance to the mansion began to transform. The once dilapidated door gradually restored itself to a state of completeness, with two silver serpents entwined upon it, coiling together to form the shape of a lock. The heavy sound of the door creaking open resonated from within as it slowly opened before Draco, revealing a dark and chaotic interior. Draco stepped inside, his boots echoing crisply against the floor. He raised his hand as he walked, brushing against the walls one after another. Malfoy's magic ignited the entire mansion, and one candle after another flickered to life. The once chaotic floor and walls began to restore themselves, the stained surfaces gradually regaining their original luster. Harry followed closely behind him, stepping inside slowly. With his eyes closed, Malfoy stood at the heart of the vast estate. Waves of magic emanated from him, and after a decade of slumber, the mansion finally welcomed back its master. Gradually, the interior began to return to its former glory, the once tainted air dissipating. Yet, even so, the mansion bore irreparable scars. Draco slowly lowered his hand. Compared to before, the estate had regained perhaps 20 to 30% of its former state, but even that was insufficient. He took a slight breath. His solitary magic was insufficient to recreate the entirety of Malfoy Manor. If it were solely up to him, it would take an eternity. As time passed, the demand for magic would only increase. Harry approached, yet he merely stood at the threshold, not crossing the threshold. Malfoy urged, "Come in, Potter." He surveyed his surroundings before gradually lifting his foot to step inside. As he walked, he took in the opulence around him. The entire Malfoy estate sprawled widely, with their entrance hall rivaling the grandeur of Hogwarts' Great Hall, truly befitting a family of ancient lineage. Malfoy settled onto the sofa, appearing weary, his complexion paler than usual, illuminated by the crystalline chandelier above him, resembling porcelain more than ever. Harry paused, reluctant to move closer due to his previous unsettling memories, and inquired, "Malfoy, congratulations." Malfoy's eyes fluttered shut slightly, his long lashes casting dense shadows beneath them. Upon hearing Harry's voice, a genuine smile graced his face as he sincerely replied, "Thank you, Potter. Oh, and please extend my gratitude to Granger," he said. "If possible, please stay here today. I will do my utmost to host you." Without a moment's hesitation, Harry replied, "I can stay, but could we perhaps change the location?" Malfoy, somewhat intrigued, countered, "What's the matter? I assure you, I will do everything in my power to ensure your comfort." Harry moved closer to Malfoy, hesitatingly murmuring, "No, it's my issue. I have a psychological aversion to this estate." Malfoy emitted a faint sound of acknowledgement, falling into silence. Draco recalled the former savior. Memories surged like a tide, enveloping the two of them densely. After a long pause, Draco finally spoke. "I remember now. You were once imprisoned in our cellar." Harry took another step forward, closing the distance between them, and whispered, "At that time, I faced Voldemort for the first time, realizing the magnitude of the adversary I was up against. Those days were filled with dread. My friends were tormented by Death Eaters, primarily your aunt. We could find no hope of escape, only despair that engulfed our hearts. I thought I might die there. When you were asked to identify me, you recognized me, didn't you?" Malfoy remained silent for a long time before softly responding with an affirmative sound. Harry stepped closer once more, his gaze fixated intently on Malfoy, who sat on the sofa. his slightly long golden hair cascading behind him, an intangible sense of pressure emanating from Harry. He indeed embodies the true spirit of Gryffindor. Standing poised like a lion fixated on its prey, ready to strike with lethal precision. Yet, Malfoy let out a sigh, clasping his hands together, closing his eyes, and resting his forehead against his palms. A hint of bitterness seeped into his voice as he spoke. What is it that you wish for me to do? Return to the past. What would you have me say? Inform the Dark Lord that, indeed, this is Harry Potter, and he may strike him down at this very moment? Or would you prefer to extract from me the same answer as before? Is this merely a trial reserved for the chosen one? He fixed his gaze upon the hair at the back of Malfoy's head, lowering his voice as he inquired. No. I merely wish to know why you pretended not to recognize me that day. Malfoy reopened his eyes, his silvery gaze momentarily clouded with confusion, as memories washed over him like a tide, bringing back the events of that day. He was rarely accompanied by the enigmatic figure, whose emaciated hand clutched his shoulder like a vice. Overwhelmed by fear, he trembled uncontrollably, yet the mysterious individual appeared to revel in his terror, deriving amusement from the dread of others. He spoke to him in a chilling manner. Is that person below Harry Potter? Harry Potter? How could he possibly find himself in the cellar of his own home? In that moment of fear, his temporarily frozen mind felt as if a sudden bolt of lightning had struck, cleaving a small fissure within the icy confines of his thoughts. He trembled slightly, raising his head to gaze at Narcissa Malfoy, who stood behind a throng of Death Eaters. Typically, she endeavored to conceal herself, silently lingering in Lucius's shadow like a specter. Yet, in that moment, she instinctively lifted her head and exchanged a fleeting glance with her son, with an almost imperceptible nod. So subtle that it left no trace in the air, she quickly bowed her head again, her hood shrouding her hair and obscuring her face. Resembling a ghost lurking in a corner, Draco was forcibly taken into the dungeon by the mysterious figure, and in his terror, he sought to turn and find his father's presence. However, the mysterious man and his aunt firmly obstructed his desperate gaze, leaving him no choice but to follow, compelled to confront the captive. With but a single glance, he recognized the individual as Harry Potter. Though his visage was utterly altered, his hair and physique transformed. Those eyes were unmistakable. Even with a change in eye color, Draco could never forget that gaze, resilient, perpetually alive with indignation, joy, and happiness. Even in the depths of the dungeon, where despair loomed, the eyes still burned with defiance and fury. A wave of bitterness surged within him, soon followed by a rising tide of anger. Potter, how dare he? How audacious to intrude upon this space. To what extent had his audacity grown? Did he not realize that the mysterious figure had been searching for him all along? Yet, when questioned, he lowered his gaze, trembling, his voice parched as he uttered, "No, I am not Harry Potter." The illusory image gradually receded from his sight, and Draco was astonished to discover that even after all these years, the recollection of that moment still prompted an involuntary shiver within him, instilling a sense of dread and leaving him drenched in cold sweat. He clasped his hands together, steadying himself, and spoke, "Because I am engulfed in fear." Draco seemed to be addressing Potter, or perhaps conversing with himself. At that moment, our family had begun to doubt our choices, yet there was no turning back. We were all bound to this doomed vessel, destined for destruction, with no means of escape. What then could be done? His voice was deep and his throat constricted as he spoke slowly. We can only utilize every means at our disposal to secure an additional safeguard, and that safeguard can only be you. Harry found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. His inner voice acknowledged that Malfoy was speaking the truth. He was merely a pawn in Malfoy's game, a wager. If Malfoy emerged victorious, he would acquire the crucial testimony of the post-war savior, leaving only Lucius to languish in Azkaban, while the remaining members of the Malfoy family could escape abroad, gaining a fleeting chance to breathe. Yet, why did he feel a twinge of disappointment within? What answer does he seek from Malfoy? It is not merely for the sake of security that he has chosen him. What, then, is the basis for his selection? Is it simply a matter of not wanting him to perish? Yet, at this very moment, he refrains from posing such a question, perhaps aware that it would yield no answers and instead ensnare them both in a web of mutual entanglement. The weighty past looms before them. But what once existed in his perception as an unfathomable chasm has gradually begun to close. It is transformed into a mere shallow ditch, easily traversable. He suddenly felt a sense of relief, regardless of the answer, whether it was a desire to spare his life or the allure of security, the outcome remained the same. He stood here, unharmed, while Malfoy had reclaimed his estate. The damned were already gone, and everything was moving in a positive direction. His hand brushed against the tips of Malfoy's hair, which was fine and soft, distinctly unlike his own coarse and unruly locks that refused to obey his command. He inquired, "Now that you have reclaimed Malfoy's estate, what do you intend to do next?" Malfoy, momentarily lost in his reverie, responded with a start upon hearing Harry's question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I have promised Granger to heal you. Therefore." He blinked, and his gaze gradually grew resolute. Harry realized that the proud Draco Malfoy, once more, had unknowingly returned to Hogwarts. Draco sneered, "I am curious to see just how intricate that curse upon you truly is." Chapter 38. The basement. Harry sat listlessly on the steps outside Draco's door, resembling a sentinel, guarding the gradually restored grandeur of the house. He has come to understand what it means to inhabit a wizard's estate, ever since Draco returned to this manor. Harry has unilaterally decided in his heart to refer to him as Draco rather than Malfoy. He generously mused that if Draco were willing to call him Harry, he would be more than pleased. The manor seemed to have undergone a renaissance. The once grimy walls were gradually becoming clean, while the damaged statues at the entrance and the ground were returning to their former glory. Inside, the estate was slowly mending itself, transforming back to its prior state. Draco had expelled Harry, sternly instructing him to find some means of amusement, for behind the Malfoy estate lay a vast lawn and a lake, where one could fish or play Quidditch, as long as he did not disturb him. Thus, Harry found himself languidly seated at Draco's doorstep, idly pulling at the grass and gazing outwards with ennui. An invisible barrier had replaced the Ministry's original seal, safeguarding the manor. This was the protective enchantment of the Malfoy residence, permitting only guests approved by Draco to cross its threshold. He gazed, almost entranced, at the delicate barrier that resembled flowing water, until the dawn's light pierced his eyes, prompting him to rise once more. He brushed off the blades of grass clinging to his trousers and made his way back to the Malfoy residence. Draco had been confined in the basement for a considerable time, and Harry felt a twinge of concern. He descended the staircase slowly. Although the area below had been tidied, he still felt a sense of revulsion. As he walked, he called out, "Draco, Draco Malfoy." The basement was shrouded in darkness, damp and chilly, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, silently awaiting its prey. Harry's breath quickened slightly, and he sensed a haze before his eyes. Perhaps a remnant of memories or the instinct of an auror. He drew his wand and cast a Lumos charm. The floating orb of light illuminated the shadowy staircase below, and with the emergence of light, he felt a modicum of relief. Subsequently, he cast a protective shield charm and a barrier charm upon himself. Exhaling deeply, he finally moved forward, descending further. The basement seemed interminable, with dark corridors stretching out before him, and in a moment of reverie, he felt as though he had returned to that fateful day. Unbeknownst to him, his body grew increasingly heavy, as if fettered by some unseen force, rendering him unable to take another step forward. He found himself halted at the entrance of a shadowy corridor, where tranquility lay ahead. Yet his ears were assailed by the haunting echoes of departed souls. The lamentations, shrieks, and cries of agony intertwined with the metallic scent of blood and an array of inexplicable odors that lingered in the air, clinging to his nostrils. Darkness swirled before his eyes, as the flickering candlelight failed to illuminate the corners of the walls, casting elongated shadows that morphed ominously. Suddenly, a disembodied head emerged inexplicably from the shadow on the wall. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Harry, his visage identical, save for his crimson eyes that glimmered like blood. He fixated on Harry, his entire head grotesquely embedded in the wall, and then, with deliberate slowness, he began to curl the corners of his mouth into a sinister grin. His teeth were chillingly sharp, resembling the fangs of some wild beast. As his mouth moved, the sound, though faint, reverberated ominously through the corridor, bearing down heavily upon Harry. "I curse you." Harry felt his legs weaken, as if the very essence of his strength had ebbed away. Staggering, he braced himself against the uneven wall beside him. The coarse stone surface grazed his hand, leaving a faint trace of blood that he remained oblivious to. Gasping for breath, he fixated intently on the visage that mirrored his own. Strange patterns began to emerge on that face, prompting Harry to close his eyes and steady his breathing. When he reopened them, he was astonished to find the peculiar stone sculpture he had previously encountered in the ancient manor materializing in the dark corridor. It stood perfectly still in the center, its mouth agape, the cold stone effigy replacing that uncanny face. Harry's gaze fixated on the sculpture, his eyes unwittingly tracing the lines of blood. "If only I could destroy it, obliterate this stone statue." He raised his wand with an unassuming demeanor, directing it towards the stone sculpture, and softly uttered the incantation. Shattered to dust. A fierce and robust crimson radiance erupted from the tip of his wand, advancing relentlessly and fearlessly. It was fully prepared to obliterate any obstacles in its path, just as its master commanded. In the dimly lit library, a gentle orb of light floated before Draco. He meticulously examined the volumes nestled upon the shelves of his family's library. The collection, rich in diversity, belonged to an ancient pure-blood lineage featuring an array of works, including even the personal notes penned by travelers. Intriguingly, these eccentric notes captured Draco's attention more than anything else. The conventional methods for dispelling curses held little significance for the chosen one. Rather, the unorthodox records appeared far more promising. As Draco reflected upon a particular note he had previously encountered, he sifted through the pages until he finally unearthed a blue-covered journal, a relic from one of the Malfoy ancestors. Although a wizard himself, this ancestor had reveled in mingling with muggles, ultimately becoming a wandering bard, chronicling all the fascinating experiences encountered throughout his journeys. One such account seemed reminiscent of Potter's plight. Yet, Draco could not recall whether this ancestor had documented a remedy. Nonetheless, it provided a glimmer of direction, identifying the year the curse manifested and correlating it with the respective family, thus embarking on a quest for solutions. This journal was fortified with protective and obscuring spells, ensuring that if anyone other than a Malfoy touched it, countless bizarre duplicates would materialize, each containing disparate content, leaving one unable to discern the authentic from the counterfeit. However, the shared magic flowing through his veins allowed him to effortlessly bypass the enchantments. He retrieved the tome and cradled it in his arms. The dimness of the room was stifling, and perhaps due to the recent interaction with Potter, unwelcome memories surged within him, prompting a desire to linger no longer in this place. He pushed open the door, preparing to proceed towards the entrance. As soon as he stepped outside, he caught sight of a figure standing at the corridor's entrance, silhouetted against the light. A sudden jolt ran through Draco's heart. Although he was aware that this person could only be Potter, no one else could enter Malfoy Manor without his permission, there was something distinctly unsettling about Potter's demeanor. He called out, "Potter?" However, Potter had already raised his wand, and a torrent of crimson light surged forth, instantly engulfing him like a deluge. Draco could scarcely utter a gasp. Yet, in that moment, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. Indeed, this scene had once unfolded in his dreams. He was destined to be irreconcilable with Potter, to raise his wand and engage in a cataclysmic duel of spells. He is a Death Eater. He is the savior. They were never meant to belong to the same faction. Potter likened him to a star, which renders Potter the sun that ascends during the day, while he is merely the evening star that can only emerge after the sun has set. Stars and the sun, after all, inhabit entirely different realms. He closed his eyes, bracing himself for the curse from Potter. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated impact did not come. Instead, he was met with a heavy sound, akin to that of a person collapsing. Draco opened his eyes, and to his astonishment, he found himself enveloped in a faint, circular barrier, adorned with a spectrum of radiant hues, completely safeguarding him within its confines. Meanwhile, the spell cast by Potter had vanished, leaving only a terrifying gash in the stone wall. It dawned on Draco. This was the protective armor that Potter had previously bestowed upon him. He suddenly realized how much time had passed. Had Potter been sustaining this enchantment all along? Had he been maintaining the protective armor for him without his awareness? Ahead, Potter had collapsed, one knee resting on the ground while the other leg remained propped up. His heavy breaths echoed through the corridor, yet he still clutched his wand tightly, his magic swirling chaotically like a tangled ball of yarn. Draco's heart instantly raced as he cautiously shifted his feet, slowly making his way towards Potter. Although Potter's eyes were closed, his ears twitched slightly, detecting Draco's footsteps. He spoke softly, "Draco, don't come over." Draco, taken aback, questioned his own hearing. After doubting his ears, a tempest of emotions surged within him. What? Could he have misheard? Draco? Why had Potter suddenly called his name? What on earth was happening? He wore an expression of bewilderment and astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. It appeared that the savior had completely lost his mind. Was there still a need for him to be saved? Draco stepped a little closer, filled with doubt that the savior had been inexplicably subjected to a soul-binding curse. He called softly, "Potter? Harry Potter?" There was no response. The savior remained as silent as a stone statue, quietly half kneeling on the ground. Were it not for the rhythmic rise and fall of his breath, Draco would have believed the savior to be lifeless. He approached Potter once more, extending his hand with the intention of making contact. Yet, just as his fingers reached out, Before they could graze Potter's form, his wrist was firmly grasped. Potter's grip was powerful and searing, akin to a fever. Draco felt a jolt of surprise within, but Potter had already leveraged his hold to rise once again. He appeared unsteady on his feet, swaying slightly as he stood. Draco immediately moved closer, instinctively supporting Potter with a firm grip, his voice laced with concern. "Potter? What is the matter?" Potter leaned heavily against Draco, his body weight almost entirely resting on him, their faces mere inches apart. The warmth of Potter's breath brushed against Draco's ear, causing a faint flush to rise on his cheeks, while the sensation of Potter's breath slipping down his collar sent a shiver of goosebumps racing along his neck. With one hand gripping the hand of Potter that hung from his shoulder, and the other arm encircling Potter's waist, he clenched his teeth and uttered, "Let us go. We shall ascend first." As Draco trudged along, he silently seethed at the thought of why Potter was so burdensome. After a laborious trek from the basement back to the upper lounge, he nearly flung Potter onto the sofa with a sense of exasperation. He gasped for breath, feeling the lingering warmth of Potter enveloping him. He loosened his robe, revealing the shirt beneath. The chaotic magic that had surged through Potter seemed to gradually stabilize, a sensation Draco could distinctly perceive. The old manor had yet to fully regain its former state. Several essential functions remained inoperative. Draco gazed at Potter, whose eyes were closed and whose chest rose and fell rhythmically, and clenched his teeth as he inquired, "Potter, I wish to apparate to my home. If you can endure it, merely nod." Potter kept his eyes shut, his arms resting upon his abdomen, the outline of his strong muscles faintly visible. He seemed to have heard Draco's words, slightly opening his eyes, revealing a glimmer of green beneath his eyelids, and he nodded. Draco exhaled in relief, extending his hand to rest once more on Potter's shoulder. Operating with a person is no trivial matter, particularly when the individual possesses formidable magical prowess. It drains one's own magical energy exponentially. With a resounding pop, Draco steadied Potter as they materialized at his doorstep. Upon arriving home, Draco leaned against the wall for support. His body weakened from the extensive magical exertion he had already expended while restoring the Malfoy Manor. Now, having transported Potter from the old estate to his residence, it felt akin to a sedentary individual being compelled to run a marathon. After returning home, Draco found a modicum of relief. The sofa glided towards him, cradling Potter's limp form, while the heavy cloak draped over Potter loosened and found its way onto a nearby coat rack. With a flick of his wrist, Draco removed the accessories adorning Potter, sighing in relief as he placed his hand gently on the nape of Potter's neck. Potter tilted his head slightly, appearing defenseless. All was well. There was still a pulse. This technique had been learned from a Muggle hospital. Observing Potter, Draco could not resist the urge to pat the savior's cheek. The skin was a tad rougher than his own, yet the touch remained pleasant. He spoke coldly. "Potter, wake up." Chapter 39. Tugging. Harry could hear Draco's voice. Yet he felt as if he were drowning, with Draco's words floating above the surface, muffled by the water that filled his ears, making them sound both near and distant. Was it the curse that caused this? But why had it suddenly flared up? Hadn't Draco previously claimed that his potion could at least suppress it for a week? Draco gazed at the Chosen One as he opened his eyes, but they were devoid of light, and his expression grew serious. He cautiously unfastened the two buttons at Potter's collar, allowing for easier breathing. Then he lowered himself, pressing his ear against the savior's warm chest. The heartbeat and breathing were both normal. He does not believe that his potion has lost its efficacy, akin to Muggle medications, which also possess a time limitation for usage. The potion he administered to Potter is likewise bound by temporal constraints, with 1 vial per week already being the utmost he could estimate for Potter's needs. However, Potter's demeanor suggests that it is not merely a sudden eruption of the curse, but rather something more profound. Draco bit his lip, contemplating that the external toxins induced by the curse were already destabilizing Potter's magical essence, while the potion would assist in fortifying his magical structure. Any abrupt and intense emotional upheaval, whether from external sources or extreme joy and sorrow, could provoke an emotional instability in him. Once his emotions waver, his magic would inevitably follow suit into a state of disarray. Furthermore, burdened by the curse, Potter harbors unsettling memories of the dungeon, a place he had explicitly warned Potter to avoid descending into. Reckless Gryffindor. This was the case a decade ago. And even after 10 years, nothing has changed. He irritably raked his fingers through his hair. Ever since encountering Potter, his hair had frequently fallen victim to Draco's own hands. Finally, Draco let out a sigh, adopting a resigned demeanor as he sat beside Potter. He cautiously took hold of one of Potter's hands, enveloping it with both of his own. Golden threads, reminiscent of the veins of blood, emerged upon Draco's hand, slowly detaching from his knuckles like tendrils, entwining themselves around Harry's hand. Draco remained silent, his eyes closed, pressing Harry's hand against his forehead. His golden hair cascaded down, obscuring their clasped hands. As the golden threads finally enveloped Harry's hand before gradually fading from the back of it. After a considerable pause, Potter suddenly gasped, his chest rising and falling violently. Only then did Draco release Potter's hand, his complexion as pale as parchment. He inhaled deeply and once more reached out, gently patting Potter's cheek. His voice sounded profoundly fatigued as he inquired, "Porter, wake up," just as a drowning person often remains oblivious to their plight. Harry merely felt as if he had been ensnared in a dream. He only recalled Draco's insistence on returning to his abode, after which the events became a blur to him. He gazed at the weary Draco, blinking his eyes in slight bewilderment as he inquired, "Draco, are you all right?" Draco, he now found himself devoid of the strength to correct Potter's misnomer. Yearning for a cup of hot chocolate to replenish his sugar levels, he rose to his feet. Yet, barely standing, darkness enveloped his vision, and his body succumbed, losing consciousness. Harry sprang to his feet with an alacrity beyond his own anticipation, deftly catching Draco's collapsing form with an astonishing swiftness. Unpleasant memories surged within Harry, prompting him to cradle Draco in his arms, grasping his elegantly shaped jaw with palpable tension. Draco? Draco? Harry's initial sensation was one of lightness, markedly so in comparison to himself. Was this individual devoid of any physical exertion? Yet, his physique hardly appeared frail. He carefully cradled Draco in his arms. Although Draco's weight was light, his height as an adult male was still a notable presence. He glanced around and gently laid Draco down on the sofa, concerned for his comfort. To ensure his head rested comfortably, he placed a soft feather pillow beneath it. As an Auror, he possessed some knowledge of first aid, yet faced with Draco's sudden collapse, he felt utterly at a loss. "Draco, wake up." Fortunately, Draco's breathing remained steady for the moment, though his brow was slightly furrowed, suggesting some discomfort. His fingers trembled faintly, almost involuntarily. Draco sensed his body feeling weightless, akin to a leaf floating in the air. He slowly opened his eyes once more and beheld Harry Potter. He stood at the pinnacle of the astronomy tower at Hogwarts, devoid of his wand, gazing intently downwards from the rooftop, nearly leaning over the edge. His toes were elevated, almost rendering his head invisible. Draco's heart raced to his throat. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, fiercely grasping the collar of Potter's robes and yanking him back. The two of them tumbled onto the tower's parapet, gasping for breath. Draco seethed, "Potter, have you lost your mind?" After uttering those words, he instinctively raised his hand to rub his forehead, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. What was the meaning of these hands? And what of this robe he wore? He suddenly lifted his gaze, only to discover a fact he had previously overlooked. Harry Potter, a boy clearly in his teens, sat before him, clad in the distinctive robes of Gryffindor, wearing an expression of sheer astonishment as he beheld Draco Malfoy across from him. He lowered his head once more to gaze upon himself, and as expected, he was clad in the distinguished robes of Slytherin. He turned his stiff neck to gaze outside the astronomical tower, beneath the deep blue canopy of the heavens, adorned with twinkling stars. At that moment, one star, trailing a beautiful tail, was gracefully descending into the distant horizon. He could hardly believe his eyes. What on earth had transpired? Opposite him, Potter gazed back with a look of sheer incredulity. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to force out a single phrase from the depths of his throat. "Malfoy?" Draco decided to disregard the peculiarities surrounding him. His mind was in disarray. Yet it was precisely in such moments that one must remain composed. He was no longer a mere boy in his teens. He possessed the capacity to resolve it all. He took a deep breath, gazing momentarily at the exterior of the astronomy tower before turning his attention to the disheveled figure of Potter. Uncertain of Potter's current age, he resolved not to dwell on it further and inquired, "What are you doing in the astronomy tower?" "Night wandering is prohibited." Potter, looking as if he had seen a ghost, replied, "Aren't you also in the astronomy tower?" Draco puffed out his chest and asserted, "However, I am a prefect, patrolling the area." At that moment, a gleaming prefect badge materialized prominently on his chest. Illusion, Draco mused silently. Yet from whence did this illusion arise, and for what purpose? Upon hearing Malfoy's response, Potter appeared momentarily taken aback, and after a lengthy pause, he retorted with palpable annoyance, "Then you can report me to Filch and have me confined again." Philip's tight grip on discipline lingered in the air. What year was he dreaming of? And why the astronomy tower? As Draco pondered the connections, he brushed off non-existent dust from his robes and rose from the ground. He raised his chin, looking down imperiously at Potter, and declared haughtily, "I would never stoop to such petty behavior. Now tell me, what are you doing in the astronomy tower?" Potter, rising defiantly, mirrored Draco's expression of indignation and responded curtly, "What right do you have to dictate my actions?" Draco almost unleashed a torrent of expletives, but reason prevailed, compelling him to suppress his ire. He inhaled deeply, striving to temper his tone to one of calmness, and asked, "You were nearly about to tumble from the astronomy tower." "As a prefect, I cannot ignore that," he added. "Even though we are not from the same academy, I am not one to turn a blind eye to suffering." After he spoke, he noticed the figure of Potter from their school days sway slightly. The night wind suddenly intensified, sweeping in from all directions around the astronomical tower, causing their robes to flutter ominously. Draco felt a chill that crept up from his feet, enveloping him. Opposite him, Potter remained motionless, his head bowed. An instinctive sense of unease stirred within Draco, prompting him to speak again, but the howling wind filled his mouth and nostrils, the icy air invading his lungs, making him feel as though he stood upon a frozen wasteland. Slowly, Potter raised his head. Draco gasped sharply. Potter's eyes were crimson, and though it was still Potter's face, the expression and the malice reflected within it were utterly foreign to Draco's memories of him. As he opened his mouth, his teeth resembled the sharp fangs of a wild beast. I nearly took him away. He bore an identical visage to Potter, yet uttered words of an entirely different essence. "You are truly a nuisance." Draco felt a chill enveloping him, as if a revelation dawned upon him. It was a curse, or rather, an urgent desire for Potter's demise manifested into a thought, a notion brought to life in this manner. It lurked in the deepest recesses of the Savior's heart. Perhaps unbeknownst even to the Savior himself, guilt, remorse, a sense of responsibility, or perhaps other emotions intertwined, further exacerbated by the curse that intensified these feelings within him. Draco comprehended the nature of this phenomenon. Amidst the howling winds, he struggled to squint his eyes, gazing ahead at the figure of Harry Potter. He declared resolutely, "No matter who cast this curse, leave his body at once." He nearly roared as the astronomical tower swiftly receded from his sight, along with Harry Potter, who stood atop the tower. He let out a shout and suddenly straightened his posture. He blinked in confusion, his eyes widening and narrowing as he beheld the face of the Savior, etched with concern as he addressed Draco. "Are you all right, Draco? I was just contemplating whether to escort you to St. Mungo's." What transpired? Draco felt as though his head were splitting, a groan escaping his lips as he reached out to cradle his aching skull. Indeed, life magic should not be wielded recklessly, especially not upon the Savior himself. He despised his own actions, his body now weak and weary, having exhausted all his magical energy. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "What time is it?" Harry gazed at the pale visage of Draco, concern etched on his face as he replied, "It is almost evening, Draco. Are you all right?" Draco, he endeavored to disregard the name uttered by the Savior, shifting his body slightly in preparation to rise from the sofa. However, just as he was about to stand, a wave of dizziness enveloped him, causing the world to spin before his eyes. He was enveloped in a warm embrace. Harry swiftly caught Draco's limp form, his voice laced with concern. "Draco, you shouldn't push yourself. Allow me to take you upstairs. Whatever you need to do, I shall do it for you." Draco, he once again selectively ignored Potter's words, yet his physical condition no longer permitted him to engage in other endeavors. After weighing the pros and cons, he decisively seized the opportunity to effectively manipulate the Savior. "First, place me on the bed," he commanded. Harry acknowledged with a hum, effortlessly lifting Draco into his arms. Draco felt an odd sensation. He, Draco Malfoy, was being cradled by Harry Potter? Had this occurred a decade prior, he would have cast a dark curse upon himself. However, at this moment, he could only acquiesce to Potter's actions and gently settled himself onto the bed. Once back on the bed, Draco regained a measure of strength. Harry hurriedly descended the stairs once more, and after a short while, he returned with a tray bearing a cup of hot chocolate. He placed the cup of hot chocolate on the cabinet beside Draco and took a seat himself. Potter reached out, gently probing his forehead, and then, appearing relieved, remarked, "No fever." Draco widened his eyes, gazing at Potter in disbelief. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "Potter, what is wrong with you?" Harry glanced at Draco, who appeared greatly alarmed, and found it somewhat amusing as he retorted, "I am concerned for you. What is it? Is it not obvious enough?" Draco's voice quivered as he looked at Harry, his eyes filled with palpable skepticism. "Potter, did I just suffer another episode?" Upon hearing this, Draco swiftly regained his composure. Now assured that this was indeed Potter, not the cursed specter he had seemingly encountered in a vision or dream. Draco lowered his voice, expressing his frustration. "I underestimated the impact of the dungeon on you. Your previous experience of being confined there has left you with too many scars. And you should not have entered without permission. Under the intense emotional upheaval, your curse has reemerged, and the Malfoy Manor's function has yet to fully restore. I had no choice but to bring you back here." Draco's silver-gray eyes were filled with gravity as he inquired, "Potter, do you wish to die?" As the words left his lips, the air seemed to freeze. Draco fixed his intense gaze upon the savior seated on his bed. Since their reunion, or perhaps even before that when Severus and Headmaster Dumbledore came searching for him, he had harbored this question. "Potter, do you have suicidal tendencies?" Moreover, judging by his recent behavior, although Potter appeared outwardly normal, his inner thoughts suggested otherwise. If he continued to harbor such notions, even if Draco went to great lengths to lift the curse, he would inevitably march towards destruction. Observing Draco's serious demeanor, Harry suddenly smiled, a sense of relief washing over him. He no longer gazed at Draco, fearing that his legitimacy might inexplicably resurge. Instead, he turned his attention to the window, where the sun was slowly descending, casting a crimson hue across the horizon. He felt akin to that setting sun. He stated, "They have all perished. The headmaster, Sirius, Severus, Fred, and countless others whom I do not recognize, whose names I cannot recall, or those I am familiar with, whose names I can utter. Along with those who believed in me and were willing to follow me, they have all succumbed." He spoke with a calmness as if discussing the affairs of others. "Why do I, or by what right, still exist?" Draco. He yearned to rouse the savior with fervor, yet at this very moment, he harbored the unsettling knowledge that Porter might indeed hold such thoughts. He has always been a saint, Potter. After Harry vanquished Voldemort, his companions placed immense trust in him. Following the savior in their pursuit of the remaining Death Eaters and the eradication of illicit dark magic, he became a hero of the war, naturally marrying the one who had steadfastly stood by his side and who had longed to share a life with him. Starting a family as everything seemed to progress towards a promising future. Yet, only he knew that in the aftermath of this so-called marriage and the establishment of the family he desired, there were countless nights when he would awaken alone. He would drape his garments over himself and stroll to the bench within the garden, where he would sit in contemplative silence, allowing his thoughts to drift away until the horizon began to pale with the first light of dawn. Subsequently, he would return and recline once more upon his bed, feigning tranquility as if to embrace the notion that today heralded a fresh beginning. He believed that having a child would bring him solace, yet he was mistaken. He bestowed names upon his 3 children, yet each time he uttered those names, he was reminded of individuals from the past. Those souls had paved a path for him with their very lives, yet this journey was one that Harry Potter traversed with immense suffering. Harry continued in a subdued tone. It was Hermione who first sensed that something was amiss. However, she could not escort me to St. Mungo's. The wizarding world is devoid of secrets. What would the Daily Prophet's reaction be upon discovering that the chosen one harbors severe suicidal tendencies? I shudder to imagine the frenzy that would ensue. Draco's throat felt parched. And what of the Muggles? He was aware that Muggles had specialized doctors for treating psychological issues, and in this regard, they often excelled beyond the capabilities of wizards. A faint twitch appeared at the corner of Harry's mouth, as though he might smile, yet no true joy graced his visage. Upon seeing them, I instantly discerned their intentions, their inquiries, and their forthcoming actions. Draco, this unsettling sensation of perceiving another's thoughts was far from pleasant, especially considering this ability was beyond my control. Draco remained silent. The spell's legilimency and occlumency, 2 intertwined incantations, suggested that Potter must have been studying occlumency while concurrently learning legilimency. Yet he had never anticipated that he would end up in such a predicament. His strength had regained a semblance of vigor, prompting him to undertake an action he had never envisioned. He extended his arms, embracing Potter, or rather, leaning against Potter's back. In that moment, the warmth emanating from Draco felt like the most comforting solace. Draco rested his head against Potter's back, feeling the soft strands of Draco's hair cascading down, brushing against the nape of his neck. Slowly, Draco spoke, "But you saved me. Without your testimony on my behalf at Wizenagamore, my entire family would have been imprisoned in Azkaban. Potter, it was you who saved me." Potter remained still, his head bowed as he gazed at the arm that Draco had wrapped around him. Outside, the streetlights had begun to glow, the autumn sky darkened swiftly, and the warm light illuminated his arm, casting a soft, golden hue that radiated warmth. He murmured, "St. Porter." He sighed and said, "Your protective armor spell is still in effect. Potter, you have always shielded others. So, must you not live solely for yourself? If you cannot live for your own sake, can you not live for me? I need you to survive, Potter. Our family has staked everything on you. Cannot you live for me, for your children?" It is truly perplexing. Harry gazed at Draco's arm, a sense of absurdity washing over him. To live for Draco Malfoy? How could such vow-like words escape his lips? He stands as a harbinger of misfortune, with death shadowing his every step. His friends, comrades, mentors, and family have perished or suffered grievous injuries. Even those who survived the aftermath of war bear the scars of their harrowing experiences. Has he not harmed numerous individuals? Why does Draco Malfoy remain so resolutely intent on rescuing him? This should not be the case. Even in his absence, Draco could devise a means to return to England, albeit it may require additional time and effort. Yet, given his current state, cursed as he is, death looms over him like the sword of Damocles, suspended above his head, uncertain of when it might descend and shatter him to pieces. He has borne an excessive weight of names and titles: the Savior, the Vanquisher of dark magic, the Nightmare of Death Eaters, the Heir of Dumbledore. These appellations are burdensome, nearly suffocating him. The deaths of those individuals are intertwined with his existence. And yet the public's faith in him remains unwavering, trusting that he can safeguard them, even when he struggles to protect himself. However, he cannot reveal this frailty to others. Yet tonight, whether due to the effects of the unbreakable vow or the encroaching shadows and the presence beside him, Harry's once desolate heart unexpectedly finds a flicker of softness. Yet he is not permitted to be weak. Everyone is depending on him. If he falters, who will stand before them? Kill them, then take your own life. Annihilate them all, and you shall have no worries left. The room belonging to Draco remains shrouded in darkness, and before Harry lies an expanse of blackness, from which a face emerges once more from the shadows. It reveals a mouth lined with sharp teeth, whispering temptingly, "Kill them all, and no one will expect anything from you." Potter. Draco seems to have sensed something. The face opens its crimson eyes, glaring fiercely in Draco's direction. The tone gentle yet laced with venom. "It is you again." Draco gazes at the visage, identical to Harry's yet bearing a completely different demeanor, and clenches his arms tightly. He lifted his wand, channeling the last remnants of his waning magical energy to cast a silent spell. The visage before him dissipated into a wisp of smoke without a sound. Draco exhaled a momentary sigh of relief. The brief success of the life spell had forged a transient connection between him and Potter, a bond so profound that even the curses could be shared. Upon witnessing the vanishing of the curse, he finally felt reassured. However, this time he had truly exceeded his limits. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the bed. A gathering of individuals clad in black robes and adorned with an array of peculiar masks convened within a stone chamber. The chamber was suffocatingly airtight, illuminated by the flickering flames of torches affixed to the walls. At the center stood a circular stone table, encircled by a series of stone stools. The surroundings were entirely hewn from stone, save for a solitary passage leading to the outside, which was currently being vigilantly guarded. Several figures had already taken their places within, engaged in hushed conversations that reverberated through the chamber, producing a low hum. After a brief interval, the sound of boots striking the ground echoed. The massed assembly exchanged knowing glances, instinctively parting to make way for a figure of indeterminate gender who emerged from the passage. He wore a mask of peculiar hues, adorned with a myriad of colors, resembling a single eye. He surveyed the individuals within the stone chamber, and then spoke. "Good evening, everyone." It was a man. He spoke softly, expressing a belief that everyone was already aware of the current situation. A profound silence enveloped the room, yet their outward demeanor betrayed an undercurrent of anxiety. The man continued, proclaiming that the Savior still lived, now bolstered by the Malfoy family. Furthermore, let us not forget the maiden name of the late Mrs. Malfoy. May I inquire which family as heritage can compete with that of the Malfoys and the Blacks? A faint rustle of fabric broke the stillness as the attendees exchanged glances. Remaining mute, the man circled the stone chamber, his gaze lingering on each individual, before he slowly inquired, "What suggestions do you have, esteemed guests?" A faint murmur arose, a cacophony of whispers cascading through the stone chamber like ripples upon water. After a brief pause, another voice emerged, suggesting, "What if we attempt to separate Malfoy and Potter?" He patiently replied with a counter-question, "What excuse would that be, Hermione?" The laws and statutes cited by Hermione Granger were impeccably articulated. The former Death Eater, a prominent aristocrat, had evaded immediate reckoning in the aftermath of the war. However, his return to Britain indeed posed significant risks. It would be entirely reasonable to have Potter closely monitor him. Moreover, if you were tasked with surveilling Draco Malfoy, could you guarantee that no complications would arise? He continued. I dare say that his ostentatious appearance has undoubtedly captured the attention of a certain faction, those who previously believed that Malfoy was aligned with them. Yet now, they find themselves as pariahs, despised like rats in a gutter. As for Malfoy, he has reclaimed his fortunes and appears poised to regain his stature. Most importantly, it seems he has managed to convert Potter into an ally. His voice carried a hint of mockery as he spoke. What do you think? How might those individuals perceive this? Originally, everyone was supposed to be a mouse, but suddenly one individual transformed, becoming a golden cat. Behind this golden cat stands a formidable lion, protecting him. Will the mice not be infuriated? What then? They yearn for revenge against the golden cat. Yet the lion is too fearsome to confront. One person whispered, "Why not lure the lion away?" The man immediately broke into applause, the sound resonating crisply within the stone chamber. He resembled a gentle teacher, encouragingly stating, "Indeed, all we need to do is draw the lion away. So, who shall undertake this task?" Silence continued to pervade the stone chamber. And the man appeared somewhat disheartened as he inquired, "Will you all merely stand by and watch as events unfold?" He gently urged, "Power, wealth, and the pinnacle of success lie just a final step away from your aspirations. Do you truly wish to witness that which rightfully belongs to you drifting away in another direction?" The murmur of discussion gradually intensified. Beneath the mask, the man smiled as he observed the group engaging in earnest deliberation over their plans. He then remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, you must understand that with Dumbledore now deceased, the only obstacle before us is Harry Potter. It is time to reclaim our glory." He raised his hands and exclaimed with fervor, "Praise the divine eye." Initially, the crowd remained silent, as if momentarily stunned. He repeated his proclamation, and at that moment, the masked individuals seemed to be stirred into action, joining in unison to chant, "Praise the divine eye." Their voices echoed in layers within the stone chamber, unheard by the outside world. Chapter 41, The Golden Cat. Draco nestled within his blankets. Soft, warm, and comfortable, all his bedding had been meticulously chosen, feeling as delicate as an infant's skin. Surrounding his four-poster bed were warm drapes, imbued with spells to resist dust and wrinkles, ensuring that not a single speck would fall onto the bed with each descent. By simply drawing the curtains, he could attain a dark, dreamless slumber. Yet this evening, he found no peace in his sleep. Cold sweat trickled down his body. Akin to lying atop an unyielding block of ice, his entire form ached excruciatingly. He slowly opened his eyes and blinked once. A groan involuntarily escaped his lips. And soon after, the curtain was drawn back. A figure with raven hair and emerald eyes peered in. Concern edged across his face as he cast a worried glance at Draco, who lay on the bed, his gaze vacant. Without hesitation, he knelt upon the bed and reached out to check Draco's forehead. Harry was not well versed in healing spells or remedies. He was merely an Auror charging fearlessly into battle. Yet, in that moment, he found himself regretting not having devoted more time to his Auror studies. He inquired softly, "Are you well, Draco?" Draco slowly blinked, as if just coming to his senses. He glanced at Harry beside him, his expression filled with perplexity, and spoke in an exceedingly deliberate tone, "Potter?" His head throbbed, a lingering consequence of his excessive use of magic the previous day. He pressed his palm against his forehead, unable to suppress a groan. The concern reflected in Potter's green eyes was genuine. He settled back onto the bed for a moment, then assisted Draco into a sitting position, placing a soft cushion behind him for support. Draco, weary, inquired, "Did you stay here all night?" Potter nodded, drawing back the curtains of Draco's four-poster bed to allow sunlight to flood the room. Draco squinted at the weather outside, seemingly taken aback, and slowly remarked, "Incredible." Harry then fetched a glass of water for Draco, placing it in his hand. As he felt the warmth of the glass, Draco suddenly chuckled. His laughter was fleeting. Had it not been for Harry's keen hearing, he might have missed it altogether. He turned his head in confusion to regard him and inquired, "What is it?" Draco gazed at the cup in his hand and, with a smile, replied, "Can you believe it?" Harry, momentarily lost in thought, expressed his uncertainty with a nasal tone. Draco lifted his cup and, in an ethereal tone, remarked, "You actually spent the entire night at my house." He chuckled once more. "Can you believe it was a decade ago?" Upon hearing Draco's words, Harry, who had been bustling about, instinctively paused his actions. He let out a self-deprecating laugh and remarked, "Even when we lay in the infirmary back then, we would still compete fiercely. Draco gazed at the gently swaying cup of water, lost in thought for a moment before saying, I'm feeling better now, Potter. You may head home. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Thank you for watching over me last night. Harry paused, turning around as sunlight streamed in from behind him, casting a fuzzy golden outline around his figure. He spoke with gravity. Do not utter nonsense, Draco. How could I possibly leave you in this state? Draco's brow twitched, and he could no longer contain himself. Potter, why have you suddenly taken to calling me by my name? Harry feigned ignorance. We've known each other for so long. Is it not acceptable to use first names? Besides, you may call me by my name as well. I have no objection. Draco replied, Has the Savior always had such a thick skin? He gazed in silence at Potter, who was once again toying with his curtains, and weakly uttered, Could you please leave my curtains alone? Harry sheepishly lowered them and kindly inquired, What should I do now? Are you hungry? Shall I go buy something to eat? The moment the question was posed, Draco realized he was indeed feeling a bit peckish. He absent-mindedly touched his stomach and observed Potter's sudden display of eagerness, narrowing his silver-gray eyes. He commanded, Fetch some pizza. I shall take a bath. And upon my return, I hope to find sustenance waiting for me. Harry replied, At this early hour, where shall I procure pizza? A hint of amusement flickered in Harry's eyes, though he bore no anger. He was well aware of Draco's escapades from the previous day, and thus he rose willingly, declaring, As you wish, your highness. Draco looked at him as though he had seen a ghost. Harry stifled a laugh and remarked, I have previously infiltrated your cellar using Polyjuice potion and an invisibility cloak. I am well aware of how the Slytherin students referred to you back then. Draco felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as if his past misdeeds were being unearthed. In a fit of indignation, he waved his hand dismissively and said, Just go. Harry complied without hesitation. Draco took a deep breath, first assuring his mother and Scorpius of their safety. Then he submitted a leave request to the department. Only after attending to these matters did he finally extricate himself from the confines of his bed. He was still clad in the garments he wore yesterday, his attire wrinkled and crumpled, resembling a muggle's pickled vegetables. However, he did recall having removed his trousers, and as he gazed at his bare legs, he let out a sigh. He lifted his blanket and shifted his body downwards, scanning the surroundings for his wand. To his relief, he found it neatly placed upon his bedside table. He picked up his wand and waved it, intending to fill his bathtub with water. Yet, even this seemingly simple incantation caused his hand to tremble as if electrified. The after effects were indeed quite severe. He walked weakly to the bathroom, shedding his clothes before immersing himself in the bathtub. The warm water gently caressed his entire body, eliciting a contented sigh from him. The hot water continuously cascaded over his aching muscles and frame with just the right amount of pressure, and he lay back in the warmth, unknowingly closing his eyes once more. When Harry returned from the nearby bakery with bread and coffee, Draco's home was enveloped in silence. He placed the items on the table downstairs, casually cast a warming spell, and then ascended. Draco's bedroom was unoccupied. The bedding on the bed was disheveled. He turned to glance, and the bathroom door was firmly locked, yet no sound emerged from within. He furrowed his brow and softly called out, Draco? Receiving no response, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Placing his hand on the door, he effortlessly uttered an unlocking charm, and upon turning the handle, he stepped inside. The washroom was shrouded in mist, and there, resting on the edge of the bathtub, was a golden head that seemed eerily still. Harry's heart raced, disregarding all other thoughts. He rushed over and placed his hand on Draco's neck to feel for a pulse. Draco, in a daze, sensed someone touching him. He opened his eyes, bleary and confused, to find the chosen one gazing at him with evident concern. His sluggish mind struggled to comprehend as he mumbled, Potter, you're in my bathroom. Only halfway through his words did clarity begin to dawn upon him. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he repeated, Potter? Harry withdrew his hand, visibly relieved. I thought you. Draco, speechless, interjected, Thought I was dead? Potter tightly pressed his lips together, turning his head away. I brought back breakfast. You should get up. Draco responded with a simple oh, rising from the bathtub, droplets cascading down his body. His mind was sluggish, far less responsive than before, and he had yet to register that Potter was still present in the washroom while he stood there, utterly unclothed. He stepped out of the bathtub, and Harry, caught off guard, beheld Draco's nudity. Flustered, he averted his gaze, hand pressed to his forehead, and muttered helplessly, What are you doing? Draco, looking bewildered and innocent, extended his arm, and the silk robe hanging nearby drifted over him, enveloping his form. He donned the garment, steam still rising from his hair and face, and gazed at Potter inquiring, "What's wrong?" Once Draco was fully dressed, Harry struggled to suppress thoughts of the fact that he wore nothing beneath, saying, "After you're dressed, let us have breakfast." Draco, seemingly regressing several years, obediently acquiesced to Harry's suggestion, replying, "All right." Upon reaching the lower level, Draco was still in a daze. He found himself seated by Potter, who began retrieving items from a brown paper bag, one after another. There were warm cream rolls, croissants, toast, coffee, and even 2 cartons of milk. Potter shook the milk and remarked, "You shouldn't drink milk on an empty stomach. Have something to eat first." Feeling somewhat lightheaded, Draco could barely focus on Potter, who appeared to him as if in a distant television show. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, "Well, I haven't had the chance to boss you around yet." With that, he propped his chin on one hand, grinning as he commanded, "First, cut the bread for me. And I'd like orange juice, no coffee, no milk." Potter observed Draco, who had seemingly transformed into a child, and felt no irritation. Rather, he found the situation both amusing and exasperating. He responded playfully, "At your service, Your Highness." After placing the bread on a plate, he deftly sliced it in half with a simple gesture and patiently asked, "Shall I feed you, Your Highness?" Draco wrinkled his nose and replied, "Don't call me that. It sounds strange." He rubbed his arms, as if trying to erase the goosebumps adorning his skin. He picked up the bread, flawlessly sliced in half, and muttered, "The perfect knife spell is quite impressive." The two of them clumsily finished their respective breakfasts. Throughout this, Harry exhibited an unprecedented patience towards the increasingly petulant and spoiled Malfoy. He occasionally criticized the flavor of the coffee, claiming it was inferior to what it had been before. At other moments, he lamented that the milk was excessively cold. And then he began to assert that the toast was inadequately toasted, burnt beyond edibility. Yet throughout this entire ordeal, Harry remained remarkably patient, repeatedly assuring Malfoy that the temperature was indeed optimal and that the toast had been dispensed by his toaster, thus eliminating any concerns about it being overly charred. After finishing the breakfast, Harry found himself feeling somewhat exhausted. He finished tidying up the remaining items and discarded them into the trash bin. Observing Draco, who had fallen into a stupor once more, he gently inquired, "Do you feel any better now?" Draco extended his arm and rested it on the table, tilting his head to gaze at the standing Harry, emitting a sound from his nose. He seemed to have returned to the moment he had just awakened that morning. "What are you doing in my home, Potter?" he inquired. Harry attempted to admonish himself against harboring anger towards his savior, yet he could not suppress the burgeoning doubts. Given Draco's current state, he wondered if he would ever fully regain consciousness. Nevertheless, he felt a modicum of relief that it was he who was present. Had someone else encountered Draco in such a befuddled condition, it could have led to unforeseen complications. The mere thought of those self-righteous individuals within the Ministry of Magic filled him with a sense of revulsion. Draco appeared somewhat fatigued, a consequence of his magical exhaustion rendering him uncomfortable throughout his entire being, while his mind felt as though it were submerged in murky waters, incapable of coherent thought. Today was a rare autumn day in London. Gazing out at the sun, an epiphany struck him. "Potter, let me take you shopping for clothes." Harry, although uncertain about how long Draco's current state would persist, sensed that this unexpected turn of events might not be so unpleasant after all. He inquired, "Where shall we purchase it?" To Draco's surprise, he still remembered that he was a wizard. Tilting his head, with his golden hair cascading over his arms, he appeared utterly oblivious to the fact that he was already a father. After a moment of contemplation, a joyful smile illuminated his face as he spoke. "Allow me to take you to the luxury boutiques frequented by muggles in London, Potter. Have you ever been?" He stood up unsteadily, resembling a drunken man, and Harry feared he might lose his balance and fall, so he hurriedly rushed forward to support him. Draco's warm body leaned against him. Harry secured one hand on his arm while the other encircled his waist, drawing him in. Despite Draco's slender frame, it exuded strength, a pleasing sensation that Harry noted to himself. In a dazed manner, Draco murmured, "Thank you, Potter. Just help me upstairs. I'll change my clothes, and then we can set off." Chapter 42. The Golden Cat. Harry carefully assisted Draco back upstairs. Once in the bedroom, considering Draco's current condition, he kindly inquired, "Do you need assistance?" Draco, feeling slightly disoriented, glanced at his wardrobe with a puzzled expression and remarked, "I have so many clothes." After saying this, he approached the closet. Perhaps due to his temporarily impaired magical abilities, none of the clothes floated out for him to select. However, the nearby dressing mirror stirred and spoke. "Dear young master, may I ask where you intend to go today?" Draco, observing his reflection clad only in pajamas, replied, I'm going to the Muggle shopping mall. What should I wear? The mirror responded in a melodramatic tone, almost like an aria. Young master, are you going to a Muggle store again? I suggest you wear the most extravagant attire from the Muggle world. Otherwise, how could it reflect your status? Draco appeared flattered by the compliment, asking, really? Is this what I should wear? After this, he retrieved several garments from his wardrobe, causing Harry's temples to throb. The reason for Harry's distress was clear. The clothes Draco pulled out were all exceedingly extravagant, adorned with tassels and sparkling rhinestones, clearly not suitable for everyday wear. One particularly outrageous piece even featured a whole diamond embedded in the chest area. Harry felt a headache coming on and promptly selected a simple shirt and coat for Draco, sincerely stating, "You should wear this. It looks quite nice." Draco, still a bit dazed, glanced at the seemingly ordinary clothes with a hint of disdain and remarked, "What are these clothes?" Harry replied gently, "These are your own clothes." As Draco muttered something akin to "Damn Potter," his actions belied his words, for he donned the very outfit Harry had procured for him. In full view of Harry, he stripped down entirely before methodically putting on each piece of clothing. To be fair, Draco's physique was undeniably pleasing to the eye, a stark contrast to Harry, whose body bore an array of scars, some remnants of war, and others. Indelible marks left from his pursuit of the remaining Death Eaters and the handling of various dark artifacts in the aftermath. The most glaring imperfection was the dark patch on his arm, the remains of the Dark Mark. Following Voldemort's demise, the mark had transformed into this state, signifying that Voldemort had indeed met his end beneath Harry's wand. It was likely that Draco had employed numerous methods to conceal this mark, but the Dark Mark, a creation of Voldemort's own dark magic, had no countercurse. While concealing potions or beauty elixirs could temporarily mask the blemish, they could not wholly eradicate it. Harry found the charred mark on Draco's arm somewhat glaring, though it was soon obscured by the sleeve as Draco slipped into his shirt, fastening the buttons with a leisurely pace, humming a tune as if he had discovered some amusement in the task. Harry patiently awaited the completion of Draco's dressing, even adopting a somewhat appreciative demeanor, whistling softly as he inquired, "Are you finished?" After Draco finally completed the ensemble, he gazed into the dressing mirror, which erupted into exaggerated astonishment. "Mr. Malfoy, how could you dress so ordinarily?" Draco tugged at the hem of his clothing, expressing his own disdain. "I find it rather ordinary as well." Unable to tolerate this any longer, Harry grasped Draco's shoulders and forcefully pulled him away from the mirror's beguiling reflections, guiding him out with an arm around him. As he walked, he leaned closer to Draco's ear and whispered, "You look quite handsome like this. Truly, believe me." Draco's mind momentarily faltered, and he responded with a thoughtful, "Is that so?" He tugged at the silvery gray shirt that adorned his frame, a hue slightly lighter than the color of his eyes. The silk fabric shimmered, revealing undulating ripples across its surface. Over this, he wore a deep gray overcoat, while Harry, in a gesture of restraint, had draped a silver-green scarf around him, rendering Draco's pointed chin almost obscured beneath its folds. As they stepped outside, Draco picked up his car keys from the cabinet near the door, slightly dazed as he remarked, "Come on, I'll drive you there." Harry, genuinely apprehensive that they might meet with an accident before reaching their destination, cleared his throat and endeavored to maintain a gentle tone as he replied, "Are we really going to drive there?" Draco retorted, "How else would we get there?" He appeared somewhat unsteady, reaching out to steady himself against the nearby wall. With remarkable quickness, Harry grasped him firmly. Draco, in a daze, murmured, "You are heading to the Muggle realm. You cannot traverse it in a Muggle manner." "How will you proceed?" he inquired. "Are you planning to use a flying broomstick?" Harry replied, "We won't be driving today. I shall take you in my car." Although it appeared somewhat incongruous to transport an individual clad in a coat on a motorcycle, at that moment, safety took precedence. Draco asked, puzzled, "Do you possess a car?" Harry, sensing a hint of condescension, felt a surge of competitive spirit and retorted, "Why wouldn't I have a car?" He remarked with a hint of provocation, "I am quite wealthy." Draco regarded him with a hint of skepticism before responding, "Very well then." After the two exited the door, Draco glanced at the solitary vehicle parked by the roadside and inquired, "Where is your car?" Harry patiently replied, "Just a moment." Upon finishing his words, he waved his wand, and in a moment devoid of onlookers, a resounding bang echoed through the street, reminiscent of an explosion. Suddenly, a motorcycle adorned in a striking blend of gold and crimson materialized beside Draco's vehicle. This motorcycle was undeniably impressive, considerably larger than the average bike, and its flamboyant gold and crimson paint gave it the appearance of a mechanical beast, bold, fervent, and utterly captivating. Draco observed it, clapped his hands in appreciation, and exclaimed, "Quite splendid, Potter. Your taste is commendable." Harry stifled a laugh, realizing that it was perhaps in such moments that Draco could candidly express his true sentiments. He retrieved 2 helmets from the box, donned one himself, and handed the other to Draco, saying, "Put it on." Draco awkwardly grasped the helmet, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Throughout his life, he had seldom worn a helmet. He had played the far more perilous game of Quidditch, yet had never considered that riding a Muggle motorcycle would necessitate wearing one. He felt a sense of novelty, his mindset akin to that of a child transported back over a decade. The helmet was pristine, almost unused, and his curiosity got the better of him as he inquired, "Have you prepared 2 helmets? Who rides frequently?" Harry replied nonchalantly, "No one. You are the first. The laws governing Muggles necessitate the presence of 2 helmets." Upon realizing he was the first, Draco felt a flicker of joy within him, although he could not quite comprehend the source of his elation. He curved his lips into a smile as he grasped his helmet. Yet, in a moment of bewilderment, he asked, "How do you wear this, Potter?" Harry, who had already donned his helmet and mounted the motorcycle with an air of confidence, suddenly recalled that Draco Malfoy, the pureblood wizard, had likely never ridden a motorcycle before. He had no choice but to dismount from the motorcycle once more, donning a helmet on Draco's head and fastening the strap beneath. Potter's breath was steady, his hands equally so, perhaps owing to his experiences as an Auror. Over the years, the sense of security he exuded had only intensified. His hand brushed against Draco's cheek, warm to the touch. After fastening the straps, he adjusted Draco's helmet and, with a satisfied tone, proclaimed, "All set, let us embark." Riding a motorcycle was an entirely different sensation from that of a car. Draco, seated on the rear, followed Potter's instructions and wrapped his arms around Potter's waist. Potter's waist was firm, the solid muscles of his abdomen pressing against him. Curiosity compelled Draco to give it a playful squeeze, eliciting a slight shift from Potter as he placed a hand over Draco's mischievous one and, lowering his voice, cautioned, "Stay still." Draco complied, still ensnared in a dazed state, his mind shrouded in a fog, merely responding to Potter's words as he followed his lead. He embraced Potter tightly, feeling a wave of fatigue surge from within him. Potter, with a hint of concern, inquired, "How are you? Are you all right?" Draco, mustering his strength, was reluctant to appear foolish in front of Potter and replied, "I'm fine. Let's set off." Deep down, Harry harbored genuine concern. Discreetly, he cast a wind protection charm behind him and added a binding spell before starting his motorcycle. Following the navigation, he drove towards the destination Draco had mentioned. Harry endeavored to maintain a steady speed. Upon reaching their destination, he assisted Draco in disembarking and surveyed the surroundings. They had arrived at a renowned street in London known for luxury goods, a place Harry had only heard of but never visited, although there were not many people around. Several passerby cast intrigued glances towards Draco. Harry furrowed his brow, positioning the bewildered Draco behind him. He adjusted Draco's collar and scarf, ensuring no inappropriate areas were exposed. Before asking, "Where do you wish to go first?" Draco's eyes darted around before he casually pointed to a shop, saying, "There, I used to come here often." With that, he strode ahead confidently. Harry had no choice but to follow. Upon entering the store, they found 2 elegantly made-up saleswomen, who momentarily appeared astonished at Draco's entrance. However, their surprise quickly transformed into professional smiles as they approached warmly, each greeting him, "Mr. Malfoy, welcome. What would you like to see today? We have the latest seasonal items for you to consider." Draco smiled, seemingly oblivious to his earlier disorientation, and gestured towards Potter, stating, "Please style this gentleman with a few seasonal outfits, regardless of the price, and add some accessories. It's best to prepare several ensembles suitable for the current season, as winter is approaching. Do you understand?" Harry was taken aback. While he seldom purchased clothing, he was well aware that everything in this store, including the accessories, was far from inexpensive. Indeed, they could be considered quite extravagant. He spoke directly, "No need." Draco was already seated on the sofa in the shop, his mind still hazy. Upon hearing Potter's refusal, he wrinkled his nose, displaying an annoyed expression. However, this expression on his face did not evoke disgust. Rather, it appeared somewhat endearing. He retorted, "What? Is it so wrong for me to wish to buy you some clothes?" After saying this, he addressed the 2 female shop attendants, who had evidently paused their actions. "Ignore him. Just let him try them on. If he likes anything, charge it to my account. Understood?" The 2 attendants exchanged glances, realizing that a lucrative opportunity had presented itself. One of them grasped Potter's arm and, with a beaming smile, inquired, sir. May I ask what colors you typically prefer to wear? Harry contemplated resisting, but Draco, seated on the sofa with his nose wrinkled and silver-gray eyes fixed upon him, rendered him suddenly unwilling to struggle. He sighed in resignation, allowing the two attendants to treat him as a human mannequin. Fortunately, he had always maintained a keen focus on fitness, and the muggle clothes fit him quite well. As he gazed into the mirror, he found himself in a moment of bewilderment, pondering, is this truly me? Meanwhile, the two attendants were brimming with excitement, selecting approximately 10 outfits for Harry to try on. After each ensemble, Draco would sit on the sofa. If he approved, he would subtly nod, prompting Harry to remove the outfit and hand it to the nearby attendant for wrapping. Conversely, if he disapproved, he would slightly furrow his brow, and the attendant would swiftly replace the outfit with another. After all this commotion, Draco had chosen around 10 outfits for Harry. He stood up, still in a daze, and gazed at Harry, suddenly reaching out to tousle his hair. A sense of foreboding washed over Harry. Just as he was about to speak, Draco remarked, "Do you never cut your hair?" Harry sighed in defeat. "So what do we do next?" Draco chuckled and replied, "I shall take you to get a haircut." The nearby attendant observed the closeness of the two and felt somewhat out of place, yet she cautiously asked, "Mr. Malfoy, shall we send these clothes to your previous address?" Malfoy nodded, waving his hand dismissively. "Yes, the old address will suffice. Just charge it." The two attendants beamed with delight, warmly escorting Draco and Harry to the door, reluctant to part ways. "To visit us again, Mr. Malfoy, and you as well, sir." One of the female attendants quietly leaned towards Harry's ear and, with a tone of envy, remarked, "Mr. Malfoy never brings anyone to our store. You are truly fortunate, sir. Many eyes on this street are watching Mr. Malfoy. You must be very happy together." Chapter 43. The Golden Cat. Harry could only smile gently and replied to the attendant, "Thank you." After they departed, the two female attendants began to chat among themselves. One of them, with a hint of excitement in her voice, exclaimed, "Look, I took a picture of the two of them together. Isn't it nice?" The other whispered, "Mr. Malfoy is indeed handsome. But why do all the handsome men prefer to be with other handsome men? Can't they give us a chance?" The first one responded, "Don't think too much about it. That gentleman is quite attractive as well, in my opinion." They giggled and playfully bantered for a while before glancing at the day's earnings, feeling satisfied as they returned to the store. Meanwhile, Draco led Potter onto the street, conversing as they walked. "I used to frequent this place for shopping. There are similar streets in France. However, I always brought Scorpius along to shop. I've always thought he would return to England one day, so I wanted him to acclimate to life here." After finishing his thought, he guided Harry into a small shop that seemed quite unremarkable amidst the luxury boutiques lining the street. Upon entering, they found only a young lady seated behind the front desk. Her eyes brightened upon seeing Draco, and she stood up, warmly greeting, "Mr. Malfoy, good day." A peculiar emotion, neither wholly sweet nor entirely bitter, stirred within him. It appeared that Draco had adapted to the Muggle world far better than he had ever anticipated. Draco entered, deftly flipping through the notebook positioned by the door, inquiring, "Is Ben here today?" The young woman responded with enthusiasm, "He is indeed here, at present. He is attending to a guest. I shall inform him of your arrival momentarily." Draco nodded, leading Harry inside. Upon seeing Harry, the young woman's gaze momentarily faltered, and she asked, "Mr. Malfoy, may I inquire if you are here for yourself, or—" Draco naturally gestured towards Harry, stating, to assist him with his unruly hair. Upon receiving this clarification, the young woman, though surprised, maintained her professional demeanor and replied, "Understood. Please hold on." She then seated herself and dialed the telephone on the desk, likely an internal line. After a few hushed words, she stood and courteously addressed Draco, "Gentlemen, please follow me." She guided Draco and Harry upstairs, where various private rooms adorned with exquisite decor awaited. Leading them into one of these chambers, she said, "Please wait here for a moment." Draco nodded, and the young woman quietly exited, closing the door behind her with thoughtful care. The instinct of an aura surged within him at that moment. The opposite side of the small private room was graced with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, offering an unobstructed view of the scenery below. Harry instinctively approached the window, gazing intently outside. He noticed that there seemed to be a thin layer of film affixed to the window. He extended his hand to touch, while Draco had already settled onto the plush sofa, pouring himself a glass of water, and spoke. This window was not visible from the outside. One could only gaze outward from within. Harry nodded slightly and murmured, "Muggle technology." Just as Draco was about to say something further, a polite knock echoed at the door. followed by the entrance of a flamboyantly dressed man. Harry's expression became one of bewilderment as he observed the man, whose ears were adorned with at least 7 or 8 piercings, and an arm covered in colorful tattoos that were indiscernible in their design. The man's hands were laden with an array of jangling accessories, and 8 out of 10 fingers bore rings. Additionally, he sported a makeup look that Harry deemed rather extravagant and bold. Was it truly necessary for a man to present himself in such a manner? A fleeting moment of doubt flickered through Harry's mind, but in the next instant, this metallic-clad individual swept over with the swiftness of the wind, embracing Draco enthusiastically and planting a resounding kiss on his cheek, accompanied by a loud and boisterous smack. Harry, he did not even require a wand. If he so desired, he could effortlessly cast a spell to shove aside this seemingly disheveled individual. Yet, he resolutely restrained himself. The metallic figure remained blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped a perilous fate, while Draco, displaying a look of discomfort, nudged him and remarked with evident exasperation, "Is this truly the person you mentioned downstairs, Ben?" In due course, Ben stood up once more, adopting an exaggeratedly reproachful tone that bordered on pretentious. "Darling, why have you not come to see me for so long?" At that moment, Harry found himself torn between casting a hex upon this Mr. Ben or employing a memory-erasing charm. The latter seemed more prudent. After all, he was an Auror and could not recklessly target a civilian. Draco cleared his throat. "That will suffice, Ben." Ben leaned closer to Draco, playfully lifting a strand of his hair to his nose for a whiff before commenting, "Darling, have you not been properly caring for your hair lately? Perhaps we should indulge in a little relaxation massage today?" Harry endeavored to keep his thoughts from straying, pondering the true nature of this so-called relaxation massage. Yet Draco, with a face full of disdain, interjected, "No, I am here for something else entirely." He pointed to Harry, who was standing aside, and said, "Ben, I would like you to give him a handsome haircut." Only then did Ben divert his gaze from Draco, as if he had just noticed the presence of another person in the room. Harry felt an inexplicable sensation of being scrutinized, and his hands, which had been resting in his pockets, unconsciously clenched. Ben approached, casting a thorough glance over Harry, and playfully whistled before turning to Draco and saying, "Not bad, darling. Where did you find this one?" At that moment, Draco's mind had yet to fully recover, and he entirely missed the underlying implication, responding, "His hair is too messy. You should give him a trim." Ben smiled and addressed Harry, "Hello, dear guest. My name is Ben, and I am the hairstylist here. May I ask for your name?" Harry softly replied, "Potter. Just call me Potter." Ben gestured for Harry to take a seat and retrieved a thin disposable cover from the cabinet in the small room, draping it over Harry's shoulders. "What kind of hairstyle would you like, sir?" he inquired. After speaking, he reached out to remove Harry's glasses, but Harry, instinctively alert, blocked his hand and took off the glasses himself. Ben raised an eyebrow but said nothing further. Through the mirror, their eyes met. Such a beautiful pair of eyes. He murmured softly, "Such beautiful eyes. Why would you wish to conceal them, sir?" Harry gazed at Ben through the mirror and replied nonchalantly, "How do you intend to trim my hair?" Ben pondered for a moment, then turned his head to regard Draco, who was already seated on the sofa, perusing a magazine. "Darling, what sort of hairstyle would you like me to give your beloved?" Draco, momentarily taken aback, lifted his head in confusion, as if his befuddled mind had yet to comprehend the term Ben had used. Harry gently interjected, "I beg your pardon, but I am not his beloved." Realization dawned upon Ben, and he swiftly apologized. "My apologies. I assumed Draco never brought anyone to see me." He refrained from uttering the next words. No longer inquiring about Draco, he withdrew the nonchalant expression he had just displayed, brushing aside Harry's hair to discern it more clearly. "Mr. Potter, might you reveal your forehead?" he inquired thoughtfully. Harry shook his head. Although the scar upon his brow had faded considerably and no longer pained him, he was reluctant to draw additional attention to it. "Then perhaps I shall merely trim it a bit shorter, if that is agreeable to you," Ben suggested. Harry nodded gently, responding politely, "That would be appreciated." Following this exchange, Ben fell silent, seizing the scissors nearby and commenced trimming Harry's hair. To be fair, this was indeed a rather novel experience. Despite frequently navigating between the wizarding and muggle worlds, Harry seldom had his hair cut. Firstly, he had mastered the haircutting charm, allowing him to manage his unruly locks at home with ease. Secondly, his notoriety within the wizarding community rendered visits to a wizarding barber a rather cumbersome affair. Conversely, he deemed it unnecessary to visit a muggle salon, resulting in his hair evolving into a disheveled mass devoid of any discernible style over time. The Ben engrossed in his work appeared a stark contrast to the frivolous individual from earlier. The rhythmic snipping of scissors resonated around Harry's head as he suppressed his horror instincts, permitting Ben to maneuver about his crown. After a while, the fruits of Ben's labor began to manifest. Gazing into the mirror, Harry experienced a moment of disorientation. While his hairstyle had not undergone a dramatic transformation, a closer inspection revealed that the once chaotic tresses, previously a mere mess, now exhibited a semblance of order amidst the disarray. His emerald eyes, which had been largely obscured by his hair, were now partially unveiled, allowing for a clearer view, while simultaneously offering a shield against the prying gazes of others. The hair at the back of his head had been neatly trimmed, no longer falling haphazardly against his neck, thus alleviating the incessant itch that had plagued him. He took a moment to admire his reflection in the mirror, before resuming his meticulous trimming of the tips of his hair. Harry had never before perceived haircutting as such an interminable endeavor. He had likely sat there for approximately 2 hours, and by the time the final cut was made, he felt more exhausted than after Aro's stakeout mission. Draco set aside the magazine in his hands and gazed at Harry, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in his eyes. He nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. "I knew seeking you out would be the right choice, Ben." Ben, gazing into the mirror at Harry, remarked with contentment. "The task is accomplished, Mr. Potter. Are you pleased?" Harry observed his reflection, which seemed to transform him into another person, despite the reality that he had not changed significantly. He had to admit that Draco's sense of aesthetics was indeed superior to his own. Ben removed the cloak littered with stray hairs from Harry, allowing him to stand upright once more, and brushed away the remnants from his shoulders. Glancing outside at the fading light, he inquired, "It's getting late. Do you two have any plans?" Draco replied, "Oh, let me think." Ben smirked mischievously and suggested, "Darling, if you have no further arrangements, why not join me for dinner?" Draco nearly acquiesced, his cognitive capacity having dwindled to nearly nothing. However, Harry timely interrupted Ben's proposal, stating, "I'm heading to dinner at the restaurant we agreed upon. I'm afraid I cannot accompany you, Mr. Ben." He approached, draping an arm over Draco's shoulder, spinning him around gently as he led him outside, courteously stating, "Please present the bill. I shall settle it. Thank you, Mr. Bane." Having uttered these words, he afforded Bane no further opportunity to respond and descended the stairs with Draco in tow. After Harry settled the bill in a muggle manner on the ground floor, Draco remained at the entrance, waiting for him. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of orange and deep blue. As Harry stepped outside, he realized he had already spent an entire day indulging in the playful game of dress-up Potter with Draco, and he had no qualms about continuing until the very end. He inquired, "Draco, shall we proceed?" Draco responded with a slight acknowledgement, finally turning his gaze toward Harry. At that moment, Harry appeared markedly different from the boy he once was, though the specifics of his transformation were not overtly discernible. Nonetheless, he certainly exuded a more appealing presence than before. Draco assessed Harry with satisfaction and remarked, "I believe I made an excellent choice for you." Observing Draco, who seemed considerably softer than before, Harry couldn't help but smile. In that moment, he embodied the essence of a true English gentleman, undertaking an action he had not anticipated. He extended his hand, palm facing upwards, reminiscent of an invitation to a grand ball during the Triwizard Tournament. Gazing at Draco, he formally issued his invitation. "You have already been of tremendous assistance to me today. Now it is my turn, Prince. Would you do me the honor of dining with me?" Draco observed Harry's outstretched palm, remnants of noble etiquette lingering in his muddled mind. He reached out and placed his hand in Harry's. "Very well, where shall we go?" Chapter 44, The Golden Cat. For this marked the second occasion Harry had invited Draco to dinner. However, unlike their previous outing, which had been distinctly ostentatious, this dinner was entirely Harry's conception, a private affair. Hence, he opted not to return to the wizarding world. Having spent time in the Muggle realm, he knew that while London may be a culinary desert, it boasted a few commendable Italian and French restaurants. Considering Draco's previous residence in France, Harry assumed he had indulged in French cuisine enough. He transported them directly, via apparition, to a secluded alley adjacent to a favorite Italian restaurant. After adjusting their attire, they emerged and entered the establishment. To their surprise, the restaurant was teeming with patrons. Standing at the front desk, the hostess apologetically informed them, "Sir, our seating is currently full, and I cannot predict how long the wait will be. If you cannot wait, perhaps you would prefer another restaurant?" Draco surveyed the bustling ambience of the restaurant, both inside and out. After a moment's contemplation, he leaned closer to Harry and whispered, "Let us stay here. It seems quite pleasant." Initially, Harry had intended to seek another venue due to the queue, but upon hearing Draco's preference, he acquiesced. All right then. Would you like something to drink? I can fetch it for you. Draco nodded, glancing around. The restaurant's location was splendid, overlooking the shimmering Thames. A few guests appeared to be waiting, including several couples intimately huddled together, sharing whispers and glances at their phones, exchanging discoveries with one another. Draco found a seat. Recalling that he had once owned a phone for the sake of facilitating arrangements for Astoria's hospital matters, yet he had not brought it today. Harry settled beside him, the warmth emanating from his body seeping through his clothing and enveloping Draco. Unable to contain himself, Draco sighed, "You are quite warm." Following his gaze, Harry observed the encroaching night as street lamps flickered to life one by one. Gradually, night boats appeared on the Thames, and the enchanting nightscape of both banks began to unfold. Harry gazed at the scene before him and murmured, "Peace, isn't it?" Draco nodded in agreement, his voice distant as he replied, "Indeed, peace." Harry continued, "Can you fathom what it would have been like had Voldemort emerged victorious?" He lifted his chin slightly, gesturing for Draco to observe the couples around them, entwined in affectionate embraces. He spoke, "Voldemort harbors a profound disdain for Muggles. Despite the irony that he himself possesses Muggle blood, he regards this heritage as a detestable impurity. Were there a magic capable of discerning and measuring the Muggle content within one's blood, I have no doubt that such enchantment would be of Voldemort's own invention." Draco remained silent. After a full day of recuperation, he was gradually regaining his senses. Although he had not yet fully returned to his former self, he was in a far better state than earlier when he had been utterly incapable of thought. Potter must have perceived his improvement, which is why he began to engage him in conversation. He was aware that Harry's words held truth. Wizards do not encompass the entirety of this world, nor can the will of a single wizard dictate the trajectory of its evolution. Muggles possess their own merits as well. He sighed and spoke, "Indeed, it is entirely plausible that he could concoct such a spell and maniacally employ it upon every wizard within his sight." Harry inquired, "Do you cherish this world, Draco?" Draco found it difficult to assert that he disliked it. He was gradually learning to disguise himself as a benign Muggle, navigating life in the Muggle realm. And he had even reaped certain conveniences. For instance, although the Ministry of Magic barred him from entering the British Ministry, he could still gain access through Muggle means or clandestine portkeys, though the latter was seldom utilized, reserved for emergencies. Draco gazed vacantly at the scenery before him, remaining silent. Harry observed his distinct profile and asked, "Draco, are you willing to safeguard this peace?" Draco whispered a few words so softly they seemed to dissipate into the breeze. Oddly enough, he felt as if his response was beyond his control. Once Potter posed the question, he could only reply, "I am willing." Harry inhaled deeply, discreetly casting a silencing charm around them, and continued, "Are you truly on my side?" Draco felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he were submerged in a pool filled with cotton candy. The sanity he had just reclaimed teetered on the brink once more. He replied, "Yes, I am wholeheartedly on your side." Harry exhaled a quiet sigh of relief and lifted the silencing charm. Just then, a table had opened up in the restaurant, a cozy booth by the window. The waitress welcomed him and Draco, hung their coats, and left the menu for their selection. As Harry perused the menu, he asked, "Shall we have a drink?" Draco, seated across from Harry with a menu before him, replied, "What shall it be, red wine or white?" Harry decisively stated, "Let it be red wine. Let me see the vintage." Draco casually selected a bottle from the menu, opting for a rather expensive choice, and said, "This one will do." After ordering a few additional dishes, the server collected their menus and announced, "Gentlemen, our restaurant is currently hosting a couples event. Should you choose to participate and achieve a ranking, you could receive a discount and a complimentary bottle of our winery's newly released red wine. Would you be interested?" Harry felt a flicker of curiosity and asked, "What sort of event is it?" The waiter cast a glance at him and Draco, then spoke, "It is quite simple. You both need to choose one whose head is adorned with an apple, and then, with blindfolds on, the other will attempt to shoot the apple down using a small bow and arrow provided by our establishment. The one who manages to shoot down the most apples will be declared the winner. The ranking will be determined by the number of apples collected, and the first prize will entail a complimentary dinner for the evening, along with a bottle of red wine. If you both wish to participate, please follow me to the competition area after your meal." Archery? This indeed presents a novel idea, Harry mused while stroking his chin, and decisively declared, "We shall sign up." Draco, feeling the fraying thread of reason within him, managed to regain a semblance of composure, and once the waiter had departed, he remarked with exasperation, "Potter, what are you thinking? We are not a couple. Why would we enter a couple's competition? Harry flashed a cunning smile and replied, but they do not know whether we are a couple, do they? Besides, not everyone participating is necessarily a couple, right? Perhaps they are merely vying for the prize. After all, this establishment is quite renowned. Draco sensed a hint of unease, yet Harry's words bore a semblance of logic, leading him to forego further debate and await the arrival of their meal. As the dishes were served, Harry expressed, "I am truly happy, Draco. Thank you for saving me once again yesterday." Draco responded, "No need for thanks. As I have stated, I am on your side." Harry continued, "Could you enlighten me on the method you employed yesterday?" Draco pressed his lips together but eventually replied, "The life spell, which you likely do not know. It is a family heirloom of the Malfoys, possessing greater potency than a healing charm, yet it comes with significant side effects. Generally, it is reserved for dire circumstances." He elaborated, "This spell consumes all of the user's magical power. The effectiveness is contingent upon the amount of magic you invest to save the person you wish to rescue." Draco had not intended to divulge this information, but some unseen force compelled him to speak. At that moment, you were ensnared by a curse, and the time was not yet ripe to employ a potent antidote, as your body could not endure it. The curse deepens in accordance with the fluctuations of your emotional state. In a moment of desperation, I had no choice but to resort to this spell." Harry inquired, "Did this spell impose a significant physical burden upon you?" Draco nodded slightly, feeling a touch of drowsiness creeping over him. Throughout the day, he had been enveloped in a peculiar state of dizziness. The sofa in the restaurant was quite comfortable, and the ambient lighting of the evening was not overly bright. Unlike the frigid air outside, the restaurant was warm and inviting. Sounds filled the air. However, upon closer inspection, they melded into an indistinct white noise, lulling Draco into a state of near slumber. Harry cast a concerned glance at Draco, poised to utter something more when the waiter arrived with their orders. Once the dishes were elegantly arranged, the waiter poured their wine and discreetly withdrew. Harry lifted his glass, and under the compulsion of hunger, Draco found himself slightly more alert. He raised his glass as well, gently clinking it against Harry's. The crisp sound resonated in the small dining room, and after a sip of the chilled red wine, Draco felt a measure of his lucidity returning. He regarded Harry with suspicion and inquired, "Have you administered something to me?" Harry, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, sliced into the steak on his plate and offered a piece to Draco, encouragingly saying, "Give it a try. It's quite delectable." Draco, noticing Harry's lack of a direct response, felt his suspicion solidify. "Truth serum?" Harry, while cutting his steak, replied somewhat apologetically, "It's a diluted version, invented by Hermione. It's not a full-strength truth serum. I was concerned your body might not withstand it. Just a drop, but it seems even that is sufficient." He tenderly cut a piece of steak for him and remarked, "Do you feel it has become futile now? The duration should be quite brief. I apologize, but I must ensure that you are entirely with me." Draco felt a flicker of anger, yet he lacked the strength to express it. Instead, he sipped his wine in silence, refraining from further conversation. The two of them completed their meal in silence, and once outside, Draco found himself growing drowsy again. However, Harry's strong arm supported him as he softly whispered in Draco's ear, "Wake up, we still have a couple's competition to attend." Draco, resigned, was half dragged and half cradled by Harry to the so-called competition area, where several couples were already queuing to participate. Upon noticing Harry and Draco's arrival, they kindly made space for them. Harry positioned Draco at the end of the line, and behind them, there were no more participants. It seemed that the first place would emerge between them. Harry mused inwardly, gazing curiously ahead. A lady was balancing an apple atop her head, standing in front of a board where a white line was drawn. A gentleman stood at the white line, holding a delicate bow, with arrows featuring rounded suction tips to ensure safety. Several misaligned apples lay scattered on the ground, indicating the previous attempts. The attendant stood at the white line and reminded, "You have 2 arrows left, sir." The gentleman nodded, and the attendant turned to the lady, saying, "Madam, please close your eyes," steadying the apple atop her head. The lady closed her eyes as instructed. He drew back the delicate bow, awkwardly aiming at the apple perched atop the lady's head. With a swift release, the arrow flew forth, but without incident, it merely grazed past, failing to even touch the fruit. The attendant then announced, "The final arrow." The man nodded, readied the arrow once more, and let fly the last shot. Subsequently, the attendant tallied their fallen apples. 10 arrows had resulted in merely 4 apples downed. He handed them a note inscribed with the number 4. After receiving it, the duo moved to a nearby waiting area to anticipate the results of the next group. Harry's keen eyes scanned the scene, noting that the highest score so far was approximately 6 apples. If he could surpass that number, victory would be theirs. The turn swiftly came for Harry and Draco. Draco appeared drowsy, and Harry pushed him to the front, placing an apple atop his head. Nearby, several ladies who had already completed their rounds whispered to their partners or husbands about Draco's striking appearance. Their companions, slightly wary, responded, "What do you mean? He's here for a couples competition. You know what that implies, right?" The lady rolled her eyes and replied, "I understand. I'm just observing." With the apple now balanced on his head, Draco had little interest in knowing how Harry would fare. He urged, "Hurry up. I want to go home." Harry raised the small, exquisite arrow in his hand, assuring him, "There is no need to rush. It will be over soon." He almost effortlessly released his 10 arrows, leaving the attendant somewhat astonished as he gazed at the apples that had fallen to the ground. After counting them, he remarked, "9, sir. Congratulations." Harry smiled as he returned the arrows to the attendant, who then led him to the front desk. The restaurant organized a small award ceremony for the two of them, capturing a moment with a Polaroid photograph before presenting them with a beautifully packaged bottle of wine. The restaurant owner cheerfully remarked, "We look forward to welcoming you both again. We shall have more events in the future." Harry agreed, escorting Draco as they departed. Chapter 44. The Golden Cat. 5. Considering Draco's current physical state, Harry felt he might struggle to endure the motorcycle ride home, on the verge of falling asleep. Once outside the restaurant, he gently inquired, "Draco, are you still awake?" Draco leaned against him, his eyes nearly closed, his light lashes shimmering under the streetlights. Hearing Potter's voice, he managed to pry his eyes open, mumbling in a semi-conscious state. "Potter?" Harry sighed, one hand cradling the bottle of wine and a bag filled with gifts from the restaurant, while the other arm wrapped around Draco's waist. In that moment, they truly resembled a couple. He glanced around, the night deepening, yet this was the city center where a few stragglers still meandered along the streets. He led Draco into a deserted alley, wrapping his arms tightly around his waist. A faint sound, reminiscent of shattering glass, startled the stray cats lurking in the alley, prompting them to emerge cautiously to investigate the intruder in their domain. However, they found the area deserted, save for a sandwich, remnants of bacon clinging to it, lying on the ground. The wary cats approached, sniffed the offering, and seized the bread as their toll for passage. Harry, with Draco in tow, disapparated to his home. Due to the protective charms Draco had cast, he was unable to directly apparate to Draco's residence. He turned the knob of his own door and led Draco inside. Upon entering, the unfamiliar magical aura that did not belong to home stirred Draco from his stupor. He yawned and squinted as he surveyed his surroundings. It was Potter's abode. Potter removed his clothing, hanging it on a rack, and retrieved a bottle of red wine along with a photograph taken by their employer. He held up the picture for admiration. Draco, with an expressionless countenance, stared directly at the camera, while Potter beamed radiantly, clutching the bottle of wine. Harry conceded that Draco's impassive demeanor was indeed quite captivating. He waved his hand, and the photograph soared to the top of the refrigerator, adhering to its surface. He noticed that Draco had regained a modicum of consciousness. Raising the drink in his hand, he inquired, "A sip, then off to slumber?" Draco had no desire to consume anything Potter offered him. Who could tell what might be mixed in? He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No thanks. I'll head home now." After uttering this, he unsteadily rose to his feet, preparing to leave for his abode. However, before he could reach his doorstep, Potter intercepted him. The hairstyle he had fashioned that day managed to obscure Potter's forehead, yet it could not conceal his striking green eyes. Potter halted Draco, gazing at him earnestly with eyes reminiscent of deep, verdant valleys, and implored, "Why not stay here for the night? I'm not at ease with you going back like this." The chaos swirling in Draco's mind rendered coherent thought nearly impossible. He stared into Potter's sincere eyes and, in a somewhat dazed manner, murmured, "No." He reluctantly spoke, "I certainly do not wish to consume the truth serum once more." He felt his lips brush against something, as if someone had gently caressed them. Then came Potter's deep voice, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I will not feed you anything further." Upon hearing these words, Draco initially wished to mock him, yet he found himself devoid of the strength to retort. Instead, he merely tugged at the corner of his mouth and turned his face away. Noticing Draco's acquiescent demeanor, Harry felt a surge of joy within him. He wrapped an arm around Draco and guided him slowly into the room where he had previously slept. With a firm yet gentle motion, he pressed Draco onto the bed and said patiently, You should rest for the night. I feel more at ease with you here. Is your magic still not fully restored? Draco sensed something amiss, yet he could not articulate it. He emitted a muffled sound of acknowledgement. Harry continued, After you last slept here, I replaced the sheets and blankets. You need not worry. Worry about what? His mind was clouded as he allowed Potter to lift his hand, removing his outer coat, leaving him in only a shirt and trousers. It seemed Potter had also unfastened his belt, and a chill swept over his legs, causing him to instinctively recoil. Potter's hand appeared to grip his ankle, and he felt a wave of warmth emanating from that spot. Darkness enveloped him as Potter spread the blanket over him, and his face sank into softness. It was a pillow. Lying on it, he inhaled a soothing scent that brought him comfort, and he whispered faintly, Don't go just yet. Then he closed his eyes, leaving Harry alone at his bedside. His hand lingered softly upon Draco's blanket. Once Draco had succumbed to slumber, an enveloping tranquility settled over him. His golden hair sprawled across the pillow, mingling with Harry's. The lingering sensation of Draco's slightly cool skin remained on Harry's hand as he gazed intently at him, his mind drifting back to the vivid memory of his unintentional intrusion into Draco's home. He had seen him half-clad, and he had also witnessed him in complete nudity. Though he had not meticulously examined every inch, he had observed enough. A slender figure, adorned with a delicate layer of muscle, pale and flawless, save for the unsightly charred scar marring his arm. Draco's body was a vision of perfection, enough to stir the imagination. Suddenly, Harry inhaled sharply, forcing himself to regain composure. He incredulously pondered what he had just been contemplating. Yet, his body unequivocally conveyed to him that this was not a mere figment of his imagination. Rather, he was genuinely yearning for someone, desiring closeness with another. After this period of interaction, both his soul and his essence were unmistakably revealing that he was in pursuit of someone's attention. He irritably ran his fingers through his hair, but instinctively softened his movements, fearful of disturbing the person asleep in the bed. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to leave the room for the time being. After gently closing the door behind Draco, Harry was the first to take a shower, making a conscious effort to lower the water temperature. Upon emerging, he retrieved his mobile phone from the bedside table. After plugging it in and powering it on, he sent a message to Hermione. He was aware that Hermione would undoubtedly have her phone on, as she usually communicated with her parents through it. After a brief interval, a call came through, and Harry answered, Hermione's face appearing on the screen. With a serious expression, she inquired, Harry, what did your message mean? Water droplets still clung to Harry's skin, deliberately left unwiped. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, covered by a blanket around his lower half, his upper body, marked by scars, was exposed. Gazing at Hermione, he suddenly broke into a smile. He remarked, Min, I have rediscovered my purpose. Hermione inquired, Is your purpose the same as what you just mentioned? Harry nodded, his gaze profound. Had Hermione been present, she would have noticed that Harry's magical energy was surging, yet this time, unlike before, it was entirely within his control. He remarked, Hermione, I find myself unexpectedly intrigued by him. He seems somewhat different from what I had envisioned. Would you assist me? Hermione felt a throbbing pain in her head. What did curiosity truly mean? Was it not simply an interest in him, a desire to take some action, perhaps to see how things might develop further? Moreover, she was acutely aware that once Harry had made up his mind, he would not easily relent. With a resigned sigh, she inquired, What do you wish me to do? Harry's eyes sparkled with determination. He was indeed a true Gryffindor, brave, strong, and resilient. Once he recognized his goal, he would pursue it unwaveringly. He said, I do not wish to upset Ron. Hermione, could you perhaps speak to him on my behalf? As for everything else, I will manage it myself. I will strive not to cause you any additional trouble. Hermione retorted, You have already caused me trouble. However, observing Harry's earnest demeanor, she realized there was little point in expressing her frustration. She forced a smile and replied, I will speak with the Weasley family. You will have to handle things on your end. Harry nodded appreciatively, saying, That would be immensely helpful. Suddenly, Hermione, with a note of suspicion, asked, Harry, please do not tell me he is at your house. Harry thought to himself, Hermione is truly perceptive. Yet, in that moment, he was reluctant to provoke her further. So he feigned ignorance, responding, No, not at all. It's quite late. You should rest early. Good night. With that, he did not afford Hermione the opportunity to question further and promptly ended the call. He pondered for a moment, then gracefully descended from the bed. Like a nimble feline, he approached the door of Draco's chamber. Silently, he turned the doorknob and peered inside. Draco remained in a deep slumber, and Harry could sense his magic gradually replenishing. He approached quietly, gazing at the serene visage of the one asleep before him. Ultimately unable to resist, he reached out, gently parting the tousled hair, and bestowed a soft kiss upon his forehead. The following day, when Draco awoke, he discovered himself once again in Potter's abode. However, in contrast to the previous day's sensation of being submerged in water, he felt considerably improved. He turned over, languidly sat up from the bed, dressed himself, and opened the door to step outside. As anticipated, Harry had already risen. It was yet another splendidly sunny day in London, the sun shining rather excessively, seemingly intent on exhausting the last rays of autumn. The streets outside were carpeted with a myriad of golden sycamore leaves. He rubbed his eyes, and the fatigue that had weighed upon his body had dissipated. Although his magical energy had yet to fully replenish to its zenith, it had improved significantly. Most importantly, his mind was finally able to function normally once more. The mere recollection of his actions from the previous day filled him with a sense of trepidation, rendering him almost unable to face Porter. Yet Porter appeared utterly at ease, having procured breakfast from an unknown source, likely from that renowned Muggle bakery. A dazzling smile adorned his face as he greeted Draco, who emerged from the room. "Awake? Come and have breakfast." Draco pondered, bewildered by this inexplicable familiarity. Why did it feel as though Potter had transformed yet again upon his awakening? He cast a doubtful glance at Potter, who seemed to have washed his hair today, with each strand meticulously in place. The combination of his dark locks and green eyes complemented his face exquisitely, and it appeared that even his attire had been carefully selected. Draco found the outfit somewhat familiar, but was uncertain, prompting him to hesitantly inquire, "Your clothing?" Harry tugged at his own attire, which was rather casual, considering he no longer needed to report to the Ministry of Magic daily. With a boyish grin, he replied, "It's the one you bought for me yesterday. How do you like it? Does it look good?" Draco regretted broaching the subject, feeling as though he had subjected himself to public scrutiny. He uttered a dry "oh" and sank back into his chair, picking up a piece of bread to eat. The flavor of the buttered bread was delightfully soothing to his palate, and upon finishing, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What is the name of this bakery? I must visit it next time." Harry beamed at him and replied, "It's just downstairs, run by an elderly lady. She bakes a limited quantity each day, and I have to place an order a day in advance. I'm quite familiar with her, so I always manage to get the freshest bread." Draco nodded, and after finishing his bread, Harry thoughtfully handed him a cup of warm milk, advising, "After drinking yesterday, it's better to have some warm milk today instead of coffee. It's not good for your stomach." He accepted the cup of milk with a hint of surprise, uncertainly murmuring, "Thank you." He sipped the warm milk slowly, and indeed, as Harry had mentioned, his stomach felt considerably better. Harry inquired, "What are the plans for today?" After finishing the milk, Draco pondered for a moment and replied, "How are you feeling today? How is your magic?" With a relaxed expression, Harry responded, "I've never felt better, Draco. Your life charm is truly effective." He gazed sincerely at Draco, his green eyes resembling two shimmering pools of emerald. Caught off guard, Draco found himself locking eyes with him. Harry's gaze was unwavering as he spoke. Once again, "Thank you, Draco." A bit flustered, Draco averted his gaze, while a subtle smile played at the corners of Harry's lips. He took a seat and continued, "How can I possibly repay you? You expended your own magic to rescue me from the curse, took me shopping, and even arranged for a hairstylist to cut my hair." Draco covered his face with his hand, attempting to halt him, feeling the warmth rise in his cheeks. He weakly replied, "Stop it." Surely yesterday his mind had been muddled to have engaged in such activities with Potter. Chapter 45, The Wand. He steadied his mind and inquired, "Do you not have to report to the Ministry of Magic today?" Harry gestured towards himself and then at Draco, saying, "Have you forgotten? The constant surveillance?" Draco had indeed nearly forgotten this detail. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Well, your duties can be momentarily suspended. You may take a few days to rest." Harry, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter?" Draco rose to his feet, intending to return home for a shower and a change of clothes before heading back to France. He patiently elaborated, "Do not forget, I still hold a position at the French Ministry of Magic, and there are matters that require my attention in France." He walked towards the door and said, "Goodbye, Potter. I shall visit you again this weekend, and I shall bring you the potion to awaken your senses." Potter stood up and blocked his path. His height surpassed Draco's, and his imposing presence was more pronounced as he rose. Draco could not comprehend why he felt an incessant flush on his cheeks while remaining here, prompting him to inquire, "What now?" Potter cast a glance at him and replied, "I have something to fetch for you. Please wait a moment." With that, he hurried back to his room. Draco could only hear the sound of drawers being rummaged through, leaving him bewildered as he stood in place, unable to move, and resigned to wait. Harry located the box he had meticulously kept hidden. He picked it up and carefully performed a ritualistic cleansing, pretentiously removing the scant dust that had gathered atop it, before emerging with it in hand. He approached Draco and presented him with a box fashioned from white birch. It was a rectangular container, and Draco, perplexed, accepted it, weighing it in his hands. He found it neither heavy nor light, devoid of any sound when shaken. He inquired, "What is this?" Harry encouraged him, "Open it. I have kept it for you." Draco felt an inexplicable warmth in Harry's gaze. Under Harry's watchful eyes, he reluctantly opened the box, but upon seeing its contents, his hands began to tremble involuntarily. His throat began to feel slightly sore, and he endeavored to maintain a steady tone. However, the uncontrollable excitement still manifested through his slightly trembling form. He let out a deep sigh and said, "You still keep it," Harry remarked with an air of nonchalance. "It was originally yours, so of course, I would take good care of it." After speaking, he gently added, "I am returning it to you now, Draco." Draco endeavored to contain his excitement as he retrieved the wand that rightfully belonged to him from the box. He recalls every intricate line upon it, the unicorn hair, the hawthorn wood, 10 inches long, which accompanied him throughout his entire academic journey and stood by him during the darkest hours of his life. He believed that this wand might have been damaged, broken, or lost after the war. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that Potter had preserved it intact. He clutched his wand, feeling its familiar warmth. Harry spoke earnestly, "I know you possess a new wand now, yet I have often contemplated that this wand was originally yours. Although I temporarily borrowed it, I had not found an appropriate moment to return it to you until now. At last, I have discovered the most fitting occasion to restore it to its rightful owner." Draco felt a heavy weight in his heart, as if a boulder were lodged in his throat. The wand he currently wielded was one he had purchased anew while in France. A wizard's wand, much like a wizard's life, is most suited to be the first one they possess. Although his second wand performed adequately for most of his spells, it paled in comparison to his previous wand, crafted with a core of unicorn hair. He couldn't help but chuckle, gripping his wand tightly as he spoke with a hint of emotion. "How could you?" He wished to inquire how it was that he had managed to preserve it so meticulously. The box Harry had handed him was evidently crafted specifically for the safekeeping of wands, produced by Ollivander himself. Inside, it was lined with herbs and silk designed to stabilize the wand's performance, while enchantments against water and dust surrounded it, alongside protective spells ensuring that only the rightful owner could access the box. Harry seemed to perceive the unspoken words lingering in the air. He moved a little closer to Draco, placing his hand over Draco's, and remarked, "I have merely used it briefly, yet its true master has always been you. I lack the ability to tame it." He grasped the hand of Draco that held the wand. Potter's palm was slightly larger, with thick calluses adorning both his palm and fingers, an emblem of the Auror's frequent battles. Though rugged, it exuded a sense of reassurance. He remarked, "You are the true master of the unicorn wand." Draco felt a pang in his eyes, and unbidden, a few tears began to well up. Yet, he did not allow them to fall. Instead, he smiled and chose to embrace Harry for a brief moment. Once the embrace concluded, he hurriedly departed. There was no alternative. He remained an official of the Ministry of Magic in France, and today he was scheduled to host a guest from Albania. This guest carried vital information and items that Draco yearned for, compelling him to rush back to France. This time, he had left his green sandalwood wand at his home in England. After freshening up, he grasped his wand and, accompanied by Potter, returned to the atrium of the Ministry of Magic in Britain. Now, as long as he was in England, Potter was bound to follow him wherever he went. He was now enveloped in a joyful spirit, which rendered everyone around him endearing. In the grand hall of the Ministry of Magic in Britain, several passers-by could not help but greet Draco, yet they all conspicuously overlooked the savior standing behind him, akin to an invisible bodyguard. Draco engaged in calm conversation with the others. "Yes, I need to return to France. Indeed, I will be using the fireplace from here. Thank you. Malfoy Manor is still under renovation." After navigating through the pleasantries, Draco finally extricated himself from the enthusiastic crowd. Having collected several small notes from witches whose origins were a mystery to him, Harry felt a twinge of annoyance within. Yet he understood that this was not the moment for such feelings to surface. As they arrived at the fireplace passage, Harry, with his hands tucked into his pockets, inquired, "Have you gathered everything?" Draco nodded, and Harry knew he had to return. With a sigh, he opened his arms wide. Draco looked at Harry's gesture in slight bewilderment and asked uncertainly, "What's the matter?" Harry smiled and replied, "A farewell embrace, to show them that we have harmoniously coexisted." Without waiting for Draco to respond, he stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and enveloped Draco in a warm embrace. Taken by surprise, Draco found himself in Harry's arms. A curious and exhilarating sensation coursing through him. Years prior, an unfulfilled invitation at the school gates had now transformed into reality, albeit with the roles seemingly reversed. It was now Potter extending the invitation. He ultimately raised his hand gently and patted Porter on the back. He murmured softly, "Wait for my return." Potter nodded slightly, releasing Draco, who cast a fleeting glance at Harry before stepping into the fireplace. The journey through the cross-border fireplaces of the British Ministry of Magic tends to be a tad longer, yet it remains swifter than air travel. Upon emerging from the fireplace of the French ministry, Draco's expression reverted to its former demeanor, detached, elegant, and haughty, akin to a cluster of eternally unmelting ice upon a mountaintop. He swiftly made his way to his office, glancing at the time. Fortunately, the appointment with the guest had not yet arrived. Seizing the moment, he took a moment to adjust his appearance before proceeding to the grand hall of the French Ministry of Magic, where he awaited the arrival of his scheduled guest. Minutes ticked by, and before long, a plume of ethereal flames erupted. Draco's silver-gray eyes fixed intently upon the blaze, which danced for a considerable duration before revealing a figure emerging from its depths. It was a wizard whose description eluded immediate articulation. At first glance, one could hardly ascertain his age. His hair was long and unkempt, casually tied at the back, contrasting sharply with Draco's meticulously groomed locks. His face was adorned with stubble, nearly obscuring his features, yet his brown eyes sparkled with an innocent clarity reminiscent of a child in their early teens. He donned a tattered wizard's hat, intricately embroidered with a celestial chart in golden thread. However, at this moment, the hat was marred by numerous stains, rendering the star map nearly invisible. The hem of his robe was equally ragged, with the sole semblance of completeness found in his relatively intact boots. He carried a slouchy bag across his shoulder, its exterior appearing equally tattered and worn. He glanced around and spotted Draco Malfoy, his eyes lighting up as he made his way towards him. He opened his mouth to inquire, yet his voice surprisingly conveyed an air of youthful exuberance. With a cheerful tone, he asked, "Mr. Draco Malfoy?" Draco extended his hand. Although this individual appeared somewhat disheveled, he was not diminutive in stature, seemingly even surpassing Potter in height. He spoke courteously, "May I inquire if you're Mr. Jiminy Skarsky?" Jiminy Skarsky responded with a jovial smile, "You may simply call me Jiminy. My name is rather convoluted." Draco nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Greetings, Jiminy." This wizard, though his age was indiscernible, bore a surname steeped in antiquity. Historically, this lineage had thrived in Eastern Europe, their bloodline imbued with a potent and pure magical essence, with roots traceable to the era of Celtic mythology. Recently, in pursuit of fostering communication, they had gradually begun to establish connections with the magical authorities in Britain and France. Much like the Malfoy family, they placed significant importance on marriages within the pure-blood community. This was precisely the reason why Mr. Jiminy had traveled such a distance to France. As a direct descendant of this lineage, he presented the guise of cultural exchange, while in reality, he sought the Malfoy family's assistance in securing a suitable match in France. He flashed a brilliant smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and extended his hand to grasp Draco's, joyfully exclaiming, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy." However, Draco was not merely accommodating him. He led Jiminy to his office, ensuring they were unobserved before inquiring, "Mr. Jiminy, have you confirmed the items I requested?" Once inside the office, Jiminy's previously carefree demeanor softened slightly as he curiously surveyed Draco's surroundings. "Is this dragon tooth genuine? Or has it been replaced by one from a living Welsh green dragon? Quite a rarity indeed." Upon hearing Draco's voice, he continued to examine the objects in the office without facing him, remarking, "Blue moongrass, exceedingly rare and immensely powerful, I am aware. However, Mr. Malfoy, the blue moongrass you seek resides deep within the desert, surrounded by formidable magical beasts. Are you certain you are prepared for this? As long as it exists." Malfoy sighed lightly, a smile finally gracing his face. He replied courteously, "As per our agreement, Mr. Jiminy, you need only escort me to the destination. The rest will be of no concern to you." Jiminy uttered a sound of acknowledgement and rummaged through his tattered bag, finally producing a scroll made of papyrus. Papyrus, hailing from Egypt, is the optimal choice for formalizing serious magical contracts. He shook it off and handed it to Draco, saying, "As per our agreement." You may collect no more than 5 blue moongrass specimens, and you are only permitted to choose those that grow at the periphery. Harvesting from the core area is strictly prohibited. In exchange, you must seek out a suitable partner, one abundant in magical energy. Our family has already prepared the contract, and if there are no objections, it shall come into effect. Draco accepted the document, scrutinizing each line. It was identical to the contract he had reviewed previously. Word for word. He nodded and pressed his hand, adorned with the family ring, firmly at the bottom of the contract. A family seal materialized below, and simultaneously, Draco sensed a surge of magical energy. The power of the contract bound both the Skarsky and Malfoy families. Jiminy remarked with a smile, "The contract is now established, Mr. Malfoy. Let us collaborate effectively during this period." Chapter 45. Ron. When Hermione arrived at her office this morning, she noticed her assistant, Catherine, seated with a young witch from the neighboring department, engrossed in the Daily Prophet. Was her name Nina? Hermione pondered as she entered. The girls stood up somewhat flustered upon seeing their superior, greeting her with a simultaneous good morning. Intrigued by their hushed whispers and the nature of their discussion, Hermione cleared her throat and inquired, "Is there anything noteworthy in today's paper?" Catherine and Nina exchanged a glance, and Hermione keenly observed a slight flush on their cheeks. Was it particularly warm in the ministry? Catherine spoke up. "Today's edition features a photograph of Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy. They appear quite harmonious together, despite prior claims of them being rivals during their school days. It seems they are getting along rather well now." Hermione asked, "Did this just come out today?" Catherine nodded. "I have placed your copy on your desk for you to peruse later." Hermione acknowledged her, swiftly entering her office like a gust of wind. After setting down her bag, she picked up the newspaper from her desk. As she did, an image nearly occupying half the front page caught her eye, a photograph of the two of them in a close embrace, which stung her vision. Hermione felt a wave of dizziness. Harry's emphatic words from yesterday echoed in her mind. When she had asked Harry whether Malfoy was at his home, he had audaciously claimed he was not. Harry Potter. Where do you find the audacity? She clenched her teeth slightly, contemplating for a moment before crafting a paper airplane that she sent soaring into her husband's office. The message being an invitation to dine together in Diagon Alley at noon. After bidding farewell to Draco, Harry pondered for a moment and decided to detour to his Auror office. Upon entering the Ministry of Magic, he immediately sensed a myriad of inquisitive gazes directed towards him. Unfazed, he met these scrutinizing stares with composure as he made his way into the Auror office. Inside, only a few Aurors remained, engrossed in a discussion over newspapers, entirely oblivious to Harry's arrival. Clearing his throat softly at the doorway, he startled the group, who scattered back to their respective stations like startled birds. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Harry addressed them, saying, "Your magical detection skills have proven inadequate. It is time for further training." He returned to his office, attended to some documents requiring his signature, and then picked up the Prophet's Daily, which lay upon his desk. He admired the image of himself and Draco occupying half the page, and with satisfaction, he set the newspaper down. Given the circumstances, some individuals should be unable to remain composed, should they not? He set aside the newspaper and stepped out of the office. The few remaining Aurors appeared to be quite busy, and Harry addressed them kindly. "Let us proceed to the training grounds. It is time for an additional practice session." The Auror training area was bustling with unprecedented energy that day. Harry's silent spells had nearly reached the point of instantaneous casting, sometimes even without the need for a wand. A group of Aurors found themselves in a frenzy, running chaotically about the training ground, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Whoever it may be, Malfoy or former Death Eaters, please come to their rescue. During the lunch break, Hermione emerged from her office and spotted Catherine conversing with Nina next door. "What news do you have now?" she inquired casually while adjusting her attire. "Where do you plan to have lunch?" Catherine, taken aback, stood up and replied, "Director, Nina and I intend to dine in Diagon Alley. By the way, your husband is waiting outside. I have informed him that you will be out shortly." Hermione nodded and said, "Thank you. Is there any other news?" Catherine hesitated momentarily before uncertainly stating, "Mr. Potter has created quite a mess at the Auror training grounds, and the supervisor is exceedingly upset, preparing to write you a complaint letter regarding Mr. Potter's failure to notify them in advance about today's training, which has unnecessarily increased their workload." "I understand," Hermione replied. "If there is indeed a complaint letter, please place it on my desk. I must take my leave now." The two young women politely bid farewell to Hermione. Once she had departed, Nina expressed her admiration to Catherine, saying, Director Granger truly possesses remarkable charisma. My superior pales in comparison. Catherine nodded, a hint of pride in her voice as she remarked, our director was the top of her class. She is undoubtedly among the finest of her generation. Hermione first met with Ron, who, as expected, was still in shock. She brought him along, intending to retrieve Harry from the training grounds. As they walked, she said to Ron, calm your expression, it was merely a hug. Is it truly necessary to be so astonished? Ron gulped, his face contorted in discomfort as he replied, but it was Malfoy. You know how Harry interacted with him during school. How can I not be surprised? As he kept pace with his wife, he remarked. Do you think he has grown too lonely since his divorce from Ginny? Perhaps I should organize a ball for him. Hermione, at times grateful for Ron's obliviousness, found herself questioning her initial choice. Steeling herself, she declared, let us first locate Harry. The two hurriedly made their way to the Auror training grounds, a designated floor due to the intricate nature of Auror training. Following the war, the Ministry of Magic allocated a substantial sum to completely renovate the former Auror training facility. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with a white beard stood at the entrance, diligently sketching on parchment with a quill. As he wrote, he muttered to himself incessantly. Hermione and Ron softened their footsteps. The gatekeeper, a retired Auror, though not as agile as in his prime, still possessed unparalleled magical prowess and keen investigative skills. He lifted his face, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. From a distance, he spotted Hermione and Ron, and, filled with anger, exclaimed, Director Granger. He waved the feather quill in his hand and remarked, I happen to be drafting a letter of complaint. I have no objections to training. But must it be conducted so abruptly with such large-scale destructive exercises? Hermione, feeling somewhat guilty, approached. The Auror training ground had been enhanced with spatial magic from the outside. It appeared to be a single layer, yet within lay several layers simulating a myriad of scenarios. At that moment, chaos reigned within, crumbled buildings, swirling boggats, and Cornish pixies darting about, alongside the cackling of mischievous imps. Were it not for the protective enchantments at the entrance, these malevolent magical creatures would have surely escaped. In the center stood Potter, exuding an air of nonchalance, while scattered around him were several Aurors writhing on the ground. He seemed to have noticed Hermione and Ron. Lifting his gaze to glance at them, Hermione keenly perceived that Harry had changed, yet from her distance, she could not ascertain how. She gestured for him to halt, and Harry nodded in acknowledgement. With a wave of his hand, the training ground began to return to order. The errant boggats, Cornish pixies, and imps clutching pitchforks were swiftly ensnared by a shimmering rope, writhing in vain yet unable to extricate themselves, ultimately collapsing to the ground before being relocated by Harry to their designated places. Harry stepped forward, offering a somewhat apologetic demeanor to the gatekeeper. I sincerely apologize. The repair charm will require some time. During this interval, I shall refrain from bringing them for training. Hermione's face twitched slightly as she hurriedly intervened, pulling Harry away to prevent further aggravation of the gatekeeper's ire. Once the Golden Trio emerged from the Ministry's atrium, they promptly disapparated to Diagon Alley. Hermione donned her hat and glanced around before suggesting, let us dine there. Harry followed her gaze, which led to the very Chinese restaurant he had previously visited with Draco. He nodded slightly and stepped in that direction. The Golden Trio, regardless of where they were, possessed an undeniable allure that captivated attention. Though they had managed to maintain a low profile, they still attracted quite a bit of interest in Diagon Alley. The restaurant was not overly crowded at noon, and the three of them chose a private room. After the proprietor left the menu with them, he retreated. As Hermione perused the menu, she inquired, what would you like to eat? Harry removed his training gloves and, with a snap of his fingers, made them vanish into thin air. He glanced at the menu and suggested, how about hot pot? My treat. Ron interjected, why do you always want to treat us? Hermione shot a glare at her husband, prompting Ron to fall silent. Hermione continued to scan the menu and soon made her decision. Let us go for hot pot. By the way, Harry, she closed the menu, and the names of the dishes they desired floated up from the menu, transforming into lines of text that then settled at the entrance of their private room. She looked at him inquisitively and asked, what made you suddenly think about training your subordinates today? Harry blew gently on the steam rising from his cup of tea and replied calmly, I was already at the door, and they hadn't even noticed my arrival. Do you think this bunch of Aurors is competent? Ron, puzzled, remarked, but you personally conducted their entrance exams, didn't you? They should be qualified, right? Harry did not respond to Ron's question. Hermione then asked, did you read today's newspaper? Harry nodded, and Ron grimaced as he said, so you really did hug Malfoy? Harry's hand momentarily faltered, just as a knock echoed from outside. Hermione called out, "Come in." The owner entered, carefully carrying a large pot, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. With great caution, he used levitation magic to place the pot on their table, which then shifted to reveal a bed of fire crystals beneath. The proprietor lightly tapped his wand on the crystals, and Harry felt warmth emanating from the center. After placing the pot upon the stove, he wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Gentlemen, once the water reaches a boil, we shall be ready to dine." After expressing their gratitude to the proprietor, he retreated and closed the door behind him. Ron retrieved a long cylindrical object from the side and, with a smile, inquired, "What do we need for hot pot?" Hermione glanced at her husband and cheerfully replied, "Chopsticks." With a hearty laugh, Ron extracted 3 pairs of chopsticks from the cylinder and distributed them to each person. Harry could not help but chuckle as he accepted his pair from Ron's hands. Though the trio had previously indulged in Chinese cuisine, it was their first encounter with hot pot, and they had become utterly enamored with it. During gatherings, they had even practiced using chopsticks and held playful competitions. Now, they had grown adept at wielding them. As they savored their meal, Ron ladled soup into each bowl and asked, "By the way, Harry, will you come to my house this weekend? You can bring the kids along. We're planning to take Rose to visit her grandparents, and she has recently developed a fascination with the children's playground at the department store there. Perhaps you could bring James and the others to join in the fun?" Harry pondered for a moment and replied, "I might have prior commitments this weekend." Ron pressed, "Commitments? Is it something related to your Auror duties? Trust me, your team is already exceptional. You don't need to take on every challenge yourself. It's perilous." Harry discerned that Ron believed his separation from Ginny was solely due to work, yet he alone understood it was more complex than that. Clearing his throat, he subtly exchanged a glance with Hermione. She then placed a piece of meat onto Ron's plate and said, "The weekend plans are something I arranged for Harry. So let us not pry, it's confidential." Ron responded with a thoughtful nod, lowering his gaze. Over the years, he had learned not to question Hermione's decisions. "Understood. So, shall I take Rose and the children out for some fun this weekend?" Hermione encouraged him. "No worries, Uncle Ron. I trust you'll manage the children splendidly. You are the best father and the finest uncle." Ron erupted into laughter, but abruptly turned to Harry and asked, "So, Harry, did you really embrace Malfoy?" Harry replied, "I'm still not quite over that." He raised his hand in acknowledgement. "I admit, I embraced him. Ron, you must believe me. He is no longer the same Malfoy he once was." Chapter 46, The New House. Ron expressed his skepticism, but he used to call Hermione. Hermione calmly interjected, "Ron, please don't be angry when I tell you this, but I have met him once before, and he did not use that derogatory term again." Ron stated emphatically, "Yet that does not alter the fact that he has called you that before, Mione." Harry remained silent. He had to concede that Ron's words held truth. Even though he appeared markedly different now, the damage he had inflicted in the past lingered, and no matter Harry's perspective, it remained. Similarly, the wounds they had caused him were still very much present. Hermione remarked that mere verbal assertions could not alter Ron's entrenched perceptions of him. "However, Ronald, you must understand that people are capable of change," she stated calmly. "I am not without my own defenses. You might be unaware. But I caused him quite a bit of trouble back then, and now, I even hope he can heal Harry." Ron made a sound of acknowledgement, and then, as if a realization struck him, his eyes widened in astonishment. He placed the cup down heavily, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are you saying?" Hermione nodded, replying, "You must be aware of Harry's condition. Don't you think he has improved significantly lately? I struck a deal with Malfoy's family estate. Once Harry recovers, he will be able to unlock his residence." A satisfied smile graced her face as she continued, "Ronald, now he is the one in need of our assistance. Such a rare opportunity must surely be seized." Ron appeared to waver. Ultimately, their gathering concluded with Ron's contentment. Harry mused that it was indeed Hermione who had the solution. After lunch, Harry did not return to the Ministry of Magic, but instead made his way home. He suddenly perceived that his abode appeared somewhat untidy and resolved to renovate it. A quaint little cottage akin to Draco's, complete with a small garden, would be delightful. He envisioned inviting the children over to play in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he donned his coat, wrapped a scarf around his neck, and stepped out of his home. He strolled along the street for a while, unwittingly finding himself in the neighborhood where Draco resided. This area, in stark contrast to his own, appeared distinctly more refined. Towering sycamore trees lined both sides of the street, and at its heart lay a park, complete with a small lake. As he wandered through the park, he observed individuals fishing and others jogging. and he meandered further to discover a quaint playground for children. It seemed that this place held a certain charm. He emerged from the park, and at the end of the street corner stood a quaint little department store. Although its inventory was modest, it offered a selection of daily necessities, all of commendable quality. This street boasted several coffee shops, each with a delightful aroma wafting through the air, albeit with few patrons. There were also a few bakeries and an Italian pasta restaurant. It seemed that this street was indeed far superior to his own. He continued to stroll for a while, eventually pausing his steps in front of a shop. After pondering for a moment, he stepped inside. Lin Zheng was drowsily leaning against the cabinet. He is the real estate agent for this neighborhood, where an exceptional elementary school is located amidst a picturesque environment, all in close proximity to the city center. Consequently, the properties here have demonstrated a remarkably stable trend, with their values appreciating year after year. His business thrives effortlessly. He merely needs to sit in his shop, and customers will naturally arrive. For instance, he raised his face to gaze at the young man with dark hair who had just entered. He appeared to be in his 20s, possessing a pair of enchanting green eyes that radiated tranquility and composure. He was certain that if he were to move in, the housewives of the community would be captivated by the allure of his gaze. As he stepped inside, he surveyed his surroundings and then inquired, "Excuse me, are you the agent here?" Lin rose to his feet. He was somewhat portly, yet his face beamed with a warm smile as he replied, "Good day, sir. My name is Lin. May I ask for your name?" He spoke softly. "You may call me Porter." Lin took a moment to comprehend the needs of this Mr. Porter. He wishes to acquire a property here that offers a considerable degree of privacy, whether it be 2 or 3 stories, ideally with 5 bedrooms. His rationale behind this choice is that, with numerous children in the family, it would be preferable for each child to have their own room. Lin nodded in agreement. Those who could afford to purchase in this area were unlikely to be financially constrained. He subsequently reconfirmed his desired budget for the property with Mr. Potter. Harry amiably remarked, "Mr. Lin, you may present several more properties. I wish to explore a few options. The funds are not an issue, and I can settle the payment in one lump sum." He slyly winked and said, "Do not be deceived by my appearance. I can still afford the down payment." Upon hearing this, Lin contemplated for a moment before turning to operate his computer. After a short while, a thick stack of documents emerged from the printer. He picked it up and handed it to Mr. Porter, saying, "I happen to have 2 properties available for sale, both of which have only recently been listed. The previous owners have relocated, so the financial terms are relatively flexible. Shall I take Mr. Porter to see them now?" Harry readily agreed. Lin donned his attire and led Harry outside, locking up his shop and affixing a temporarily closed sign. As he walked, he conversed with Harry. "This is the architectural plan and layout of the house, Mr. Potter. You may peruse it at your leisure. Do you prefer the 2-story design or the 3-story one?" Harry pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us first examine the 3-story option." Lin nodded in agreement, murmuring, "You mentioned that you have a rather large family, and I too believe that the 3-story design would be more suitable." As he spoke, he walked ahead, guiding Harry along. This quaint 3-story villa seemed to be nearing the end of the street, conveniently located close to a shop, making errands effortless. Potter nodded silently to himself as Lin pushed open the garden gate and led Harry inside. The garden, though modest in size, was ample for children to play. The entrance porch featured 2 sofas, one of which was adorned with a discarded toy. Lin produced a key and unlocked the door, a melodious chime of wind bells resonating in the air. Lin explained, this wind chime was left by the previous owner, said to be brought back from the Mediterranean, believed to bring good fortune. He hoped that every new resident would receive such luck. Harry softly remarked, "It seems the former owner was a very kind gentleman." Lin nodded and replied, "They are the nephew of the original owner of this house, as the old aunt had no other heirs. The committee discovered him during their investigation and allowed him to inherit the property. He felt incredibly fortunate, and thus wished for the next owner to experience the same fortune." Harry glanced around, noting that the interior was well maintained. The first floor was covered with thick, soft carpeting, slightly dusted, but not significantly so. The living room featured a fireplace, a television, and expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of the outside. A circle of sofas surrounded the room, although marks were visible beneath them. Lin explained, "They previously had cats, so these are merely the remnants of their feline companions." After saying this, he gestured for Harry to look towards the center of the living room, where a tall cat tree stood proudly. He led Harry once more towards the kitchen. Their kitchen is spacious, adorned with windows all around, allowing for ample natural light and a view of the sycamore trees outside. Lin continued, Essential items and appliances are all readily available here. However, if Mr. Potter finds these appliances lacking, I would be more than willing to assist in replacing them with new ones. After speaking, he led Harry towards the staircase. At the back of the stairs, there is a small door, which Lynn opened to reveal a modest storage room. He explained that this house lacks a basement, enhancing its moisture resistance. This storage room was previously used by the male proprietor for storing wine. Of course, Mr. Potter. It is entirely your prerogative to store whatever you wish. He led Harry upstairs, where the second floor was similar in size to the first. It featured a modest living room furnished with a sofa and a floor-to-ceiling window, alongside a bookshelf that was completely filled, yet devoid of books. Lynn guided Harry as they took in their surroundings, remarking, "The second floor comprises 4 rooms, each equipped with its own private bathroom, which should adequately meet the needs of Mr. Potter's child, don't you think?" Harry nodded in affirmation, stating, "It does." Lynn felt a sense of relief and smiled, saying, "That is splendid to hear, as the 3rd floor contains only 2 bedrooms. Allow me to show you." On the 3rd floor, there were 2 bedrooms. One was quite spacious, while the other was rather small. Lynn explained, while the second room is labeled a bedroom, it would be more aptly described as a study. However, the previous owner utilized this space as both a study and a sleeping area. Should Mr. Potter find it unsatisfactory, it can certainly be remodeled. Harry entered the master bedroom, which was remarkably large, featuring a grand bed at its center and a desk beside it, complete with a private bathroom. Truly all necessities were accounted for. He approached the window and gazed down at the crowd strolling below. Harry turned around and inquired, "How much is this house?" Lynn glanced at his phone and replied, "The current asking price from the owner is this." He articulated a figure, observing the young gentleman in contemplation by the window. Sensing that the price might be a tad excessive, he pondered for a moment before saying, "If you, Mr. Potter, find the price somewhat steep, I can assist you in negotiating it down to this amount." He mentioned another figure, slightly lower than the previous one. Lynn continued, "Mr. Porter, if you find this price unsatisfactory, shall we explore another house?" Harry turned around with a smile and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lynn. When can we finalize the transfer procedures? I wish to move in at the earliest opportunity." He surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Moreover, I would like to know if certain items within this house can be exchanged as part of the price." Lynn could scarcely believe his ears. The location of this house was prime, and thus the price was relatively high, even considered steep within this community. It had been on the market for some time. Although many had come to view it, it had yet to sell. Lynn quickly calculated in his mind and replied, "If Mr. Porter, you are willing to pay the initial asking price, I can assist you in transforming this house to your liking. This includes updating the appliances and making some modifications to the wiring, among other things." He raised his professional smile and said, "Let me calculate for you. If I include the modifications I will make, this price could even be more economical than if you were to do it yourself. Moreover, if you feel overwhelmed, I can assist you in applying for a loan. What do you think?" Harry shook his head and replied, "Let us proceed with the plan as you suggested, Mr. Lynn. When can we complete the paperwork?" Lynn responded eagerly, "Of course. Mr. Potter, how do you intend to make the payment?" Harry produced a prepared check and inquired, "What about the procedures?" Lynn assured him, "I will take you through it right now." Upon returning to the shop, Lynn first operated the computer and then printed out a document containing some code. Holding the paper and his car keys, he said, "Mr. Potter, I will now take you to the municipal office to complete the formalities." Once they were in the car, Lynn drove toward the municipal office. Upon arrival, Lynn guided Harry to the property transaction section, where he handed over the printed document. Harry signed it and presented the check. The individual inside validated the check and informed Lynn, "Everything is in order, the check is authentic, and the bank has processed the transfer. You may collect the new property deed in 15 business days." The person then handed back another document, advising, "Bring this to collect the property deed, or this gentleman can present his identification to retrieve it." After expressing their gratitude, Lynn and Harry exited the municipal office. Harry was astonished by how simplified the Muggle transaction procedures had become. He remarked, "That house is now officially mine, correct?" With a broad smile, Lynn, having just checked his bank balance, replied, "Sir, that house now belongs to you. Would you prefer to hold the keys now, or shall I give them to you once the renovations are complete?" Harry smiled back and responded, "You can hold on to them for now. How long will the renovations take?" Lynn considered Harry's expression and replied thoughtfully, "Depending on your requirements, it could take 1 to 2 months if the changes are extensive. However, if there are only minor adjustments, it can be completed in 2 weeks." Harry stated, Let me outline the areas that need renovation. Money is not an issue, but can we expedite the timeline? Chapter 47. Preparations after resolving the immediate matters. Harry returned home and quietly began to organize his belongings. He recalled the theory regarding house elves that Draco had previously mentioned. Stroking his chin, he resolved to inquire at Grimmauld Place whether Creature would be willing to accompany him to his new abode. He could reside in that storeroom, and Harry could make some modifications for him. That night, Harry experienced an unusually pleasant dream. His newly acquired residence has been entirely refurbished, with the kitchen appliances replaced by the latest models according to his vision. In truth, a wizard's home does not necessitate an abundance of electrical devices. A house elf and household charms could efficiently address most tasks. However, he considers himself a member of SPEW and feels compelled to refrain from incessantly exploiting house elves. He pushed open the gate to his garden, where his home was secured with wards against prying eyes and protective enchantments. Upon entering, he beheld a figure seated at the entrance of the porch, a book, presumably on potions, spread open upon his lap. From within the garden, the distant sounds of children frolicking echoed softly. Though the individual features were somewhat obscured, the golden hair revealed his identity to Harry. Upon awakening, Harry found himself inexplicably tinged with a sense of regret. He glanced at the calendar hanging by the door, noting that there were still 2 days until the weekend. Meanwhile, in distant France, Draco had just awakened in his home, reviewing Scorpius's homework. Scorpius sat nearby, his eyes darting around the room. Narcissa had already departed, claiming she was going to meet an old friend. After Draco cautioned her to take care, she exchanged affectionate kisses on the cheeks with Scorpius before leaving. Now, the household was occupied solely by Scorpius and Draco. Having been away the previous weekend, Draco took advantage of his day off from reporting to the Ministry of Magic to check on Scorpius's assignments. Although Scorpius had yet to reach the age for attending Hogwarts, French wizards offered a preschool suited for young witches and wizards, teaching them some commonly used spells and how to feel and control their magical abilities. Initially, Narcissa intended to hire a tutor for Scorpius, but after careful consideration, Draco decided it would be best for Scorpius to attend this preparatory school for young wizards, allowing him to begin experiencing communal life early. This weekend, the teacher had assigned homework to the young wizards, and Draco was now reviewing Scorpius's work. The assignment was relatively simple. Practice a certain number of spells at home, study Latin, and then have a parent sign to confirm completion. Given that some ancient spells involve Latin, it remains crucial for young wizards to learn the language. Despite modern spells being simplified, some still retain Latin variants. Draco felt a slight headache as he examined Scorpius's crooked handwriting. It was unclear whether Scorpius's poor penmanship stemmed from a lack of effort or some other reason, but his Latin exercise resembled a chaotic jumble. Draco endeavored to temper his frustration and inquired, "My dear, I recall that you had been practicing your writing diligently. How has it come to this?" Scorpius shifted his feet on the floor, averting his gaze and offering no response. Draco set aside the homework, gazing at his son, who bore a striking resemblance to him, and sighed. He momentarily drifted into a reverie, gazing at Scorpius, who appeared reluctant to engage in conversation. Suddenly, he contemplated that Potter must feel even more burdened when faced with his 3 sons. Observing Draco's silence, Scorpius, unable to withstand the weight of his father's authority, shyly approached and grasped one of Draco's hands, confessing, "I went out with them this weekend. Dad, I won't do it again." Ultimately, Draco could not bring himself to chastise Scorpius, for he had not spent time with him that weekend. Moreover, he anticipated that his obligations would only increase in the days to come. He kissed Scorpius gently and replied, "In the coming days, I shall be busier. Once I have navigated through this hectic period, I will take you back to your true home, if that is agreeable to you." As the almost certain heir to the Malfoy lineage, Scorpius was well aware of where his so-called true home lay. His spirits lifted, he inquired eagerly, "Will I be able to see Harry Potter? The real one?" Draco was taken aback by his son's unabashed admiration for Potter, which only exacerbated his headache. He forced a smile and said, "Yes, indeed. Oh, and I have brought you an autograph." After reviewing Scorpius's homework and escorting him to school, he then made his way to another location. This place was also situated in a renowned affluent district of France, where Jiminy Skarsky resided. He had just arrived at the entrance of a grand mansion when the door swung open. Upon entering, he found Jiminy standing at the threshold, awaiting his arrival. Draco nearly failed to recognize him. He washed his hair and neatly braided it, letting it cascade down the back of his head, the dark brown strands gleaming. His beard was completely shaven, and he donned an intricately designed shirt. His brown eyes sparkled with confidence, and upon seeing Draco, he cheerfully greeted, "Mr. Malfoy, good morning." To Draco's surprise, Mr. Jiminy appeared unexpectedly youthful. Intrigued, he approached, and Jiminy welcomed him into his home, where they settled in the parlor. Once seated, a steaming array of coffee, milk, perfectly crisp bacon, bread, and donuts materialized on the table. Jiminy, unabashedly seated across from him, smiled and said, "Mr. Malfoy, I presume you haven't had breakfast yet? Let us eat before discussing the upcoming arrangements." Out of courtesy, Draco lifted a cup of coffee and took a gentle sip. A smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Quite delightful." Jiminy beamed. His spoken tone was somewhat peculiar, yet it did not hinder Draco's understanding. He added, "I hope the witches of France or England can be as understanding as Mr. Malfoy." Setting down his cup, Draco noted the soft clink of the base against the tray and inquired, "Mr. Jiminy, have you already considered whom to invite to the ball?" Jiminy pondered for a moment before responding, "Before my arrival, my family provided me with a list. I'm not very familiar with these families, so it would be perfect if Mr. Malfoy could help me assess them." With that, he produced a sheet of parchment, which Draco took in hand. It bore a few names, but not many. Notably, the families Draco recognized were all listed. It seemed that the invitation scope for the ball was quite extensive, Draco mused, especially since some were from England. He set aside the parchment and, with a smile, inquired, "Mr. Jiminy, would you prefer to host this ball in England or in France?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiminy responded, "Let us hold it in France. What do you think of my residence for the occasion?" He waved his hand and spoke. "Before coming here, my family specifically purchased this with the hope of finding me a perfect companion." Draco smiled and responded, "I understand. It shall be at your residence then." The following day, Harry visited his new home once more. The surroundings had already been enclosed, and Mr. Lynn stood at the entrance, donning a helmet. Upon seeing Harry, he warmly approached and said, "Mr. Potter, take a look. I have prepared to repaint the walls, and I will replace the furniture and carpets for you. As for the appliances, they will be ready by the day after tomorrow. Is there anything else you would like to address?" Harry nodded, thoroughly pleased with Mr. Lynn's progress, and replied, "Thank you." After leaving, he decided to pay a visit to the Ministry of Magic. His spirits had been remarkably high these past few days. Possibly due to the combined effects of Draco's life spell and the potion, the dark emotions that had lingered in his heart seemed to have significantly diminished. However, before he could reach the ministry, he received a message from Hermione. He picked up his phone and, upon reading the message sent by Hermione, was filled with a joyful smile. He changed his mind and walked to a secluded corner, where the burrow materialized before him. The burrow remained as it always had, with Molly wrangling 3 children in the garden, trying to catch garden gnomes. Upon seeing Harry, the children erupted in joyous exclamations, "Daddy." Harry embraced each of them in turn, and Molly straightened up, glancing over. Harry gently inquired, "Is Ginny here today? I wish to speak with her." Molly responded with a quick, "Yes, I'll fetch her." The red-haired witch emerged from the house. Although she was now a mother of 3, she retained the beauty she possessed over a decade ago. Harry gazed at her, a faint smile illuminating his face as he said, "Hello, Ginny." She returned his gaze and replied, "Come in." As Harry stepped into the burrow, the 3 children wisely refrained from interrupting their conversation, continuing to assist their grandmother in her endeavors. The rest of the Weasley family was occupied with their own tasks, leaving only Harry and Ginny in the cozy confines of the burrow. They brewed a pot of tea together, after years apart. Harry now held a place in her heart akin to that of Ron, like a brother. "What is it?" she asked. "There is to be a children's wizard exchange program between the UK and France, essentially a summer camp, and I wish to send the 3 children. Rose is too young and does not meet the age requirement, but James and the others are eligible," Ginny pondered. "I haven't heard anything about this," Harry explained. "It hasn't been announced yet. I will accompany them for safety. You need not worry, as some teachers from Hogwarts will also be attending, and the French will send representatives as well. If all goes well, I will sign the forms when enrollment begins." Ginny agreed. Harry's visit today was indeed centered around this matter. After their conversation, he intended to take the children out for some fun, but just as he was about to leave, Ginny called out to him, "Harry, are you happy now?" Holding his youngest son's hand, with the older 2 already ahead, he paused briefly at her question before responding. "I feel quite well, thank you for asking, Ginny." She then patted his back and remarked, "I saw the reports. It seems you and Malfoy have been getting along well." She added, "Keep it up, Harry." He was unaware of what Ginny had perceived and could only utter, "Thank you, Ginny." Ginny waved her hand dismissively, and Harry, along with the 3 children, first ventured to the Muggle restaurant they had long desired to visit, followed by a leisurely stroll down Diagon Alley, where he purchased various items that each child had wished for. Thus, the day slipped away. After finishing dinner, he returned the 3 children to number 4, Privet Drive. The following morning, he rose with vigor and first made his way to Hermione's home. At that moment, Hermione was enjoying her breakfast, and before Rose lay a feather, which she was intently attempting to levitate with her toy wand. Upon catching sight of Harry, she sweetly exclaimed, "Uncle Harry." Harry greeted her warmly, "Good morning, Rose." With a twinkle in her eye, Rose dashed into the living room, calling out, "Mom, Uncle Harry is here." Hermione responded while hastily emerging from the room, her hair and attire in casual disarray. Upon seeing Harry, she expressed her surprise. "So early?" Harry, dressed in a formal wizarding robe over a tailored suit crafted by the old tailor, pointed to the clock on the wall and remarked, "Today is Friday. Do not forget the invitation we received." Hermione's expression turned solemn as she sighed. "You suddenly become so eager at this hour." Harry smiled and replied, "Of course. The significance of this family must be considerable, otherwise, why would they send a personal invitation to us?" Hermione opened the door, allowing Harry to enter, and inquired, "Have you heard of the Skalskys?" Harry shook his head. Hermione picked up a sandwich from the table and continued, "Although I had anticipated this answer, it appears you truly know nothing about them." She explained, "They are an ancient pureblood family from Albania, arguably one of the foremost wizarding pureblood families in Eastern Europe. Due to their lineage, they are now seeking powerful and suitable partners in England and France, which presents a splendid opportunity for magical exchange. And do not forget," she added, casting a meaningful glance at Harry, "we speculated whether Voldemort's Horcruxes might be hidden in the forests of Albania, though our final hypothesis proved incorrect. It does highlight the unique nature of that place." Harry adjusted his bow tie in the mirror and earnestly asked, "What should I do at the ball?" Hermione advised, "Maintain a low profile. Do not overshadow the host. Many witches will be in attendance, yet their intentions may not necessarily revolve around Mr. Skalski." She spoke with a hint of implication. "Do not forget, you and Malfoy are both highly sought-after candidates within the British Ministry of Magic. Instead of venturing to distant Albania, would it not be more advantageous to remain here in England?" Chapter 48. The ball this time, Draco donned a light-colored shirt, complemented by cufflinks and a brooch, which for him was sufficiently understated. Nonetheless, as a representative of the French Ministry of Magic, he remained a figure of considerable attention. Moreover, it is worth noting that this gentleman has recently lawfully reclaimed the Malfoy estate, indicating that his wealth is hardly inferior to that of Mr. Skalski, who has traveled all the way from Albania. What is even more intriguing is that this gentleman is currently single. He stood quietly at the entrance of Skalski's estate, a glass of champagne in hand, slowly revolving. It appeared as though he was deep in contemplation or perhaps awaiting the arrival of someone. The estate was indeed expansive, with enchanting sisters and fairies performing upon the stage, surrounded by clusters of luminescent flora and lanterns. Delicate flower sprites adorned each guest with a beautiful bloom upon their heads and sprinkled them with shimmering powder. Harry and Hermione entered through the doorway, presenting their invitation to the staff at the entrance. After verifying the signature, the attendant graciously opened the door and warmly greeted them. "Welcome, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger." Harry and Hermione stepped inside. In the aftermath of the war, Harry had attended several balls, yet he held a certain aversion to such social gatherings. Each attendee yearned to hear the tale of the Savior's perilous final battle, how he triumphed over the Dark Lord, and what transpired thereafter. However, for Harry, it was not a pleasant memory to be relived. Thus, he had been reluctant to partake in such festivities. Yet, this evening's ball bore a different theme. He was not the focal point, and most importantly, the invitation had been personally signed and sent by Draco. Harry scanned the room and quickly spotted a familiar blonde figure standing in the corner. He softly spoke to Hermione, who nodded in response. And then he made his way over. Draco cradled one arm, his gaze fixated on the glass of champagne he held, oblivious to his surroundings. Yet, given his usual vigilance, he would typically notice anyone approaching him immediately. However, Harry was an Auror, and notably, he had achieved full marks in his stealth course. Over time, Draco had subconsciously come to regard Harry's presence as a safe one. Thus, when Potter's voice resonated in his ear, he was taken aback, nearly spilling the champagne in his hand. He cast a glance at Potter, who had arrived unannounced, with an expression akin to that of one who has seen a ghost. His gaze then shifted to the witch with brown hair, standing at a distance, who waved at him. Draco felt an inexplicable sense of belonging among them. He steadied his mind and spoke, Has he arrived? Unfazed, Harry discreetly shielded the inquisitive gazes with his own body. He glanced around, spotting the young man with chestnut hair encircled by the crowd. Is it him? Draco casually seized a glass of champagne from a nearby table and pressed it into Harry's hand. Upon taking it, a glass materialized in the spot that had been vacant moments ago, brimming with champagne. Draco nodded, slightly raising his own glass, gently clinking it against Harry's, taking a delicate sip while concealing his words behind the cup. Jimmy Skalski. Harry also lifted his glass, the liquid gliding down his throat into his stomach. The wine was rather mild. He replied, Hermione briefed me on Skalski before she arrived. He hails from a family in Albania. He gazed at the young man standing in the center, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. This family, unwaveringly neutral during the war, had once been approached by Dumbledore, who sought their assistance in the quest within the forest to uncover the whereabouts of Voldemort's Horcruxes, only to be met with their refusal. A hint of a cold smile appeared on his face. In this era of peace, it is rather ironic to seek marriage alliances. Draco coughed softly and remarked, Restrain your animosity, Potter. The British Ministry of Magic harbors such individuals, does it not? Those who were once timid turtles during the war now emerge to reap the benefits. Such people exist in every corner of the world. I am aware of your disdain for them, yet there is little you can do to alter their nature. After finishing his thoughts, a relaxed smile graced his features as he continued, Look at those young ladies, both British and French, each ambitious to become the next Mrs. Skalski. Among them are families that once fled from Britain to France, yet their fortunes have not been as favorable as mine, their estates confiscated, their bloodlines threatened with extinction. In times like these, even the slightest glimmer of hope is something they are eager to seize. He sighed. Although it may seem somewhat unjust to those young ladies, fate can indeed be rather cruel at times. Just then, a small sprite fluttered above Draco's head, sprinkling him with a bit of shimmering dust. Draco lifted his gaze to glance at the sprite, his eyes reflecting the sparkle of the dust. However, he quickly lowered his head again and remarked, Rather than remaining here in France with no hope in sight, it would be wiser to venture to Albania. Furthermore, some young women, proud of their wizarding heritage, are reluctant to wed muggles, perhaps due to immense familial pressure against such unions, or perhaps simply because they themselves harbor no desire to marry a muggle. Harry glanced at him and inquired, And what about you? Are you not also averse to marrying a muggle? What was the name of that lady I encountered last time? She seemed to be subtly probing through me to gather information about you. Draco cast him a resigned look and replied, The reason I cannot marry a muggle is that I still have a choice. He remarked, Do you not think that today's muggles and wizards are quite impressive as well? He gestured for Harry to look in Hermione's direction, where she was currently surrounded by several officials from the French Ministry of Magic, seemingly engaged in discussion. Harry nodded in deep agreement and remarked, Hermione is the most brilliant which I have ever encountered. Just as Draco was about to speak again, Mr. Jiminy swiftly made his way to the center stage, seized the microphone from the fairy sisters, and proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, now, let us change the atmosphere and commence dancing. With that, he joyfully leaped off the stage. The fairy sisters exchanged glances with the nearby band and ceased their performance. The drummer began to play a lively beat, and as the tempo intensified, a more jubilant and exhilarating melody filled the air. Harry chuckled and said, After all these years, the opening dance tune remains unchanged. Draco nodded and looked in Hermione's direction, saying, Aren't you going to invite Granger? Before he could finish his sentence, a gentleman extended his hand towards Hermione. With a smile, Hermione placed her hand in his palm, and the two glided into the dance floor with a courteous demeanor. Draco remarked, I recognize him. Do you know who he is? Harry glanced at the gentleman, recalling that he had seen him at the Ministry of Magic, unremarkable and devoid of any noteworthy attributes. He is a Ravenclaw. We often encountered him in the library when Hermione insisted we go. He would occasionally discuss assignments with her. I never realized he was French. Draco nodded, realizing he was indeed a fellow Hogwarts student. Although he frequented the library, his visits paled in comparison to the Golden Trio, hence his lack of recollection was understandable. Draco whispered, I suggested you invite her to dance. Harry turned to him, his lips moving slightly as he replied, Hermione is quite popular. What will you do? Draco shrugged. Speaking somewhat coldly, I have no desire to casually invite anyone to dance. Harry quietly suggested, Then may I invite you to dance? Draco nearly spewed his champagne, but he managed to stifle it, avoiding a significant embarrassment. He coughed several times, casting a fearful glance at Potter and then surveying the surroundings, clearly anxious about being overheard. He lowered his voice and said to Potter with a menacing tone, What are you saying? Harry glanced up and noticed that Jiminy had invited a young witch who had already begun to dance. While the remaining young ladies began to cast their gazes upon the gentleman present, and, of course, some were not without interest in the two of them. He spoke calmly. For I have always felt that if you do not dance with me, someone will soon come to invite you to dance with them. He added, if you were to decline those ladies, I believe it would be rather impolite. Instead, we might as well dance together, for that way, no one would come seeking us. He gestured for Draco to gaze upon the dance floor, where groups of gentlemen were mingling and dancing together. He remarked, and let us not forget, we stand here, possibly becoming targets for those ladies, as you have mentioned. A glimmer of hope is something they will eagerly seize. Draco responded, damn it, when did Potter become so articulate? Harry smiled at him, gently swaying to the rhythm of the music, and said, shall we dance, dear Draco? Otherwise, those girls might just encircle you. Draco cast a sidelong glance around, indeed noticing several eyes converging upon them. Observing his reaction, Harry extended his hand, palm up, bending slightly at the waist, and inquired, dear Draco, may I have the honor of inviting you to share a dance with me? Draco's eye twitched imperceptibly. He sighed, and with a resolute demeanor, placed his hand in Potter's. Harry straightened up and naturally wrapped his arms around Draco's waist as they glided onto the dance floor. As the two began to dance, some of the inquisitive gazes dissipated in disappointment. Hermione, dancing beside a gentleman from Ravenclaw, noticed Harry's demeanor and involuntarily twitched her eye. The Ravenclaw gentleman, sensing her movement, followed her gaze. He beheld Draco and Potter dancing together, and a hint of surprise washed over him. Weren't they once at odds during their school days? When had their relationship blossomed so warmly? Hermione, sensing the unspoken question, took it upon herself to elucidate for Harry. With the confines of school now behind them, their bond had naturally evolved. Skillfully, she diverted the conversation. As Draco joined Harry on the dance floor, he realized that Harry had likely undergone some formal training. He moved with a grace and agility that defied Draco's previous notions. He was slightly taken aback, and after a brief spin, Harry grasped one of his hands while placing the other on his lower back. Draco inquired, Potter, when did you learn to dance? Harry deftly guided him in another direction and replied casually, after the war, I attended numerous soirees to ensure that no one discovered the Savior's lack of dancing skills. They specifically arranged for me to work with an etiquette master who honed my abilities, teaching me how to invite, how to initiate conversation, and how to politely decline. Upon finishing his statement, he skillfully led Draco away from the throngs of people to the periphery. The dance floor was circular, and they now found themselves nestled in a corner, with Harry's back turned towards the outside, effectively shielding them from prying eyes. He lowered his gaze to Draco and continued, I must relearn everything. It was at that moment that I learned to dance, yet I am ill-suited for socializing and detest such occasions. Fortunately, the reputation of the Savior still holds sway. Whenever I wish to leave, no one can impede my departure. Draco muttered, they cannot restrain you, can they? The music gradually faded, signaling the end of the opening piece. Harry kept Draco at the edge of the dance floor, and Draco took a moment to glance at Mr. Jiminy, who, after dancing, was conversing animatedly with a young lady clad in a pink dress, his face adorned with a smile, appearing quite content. He had eased a portion of his heart, for he too had been involved in this matter, merely hoping that no complications would arise along the way. Potter followed his gaze and remarked, he is indeed quite young. Draco nodded in agreement, stating, young, yet his abilities are commendable. Do you know what he did prior? Harry inquired with interest. What did he do? Draco responded. He successfully nurtured a vast array of magical plants, the blue moonflower. Have you heard of it? Harry honestly shook his head, and Draco, not at all surprised, proceeded to enlighten him. It is an exceedingly rare magical plant. Do you recall the unicorn hairgrass we exerted so much effort to find in the Forbidden Forest last time? Harry recalled the centaurs and exclaimed, is it similar to that? Draco shook his head, gazing towards Mr. Jiminy, and said, no magical plant possesses identical properties, but the blue moonflower is an almost universal antidote. He spoke softly, expressing that with it, he could nearly concoct the potion of his most ideal state. This time, he was willing to allow me to gather a portion of the blue moonflower, and in exchange, I invited him to France to host this grand ball. Harry glanced over, noticing that Mr. Jiminy seemed to have a new lady by his side. The purpose of this ball was well understood by all attendees. Harry's presence was purely for Draco, who sought to bolster the gathering with numbers. Furthermore, it appeared that Mr. Jiminy was quite pleased to have the Savior of England gracing his ball, and perhaps after the festivities concluded, he would approach Potter for an autograph, clutching a photograph of him. Chapter 49. The Ball. One as time gradually passed, several more waltzes filled the air. Yet both Draco and Harry tacitly refrained from entering the dance floor, choosing instead to remain in their corner, undisturbed. After dancing a couple of times, Hermione descended, holding a glass of wine as she searched for her friends. She spotted Harry and Malfoy leaning against a corner of the dance floor. Harry seemed to say something to Malfoy, who surprisingly lowered his head and chuckled. The two clinked their glasses amicably, sipping the champagne. Harry gazed at him with a gentle smile, inexplicably sending shivers down Hermione's spine. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against interrupting their conversation. However, the topic of their discussion was anything but romantic. They were reminiscing about Harry's first mission. Harry recounted that during his inaugural assignment, he had just been accepted into the Auror department. Although he had previously participated in numerous battles as an Auror, this was the first time he truly felt the weight of being an Auror. On his first mission, he had already taken on the role of the Vanguard. He spoke to Draco, saying, at that time, during my inaugural mission as a fully fledged Auror, I felt more exhilaration than anxiety. I yearned to showcase my abilities, especially since Voldemort's remnants had not been entirely eradicated. I aspired to achieve greater feats, to demonstrate my true prowess to everyone. Upon hearing Harry's words, Draco swirled his drink and remarked, "Does that suggest something went amiss?" Harry, taken aback, queried, "How did you know?" Concealing a hint of amusement, Draco replied, "If everything had gone smoothly, your tone would be quite different." Harry concurred, "Indeed, at that time, I was concealed on the first floor of a construction site belonging to Muggles, still in a state of partial disarray. I was crouched there, wand in hand, contemplating that if anyone showed their face, I would cast either a stunning spell or disarm them. However, much to my surprise, someone did appear from above. I sprang to my feet, ready to ascend, but the darkness engulfed the area, devoid of any lights, and I could not risk revealing myself with Lumos. In my distraction, I misstepped." Draco erupted in laughter, covering his lips with his cup, and said, "So, your first mission resulted in a faceplant?" Harry chuckled in response. "As fate would have it, I tumbled down just in time to evade a deadly curse, seizing the opportunity to hide beneath the stairs, where I engaged in a magical duel with those above." Draco nodded, envisioning Harry at that moment, brimming with ambition and eagerness to make his mark, yet encountering an unexpected embarrassment on his inaugural mission. Fortunately, he managed to conceal it swiftly. Otherwise, it might have become fodder for laughter within their Auror team, often resurrected in reminiscences. What was he doing at that time? Upon their arrival in France, he and his mother initially faced a period of considerable hardship. However, it was not long before his mother revitalized their household. She took Draco to visit many of her old friends, rekindling the connections between the Malfoy and Black families, and positioned Draco as the next head of the family. During this time, Draco was compelled to mature rapidly. Although their lives diverged in the post-war era, their experiences were remarkably similar, both being thrust into the necessity of becoming self-reliant individuals. Harry was laden with high expectations from the Auror department, while Draco was required to embody the essence of the Malfoy lineage. Yet, Harry's ascent was abruptly interrupted. This thought lingered in Draco's mind. Was his original task truly untouched by external interference? The conditions for invoking the curse are not particularly stringent, yet the demands placed upon the initiator are substantial. Such formidable curses often come at the cost of life. If there are individuals harboring such animosity towards Harry, why was this not reflected in the preliminary investigations? He swirled his glass, the wine within dancing in rhythm with his movements, reflecting the overhead lights and casting a kaleidoscope of colors that flickered across his face in a play of shadows. "Pensive," he remarked, "your words have left me somewhat perplexed." Harry inquired, "What troubles you?" Draco replied slowly, "What about your initial task? Did you truly uncover no issues?" Harry turned his gaze towards the dance floor, his voice steady as he responded, "There must have been complications. We simply have yet to discern them. Nonetheless, having undertaken the task, traces must remain, albeit we have not yet unearthed the thread." Draco nodded thoughtfully. "Since we cannot find any evidence for the moment, perhaps we should pause our inquiries." As their conversation concluded, the music shifted to a gentle melody. Draco glanced at the clock and remarked, "It seems the hour is drawing near." Harry surveyed the room. With the onset of the soothing tune, the crowd gradually dispersed, each individual seemingly finding their desired partner, leaning close to share whispered secrets. Meanwhile, the evening's host, Mr. Jiminy, was engaged in lively conversation with several young ladies, laughter punctuating their exchanges. "It seems they have exchanged something," Harry inquired. "What are they exchanging?" Does it concern you? Draco replied lazily. Why should I care? Their mutual affection is the most favorable outcome. If not, I would have to exert effort to organize another ball for him. I was rather hoping to expedite my journey to gather my blue moon flowers. He stifled a yawn, having been busy for several days preparing for the ball. The decorations, the invitation of the band, and the procurement of supplies for the event were nearly all his doing. He remarked that it would be best to find a suitable lady today, so he could proceed with subsequent matters. After he spoke, the enchanting fairy band at the ball gradually ceased their performance. The guests applauded, and after their bow, the musicians descended from the stage one by one. Among them, an elder fairy approached, sporting large ears and nose, with two little whiskers adorning its face. It addressed Draco, saying, Sir, we have fulfilled your request. Draco nodded and replied, The payment will be deposited into your Gringotts vault tonight. Upon hearing this, the fairies excitedly twitched their noses, bowed, and departed. The crowd began to slowly make their way toward the exit, with the attending wizards dispersing in various directions, some using flute powder, while others exchanged polite farewells before vanishing with a disapparition. Harry found Hermione again, who had garnered much from the evening. Her conversation with a gentleman from Ravenclaw had resolved a long-standing dilemma regarding animagi, and she was eager to return to England to test this newfound method. With the spell, the issue of illegal animagi could be addressed. Because of this matter, she felt a newfound appreciation for Malfoy, who escorted them to the door. As darkness enveloped the sky, Harry looked at Draco and whispered, Then we shall take our leave. Draco turned his head away, concealing a yawn with his hand, and said, Goodbye, Granger. Oh, by the way, Potter, if you are free tomorrow, you might need to stay here to assist me. Hermione inquired, What is it? Will it take long? I can grant him leave. Draco responded. He remarked, It's not a significant matter. I may need him to accompany me on a trip to Albania. Hermione, with keen insight, inquired, Is it regarding Skarlsky? What arrangement have you made with him? Draco appeared on the verge of capitulation. Indeed, Granger was remarkably astute, he acknowledged. Indeed, for Harry's ailment. There is something I require from him. So once I conclude matters here, I shall journey to Albania to retrieve my recompense. Hermione nodded decisively, responding, Very well. I shall grant him leave. After all, you have not utilized your vacation days in recent years, have you? I shall arrange for the Auror department to process your leave. A faint smile graced her face as she patted Harry's shoulder. Make the most of this time and enjoy yourself. Draco and Harry exhibited contrasting reactions at that moment. Draco's expression was exceedingly complex, a visage of unutterable thoughts, while Harry appeared elated, exclaiming, Am I finally granted a holiday, Director Granger? Hermione chuckled at Harry's enthusiasm, replying, Accompanying our esteemed guest from the British Ministry of Magic may also be considered work. Harry then turned to Draco, saying, It seems I shall only be lodging at your place for the night, then? Draco. He inexplicably felt as though he had fallen into a trap. Yet at that moment, he found himself utterly unable to escape. He spoke with a hint of annoyance. Is there truly no hotel in France? Harry shrugged and replied, I do not possess property in France, unlike you. Moreover, we are to meet Mr. Skalski together. Staying at your residence would allow for greater convenience. Draco sighed, standing at the doorway like a statue, ensuring the departure of the guests within, while simultaneously debating with Harry about why he could not simply stay at a hotel in France. However, the argument proved fruitless, and after ushering the guests away, he had no choice but to escort Harry back. Jiminy sat in a chair, but upon Draco's entrance, he looked up, excitement radiating from him as he stood up in disbelief, asking, Is it really Harry Potter? Draco nodded and said, It is my honor to introduce Mr. Harry Potter. Jiminy exhibited the fervor of a devoted fan, eager yet hesitant to approach. He cautiously, with sparkling eyes, inquired, Hello, Harry. Harry extended his hand, responding, Hello, Harry Potter. Jiminy grasped Harry's outstretched hand and took several deep breaths before introducing himself, Jiminy Skalski. Harry retracted his hand and replied, Hello. What followed was a customary exchange. Jiminy requested an autograph, and then, with great care, he asked if he could invite the illustrious Harry Potter to his wedding in Albania. Suddenly, an idea struck Harry, and he inquired, I heard from Draco that you cultivated a vast array of blue moonflowers, Mr. Jim? Jiminy nodded, his face alight with the joy of having his idol acknowledge his endeavors, and he asked in astonishment, Mr. Potter, you know of blue moonflowers? No, in fact, I do not, Harry silently admitted to himself. Yet, upon glancing at Draco, he noticed a shared look of shock between them. It was as if the revelation that Potter would brazenly lie in front of him, claiming knowledge of such magical flora, was utterly astonishing, along with the implications of what Potter intended to do next. Harry spoke softly. I have heard that you invited Mr. Malfoy to view your achievements. Might I be fortunate enough to accompany him? Draco regarded him with surprise, as he had secretly harbored the desire for Potter to follow him discreetly. However, he was acutely aware that this was considered Skalski's private property, and the contract they had signed explicitly stated that only he was permitted to attend. With no mention of Potter included, he was uncertain whether there would be dangers along the way that he could not handle. For he had never before harvested the blue moonflower. He feared the possibility of unforeseen mishaps, reminiscent of the last encounter with the unicorn tail grass, where the sudden appearance of the 8-legged giant spider and the centaur had taken him by surprise. However, if Jiminy were to acquiesce, Porter could boldly accompany him to Albania without the need for furtive actions. Porter, to his credit, possessed a modicum of cleverness. Yet, Jiminy fell abruptly silent, and Porter refrained from pressing further, leaving the trio enveloped in an unexpected hush. Draco cleared his throat softly, poised to interject and alleviate the awkwardness. When Jiminy finally spoke up, he spoke as if he had made a resolute decision. If this is Mr. Potter's wish, then you may accompany Mr. Malfoy. However, both of you must pledge not to disclose any information regarding our family's blue moonflower. Harry solemnly assured him, I can swear it, should you have any reservations. Jiminy then felt a slight sense of relief. Very well, once my affairs are concluded, you two may join me on my journey to Albania. Harry inwardly sighed with relief and smiled. Thank you very much, Mr. Skalski. Chapter 50. The meeting gift. As the two emerged from the manor, the night had deepened significantly. The moon hung high, and the stars shone brightly. Instead of parting ways immediately, they walked together beneath the moonlight along the streets of Paris. The nights in Paris and London bore little distinction. If one were to insist on differences, it would be that Paris had more plane trees, their fallen leaves rustling crisply underfoot. As they strolled, silence enveloped them, the moonlight casting their shadows on the ground, one elongated, the other shorter. Draco pondered when they had last shared such a tranquil evening stroll. The answer was never. The only nocturnal venture they had shared was during their first year when they were punished in the Forbidden Forest. At that time, they had regarded each other with disdain. Yet it was that very journey that allowed Draco to witness Voldemort for the first time. Perhaps the haunting image of their professor, controlled by Voldemort, drinking blood from the ground, had etched itself so deeply in his memory that upon encountering the resurrected Voldemort later, he was gripped by profound fear. When had he become capable of walking peacefully with Potter? Even now, under the moonlight in Paris, often dubbed the city of romance by Muggles, Potter softly inquired, Where is your home? Draco pulled himself from his reverie, composed his thoughts, and replied, In the countryside. Harry, taken aback, asked, I thought you would have purchased a property in the city center, yet it turns out to be the countryside? Draco elucidated. It is a house inherited from a distant relative of the Black family. Since that relative left no heirs, the property now belongs to my mother. It was once part of the Black family estate, but now only my mother remains. He spoke, This is precisely the reason my mother brought me to France. Our family possesses an ancestral estate, and enterprises here. In France, the Malfoys can still thrive. However, had we remained in England, we would undoubtedly have faced severe repercussions and retaliation. My mother did not dare to take that risk. Harry responded with an "oh," glancing around. They were nearing the edge of the Wizarding Street in France, just a step away from returning to the Muggle world. He inquired, How do we proceed? Draco. He inquired with a hint of skepticism, Do you truly wish to visit my home? Harry replied with a smile, Of course. I have even prepared gifts for your son and your mother, thanks to Hermione, for it was she who reminded me. Draco. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth, and to his surprise, Potter had prepared welcome gifts for both his son and mother. Should one commend his thoughtfulness? Realizing he could not thwart Potter's intentions, he spoke up. With my arm entwined with his, we traversed through the Veil of Shadows. Upon concluding his words, he extended his arm, and Potter readily matched his gesture. A soft thud resonated, and in the place where they had just stood, only a wisp of smoke lingered, curling gently upwards. Potter felt himself being drawn with immense force, a myriad of bizarre images flashing before his eyes. Paris seemed to dissolve into a collection of tiny puzzle pieces. In an instant, he crossed over these fragmented visions and arrived at the other side. Draco guided him smoothly to a different location, a serene neighborhood where a quaint country estate stood before them, surrounded by expansive fields of grass, with a small lake nestled behind. In the distance, a village could be seen, though it lay a fair distance from their estate. Draco led him to the door and pushed it open. Harry stepped inside, feeling a wave of magical energy sweep past his body. It appeared Draco had preemptively adjusted the magical barrier, for otherwise, Harry would not have been able to enter. Upon crossing the threshold, he encountered a fountain at the entrance, crowned by a small angel. Below it, a cleverly designed stream meandered throughout the garden, its edges adorned with a swing likely belonging to Scorpius. Behind it lay an olary, housing a few diminutive brooms, presumably meant for children. The grand door was painted black, perfectly in line with the Black family's aesthetic. Draco approached, and the door swung open in response. Upon entering, Harry was astonished to find a woman seated in the center. At the sound of their arrival, she turned her head. It was Narcissa Malfoy. Upon seeing Harry, a blend of surprise and delight flickered across her face. She rose, seemingly unchanged from a decade prior. Time had left few marks on her visage, yet her eyes bore the weight of intertwined sorrow and resilience. She approached Harry, extending her hand, and spoke gently. Narcissa Malfoy. Welcome to you, Mr. Potter. Harry exchanged a brief handshake with her. Her hand was soft, yet he could feel the wrinkles that told of her years. Harry Potter, madam. It is a pleasure to meet you. Narcissa then shifted her gaze to Draco, her tone tinged with mild reproach. Draco, why did you not inform me of our guest's arrival? Turning back to Harry, she warmly invited, Mr. Potter, please, come in. Harry nodded and retrieved a small box wrapped in silk from his bag, presenting it to Narcissa. This is a gift. Please accept it. Narcissa appeared somewhat taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Harry's gesture. She glanced at Draco, who offered no response to her look, instead removing his shoes and wandering inside. A hint of understanding dawned upon her as she accepted the gift with a smile. Mr. Potter, you need not be so courteous. During our time in England, you assisted our family immensely, and we have yet to repay your kindness. Harry also removed his shoes, and Narcissa led him into the sitting room. The Black family estate in France stood in stark contrast to their residence in England. One could easily discern the difference between a home with a master and one without. This estate radiated opulence. Although autumn in Paris had already begun to chill the air, the interior of the mansion felt as warm as spring. As Harry had just taken off his robe, a coat rack flew over from the side, ready to hold his outer garment. He stepped inside. And this place was somewhat different from the Malfoy estate. The fireplace was ablaze with pine wood, and the fragrant aroma enveloped the entire room, reminiscent of the faint woody scent that clung to Draco. The living room was adorned with several spacious and comfortable sofas. To Harry's astonishment, there was a Muggle television set up, and at that moment, a little boy with golden hair was sitting on the sofa, utterly engrossed in the program, which appeared to be a science documentary. Upon hearing the commotion, the boy turned his head, first catching sight of Draco's silhouette, his eyes lighting up with delight. He immediately jumped off the sofa and energetically dashed toward Draco. Just as he was about to reach him, he noticed Harry's figure obscured by a corner. The boy gasped in surprise, abruptly halting his steps. With a cautious yet polite gaze, he glanced at Harry before darting into Draco's embrace. They shared a quick hug, and then he whispered excitedly to Draco, Daddy, did you really invite Harry Potter to our home? Harry found it amusing to witness Draco's embarrassed demeanor in front of him. Draco rubbed his forehead, ultimately conceding in a tone that suggested he had been bested by his son. This is Mr. Harry Potter. You should speak with a bit more respect. Scorpius's little face flushed with excitement as he broke free from Draco's arms and sprinted into another room, the sounds of rustling and clattering echoing from within. Shortly after, he emerged, clutching a pile of books. He joyfully placed the stack upon the coffee table in the living room, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Harry, earnestly imploring, Mr. Potter, could you please grant me your autograph? I wish to hang it in my room. Harry responded, while Draco, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of shyness and guilt, managing to squeeze out the words, Scorpius. Yet, Harry cheerfully bypassed him, exclaiming, of course. Where shall I sign, young Malfoy? Scorpius, referred to as young Malfoy, appeared blissfully overwhelmed, pressing closely to Harry as he opened the book laid before them. Some of these volumes were published in the British magical community, while others, seemingly embellished novels, were crafted in France, inspired by his life. With admiration, Scorpius exclaimed, So, you defeated the Dark Lord, saving my father and my grandmother, correct? In many respects, he spoke the truth, as he inscribed his name upon the pages of these books, each one chronicling his deeds. He suddenly realized that Draco had indeed been showing these volumes to his child all along. Just as he had mentioned, had he also grown up reading about himself? Scorpius flitted about the living room like a cheerful little bird, chirping animatedly. Draco seized an opportunity and approached, gripping the back of his collar to gently usher him away from Potter's side, expressing his annoyance. All right. Mr. Potter is our guest, and I must now escort him to rest. Scorpius gazed up at Draco with a pitiful look and inquired, Father, how long will Mr. Potter be staying with us? Draco's temper flared slightly. His jaw clenched as he replied, Not long. He will be leaving soon. Now, you've already obtained Mr. Potter's signature, so do not disturb his rest. Understood? He lowered his voice and spoke seriously. And Scorpius, you must not tell anyone that Mr. Potter has visited my home. Do you understand? Not your good friends, nor your classmates. Scorpius immediately replied, I understand, Dad. I want to say a word. After saying this, he made a comical gesture, as if vowing to keep it a secret. Harry suppressed a laugh as he observed the interaction between father and son, then spoke gently, Thank you for your fondness. Young Malfoy, this is a gift for you, and I hope you will like it. Upon finishing, he took out a small box from his pocket. Scorpius was deeply moved and happily exclaimed, Mr. Potter, it's really just a small gift. It was merely a trinket purchased from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Yet Scorpius appeared to cherish it immensely. He promptly unwrapped the box and joyfully returned to his room. Narcissa glanced over from the other end of the room. She had changed significantly from a few years ago. Harry had interacted little with her, only aware that she had once bravely defied Voldemort for Draco, even lying for him. Although she now bore a resemblance to her former self, she had transformed in essence. Her demeanor was much more serene and composed than before. Once she had exuded an air of superiority, but now she resembled a gentle countrywoman who had long settled into her surroundings. Nevertheless, Harry understood that Narcissa remained the astute and capable Narcissa Malfoy. She had simply masked her true self more effectively, and she now recognized whom her family ought to ally with and depend upon. Thus, she bestowed a warm smile upon Harry. However, Harry had also matured. Shaped by past tribulations that had fostered his growth, he was acutely aware that he alone could not alter the world to achieve his aims. He needed to find allies who could support him. In many respects, Narcissa Malfoy was an excellent choice. Narcissa spoke gently, Mr. Potter, let Scorpius show you to your guest room. I have instructed the house elf to prepare it for you. Harry nodded, and as Draco led him toward the guest room, he quietly remarked, Scorpius. Draco felt an involuntary shiver run from his neck down to his spine, causing him to shudder. Taking a deep breath, he retorted fiercely, Do not call me that. He pushed open a door on the second-floor corridor, and Harry peered inside, revealing an expansive bedroom. It was roughly the same size as his home in a Muggle neighborhood in England, adorned with a canopied four-poster bed draped in delicate, inviting yellow linens and cushions. A soft wool carpet graced the floor, while decorative paintings adorned the walls. A row of wardrobes stood nearby, and a balcony overlooked a small lake reflecting the moonlight. Accompanied by a private washroom, Harry inquired, Do you often have guests at your home? Draco replied tersely, No. Over the years, you are the first. Harry was somewhat taken aback. He had expected that the Malfoys, given their stature, would not be so diminished upon arriving in France. Draco closed the door, remaining still, and earnestly addressed Harry. First, forget that my mother just called my name. However, how could Harry comply with Draco's request? Their rivalry had been established during their school years, and it was certainly not about to change now. He drawled, All right, little dragon, in a tone that seemed to provoke Draco into casting a curse upon him. In Chapter 51, The Greeting, 2, Draco reminded himself to remain calm and not to let his anger towards Potter surface, particularly since he felt he might not be able to best him in a confrontation. After repeating this admonition to himself several times, he managed to regain a semblance of composure. Potter had already stepped into the room, carrying nothing but a small handbag, which he placed on the table before opening it. Belongings began to emerge from the bag as if by magic, including his pajamas, favorite aftershave, and razor among other items. Draco followed him inside, locked the door with a soft click, cast a silencing charm, and then took a seat in a chair, adopting a serious demeanor as he said, Potter, let's talk. Harry withdrew his gaze from the surroundings, returned from the edge of the balcony, and took a seat as well. However, unlike the formal posture of Draco, his demeanor was more relaxed and casual. Draco asked, How do you feel now? With a gentle wave of his hand, Harry sent the vase on the table soaring into the air. He made a shooting gesture towards it, and Draco, oblivious to any incantation, was taken aback as the vase erupted with a resounding crash. Fragments and water cascaded everywhere, and the yellow blossoms within were shattered into myriad pieces. Draco stood in silence. Harry then clenched his fist, and miraculously, the shards and water coalesced back together, restoring the vase to its original state. However, The flowers could not be revived. Instead, he remorsefully directed the remnants to the waste bin. With a smile, he remarked, "Not bad. I feel quite well." Draco inquired, "What about that uncontrollable magic you mentioned earlier?" Harry stroked his chin, realizing that the volatile magic he had previously sensed had recently quieted, as if restrained by some unseen force. Noticing Harry's reaction, Draco concluded, "It seems the potion I prepared for you is effective. I shall provide you with another dose tomorrow morning, with slight adjustments to the formula. The results appear promising." Harry, a hint of astonishment in his voice, asked, "If I continue taking the potion, will the curse cease to manifest?" Draco shook his head, stating, "This is merely a temporary reprieve. As long as the curse resides within you, it will inevitably resurface. The potion can only suppress it for a time. It cannot eradicate it entirely. Furthermore, the duration of its efficacy will diminish, necessitating more frequent doses. However, the potion cannot be consumed indefinitely. Remember, it is not mere water. While it can invigorate and enhance focus, it can also plunge you into despair and lead you down a slow, hidden path to death. Given your current magical capacity and physical condition, you should take the potion once a week, with a maximum of 2 doses. In the shortest span, I could reduce it to every 3 or 4 days, but there will come a day when the curse breaches the potion's suppression. What then? If you find yourself needing a dose every 4 days, with only 1 day of relief, the remaining 3 will revert to your prior state. Should you succumb to the temptation of disregarding the time constraints and take another dose, you will truly fall into the curse's trap. Eventually, you will be left in a state worse than death." Draco's expression turned frigid as he continued, "Thus, it is imperative to identify the source of your curse and eradicate it entirely, otherwise." He spoke each word with deliberation. "What I can do now is to endeavor to suppress this curse as much as possible, which is precisely why I require the blue moonflower from the Skarsky family. It serves as the most exquisite neutralizer and the most potent enhancer. However, Potter, I sincerely hope we do not reach the point of employing this. Ideally, we should uncover the source of this curse before resorting to such measures. Although the hope is faint, it is not entirely absent. Tell me, has there been any progress on Granger's end? He indeed holds a certain admiration for Hermione and Draco. Could it be that the minds of the intelligent think alike?" The words Hermione had previously shared with him lingered in his memory, and at that moment, her voice resonated once more in his thoughts. "If Malfoy does not extend an invitation to you, then find a way to follow him to Albania. He must have engaged in some dealings with the Skarsky family, and this transaction is likely connected to you. At that time, I will allow you to leave. I am confident he comprehends my meaning. Harry, you must depart from Britain. Only then can I thoroughly pursue my investigation. There are individuals within the Auror team who are neither loyal to you nor to the Ministry of Magic. I have yet to uncover the true nature of this organization, but I am aware that they have allied with certain pure-blood families within the Ministry who oppose us. However, their intentions seem to diverge somewhat from those families. Your curse is likely a trap set by them. Harry, protect yourself and safeguard Malfoy. It seems I need both of you to survive." Harry stroked his chin and remarked, "Perhaps, but she hasn't disclosed much information to me." Draco rose, pacing the room as he spoke. "What did she say?" Harry replied candidly. "She insisted that I must accompany you to Albania, urging me to leave Britain for a time." Draco pondered aloud. "Why does she want you to leave Britain? Is it because your absence facilitates her actions?" He mused further. "No, she would not place herself in peril. She would act only under the assurance of safety. So, if you leave Britain, what is her plan?" Harry responded. "She did not elaborate. But she mentioned that some individuals within the Auror team are suspect." Draco contemplated. "I see. So she is conducting a covert investigation. Once it is complete," he remarked, "at that time, you had also returned from Albania. I comprehend now." A smile spread across his face as he spoke. "I understand. Granger wishes for you to once again become the savior, Harry." He felt a bit disoriented. How did the conversation shift to this topic so abruptly? Draco observed Harry, who appeared somewhat dazed, and an unexpected sense of superiority mixed with mischief welled up within him. He approached Harry, standing while Harry was seated, and playfully extended his hand to pat Harry's face, saying, "Dear Potter, you should obediently comply with our whims." After uttering these words, he withdrew his hand and turned to leave. However, to his surprise, in the next moment, his hand was grasped firmly by Potter once more. Harry rose to his feet, towering half a head taller than Draco. After seizing Draco's hand, he effortlessly pulled Draco towards him. Draco was utterly bewildered, finding himself inexplicably pressed against Potter's chest. Draco thought. This position instilled a slight sense of foreboding in him. He attempted to retract his hand, but Potter's grip was strong and warm, sending a rush of blood from his wrist to his brain. He yearned to reclaim his hand, now ensnared by Potter, suspended in midair, and alarmingly close, allowing him to feel the warmth radiating from his body. Potter's voice resonated in his ear, the warm breath brushing against his hair and earlobe as he posed a question. Manipulate? Who was manipulating whom now? The atmosphere within the room shifted abruptly, becoming perilous and ambiguous, prompting Draco to retort in a fit of indignation. Release my hand. Unfazed, Potter's tone retained a hint of mirth as he inquired, Do you wish to control me? Draco conceded defeat. He had always been adept at assessing situations, which was why he had audaciously betrayed Voldemort at the critical juncture, thereby transforming his reputation and emerging unscathed in the aftermath of the war. He remarked, all right. You have me under your control. Is that sufficient? Within his voice lies a compromise unbeknownst even to himself. Upon hearing this remark, Potter relinquished his hold, rubbing his wrist as he muttered, Damn Potter. Yet, Potter promptly inquired with genuine concern, Is your hand in pain? I didn't apply much pressure. After uttering this, he seized Draco's hand, compelling him to spread his fingers wide, and began to massage his wrist. An odd, tingling warmth emanated from his touch. Was Potter, perhaps, a concealed master of massage? For a moment, Draco refrained from withdrawing his hand, choosing instead to relish the rare service bestowed by the savior. He languidly remarked, It hurts. A little to the left. Yes, just like that. Harry patiently massaged his hand and inquired, When shall we embark on our journey to Albania? Draco pondered for a moment before responding, We must act in concert with that Mr. Jimny. Otherwise, we will be unable to locate the blue moonflower on our own. Furthermore, Potter, it is likely to be perilous there, so prepare yourself. In the coming days, you must attune your magical powers. Our hopes rest solely upon you. Do you understand? Harry nodded and asked, Am I still meeting your expectations, Mr. Malfoy? Mr. Malfoy, with a touch of aristocracy, replied, Not bad. Keep up the good work, Mr. Potter. After saying this, Harry gradually released his grip. Draco moved his hand, appearing to feel quite well, and retracted it, saying, Take good care of yourself. See you tomorrow morning. Harry settled back into his seat, watching Draco's silhouette as he closed the door, softly uttering, Good night, see you in the morning. Once Draco departed, Harry steadied his somewhat racing heart. In that fleeting moment, he experienced a peculiar sensation, one he dared not acknowledge, fearing the possibility of misinterpretation. He rubbed his face and departed hastily. The two individuals lay down, each lost in their own thoughts, and both experienced a chaotic and bizarre dream. In Draco's dream, Potter finally refrained from any self-destructive actions. Instead, he stood before Hogwarts, extending his hand with a smile amidst a throng of shadowy figures, their faces obscured. He involuntarily lifted his foot and walked towards Harry. Draco was suddenly awakened, struggling to calm his wildly racing heart. He exhaled deeply and reached out to grasp his wand. Glowing particles coalesced in the air, marking the passage of time. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. He sat up and reached for the glass of water placed on the bedside table, filled to the brim. Taking a sip, the icy water invigorated his mind slightly. He descended from the bed, his body bare, and made his way into the bathroom. After a hasty shower, he chose not to tie up his hair. Instead, taking a moment to scrutinize his reflection in the mirror, he sensed that his hair had grown slightly longer, and he murmured to himself, Perhaps it is time for a trim. He resolved to relinquish the care of his hair, straightened his posture, donned his bathrobe, and stepped outside. He first made his way to Potter's room on the second floor, knocked on the door, and called out in a prolonged tone, Potter, rise and shine. Almost immediately, the door swung open, catching him off guard and nearly causing him to stumble. Fortunately, Potter quickly extended his hand to steady him by the arm. Harry gazed at Draco, whose hair still bore traces of moisture, and exclaimed in astonishment, So early. Draco waved his wand, and the illuminated clock reappeared before him, indicating it was already 8:30. He cast a sidelong glance at Potter, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Not too late. Have you changed into your clothes yet? Harry spread his arms wide and confidently replied, Just this outfit, but I assure you it's clean. Draco's eye twitched slightly. He turned and led him downstairs. Upon arriving at the dining room, he found Narcissa and Scorpius already seated. Contrary to Harry's expectations, he had imagined that meals at the Malfoy residence would adhere to strict etiquette, yet it appeared to be rather relaxed. Scorpius's manner of eating was quite similar to that of his 3 siblings, the sole distinction being that he was an only child, sparing them from any potential chaos akin to a world war erupting at the dinner table. At that moment, Scorpius was fervently wielding his toy wand against a patch of vegetables, while Narcissa sat beside him, observing his efforts, and even kindly reminded him, the hourglass is nearly empty. If you don't succeed in transforming it before it runs out, you'll have to eat those vegetables as agreed. Chapter 52. The journey. Harry was taken aback. The transfiguration spell was far more intricate than the levitation charm his siblings were still practicing. Despite Scorpius's determined efforts, he failed to complete the transformation before the hourglass ran out, merely curling one corner of the vegetable slightly, which was deemed a partial success. Narcissa then announced, "Time's up." With a disgruntled expression, Scorpius surrendered and hastily shoved the remaining vegetables mixed with salad into his mouth, chewing with a look of exaggerated discontent. Draco pulled out a chair for him, stating, "Feel free to eat." Harry's gaze fell upon a basket brimming with steaming soft bread, croissants, sizzling bacon, and the quintessentially French baguette, alongside an array of salads and jams. At that moment, having finished his vegetable salad, Scorpius reached for a sandwich. He greeted warmly, "Mr. Porter, did you sleep well?" Harry took a seat, helping himself to a sandwich as he replied, "Thank you for your hospitality. I slept quite well." Draco cast a glance at him, deftly slicing the bacon on his plate, and remarked, "That's good. Once we tidy up, we must prepare to depart for Mr. Skalski's estate." Curiously, Harry inquired, "Can Mr. Skalski truly select his partner so swiftly?" Narcissa gently responded, "No. The unions of pureblood families are exceedingly intricate. First, a selection of candidates must be made, followed by the determination of a date, and then the establishment of a contract, which can be a prolonged process." As she leisurely spread jam on her bread, she explained to Harry, "In pureblood unions, the primary assurance is the birth of children, not the emotional connection between the two individuals. The ability to bear powerful magical offspring is paramount, as these children are the heirs of the family, the very essence that continues the family's legacy. Thus, at times, the feelings between the two are set aside." She picked up another slice of bread, layering it with the jam, and raised it, saying, "Children serve as the adhesive between two families. You must have seen the tapestry of the Black family, correct?" Harry nodded, recalling that the tapestry still resided in the old Black residence, where Sirius's name had been burned away, frozen in time at that moment. Narcissa spoke with a touch of melancholy. "If you were to return, Mr. Porter, you would find that Draco's name has now appeared on the Black family tapestry, as the Blacks no longer exist." She gently patted Scorpius's head, adding, "Scorpius's name will also grace that tapestry, but he cannot inherit the Black name, so in a strict sense, the Black family has vanished from the wizarding world of Britain." Setting down her bread, she began to cut it elegantly. "Thus, Mr. Skalski is not in a hurry to choose his partner, as he is still contemplating which young lady would accept their family as contract. Some family union contracts are exceedingly detailed, encompassing rights of inheritance, distribution of property, and, more importantly, the family's legacy of magic," she said mysteriously. "Allow me to share a secret with you, Mr. Porter. The reason pureblood families remain resilient and wield influence within the Ministry of Magic is not due to their wealth or possessions, but rather their possession of family magic that cannot be divulged to outsiders. This is the true foundation of their strength." As Draco meticulously prepared himself, transforming into a figure of elegance, Harry found himself lost in contemplation. Narcissa's words compelled him to ponder the essence of familial legacy, or rather, the ancestral enchantments. Previously, Hermione had dedicated herself to dismantling the formidable barriers among pureblood families. One of her paramount objectives was to encourage these families to share their unique ancestral spells, selectively integrating suitable elements into the curriculum, a noble initiative beneficial to the entire wizarding world. Yet, not a single pureblood family was willing to cooperate. If Sirius were still alive, it remained uncertain whether he would be inclined to assist. Alas, he was no longer present. Even now, though Draco was alongside him, he had not divulged any of his family's spells. Draco cast him a peculiar glance, as if to question whether Narcissa's earlier discourse had rendered Potter utterly befuddled. As he was about to awaken him, Harry suddenly spoke up. "What is your family curse?" Draco's words were abruptly halted as he gazed at Potter with a serious expression. Responding with annoyance, "Aren't you already aware?" Harry pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Is it the one you used on me before?" Draco scoffed, saying, "When I first invoked the family curse, I thought it would fail. I never anticipated it would succeed." Harry fell into contemplation once more, as if speaking to himself. "According to Mrs. Malfoy, should I not also possess some form of ancestral magic?" Draco nodded, replying, "The Potter family should indeed have it. Although your mother was a muggle witch, your father was a pure-blood wizard. He left unspoken the rest of his thought, but Harry understood, due to Voldemort. He had been deprived of inheriting any family legacy, as his parents had perished before he could claim it. Draco continued, however, my mother did not mention that not every pure-blood family possesses their own legacy magic, and the so-called legacy magic is essentially just a spell of one's creation. Do you recall the killing curse? Harry nodded, recognizing it as a spell recorded in Severus's notes that he had learned. Draco softly stated, this spell was originally intended as a gift from my godfather to your mother. Nevertheless, now that you have mastered it, it does not betray his intentions. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived outside Mr. Jiminy Skalski's residence. Draco paused at the door and politely knocked. The barrier emitted a wave of energy, and after a moment, the door opened. Draco led Potter inside. Mr. Jiminy Skalski had already prepared himself and greeted them warmly. Good morning, gentlemen. Draco donned a professional smile in response. Good morning. Mr. Skalski, are you ready? Jiminy picked up his suitcase from beside him and replied, I am ready. The three of them returned to the grand hall of the French Ministry of Magic, which was more spacious and opulent than its British counterpart. Upon reaching the Immigration Control Center and completing their respective formalities, they approached the fireplace. Jiminy cheerfully exclaimed, Gentlemen, let us convene in Albania. With that, he tossed a handful of flue powder into the fireplace, which erupted into roaring flames that enveloped him before shrinking back into nothingness. Draco and Harry exchanged glances and stepped forward to the fireplace, casting their own flue powder while silently intoning Albania. The crimson flames surged toward Harry in an instant, enveloping him as if he were tightly wrapped in a blanket, propelling him skyward. The scenery fragmented into a mosaic of shapes, whirling rapidly before his eyes, as if he had been tossed into a muggle's tumble dryer, tumbling about in chaotic disarray. After a considerable time, he finally sensed his feet touching solid ground. He adjusted his center of gravity, ensuring that he did not appear overly disheveled. Opening his eyes, he stepped forth from the flames. Draco's complexion had grown even paler, and his attire appeared somewhat disarrayed, his tie askew. They had emerged in the Ministry of Magic in Albania. Unlike the elegant grandeur of the ministries in England and France, the Albanian ministry boasted vibrant, eye-catching colors, adorned with a dome of stained glass through which the warm, resplendent sunlight streamed, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows upon the ground. Jiminy Skalski opened his arms wide, greeting them with warmth. Welcome to Albania, gentlemen. However, upon arriving in a new land, the first order of business was to register their wants. Under Mr. Skalski's guidance, they proceeded to the immigration office. The two presented their wands to a plump witch, adorned with patches of various colors upon her hat. After registering their wands, she offered them back with a beaming smile on her cherubic face, saying, Welcome, esteemed gentlemen. Harry and Draco followed Mr. Skalski as they exited. The Albanian Ministry of Magic was situated at the center of a crossroads, with 4 roads branching out in different directions. Mr. Skalski remarked, Gentlemen, this is the heart of the Albanian wizarding community. Feel free to explore, and if you seek accommodation, I recommend the travelers and located down that street. Or, he glanced around and remarked, I would recommend either a hotel from the Muggle world. He said with a smile, I must apologize for my rudeness, as I need to return home to discuss matters regarding the contract. However, I have every confidence in your intellect, and I am certain you will manage just fine. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, please wait here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I shall escort you to the agreed-upon location. Should I be unable to attend, rest assured I will send someone to guide you. He presented a peculiar gift, likely a distinctive custom of Albania, he remarked. Well, I shall not intrude upon the two of you. Upon uttering these words, a soft pop resonated from where he stood, and Mr. Jiminy Skalski vanished as if by magic. Harry glanced around, noting that this place was larger than Diagon Alley, flanked by quaint houses with pointed roofs, each boasting a variety of magical shops. In the distance, he discerned what appeared to be a bank. Squinting, Harry attempted to identify it. Gringotts, Albania branch? Draco inquired with growing enthusiasm, lifting his feet in anticipation. Where shall we commence our exploration? Harry replied. He gazed at Draco with a hint of disbelief and softly inquired. You can't possibly be serious about shopping, can you? Draco had already moved ahead, surveying his surroundings. He pointed towards a shop that appeared to be selling an assortment of magical plants and exclaimed, Potter, let us commence our adventure there. He had no choice but to carry his own suitcase and follow in Draco's footsteps. Harry began to feel regret. He was utterly oblivious to the fact that Malfoy's shopping excursions were, In truth, genuine shopping trips, capable of lasting an entire day. He procured an array of magical plants, countless varieties unfamiliar to Harry, their names eluding him. He carefully packaged these items and placed them into his suitcase. Subsequently, he took Harry to what resembled their robe shop. The robes here differed significantly from those at Madame Malkin's or the French establishments. They were shorter, adorned with a myriad of intricate patterns. The shopkeeper explained, "Our climate is warmer than yours. Hence our garments are tailored to be shorter for greater ease of movement." He enthusiastically introduced, for instance, this one is adorned with a cooling enchantment and the skin of a rare sand lizard, ensuring that even in the scorching desert, one remains unaffected by the heat. As for this piece, it is crafted entirely from the hide of a fire dragon, making it perfectly suitable for excursions to snow-capped mountains. He gazed at Draco's expression, lowering his voice and feigning an air of mystery as he continued. "This gentleman is well-versed in potion-making, is he not? I happen to possess a remarkably valuable garment that can enhance the success rate of advanced potion creation. Might you be interested, sir?" Just as Harry contemplated questioning the existence of such a garment, he observed Draco straightening up, his silver-gray eyes shimmering with a glimmer of curiosity as he inquired, "What is it? Show me." Harry despaired inwardly, pondering how Draco could so readily fall for such an evidently fabricated tale. Yet, Draco had already followed the shopkeeper deeper into the store, leaving Harry with no choice but to sigh internally and follow suit. The shopkeeper led them to the back of the store, where, in a secluded room, hung a garment adorned with flowing golden patterns. It appeared to be crafted from silk. Draco touched it, finding it smooth and exquisitely soft, embellished with beautiful designs. He scrutinized the patterns and softly murmured, "Orchid." The shopkeeper exclaimed in delight, "Ah, sir, you have an eye for detail. May I inquire if you are familiar with Harry Potter?" Upon hearing this, both men fell into a profound silence. Then, the shopkeeper noticed the handsome, golden-haired gentleman asking in a peculiar, slightly tremulous voice, "What does this have to do with Harry Potter?" The shopkeeper cheerfully responded, "Surely you know Harry Potter, the hero who vanquished the Dark Lord, the prophesied savior." He glanced around, leaned a little closer to the blonde guest, and lowered his voice to speak mysteriously. "It is said that this garment is the favorite attire of the savior, adorned with enigmatic charms in the savior's protection. Moreover, it is rumored that this savior is also a master of potions, donning this very outfit while concocting his elixirs, significantly enhancing his chances of success in potion making." As he was about to make another recommendation, the blonde guest resolutely declared, "I'll buy it." "How much?" Harry, feeling exasperated, followed closely behind Draco, his irritation evident as he remarked, "I still can't believe you fell for that charlatan's nonsense. What do you mean by increasing the success rate of potion making? Such an obvious lie." Draco, in high spirits, ambled ahead, glancing around with delight, completely unaware of any additional gains. He cheerfully replied, "This is the very attire you donned. It must be added to my collection." Harry, somewhat resigned, countered, "You know this is surely a scam. How could you still purchase it?" Moreover, he hurriedly kept pace with Draco, walking alongside him on the path. Lowering his voice, he exclaimed, "And can you believe it? He actually dares to claim it is worth 300 galleons. How dare he?" Observing Harry's indignant expression, Draco felt a flicker of amusement. He gently patted the shoulder of the person beside him and, in a soothing manner, remarked, "If you wear it tonight, won't it transform into the attire you have donned?" He radiated joy to the extent that even the strands of his hair seemed to shimmer. The smile on his face and the exuberance of his happiness were genuine. He proclaimed, "Moreover, this modest sum is well within my means. Consider it a gift for your wardrobe. It is no great matter." Observing Draco's elation, Harry's lips moved as if to articulate a thought, yet ultimately, he appeared to concede, posing the question, "Where shall we go now?" Draco glanced at him and replied, "To a hotel. Would you prefer a Muggle establishment, or one here?" Harry indicated his indifference. He was not particular. After a moment's contemplation, Draco suggested, "Let us seek out the finest hotel." In the end, the two opted for the travelers in that Skarsky had previously mentioned. From the exterior, the inn resembled a quaint four-story villa, but upon entering, they were pleasantly surprised by the spaciousness within. The innkeeper's wife warmly introduced their offerings. "We currently have several types of rooms available. This one is a standard single room, and there are double rooms with views of the bustling street. We also have rooms with courtyards, which include a suite with a living room, a sofa, and the luxury of a hot spring. Our restaurant is quite renowned. In the evenings, you can dine in the courtyard under the stars, although it is slightly pricier." Indeed, Draco's interest was piqued as he inquired, May I see it first? The innkeeper's wife emerged from behind the counter, stating, "Allow me to show you both." She led Draco and Harry toward the backyard, where two cats trailed closely behind her, while a few owls perched on high perches in the lobby, swiveling their large eyes to observe them. "Many travelers choose to stay in our suites," she explained. "Although they are a bit more expensive, the comfort they offer is well worth it, and you can enjoy the hot springs in privacy." After this, she guided them to the garden, saying, "Gentlemen, take a look." She opened a gate leading into the garden, and Draco followed her inside. The garden was neither too large nor too small, adorned with exquisite and charming decor, and bordered by several cacti that harmonized with the local climate and atmosphere. At the back of the garden stood a petite, single-story house, and a small square pool had been constructed behind it, currently empty but featuring a hose suspended above with a faucet. Romantic sheer curtains draped around the pool, topped by a lacy roof. The innkeeper's wife elaborated, "In the evenings, this faucet will automatically release hot spring water. After dinner, you can indulge in a soak. We have prepared the necessary amenities for your relaxation. What do you think?" Esteemed guests, as anticipated by Harry, Draco was indeed moved. "Then I shall reserve this room," he declared. The innkeeper, beaming with delight, replied, "Then let us proceed to register at the front desk." Harry could only silently follow in Draco's wake. Once they completed the registration, the hour had grown late. Draco returned to their room, stretched lazily, and remarked, "We shall stay here tonight. We can enjoy the hot springs later, which is quite pleasant." Harry nodded in agreement. There were precisely 2 rooms, allowing each of them their own space as they stepped inside. Harry quietly set down his suitcase, and some of his personal items tumbled out. Before long, a knock echoed from outside. He opened the door and beheld Draco standing outside, a devilish grin adorning his face as he brandished the garment purchased only that afternoon. "Here, your outfit," he declared. He accepted it silently and said, "I shall consider this a gift from you." Draco shrugged, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, this is your present from me. Tomorrow, wear it for me to see." With that, he turned and made his way outside, adding, "Now, let us go dine." The two stepped outside, where a table had already been set up in the courtyard, laden with an array of steaming dishes, steak, mushroom soup, vegetable salad, and various other accompaniments. Draco exclaimed with enthusiasm, "The food has been served quite promptly. I just ordered it from the room, and here it is already." Harry inquired, "You ordered the food from the room?" Draco nodded, explaining, "I spotted a menu while in the room, and decided to try using my wand to place an order. I never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly." He pulled out a chair, made a gesture of invitation, and said, "Please be seated, Mr. Potter." Harry, unable to suppress a smile at his demeanor, mimicked Draco's manner and sat down, replying, "Thank you for your invitation, Mr. Malfoy." Draco also took his seat, picking up the bottle of wine placed on the table. With a soft pop, he uncorked it and inquired, "Would you care for a drink? We shall wait for news from Mr. Skarsky anyway. It is permissible to relax a bit tonight, for tomorrow may not afford us another chance. The negotiations of the contract will require an extensive process." Harry readily raised his glass, stating, "Then I shall acquiesce to your wishes, Mr. Malfoy." They both poured generous servings into their glasses, the crisp sound of clinking crystal resonating in the air. Draco smiled and declared, "Here's to our endeavors in Albania." Harry echoed, "May we both achieve our desires." Thus, the first glass was consumed. As the wine coursed through him, Draco felt warmth spreading through his body. He began to engage with his knife and fork, slicing into the steak before him, savoring its delightful flavor. Initially, they ate in silence, yet the atmosphere felt far from awkward. Instead, a sense of warmth enveloped them. As night descended, the lights and candles in the garden flickered to life. Their courtyard was enclosed by walls, and atop these walls, small lights illuminated one after another, forming a luminous barrier. The night here was deeper, and the weather was far more agreeable than in London, devoid of the usual fog. Bright stars adorned the sky, accompanied by a half-moon. Draco had eaten his fill, yet he found himself reluctant to move. Leaning back in his comfortable chair, he swirled the wine in his glass, feeling a pleasant intoxication wash over him, an exquisite sensation that rendered him momentarily entranced, longing to bask in this ephemeral atmosphere of warmth. Opposite him, Potter mirrored his sentiments, even pouring himself another glass of wine. This particular drink, its origins unknown, was slightly sweet, blending notes of fruit and floral aromas. Despite Draco's extensive experience with potions, he remained unable to unravel the enigma of this wine. He gazed at Potter across the table and suddenly spoke, "Do you wish to dance today?" "Yet." There was no music, no venue, only a small garden devoid of onlookers, where only the two of them existed in a foreign land. Potter rose with delight, circumnavigating the table to approach him. Just as before, he raised his hand and inquired, "May I have the honor of inviting Mr. Malfoy to dance?" Draco placed his hand upon Potter's, rising in accordance with his gentle pull. Potter extended his arm, encircling Draco's waist, drawing them close together. Though music eluded them, a melody resonated within Draco's mind, intoxicating him as he seemingly returned to their school days, recalling the Triwizard Tournament when Potter performed the opening dance. Albeit with a different partner, they did not truly dance. Instead, they swayed gently in each other's embrace. Potter's arm was warm and strong, radiating heat against Draco's waist. Draco lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Harry's striking emerald orbs. The mental block activated. Potter leaned in slightly, their foreheads nearly touching, his gaze fixed upon Draco's silver-gray eyes, which seemed to contain the brilliance of 1,000 moons, startlingly luminous. Captivated by those green eyes, Draco found himself uttering, "Does your legitimacy still occasionally manifest?" Potter softly replied, "Yes, I cannot control it." "Are you afraid?" Draco, feeling the effects of intoxication, chuckled, the scent of alcohol enveloping him. He responded in a voice barely above a whisper, "Do not forget who taught me the art of the mental block. I managed to deceive Voldemort. I can certainly resist your legitimacy. However, I could also lower my mental defenses, allowing you a glimpse into a portion of my thoughts." He gazed intently at Potter, as if having made some resolute decision, and spoke, "Do you dare to look, Potter?" Harry glanced at Draco, who was leaner than himself, yet not entirely devoid of flesh. At that moment, Draco's eyes blazed with a fire akin to two burning embers. He sensed the barriers erected by Draco's mental defenses gradually loosening. He endeavored to restrain his own legitimacy, striving to prevent it from becoming too tumultuous. Locking eyes with Draco, he reassured him gently, "I shall not harm you." Draco smiled and replied, "You will not harm me." Besides, his voice nearly dissipated into the gentle night. "This is also what I owe you." Harry finally penetrated Draco's mental barriers, gradually entering the depths of Draco's mind. Uncontrollably, his hand exerted a slight pressure, ensnaring Draco tightly in his embrace. They resembled intimate lovers, yet at that moment, they were not lovers. Harry pressed his forehead against Draco's, and simultaneously they felt a shiver of goosebumps radiating from the point of contact between their skin, coursing through their entire beings. Harry immersed himself in Draco's thoughts. Countless images flickered through his mind, yet at that moment, Harry sought to unravel a singular question. Disregarding the myriad of visions, fixated solely on discovering the answer to this one inquiry. Before long, he found the answer he was searching for. His eyes widened slightly, as if in disbelief. A smile graced Draco's face as he spoke. "Now that you know, I shall expel you from my mind." Harry gazed deeply at him, unable to suppress his inner emotions any longer. He wrapped his arms around Draco's waist, lowered his head, and pressed a fervent kiss upon his lips. In that moment, the night breeze, starlight, and moonlight all seemed to fade into the distance. The weight that had hung over Draco's heart finally lifted. Indeed, he had not misinterpreted Potter's intentions, nor had Potter misunderstood his. The scars and memories of the past loomed between them, indelible marks that could neither be erased nor forgotten. Yet, they had the opportunity to mend their bond gradually, for time was abundant and their patience unwavering. Harry licked his lips, having inadvertently received a bite from Draco that had likely broken the skin. However, he paid no heed to such wounds. He leaned in closer and softly inquired, "Shall we return to the room?" Draco caressed Harry's face, noting the small cut, yet he chose not to act upon it. He replied, "Let's go soak in the hot springs." Chapter 54. Embrace. The innkeeper had indeed spoken the truth. The hot spring began to fill automatically in the evening, warm water cascading from the faucet and enveloping the entire pool. Draco breathed gently, feeling a twinge of regret for provoking Potter. While the water was already quite warm, the heat emanating from the body behind him surpassed that of the spring. He gazed somewhat vacantly at the nearby plants and the towering shadows of trees, the shattered starlight dangling above the foliage, scattering its brilliance into his eyes. The silhouettes of the trees overlapped within his gaze. Porter extended a hand, somewhat displeased, and turned his face towards him. Their breaths intertwined once more, and he found himself kissed again. After a considerable time had passed, he pushed against Porter's bare chest, uttering weakly, "That's enough." He found himself harboring doubts. Despite both being wizards, their physical constitutions seemed to differ vastly. He was utterly fatigued, yet observed Potter brimming with vitality. Potter leaned closer, planting a gentle kiss on Draco's lips, inquiring, "Shall we return to our room?" Draco nodded, unwilling to exert any more effort. Potter lifted him from the hot spring, and a towel floated over from the side, enveloping their bare forms. As they exited the spring, the moisture on their skin was swiftly evaporated by a drying charm. Draco leaned against Potter's embrace, feeling no desire to walk on his own. He languidly commanded, "Bring that bottle of wine over. It's quite delightful, perfect after soaking in the hot springs. I'm feeling a bit parched." At that moment, Harry yearned to envelop him in his embrace, wishing he could remain there forever. Hearing those words, he waved his hand, and the unfinished bottle of wine outside soared through the window, landing directly in his grasp. Harry took a sip before offering it to Draco's lips. Draco, somewhat disgruntled, pushed him away, reaching for the bottle to drink himself. The fragrant wine trickled down his neck and collarbone, only to be swiftly licked away by a fervent tongue. Amused, Draco chuckled softly and deliberately spilled some wine onto himself, whispering to himself, "Just for tonight, just for this evening, in this place far removed from England and France. Let me indulge." In no time, the bottle was consumed by the two of them in various ways. Draco found himself pressed against the bed, wrapping his arms around Harry's neck. Harry's sweat dripped onto him, their bodies intimately entwined. He felt the rhythmic rise and fall of Harry's back muscles, which caused him a twinge of discomfort, prompting a slight furrow in his brow, a change Harry keenly noticed. As Draco regained a semblance of composure, he panted and teased, "You seem quite skilled. I take it you've had your fair share of practice?" Harry brushed aside Draco's hair, leaning close to his lips, responding, "It's my first time. But I have studied beforehand." He pressed his lips against his neck, gliding softly, and remarked, "My academic achievements are rather commendable, aren't they?" Draco refrained from offering further commentary, his body trembling as he surrendered to the embrace of that lengthy and tender night. The following morning, Harry's biological clock roused him promptly. He instinctively reached out, but grasped nothing. The adjacent bed was already unoccupied. Startled, he awoke with a jolt, snatching up his glasses and sitting upright. The bed lay desolate, devoid of any presence. He hastily seized the garments beside him, disregarding their nature, and carelessly draped them over himself before stepping outside. Fortunately, as he emerged, he spotted Draco seated upon the plush divan in the parlor, similarly attired in a delicate bathrobe, its softness clinging to his form, accentuating his physique. He let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at the time, he realized it was not yet the hour they had agreed upon with Skarsky. He approached and wrapped his arms around Draco from behind. He gently pressed his lips against Draco's ear and inquired, "Unable to sleep?" Draco, with his eyes narrowed, reclined back. He reached out and grasped Harry's collar, prompting Harry to bend down in response to his pull. Draco then asked, "Have you made up your mind about being with me? A former Death Eater? The infamous Malfoy family? A Slytherin?" A hint of what could be described as a detached smile emerged on his face, and the grip of his hand remained unyielding as he continued, "We may consider last night merely a dream. Today, we awaken from that reverie and return to our former selves. We can still interact as we once did. We can still." He spoke each word deliberately. When his friend Harry cast a glance at him, Draco's grip was so tight that the veins on his hand were visibly strained. Harry extended one of his own hands, clasping Draco's palm. He exerted a slight pressure before releasing Draco's hand. He meticulously observed Draco's countenance. Although his face appeared serene, his eyes betrayed the truth. He gradually entwined his fingers within Draco's palm, their hands clasped together, and he uttered, "No, this is not a dream." He leaned down, sharing a prolonged and tender kiss with Draco, and spoke, "I truly wish to be with you. I shall not regret it." The corners of Draco's eyes tinged with a bittersweet ache, as the years spent at Hogwarts swept through his mind like a fleeting dream. The initial sharp exchanges between them, the subsequent provocations, and eventually, the mere cold encounters, they all lingered in his memory. Yet, he understood that within the recesses of his heart, the shadow of Potter had always remained. Otherwise, why would he repeatedly seek to provoke him, intentionally searching for his presence? Was it merely out of boredom? However, the naivety of youth and a certain emotional dullness had clouded his ability to discern his true feelings. The onset of war and their differing allegiances forced him to stand against Potter. He had fought and struggled against this fate. Yet the relentless tide of destiny showed no mercy, trampling upon his personal emotions. In those moments, he had to exist as a Malfoy. Fortunately, there was still a sliver of space between them. Harry gazed into his face, taking Draco's hand and crossing over from the opposite end of the settee. Though the settee could accommodate only one, he squeezed in, compelling Draco to sit upon him. He wrapped his arms around his waist, allowing Draco to lean against him, and softly whispered, "When I first laid eyes upon you, I was not only taken aback but also filled with delight. I never imagined I would have the fortune to see you again. I believed that once you and your mother departed for France, I would never have the chance to encounter you again. Thus, when Hermione initially invited me to accompany her to France, I pondered whether there might be a possibility of crossing paths with you once more. After all, I am nearing my end, and perhaps before I depart, I might have the opportunity to behold you again." He gently brushed aside Draco's hair. "However, I never anticipated that after encountering you, my originally tragic fate could be granted a new opportunity. I carry the hopes of many upon my shoulders, as well as the weight of countless lives. I am utterly exhausted. During my time at school, I found it impossible to approach you. I am the savior, and you are Malfoy. Although you saved me, I am unable to rescue you from that quagmire. In the aftermath of the war, I testified for you and your mother, though you cannot remain in England. At the very least, you have preserved your life." He continued, "I once thought I would never encounter you again. According to their wishes, I married. Yet the life that followed was far from the idyllic vision I had imagined. Ginny, what a savior, but he was neither a competent father nor a suitable husband. I found it impossible to cultivate any other feelings for her. The love I sensed from her was merely a projection of her idealized Harry Potter. Regrettably, I could not reciprocate her sentiments. We reached an understanding and reverted to the status of friends and family. I divorced, which, in truth, was better for her. I was free from any lingering concerns. England remains turbulent, Draco. Even though Voldemort has perished, the remnants of his influence and other obscure organizations continue to stir restlessly. I am weary, yet I cannot afford to pause. Harry has never laid bare his heart so openly. He understands that Draco can comprehend and support him. For at their core, Draco and he are akin. Slytherin and Gryffindor, despite their outward differences, harbor a shared trait. Both are ambitious and aspiring individuals. He had previously felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion within, burdened by words he could not share with anyone. The savior could not falter. He had transformed into a symbol, an emblem, a representation, a mythic figure. Yet, his heart was riddled with wounds. Everyone placed their hopes upon Harry Potter, but whom could Harry Potter rely upon? He will bear the weight of his halo throughout his life, a position no one can usurp, nor can anyone else endure the burden of this radiance. Having worn the halo for so long, he is on the brink of losing himself. Yet, the present is different. The obscure yet fervent emotions of his youth have now found an outlet for expression. This sentiment makes Harry feel as though he has returned to a previous time. Yet his mature spirit will not repeat past mistakes. In this moment, two souls, both marked by scars, lean against each other once more. Now, Harry is resolute in his decision not to let go. He embraced Draco in his arms, feeling the warmth of his body against him, and for the first time, he sensed a profound fulfillment within his heart. The emptiness that once resided inside him was now filled. However, Draco swiftly regained his composure, patting Harry's arm while complaining. "Let go. I need to take a shower. I'm all sticky. Don't forget, we have to be at that rendezvous by 9 o'clock. Harry thought to himself. What an unromantic fellow. He reluctantly released Draco, who stood up, momentarily stumbling. Harry quickly extended his hand to steady him, feeling a flicker of guilt within. Draco shot him an incredulous glare before retreating into the bathroom. After both had completed their respective ablutions, Harry sighed deeply as he contemplated the counterfeit garment Draco had purchased. Draco emerged, enveloped in a veil of steam, and remarked, "Try it on. I believe it should suit you quite well, Potter." Harry removed his shirt, revealing his well-built torso, and took the garment in hand, expressing a hint of disdain as he inquired, "Are you certain?" He expressed his dissatisfaction towards Draco, saying, "And what do you call me? Why do you still refer to me as Potter?" Draco cast a sidelong glance at him, and, elongating his tone, replied, "What else should I call you? Broken?" He did not utter the words that lingered on his lips, for Harry seized the moment, silencing him completely. After exploring the confines of Draco's mouth, he withdrew with satisfaction and remarked, "Dare to call me again?" Draco remained silent. He finds it somewhat difficult to articulate, and he is rather shy. For all these years, he has never once uttered Porter's name. His face gradually flushed, and he spoke in a breathy voice. "Harry." Harry approached him and said, "Could you speak a bit louder?" Draco, unable to contain himself any longer, slapped Harry's face and, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Hurry up and put on your clothes. There is no time to waste." Harry grasped his hand, pressed a kiss to it, and after releasing it, remarked, "I'm only dressing because you bought it." In response, Draco rolled his eyes at Harry. Neither too exaggerated nor too subtle. Once they were both ready, they each grabbed their suitcases and exited the room. Upon reaching the door, the landlady warmly invited them to breakfast. Draco sat down with a plate of fried eggs, bacon, and a sandwich, his brow slightly furrowed. He picked up the fork and viciously punctured the fried egg, causing Harry to feel a chill in some part of him. His expression betraying a hint of trepidation as he coaxed, "Darling, please eat quickly." Draco replied coldly, "I don't know why, but this is quite bothersome to me." After what felt like a perilous breakfast for Harry, they exited the inn, where the proprietress inquired, "Dear, will you be staying with us again tonight?" Draco politely responded, "Please reserve a room for us for a week, thank you." After this, he produced a pouch filled with heavy galleons, which left the proprietress somewhat flabbergasted as she gratefully accepted it, her demeanor becoming even more cordial. "Thank you. I will tidy up shortly and look forward to your return this evening." Nodding, Draco took Harry's hand as they stepped outside. Back on the street, Harry observed Draco's hand hanging at his side, an urge to grasp it bubbling within him. Strangely, he felt like a lovesick youth, an unfamiliar sweetness entwining his heart. He quickened his pace to match Draco's, attempting to brush his fingers against his. Draco cast him an exasperated glance and murmured, "Be discreet. Do you not fear being noticed?" Nonetheless, he reassuringly squeezed Harry's hand. They arrived at the agreed-upon spot to meet Skarsky, with time still to spare. As they stood there, Draco checked his pocket watch and asked, "Care to guess who will come today?" Harry, lost in thought while admiring his golden hair, idly replied, "I doubt it will be him. They'll likely send someone inconsequential." Draco nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, I suspect this person will be exceedingly polite, covering our lodging expenses. Yet will not mention their young master's blue moonflower." Harry chuckled, "Isn't that perfect? We get to stay for free." Draco shot him a glare, silencing his further remarks. As the watch struck 9, the clock within the Ministry of Magic began to chime. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit apparat before them. Chapter 55. The Desert. Harry swiftly cast a protective charm around himself and Draco, and before the man could approach, he discreetly performed a silencing spell. Confident in his formidable magical prowess, he said, "Guess who it is?" Draco yawned, fatigue evident in his demeanor as he leaned slightly against Harry. Unfazed, Harry subtly wrapped his arm around Draco's waist. He spoke, expressing surprise at the considerable display arranged by Skalski. "I wonder, who might this individual be?" Harry conjectured. "Perhaps it's his father?" Draco replied languidly, "I doubt it's his father, but I cannot say for certain who it is." As the newcomer approached, Harry lifted the silencing charm, and the visitor courteously inquired, "Might I be addressing Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Draco Malfoy?" Draco nodded in response. The middle-aged man, possessing brown hair and eyes akin to Jim's, wore a relieved smile as he introduced himself. "Jim has informed us that I am his uncle. My name is Lonnie Skalski." With a tone of apology, he spoke. "Yesterday, we failed to consider that Jim had not brought you both home to stay, but rather left you to find a hotel on your own. It was our oversight, and thus I have come to escort you today. Please, do join us at our home for the night. It would be far more convenient for Jim to accompany you to the desert." Draco and Harry exchanged glances, his lips subtly moving as he mouthed, "Did I guess correctly?" However, Draco quickly donned his customary Malfoy facade, responding, "Thank you for your kindness, but the hotel Mr. Jiminy recommended is quite satisfactory, and we do not intend to leave. May I inquire if Mr. Jiminy is available at the moment?" A mixture of urgency and embarrassment flickered across Ronnie Skalski's face as he said, "I sincerely apologize. Is it the Traveler's Inn? We shall cover all your lodging expenses here, and the owner will reimburse you for any excess when you return tonight." Ronnie gestured, and Draco and Harry followed him as he continued, "Although Jim is currently unavailable, I would be delighted to show you around. May I extend an invitation to both of you for dinner at the Skalski residence? We eagerly anticipate your presence." Draco, now devoid of interest, recognized that all their dealings hinged solely on Jiminy. The Skalski family was clearly reluctant to allow them to acquire the blue moonflower swiftly, employing every means to delay their progress. Nevertheless, Draco remained unperturbed, stating, "There is no need for dinner. The fare at the Traveler's Inn is quite delectable, and I thoroughly enjoy it." Ronnie promptly acquiesced. "All expenses at the Traveler's Inn will be covered by us. Please, enjoy to your heart's content." Draco nodded, inquiring, "If Mr. Jiminy is unavailable to meet with us today, might he be free tomorrow?" A look of consternation crossed Ronnie's face as he replied, I shall ask him and do my utmost to ensure he can make time for you tomorrow, if that is agreeable." He spoke earnestly, expressing that due to ongoing discussions regarding the intricacies of the contract, the process might take a considerable amount of time, for which they sincerely apologized for any inconvenience caused to the two. "No, not at all," Draco silently pondered. This was indeed a novel experience. He had not spent such an extended period in a foreign land with Potter. No, he must now become accustomed to referring to him as Harry. In its own way, this could be considered an adventure. He suddenly pondered whether this could be considered a sort of date. Throughout the entire process, Harry remained silent, quietly standing behind Draco. Draco swiftly emerged from his thoughts and spoke. "In that case, I trust you must be quite busy, so we shall not impose further upon the Skarsky residence. Tomorrow, please ensure that Mr. Jimny comes to meet with me, if you would be so kind." Lonnie nodded and replied, "I shall do my utmost." The two stood in place, watching as Mr. Lonnie hurriedly disapparated away. Afterward, Harry inquired, "What shall we do next?" He was skeptical that Draco had no ulterior motives, however. Draco stifled a yawn and lazily remarked, "Let us first stroll through the streets, find a bar to sit for a while, gather some information, and then return to the Traveler's Inn for a brief respite before we set off again this evening." Harry nodded in agreement, taking Draco's hand. Although Draco initially considered resisting, he found Harry's grip firm and had little desire to break free, so he acquiesced. Harry cast a silencing charm around them and inquired, "Where shall we go tonight?" Draco surveyed the area, and if there was anything that impressed him, it was Harry's instincts and professional acumen as an orar. Casting a silencing charm without alerting those around them was a feat even Draco himself could not achieve. He remarked, "Let us venture into the desert. First, we must scout the area. Tonight, we shall not reside as travelers, but as inhabitants of the desert." Upon hearing this, Harry felt a flicker of joy. Yet a tinge of concern prompted him to inquire, "What about the tent? Did you bring one?" Draco rolled his eyes slightly and replied, "Of course. Do I appear to be someone who would recklessly charge into the desert unprepared?" Harry chuckled, recalling the time the Weasley family took him to the Quidditch World Cup, where the Malfoy tent had been the most opulent in the entire encampment, bar none. Now, he too would indulge in the luxury of the Malfoy family's tent. The two sought out a tavern that appeared to be the most crowded. Draco, perusing the menu, asked the waiter, "Do you have a particular wine that carries floral and fruity notes? I had it while with some travelers." The waiter, who was polishing a glass, pondered for a moment before retrieving a bottle from the shelf behind him. He poured a small amount for both Draco and Harry, stating, "This is our local specialty, crafted from a unique plant that only grows in this region. As luck would have it, this plant has just reached maturity, allowing us to sell last year's vintage." He explained, "Are you two here for a vacation? Your timing is impeccable. This is the season when our wines are available for sale. We only release last year's wine once we've ensured this year's harvest. These wines require a year to develop their exquisite flavors. Oh, by the way, there's a festive event in the Central Square today. It promises to be quite lively." Intrigued, Draco rested his hand on the amber-hued cup, his pale fingers gently caressing the glass, inadvertently capturing Harry's attention. Draco inquired, "What is the event about?" The server smiled and replied, "It pertains to the jungle witches of our region, a unique affair. You both should certainly take a look." Draco expressed his gratitude, offering a sickle as a tip, and the two departed from the bar. Once outside, Draco and Harry decided to return to the tavern for lunch. The same plump proprietress spotted them and hurried out from behind the counter. She returned the pouch of galleons that Draco had given her earlier that morning, playfully chiding, "Dear, since you are guests of Skarsky, you should have informed me sooner." Draco accepted the pouch with a smile and asked, "Is there still lunch available?" The proprietress replied with a hint of pride, "Of course. Rest assured, our meals will not disappoint you." She added mysteriously, "Many choose to stay here solely for our delectable cuisine." Draco, satisfied, asked, "Thank you. How long will we have to wait?" The proprietress responded, "Not long at all. You perused our menu yesterday, did you not? You can return to your room and try it out shortly." Upon returning to their room, Draco instructed Harry, "Undress." Harry was somewhat taken aback but quickly complied, feeling a bit uncomfortable in the attire that was supposed to enhance potion success. Once stripped of his garments, he embraced Draco and kissed his ear. However, Draco shot him a strange glance and remarked, "I meant for you to change into your Auror stealth gear. Where did your mind wander?" Harry smirked, leaning closer, and boldly declared, "What, do you not appreciate my physique? You seemed quite fond of it last night." Before he could finish, Draco swiftly pressed his lips against Harry's, a faint blush adorning his cheeks as he said, I understand now. Quickly put on your clothes. We have important matters to attend to. After receiving a kiss, Harry retrieved from his suitcase an ensemble resembling an Auror uniform, albeit distinctively different from the voluminous traditional attire. He laid the garments upon the bed, and Draco approached. Harry, with deliberate intent, began to showcase his physique, inquiring which looked better. Draco casually gestured towards one, sincerely remarking, "Now it is your time to shine, Auror Potter." Harry cast a glance in his direction, only to find Draco poised to turn away. In a swift motion, he seized Draco from behind, who allowed himself to be embraced. Harry planted a gentle kiss amidst Draco's hair, solidifying their bond. The mere sight of Draco ignited an irresistible urge within Harry to remain in close proximity, wishing fervently to shrink him down so that he could conceal him within his pocket. Draco, with a sense of resignation, reached out to caress Harry's hair, experiencing a peculiar sensation akin to soothing a large lion. Yet, this feeling did not displease him. In fact, he found it somewhat endearing. In their hearts, Draco and Harry shared a subtle resemblance. At this moment, they were akin to young lovers blissfully entranced in romance. However, Draco exhibited a touch of restraint, while Harry, embodying the very essence of Gryffindor, remained unabashedly forthright. He turned around and embraced Harry, sharing a tender kiss. Draco gently patted his face and said, "After you put on your clothes and finish your meal, let us visit the Jungle Witch's event." Harry nodded and gave him a soft kiss on the forehead. Once they had tidied up, they stepped out of the room. The table was already laden with an array of steaming dishes. Harry and Draco took their seats on opposite sides, deciding against alcohol since they were heading to the desert later that evening. After their meal, they set off towards the central square. The innkeeper, knowing their destination, handed them a flyer, saying, "This is for the Jungle Witch's event. Do take a look." After expressing their gratitude, they made their way toward the central square with the flyer in hand. Draco, clad in a light-colored trench coat, had tied his hair back into a small ponytail, making him appear even more youthful and captivating. Golden hair is a rarity in the magical realm. It is likely that the Albanian wizarding community had never encountered a wizard with such hair. As they walked down the street, Harry, more attuned to the gazes of passers-by than Draco, discreetly noticed several individuals casting glances in Draco's direction, both men and women. He reached out, gently guiding Draco closer to him, shielding him from their scrutiny. Draco held the flyer in both hands, which detailed the Jungle Witch's event. As he walked, he recited to Harry, "Centuries ago, during the witch-hunting campaigns, the surviving witches fled into the depths of the Albanian forest, where they formed a coven and lived in obscurity within the woods." Harry exerted a slight effort, allowing Draco to lean against him, completely unaware of Harry's ulterior motives, and he naturally leaned in closer. He continued to read. The witches had temporarily survived, conducting business with the surrounding muggles, healing the sick, praying, and meticulously restraining themselves from employing magic in front of the non-magical folk. Yet, one muggle male fell in love with a young witch, their passion igniting uncontrollably, leading them to marriage. However, post-nuptials, he uncovered the true identity of his wife. The husband was filled with dread, perceiving his wife as a monster. The wife desperately pleaded, assuring him that she was merely an ordinary human, but he remained unconvinced and fled in terror that very night. He sought refuge at the Inquisition, denouncing his wife. The following day, a multitude of religious officials descended upon their home, intent on capturing her, yet she had already escaped. Heartbroken, the wife retreated to the forest, only to tragically discover she was with child. After enduring the trials of pregnancy and childbirth, she bore a daughter, who likewise possessed the inherent gift of witchcraft. As the girl grew, she blossomed into a captivating beauty, vowing vengeance upon her father for the suffering inflicted upon her mother. She adopted a new name, assumed a new identity, and infiltrated the village once more. Now, she could be concealed among you. Anyone beside you could be the Avenger, capable of transforming into any individual, regardless of gender or appearance. Before you lie, two choices: assist this Avenger in successfully executing her retribution, or protect the father, guiding him to recognize his child and acknowledge his grave error. Make your choice. For the victorious side shall claim the spoils of the defeated following the culmination of the 7-day Jungle Witch event. Draco raised an eyebrow. Glancing at the bottom of the pamphlet, the event had reached its 4th day, and indeed, the Avengers faction vastly outnumbered that of the father, whose participants scarcely numbered in the double digits. Draco exclaimed, shoving the pamphlet into Harry's hands with enthusiasm. "Potter, let us protect that unfortunate father." Chapter 56. Desert to Harry. What options does he possess? He can only acquiesce to the whims of his capricious lover, he remarked. Are you certain of this? He pointed to the number of Avengers displayed on the flyer, which continued to rise incessantly. The participant count was updated in real time, and the number of Avengers was on the verge of surpassing 4 digits. In stark contrast, the numbers on his father's side appeared rather pitiable. With unwavering confidence, Draco remarked, But you are here, aren't you? Let them witness the prowess of the Savior. Harry gazed deeply at him, once more inquiring, Are you certain? Draco glanced around and noticed a circular plaza ahead, where a banner was unfurled, reading registration for the Jungle Witch. He affectionately patted Harry's cheek and whispered, I wish to see you in your glorious triumph. He reminisced, during the war, I would hide at home. Listening to those Death Eaters boast about how many of their people they had captured and how many lives had been lost. Harry, you cannot imagine how desperately I wished to burst forth from my home and return to Hogwarts. Yet, I was unable to do so. Though I appeared to be well protected, in truth, I was a hostage, closely monitored. Draco looked at Harry, his silver-gray eyes shimmering with excitement as he earnestly said, My dear, I long to witness the valiant figure you were at that time. May I? Defeated, Harry acquiesced. As you wish, my beloved prince. Upon hearing Harry's words, Draco took him to the registration desk. Satisfied to see the numbers in his father's camp increase by 2, a mischievous gleam sparkled in Draco's eyes. The registrar, a young wizard with dark skin, reminded them, Gentlemen, you each need to provide a personal item as your final trophy. Any item will do. After pondering for a moment, Draco removed a pair of cufflinks from his sleeve and proposed, These two, as our items, if it pleases you. The dark-skinned wizard examined the cufflinks with a magnifying glass and replied, with a certain degree of protective enchantment, They are acceptable. Draco continued to inquire, Is this contest the final showdown? The wizard glanced at Draco and said, Show me the flyer. Draco produced the flyer handed to them by the innkeeper, and the wizard pointed out, There are 3 days remaining. At noon in 3 days, right here in the square, there will be a contest akin to a tournament, conducted in the form of duels. Whichever side remains standing last, or if one side is entirely defeated, will be declared the victor. Curiously, Draco asked, Has this event been held for many years? The wizard nodded amiably, saying, Indeed, we have been organizing it for several years now. In the past 3 years, the Avengers have triumphed, while my father's side has yet to win. He spoke with a hint of regret. Thus, the greatest mystery of this tale remains unsolved, for it can only continue after the father secures a victory. We also eagerly anticipate the addition of a formidable wizard to our father's side. Otherwise, the perpetual triumph of the Avengers becomes rather tedious. Draco nodded and remarked, Let us strive for our father's victory this year. The dark-skinned wizard looked up, surprised by his words, recognizing the formidable strength of the striking blonde wizard. Just as he was about to speak again, the dark-haired wizard who stood behind him stepped forward. He stood behind the golden-haired sorcerer, gently encircling the waist of this enchanting figure, and politely inclined his head, inquiring, The registration has concluded, hasn't it? We merely need to arrive on the final day to partake in the duel, correct? He discovered that the dark-haired sorcerer possessed a pair of captivating green eyes, and the depth of his magical prowess was unfathomable. A shiver ran down his spine, and he bowed his head, saying, Yes, sir. He mused inwardly. Is this the extent to which one cannot even dare to glance? As Harry led Draco away, Draco remarked, You frightened that young man quite thoroughly. Harry replied, somewhat disgruntled. He stared at you for far too long. Draco, he remarked with a hint of surprise, Surely not. It is merely an ordinary conversation. He turned his head to glance at Harry, smiling as he spoke. Lowering his gaze, Harry turned to face him, dipping his head in a silent agreement as he shared a kiss with Draco. He felt his spirits lift slightly. Draco gently patted his cheek and said, Rein in your magic, purchase a few items. We must prepare for our departure. He prepared for a grand adventure in the desert with Harry tonight. Embracing the spirit of a picnic, Draco purchased a plethora of items at the market alongside Harry. Among their acquisitions was a colossal, rock-hard cake reminiscent of the ones Hagrid had previously crafted. The vendor assured them, with unwavering conviction, that a simple incantation of the fire-making spell would render this concoction exquisitely soft. He even demonstrated it before their eyes, piquing Draco's interest, leading him to procure one. Additionally, they obtained a remarkable teapot capable of dispensing milk tea with a mere tilt. The sweet and fragrant brew would flow forth effortlessly. However, this magical implement was not without limitations. Once it ceased to pour, it would revert to being an ordinary teapot. Undeterred, Draco made the purchase. Envisioning a delightful evening in the desert, savoring the rock cake while sipping milk tea. As they ventured further, he also acquired some dried beef, prompting Harry to question whether he could even manage to chew it. Nevertheless, Draco's determination prevailed, and he insisted on buying it. After their shopping spree reached its conclusion, they stowed their treasures into their respective bags. Glancing at the time, Draco declared, "Let us be off." They arrived at the edge of the market, where a modest, dilapidated shop stood. Upon entering, they were met with the lackluster gaze of the shopkeeper, who mumbled, "Where are your wands?" Draco and Harry both drew forth their wands. The shopkeeper glanced at them briefly, waved his hand dismissively, and pointed to another door, stating, "Proceed through this door. Beyond it lies the Muggle city. Return within 3 days and do not reveal your identities as wizards." The two nodded in understanding and stepped outside. They emerged from a quaint antique shop nestled deep within a street corner, far removed from the bustling thoroughfare. The exotic cityscape enveloped Harry in a refreshing sense of novelty as he surveyed his surroundings. Draco, meanwhile, had unfurled a map, his finger tracing a location as he spoke. "We must venture here, to the edge of a desert that appears to be a Muggle attraction, closing at night. We must hurry." Curious, Harry leaned closer, glancing at the map while savoring a lollipop Draco had just purchased. Muffled, he inquired, "How do you propose we get there?" Draco surveyed the scene, noting the numerous cars parked along the roadside. Tentatively, he suggested, "Shall we take a car?" With a resigned glance, Harry took hold of him and led the way, stating, "Dear, allow me to enlighten you. Vehicles adorned with this symbol are called taxis, and you can ride in them for a fare." With that, he opened the door of a green car with a gentlemanly gesture. "Please, step inside, my dear." He took a seat, and Harry followed suit, settling in behind him. At that moment, Draco sincerely complimented, "You are still quite useful, Potter." Harry presented the map to the driver, who nodded in acknowledgement before starting the vehicle. Once in motion, Harry cast a silencing charm and, glancing at Draco with a hint of exasperation, lowered his voice to inquire, "Am I only useful at times like this? I am quite capable at other moments too." Draco, intrigued by the architecture outside, responded with enthusiasm, "Doesn't our journey resemble something?" Harry promptly replied, "A honeymoon." Draco turned in astonishment, unable to fathom he would hear such a statement. The weight of those words was significant. He merely intended to convey that this was a rare experience for the two of them. However, Harry gently took his hand and said, "Doesn't it feel like a honeymoon?" Draco turned away, choosing not to engage with Harry's remark. Yet, Harry remained unfazed. He interlaced his fingers with Draco's, gently separating them one by one, and lifted Draco's south hand to place a kiss on its back. Draco looked at him with resignation but ultimately broke into a smile, conceding, "Indeed, it is reminiscent of a honeymoon." After a lengthy ride in the taxi, Draco, feeling weary, leaned against Harry's shoulder and fell asleep. He lost track of time until Harry gently shook him awake. His face was filled with confusion as he asked, "Have we arrived?" Harry handed over the money, taking his hand and guiding him down. Draco nestled against him, gazing at the scenery ahead. Before their eyes lay an expansive, seemingly endless yellow desert, with a row of small houses standing at the entrance. Harry led him to those quaint abodes, where he procured what were termed entrance and camping tickets. For safety's sake, he also acquired a so-called walkie-talkie, instructing them to remain within the confines of the campsite. Subsequently, they were allowed to enter. Draco was assisted onto a camel. Though he had seen camels before, he had never imagined he would ride one. Each mounted their own, embarking on a delightful, swaying journey into the desert. He donned his clothing and affixed a mask upon his face. Before long, the camel transported them to the campsite as described by the Muggles. There lay a modest desert oasis beside a house adorned with the words restroom. Surrounding it were meticulously arranged wooden planks, atop which several tents had been sparsely erected. The individual leading the camel assisted them both in disembarking, stating, "The campsite is right here. Please refrain from wandering about. The temperature in the desert drops drastically at night. Have you brought sufficient supplies?" Harry nodded, responding, "I have brought enough." They gazed at the individuals burdened with merely 2 suitcases, perplexed by the confidence that seemed to emanate from them. After a moment of hesitation, one of them spoke, "You know how to use the walkie-talkie, right? If you find yourselves in distress, simply call us. We shall come to your aid. Should there be no call tonight, we will arrive punctually at 9 in the morning to escort you." Harry expressed his gratitude, and with that, the 2 men leading the camels departed, their faces etched with concern. Draco selected a distant wooden platform, concealed behind a rock in the desert, set apart from the others. He cast a concealment charm and then retrieved a tent from his bag, no larger than the palm of his hand. He cast the tent onto the ground, and it sprang to life, rapidly expanding to fill the entire platform. Draco lifted the curtain at the entrance and stepped inside. Once inside, he discovered a spacious room complete with a living area and a washroom, the floor adorned with a soft carpet. In the living room, a low table was set, upon which Draco placed a pot of milk tea, hard biscuits, jerky, and various other items. The interior of the tent was delightfully warm, and Harry followed him in. Draco retrieved his wand and gave it a flick, transforming the tent's ceiling into a transparent form. The gentle moonlight poured in like a cascade of silvery sand, illuminating the night sky, where stars twinkled brightly above. Draco reclined on the thick carpet, which emitted a refreshing fragrance, and he felt thoroughly content. After all, when venturing away from home, he never denied himself indulgence. Harry approached and lay down beside Draco, intertwining his fingers with Draco's as they both gazed up at the night sky. Harry whispered, "Do you remember the divination class we took at school?" Turning his head to look at him, Draco mirrored the gesture, and they instinctively drew closer, sharing a tender kiss. After parting, Draco remarked softly, "In Trelawney's divination class, you were the most unfortunate one." Harry pretended to complain, "I was constantly foreseen to die, which made my school days filled with dread." Draco burst into laughter, playfully flipping himself onto Harry's lap. Harry reached out to steady him by the waist, while Draco leaned down, his golden hair cascading like a waterfall beside their cheeks. Their foreheads touched, and Harry's throat involuntarily moved. However, Draco mischievously kept his distance, merely resting his forehead against Harry's, their noses brushing together as he whispered, "Most prophecies are mere deceptions. True foresight does not rely on errant tea leaves or shattered mirrors. It manifests in dreams or strikes you with sudden inspiration in your daily life." Unable to resist the urge to kiss him, Harry attempted to lift his lips, only for Draco to deliberately evade him. Unable to contain himself, Harry exerted force, pinning Draco beneath him once more. Draco's golden hair spread out, gracefully mingling with the carpet, while starlight and moonlight danced in his silver-gray eyes. Harry grasped Draco's restless hands and kissed him deeply. Chapter 57. Desert. 3. Draco lay in Harry's embrace, both of them devoid of clothing, their bare skin pressed together in a comforting warmth. Yet, Harry remained concerned about Draco feeling cold, so he summoned a large, soft blanket from the side and wrapped it around him, cradling him closely. The two of them are currently inside a tent. Draco has cast a spell that renders one side of the tent transparent. The moonlight is gradually being obscured by clouds, yet the starlight continues to shine brilliantly. Under the shimmering starlight, Draco's golden hair takes on a silvery hue. He lies curled up before Harry's chest, cradled tenderly in his embrace. He felt somewhat drowsy, yet at that moment, he had no desire to succumb to sleep. Harry's arms were draped across his chest, enveloping him in warmth. Draco gazed absently at the expanse of desert outside, where the moonlight and starlight painted the sands in a delicate golden hue. The only sound that broke the tranquility was the occasional whistle of the wind, carrying a biting chill. Yet this slight coldness could not penetrate the warmth of their cozy tent. Draco stifled another yawn, and Harry, seated beside him, lifted a cup of tea to his lips. After taking a casual sip, Draco inquired, "Did you feel anything?" Harry shook his head honestly. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Draco conjured the passage of time. "It is 3 a.m. Let us wait a while longer. Expand your magical perception. The blue moonflower, as its name suggests, surely requires moonlight. Being an exceptionally rare variant, their affinity for moonlight far exceeds that of ordinary moonflowers. The moonlight tonight is splendid, and they will surely emerge." Harry pressed a gentle kiss to his hair and replied, "Leave it to me." He leaned against Draco, closing his eyes. The magic surged and swirled around him, a manifestation of his inner power. In the stillness of the desert, the fluctuations of magic were more pronounced, more easily discernible than in the wizarding world. This was a Muggle tourist spot, yet no one suspected that the secrets of the Skarsky family were hidden within the realm of Muggles. Harry sensed a faint disturbance, the telltale signs of a spell designed to repel Muggles, creating illusions that compelled them to instinctively steer clear. What place warranted such a powerful disillusionment charm? Moreover, the potency of the spell was considerable, accompanied by other subtle magical ripples. However, they were concealed too deeply, vanishing swiftly from Harry's magical network. He opened his eyes, burying his head into Draco's shoulder. Draco extended a hand from beneath the blanket, tenderly stroking his hair. "It was all right not to find it on the first attempt. They were undoubtedly hidden well. There was no rush. They had time to search slowly. They would surely leave traces behind. And following those traces would lead them to their goal. Harry murmured in agreement, and Draco continued, "Believe in yourself. You are the finest Auror in the British Ministry of Magic. No one but you can uncover this." Harry chuckled, his lips brushing against Draco's cheek as he replied, "Are you treating me like a hunting dog?" Draco laughed lazily, saying, "No, you are a lion. Just a little longer. It should be soon." The moon was partially obscured, its light becoming sparse. The shallow golden hues of the desert faded into a profound darkness. The wind stirred the grains of sand, rolling them over the dunes until they reached their wooden platform, where they settled. The wind intensified, gradually clearing the clouds from the night sky, allowing the moon to reveal its face once more. Harry closed his eyes again. Just as the moonlight began to shine again, he felt a subtle wave, as delicate as a hidden sand lizard taking a few steps before quickly halting. Yet that fleeting moment was sufficient. Harry opened his eyes, a rich green glistening as if it might spill forth. He smiled, exclaiming, "I found it." Draco was immensely pleased. He turned to Harry, and they shared a brief, intimate kiss. Wrapping himself in a light blanket, he stood up and urged, "Get dressed. Let us go take a look." Harry sat cross-legged on the carpet, watching as Draco, who had just appeared half awake, donned a full set of clothing with unprecedented speed, enveloping himself completely. He pulled up his hood and donned a mask, resembling a figure of terror. The terrorist was now urging him on. "Hurry, hurry, hurry." Harry stood up helplessly, muttering words akin to "use it" and "discard it." Draco observed Harry donning the Auror's stealth uniform, a sudden sensation of intrigue stirring within him. He approached and embraced Harry from behind, his palm pressing against his abdomen, satisfied. "Quite nice," he remarked. After successfully indulging, he paid no heed to the reaction of the person behind him. Once they had donned their attire, they exited the tent. From the outside, the tent appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary one. Draco cast a reinforcement charm, and with Harry holding his hand, they closed their eyes. A wisp of green smoke arose, and they disapparated. Upon landing, Draco stumbled, nearly losing his balance. The sand beneath his feet was exceedingly loose, and he almost sank into it. Fortunately, Harry promptly grasped his arm and swiftly cast a levitation charm beneath their feet, allowing them to hover slightly above the treacherous quicksand. Draco carefully navigated the concealed traps hidden within the desert sands. As the quicksand failed to ensnare anything, it gradually ceased its movement, appearing no different from an ordinary desert. Ahead lay a tranquil expanse of sand, with dunes of varying height standing like silent sentinels. Draco and Harry stood atop a bare black stone in the desert. Draco drew his wand and inquired, "Do you sense the disturbance?" Harry nodded, his green eyes glimmering beneath his glasses. With keen interest, he observed the anti-muggle repelling charm, the disguised charm, and these myriad traps, quicksand, and the immense barrier. What could be concealed here? Draco stretched lazily and lamented, "I forgot to bring my flying broom. Otherwise, we could have soared above to take a look." Harry remained non-committal, stating, "If we ascend, the target will be too large. Let me think." With a mysterious smile, he remarked, "Let me give it a try." After uttering these words, he extended his wand and gave it a gentle wave. Expecto Patronum. A silvery light erupted from the tip of his wand, cascading like a splendid shower of diamonds. However, this radiant glow ultimately coalesced into a small fawn, somewhat different from the majestic stag Draco had envisioned. This little deer stood at roughly half a person's height. Draco, with skepticism, inquired, "Is your Patronus really that small?" Harry commanded, "This little deer treads lightly across the treacherous sand, fraught with hidden traps." He continued, "What size did you expect? Do not forget, you sought to experience the stealth of an Auror. We are currently on a mission, Auror Malfoy." He spoke half in jest, declaring, "I have deemed you unqualified." Draco elongated his tone, exclaiming with a chuckle, "Might a bribe for the examiner afford me another chance?" Harry, tapping his lips suggestively, replied, "It depends on how you intend to bribe." Draco leaned in, bestowing a fleeting kiss upon his lips. Harry, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Isn't this a tad dismissive, dear candidate?" Draco rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him. The stag trotted past, and upon reaching a certain point, its silvery figure vanished abruptly. With his eyes closed, Harry observed as his Patronus effortlessly traversed the barrier without stirring a whisper, revealing through its eyes a once blank expanse of desert, now sprouting a row of houses. These wooden abodes appeared inhabited, as Harry sensed the ebb and flow of their magical essence. Beyond the houses lay a vast area pulsating with potent magical energy. faint blue light shimmering in the distance. As Harry reopened his eyes, the vision had dissipated. Draco inquired, "Are you certain?" He nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Otherwise, how could one possibly serve as an examiner?" He retracted his guardian spirit, and after leaving a magical mark on the stone, Draco and Harry reappeared at the entrance of the tent. Once back inside, Draco lamented, "I had hoped to experience the thrill of an Auror on a mission. Why did it end so swiftly?" Harry replied with a hint of exasperation, "That's because you're with me. Why not try with someone else?" Draco feigned surprise and inquired, "Can one request a change of examiner mid-examination?" Harry advanced towards him, trapping him between his arm and the wall. Draco gazed at him with a playful glint in his eyes, extending his arm to encircle Harry's neck. He licked his lips and, in a tone of feigned regret, asked, "Is it not possible to change the examiner midway? What if the examiner is too harsh, causing the candidate to fail?" Lowering his head, Harry's breath brushed against Draco's face and nose as he pressed a gentle kiss on Draco's prominent nose and whispered, "If one fails, then one must endeavor to please the examiner to re-enter the examination." Draco inquired softly, "And how might one make the examiner happy?" Harry chuckled, their lips nearly touching yet separated by a tantalizing distance, a flirtation that ignited a yearning in both their hearts. The candidate should ascertain the examiner's preferences in advance and strive to please them. This too is a part of the examination, he suggested. Draco leaned in slightly, his lips brushing against Harry's but halting any further advance. His voice was a mere whisper, laced with laughter, as vibrations of mirth resonated from his chest. "Is that so, dear examiner?" Despite the candidate's incessant provocations, the examiner ultimately imposed strict penalties. Yet, in the end, the examiner's heart softened, and the two embraced, lying on the carpet beneath the stars. They made no mention of returning to bed. The carpet was sufficiently soft, and the space ample. Harry conjured 2 plush pillows as dawn approached. After a night of busyness, Draco began to feel drowsy, his eyelids seemingly glued shut. Yet he longed to witness the desert sunrise alongside Harry. He strained to maintain his composure, a heaviness of drowsiness enveloping him as he inquired, "Has the sun not yet risen?" Harry enveloped him in his embrace, a delicate blanket draped over them, while he himself felt no fatigue. After all, during his tenure as an Auror, it was not uncommon to vigilantly stand watch for an entire day and night. He wrapped his arms around Draco's waist, feeling the delicate warmth of his body. Glancing at the time in the air, he remarked, "It should be soon. The sunrise here tends to occur slightly later, though not by much." Draco's head rested against his collarbone as he sleepily replied, "Then wake me up later." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes fluttered shut, and after a moment, Harry heard the soft and steady rhythm of his breathing. Harry mused, pondering Draco's fervent desire to witness the sunrise. He had no choice but to hold him closer, shifting slightly to ensure his comfort, while he gazed quietly at the expanse of the desert. The horizon was initially a deep blue, but subtle changes began to emerge from the bottom. A hint of golden hue, akin to ink dispersing in water, gradually spread across the sky. The shimmering light quivered and struggled, slowly saturating the lowest layer of the firmament. Once the colors blanketed the bottom, their pace quickened dramatically. Layers of golden red luminescence surged forth, boldly claiming half the sky. Gently shaking the figure in his embrace, Harry whispered into his ear, "Wake up, the sun has risen." Yet, Draco remained unresponsive. He had no choice but to exert a bit more effort and employ other means. Only then did Draco sluggishly open his unfocused eyes. He turned his head to gaze at the edge of the desert, where the golden red light pierced his eyes like a sharp blade. At that moment, Harry extended his hand to shield him from the brilliance. Soon, a crimson sun timidly peeked over the horizon. Draco, captivated by the sight of the sunrise, remarked, "You know, in the dungeons of Slytherin, one can never witness the dawn." His voice gradually dwindled, and as the fleeting excitement subsided, a wave of drowsiness returned once more. His words faded into the haze of his indistinct voice. "I had long wished to witness a sunrise with you, but circumstances never permitted it." Harry embraced him tightly, pressing a tender kiss upon Draco, cherishing the moment as he spoke. "We have countless days ahead of us to watch the sun rise and the moon set. Wherever you wish to behold it, I shall accompany you." Yet, all that met his sentiment was the sound of Draco's breathing as he drifted into slumber. Harry chuckled softly in resignation, waving his hand to dim the transparent section of the tent slightly, shielding them from the impending brilliance outside. He nestled against Draco and closed his eyes. Chapter 58. The jungle which Draco was awakened by a kiss. He felt an itch creeping over his body, and his face was similarly affected. Slowly, he opened his eyes, having just emerged from a sleep that was almost devoid of dreams, which had significantly revitalized his spirit. He firmly grasped Harry's wrist. Although he had just awoken, his mind was already considerably clearer. Silently, he held onto the wandering hand, his tone still laced with drowsiness. Yet his words had taken on a resolute quality. Feeling so energetic? Perhaps a cold shower would do you good, Potter. Harry leaned closer, expressing his grievance. Have you turned your back on me so soon? Draco rolled his eyes, playfully patted Harry's cheek, and swiftly extricated himself from the warmth of the covers, stretching languidly. His tall figure was fully illuminated by the sunlight. He strode purposefully to the bathroom door and declared to Harry, I shall bathe first. You are not allowed to enter. With no other choice, Harry resignedly sat up, waved his wand to let more sunlight flood into the tent, and directed his wand at the carpet, commencing a cleaning charm. He was akin to a diligent house elf, meticulously tidying up the interior of the tent and organizing the remnants of their meal. By the time Draco finished his bath and emerged, the tent had been transformed into a pristine space. In gratitude, Draco rewarded him with a kiss, after which he proceeded to wash himself. Draco retrieved a set of clean clothes from his suitcase and donned them. After a short while, Harry emerged, having completed his ablutions. With a towel wrapped around his waist, he gazed at Draco, clad in a short-sleeved shirt purchased from the Muggle world. Approaching him, he inquired, Are you not planning to wear an additional garment outside? He gestured towards the outside of the tent, where the sunlight blazed like flowing fire, illuminating the vast desert. You will get sunburned, Draco said confidently. No, I have cast a protective charm, came the reply. Seeing that Draco remained unconvinced, Harry donned a long-sleeved shirt and draped a cloak-like garment over it. The two then stepped outside, where Draco folded away his tent and made his way to the spot where they had gathered the previous day. The caravan was already awaiting them, and those who had camped the night before emerged in small groups, burdened with heavy packs, contrasting sharply with the relaxed demeanor of Draco and Harry. It was at this moment that Draco, belatedly aware, asked, Do we appear overly carefree? Harry shot him an incredulous glance and muttered, Is that why they were worried we might freeze to death in the desert last night? After speaking, he approached the camels, and the leader, witnessing their unscathed appearance, nearly dropped his smoke in astonishment. However, being well-versed in such matters, he suppressed his doubts and called out, Let us go. As they mounted their camels once more, Draco noticed Harry pulling up his face mask. He was about to tease Harry, but the fierce sunlight was searing his own skin, causing his face and arms to ache. Determined to endure, he bit his lip and held on. Upon reaching the entrance, they dismounted, and Draco waited outside for Harry, who needed to return the so-called Muggle walkie-talkies and reclaim their deposit. As he absent-mindedly ground the fine sand beneath his toes, a voice came from nearby. He lifted his head, and beside him stood two Muggle men, who were observing him with curious gazes. Upon noticing Draco's upward glance, one of them exhibited a flicker of admiration in his eyes before inquiring, Are you alone? Would you care to join us for a ride back to the city? He pointed to a nearby black vehicle, which appeared to be a square iron box. Draco was unfamiliar with Muggle automobiles and could not discern their differences. However, he found the one resembling an iron box somewhat appealing and hesitantly replied, I am not, but his words were swiftly interrupted as an arm draped over his shoulder. Harry leaned in beside him, casting a not-so-friendly glance at the two individuals across from them. His expression bore a smile, yet his tone was frosty. He is not alone. Gentlemen, may I inquire what brings you here? Upon realizing that Draco was not alone, the two individuals opposite displayed evident disappointment. The one who spoke managed to utter, Are you looking to share our ride back to the city? It is still morning, and there aren't many cars around. Harry shook his head and politely responded, No. Thank you. With that, he tugged Draco away. Draco, following Harry's lead, took a couple of steps and asked, Wait, Potter, aren't we taking a car back? Harry pulled him behind a small building, where Draco noticed a sign indicating it was a ticket office. He sighed and remarked, What now, Potter? Harry, somewhat irritated, cornered him between himself and the wall. Draco, yielding, softened his tone and inquired, What is it? Harry buried his head against Draco's shoulder, expressing his frustration. You can't even spare a minute without looking at you? Can't you just shrink down and hide in my pocket? Observing Harry in this state, Draco felt a sense of novelty. He playfully ruffled Harry's ear and said, Really? I thought they were merely being kind by offering us a ride. Oh. Weren't you the one who always told me not to discriminate against Muggles? Why now do you discourage me from interacting with them? He was somewhat aware of the subtle provocation directed at Harry. Indeed, Harry lifted his head, gazing at him with suspicion. You truly do not comprehend what they mean by hitching a ride? Draco could not help but chuckle softly. He extended his hand, pinching Harry's cheeks together, forming his lips into a comical duck shape. After planting a quick kiss on them, he released his grip and remarked, "Of course, I understand. Now, do not be upset. Let us ponder how we shall return. Shall we apparate or take a vehicle?" Harry struggled to squeeze out a few words from his lips. "How do you wish to go back?" Draco contemplated for a moment before responding. "Let us apparate. It is quicker, and I do not wish to expend my magical energy. You shall lead. I want to see how the activities of the forest which are progressing." Harry embraced Draco tightly, and with a soft pop, the two vanished. Harry thoughtfully adjusted the angle of a nearby surveillance camera, ensuring it would not focus on them. In the next instant, they materialized at the entrance of the dilapidated antique shop. Draco pushed the door open and stepped inside. The languid shopkeeper lifted his head from behind the counter, peering at the pair through his monocle, and slowly said, "Please present your wands." Harry and Draco raised their wands, and the shopkeeper manipulated an old-fashioned typewriter, instructing, "Proceed to the third shelf." The two nodded in acknowledgement and made their way to the indicated shelf. At the end of the shelf stood a closed door. Harry opened it, stepping back into the realm of wizards. They once again stood in the grand hall of the Albanian Ministry of Magic, and Draco whispered, "Do you think Skarsky will meet us today?" Harry squeezed his hand and replied, "I suspect he won't show up again today. What shall we do?" Draco shrugged and suggested, "Then we might as well participate in the Jungle Witch's activities." Harry chuckled as he took his hand and led him outside. However, cruelly, the moment they exited the ministry's hall, Draco pulled his hand away and strode ahead, his golden ponytail playfully bouncing behind him. The two quickly made their way to the central square, where, as Draco had anticipated, the number of registrations from his father's side remained stagnant at just the two of them, while the Avengers' count had already surpassed 900. The dark-skinned wizard from yesterday stood guard there. Upon seeing the two, he was momentarily taken aback, then followed their gaze to the registration numbers above. He exclaimed in realization, "We have stipulated that the number of participants from the avenging side cannot exceed 1,000, so this figure must be nearing the limit." Draco smiled and remarked, "So the maximum registration is 999? The wizard nodded, offering a sympathetic tone. "It seems that this year's event will once again see the Avengers victorious." Draco hummed in response, softly stating, "Not necessarily." The wizard, having not quite caught his words, politely inquired, "Excuse me, sir, what did you just say?" Draco, stroking his chin, gazed at the registration numbers with a grin and replied, "Oh, nothing. It's just that there's a cap on how many can register, right?" Harry pulled him aside, lowering his voice. "You can't seriously expect me to face that many people, can you?" Draco reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm confident I can at least shield you." He pretended to ponder for a moment and said, "Let us fend off approximately 100 individuals. And then those remaining in our camp should be able to withstand at least a few dozen. Wouldn't you agree?" He gently patted Harry's face and said, "Do not fear. Dear, there are only about 800 left. Is that not a rather easy task for you?" Harry ground his teeth, lowering his voice as he threatened, "Perhaps I should pass this duty on to you, so you may experience its ease." Draco replied with a troubled expression, "I cannot. My magical abilities fall short. I cannot compare to the trained oars." With no retort to offer, Harry and Draco made their way toward the traveler once more. Upon their arrival, the innkeeper promptly greeted them, "Dear ones, Skarsky has left a note for you." After speaking, she gestured towards an owl perched on a beam. The owl unfurled its wings and silently descended, extending one leg towards them. Draco retrieved the note from the owl, thanked the innkeeper, and the two returned to their room. Draco settled onto the sofa, basking in the sunlight, and unfolded the letter, clearing his throat before reading aloud, "Dear Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter, I sincerely apologize for my inability to welcome you in person. My family is currently engaged in discussions and modifications regarding my marriage contract. Until these revisions are completed, I cannot step outside. To express my regret, I have enclosed a pouch of precious plant powder for Mr. Malfoy's research. Yours faithfully, Jiminy Skarsky." Draco casually set the letter aside, a small glass vial tumbling out from the envelope, containing a blue powder. He smirked, lifting the vial to scrutinize it with narrowed eyes. Harry leaned in, speculating, could this be the moonlight flower we seek? Draco tossed the vial lightly in his hand and replied, "You guessed correctly. This is indeed the powder of the moonlight flower. My gratitude to Skarsky for sparing me the grinding process." He remarked, "It seems the contract has indeed played its role." Harry, intrigued, inquired, "Contract?" Wasn't it merely a marriage contract? Draco cast a glance at him, a look that inexplicably reminded him of the way Hermione once regarded him. With humility, he asked, "What contract?" Draco replied, "Have I forgotten to mention it to you? I have also entered into a familial contract with him." Harry felt a vague recollection of Draco possibly sharing this with him, yet he was uncertain and cautiously responded, "You haven't mentioned it." "I have no recollection." Draco, in truth, had also forgotten whether he had disclosed this to Harry, but observing Harry's expression, he surmised he must have done so. He elucidated further. "I have entered into a familial contract with him. I assist in securing a marriage alliance, and my reward is the blue moonflower. This contract is not excessively stringent. Although it specifies the reward, it does not define a time limit. Hence, while the contract possesses binding force, it is not overly restrictive. However, since they are willing to provide me with a portion of the powder, it indicates progress on Mr. Jiminy's end, thus necessitating the offering of this powder. Nevertheless, this aligns perfectly with my intentions." He tossed the bottle in his hand, the shimmering blue within radiating a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's embrace. With a smile, he remarked, "Although the Skalski family possesses an undeniable talent for cultivating magical plants, they still fall somewhat short in the art of potion making." He blinked and spoke to Harry. "The powder of a solitary moonflower, while effective, pales in comparison to the potency of a freshly plucked bloom. Yet, with merely a small catalyst, it can surpass the efficacy of the fresh moonflower, accompanied by fewer side effects. However, the nature of this catalyst remains a mystery to all." Harry was utterly enamored by Draco's air of confidence, and he felt an irresistible urge to draw closer. Draco raised his hand to shield his face from Harry's approach. Yet Harry seized the opportunity to grasp his hand and inquired, "What is the catalyst then?" Draco responded enigmatically, "The blue moonflower serves as a powerful neutralizer and enhancer. But you might be surprised to learn that when combined with belladonna, some wondrous transformations occur. One is soothing, the other hallucinogenic. Yet few are aware that belladonna itself acts as a catalyst for the moonflower." He retracted his hand and spoke, "Moreover, the deadly nightshade merely serves as a catalyst for the blue variant of the moonlight flower. At other times, it is simply a component of an ordinary hallucinogen. Fortuitously, we possess a specimen of nightshade gifted by a centaur. Skalski presumed that my intent was solely the fresh moonlight flower. They likely aimed to leverage the moonlight flower for greater gains, which is why they presented me with a vial of powder to placate me before discussing further matters." Draco tightened his grip around the small glass vial as he spoke. "In the coming days, we await the conclusion of the jungle witch-esque gathering before venturing into the desert to pilfer some moonlight flowers, after which we can embark on our journey back to England." Draco's spirits lifted once more as he remarked, "Just 2 more days, Savior. Do not let me down. I wish to witness the conclusion of another tale of the Jungle Witch." Chapter 59, The Jungle Witch 2 After Dinner. Harry and Draco moved the 2 beds from their room into the spacious living room, merging them into a single bed. The living room offered a view of the garden, which Draco preferred over the cramped confines of the narrow bedroom. He asserted with conviction that leaving the door ajar to conduct their affairs was, in itself, a unique form of thrill. As a devoted lover, Harry was naturally inclined to fulfill Draco's modest desires. That evening, however, Draco found himself compelled to halt Harry's advances, as he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, leading him to once again question his own stamina. He exerted some force, grasping Harry's hair, and fixed his gaze upon him, demanding with a fierce intensity, "What do you consume on a regular basis? How is it that I feel your stamina surpasses my own?" Harry, his lips brushing against Draco's, let out a voice laced with mirth, their warm chests pressed together, sending ripples of vibration coursing through Draco as well. He remarked, "My dear, what physical prowess are you comparing to that of the chief Auror of Britain? Would you care to attempt the rigorous training I previously devised? Upon completion, your stamina could indeed improve." Nevertheless, Harry ultimately moderated his strength, fully aware that Draco could not match his own resilience. Should Draco sustain any injuries, it would be Harry who would feel the pangs of concern. He cradled Draco's face and planted a gentle kiss on his lips, exclaiming, "How is it that you have suddenly become so beloved by everyone? Back in school, I could hardly tolerate the way you would always look down at others with that pointed chin of yours." Draco rolled his eyes and mumbled, "I found you equally intolerable. Always wearing that self-assured expression, eager to show off and meddling in matters that did not concern you." Harry kissed him again, decisively stating, "It seems we are a match made in heaven, destined to be together." Draco, unwilling to engage with his nonsensical chatter, attempted to push him away, but ultimately found himself trembling, powerless to resist Harry's embrace, wrapping his arms around his strong, broad back. In retaliation, Draco bit down hard on Harry's shoulder. The following morning, Harry gazed at the unbroken skin of the wound on his shoulder, half sweetly and half in jest, inquiring, "My dear, does this wound require a touch of salve?" Draco, engrossed in a potions book, responded with an exaggerated roll of his eyes. Today marked the final day for registration. The two of them had no plans to venture out, choosing instead to pass the day in the Traveler's Inn, indulging in rest, for Harry bore significant responsibilities come tomorrow. He sought to reclaim the spoils for his prince. As night fell, Harry once more immersed himself in the sensation of his own magic. An unprecedented sense of fullness and contentment allowed his powers to flow with remarkable ease, rendering him oblivious to the presence of the curse. He opened his eyes, somewhat puzzled. "I can no longer sense that portion of magic. Is it due to your potion?" Draco, barefoot and draped in a robe, with tousled hair, sat on the sofa, once again engrossed in his book. He swayed his feet, admiring a newly acquired ankle accessory, which was said to bring good fortune. He replied, "Indeed, the effects of the potion are still in effect. Tomorrow, you can boldly unleash all your skills and strength during the duel. The potion can obscure the connection between that segment of magic and your innate magical essence. Though this is merely temporary, as long as it remains effective, you can wield your magic without hesitation, free from the concerns of a recurrence of that previous outburst." He turned a page, adjusted the position of the light hanging before him, and continued, "So tomorrow, let me see the prowess of the chief Auror." Harry leaned in closer, awkwardly squeezing himself beside Draco, and picked up the decoration made of white feathers that dangled from Draco's ankle. Draco glanced at him with exasperation, his lips forming reproachful words. Yet his tone betrayed none of that sentiment. "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm reading?" Harry leaned toward his ear and whispered, "Is there a reward for winning, Your Highness?" Draco lightly tapped Harry's head with the book in his hand, responding tersely, "No reward, but I want the spoils. Is that too much to ask?" Harry feigned a sigh. "Since it is the prince's wish, I shall certainly fulfill it, but I am rather greedy. I desire a kiss from the prince and a reward as well, if you please." Draco reluctantly leaned in and gave him a quick kiss, so swift that Harry barely registered it. He lifted his book again and nonchalantly remarked, "Let us discuss it again after you win tomorrow." Harry detected a hint of concession in his words and planted a more fervent kiss on Draco, proclaiming with satisfaction, "Isn't it just a duel? I was the champion of dueling before. Let them witness the might of the dueling master from Britain." Draco shot him an incredulous look before returning to his reading. Early the next morning, the two awoke promptly, enjoyed breakfast, and after a stroll through the market, the time swiftly approached noon. Draco held a vanilla ice cream cone and lazily remarked, "It's time, let us go take a look." As Harry watched him lick the ice cream, inexplicably, some unwelcome images flashed through his mind. Draco, unwavering in his focus, slapped Harry's face and said, "Potter, how did I never notice you before?" He pondered for a moment, then finally uttered a word, saying, "I had no idea you were so peculiar." "Stop staring at me. Your opponent is over there," Harry retorted. "What do you mean by peculiar? It's all your fault anyway." He argued with a hint of defiance. "Why on earth did you choose to purchase ice cream?" Draco retorted in exasperation. "It is a hot day, and I fancied some ice cream. Besides, I possess the means to indulge, so what is the issue?" Harry continued. "Then why is there none for me?" Amidst their debate, the two had arrived at the central square, which had formed into two lines, one marked as Avengers and the other labeled Fathers. In stark contrast to the lengthy queue of the Avengers, the line for the Fathers was notably sparse. They found themselves in the latter line, serendipitously encountering an acquaintance. The dark-skinned wizard behind the table waved upon seeing Draco and Harry, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, what a pleasure to see you again." Following his greeting, he waved his wand, causing two glowing numbers to appear on the front of Draco and Harry's garments. "Do you see the large screen ahead?" he inquired. The two raised their eyes to see a screen reminiscent of a Quidditch score display, flashing the words Jungle Witch with the team names beneath, Avengers on the left and Fathers on the right. Below was an empty space, and the wizard continued to elucidate. "The dual numbers will be displayed in due time. Pay attention to your own number. Once it appears, you will proceed to the stage." Draco, still savoring his ice cream, looked at the lengthy line of Avengers and, with a hint of confusion, asked, "So, we few must duel against that multitude?" The wizard nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Should your team be vanquished entirely, then the Fathers shall face defeat once more this year." He sighed, expressing his curiosity about the conclusion of the story. Draco and Harry bid farewell to the wizard before them, rising from their seats to join the camp of their fathers. In the camp, only a sparse gathering of individuals occupied the space, and upon noticing Draco and Harry's arrival, everyone exchanged polite nods, perhaps due to the stark disparity in numbers. There was little inclination for conversation. Draco and Harry settled into a quiet corner, where Draco finally finished the ice cream he had purchased, meticulously wiping his fingers clean. Harry cast a silencing charm, and the two leaned closer together. "What do you think? How does our faction measure up?" Harry inquired, pulling Draco's hand over to assist him in wiping it. "Not particularly impressive. It seems you must truly rely on me, Prince," Draco replied languidly. "Shall I clear a path for you through some of them?" He pressed a gentle kiss upon Draco's hand and remarked, "Never mind, I was merely concerned for your safety." Draco replied, "Could you not simply encase me in your protective armor? Surely, no one here could breach your defenses." Harry stretched his back, an aura of confidence beginning to emanate from him. He turned to Draco with a smile and said, "Come now, my prince, grant me a kiss. For the knight is about to enter the fray." Draco leaned in, bestowing a soft kiss upon him, only to be held firmly by the back of his head, receiving a fervent kiss in return. Harry licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he declared, "Perfect timing. It has been far too long since I demonstrated my prowess. Let us see if I have faltered." They waited a while longer, and Draco observed that more individuals had joined their ranks. In stark contrast to their spacious tent, the opposing one was brimming with people, prompting the wizards to cast an enlargement charm to accommodate the influx of Avengers. A lady adorned with a feathered headdress and clad in striking attire approached the stage. She pointed her wand at her throat and then spoke, "Good day, dear wizards." Her voice resonated powerfully, and Draco recognized that her attire was perfectly suited to the climate. Her skin was a warm honey tone, and when she smiled, her eyes sparkled enchantingly. Harry, from behind, shielded his eyes momentarily and inquired, "Is she beautiful?" Draco gently lowered Harry's hand, his gaze unwavering. "Quite captivating. Do you not think it differs from the styles of England or France? It possesses a unique charm." Harry draped his hand over Draco's shoulder, leaning closer to him, and remarked, "Stop gazing at her. If the prince does not pay heed to his knight, the knight shall feel sorrow." Draco pondered, "In what manner do you think they will engage? With so many participants, a one-on-one duel seems improbable. The duration would be excessively prolonged." Harry emitted a long "oh," still not relinquishing his grip. Draco allowed him to rest his arm upon his shoulder, a gesture imbued with possessiveness. He did not shy away from Harry's open display of affection. Rather, he felt a subtly profound sense of satisfaction within. He pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. "Do you think they will initially engage in a free-for-all?" The lady cleared her throat, and with a voice imbued with a resounding incantation, even her cough resonated in the ears of those present. Once she had captured everyone's attention, she charmingly smiled and said, "Good day, everyone. Welcome to the event hosted by the Jungle Witch." Upon her words, the surroundings transformed abruptly. The ground trembled slightly. Harry firmly grasped Draco's waist as the circular arena began to descend gradually. The earth quaked and shuddered, while the terrain on either side rose higher. As Draco observed the sinking arena, it morphed into something reminiscent of a Quidditch pitch, encircled by rows of seats. A grand banner floated above the arena, emblazoned with radiant words, "Jungle Witch." This luminous banner even circled the venue before gracefully settling above them. Draco glanced around. The circular arena, having sunk, seemed to expand several rings in size, with 5 platforms emerging in the center. Atop each platform stood at least 2 wizards clad in attire similar to that of the lady, adorned with feathered headpieces. The dark-skinned wizard who had registered them was also on one of the platforms. Tall signs were erected on either side, displaying the current scores or participant counts in a straightforward manner. 89, 958. Draco sighed, "It seems you'll have to eliminate at least 10 individuals over several rounds." Harry gazed ahead, feeling a long-lost thrill. It had been quite a while since he had encountered an opportunity to unleash his powers freely, especially after stepping back from the Auror's front line upon discovering the risks associated with his magic. Previously, due to the limitations of his magic, he had refrained from recklessly wielding substantial power. However, now he felt an unprecedented vigor, and his earlier statement rang true. He genuinely wished to test whether he had indeed regressed. He relaxed his shoulders and gazed at the sign above. After the venue quieted down, the woman on stage continued with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, due to the significant disparity in numbers between the Avengers and the Fathers this year, we have decided to temporarily introduce a new competition format, allowing the Avengers to conduct a brief internal selection. She smiled as she spoke. Next, the Avengers and the Fathers will engage in a grand melee of 10 versus 10. The victors will proceed directly to the Duel Master competition, where one-on-one or three-on-three confrontations will take place, since the number of participants from the Fathers is rather limited. We have resolved to commence with a grand melee among the Avengers until their numbers dwindle to 200, at which point we shall engage in duels with the Fathers. If any participants have objections to this rule, they may leave now. Upon concluding her remarks, she waved her hand, and a shimmering banner descended above her, stating, "Moreover, this banner displays the rewards that the victorious faction may attain. Please take a moment to review it." Draco read aloud. The first place, chosen by each faction, could receive a reward of up to 5,000 galleons, while the second and third places would gradually decrease, culminating in a reward of 500 galleons for the fifth place. The remaining participants would receive varying degrees of consolation prizes, determined by a lottery upon departure. With the grand prize being a dragon egg? Draco's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he slapped Harry's shoulder emphatically, exclaiming, "Potter, I want that dragon egg." Chapter 60. Jungle Witch. 3. Harry replied with a hint of exasperation, "Prince, that's the final prize. There's no guarantee you will win it." Draco retorted with unwavering determination, "No, I want that. Knight, retrieve that dragon egg for me." His eyes sparkled with a resolute gleam, a light that Harry had never encountered before. He declared firmly, "I've had enough of galleons. I've never laid eyes on a living dragon egg. Potter, retrieve it for me." Harry muttered, "What is so fascinating about a live dragon?" Yet, upon seeing Draco's expression and recalling Hagrid's little creature he had seen earlier, along with the meaning behind Draco's name, he could only reply, "At your command, Prince." Draco nodded, although his face remained as cold and haughty as ever. His eyes had ignited with enthusiasm. Harry realized that Draco's competitive spirit had been rekindled, all for that dragon egg. For all these years, Draco's obsession with dragons remained as fervent as before. After the lady concluded her remarks, a slight commotion arose at the Avengers' tent, which was separated from them by a considerable distance. One by one, individuals began to exit, and as they departed, the crowd gradually diminished, ultimately settling at a count of 680. Draco murmured, "There are still 680 people." He slowly broke into a smile and turned to Harry beside him, saying, "Dear Knight, your prince is about to change his mind." He drew forth his hawthorn wand and declared, "I shall fight alongside you." Upon observing that the number of Avengers had stabilized, the lady smiled, a trace of delight gracing her exquisitely made-up visage. "It appears everyone has settled on their course. Let the duels within the ranks of the Avengers commence." Harry took a seat beside Draco, grasping his hand. Unlike Draco's meticulously maintained features, Harry's fingers, though soft, bore the calluses of frequent potion-making, lacking delicacy. He enveloped Draco's somewhat cool hand within his own and remarked, "Let us assess the strength of the opposing Avengers. Who knows, perhaps an Auror may join this gathering?" Draco smirked haughtily, his hand shifting to clasp Harry's. "Is there any Auror now who can rival the might of one who has vanquished the Dark Lord?" Harry raised their joined hands to his lips, bestowing a kiss upon them. "I am grateful for your trust, Prince." The two lapsed into silence, their gazes fixed upon the arena's center, where a scoreboard had appeared beside each dueling platform. The scoreboard displayed 2 columns, each inscribed with distinct numbers. Those corresponding to these numbers stepped onto the platforms. The lady continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, please pay heed. This is merely an event, and our judges are Aurors. The spells cast must not endanger life. Should any participant feel unable to continue, they may withdraw." She lifted her wand, and a brilliant firework erupted from its tip, resounding in the sky. With a radiant smile and a resounding voice, she proclaimed, "The Jungle Witches event is now underway." Harry stifled a yawn after several rounds. He had begun to discern the strength of the Avengers faction. Among them stood a bald man adorned with tattoos. The speed at which the spells were cast was astonishing, and their accuracy was commendable. Judging by his wand-holding posture, he appeared to be of Auror descent, moving with remarkable swiftness, indicative of extensive and systematic training. Another figure was a graceful lady clad in a pale yellow dress, adorned with a charming little hat, her feet elegantly encased in high heels. She wielded her wand with poise, yet her spells were delivered with fierce precision. She favored standing in the shadows, occasionally casting spells to disrupt the ongoing battlefield, always managing to emerge victorious in the end. Then there was a young man, perhaps freshly graduated or possibly possessing a hint of innate talent. He spared no effort in expending his magical energy, unleashing a barrage of spells upon his entrance. Remarkably, after enduring 3 rounds of the tournament, he remained vibrant. his spell-casting power undiminished. Harry held Draco's hand tightly, and upon noticing that the number of participants on the Avengers' side had dwindled to 200, he remarked, "It should be our turn soon." Draco glanced lazily at the numbers on their chests and replied, "I wonder if we will end up in the same arena." Harry responded, "If we do, you can." Before she could finish her sentence, the enchanting lady gracefully returned to the stage, her smile radiant. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the pivotal moment of our Jungle Witches spectacle, the direct confrontation between the Avengers and the faction of the Father. Now, let us invite the contestants for the first round." The Aurors, who had been maintaining order in the arena, stepped back, and once they vacated the platform, the 5 individual arenas transformed. They converged softly like the petals of a flower, forming a singular blossom with 5 petals. And the scoreboard now rested at the center of this floral arrangement, displaying a score of 0-0. The lady enthusiastically announced, "Next, let us call upon the contestants by their numbers to ascend to our stage." Just as her words concluded, Draco felt a surge of warmth emanating from his chest. He lowered his head and noticed that the number tag on his chest was shimmering, its edges seemingly ablaze, searing against his skin. Draco raised an eyebrow and turned to Harry, but this time he was alone, with Harry absent from his side. He then glanced towards his father's faction, where others bore the same fiery mark upon their chests. Harry squeezed his hand, bowing his head as he spoke, "If it becomes too much, step back promptly. Do not sustain injuries, for your protection is paramount." Draco drew his wand, casting a fleeting glance at Harry. His silver-gray eyes sparkled with determination. He smirked proudly and declared, "The Malfoys never retreat." Bowing his head, Draco shared a gentle kiss with Harry, murmuring, "I may last only 2 rounds at most. The rest shall be entrusted to you, my knight." He patted Harry's cheek, leaning closer as he urged, "Do not let me down, my knight." Harry's nose brushed lightly against Draco's, and he replied softly, "I ask not for you to vanquish many foes or endure numerous rounds. Simply do not get hurt, my prince." Draco rose and exited his father's tent. Striding towards the petal-shaped arena, he drew his wand, feeling the surge of battle spirit coursing through him, as the unicorn wand resonated fiercely in his grasp. He sauntered up lazily, flanked by 2 individuals who were likely Aurors from the Albanian Ministry of Magic. Their faces were adorned with a thin layer of what appeared to be decorative paint, concealing their true features, while feathers adorned their heads, much like the Lady S. It seemed that feathers were particularly favored as embellishments, Draco pondered. He recalled the feathered anklet that Harry had stripped away. He lifted his foot and ascended the flower-like platform, where one of the Aurors gestured for him to stand in a corner closer to their camp. Draco positioned himself there, and after a moment, their group of 10 was complete. There were both men and women, most of whom were around his age. One among them appeared relatively calm, while the others looked like startled quails huddled behind the composed individual. He possessed shoulder-length hair, neatly tied at the back, and his serene yet persuasive blue eyes held a captivating allure. Casting a glance at Draco, who was nearly leaning against the edge, he smiled and introduced himself. "I am Sam, pleased to meet you." Draco raised his gaze to this self-proclaimed Sam, casually fabricating an alias. "Hello, I am Jerry, a rather commonplace name." Sam responded with a gentle smile. "If you wish to avoid confrontation, you may stand behind me. I will do my utmost to protect you." Intrigued, Draco noted that while Sam appeared calm, he did not seem like someone who could endure a confrontation. However, the prospect of having someone to charge ahead on his behalf was appealing, allowing him to conserve energy. Thus, he joined the group, settling behind Sam. "All right, thank you." After positioning himself, a plump young witch, bearing a grim expression, spoke up. "I thought signing up would guarantee rewards, had I known. I would have aligned myself with the Avengers faction. They at least receive participation prizes for leaving early." Draco observed the young girl, likely just past her teenage years. Her magical aura still quite nascent, perhaps still a student. Clutching her wand, she whispered anxiously to Draco, "I never attended dueling classes at school. What should we do now?" With kindness, Draco advised her, "First, cast a protective charm on yourself." The girl, on the verge of tears, trembled as she clumsily cast an armor charm around herself. At that moment, an Auror stepped into the center. He glanced at the individuals from both factions and spoke, "Let us refrain from causing harm. Aggressive spells are forbidden, and the use of dark magic is strictly prohibited. Should any of the aforementioned incantations be invoked, we shall apprehend you." After stating this, he took a step back and raised his wand. It was then that Draco noticed a thin barrier stretching between the 2 camps, which dissipated into the air like vapor as the Auror waved his wand. Swift indeed. One could not question the prowess of an orer. Draco, attempting to mimic the display, raised his own wand, leading to a tense stalemate between the two sides, neither daring to strike first. A throng of individuals crowded behind Mr. Sam, who indeed possessed some skill. He initially directed a silent spell towards the Avengers faction, unleashing a robust beam of magical light from the tip of his wand, which struck the ground at the feet of the opposing camp. He did not directly aim at those individuals. Indeed, after casting the spell, a slight commotion arose within the ranks of the Avengers. They slightly recoiled, as though startled by Mr. Sam's incantation. Draco, grasping his wand, lazily raised it in that direction, contemplating that those across appeared rather easily frightened. Just then, an unknown curse was hurled towards Draco. The protective armor enveloping Harry activated, flashing swiftly to deflect the spell. The plump-faced girl beside him looked on, astonished, as if pondering the depths of the seemingly charming young man before her. Draco smiled at her and lifted his wand, aiming towards the source of the threat, casting a disarming charm. Unfortunately, as anticipated, he missed. His disarming spell lacked the finesse that Harry possessed. He clicked his tongue in frustration and adjusted his aim. Emerging from the opposing side was a leader reminiscent of Sam, a young man who boldly unleashed a spell towards them. Judging by his mouth movements, it resembled a levitation charm, but Draco easily countered it with a flick of his wand. He was reluctant to engage further with this group, so he targeted the young man, casting the severing charm in his direction. The young man let out a scream as he was inverted and hung upside down, his trinkets and coins clattering to the ground. Draco ensured he maintained the young man in that position, moving him outside the ring, thus reducing their numbers by one. Mr. Sam gazed at him in astonishment, but Draco paid little heed to his expression. Following Draco's elimination of an opponent, it seemed to ignite a competitive spirit among the others, and a flurry of diverse spells was unleashed toward him. Draco idly twirled his wand, perhaps due to their inexperience in battle. The spells cast by this group were rather benign, mere trifles. Draco narrowed his eyes, musings of employing a more extensive spell flitting through his mind. Yet, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, recognizing this was merely a contest. Even if the prize were a dragon egg, it hardly warranted resorting to devastating area-wide curses. He sighed inwardly, focusing on their ranks as he murmured, obstacles abound. In an instant, numerous protruding stones materialized before these individuals, obstructing their path and line of sight. Several people were struck by these raised stones and tumbled down beneath the stage, thus eliminated from the contest. Thus far, Draco had dispatched at least half of the opposing team, while his own side remained unscathed. Mr. Sam cast a look of astonishment and admiration at Draco, who paid him no mind. His eyes were fixed on the coveted dragon egg. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a powerful jet of water from the tip of his wand, dispersing the remaining opponents. It felt as if mere minutes had passed before Draco single-handedly eliminated all adversaries. Harry, seated within the tent, clapped in admiration. After accomplishing this feat, Draco quietly retreated back into the crowd, once again beside the plump girl, whose initial surprise had transformed into awe. Her eyes sparkled with reverence as she exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable." Draco smiled, twirled his wand with flair, and elegantly tucked it back into his pocket, whispering to the girl, "Am I not impressive?" However, Draco's triumph was short-lived. Following his valiant removal of the first round of contestants, an unspoken understanding arose among the second wave of the Avengers, all of whom directed their spells at Draco. Despite donning Potter's protective armor, he was compelled to sprint swiftly, evading a barrage of traps aimed at his feet. By the conclusion of the second round, only 4 or 5 individuals remained at his side. He wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed at Sam, who stood beside him. The plump young woman had long been taken down by a rolling stone curse, and with a sorrowful expression, she addressed Draco, saying, "I can no longer protect you. You must look after yourself." Draco, he was unaware of the young lady's name, yet she suddenly appeared to be quite familiar with him. In the third round, a woman adorned in a delicate yellow dress stepped forward. A petite triangular hat perched askew upon her head, affixed to her hair with a binding spell, reminiscent of the customary style of aristocratic ladies. She offered a subtle gesture of greeting, one reserved for duels, towards Draco. Upon seeing her, Draco inhaled sharply. For the first time, he sensed an air of danger emanating from her. Draco raised his wand, abandoning his previous facade of ease, and warned Sam, "Beware of her." Sam, too, adopted a demeanor of vigilance as the aura dismantled the protective barrier that separated them. The moment the barrier fell, Draco felt a sudden tug at his ankle as if someone were pulling at it. He immediately reinforced his armor, effectively blocking the spell. Upon realizing that her incantation had failed, the woman let out a surprised gasp, but she quickly concealed herself behind the remaining crowd. Draco continued to evade the various spells hurled at him by others, attempting to cast a transfiguration spell to transform the solid ground beneath their feet into a swamp. Alas, his efforts were in vain. His transformation spell was interrupted by another incantation. He let out a deep sigh of regret, and then he cast a disarming spell. After successfully disarming one of the opponents, their side had lost another member, leaving only Draco, Sam, and another man. This man appeared to be nearing his limit. He took a breath, momentarily relaxed, and was suddenly ensnared by a rope that seemed to have come from nowhere, flung out of the arena. Now, only Sam and Draco remained. Opposite them stood 6 adversaries. Draco positioned himself at the back, narrowly evading another spell. He employed the same tactic once more, casting a binding spell that ensnared 3 individuals at once, who screamed as they were bound together. With a flick of his wand, Draco sent them tumbling off the stage. The odds were now 3 against 2. The female opponent, seemingly caught off guard by Draco's resilience, let out a laugh before lightly waving her wand. An ominous feeling surged within Draco, but before he could react, a vine erupted from beneath the bricks, charging directly at him. Draco found himself tightly bound. Meanwhile, Harry, seated in the tent, sprang to his feet. Yet, Draco refused to concede. He aimed at the remaining 2 opponents and cast a levitation charm. This time, he succeeded, lifting the last 2 adversaries off the stage. He was gently placed on the ground, and the vine, as if possessing consciousness, playfully glided across his face before retracting. Draco sighed, realizing that it indeed appeared to be a cyclical phenomenon. He returned to his tent, where Harry promptly pulled him over, anxiously scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Are you uninjured?" Draco settled down and took a few sips from a bottle of water, his Adam's apple moving up and down. He shrugged and replied, "No. No one has yet managed to breach your protective armor. The rest is up to you. I have exerted myself to the fullest." Harry embraced him, brimming with confidence, and said, "Leave it to me." Sam was swiftly dispatched as well, yet only 1 adversary remained on the opposing side. The scoreboard displayed an additional line of numbers. Harry glanced at it and then sat down. "It is not my turn yet." Among the 10 individuals who had ascended this time, they accomplished one thing. They united to force that woman down. However, only 3 of them remained, while the Avengers numbered over 100. They were left with just over 60 individuals. During the second round, as expected, the 3 contestants quickly succumbed and were eliminated, while the opposing team lost 1, leaving them with 9. The scoreboard chimed once more, and Harry's number was still absent, prompting Draco to ponder. How is this numbering determined? Harry shrugged, relieved to know Draco was unscathed, and settled comfortably into his seat, even producing an assortment of snacks from his bag that he had purchased unbeknownst to himself, offering them to Draco as he speculated. "If I were the organizer, adhering to the principles of fairness while ensuring the competition remains thrilling and does not conclude prematurely, I would devise a spell to detect magical prowess, placing those with greater power towards the end, thus heightening the excitement of the contest." Draco appeared contemplative. "I hadn't considered that. Is it because you participated in the Triwizard Tournament?" Harry smiled in silence, and the 2 of them assumed the role of spectators, observing the ongoing matches. Another round passed, and Draco glanced back, grimacing as he addressed Harry. "Knight, we are down to 20. Do you feel confident?" Harry replied in kind. The knight lacks confidence, but the prince desires a dragon egg, so the knight must give his all. Draco patted Harry, and at that moment, the scoreboard illuminated once again. Yet Draco was disheartened to find Harry's number still absent. Meanwhile, approximately 100 remained on the opposing side. Draco looked at Harry, expressing sympathy. "Dear knight, it seems you are the final act." Harry responded, "Watch my performance, Prince." This round concluded swiftly, with the Avengers faction entirely eliminated and 5 from the Father's faction still standing. Harry remarked in surprise, "I didn't expect there to be some formidable competitors on our side." Draco, savoring the candied fruits Harry had purchased, remarked, "Unlike that, Mr. Sam. These individuals are clearly well-trained." Bowing his head, Harry accepted a candied fruit from Draco's hand, saying, "He even spoke to you. Yet it appears he is not as formidable as you." Draco withdrew his hand, mumbling, "Enough of your unfounded jealousy. Let us await the next round." After Draco's comment, they entered a new round, where the Avengers faction and the Father's faction were both eliminated in a synchronized fashion. The scoreboard lit up once more, and Harry's number finally appeared. Unable to contain his excitement, he kissed Draco and exclaimed, "Prince, I'm going in." Draco, with a composed demeanor, gently patted Harry's face and encouraged him, "Remember my words." Night. This time, there were only 9 individuals remaining. After following the others, Harry situated himself in a corner and glanced at the scoreboard. After this round, there were still 80 individuals left on the opposing side, including his teammates. To meet Draco's demands, he would need to compete in at least 5 rounds on his own. He drew forth his wand, a surge of magical energy enveloping him. As the aura dispelled the protective barrier, he swiftly raised his wand and unleashed a gale spell. Before the winds had even subsided, he hurriedly cast a tremor charm, causing those on the opposing side to lose their footing on the undulating ground. The announcer and the aura stood in stunned silence. In the mere instant that the barrier was lifted, Harry had eliminated 10 adversaries with his 2 spells. The crowd fell momentarily silent, only to erupt into frenzied cheers. Draco watched Harry on the stage with a smile, envisioning him as the vanguard during his time as an aura. Another 10 members from the Avenger faction stepped forward, this time exhibiting a touch more caution. They immediately shielded themselves with protective armor, yet even so, they could only withstand Harry's spells for a fleeting moment longer. Draco gently applauded, and sensing their connection, Harry turned to meet his gaze before facing forward once more. 2 rounds had passed, 8 remained. Among the new challengers was a bald man whose tattoo seemed to writhe as if alive. Draco observed the tattoo with interest, murmuring, "A magical mark?" Once on the stage, the man glanced at Harry and inquired, "Aura?" Harry nodded, making a gesture indicative of a duel. The man unsheathed his wand, and the aura cautiously surveyed the two, issuing a warning, "Be mindful. Do not let this escalate to life-threatening consequences." Both men nodded and returned to their positions. As the aura dispelled the barrier, an exhilarating duel of spells commenced. In truth, Harry was proficient in many charms, yet his most favored and frequently employed spell was the disarming charm. He swiftly maneuvered across the field, while many wizards relied heavily on their magical prowess, neglecting the importance of physical training. This tendency is predominantly observed among pure-blood wizards, who have been immersed in a magical environment since childhood and have grown accustomed to resolving all matters with spells. A quintessential example of this is Draco. However, Harry stood apart. Upon assuming the role of an aura, he boldly reformed the training regimen of the British Ministry of Magic's auras, emphasizing that physical conditioning is equally as vital as the mastery of spells. He narrowly evaded several spells launched at him by the bald man, deliberately concealing the full extent of his abilities. With a flourish of his wand, he conjured a vast array of entangling vines. Countless tendrils emerged beneath the feet of his opponents, reminiscent of the spell cast earlier by the woman in the yellow skirt. Initially unaware, they were swiftly ensnared at their ankles by the vines, which, though soft, could be severed with a single slicing spell. Nevertheless, 5 or 6 individuals were dragged off the stage by Harry's vines, while the remaining few quickly recognized the vine's weakness. After severing them, the tendrils crumpled helplessly to the ground. The bald man, vigilant, cautioned his allies. "Be careful," he warned. Harry, concealed behind a petal's edge, had initially intended to unleash a bone-crushing curse, but recalled the aura's guidelines against using widespread lethal spells. He opted for a more tempered approach, casting a gentle deluge instead. A roaring water dragon surged forth from the tip of Harry's wand, a rapid and forceful torrent racing towards the Avengers' ranks. Harry skillfully manipulated his magic, directing the water dragon to engulf the entire area occupied by his opponents. Draco, positioned within his father's faction, observed as Harry's water dragon swiftly inundated the battlefield, inadvertently sweeping even the bald man off his feet. The tattoos upon him pulsated with life. Draco had cast the Eagle Eye spell upon himself, observing as the tattoos appeared to gracefully traverse his skin. However, eventually, they settled into stillness. At that moment, a lady approached. She raised her wand and proclaimed loudly, "We now enter the intermission phase. I ask both factions to return to their respective tents for a brief respite before we proceed to the next round of confrontation." Harry sheathed his wand, noting that under his protection, his father's side still had 5 members remaining, while the Avengers faction boasted 65 individuals. Harry returned to his tent and sat beside Draco. He immediately noticed the spell Draco had cast over his own eyes, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What are you observing?" Draco ceased the Eagle Eye spell and replied with intrigue, "If you encounter that man in the wild next time, exercise caution." Harry ran his fingers through his hair, revealing his handsome forehead, although he had just employed the purification charm to wash away the opposing side's presence. He himself remained entirely unblemished. Leaning closer, he asked intimately, "What is it?" Draco gazed in the direction of the bald gentleman, who had rejoined their faction. Gathering closely with others as they appeared to be engaged in discussion, occasionally glancing towards Harry. Draco acknowledged their gazes with a distant nod and remarked, "Do you know what the tattoos on that individual signify?" Harry shook his head, inquiring, "Aren't they mere tattoos?" Draco elucidated, "No, they are dark marks." He twirled his hawthorn wand and spoke. Within him, there might be something sealed away, perhaps a magical creature or even a plant, essentially a symbiotic entity. In England, such magical seals had long been prohibited due to their association with dark magic, yet here in Albania, he unexpectedly encountered one that was alive. Harry gazed at Draco, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and inquired. Draco grasped Harry's hand, saying, "It's quite rare, Harry. How about we seek him out after this? It is my first time witnessing a living magical seal." Harry, he helplessly tugged at Draco's hand and said, "Stop thinking about it. After it's over, they might not even know where to go. You should be more concerned about your knight for now." He half-heartedly complained. "Don't you care at all about whether your knight is injured?" Chapter 62, Jungle Witch 5. Draco cast a mildly surprised glance at him and asked in a feigned tone, "How could that be? Shouldn't my knight be the bravest?" After saying this, he gently patted Harry's face and turned his gaze back to the stage, adding, "It seems they have devised a strategy over there. Do you have any ideas?" Harry straightened his posture, grasping Draco's hand once more, and with a hint of regret, he replied, "If only we could use wide-ranging spells." Draco calmly gazed ahead and said, "It's all right. I believe you can do it," as the two whispered to one another. The goblin who had just been dancing on stage wobbled down again, prompting the audience to offer polite applause. The lady continued, her smile radiant, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed. This year, a formidable figure has emerged from the Father's camp. Will we witness the rare victory of the Father's camp this year? Let us wait and see." With that, the scoreboard displayed the remaining participants' numbers. At that moment, a figure emerged from the Avengers camp, the lady clad in a pale yellow dress. She smiled at the lady and said, "Some of us wish to forfeit. Is that permissible?" The lady appeared slightly taken aback and confirmed, "But victory is already within your grasp. Do you still wish to forfeit?" The elegant lady replied softly, "If they forfeit, could they relinquish their spots to grant us an opportunity for a revival match?" Draco, sitting opposite, exclaimed with interest, "What are they thinking? They desire a revival match? That seems unfair to us." Seemingly hearing Draco's thoughts, the lady cast a glance in their direction and nodded, saying, "For the sake of fairness, I believe both camps should have the opportunity for a revival match." She spread her hands and continued, "We are willing to reduce the number of our participants, exchanging a 1-2 ratio for the chance at a revival match, while the opposing camp may exchange a 1-1 ratio. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing her proposal, Draco squeezed Harry's hand and turned to him, asking, "Do you want me to take the stage with you?" He gestured for Harry to glance at the individuals behind him. Indeed, upon hearing the lady's proposal regarding the resurrection match, several faces visibly lit up with excitement. Draco feigned nonchalance as he remarked, "I still have the energy. Perhaps you would like me to take the field?" Harry inquired, "Do you wish to participate?" Draco raised an eyebrow, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he replied, "I have no objections to giving it another go. I am merely intrigued by that mark of magic." Harry sighed, fully aware that Draco's motivation to step forward was not born out of concern for him. He grumbled, "Can't you at least pretend it's because you care about me?" This time, Draco was genuinely taken aback. He turned to Harry, his intense gaze seemingly capable of piercing right through him. He reached out, lightly pressing his hand against Harry's forehead, muttering, "No fever, huh?" He responded with a peculiar retort. "Even if those individuals band together, they should pose no threat to you, right? Why should I concern myself with your well-being?" After uttering these words, Draco seemed to realize his own callousness. He leaned in and gently bestowed a fleeting kiss upon Harry's lips, assuring him, "Do not worry, I shall assist you." However, Harry reciprocated the kiss, gazing at Draco with an expression that suggested he had seen through everything. "You are merely motivated by your dragon egg, aren't you, you little scoundrel?" Draco turned away, lapsing into silence. He rose to his feet, once again donning an air of arrogance and indifference, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "We accept your proposal for the resurrection match." Ultimately, the agreed-upon number of participants was set at 5 against 10. It remained unclear how the Avengers had negotiated, but they ended up forming a team of 10, which included the previously eliminated tattooed gentleman, the lady in the yellow dress, and a young man who had yet to enter the fray. In contrast, Harry's team was relatively straightforward. Harry, Draco, Sam, and 2 siblings who identified themselves as bounty wizards. their skills deemed trustworthy. The sister exclaimed with enthusiasm, "If we win, we could earn several thousand galleons, enough to purchase a new home." Their skin was a deep shade of ebony, unmistakably hailing from another continent. Draco felt a flicker of curiosity and inquired with his sister, discovering that their original homeland was intertwined with that of the Muggles. Sitting on the ground, his sister was idly toying with her dagger, stating, "In our land." The distinction between Muggles and wizards was not so pronounced, nor were there any confidentiality laws. We practiced medicine there, healing the sick. But little did we anticipate that the ravages of war would soon engulf our village. She shrugged, her tone calm, yet Draco could discern the pain veiled within her words. In the end, it was just my brother and me left. We departed from that place and arrived here, having passed the Wizarding Protection Act, reclaiming our identities. But everything had to be started anew. Thus, we have become bounty wizards. Should you find yourselves in need of our services, you may seek us out at the Great Camel Tavern. If we are not present, leave a message with the bartender. Her demeanor was lighthearted. We also accept bodyguard assignments. You two appear to be travelers. If you require a protector or guide, do not hesitate to reach out to us. She appraised Draco with a playful gaze and added, "I can offer discounts for those who are particularly handsome." Harry had already wrapped an arm around Draco and politely replied, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." The sister sighed regretfully, rising to her feet and sheathing her dagger at her waist. She winked at Draco and remarked, "By the way, my brother is quite handsome as well. Would you consider him?" Upon hearing this, Harry's expression turned icy. Draco stifled a laugh as he bid farewell to the sibling duo and returned to Harry's side. Just as Harry was about to speak, the lady in the front once again addressed the crowd. "Now, let us welcome the final and most thrilling match." Cheers erupted from the audience, and Draco lowered his gaze, drawing forth his wand. During the Triwizard Tournament, he had been an observer, yet in this foreign land, he found himself inexplicably granted the opportunity to compete alongside Harry. He raised his gaze once more, his silver-gray eyes filled with resolve. Ascending the stage, the two parties exchanged the formalities of their duel before stepping back a few paces. The competition was about to commence. He took a slight step back, and with remarkable swiftness, Harry cast a disarming charm that struck one of his opponents with pinpoint accuracy. The man's wand soared high into the air, and bereft of his wand, he could only retreat in dismay. Impressive and precise, as always, was Harry's disarming spell. Draco thought with a hint of admiration that Harry's disarming charm remained as accurate and rapid as ever, even capable of leaving his adversaries utterly unprepared. He stepped back, narrowly avoiding a spell directed at him. With a flick of his wand, he felt Harry reinforce his protective armor, though a sense of frustration brewed within him as many spells remained beyond his reach. His keen eyes caught sight of the lady in the yellow dress, seemingly preparing to cast her vine spell once more. He aimed in her direction and unleashed a Tarantaligra. Indeed, she was compelled to halt her incantation, hastily evading the onslaught. She glanced up at Draco, who smiled and acknowledged her, and then, from their wands, two identical spells were cast. The spell reverse bouncing erupted forth, yet Draco's was silent. The light from their wands collided and trembled, Draco's spell proving more potent, ultimately striking the lady and displacing her hat. Disappointed, Draco sighed. He had hoped to gracefully escort the lady from the stage. He dodged another spell that seemingly came from nowhere, surveying the chaos. Harry was engaged in a solitary battle against three adversaries, spells soaring through the air like a storm, while remaining vigilant of Draco's movements. Draco whirled his wand, extending it skyward. Suddenly, a vast vapor materialized in the air, swirling like a tornado at the tip of his wand, distinct from Harry's water dragon. He recalibrated his aim and softly intoned, "Water prison." The tempestuous vapor surged through the ranks of the Avengers, ensnaring the lady in the dress, who was unable to evade its grasp. Draco gently set her down on the ground. Turning his gaze, he observed the brother and sister deftly battling the tattooed man. Sam had already descended, leaving 4 opponents here, while 6 remained on the other side. Pointing his wand at the ground, he murmured, "Vine twist." A few feeble vines sprouted from the earth, frail and lacking strength, crawling for a moment before collapsing. Draco sighed. He still struggled to control such spells. Lost in thought, another spell hurtled towards him, but his protective armor flickered, absorbing the blow. Aiming at another faction, he cast a fireworks charm, temporarily obscuring their vision. He dashed to Harry's side, catching a glimpse of the brother and sister tumbling off the stage in a rather disheveled manner. 2 against 3. He addressed Harry. "There are still 3 left across from us. What should we do?" Harry cast a muddy transfiguration spell, temporarily halting their movements. Seizing the moment of their confusion, he pulled Draco behind him and remarked, "I haven't figured it out yet. I can't use lethal spells. How can we get rid of them?" A rockfall spell surged towards them, with a few stones of moderate size rolling in their direction, obscuring the view of their adversaries. Harry aimed at the stones and blasted them apart. Draco whispered, "Try the vines." He said with a hint of regret, "I just attempted it. But the vines I summoned are too feeble and do not heed my command." Harry hesitated slightly and conjured a large stone to shield himself, replying, "Yet my vines," Draco interrupted him, calmly stating, "I am aware that your vine spell differs from others, but believe me, they are imperceptible." He twirled his wand, a smile gracing his face. "I shall aid you in concealing this. I have no desire to be apprehended by an auror here, not before I have obtained my moonflower." Harry cast a deep glance at Draco as a massive boulder before them emitted a sound as if struck, letting out a mournful groan and trembling, splitting in two. The boulder conjured by Harry was battered by several spells, collapsing helplessly into numerous fragments. Seizing this opportunity, Harry waved his wand, and unlike Draco's soft, pliable vines, a robust vine burst forth from the ground, emerging from among the shattered stones, clawing its way toward the adversary. Draco, swift of hand and keen of eye, directed a transformation spell at the vines, followed by a concealment charm. Harry's vines were markedly different. The leaves surrounding them glinted with a sharp, cold light, capable of inflicting cuts upon mere contact. Thus, it was this very reason that enabled Harry to repel the acromantula, in contrast to the soft vines. His were truly of the dark arts. The aura station nearby noticed the commotion and furrowed their brows, approaching to interrupt the incantation. However, Draco aimed a confusion charm at them, which silently infiltrated their beings, causing the two aurors to shake their heads as if momentarily intoxicated. In that fleeting moment, Harry's vines had securely ensnared the remaining foes, deliberately avoiding contact with their leaves. The vines lowered them from the arena, maintaining a menacing posture. Yet, with a flick of his wrist, the vines retreated back into the debris, vanishing from sight. After clearing the field of adversaries, Draco exhaled softly in relief. He waved his hand, pretending to brush away the smoke before him, and crushed a small vial of potion nestled in his palm. Allowing the glass shards to scatter with the wind upon the ground, he unleashed a gust spell, propelling the shards along with the surrounding mist skyward. The arena was rendered pristine once more. The lady and the two aurors finally regained their senses, with the lady exclaiming in surprise, "I cannot believe it. This year, it is indeed the victory of the paternal faction." She raised her wand, and the two aurors followed suit, as fireworks erupted from their wand tips, coalescing into a vibrant sea above. Countless ribbons cascaded from the sky as pre-prepared fairies emerged from their hiding places, tooting their tiny horns. Harry and Draco looked upward in awe. The lady, brimming with excitement, approached them, lifting their hands as she proclaimed loudly, "I declare that this year's victorious faction of the Jungle Witch is the paternal side. Let us now unveil the long-hidden conclusion of the tale of the Jungle Witch." Chapter 63. The Jungle Witch 6. The young woman released the hands of the two, and Harry gazed up at the swirling ribbons in the sky with a smile. He drew Draco close and, in the presence of all, bestowed upon him a deep kiss. Caught off guard, Draco momentarily stood in silence, while the crowd first fell into a hushed stillness before erupting into a louder cheer. The smile on the young woman's face paused for an instant, and as Harry released Draco, the latter cast a resigned glance at him. The young woman then proclaimed, "Let us congratulate this pair of lovers on their triumph." She guided Harry and Draco to a spacious VIP area, gesturing for them to take their seats before returning to the stage. With fervor, she announced, "Now, we arrive at the most exhilarating moment, the revelation of another conclusion to the Jungle Witch, long sealed for 3 years. Let us unveil it." The arena dimmed, and the surrounding cacophony subsided into silence. Above the platform, a vast white curtain unfurled, and shadowy figures began to materialize upon it, positioned perfectly for viewing. Harry remarked with interest, "Doesn't it resemble television? Or perhaps a movie?" Draco, having encountered television in the Muggle world, nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed upon the curtain. Moments later, several puppets emerged from above. One depicted a young girl, brandishing a dagger with cropped hair, standing at the forefront of the jungle. Opposite her stood another puppet, an elderly figure with white hair, a stooped posture, and a face lined with wrinkles, clearly a representation of an aged man. A voice emanated from the male puppet, declaring, "Is it you? Have you finally come to take my life, Angel of Death?" The girl remained silent, advancing toward the man, who was presumably her father. With a swift motion, she plunged the knife, leaving a crimson mark upon his neck, and the fatherly puppet collapsed, blood seeping into the earth beneath. The unfolding narrative took an unexpected turn for Draco and Harry, as the girl carried the lifeless figure back to a wooden cabin in the jungle. Inside sat another witch, resembling the girl, who, upon seeing the corpse, rose with excitement, exclaiming, "Is this your father?" The girl placed her father on the ground and replied, "Mother, I have brought father back to you." The mother tenderly cradled her husband's lifeless body in her arms, and then the next scene unfolded. The father rose once more. His visage painted a ghastly white, his limbs ensnared by delicate threads that were controlled by the mother's hand. Draco, intrigued, remarked, "What kind of story is this? Is the mother so devoted to the father that she would rather perish than not have him by her side in this manner?" Harry furrowed his brow and inquired, "What kind of magic is this? Can one truly manipulate the deceased?" Draco leisurely replied, "Indeed, ancient magic exists that permits the control of corpses. Yet such spells are notoriously horrifying. The practitioner must harbor either intense hatred or profound love, and very few possess the ability to invoke such magic. Over time, this art has fallen into obscurity. Moreover, you must understand the severity of the persecution faced by witches in the past, even to this day. The wizarding community adheres to a code of secrecy. In earlier times, witches capable of such spells dared not employ them, for if their identities were discovered, they could face denunciation by those closest to them, enduring unimaginable torture before meeting a tragic end." Draco continued, "Let us observe further. I suspect the conclusion will not be straightforward." At that moment, the scene shifted again. After retrieving her father's corpse, the girl stealthily returned to the village. But she did not assume her own appearance. Instead, she consumed a vial of dark potion, transforming into her father's likeness, thus infiltrating the village without raising suspicion. Polyjuice potion? Draco speculated. Polyjuice potion, or perhaps transfiguration potion, by various names, yet their effects remain consistent, allowing one to assume another's appearance. This appears to be an ancient version of the polyjuice potion. The daughter, now resembling her father, managed to live within the village. After some time, she discovered that her father was not well regarded in this community. When she attempted to purchase bread, she was turned away. Her efforts to cultivate plants were thwarted as the seedlings she nurtured were maliciously destroyed. She could not fathom why her father was subjected to such disdain. After all, he had denounced his wife as a witch, and during that era, those who exposed witches were rewarded handsomely, sometimes even with an entire village's bounty. Yet, why had her father become a figure loathed by all? She lived in the village, burdened with doubt. On one occasion, after her father had participated in the community's routine religious prayers, he was left behind. A clergyman took her to the punishment chamber, where he sternly addressed her father, inquiring, "Do you now recognize your error? Surrender your wife at once." The girl was taken aback, perplexed by the notion of surrendering one's own wife. Had her father not already denounced her mother? What did it mean to still demand the surrender of his wife? Yet, she remained silent, gritting her teeth in response. Observing her father's lack of reply, the clergyman informed him that he must repent in that place, and he could only depart once he had come to an understanding. He left his father confined in a dark chamber, with only a small window allowing the moonlight and sunlight to seep in, along with provisions of food and water. The girl felt no fear of this shadowy prison. She detached her soul from her body and followed the clergyman, wandering through the church. There was no one to detect her presence, and she remained unperturbed. The clergyman returned to the church, where an elderly cardinal sat, his hair as white as snow, reprimanding him. "Have you not yet revealed the whereabouts of your wife?" The clergyman bowed his head and replied with trepidation, "No, I have confined him in the dark chamber." The cardinal asserted, "He has been imprisoned countless times. This is utterly futile. Tell him that if he does not disclose his wife's location, only death awaits him." The girl felt a wave of astonishment. Was it not her father who had initially denounced her mother? Why then did the ecclesiastical authority persist in tormenting him? And what did it mean that he had been subjected to such treatment before? Had her father endured the Inquisition's cruelty for an extended period? Stealthily, she slipped back into her body, feigning unconsciousness. Before long, the clergyman indeed arrived, presenting the girl with a hard, unpalatable piece of bread, threatening her. "The cardinal has lost his patience. He has come to this village numerous times solely for your wife. If you surrender her, I assure you that you will never again worry about survival. You will become the head of this tribunal, or the village chief, or the town mayor, whatever you desire. The cardinal can grant you, if only you reveal your wife's whereabouts. Previously, your neighbor denounced your wife before you, But why did you halt after taking the first step? A tempest of emotions stirred within the girl. What did it mean that the neighbor had denounced her wife first? Yet, she clenched her teeth and remained silent. Seeing her father's obstinacy, the clergyman, in a fit of rage, lashed out at him with a whip. The girl remained silent, enduring it all. She began to understand the multitude of scars adorning her father's body. In his stubbornness, the clergyman unleashed a torrent of strikes. The girl conceived a plan. She willed her body into a state of death, uttering a mournful cry before falling completely still. The clergyman, panting heavily, paused, sitting beside her father. "Speak quickly, and we may both find relief sooner." When her father offered no response, the clergyman asked again, but silence persisted. And a sense of panic began to creep into his heart. He tentatively nudged his father, whose limp body swayed in response to his gentle push. The priest was suddenly overcome with panic, trembling as he reached toward his father's nostrils. Upon discovering that his father had ceased to breathe, he let out a piercing scream and sank to the ground. The girl observed coldly, eager to witness his reaction. Draco lightly tapped his palm and remarked, "Look. The tables have turned. Can you guess the outcome?" Harry speculated, "It's likely that the husband was trying to protect his wife, right? The so-called betrayal was merely a ruse to buy her some time to escape, after all. Wasn't he had just said that the neighbor had discovered his wife was a witch?" Draco glanced at Harry, impressed. "You've become quite astute, but there remains one question." He spoke slowly. "How did the neighbor discover that his wife was a witch?" Harry pondered and replied, "Could it be that he stumbled upon her practicing magic?" Draco remained non-committal, suggesting, "Let us continue to observe." Upon learning of his father's demise, the clergyman sat motionless on the ground for a while, and after a considerable pause, he finally appeared to regain his senses, hastily rushing out through the door. The girl's spirit followed closely behind him as he arrived at his father's home. However, he did not enter. Instead, he nervously knocked on the door of the adjacent house, which was opened by a jovial uncle who always wore a smile. The girl clenched her fists. This uncle was the only person in the village who had ever shown kindness to her father. His wife was a pleasantly plump woman, and they had a son and a daughter who occasionally brought food to her father and seemed to invite him to celebrate festivals with them. Yet, at that moment, upon recognizing the visitor as the clergyman, the uncle's smile vanished, and his expression turned somewhat grim. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before swiftly pulling the clergyman inside. But how could an ordinary door withstand the presence of a spirit? The girl followed inside, silently hovering in the air as she observed the two men whispering to each other. What did he say? Upon hearing that his father had accidentally died, the man fell into a momentary silence. He declared fiercely, "There must be items in his home that hold correspondence between him and his wife. Let us seek her out ourselves." He stated that it was he who deliberately let his wife escape. "We should have long since set fire to this forest, for it may conceal more than one witch within its depths." His eyes gleamed with a covetous light as he spoke. "As long as we can find them, wealth, immortality, and power shall be within our grasp." Upon hearing this, what more could the girl possibly misunderstand? She felt as if struck by lightning. Thus, her father had not betrayed her mother, but rather had acted preemptively, allowing her mother to escape before anyone else could expose her. The mother fled back into the forest, perhaps aware of her husband's intentions. If she was indeed cognizant, why did she not prevent herself from seeking revenge? Harry shared the same perplexity and inquired, why did she not stop her daughter, knowing the hatred she harbored? Draco replied coldly, "Because even if the daughter discovered the truth and brought her living father back to the jungle, could he survive there? In that dark era, the union between witches and muggles was inherently tragic," Draco continued. "The offspring of witches were often mere shells, and fathers frequently struggled to comprehend the magic wielded by witches. At that time, most witchcraft was steeped in dark magic, blood rituals, or bizarre ceremonies that were commonplace. Therefore, after the father's demise, being transformed into a puppet was perhaps their most favorable outcome." Upon hearing Draco's words, Harry silently grasped Draco's hand and remarked, "Thankfully, such tragedies will no longer occur." Draco's hand felt cool. The fate of the forest which mirrored his thoughts. Her husband had not betrayed her, but had instead protected her. The entire ordeal had commenced when the witch, after slicing her hand, tended to her wound, an act witnessed by a nearby plump woman. Ultimately, the forest which discerned the whole truth and vowed never to return to the Muggle world. After her death, her mother was laid to rest alongside her father. And in death, they finally found solace in each other's company. After absorbing the entirety of the tale, Draco rose, his heart devoid of tumult. He had heard such stories numerous times since childhood. Even his ancestors had endured similar fates. Now, only one crucial matter remained: the dragon egg. He urged, "Porter, the dragon egg." Harry rose to his feet, guiding Draco towards the prize-giving area. Upon arrival, the attendees initially congratulated them on securing first place. However, a slight complication arose during the awards ceremony. The dragon egg that Draco had longed for turned out to be merely a chance to care for a dragon egg for a day at their Albanian dragon sanctuary. Draco, he was on the verge of succumbing to the impulse to draw his wand and obliterate the place. Chapter 64. The Purpose. Ultimately, Draco managed to suppress his fury and acquiesce to the proposal of visiting the so-called dragon sanctuary. As a form of compensation, he would have the opportunity to engage closely with the dragons for a day, accompanied by the caretakers, to indulge his fervent passion for these magnificent creatures. Additionally, upon departure, he would be able to procure dragon-related magical materials at a remarkably reduced price, valid for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Draco begrudgingly accepted the terms, clutching the guarantee provided by the organizers as he exited the venue. The sky had darkened, and the streets had transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. Perhaps it was due to the conclusion of the Jungle Witches event that the surrounding shops were adorned with an array of gleaming banners, celebrating the successful conclusion of the Jungle Witch festivities. As the ultimate victors, each of them proudly bore a heavy and resplendent golden badge upon their chests, adorned with a design featuring a sword and a dagger, set against a backdrop of a forest motif. They adorned badges and received an unprecedented warm reception. The climate in Albania was sweltering and arid, and the local women donned revealing attire. As the two strolled through the streets, they were met with an array of gazes. Some daring women even approached Draco or Harry, fervently inquiring if they were free that evening. In the end, Harry hastily escorted Draco back to their lodgings, and upon their return, they finally exhaled in relief. The innkeeper was already aware of their victory in the final match and had prepared a lavish feast, steaming and abundant. She generously proclaimed, "My dear, tonight, the drinks are on the house." After expressing their gratitude to the innkeeper, they retreated to their private courtyard. Draco yearned for a soothing bath. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in such a magical duel. At that moment, he simply wished to soak in the tub before emerging to dine. The hot spring water was already flowing, and the pool had been meticulously cleaned. Exhausted, Draco sank into the water, pleasantly surprised that Potter did not stubbornly follow him down. He still wore the attire from earlier in the day. Seated on the steps beside the hot spring, lost in contemplation, Draco, intrigued, glided over slowly, resting his hand on Potter's leg, and inquired, "Is your magic still well?" Harry, as if awakening from a trance, turned to look at Draco's hand on his leg. He extended his own hand, covering Draco's, and Draco keenly sensed that Harry was deep in thought. He asked, "What troubles you?" Harry spoke slowly. "Do you truly believe that wizards have no means to coexist peacefully with muggles?" Upon hearing Harry's words, Draco fell momentarily silent. Harry tightened his grip on Draco's hand and continued, "Having grown up with my aunt, I am acutely aware that my aunt and uncle's family harbors a profound disdain for wizards, especially since my mother perished in the Wizarding War, leaving no trace of her remains. Yet, I find myself reliant on their bloodline magic for a safe upbringing. Tell me, is there truly no way for muggles and wizards to live harmoniously? Must wizards solely survive by concealing their identities in the muggle world?" He was profoundly influenced by the tales of the Jungle Witch. Draco almost immediately thought of it. He turned his hand over and intertwined his fingers with Harry's. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Most wizards, particularly those of pure blood like myself, held a perspective towards muggles before the war that leaned towards maintaining a considerable distance from them, avoiding any form of interaction." He extended his arms over the edge of the hot spring, resting his face upon them, and calmly remarked, "The essence of magic, lineage, or the very key to becoming a wizard lies in the sensitivity to magical forces. The most terrifying aspect is that magic does not adhere to the laws of genetics. The offspring of two wizards may not necessarily inherit magical abilities. Firk is a prime example. Conversely, a child from an ordinary muggle family can emerge as a wizard. Much like Granger, our insistence on unions with pure-blood wizards is to diminish the likelihood of our descendants becoming squibs. As a wizard, one would not wish for their child to be a muggle." Draco spoke slowly. "You have studied the history of magic, and you are aware of the witch hunts. Even today, if someone recklessly reveals their wizarding identity, the consequences remain uncertain. Who can predict what may follow? When we were in school, could you have envisioned that we would find ourselves together after the war?" Harry sighed. He did not remove his clothing, but instead slid directly into the hot spring, wrapping his arms tightly around Draco. He spoke with a hint of exasperation. Shouldn't you at least take off your clothes? Harry disregarded Draco's words, forcefully pinning him against the edge of the small pool, maneuvering his legs in between. He gently swept Draco's hair aside, scrutinizing his face with meticulous care. Draco shifted slightly. The contrast between Harry, clad in garments, and himself, bare, evoked an unexpected sensation. Clearing his throat, he asked, his voice husky, "So, have you come to terms with it?" Harry chuckled, burying his head in the crook of Draco's neck. Draco wrapped one arm around Harry's head, lifting his chin beneath the starlit sky, exuding both fragility and resilience. Harry pressed his lips against Draco's neck, murmuring, "Let Hermione deal with this headache." Her initial thought was to introduce computer work to the Ministry of Magic. Who knows how long that will take? Draco rarely found himself in agreement, but he concurred, "I support Granger. The efficiency of the British Ministry of Magic is indeed abysmal." Gradually, Draco relaxed his body, savoring Harry's ministrations, the warmth of the hot spring enveloping him as he surrendered to Harry's touch. Time seemed to slow, and after an indeterminate duration, Draco's slightly hoarse voice emerged from the pool. "That's enough." Harry acknowledged with a hum, lifting his hand to cradle Draco's face, yearning to kiss him, while his other arm encircled Draco's waist, providing support for him to stand in the pool. Draco languidly leaned against the side of the spring, surprisingly distracted in this moment. It was peculiar. It had only been a short while since they confirmed their relationship, yet they were so in sync in such matters. Harry kissed the bare shoulder of Draco, trailing up to his ear, inquiring, "What are you thinking about?" Draco, eyes half closed, responded lazily, "I find it strange. You mentioned it's only been a short time, yet why are we so attuned in this regard?" With a gentle effort, Harry lifted Draco from the hot spring and returned to their room. He attentively dried Draco's body and used a warming charm to dry his hair. Cocooning Draco in the blankets, Harry straightened up and removed his own clothes. His lithe, toned physique reappeared before Draco, who gazed appreciatively at Harry's bare upper body. After shedding his garments, Harry joined Draco by his side. He extended a hand, drawing Draco into his embrace, and spoke, "Before encountering you, I was unaware that I could harbor feelings for a man." Draco gently caressed Harry's hair, which had grown a little longer, feeling its coarse texture that pricked at his fingers. He pondered for a moment and teased, "Have you ever considered what it would be like if, instead of me, another boy were lying beside you?" He spoke with a hint of meaning. "Previously, I noticed several charming young men casting flirtatious glances in your direction." A look of utter dismay crossed Harry's face as he emitted a sound of disgust, saying, "The mere thought of it is horrifying. To put it differently, I can only accept you." He lowered his head and gently kissed Draco's cheek, inquiring, "Are you hungry?" Draco extended his hand to embrace Harry's shoulder and replied, "I am somewhat hungry, but at this moment, I feel more fatigued and long for sleep." Harry pressed a kiss to the crown of his head and suggested, "Let us rest for a while. We shall dine after you awaken." Draco murmured a vague acknowledgement, closing his eyes. He was indeed weary. Almost the instant his eyes closed, he succumbed to a profound slumber. In his drowsiness, he sensed Harry gently placing him upon the pillow and tenderly arranging the covers around him. He had a delightful slumber, and when he awoke, it was the pangs of hunger that stirred him from his dreams. By the time he opened his eyes, Harry was no longer in bed. He rose from his bed, donned his attire, slipped into his slippers, and stepped outside. The moon hung high in the sky as Draco waved his wand. It was already the early hours of the morning. A silencing charm enveloped the area where the travelers resided, allowing them to witness the streets still alive with revelry. Occasionally, fireworks ascended into the heavens, bursting forth in brilliant blooms of light. Their courtyard resembled a tranquil cloud floating amidst the bustling city. Harry sat on the sofa in the courtyard, admiring the fireworks above. He observed as Draco regained consciousness and approached him, wrapping an arm around Draco's waist, guiding him to sit on the sofa. Draco gazed at the fireworks illuminating the sky. Having just awakened, his hair cascaded down, presenting a striking juxtaposition of sharpness and softness, two seemingly contradictory traits harmoniously coexisting within him. Harry inquired, "Would you care for something to eat? Have you contemplated what our next course of action will be?" Draco's gaze had sharpened. The fireworks outside had begun to dwindle, and the revelry that had persisted throughout the afternoon and evening had quieted. He remarked, "Let us not forget our ultimate objective this time." He curled his lips into a slight smile and spoke with an air of indifference. "For us, the most significant matter remains the blue moonflower of the Skarsky family." Lonnie took a couple of steps within the old Skarsky residence, paused to ponder, and then halted once more. At that moment, he found himself on the ground floor. Having engaged in prolonged debates regarding the next generation of their family, specifically Jiminy's engagement, yet they had yet to arrive at a definitive conclusion. This stagnation was largely due to Jiminy's aspirations, which were somewhat beyond their comprehension. In Albania, there are few pure-blood wizarding families, thus, the options for alliances become even scarcer. Upon scrutinizing their lineage, they often discover that a relative, be it an uncle, aunt, grandfather, or grandmother, carries some trace of the Skarsky bloodline. It is this consideration that compels them to send their sole heir to navigate matrimonial prospects between England and France. The Malfoy family extended an olive branch towards them, which the Skarskys accepted. Although they had contemplated other families, the Malfoys, despite their significant decline since before the war, still wielded an unparalleled influence unmatched by any other family. Particularly after gaining the favor of the Savior, Potter, their conviction in the righteousness of their choice only solidified. Ultimately, Lonnie resolved to ascend the stairs. On the second floor, there exists a spacious parlor, often utilized as a council chamber. At this moment, Jiminy reclines on one of the sofas, his fist pressed against his forehead. A middle-aged man stands before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the council chamber, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. The estate they inhabit rivals that of the Malfoys, encompassing the entire hill. This man is none other than Raphael, the head of the Skarsky family, and Jiminy's father, as well as Lonnie's brother. Upon noticing Lonnie's arrival, Raphael turns to face him, possessing the same brown hair and eyes as Jiminy. He regards his brother and inquires, "Have you found them?" Lonnie nods in response, stating, "They have gone to participate in the Jungle Witches event. They registered under Father Fong and emerged victorious. They are truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Jiminy raises his head and interjects, "Father, I've told you, this situation cannot endure for long. Harry Potter is the one who vanquished the Dark Lord. His magical prowess is unfathomable." Raphael casts a glance at Jiminy and replies in a low voice, "I have alternative sources of intelligence. Harry Potter's magic is not as flawless as he presents it to be. The blue moonflower cannot be easily relinquished. It is not that we are unwilling to provide it. It merely requires a bit more time." With a sigh, Jiminy rises, stretches, and says, "Respected father, you may handle it as you see fit. My only son is currently tormented by the family pact, while the girl I cherish is still in France, awaiting the marriage contract I promised her. If too much time passes and she no longer waits for me, what then?" Raphael's expression shifts as he observes Jiminy sauntering away nonchalantly. Ultimately, he reassures his son, "Do not worry. I will ensure you achieve your desires." Lonnie accompanies Jiminy up the staircase, offering comfort. "I will speak to him. Do not fret. As for the girl you admire," Lonnie winks and adds, "I support you. Although your father may oppose it, I endorse your sentiments. As long as she is a witch. What does it matter if she hails from a Muggle lineage?" Chapter 65. The truth. After Draco and Harry finished their meal, they emerged from the Traveler. The evening air was not overly chilly, and they simply donned a robe before stepping outside. The streets were largely deserted, with only a few dimly lit pubs remaining open, from which faint laughter and melodies drifted into the night. As they strolled towards the corner, they encountered the familiar old man once again. Upon seeing Draco and Harry, he inspected their wands as per his routine and permitted them to pass. Draco pushed open the door and exited the antique shop. The Muggle streets were even more desolate at night. The surroundings felt eerily vacant. Harry wrapped his arm around Draco, and with a soft sound, the two of them disapparated away. They first arrived at the campsite in the desert, where an eerie silence enveloped the area, illuminated solely by the silvery moonlight cascading down like a delicate veil. Draco rediscovered their previous wooden platform and cast aside his tent, after performing a binding charm. He admired his handiwork and proclaimed, "Let us proceed." Harry nodded, wrapping an arm around Draco as they apparat once more. The advantage of traveling alongside a powerful wizard was the considerable energy it conserved. They landed atop the stone where they had previously marked their path. Draco remarked, "It appears they have not scrutinized this location. They have indeed grown complacent." Harry twirled his wand and inquired, "Shall we simply charge in?" Draco restrained his hand and replied, "Not so hastily. Let us first observe." Before them lay an expanse of barren desert, devoid of moonflowers or any structures. Yet Draco sensed a faint magical resonance emanating from ahead. Deep down, he preferred to infiltrate stealthily rather than storm in brazenly, until he devised a more prudent approach. He resolved to wait a while longer. He inquired, "Potter, do you possess a means to infiltrate without compromising the barrier?" Harry responded, "I've noticed that whenever you wish for me to undertake a task, you refer to me as Potter." Draco glanced at Harry and remarked, "Is there something amiss?" I am not yet accustomed to addressing you as Harry. After a moment's contemplation, Harry retracted his wand and said, Then I shall endeavor to try. Making an effort not to alert others, correct? Draco nodded in agreement. Harry leaped into the desert, whereupon the traps and quicksand enchantments were immediately activated. However, Harry reinforced himself with a fortifying charm and cast a disillusionment charm, causing his figure to vanish from the surface of the desert. The traps, momentarily devoid of a target, retreated back into the sands below. Draco admired Harry's deft movements as he advanced, and as he approached the elusive barrier, Harry's silhouette re-emerged from the air. He turned around and waved his hand in Draco's direction. Draco reciprocated the gesture. Harry pivoted once more, extending his hand forward. An invisible barrier thwarted his touch. This was the protective enchantment. Gently, Harry pressed his hand against the barrier, withdrawing his wand to delicately tap upon the protective spell. Indeed, all magical barriers are fundamentally similar, varying in strength according to the wielder's magical prowess. The more potent the magic, the more resilient the barrier becomes. With magic coursing through it like a dense web of silk, should a single strand break, the disturbance is immediately relayed to the barrier's controller. Most methods to breach such barriers involve forceful spells to shatter the enchantment, yet Draco's task for Harry was to subtly create an entrance within the protective charm. Harry mused, half sweetly and half sorrowfully, that Draco remained, as ever, a mischievous little tyrant. He withdrew his wand, infusing its tip with a hint of magic, and cautiously aimed at the protective spell, casting a bone-breaking curse. The incantation struck the barrier, sending ripples across its surface, and a tiny fissure appeared in the glass-like enchantment. With swift reflexes, Harry covered the breach with his hand, positioning his wand against its delicate edge, layering various spells upon it. Protective charms, disguises, transfiguration spells, and banishing incantations were meticulously layered, convincing the barrier that the breach was non-existent, gradually calming its tumult. Once again, Harry turned to wave at Draco. Here lay a disillusionment charm Draco could not apparate over. Mimicking Harry's actions, he cast a disillusionment charm and an invisibility charm, joining Harry's side. He praised, Well done. The two individuals slipped through the breach in the protective charm, and Harry even thoughtfully repaired the enchantment. Upon entering, the scenery before them transformed yet again. Harry's wand tapped their shoulders, and the disillusionment charm took effect. They seemed to have vanished into the very air, and at last, the scenery concealed behind the protective enchantment revealed itself before Draco. Before him lay an oasis amidst the expanse of a desert. The terrain of the oasis gently dipped, forming a small depression where a dense cluster of houses encircled the periphery of the valley's floor. At the base of a slightly sloped wall, there was a small patch of ground emanating a soft blue glow. Draco cast an eagle-eyed charm upon himself and gazed intently. He sighed and remarked, I believe I now understand why Skarsky has been withholding the blue moonlight flower from us. He cast an eagle-eye spell on Harry, and before him, the distant moonlit flowers appeared as though magnified by an exquisitely fine lens. The blossoms, radiating a soft azure glow, remained tightly closed, not a single one was open. Even as the moonlight poured over them like water, it failed to coax them into bloom. Draco retracted his eagle-eye spell, and Harry blinked, adjusting to the sudden change. They aren't blooming? How can that be? Yet earlier, did we not sense the magic emanating from the moonlit flowers? Draco cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight. Relying on his disillusionment charm, he moved towards the moonlit flowers, speaking as he walked. It seems the artificial cultivation of the blue moonlit flowers is still lacking. They are inherently a peculiar variant. I had heard that the Skalski family had successfully cultivated blue moonlit flowers, but it appears we are still a bit shy of success. Harry followed in his footsteps, and although cloaked by the charm, he could still perceive the unease within Draco. Is there a problem? He inquired. Draco closed his eyes momentarily, trying to quell his inner fury, yet when he spoke, his agitation was palpable. The problem is that Jiminy deceived me. They do not possess genuine moonlit flowers. Your potion. At that moment, Harry recalled that Draco's desire for the moonlit flowers was, in truth, linked to himself. His heart was suddenly filled with a medley of emotions. A bittersweet sensation washed over him, tinged with a hint of surprise. Throughout Harry's life, there had been no shortage of those who cared for him. Yet none of that concern had ever evoked such feelings within him. Draco's hand trembled slightly, fury boiling within him, but after the tempest, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. Thus, Harry's potion lacked that crucial final spark. What could be done? Draco's mind was a cacophony of thoughts. He had always believed Jiminy's words to be true, that he indeed possessed the blue moonflower. Now, it appeared that those unopened moonflowers were utterly useless, rendering his previous potion concoctions futile. Searching for an alternative formula would consume more time, and he could not ascertain whether Harry could endure until then. At present, Harry appeared perfectly fine, a facade attributed to the potion, but inevitably, the effects would wane, and the potion's efficacy would diminish. What then for Harry? The moonlight felt like ice, encasing him in a frozen grip. Breathing became laborious. Although he was in a desert, he felt as though he were trapped in a snowy wasteland, his heart chilled. At this juncture, he could no longer bear the thought of losing Harry. Just the mere contemplation of the potion losing its effect sent waves of anguish through him, as if his heart were being cleaved in two. He has lived until now, having lost many people, his classmates, friends, relatives, and his wife. At this point, he is reluctant to experience the pain of loss again. Harry observed Draco, who had come to a halt. With no one around to guard, the disillusionment charm was unnecessary. He dispelled the charm for both of them and turned his gaze to Draco. Draco's complexion was ashen, his hands tightly clasped together, trembling slightly at his sides. Harry felt a surge of concern. He cautiously grasped Draco's hand, applying too much pressure, causing his nails to dig deeply into his flesh, leaving behind traces of blood when he pried them apart. A realization dawned upon Harry, and he enveloped Draco in his embrace, gently patting his back as he spoke. "Do not worry. Even in the absence of moonlight flowers, we can seek alternatives. Rest assured." Draco leaned against Harry's chest, trembling as he extended his hand, clutching the front of Harry's shirt tightly. He nearly buried himself in Harry's chest, who held him close, the warmth of his breath filling Draco's senses, while the steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in his ears. Harry placed a gentle kiss on his exposed ear and spoke soothingly, "I feel remarkably well now. The potion you brewed for me has proven quite effective. Do not worry, I shall not depart this world so easily." He spoke. "Hermione is also diligently searching for alternative solutions in the UK on my behalf. Do not worry, Draco, I will be all right." Draco gradually ceased his trembling form, took a deep breath, and lifted his head once more. In that moment, he regained his composure. He gently caressed Harry's face and said, "We shall return to England tomorrow. I will leave a letter for Jiminy." He cast a glance at the unopened moonflowers, his expression frigid. He spoke coldly, "I shall make the Skarsky family pay the price." After uncovering the secret of this place, he and Harry no longer concealed their magical powers, and the two of them operated away without hesitation. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Skarsky estate, Jiminy, who was preparing for slumber, suddenly felt his protective enchantments being breached by an overwhelming surge of magic. He was taken aback, yet the familiar magical aura swiftly drained him of his strength. Indeed, was it the magic of Malfoy and Potter? It seemed that Malfoy had indeed discovered the elusive blue moonflower. Jiminy settled back onto his bed, harboring a deep admiration for Draco Malfoy, handsome, powerful, and exceptionally talented. Had this Mr. Malfoy been a Miss Malfoy, he would undoubtedly have been his foremost choice. Alas, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Grateful that he had instructed his uncle to give the last remaining vial of moonflower powder to Mr. Malfoy. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be facing the repercussions of breaching the contract at this very moment. Jiminy reclined back onto the bed, deciding to feign ignorance. Harry, accompanied by Draco, returned to the entrance of the antique shop, and the two of them pushed the door open, retracing their steps to re-enter the magical realm as they had done before. Draco's mind was still reeling from the shock that Jiminy had dared to deceive him. However, once Harry brought him back to the Traveler, he began to regain his composure. At this point, Draco was no longer weary. He instructed Harry to start packing their belongings while he settled onto the sofa in the courtyard. He retrieved the parchment and quill from within the room, unfurling them elegantly across the table before commencing to write. As Harry emerged momentarily, he beheld Draco's exquisite cursive, which had already unfurled into a lengthy scroll, interspersed with numerous strike-throughs. Yet, the initial words remained discernible: belladonna and moonflower powder. The subsequent content comprised elements that Harry found somewhat perplexing, primarily detailing the methods of potion making, the requisite duration, and preliminary preparations. Draco casually conjured a hair tie, securing his unruly locks. From Harry's vantage point, his profile appeared strikingly handsome, aloof, with a sharply defined jawline. Having previously ventured to a mystical eastern land for magical exchanges, Harry recalled that the locals practiced a form of facial reading. According to their beliefs, Draco's visage would be classified as cold and unyielding. However, who would have imagined that this once aloof and haughty individual, in the midst of a foreign land, was diligently penning a potion recipe for Harry? Harry chose not to intrude, Observing as Draco's brow furrowed deeper with each line he wrote, his pace slowed considerably towards the end, with additional smudges marring the page. An unprecedented anxiety enveloped Draco's heart, as the elusive acquisition of the blue moonflower stirred a profound sense of unease within him, as if something vital were slipping beyond his grasp. Fortunately, even in the absence of the moonflower, he could still concoct a suitable potion using its powdered form. After he had completed an entire manuscript, he finally tucked the parchment away. Harry, who had been waiting nearby, noticed that Draco had finished and curiously watched as he carefully placed the parchment into his suitcase, inquiring, "What is this?" Draco replied, "It's a formula. I still need to refine it further, and then I can compare it later." Quietly, Draco pondered that this formula should remain solely within his knowledge. The incident involving the moonflower struck him like a bucket of cold water, awakening a thought that had never before crossed his mind, now proliferating in his consciousness like wild grass. If one day something were to befall him, what would Harry do? He must at least leave behind Harry's prescription. With Granger around, as long as there is this prescription, Harry should be just fine. Chapter 66, The Vault. After placing the parchment into his suitcase, Draco pondered for a moment and then decided to retrieve a beautifully adorned small box from within his suitcase. He beckoned Harry over. The small box was circular, adorned with a deep blue hue reminiscent of a starlit sky, shimmering with a myriad of tiny lights. Coiling atop the box was a silvery serpent. As Harry gazed at this exquisite magical artifact, he surmised it was likely a family heirloom of the Malfoys. He inquired, "What is this?" Draco reached out, and the serpent on the box appeared to come to life, opening its mouth wide to bite down on Draco's fingertip. A droplet of blood swiftly emerged, vanishing instantly into the serpent's maw. He handed the box to Harry, and the wound on his finger instantly reduced to a mere tiny red dot. Draco paid no heed to the injury and addressed Harry, urging him to place his hand upon it. Harry comprehended that this was likely a magical artifact powered by blood. He complied and rested his hand on it. The small serpent bit him once more, and after their blood mingled within, the box emitted a soft sound as the lid opened. Draco placed a scroll of parchment inside, and the lid closed again. The silver serpent slithered back from the bottom of the box to the top, rendering the entire box seamless, appearing as nothing more than an exquisite ornament. Draco let out a gentle sigh of relief, casting a healing charm for both himself and Harry. He remarked, "Within this box lies the potion recipe I have prepared for you. Upon your return, ensure that you place this box within your vault at Gringotts." He emphasized that the contents sealed within this box could only be accessed by either your blood or mine. "This is your remedy, and it is safest to keep it within your vault," Draco whispered. "I hope it does not come to that." Harry watched as Draco placed the box back into his suitcase, feeling a heaviness in his heart. He adjusted Draco's shoulder, gazing into his face, and asked, "What do you mean?" Draco averted his eyes from Harry's gaze, only feeling relieved once the box was safely in Harry's suitcase. Their eyes reflected one another as Draco looked at Harry. At that moment, Harry's legitimacy did not manifest. Draco reached out, cradling Harry's face in his hands. Tenderly kissing him and resting his forehead against Harry's, he said, "For your safety, Harry." He spoke softly, "We are about to return to England. Upon my return, I intend to resign from my position at the French Ministry of Magic, as I plan to spend a considerable amount of time in England. However, my mother and Scorpius will not be returning immediately. Harry, I need you to assure me that the wizarding world in England is entirely safe. You are the savior, and now you hold the position of Chief Auror. I hope you understand that your life holds greater value than that of many others. Therefore, I cannot allow the formula for this potion to fall into the hands of others. What if they were to learn of your condition and use it against you?" Harry was about to counter Draco's argument, believing that no one would dare to use it against him, but upon seeing Draco's resolute expression, he hesitated and swallowed the words he had intended to say. He could only respond helplessly, "I promise you." Draco then let out a sigh of relief. Their brief week-long sojourn in Albania felt like a splendid dream, yet all dreams must eventually come to an end. Upon returning to England, they would face an even harsher and more clandestine conflict. Suddenly, Draco chuckled, winking at Harry as he said, "There is still one more question, my dear." He leaned close to Harry's lips and inquired, "Upon our return to England, do you wish to make our relationship public?" Without a moment's hesitation, Harry replied, "Certainly. We shall make it known." He gazed deeply into Draco's eyes, his throat tightened as he concealed the words he longed to express. In truth, after returning to England, he had wished to take Draco to register, yet he understood that such sentiments could not be divulged so hastily. Moreover, he was unprepared for the occasion. And considering Draco's disposition, He knew the latter would likely not acquiesce at such a moment. Draco sighed, releasing his grip and pushing Harry away slightly. He remarked, "I believe it is wiser to keep certain things hidden for now." He counted on his fingers and said, "The Weasley family is unaware, and your friends are oblivious as well. Do you truly believe they would accept me immediately?" Harry was momentarily at a loss for words. He indeed lacked the assurance that the Weasley family would readily accept Draco, yet he was reluctant to conceal their relationship, driven by a shadowy sense of possessiveness. He was acutely aware of Draco's magnetic allure within the realm of British wizardry, particularly during his bachelorhood, with wealth and lineage in his favor. And now, having vouched for the Malfoy family, it was evident to anyone with discernment that the Malfoy lineage was on the cusp of reclaiming its former glory. Harry, undeterred, declared, "I can persuade them. Rest assured, they will ultimately accept you." Draco stepped back slightly, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he replied, "No. I believe maintaining a certain distance between us is quite agreeable." He blinked and remarked, "Moreover, this can be considered a form of amusement, can it not?" Harry, filled with a deep-seated fury that made him feel as though his teeth might shatter, leaned closer to Draco and menaced, "You do not harbor any other thoughts, do you?" Draco, soothingly, pressed a kiss to his lips, their voices fading into the intimacy of their connection. "You know where I reside." Upon hearing this, the tumultuous storm within Harry's heart calmed slightly, and he found it rather peculiar that he had transformed into this state. The individual before him held dominion over his every action and stirred every emotion within him. This was an experience he had never encountered before. Yet, oddly enough, he did not find this sensation repugnant. He even found a certain enjoyment in this sensation, as if he were a devoted acolyte worshipping a deity who had willingly accepted his reverence. However, it was paramount for the devotee to remind the deity of the significance of his faith. Today, the innkeeper bid farewell to the two victors of the Jungle Witch. The young man with golden locks appeared somewhat lethargic. She noted a clear gash at the corner of his mouth, prompting her to inquire with genuine concern, "My dear, what has happened to you?" The young man tugged at his lips, emitting a hissing sound, and while signing his name on the bill, he replied, "I was bitten by a bug in the desert." After speaking, he politely asked, "May I use an owl?" The innkeeper responded, "Of course, my dear. Just provide them with some owl feed and a few coins, and they will gladly run errands for you." Draco glanced at the perch where the owls rested and selected a brown owl. He gently stroked the creature's fluffy head, and the owl amiably pecked at his hand. Draco produced a pre-written letter and placed it in the small box attached to the owl's leg, then fed the owl 2 strips of jerky and offered it a biscuit. He remarked, "This is for Jiminy Skarsky." The owl hooted twice and spread its wings. When Harry and Draco returned to the hall of the Ministry of Magic in Britain, it inevitably sparked a small commotion. Draco surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Potter, are you seeking Granger?" Harry concealed his surprise. Since arriving in Britain, he seemed to have transformed entirely, reverting to that aloof, haughty pureblood aristocrat Malfoy. Harry replied, "You will accompany me to the director's office." Draco slowly furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at Harry, yet Harry resolutely proceeded towards the ministry's elevator, pausing momentarily to signal Draco to follow. Draco, he had no choice but to follow, maintaining a distance from Harry. Hermione's office and Harry's office were on the same floor. After they descended from the elevator, Harry took a moment to visit the Auror office. The Auror office was desolate. Glancing at the wall, he noticed several names were missing, while the remaining names were accompanied by annotations of tasks or patrols. Satisfied, Harry nodded and proceeded to Hermione's office. As usual, Hermione was fervently scribbling on a roll of parchment. She seemed to have anticipated Harry and Draco's arrival today. Not lifting her gaze as she said, "Sit." Harry settled onto his customary sofa, while Draco stood at the door, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Hermione waved her hand, closing the door, and Harry discreetly cast a silencing charm. Only then did Hermione raise her head, her expression filled with indignation as she declared, "I must implement computer office practices in the ministry for enhanced efficiency." She exhaled sharply, lifting her eyes to the 2 men standing in her office. She nodded slightly, acknowledging them, but upon scrutinizing Harry and Draco, who were positioned a bit far apart, she suddenly interjected, "Harry, what's the situation?" Her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "Have you 2 been arguing? If you're together, why not be open about it?" Draco, he cast a surprised glance at Granger, pondering how she had discerned it. Hermione, seemingly aware of Draco's confusion, straightened up, let out a cold laugh, and said, "Do not forget, I am already married. I can still recognize what being in love feels like." Hermione remarked with her characteristic sharpness and wit, Only those who are unfamiliar with Harry would fail to notice. Harry smiled at Draco and declared, "See, I told you Hermione would certainly figure it out." After saying this, he approached Draco, confidently wrapping an arm around his waist to guide him to a seat, addressing Hermione, "Indeed, we are together now. You can trust him." Draco covered his face with his hand, a look of utter embarrassment washing over him, as he extended his other hand in an attempt to silence Harry. "Please, no more." Hermione wore a similarly pained expression, clearing her throat to intervene with the young couple. She winked mischievously and said, "Aren't you curious about the developments on my end?" Upon hearing Hermione's words, Draco finally relinquished his struggle against Harry's hand and inquired, "Has Harry uncovered any issues with that task?" Hermione replied, "If you are referring to Harry's previous task, I regret to inform you, Malfoy, that I have yet to uncover anything of significance. However, I have grasped a few other faint leads, so you may hold on to some hope." That afternoon, Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter were spotted exiting Granger's office before heading to the restaurant in Diagon Alley that they had visited previously. With no queue in sight that day, they chose a private room. Harry asked Draco if he wanted to try Chinese hot pot. Intrigued, Draco inquired, "Hot pot? Is that the kind frequently seen on television? Muggle hot pot?" Harry nodded enthusiastically, his eyes twinkling as he responded, "Yes, that hot pot. You must use chopsticks. Give it a try. It's absolutely delicious." Draco agreed, curiosity piqued about what this hot pot could be. The steaming hot pot was soon brought to their table, and as Harry taught Draco how to eat and use chopsticks. Draco's clumsy attempts during his first experience with chopsticks reminded Harry of his own initial foray into hot pot dining, which had been strikingly similar to Draco's current predicament. He lowered his head and chuckled softly, then carefully retrieved the cooked meat from the pot. After meticulously slicing the piece for Draco, he placed it into Draco's bowl. Following a pleasant meal, during which they shared 2 bottles of beer, Draco inquired, "When do you plan to visit Gringotts?" Harry glanced outside at the darkening sky and replied, "How about we go shortly? Would you like to tour the Potter family's vault?" Draco, lacking enthusiasm for the Potter vault, knowing it would hardly rival the Malfoy vault, responded disinterestedly, "I'll wait outside for you. You can go in alone." However, Harry was reluctant to leave Draco waiting alone. He squeezed Draco's hand gently and, adopting a somewhat pleading tone, urged, "Come on, I want you to see the Potter vault." He blinked and said, "And you should always be by my side." "Have you forgotten the Ministry's prohibition?" Draco muttered, "Damn it, I truly forgot." Chapter 67. Warm residing, he had no choice but to accompany Harry to Gringotts. After enduring countless loops of a roller coaster, they finally halted before a cavern deep within the bank. Harry extended his hand, having previously destroyed his Gringotts key. The only means to unlock the vault now lay in his blood, his offspring, his magical signature, or names he had authorized. At that moment, he contemplated whether to include Draco's name among them. The vault door swung open, and the goblin stepped aside as Harry beckoned Draco to join him. Draco entered, and indeed, the Potter family vault was quite spacious. Although it paled in comparison to the Malfoy vault, it brimmed with towering piles of gleaming gold galleons. In the innermost recess lay a collection of items resembling jewelry. Draco observed as Harry carefully placed a small box amidst these treasures, treading gingerly as he did so. Upon returning, Harry spoke, "Extend your hand." Draco pursed his lips, standing at the threshold with evident reluctance, countering, "What do you intend to do?" Harry seized his hand. Draco offered a slight resistance, yet Harry's grip was firm and resolute as he pressed Draco's hand against the stone wall at the entrance. The magical runes upon the wall glimmered, swiftly scanning Draco's hand. Releasing his grip, Harry smiled at Draco and said, "It is done. Now you two can access the Potter family vault." "Draco," he gazed at Harry in silence, feeling somewhat uneasy. "I am not in need of your vault. There is no need for you to act this way." Although a smile adorned Harry's face, his expression was decidedly resolute as he retorted, "I like it. The vault now belongs to me, and how we proceed is entirely at my discretion." Draco felt a tumult of emotions surge within him, a bittersweet sensation that was both tangy and slightly sweet. He withdrew his hand and mumbled, "Let us move. Isn't it rather chilly down here?" The two fell into a comfortable silence as they boarded the goblin's roller coaster, and upon their return to solid ground, they realized how late it had become. Draco kept his head lowered as he made his way toward the entrance of Diagon Alley, with Harry trailing behind, hands tucked into his pockets. After exiting the leaky cauldron, Harry ensured no one was following them before he stepped forward, grasping Draco's wrist. The two of them playfully tugged one another into a secluded alley, where Draco glanced around and noted the absence of any onlookers. He feigned a complaint, questioning whether Oris also resorted to robbery. Harry remained silent, tightening his embrace around Draco as he said, "I shall take you to a place." With that, he directly apparat with Draco. In an instant, Draco found himself in a Muggle neighborhood, feeling momentarily disoriented as the scenery shifted before his eyes. Glancing around, he remarked in confusion, "Isn't this the street where I live? Why aren't you returning to your own home tonight?" Harry replied enigmatically, "Follow me." After speaking, he led Draco towards the corner of the street. Draco vaguely remembered that the house at the corner had previously been up for sale, and a bold hypothesis surged within him. This speculation was confirmed when he saw Harry push open the garden gate of the house. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Porter, you have purchased this house?" Harry paused momentarily, ran his fingers through his hair, and replied somewhat chagrined, "I thought I would keep it a surprise for you." "Was it that obvious?" Draco smirked slightly and responded, "It was indeed quite apparent. You even pushed the door open. What else could I possibly be unaware of?" He cast a dubious glance at Harry and inquired, "What made you consider purchasing a house here? Furthermore, when did you acquire it?" Harry, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied, "During my last visit, I found your neighborhood to be far superior to mine, which is why I decided to buy a house here. Fortunately, I had just enough funds." He turned the doorknob and gestured invitingly, saying, "Mr. Malfoy, please come in." Draco cast him a silent glance, uncertain whether to address the previous time he had mentioned or the fact that he had just enough money. Ultimately, he suppressed his desire to retort against Harry and stepped inside. The expanse of this house surpassed that of his own. The entire room was adorned with a plush carpet, the fireplace unlit, and a sofa that exuded comfort occupied the living area. Beyond lay what could be described as a spacious kitchen, fully equipped with culinary tools. And Harry had even procured 2 Muggle refrigerators, neatly aligned against the wall. Draco removed his coat, his curiosity piqued as he glanced around, inquiring, "How much did this cost?" Harry did not directly answer the question, but invited, "Shall we take a look upstairs?" Draco readily accepted Harry's suggestion, and upon ascending the stairs, they encountered the usual bedrooms. However, upon seeing the number of rooms on the second floor, Draco quietly remarked, "You prepared so many bedrooms." A hint of guilt crossed Harry's face as he led him to the third floor, saying, "I primarily reside here." Harry had essentially opened up the entire third floor. To one side was a study, lined with thick bookshelves, though the shelves were sparsely populated, indicating that Harry had yet to find the time to organize. The style of the bedrooms, however, was distinctly Gryffindor. The golden yellow carpet adorned the floor, while various golden snitch decorations hung upon the walls, and sheer white drapes framed the bed. Draco approached the window and gazed downwards. He could see that there were still people shopping in the supermarket beside him, the glow of the streetlights slanting in through the window. After they reached the third floor, they did not turn on the lights, relying solely on the illumination from the street outside. Harry moved silently behind him, like a nimble cat, and with a swift motion, drew him into his embrace. Harry buried his head next to Draco's face, their cheeks nearly touching as he leaned down. With a gentle exploration, Harry retrieved an object from his pocket and lifted Draco's hand from behind. A cool sensation emanated from Draco's wrist. Glancing down, Draco saw that Harry had placed a gold bracelet adorned with intricate patterns around his wrist. He raised his hand, admiring the ornament resembling a lily. Gently, he inquired, "What is this?" Harry lowered his voice, waves of tremors resonating from his chest to Draco's body before him, as he replied, "It is a keepsake from my mother, and I now bestow it upon you, hoping it brings you safety." Draco glanced at the lily-patterned bracelet, initially intending to protest that it was far too precious to accept. Yet ultimately, he lowered his gaze and softly said, "Thank you, I shall accept it." That evening, Draco stayed at Harry's new abode. However, he found himself quite exhausted by Harry's antics. Harry invited him to bathe together, and Draco acquiesced. Thus began the ensuing risks. Harry's bathtub was larger than the one at his own home, accommodating 2 adults with ease. Draco was attempting this position for the first time, furrowing his brow and uncertainly asking, "Is this truly acceptable?" Harry embraced Draco, the water in the tub spilling over with their movements. Being taller than Draco, he encouraged, "Give it a try." After a moment, Draco felt overwhelmed, collapsing against Harry's shoulder. Biting into it in frustration, he murmured, "This cannot be right." Harry held him close, caressing Draco, chuckling, "How could it possibly diminish?" At that moment, Draco wished nothing more than for Harry to perish. When it ended, Harry carried Draco directly to the bed, placing him in a position of such shame that Draco could scarcely fathom. Dazed, He found that Harry had merely turned on a warm yellow lamp, gently laying him down. But soon, Harry joined him. Draco, feeling somewhat feeble, remarked, "That's enough. Are you particularly exuberant today?" Harry kissed his lips, asking, "Do you like my new home?" Draco rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage further with Potter. The next morning, upon waking, Draco flipped over and pressed his pillow against Harry's face. Harry steadied Draco, preventing him from inadvertently rolling off, grumbling, "What is it? Are you plotting to murder an Auror first thing in the morning?" Draco moved the pillow aside, grinning malevolently. "Indeed. I am about to murder an Auror." After a brief quarrel between the two, the contemplated murder ultimately did not come to fruition. Draco languidly reclined before the floor-to-ceiling window, while Harry had arranged an enormous, cat-like beanbag chair that was just ample enough for Draco to settle upon. Dressed in a loose-fitting shirt and draped in a robe, Draco had little desire to venture outside today, having been thoroughly exhausted by Harry's antics the previous day. It was fortuitous that he had brought along his suitcase, allowing him to rest comfortably in Harry's new abode for the day. He retrieved his potion book from the suitcase, initially intending to revisit Hogwarts in the coming days. However, for reasons unknown, he felt a lingering sense of unease about facing his godfather. Consequently, he resolved to postpone his journey to Hogwarts, instead opting to peruse the potion book he had previously left unfinished, preparing to revisit the sections on Belladonna and Moonflower. Beside him lay a steaming cup of coffee, accompanied by orange juice and delicate cookies, all thoughtfully prepared by Harry. He languidly turned a page, picking up the quill and parchment beside him to inscribe something. Harry had ventured out today, as Granger had urged him to pay a visit to the Ministry of Magic, seemingly to discuss a matter of importance. Draco, however, felt no interest and chose to remain at home. Halfway through his reading, a pang of hunger struck him. He stretched lazily and rose to his feet. Gazing down at the supermarket below, he resolved to procure some provisions. He casually tied back his hair, donned a set of Muggle attire, and placed a hat upon his head to conceal his golden locks before stepping out the door and heading to the Muggle supermarket. In the past, he had frequented such establishments, but this time he intended to purchase steaks, broccoli, cherry tomatoes, and an assortment of sauces. At present, his residence lacked a house elf, and Draco contemplated summoning one from his own home to assist him with the cooking. However, he hesitated, not wishing to prematurely reveal his relationship. He yearned to share the news directly with Narcissa or Scorpius, his connection with Harry Potter, rather than having it disclosed through the lips of a house elf. Such an indirect revelation felt altogether too clandestine. Thus, after much consideration, Draco concluded that he would have to prepare the meal himself, or perhaps allow Harry to take on that task. Before the cold storage, he held 2 boxes of steak, pondering the distinctions between them. A spirited young man, seemingly perceptive of his uncertainty, approached him with enthusiasm. "Sir, do you have any questions?" Draco glanced up, taking in the sight of this vibrant youth, likely a university student, clad in the supermarket's uniform. "Are you contemplating which one to purchase?" Draco replied slowly, "Yes, which do you think is better?" The young man flashed a bright smile, revealing pearly white teeth, and said, "I would recommend this one, as our local housewives tend to prefer it." Draco expressed his gratitude to the young man, selected the recommended steak, and exited the cold storage. After completing his transaction and carrying the bag towards the entrance, he noticed Harry, clad in a trench coat, waiting at the door, though Draco could not recall when he had arrived. He strode over without hesitation, directly handing the bag he held to him, stating, "Here, take it." Harry accepted Draco's bag, glancing inside before leaning in to plant a kiss on Draco's cheek. Draco, acknowledging that they were in the Muggle world where no one recognized them, calmly returned Harry's affection, and together they continued their journey homeward. After bidding farewell to the handsome gentleman, the young man returned to organize the shelves he was responsible for. A woman who appeared to be a housewife approached him with a friendly inquiry. "Could you please tell me which steak that young man just purchased? I would like to buy a box as well." The young man promptly set down what he was holding, retrieved a box of steak from the freezer, and handed it to the housewife, saying, "This one." The housewife expressed her gratitude as she accepted the box of steak, but at the moment their fingers brushed together, the young man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. The visage of the housewife before him momentarily contorted like melting paint, and he heard the woman inquire, "Do you know whence that young man hails?" He replied in a daze, seemingly emerging from the recently occupied house, which must have a new owner, himself. The woman glanced at the dwelling and chuckled. "Thank you, dear. You may rest now." Suddenly, the young man collapsed onto the ground, and the woman appeared to be greatly startled, letting out a scream. However, these events were unbeknownst to Harry and Draco, who had already departed. Upon returning home, Harry, holding something in his hands, inquired, "My dear, do you know how to fry a steak?" Draco looked up, uncertain, and responded, "Their essay recipe, we should be able to follow it, right?" He let out a resigned sigh and said, "You may continue with your potions, master. I shall take over from here." Chapter 68. Bloodline. Draco sat in the kitchen, observing as Harry first retrieved the steak from its plastic packaging. He then took a bowl and placed the steak inside, earnestly declaring, "It needs to rest before being seared." Draco rested his chin on his hand. He could decipher the recipe. Yet he found himself perplexed by Harry's sequence of actions. Why not simply follow the recipe? Harry turned on the tap, and the vegetables eagerly leapt beneath the flowing water, emerging pristine. After a brief flourish of his hand, they hopped onto the cutting board, while the knife nearby descended, commencing a steady rhythm of slicing. Harry then picked up the sauce Draco had purchased, scrutinizing each bottle in turn. "Which one would you prefer? Black pepper? Thousand Island dressing? Ketchup?" Draco replied, "Black pepper." Of course, should not steak be accompanied by black pepper? He watched Harry's fluid movements and remarked, "I had no idea you could cook." Harry settled back beside Draco, and the two shared a knowing kiss. Harry then said, "When it comes to potion making, I cannot rival you, but during my time at my aunt and uncle's, I often found myself in the kitchen." Draco cast a glance at Harry, struggling to fathom what childhood experiences had shaped him. He was aware that Hagrid had personally collected Harry, yet seeing him now, serene as he spoke of his aunt and uncle while deftly wielding a knife to chop vegetables, made it seem as if the torment of his past had dissipated into mere dust. Draco lowered his gaze, allowing Harry to focus on preparing his steak dinner. He summoned a roll of parchment, ink, and a quill with a flick of his wand and resumed his writing. The muffled sounds of the television had drifted from the living room. It appeared that Harry had turned it on to the weather forecast. Draco glanced out the window. It was a gray day, with hurried pedestrians passing by and fallen leaves strewn across the street. The department store across the way was scarcely populated, marking a lonely early winter day. Yet, in contrast to the desolation outside, the intimate space shared by just Harry and Draco felt incredibly warm and inviting. Draco rested the quill against his chin, pondering, perhaps this is what it feels like to be home. He continued to lower his head, organizing his thoughts, preparing to transcribe all of Harry's recent potion recipes. He wished to compare them and ascertain if there were further improvements to be made. Of course, these recipes were confidential. Once completed, he would find a secure method to conceal them. Time flowed slowly amidst the rustling of Draco's quill and the sound of Harry cooking steak. Harry also prepared a vegetable salad and a mushroom soup, which he placed on the table before glancing at Draco. Draco, furrowing his brow, had 3 pieces of parchment before him, densely filled with his elegant handwriting. As Harry approached, he noticed that the writings detailed the distinctions between the ingredients, variations in brewing time, and even Harry's own reactions. At that moment, Draco's quill hovered above the parchment, a smudge of ink having found its way onto his cheek. He appeared to be contemplating whether to strike out a line of text. Harry reached out, gently wiping the ink from Draco's face. Draco, startled, lifted his gaze, looking somewhat dazed as he inquired, "What time is it?" Harry, having cleaned the ink smudge, replied, "Enough writing, potion master. It's time for dinner." Only then did Draco realize that Harry had prepared the meal, and he marveled, "I never would have guessed that the savior was also a hidden culinary master." Harry planted a kiss on his cheek and asked, "Are you staying here tonight?" Draco playfully patted his face, smiling as he replied, "Let me think about it. It depends on your performance, savior." By evening, Draco had yet to return to his own home, even though it was just around the corner. They exchanged goodnights and embraced as they drifted off to sleep together. The next morning, Draco awoke and addressed Harry, "I need to return to France for a while. What are your plans for today?" Harry, holding him close, replied reluctantly, "Will you be back tonight?" Draco covered his eyes and calmly responded, "Clear your mind of those frivolous thoughts. I must return to check on Scorpius." He pinched Harry's cheek and said, "Do not forget that you are a father." After being reminded by Draco, Harry reluctantly got up, resembling a large ornament as he hung onto Draco's frame, sighing, "When can we make our relationship public?" Draco gently patted his face, reassuring him, "Soon, have a little patience, Potter." The two exchanged farewells at the door, sharing a brief kiss before Draco resumed his aloof demeanor in public and stepped outside. He emerged from his abode like an ordinary office worker, as Harry accompanied him to the garden gate. Before parting, they shared a tender kiss, and Harry, reluctant to let go, gently cupped Draco's nape. Their noses brushed against each other as Harry murmured, What should I do? I don't wish to let you go. Draco, wrapping his scarf around himself, allowed his tousled blonde locks to cascade over it. He grasped Harry's face, half playfully threatening. Be patient. You have matters to attend to today, do you not? The supplies here are insufficient for potion making, but I shall return swiftly. After a brief embrace, Draco pushed open the garden gate and stepped through. As it was now working hours, muggles streamed from their homes, heading towards their vehicles or the subway station. Draco raised his scarf slightly to obscure half of his face. He had no desire to vanish into thin air today. Instead, he wished to walk over, for his home lay at the other end of the block. It was neither too close nor too far. Harry must have already gone to the Ministry of Magic, he pondered idly. Ahead of him stood an intersection, and he halted his steps, preparing to await the traffic light. Just beyond lay a subway station, and a considerable number of people had already gathered at the crossing. He moved to the edge of the crowd, and the pedestrian signal turned green. He lifted his foot, joining the flow of humanity as they advanced. However, at that moment, a sharp pain surged from his spine, overwhelming him in an instant. He felt his strength drain away, and his legs buckled, causing him to stumble forward. Yet, he did not hit the ground. He was caught by unfamiliar hands. A face, indistinct and blurred, loomed before him, and a woman's voice pierced through the haze. Sir, what is wrong with you? Her voice seemed both distant and near. Draco sensed his energy evaporating in an instant. He attempted to draw his wand, but found himself unable to do so, as his hand was restrained, and his vision was obscured by a thin veil of white. His hand fell limply to his side. After bidding farewell to Draco, Harry tidied up casually before stepping out. Feeling invigorated today, he stepped outside and instantly teleported to the Ministry of Magic. He first purchased 2 cups of coffee before descending in the elevator. He arrived at Hermione's office, which was currently unoccupied, yet her assistant was already present, diligently organizing some documents reminiscent of official papers. Upon noticing Harry's entrance, she abruptly rose to her feet, her complexion flushing crimson as she stammered a greeting. Or Potter. Good day. Harry, unable to recall her name, smiled and inquired, Is the director not here yet? The assistant cautiously replied, The director has yet to arrive. May I assist you with anything? Should I convey a message? Harry shook his head, placing the coffee on Hermione's desk. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell. He returned to his own office, which was a separate space. Upon entering, he set the coffee on his desk, but just as he prepared to take a seat, an inexplicable wave of anxiety surged within him, causing him to accidentally spill the coffee across the surface. The liquid trickled down the desk in a gentle cascade. His heartbeat felt as though it had been suddenly grasped by an unseen force, an inexplicable wave of anxiety washing over him. Harry took a few gentle breaths and settled back down, yet this sensation swiftly faded without leaving a trace. What could be the matter? Harry speculated that the tainted magic might be the culprit, but this feeling was distinct from the chaotic surges of his magic. He waved his hand, and the remnants of the coffee liquid vanished completely. There was nothing amiss with his magic, so what was the issue? Harry sat down, engulfed in doubt. However, he was not afforded much time for contemplation as a paper airplane came soaring towards him. It was Hermione's. He picked up the paper airplane and made his way back to Hermione's office. Once seated, Hermione inquired, Have you ever heard of the name the All-Seeing Eye? Harry rifled through the memories in his mind and shook his head. Hermione let out a cold chuckle and handed him a dossier, which he accepted and began to peruse. He curiously remarked, It appears to be an ordinary civic organization, advocating for the idea that those with ability should govern the world. Harry clicked his tongue, closed the dossier, and rubbed his forehead, saying, This slogan evokes some unpleasant memories. Hermione shrugged and responded, In the matter of establishing various bizarre cults, wizards and muggles are not so different. Both are equally susceptible to manipulation. It is said that the founder of this sect has long worn a silver mask, and no one knows his true identity. However, he has managed to navigate among pureblood wizards and leverage that influence to accomplish a few things. While these actions have not posed significant harm thus far, I have noticed an increase in their activities recently. Hermione continued, You know I have been advocating for a new Auror system, right? I aim to incorporate more Muggle-born wizards into our ranks, not just Aurors. I also desire for Muggle-borns to genuinely enter the Ministry of Magic. However, this bill has faced opposition from several pureblood families. I did some research, and these families are, to some extent, connected to this organization. When you were in Albania, I took the opportunity to reorganize our Auror team. Did you notice that there are fewer Aurors now? Harry nodded, confirming that indeed a few were missing. Those very individuals he had observed idly congregating in the office during his last visit. When he took them to the training grounds, he realized their foundational skills were woefully inadequate. Hermione continued, "These individuals are also reliant on those families for their existence. Harry, I now need you to uncover the identities of those behind this organization." Hermione shook her head and said, "These cowardly aristocrats, who hid like turtles during the war, now seek to reclaim their influence over the Ministry of Magic with the war concluded. It will not be so simple." Turning to Harry, Hermione asked, "Can you guarantee that Malfoy is entirely on our side?" Harry raised his hand sincerely and replied, "I assure you." Hermione spoke earnestly, "Harry, Malfoy will be a significant asset for us." Upon exiting Hermione's office, Harry noticed a commotion in the atrium of the Ministry, with a crowd gathered, and in the center, he spotted a figure that seemed vaguely familiar. He hurriedly approached, only to find Narcissa Malfoy standing in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, holding Scorpius Malfoy. Her expression as frosty as ice. Narcissa? How could she have suddenly arrived in England? A wave of unease washed over Harry for no discernible reason. As he drew closer, Narcissa turned to him after noticing his presence, first offering a polite bow before she spoke softly, "Mr. Potter, may I inquire if you are free at the moment?" Harry made the decision to take Narcissa and Scorpius back to his office. This was Scorpius's first visit to England, and unlike the lively little boy Harry had last seen, he clung tightly to his grandmother, his small face pale. Where was Draco? Did he know that his mother and son had come to England? Hadn't he previously stated that he was not prepared to allow them to come so soon? With a heart full of questions, Harry ushered Narcissa inside, pouring her a glass of water. He intended to find a small toy for Scorpius, only to discover that his office was utterly barren, containing nothing but case files. He spoke somewhat awkwardly, "Madam, how do you?" He wished to inquire why they had suddenly arrived in England without forewarning Draco. Did they have an alternative plan? At that moment, he deeply regretted allowing Draco to leave. If only Draco were here. Narcissa surveyed Harry's office, her countenance as frigid as ice, a stark contrast to their previous encounter in France. Cradling Scorpius in her arms, she questioned him word by word. "Potter, where is my son, Scorpius's father?" The familiar pang of anxiety gripped Harry's heart once more. He cast a silencing charm and replied, "Madam, Draco mentioned this morning that he would be returning to France." Narcissa's voice quivered with emotion as she held Scorpius tightly. "Mr. Potter, please help me find Draco." Tears streamed down her face as she choked out her plea. "Draco is in danger. I cannot locate him, and he has not returned to France. Potter, I beg you, help me find him." Chapter 69, Bloodline 2. Harry abruptly rose to his feet, approaching Narcissa, while Scorpius, frightened, nestled closer into his grandmother's embrace. He is a sensitive child, having awakened to his magical abilities at a tender age. The overwhelming surge of magic emanating from Harry is something he cannot yet endure. Harry took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, yet he still struggled to quell his anxious restlessness, pacing back and forth in the office. He inquired of Narcissa, "Has Draco truly not returned home?" Deep within, he clung to a flicker of hope. Draco was not the kind of wizard prone to misfortune. He is formidable, adept in various spells. Although his magical reservoir may not rival Harry's, his finesse in manipulating magic far surpasses Harry's. This is an essential quality for any accomplished potions master. Furthermore, Draco has always been vigilant, even overly cautious regarding their relationship. It seems implausible for him to suddenly vanish without reason. Yet, he found himself believing Narcissa's words. Could it be that the sense of unease he felt that morning was a foreboding? In the wizarding world, such premonitions are akin to prophecies. He felt as though he had swallowed a heavy stone, pressing down on his throat. He shifted slightly, and though Narcissa was filled with sorrow, she still exhibited the fortitude characteristic of the Malfoy and Black families. She wiped away her tears and spoke. "Blood magic." She continued calmly. "The blood magic of the Malfoy family. Please forgive me for not elaborating, but we possess the ability to sense the status of our family members. This morning, I accidentally shattered a cup and was subsequently engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. In that moment, I could hardly breathe. I initially thought Scorpius had gotten into trouble, as he once fell into a lake while playing children's Quidditch. At that time, Draco and I experienced something similar. However, upon glancing around, I discovered Scorpius sitting safely in the living room, which led me to conclude that something must have happened to Draco." Harry continued to inquire, "Can blood magic detect Draco's exact location?" Narcissa, her face pale, shook her head and replied, "I cannot sense his whereabouts. I am certain that he is in danger. Not by accident, but by someone else's deliberate action." His magical essence has been intentionally obscured. I am unable to detect any trace of his magic. Harry's heart sank once more. He clenched his fist and closed his eyes, stating, Madame Malfoy, please follow me. He swept in like a gust of wind, bringing Narcissa to Hermione's office. Hermione, having only briefly encountered Narcissa a few times, astutely sensed that something was amiss. With caution, she inquired, what has happened? Harry responded bluntly. Hermione, I need your authorization. Draco has been taken, and I must go find him. An unprecedented tension enveloped the Auror office in Britain. The cause was none other than their chief Auror, the current minister, Mr. Harry Potter, who, upon learning of Draco Malfoy's mysterious disappearance, erupted in fury. The previously mild-mannered chief Auror had vanished, replaced by a figure radiating an ominous aura, capable of violence at any moment. In a moment of clarity, they suddenly recalled that Harry Potter, despite having long since stepped back from the front lines and existing as somewhat of a figurehead within the Ministry of Magic, was still the one who had vanquished the Dark Lord. Harry first escorted Narcissa back to the Malfoy estate. Draco's sudden disappearance made Harry realize that war had never truly left him. Conspiracy and strife would always accompany him, as long as he remained Harry Potter. He would remain entwined in such matters, and so too would those around him. He assured Narcissa and Scorpius that he would retrieve Draco. Scorpius appeared exceedingly frightened, but fortunately, Narcissa remained relatively strong, having endured the ravages of war. After all, Scorpius was all she had left, and she could not afford to falter. Harry had cast an array of protective spells upon the house, and after ensuring its security, he exited with a fierce demeanor. The entire Auror department had been dispatched by Harry to seek out any valuable information. Harry pondered, if Draco had not returned to France, then where might he have been ambushed on his journey? He first returned to his chamber, replaying the events of this morning in his mind. This morning, Draco had kissed him, and he still vividly recalled the sensation left on his lips by Draco's touch. Yet now, his beloved had vanished without a trace. He pushed open the door to his room and glanced around. Which path would Draco choose? They found themselves on a block, with Draco's residence situated on the opposite side. He recalled Draco mentioning his intention to return to France, suggesting that he would first need to go home and change into a different outfit before ultimately choosing to embark on his journey back to France. After all, in certain respects, he truly possessed a keen attention to detail. He chose a direction and gradually made his way towards it. This was a Muggle street, not the realm of wizards, so given Draco's temperament, he might not have been overly cautious. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that he would suddenly be taken away in the street. Something must have occurred along the way. He continued along the path until he reached an intersection, where he paused in his stride. Ahead lay a subway station, and thus this junction was frequented by a steady stream of individuals waiting at the traffic lights to cross the street. Harry subtly moved his hand, and in that instant, the world around him froze. The people, the vehicles, and the blinking streetlights were all suspended in that moment, enveloped by a translucent membrane resembling water. Harry ambled through this surreal realm, with each step creating ripples beneath his feet. He meticulously scrutinized the roadside and, at last, in an inconspicuous corner, he discovered a glimmering object. It was a small item, akin to a marker, lying by the curb. Harry exhaled softly, lifting his gaze to survey his surroundings. Sure enough, he spotted a camera perched on a utility pole by the roadside. He withdrew his magic, and the previously still surroundings began to stir once more. Harry glanced around. There was a quaint little supermarket at the street corner, and not far away stood a police station. He entered the small convenience store directly, where only a young man was seated, dozing off. As the young man raised his head, ready to utter the customary greeting of welcome, he was captivated by a pair of emerald green eyes. He rose from behind the counter, his voice somewhat dazed as he greeted, "Hello." Harry gazed at the young man, silently offering an apology in his heart, and inquired, "Do you have surveillance here?" The young man nodded, his expression impassive as he replied obediently, "We have a theft prevention monitor." After uttering these words, he adjusted his computer, turning it slightly towards Harry, revealing several segmented screens that displayed the entirety of the store, one of which was directed at the entrance, allowing a view of the outside scene. Harry then requested, "Could you show me the footage from this morning?" He silently mused within himself, fortunate to have watched Muggle detective dramas frequently. In such circumstances, the foremost task is to locate the surveillance footage. The young man nodded, typing away on the keyboard for a while before retrieving a camera angle, advancing it to the very beginning. His voice, devoid of emotion, stated, "This is the scene from the early hours of today." Harry abruptly interrupted him. "Please fast forward to 9 o'clock. Thank you." The young man acknowledged with a slight sound, dragging the screen forward. Harry observed as the time in the upper right corner shifted to around 9. The visuals transitioning from the initial monochrome to the vibrant hues of daylight. Harry edged past the young man, fixating on the footage. If his memory served him correctly, Draco had departed around this time, assuming he would pass through this intersection. Before long, a golden head emerged from the lower part of the frame. Harry's spirit soared. He felt an overwhelming desire to leap into the screen. Draco, with his hands tucked into his pockets, donned a light-colored coat and a scarf, exuding an air of softness and beauty. Unbeknownst to him, Harry's gaze softened. Draco stood at the curb, awaiting the traffic light, maintaining a slight distance from the crowd. This intersection was precisely in the direction of his home. As the green light illuminated, he prepared to step forward when suddenly his footing faltered, as if an invisible force had tripped him, causing him to fall. The nearby pedestrians noticed his tumble and quickly gathered around him. At that moment, a middle-aged woman supported him, murmuring something as she reached out, gently patting Draco's face. After a short while, an ambulance arrived, and the woman assisted Draco into the vehicle. His figure was obscured by the door, and as he boarded, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Harry's expression grew increasingly intense. He rose once more, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder as he spoke. "Thank you. I have taken a good look." Startled, the young man blinked and gazed at Harry with a look of bewilderment. After a momentary pause, he stammered, "Sir, you cannot enter our counter." Harry stepped back. Casually picking up an item from the shelf, he replied, "Thank you." The young man felt an inexplicable sense that he had done something amiss, yet the memory eluded him. After completing the transaction with Harry, he politely responded, "You're welcome." As Harry departed, the young man couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that the figure retreating from him bore an eerie presence. He stifled another yawn and retreated back behind his counter, resuming his engrossing mobile game. After Harry stepped outside, he no longer concealed his magic. A shimmering membrane of water unfurled around him, enveloping him in a small sphere. Within the confines of this sphere, both people and objects were momentarily suspended in time. Harry traversed this stilled space, meticulously scrutinizing every trace and clue within it. Draco felt a persistent ache throughout his body. He lay upon the cold, unyielding ground, his mind swirling in a haze, and before his eyes, darkness flickered intermittently. He struggled to shift his body, an indescribable pain emanating from the depths of his being. Gritting his teeth, he managed to transition from a supine position to lying on his side. Merely executing this movement felt as though he had expended a lifetime of strength. Fortunately, he still possessed the ability to think. He allowed his eyes a moment to adjust before slowly opening them. It appeared he was in a stone chamber, with a small skylight allowing a faint, dismal light to filter through. Draco shifted slightly and realized that his wand had been confiscated and placed aside. He attempted to reach for it, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength. He found himself lying on what appeared to be a stone platform, coldness and pain gnawing at his body. He took a few breaths, feeling a dull ache in his lungs. This was not normal. He attempted to channel his magic, yet it felt thick and unresponsive, offering no reaction whatsoever. Draco's heart sank. It was either directed at Harry or at him, but regardless of which, the outcome would remain the same. He can only hope that Harry will soon discover this place. His ears still perceived sound, and upon listening, he found the surroundings enveloped in silence. He had awakened, yet no one was there to guard him. Perhaps those who had bound him were certain he could not escape. Or perhaps there were more pressing matters at hand, such as concealing his magical abilities or severing his connection to the outside world. After all, a wizard possesses a myriad of methods at his disposal. Draco, indeed, felt utterly drained, as if all the sinew and magic had been extracted from his body, leaving him to lie upon the stone slab. He chose not to utter a sound. With no one around, voicing his thoughts would be a mere waste of energy. Better to observe the unfolding events in silence. The bloodline magic should have sensed something by now. It was merely a question of whether Harry could find him here. Draco once again closed his eyes. He lost track of time until he heard the faint creaking of a door opening. Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold a group of figures clad in black cloaks, their faces obscured by peculiar masks, rendering their identities unrecognizable. Draco scanned them wearily, then let his eyes flutter shut once more. One voice broke the silence, gruff and imposing. "Is he dead?" A softer male voice responded. "No, he is our precious quarry. We cannot allow him to perish." Following this exchange, one figure stepped forward, and Draco felt his body being propped up. Soon, a cup of water appeared at his lips. He coaxed gently, "Drink some water." Draco opened his eyes, his silver gaze sharp and piercing. He cast a glance at the masked figure before closing his eyes once more. His lips firmly sealed, rejecting the water offered near his mouth. "This will not do, my dear." The figure extended his hand, forcefully grasping Draco's chin. Draco attempted to turn away, to evade the grip, but the figure easily subdued his feeble resistance. He pried Draco's lips apart and, rather roughly, poured the water into his mouth. Taken by surprise, Draco choked, spluttering as the liquid spilled over his face. He coughed violently, feeling as if his lungs were a broken bellows, emitting ominous sounds. His face and head were splattered with icy water. The man extended his sleeve, gently wiping the droplets from his hair, and softly remarked, "How beautiful you are. No wonder the Savior is so fond of you. Were it me, I too would be enamored." Draco abruptly opened his eyes, his silver-gray gaze infused with a chilling menace. The masked figure pressed against the area around his eyes, and Draco felt as though he were ensnared by some loathsome cephalopod. A wave of revulsion and goosebumps cascaded over him as he struggled desperately to escape the man's grip. Yet his body felt utterly devoid of strength. The masked individual seemed to sense his struggle. He lowered his head, his lips brushing against Draco's ear, whispering gently, "Do not resist, my dear. Do you truly believe you are the only one capable of brewing potions in this world?" He chuckled and remarked, "You ought to be aware that you have consumed the cartilage potion, as well as the elixir that halts the flow of magical energy. You are still of value. I cannot allow you to perish." He gently laid him back down on the stone platform. Draco, throughout the ordeal, refrained from uttering a single word. He brushed his fingers against Draco's cheek, who, suppressing a shiver, turned his head away to avoid his gaze. The masked figure feigned a sigh and remarked, "This place is indeed too ungracious for our precious little prince. Perhaps we should find him a more suitable location." Chapter 70, Bloodline. Hermione found herself in a state of utter disarray, grappling with the sudden influx of individuals that had appeared in her office. They, or rather she, donned enchanted cameras and held recording devices in their hands, eagerly inquiring, "Minister Granger, is it true that Mr. Draco Malfoy has gone missing? Shouldn't Mr. Malfoy be under the vigilant watch of Auror Harry Potter? His sudden disappearance, given his past as a Death Eater, is it intentional? Or has Auror Potter let his guard down? It is said that Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter were archenemies during their time at school. Could his disappearance be linked to Mr. Potter? Does the escape of a former Death Eater signify the resurgence of the Death Eater organization? Minister Granger." Catherine could hardly restrain the throng of reporters. Standing outside, she anxiously exclaimed, "Everyone, the minister is in a meeting. Please do not invade her office uninvited." Hermione rose, her sharp gaze sweeping over the assembly of journalists. "Please, remain calm," she urged. Observing the ulterior motives etched in their eyes, she amplified her voice, clearing her throat. "The Department of Law Enforcement will not overlook any misuse of dark magic, nor will it wrongfully accuse an innocent individual. As for Mr. Draco Malfoy's alleged disappearance, no conclusion has been reached. Please refrain from making hasty judgments or spreading unfounded rumors. Otherwise, I shall arrest you all for disseminating false information or obstructing justice." Since his arrival, Mr. Malfoy has exhibited exemplary behavior, with no indications of dark magic usage, a fact that both Chief Auror Potter and I can attest to. She meticulously scrutinized each individual before her, enunciating every word with precision. "Now, esteemed journalists, do you have any further inquiries?" She deliberately emphasized the word journalists. And after a few photographs were taken, a temporary hush fell over the crowd. Hermione stated coldly, "If there are no further questions, I kindly ask you to vacate my office. Should you intrude again, I will not hesitate to summon Aurors." Once she had dismissed the crowd, her expression remained frosty as she turned to Catherine. "From this moment forth, no one is permitted to enter my office except for the minister." Catherine nodded, responding, "Understood, Minister." Hermione returned to her office, first casting a silencing charm and a privacy spell around her. Then she opened her drawer, retrieving a black, square object. She activated the screen, revealing a smartphone, a commonplace device in the Muggle world. After ensuring her surroundings were secure with another spell, she dialed a number. Soon, the line connected, and a familiar voice resonated from the other end. It was Harry. His low voice echoed from the other end, revealing a profound discontent. As if he were a powder keg ready to explode, the palpable tension even seeping through the phone. "Hermione, you had better deliver some good news." Hermione replied calmly, "I'm sorry, Harry, but I cannot provide you with more information at this moment. However, they are clearly growing restless. Reporters just stormed my door. I am quite curious about the sources of their information." Harry's voice resonated from the other side. There are too many. Their reach is extending too far, Hermione. What are you planning to do? Hermione responded, let us communicate through this line for now. They cannot monitor muggle phones. I will find a way to eliminate the traitors within the ministry. Harry, the situation with Malfoy is in your hands. A muffled sound emanated from Harry's side. But Hermione chose not to listen further. She hung up the phone and retrieved a piece of parchment from her drawer, methodically marking off each name inscribed upon it. Meanwhile, Harry, after ending the call, exhaled deeply and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself at a crossroads, where Draco's magical signature had nearly faded, becoming almost imperceptible. Gripping his phone tightly, he nearly crushed it in his hand, his countenance darkening as he surveyed the area before turning to enter a narrow alleyway. He irritably raked his fingers through his hair, and the illusion shifted. In the haze, Draco sensed that he was being lifted. He is currently feeling utterly weak. The bone-dissolving potion, true to its name, has the power to temporarily dissolve a person's bones entirely. In contrast, the bone-rejuvenating elixir swiftly facilitates the regrowth of bones. He is now unable to lift even a single finger. However, he has surprisingly calmed down, although he does not know who these people are. Their reluctance to kill him after capturing him indicates that they must have some leverage over him. What value does he possess? Few are privy to the intricacies of his relationship with Harry, surely. This group would not be so naive as to contemplate using him as a means to threaten Harry, would they? What remains is his identity as a Malfoy. Ever since his last visit to the Malfoy Manor, he has discerned that numerous items within the estate have inexplicably vanished. The cherished silverware, priceless paintings, and various artworks have become nearly impossible to locate. The true treasures lie not in galleons, but in intangible assets, such as notebooks chronicling the family's magical legacy and an array of precious magical artifacts. Someone has been surreptitiously pilfering the Malfoy estate's assets right beneath the watchful eyes of the Ministry of Magic. Is this theft motivated by avarice? If mere wealth were the objective, the endeavor would hardly require such complexity. Should he meet his demise, the inheritance of Malfoy Manor would automatically revert to his mother and Scorpius, unless they could also capture them. The mere thought of Scorpius jolted Draco's mind. What has become of him? His mother, through the bond of blood magic, must have sensed something. What course of action would she take? Would she remain in France or risk the perilous journey to England? Whom would she seek? Potter would undoubtedly be her first choice. Would Potter believe her? What would Potter do? The mere contemplation of Harry rekindled a pang in his heart, one that mingled pain with a hint of sweetness. Reluctant to open his eyes, thoughts of Harry and Scorpius weighed heavily on his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, he must devise a plan. He cannot simply resign himself to inaction. He was lifted onto a bed, feeling the ebb and flow of magic coursing through him. With the bed as his vessel, he ascended, departing from the damp and shadowy stone chamber. After a long absence, he felt the warm embrace of sunlight gently caressing his eyelids. He stirred his eyelids, cracking them open just a sliver. Delicate shards of sunlight cascaded down from above, filtered through a canopy of tree shadows. The rays of sunlight, intricately woven, seeped through the interstices of the foliage. A figure approached him, and he could discern the crunching sound of footsteps upon the fallen leaves. Each individual was cloaked in heavy hoods, their faces obscured by masks, revealing only the occasional glimpse of a hand. Each of them grasped their respective wands, maintaining a lengthy formation that enveloped him as they advanced. Draco was reluctant to count how much time had elapsed. His magical essence was similarly severed by the potion, rendering him as defenseless as a newborn infant. The sound of the door creaking open resonated distinctly within the quiet forest, and sunlight vanished once more from his sight as he was lifted into a room. This chamber was stark and empty, dominated by a massive chandelier of wood entwined with candles, adorned with intricate patterns etched upon its surface. Draco squinted, striving to discern the designs above, feeling a flicker of astonishment within. The magical runes. He had only ever encountered records of the magic runes in books. Aside from the individual he had seen in Albania a few days prior, he had never witnessed them in England or France. As an ancient practice once employed for sacrificial rites, summoning, and communication with demons, the use of magic runes had long been outlawed, and the surviving texts pertaining to them were nearly extinct. In ancient times, these runes served as a means for wizards to converse with demons or powerful spirits, beseeching for greater power. The demons, in turn, sought to use the wizards' bodies as vessels to manifest in the mortal realm, with ulterior motives at play. The ultimate manifestation of these interactions was the creation of magic runes. Wizards harnessed these runes to confine various demons within themselves, offering their own magical energy or other sacrifices to gain control over these entities. The demons concealed themselves within the wizards. Biding their time for the day, they could seize the wizards' bodies for their own use. Now, they had brought Draco into a house inscribed with ancient runes. What was their intention? The ceiling adorned with runes swiftly passed before his eyes, and the scenery around him transformed once more. The ceiling, now covered in wallpaper, presented a stark contrast to the previous dark ambience. He found himself gently lowered onto a soft, large bed. This appeared to be an ordinary bedroom, with a bookshelf and a desk nearby. Draco caught the fragrant aroma of food, and the sound of footsteps echoed, followed by the closing of a door. As the door clicked shut, it seemed they had departed, and the rustling footsteps faded away. Only then did Draco open his eyes. A voice emerged from beside him. "I knew you weren't asleep," Draco replied. He felt the urge to close his eyes once more. Yet, that individual denied him the opportunity to do so. Approaching with gentle footsteps that echoed on the wooden floor, producing the floor's characteristic creaking sound, he assisted Draco to sit up, placing a cushion behind him to provide support for his weary frame. Draco gazed at the masked figure, whose face was obscured entirely, even concealing one eye. Through this solitary eye, the figure inquired, "Are you hungry? Would you care for something to eat?" Draco remained silent, his gaze fixated on the table before him, adorned with a steaming steak, orange juice, soft bread, and an assortment of jams. Steak. He and Harry dined on steak at Harry's residence the day before yesterday. Although merely a day has elapsed, it feels as though an eternity has passed. He remained silent, merely gazing at the individual. He seemed to have discovered something. Slightly distancing himself from Draco, and with a smile, he remarked, "I almost forgot. You cannot raise your hand at the moment." He gently sliced the steak with a knife, speared a piece with a fork, and brought it to Draco's lips, as if tending to a patient, with a concerned tone. "The steak is from a renowned restaurant I had someone procure it from. Famous, indeed. You needn't worry about poison. If I truly intended to harm you, would you still be here?" Draco lowered his gaze, remaining silent, prompting a hint of regret from the other man. "Aren't you going to eat? That simply won't do. You are still of use to us. Besides, how can you plot your escape on an empty stomach?" Draco's heart jolted at the words. Yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. Raising his eyelids, he fixed his gaze upon the man and suddenly smiled, his disheveled hair cascading down. Although his current predicament was far from favorable, he appeared untroubled by it all. He spoke softly, "What exactly do you wish to accomplish?" The person across from him took a seat, contemplated for a moment, and then drew forth his wand, lightly tapping it against Draco's hand. Draco felt a surge of strength coursing through him. The individual opposite him propped his chin on his hand and remarked, "I sense that you might not appreciate my assistance in feeding you. Perhaps it would be best if you dined independently. Once you've finished, we can engage in further discourse." Under his gaze, Draco silently consumed his meal. At that moment, devoid of a wand, even with newfound strength, his magical energy had not been restored. Engaging in conflict now would be ill-advised. It was prudent to first extract their true intentions. Moreover, Draco had an instinctive sense that these individuals were deeply entwined with the curse afflicting Harry. They could very well be the masterminds behind it. He is no longer in a hurry. He leisurely finishes his meal and, after quenching his thirst, makes a request. "I wish to go to the restroom." The masked figure, engrossed in reading, looks at him with a hint of surprise. Draco asserts confidently, "I wish to go to the restroom. This should not be restricted, right?" The masked individual closes his book, chuckling softly, and replies with a warm demeanor, "Of course, that is a perfectly reasonable request. I must admit I overlooked it, and I apologize for my oversight." He levitated Draco with a suspension charm and sent him to the adjacent room. With a considerate tone, he said, "Once you are ready, let me know, and I shall come to fetch you." Draco gazed at him with indifference before forcefully shutting the door. He was indeed not lying at that moment. He genuinely required access to the restroom. However, there was an even more pressing matter at hand. He sat upon the toilet, turning on the faucet. Beneath the cascading sound of water, he extended his remaining hand, now regained in strength, to his mouth. With a firm bite, a small incision appeared upon it. He dared not bite too deeply, fearing discovery. Soon, a minute trace of blood seeped from his skin, with the sound of the faucet serving as a cover. He extended his hand beneath it, calmly observing as the crimson trace was washed away. In no time, the blood vanished, leaving merely a faintly red mark on his finger, reminiscent of a gentle brush against something. After he had finished using the restroom, he gently knocked on the door. The person outside swiftly opened it and let him back. He gently levitated Draco back onto the bed, inquiring, "Shall we converse now?" Chapter 71, Bloodline. for Draco lowered his gaze, uncertain of what this individual wished to discuss. And he himself held no desire to engage in conversation. However, it appeared that the person was quite eager. He approached with a book in hand and addressed him. "You have crafted this potion before, haven't you?" He held the book aloft, unceremoniously thrusting it beneath Draco's eyelids, revealing a perplexing potion's formula. Draco, resolute in his decision, chose to disregard him and closed his eyes once more. However, a sudden pain radiated from his head as the masked figure violently seized his hair, employing a manner reminiscent of the muggles he often observed on television, compelling Draco to raise his gaze. Draco opened his eyes, regarding the individual with a frigid stare. He wore a mask, revealing only a solitary eye. His eye, a common shade of blue, now reflected nothing but madness, murkiness, and chaos. Draco suddenly declared, "I brewed that potion." He seemed taken aback by Draco's response at that moment, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, before he gradually released his grip. Ignoring the pain, Draco fixed his gaze upon the man's eyes and repeated, "I have offered before. Do you require it now?" The man fell silent once more, staring at Draco as a venomous serpent would eye its prey. After a prolonged silence, he let out a short, mocking laugh and extended his hand. Draco watched that hand, cold and slick like a serpent, glide across the side of his face. They locked eyes, cold and unyielding, as the man tenderly caressed Draco's cheek, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "My dear, what do you believe Potter would be willing to sacrifice to reclaim you?" Draco let out a cold laugh, then closed his eyes. He turned his head to the side and languidly remarked, "Rest assured, Potter will not be coming. My presence is inconsequential to him." Yet within him, a tempest was already brewing. How much do they truly comprehend about the relationship between themselves and Harry? If the pressure exerted on Harry is merely a consequence of the disappearance of a subject under supervision, then it parallels the previous instance where carelessness in the line of duty resulted in the demise of a partner. However, should they uncover the nature of their bond with Harry, the implications would be profound. He was uncertain whether those individuals were aware of the relationship between him and Harry. However, judging by the demeanor of the person before him, it seemed that his words were laced with uncertainty and probing. Resolute in his decision, he chose to cease any further communication. The masked figure appeared to have lost interest in him as well, with a dismissive grunt. He closed the book he had been reading and tossed it onto Draco's bed before exiting through the door. The sharp sound of the door locking echoed, and a wave of defensive magic enveloped the entire room. Draco reopened his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the book that had been carelessly discarded on his bed, a comprehensive guide to household potions. He closed his eyes once more, allowing his body to slide down onto the bed, where he began to ponder in silence. After Harry had apparat, he arrived directly at the entrance of Nocturne Alley. He did not conceal his presence, striding confidently into one of the shops. Inside, two individuals were engrossed in a game of wizard's chess, the dim light barely illuminating the room, where a few inconsequential items were scattered on the shelves, casting an air of desolation. Upon entering, Harry found the shopkeeper too indifferent to raise his gaze, listlessly uttering, "We are closed. Seek assistance elsewhere." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in recognition of a familiar magical aura. His hand trembled, causing him to make a misstep in the game. The knight beside him ruthlessly toppled his piece off the board, prompting him to spring to his feet, hands clenched in confusion, while the other man beside him recoiled, drawing his hat low in a desperate attempt to disappear. Harry placed a hand on the shoulder of the seated individual. Although a smile graced his face, his eyes harbored an icy chill. He gently remarked, "Gentlemen, it has been quite some time." The shopkeeper, trembling, managed to force out a smile more grotesque than tears, stammering, "Why you hello?" Harry interrupted him with an undeniable authority, inquiring, "I need a bloodhound. Do you have one?" The shopkeeper was nearly in tears, his hands wringing together in a display of helplessness as he replied, "And no, that is a prohibited creature. We do not have it." Harry's grip tightened slightly, causing the seated man's teeth to chatter involuntarily. Both men recognized the magnitude of Harry's magical prowess, and now, that familiar power enveloped them once more. The seated individual was the shopkeeper's business partner, sharing ownership of the establishment. Harry's murderous intent was barely contained as he coldly declared, "I know you both possess a bloodhound. Produce it now, and I can feign ignorance of this matter." The shopkeeper's lips trembled as his face turned pale. Harry, unable to endure the silence any longer, drew his wand. Though he hardly needed it, its mere presence acted as a signal, prompting the seated man to suddenly scream, akin to a quail caught by the throat, exclaiming, "I'll get it! I'll get it!" Only then did Harry release his grip, the man feeling as though his shoulder might shatter. Clutching his shoulder, he exchanged a glance with the shopkeeper, before tearfully admitting, "I will get you a bloodhound." Harry followed the two as they ventured to the back of the shop. The shopkeeper, neck drawn in, whispered, "Why bring him here?" His partner shot him a fierce glare and lowered his voice, saying, "Even if we don't bring him here, do you think we could keep it from him?" Harry twirled his wand nonchalantly, trailing behind the two men, and coldly remarked, "Gentlemen, I am right behind you. I can hear every word you utter. Now, hand over the hound, and I may feign ignorance regarding your slander and schemes against the Aurors." The two men, now filled with trepidation, recoiled slightly and continued their forward march. They opened a door leading to the back of their shop and stepped inside, with Harry trailing behind them. Before him lay a desolate expanse, surrounded by wild grass that reached up to the height of a man's shins. One of the individuals mumbled to himself as he picked up a filthy object, the original form of which had become unrecognizable. Reluctantly, the two men turned to Harry and instructed him, "Place your hand here." Harry raised an eyebrow and replied, "An illegal portkey?" The two men fell silent, and Harry chose not to press further. Instead, he placed his hand upon the object. A familiar pull emanated from his fingertips, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a deserted locale. Harry brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes and surveyed his surroundings. He stood at the heart of a dense forest, where, through some unknown magic, the two men had conjured a circular clearing amidst the trees, surrounded by fallen trunks and wild grass. "Where are the hounds?" Harry inquired. The two men steadied themselves against a nearby tree, cleared their throats, and drew their wands, pointing them at a leaf-laden spot. In unison, they intoned, "Reveal thyself." A tempestuous wind surged from that very spot, sweeping away the thick carpet of leaves to unveil a rusted iron door embedded in the ground. The proprietor and his partner tugged open this door, releasing a foul stench that wafted outwards. Harry waved his hand dismissively. Though he had only been with Draco for a short while, he had already begun to adopt a hint of Draco's temperament and demeanor, with a touch of disdain. He instructed, "Bring forth the hound." The proprietor and his partner exchanged glum expressions, jostling one another as they descended into the dark cellar. After a while, Harry heard the clanking of iron chains and a low, menacing growl emanating from within. Eventually, the proprietor and his partner emerged from the cellar, their faces glistening with sweat. They hoisted an iron cage, within which resided a grotesque creature covered in festering sores. This being possessed limbs and a head akin to that of a dog, yet bore a distinct dissimilarity. Its body was devoid of fur, instead adorned with a myriad of pustules, ominously protruding. A noxious, unidentified liquid oozed from these boils, while its sharp fangs jutted menacingly from its gaping maw. Upon emerging from the cellar, it ceased its growling, fixating its gaze upon the wizard standing above. The bloodhound, classified as a level 1 dangerous magical creature, is notorious for its volatile temperament and toxic nature. Its repugnant appearance is steeped in legend, believed to possess the bloodline of the infernal three-headed hound. The venom and blood of the bloodhound are exceedingly rare and valuable components for potions. Due to its hideous visage and extensive hunting, its population has dwindled significantly. Yet, the true treasure of the bloodhound lies not in its physical form, but in its unparalleled ability. It can accurately pinpoint the presence of a wizard through their blood. No protective charms, concealment spells, confusion enchantments, or invisibility potions can thwart its tracking prowess. A mere drop of blood suffices for it to locate its target. Following the revelation of this remarkable ability, the Ministry of Magic has endeavored to safeguard the remaining bloodhounds, categorizing them as protected from hunting and trade. Despite stringent prohibitions on such activities, illicit smuggling and black market dealings involving bloodhounds persist unabated. Previously, Harry had thwarted a group attempting to capture these creatures, releasing even a female bloodhound back into a sanctuary, leading him to suspect that others were likely hidden. To his astonishment, he was indeed correct. This particular hound appeared to be in its prime. Initially baring its teeth at two individuals, it grew silent and composed when brought forth, seemingly grasping the situation. Its gaze swept around before settling on Harry. The bloodhound was remarkably intelligent, its cognitive capabilities rivaling those of an adult human. Upon being dragged into view, it understood that this wizard before it was the key to its liberation. Harry gestured with his hand, prompting the handlers to wipe the sweat from their brows and step aside. One of them, with a somewhat obsequious demeanor, addressed Harry, saying, "This is the one. We have only the single hound left," he assured. Furthermore, this was the healthiest among the pack of hounds, a male, presumably the leader. Harry scrutinized the hound, which had ceased its growling, It lay down obediently like a true dog, adopting a docile demeanor. It even attempted to awkwardly wag its non-existent stubby tail, ineptly mimicking the behavior of common canines. Harry was greatly pleased with the hound's compliance. With a gentle flick of his wand, the sturdy and anti-explosive enchantments enveloping the cage effortlessly shattered, allowing the bloodhound to leap out, eager to dash into the surrounding thicket. All it desired was to escape this place. However, the hound's attempt to return to the wilderness was swiftly thwarted by Harry. To say he captured it would be inaccurate. He merely waved his wand, and the hound, akin to a cat grasped by the scruff of its neck, was gently pulled back to its original spot. The hound seemed to comprehend its predicament, lowering its head disconsolately to rest at Harry's feet. Venom dripped from its body, scorching the grass beneath and emitting a foul odor. Harry glanced at the hound and addressed the two individuals across from him. "Where's the hound's attire?" The two shopkeepers, begrudgingly pushing against one another, retrieved the bloodhound's outfit from their bags. This garment was specifically crafted by beast merchants and smugglers for hounds, as they were venomous creatures. Yet their toxin was as precious as that of the eight-eyed giant spider. They could not bear to let such valuable venom go to waste, thus inventing a suit that enveloped the hound entirely, collecting its venom while ensuring its comfort. However, this attire was costly and difficult to produce. Aside from being sold to discerning nobles for their hounds, most dogs would not wear it. They adorned the hound in a canine attire, concealing its festering body beneath a layer of fluffy fur, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary pet dog. Harry grasped the leash of the hound and addressed the two proprietors. "I appreciate your cooperation. I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. However, should I catch you engaging in the trade of rare magical creatures again, I will ensure you are escorted back to the Aura department for a proper reception." The two shopkeepers trembled, cowed by the formidable magical aura emanating from Harry, their faces a mask of despair as they stammered, "No, we won't." Harry nodded, leading the hound as he disapparated away. Once he had departed, the two shopkeepers began to bicker and blame one another, ultimately deciding to vacate the premises. This had been their clandestine base, but now that it had been discovered, its existence was rendered unnecessary. Harry returned to the Muggle streets with the hound in tow, walking it as though he were merely an ordinary dog walker, guiding it to the curb. He whispered to the hound, "Sniff around. Is there any blood shed by a wizard? If Draco were not captured, he would surely devise a way to leave behind a trace, either his own or that of the wizards who seized him. With just a single drop, he could guide the hound to their whereabouts through the scent of blood." Chapter 72, Bloodline. 5. Narcissa returned to the Malfoy ancestral home with Scorpius. After Draco activated the estate, he departed swiftly, causing the restoration process to slow once more. However, upon Narcissa's return with Scorpius, the Malfoy residence began to rejuvenate at an astonishing pace, though its protective enchantments were not yet fully in place. Fortunately, the Savior had established multiple layers of barriers for their protection. Narcissa had also brought back several house elves, who diligently cleaned the Malfoy manor, rendering it immaculate. They prepared cookies and warm milk for their masters, placing them before them. At this moment, half a day had passed since Draco's disappearance. As night approached, Narcissa anxiously paced within the manor, her tension palpable to Scorpius. He sat on the sofa, unable to find solace even with his beloved books and plush dragon. A gentle knock echoed from the door. Scorpius sprang from the sofa, hurriedly dashing to the entrance. He opened the door to reveal none other than Harry Potter standing outside. He caught sight of Scorpius, and for the first time in a long day of toil, a rare smile graced Harry's face. Lowering his gaze, he addressed Scorpius. "Hello, Scorpius." The young boy noticed that Harry seemed to be holding something resembling a dog. The novelty of the situation temporarily eased his worries, prompting his curiosity as he inquired, "Mr. Potter, what is that?" Harry replied with a smile, "A bloodhound." Though Scorpius had never encountered that name before, the hurriedly arriving Narcissa, upon hearing it, expressed her astonishment. "Mr. Potter, have you found a bloodhound?" Harry straightened himself, offering a slight nod to Narcissa as a form of greeting, and said, "Good day, madam." He inquired, "I wonder if Draco left any traces behind that could provide the hound with a semblance of opportunity?" Narcissa wiped the tears from her face. Initially, she welcomed Harry into her home while he surveyed his surroundings. The Malfoy manor had regained its former, albeit somewhat disheveled, splendor, appearing almost as resplendent as before. However, at that moment, the manor was not his primary concern. After ushering Harry inside, Narcissa asked, "Mr. Potter, might I inquire about your current progress?" Although Harry was reluctant to admit it, he had to concede that the group's methods of concealing their tracks were remarkably sophisticated. He had already enlisted Hermione to initiate communication with the Muggle police, hoping to trace the vehicle that had taken Draco away. Yet, as he gazed at Scorpius, whose eyes were filled with anticipation, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he could not articulate them. He spoke with great reluctance. "I am still trying." Narcissa gazed at Harry as if she had come to a realization. Although she herself was deeply pained, at that moment, she reached out and clasped Harry's tightly clenched fist. She offered him solace. "Draco is a clever boy. I believe he will find a way to leave behind a trace of information." The two sat in silence for a while, and then Harry stood up. His purpose for coming was merely to inquire whether Narcissa had preserved Draco's blood. But now it seemed he would leave disappointed. He reluctantly spoke. "I have come to inform you, madam, that I am still striving. I shall take my leave now." Narcissa also rose to her feet, both of them burdened with the same concerns yet unwilling to reveal their anxieties. Narcissa said, "Mr. Potter, thank you for your efforts." Before she could finish, Scorpius suddenly gasped, exclaiming, "Grandma." A faint wound appeared on Scorpius's hand, from which a tiny bead of blood had formed, precariously clinging to the surface. Narcissa rushed over, trembling as she cradled Scorpius's hand. Harry followed, unable to believe his eyes. "What is happening, Mrs. Malfoy?" Narcissa's eyes glistened with tears. She wiped them away and replied to Harry, "Mr. Potter, you sought Draco's blood, and this is it." She summoned a transparent glass vial, carefully guiding Scorpius's hand to let the minuscule droplet fall into the container, no larger than a mere pinprick. With utmost caution, Narcissa handed the vial to Harry, solemnly stating, "Mr. Potter, this droplet is indeed Draco's blood. I must apologize for not disclosing how this came to be. It pertains to our family secrets." She blinked away the tears, her expression lightening considerably. "Should the opportunity arise, we shall share this family secret with you." Without time to ponder the profundity of her words, Harry accepted the vial containing Draco's blood, earnestly assuring Narcissa, "Rest assured, I will return Draco unharmed." Narcissa embraced Scorpius, her heart finally easing a fraction, holding him close. She wept silently. After Harry exited Malfoy Manor, he handed the vial of blood directly to the bloodhound. The creature struggled to swallow the vial, its eyes filled with confusion. Harry inquired, "What is it?" The hound pondered for a moment, nudging Harry's hand with its head, transmitting a clear thought through their contact. Harry was taken aback, not anticipating such a response from the hound. He found himself momentarily perplexed. Was there not enough blood? The hound nodded slightly, opening its mouth to beckon Harry's attention toward the interior. A glass vial rested within its jaws, and a tiny drop of blood glimmered inside, resembling a diminutive pearl. The hound emitted a couple of soft whines before turning and sprinting outside. Harry hastily followed in its wake. Upon exiting the Malfoy residence, the hound lifted its nose to the air, inhaling deeply, only to return to Harry's feet, appearing hesitant. It dawned on Harry that although the bloodhound possessed the ability to trace a wizard's location through blood, it lacked precise navigational skills, often relying on the wizard to guide its movements. This, indeed, was a limitation of the bloodhound. He pressed his forehead and inquired, "Can you discern his current whereabouts?" The hound cast a furtive glance at him. Magical creatures could communicate with wizards, and certain birds even possess the ability to speak. Harry sighed and asked, "Can you locate him with a vague indication?" The hound pondered for a moment, then emitted two low whines. Harry deciphered the meaning and queried, "In the forest? To the north?" The hound nodded, laboriously scratching the ground with its claws to draw a crooked pattern. Harry interpreted this and conjectured, "He is presently within a house, located to the north of the forest, shielded by protective charms." A sense of certainty enveloped Harry, and a sudden thought struck him, one previously mentioned by Draco. He instructed the hound, "Stay here." The hound, hesitant to move, obediently laid down, and despite its grotesque appearance, a servile expression was evident on its face. Harry turned back towards the Malfoy Manor. Narcissa had composed herself, although her eyes remained red. Thoughts of Scorpius prompted her to have the house elf prepare dinner for them both. Upon seeing Harry return, Narcissa stood in surprise and politely asked, "Mr. Potter, will you join us for dinner?" Harry shook his head, devoid of any appetite. He observed the house elf summoned by Narcissa and asked, "May I borrow your elf for a moment?" Narcissa, somewhat puzzled, stepped aside to let the elf approach. Following Hermione's relentless advocacy for the elf protection legislation, most house elves now don tidy garments, and this particular elf was dressed in a pristine white outfit, meticulously maintained, with a yellow sunflower sewn onto its pocket. Its large ears twitched as it glanced at Narcissa and then at Harry, exclaiming in a high-pitched voice, "I am the Malfoy family's house elf. Dobby, greetings, Mr. Potter." after which it performed a deep bow, its sizable nose almost touching its feet. Harry quickly assisted the elf in standing upright, striving to soften his tone to avoid frightening it. He asked, "You elves can communicate with one another, correct?" Dobby, unsure of the intent behind Harry's question, nonetheless responded instinctively as a loyal elf, standing tall and nodding. "We elves do communicate amongst ourselves." Harry inquired, "Has there recently been a house, once devoid of life, that has suddenly experienced a surge of magical energy, accompanied by the presence of house elves?" "Ideally, it would be situated to the north, within a forest." Peeves twitched his ears, seemingly grasping the essence of the inquiry, and quickly responded, "I comprehend. May I be permitted to inquire further?" Harry nodded, and in an instant, Peeves vanished from sight. Narcissa, her voice laced with surprise, asked, "Is there news of Draco?" Harry managed a wry smile, running his fingers through his hair as he replied, "This mere drop of blood is insufficient for the tracking hounds to pinpoint a location. I must narrow the search area." Draco had previously informed me that the movements of house elves could be utilized to locate certain fugitives. I am grateful to Draco. He has left us with numerous clues. Yet, at this very moment, he found it difficult to conceal his mounting anxiety and unease, as if something ominous lurked, poised to tear him apart. He could not dismiss the anxious sensation. The feeling of a wizard is sometimes akin to prophecy. This prickling apprehension is undoubtedly what Draco is currently experiencing. He could not tolerate any unforeseen circumstances regarding Draco. Should anything go amiss, Harry would likely descend into madness. Draco placed the comprehensive tome of domestic potions beside his pillow, treating it as a mundane bedtime read. He had devised a means to send out his blood, though scant. He believed that Harry and his mother would be able to conjure a solution. As night fell, it was a moonless evening, and the house he occupied was devoid of light. No lamps, no candles, nor anyone to bring him food or water. The bone-dissolving potion continued to take effect, and he could sense that his wand had been concealed somewhere within the confines of the dwelling. At that moment, despite having his eyes closed, he was far from drowsy. The darkened room was punctuated only by faint, indistinct sounds emanating from outside. After a while, he heard the creaking sound of his door being opened. He opened his eyes to behold a masked figure standing at the threshold. In the shadows, the mask glimmered with a faint silver sheen. The figure remained silent, stepping aside, as several cloaked individuals entered behind him. They were all clad in black hoods, adorned with identical masks, appearing indistinguishable at first glance, save for their varying body shapes and heights. In the darkness, it was impossible to tell them apart. Draco was lifted into the air by a levitation spell and placed upon a stretcher, where straps on either side secured his hands and ankles. He was then carried outside. He was carried outside the house, surrounded by an enveloping silence. A faint glimmer of starlight filtered through the lofty treetops, and the quiet forest stood like a legion of devoted sentinels, safeguarding the solitary dwelling. Draco was laid upon what resembled a stone platform, though he could not see. The coarse sounds of the stretcher beneath him and the sensation of his hands brushing against the surface allowed him to deduce its material. The trees encircling the platform had been cleared, and the darkened sky bore no moon, with only a sparse scattering of stars. The onlookers stood in silence around him, and Draco strained to turn his head, eager to discern the unfolding events. Suddenly, the sound of something being thrown pierced the stillness. A crimson glow illuminating the nearby tree trunks, accompanied by a series of crackling noises. Heat radiated from the vicinity, and Draco closed his eyes, realizing they must be kindling a fire. But for what purpose? Footsteps approached, and a masked figure stepped forward. Draco opened his eyes, his expression one of icy composure, devoid of any trace of fear as he regarded the individual, whose face revealed only a single eye. He extended his hand, tracing along Draco's forehead until he reached his chin. He whispered softly, "What beautiful eyes and a lovely face." I was previously skeptical of the information they provided, claiming that our great savior was with you. However, it appears that I now believe. His other hand emerged from beneath the hood, a glimmer of cold light flickering at the corner of his eye. Draco felt a sudden, sharp pain in his arm. Chapter 73, Bloodline 6. A low cry of anguish involuntarily escaped Draco's throat, and a sheen of cold sweat instantly coated his forehead. The figure held a small, curved dagger, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. This was no ordinary knife, but one imbued with enchantments. Draco's face turned ashen as he bit down hard on his lip to stifle any further sounds. The dagger had nearly penetrated his entire arm, and he could feel it wedged between his weakened bones and muscles, blood oozing from the channel carved along its blade. His magical energy began to dissipate rapidly alongside the loss of blood. The masked figure remained eerily calm, gently rotating the blade in his hand. The sound and sensation of the dagger scraping against his slackening bones and muscles were painfully vivid, and amidst the excruciating torment, Draco found himself devoid of any strength to struggle. Yet, paradoxically, the intensity of his pain sharpened his awareness. He spoke haltingly. "Whom do you intend to resurrect with my blood through dark magic?" He coughed softly, and with the ebb of his lifeblood, his strength swiftly waned. A low chuckle escaped his lips, though his throat was parched and hoarse from the absence of water. The Dark Lord had been utterly vanquished. The Horcruxes were no more. "Who else did you wish to resurrect?" Before he could finish his thought, the masked figure extended a hand to cover his mouth. Draco glared at him. Noticing that the hand of the masked man was stained with his own blood, the bloodied hand traced a line across Draco's face, smearing it upon his lips. He said with a hint of regret, "I truly cherish you, my dear, but I am afraid you must perish here tonight." He lifted his gaze towards the inky black expanse of the sky and murmured, "It would be best if our savior were to meet the same fate here." Draco had exhausted his capacity for speech. He valiantly fought against the pain coursing through his arm, yet the loss of blood rendered his consciousness increasingly blurred. Just before the darkness overtook him, a singular, indistinct thought lingered in his mind. His blood was wasted. When the lightning made its reappearance, it bore a map. The origins of this map were shrouded in mystery, its edges frayed and bleached. Yet it was no small feat to procure a Muggle map from the home of a wizard. Lightning gingerly placed the map upon the table, its slender fingers encircling a certain suburb north of London. Lowering its voice like a covert agent, it proclaimed, "Master, I inquired among the nearby house elves, and there exists a location where several of them have been summoned." It pointed to the map, continuing, "There are 3 houses in total, all nestled within the forest." I attempted to extract further information, but they were reluctant to divulge more. Harry's spirits lifted, and he asked, "Is it there, Lightning? Can you take me?" As he contemplated the chance to partake in the rescue of his young master, Lightning felt an unanticipated sense of grandeur. With excitement, it replied, "Certainly, Mr. Potter." Narcissa tightly clasped Harry's hand and said, "House elves are not bound by the limitations of wizard's apparition. I wish to accompany you." She added, "Once we arrive, I can sense Draco's location through the blood bond. With the bloodhound and me, we shall surely find Draco more swiftly." She brandished her wand, her expression resolute. "I can defend myself, Mr. Potter, and at a critical juncture, I may even provide cover for you." Harry took a deep breath and inquired, "Mrs. Malfoy, what about Scorpius?" It was not that Harry was unwilling to take Narcissa along. He felt confident in his ability to protect both her and Draco. However, what of Scorpius? Even though the Malfoy manor was now safeguarded by his formidable enchantments, unforeseen events could always transpire. Scorpius timidly interjected, "I can hide with the house elves in their quarters." The little sprite, the little sprite. Harry took a deep breath and suddenly thought of someone. Ginny had a new engagement tonight, though it could hardly be termed a date. It was rather a combination of work and socializing. After finishing her meal, she returned home, weary. However, what she did not anticipate was the arrival of an unexpected guest. A dapper young gentleman, clad in formal attire, sat upon the sofa, looking quite flustered, a small cake in hand, clearly crafted by his mother. Her 3 children gathered around, curiously observing him, but with Molly nearby, they dared not be too unruly. Molly, smiling gently at the golden-haired boy, inquired, "Are you hungry, dear?" As Ginny entered, shedding her coat, she glanced at the boy's golden locks and could surmise who he was. After all, they had graced the pages of the Daily Prophet, albeit without a clear view of his face. Approaching the young lad, she kindly asked, "Are you a child of the Malfoys?" Scorpius stood up, visibly anxious, and recalled the noble etiquette taught by Narcissa. He extended his hand, stammering, "Scorpius Malfoy. Good evening, beautiful lady." Ginny chuckled at his nervousness, gently urging him to sit again. "Hello, Ginny Weasley. There is no need to be so tense, young Malfoy. Will you be staying here tonight?" Aside from Narcissa, Scorpius seldom faced such a mature woman alone. His cheeks flushed as he replied, "I apologize for the intrusion." Molly, with warmth, interjected, "Dear, Harry brought him over. This evening, he has some matters to attend to. And Mrs. Malfoy is accompanying him. She is uneasy about Scorpius being alone at home. Hence Harry came to seek my assistance." She affectionately ruffled Scorpius's hair, adding, "I agreed. Especially since they had previously aided Harry." With a playful smile, Molly continued, "And you should have seen Mrs. Malfoy's expression at that moment. I feel I could treasure it for a lifetime." As Harry descended from the sky with Narcissa, using apparition to arrive outside, and startled Molly hurried out. Draped in a black cloak, Narcissa pulled her hood down and addressed Molly. "Good evening, Mrs. Weasley." Molly, taken aback by the encounter, paused, her demeanor tinged with caution and coolness as she asked, "What brings you here?" Narcissa hesitated, her lips moving as if struggling to find the words. From behind her, Harry gently guided a small boy forward, apologetically saying, "Molly, could you assist me in temporarily accommodating this young lad?" Harry emphasized, "It can be arranged in one night. I shall come to collect him tomorrow. For now, I must seek out his father." The moment Molly caught sight of his hair color, understanding dawned upon her. After a brief moment of contemplation, she noted the expression on Narcissa's face, which mirrored the sorrow she had displayed upon losing one of her twins. In that fleeting instant, Molly, sharing the bond of motherhood, acquiesced. "Rest assured, he is here and quite safe," she promised. Only then did Narcissa exhibit a semblance of relief. She gently nudged Scorpius in the indicated direction and said, "My dear, I will come to fetch you tomorrow with your father, all right?" She knelt down, grasping Scorpius's hand, adjusted his cloak, and handed him a small trunk, saying, "All your belongings are inside. Simply think of what you desire, and it shall be yours. Remember, it must be me, your father, or Mr. Potter who comes for you tomorrow. No one else is permitted, understood?" Scorpius nodded and embraced Narcissa's neck, murmuring, "I will wait for you." Ginevra, resting her chin upon her hand, remarked after listening to Molly's account, "They are surely embarking on some task tonight." She glanced over to find her 3 children eagerly gathered around. The boys, who often bickered amongst themselves, had now found an unusual equilibrium with the arrival of a younger brother. This sibling appeared far more agreeable than her own brother. The apparition whisked Harry and Narcissa to the edge of a forest. In a hushed tone, the apparition indicated, "It is nearby." Harry released the leash of the bloodhound he had been holding. Upon arrival, the bloodhound became surprisingly silent, cautiously taking a few steps into the woods, extending its nose to scent the air. Its demeanor shifted to one of excitement as familiar scents wafted through the atmosphere. The essence of the blood's owner emerged in its mind like a beacon. Narcissa's complexion turned ashen, and she anxiously addressed Harry. "Draco is in peril. I can sense it." Harry inhaled deeply, directing his words to the bloodhound. "Run, find him. Once you locate him, you shall be free." The bloodhound bolted into action. In a frigid haze, Draco regained consciousness. The curved dagger had somehow been withdrawn from his arm, yet the wound it left remained unhealed, blood oozing from the gaping hole. His life force ebbed away, the substantial loss of blood rendering his complexion as pale as parchment, and his body temperature plummeted rapidly. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. His garments were imbued with a warming enchantment, yet in this moment, the spell appeared to have lost its efficacy. The chill penetrated through his back, face, and arms, seeping inescapably, like ice, wrapping around him. He pondered wearily, when would Harry arrive? If it were to be any later, would he not be on the brink of death? He heard the voices of those beside him, the sound of liquid being poured, which could very well be his own blood rather than water. The flames blazed even more fiercely, their heat transformed from fervent to a chilling cold, gradually shifting to a faint green hue. Muffled sounds drifted to his ears, likely incantations being uttered, Latin, though Draco lacked the strength to discern their meanings at that moment. Blood flowed from his body once more, as if drawn out by a pump. He gasped, his gaze hazily directed towards the sky above. The crescent moon was hidden behind clouds, its cold light mercilessly cascading downwards. Draco vaguely pondered whether Harry would feel sorrow if he were to die. Would he weep before his own gravestone? Yet, having succumbed to death, what would become of Scorpius? Within the haze of his consciousness, a sudden chill surged through his mind. That figure returned to his side, their cerulean gaze fixated upon Draco as if surveying the lifeless. With a soft sigh, they murmured, "It appears I misjudged you. You are not as significant as I once believed." Even now, Potter has yet to arrive. Draco found himself devoid of the strength to even open his eyes, yet he sensed, in some ineffable manner, a pair of hands clasping his own. A voice resonated in his ear, imbued with undeniable authority. "Draco, rise, you are a descendant of the Malfoys." It was his father's voice. With great effort, Draco managed to pry his eyes open, and he willed his fingers to move, softly intoning within, "My wand, come to me." The wand of hawthorn trembled violently, breaking free from its bindings and soaring upwards, fortuitously into an unguarded room. It shattered the window and sped toward its master, ascending into the sky. It surged forward with resolute determination, heading straight for Draco's grasp. In an instant, no one noticed that Draco's wand had escaped its constraints, appearing before his very eyes and hastening into his hand. Summoning the last vestige of his strength, Draco slightly raised his wand and clearly pronounced, "The killing curse." An invisible blade erupted from the tip of his wand, catching the masked figure off guard, leaving a deep gash upon their face as they cried out, their mask tumbling to the ground. He covered his face, and Draco could no longer discern his features. The wand slipped feebly from his grasp. The masked figure spoke with indignation, "You." The crowd below began to wail in agony, yet the spell's efficacy was fleeting. Draco's magical strength was waning. And after inflicting only minor injuries upon the onlookers, the spell's potency dissipated. Draco hazily contemplated, "This is all I can manage. I can only hope that Harry arrives swiftly." He had made every effort to create the greatest commotion possible. Harry felt a sudden jolt as he vaguely sensed a familiar magical resonance emanating from a certain direction. The bloodhound, brimming with excitement, dashed toward that location. Harry began to regret not bringing his crossbow. Narcissa, being a lady of refinement, was incapable of enduring long distances. Thus, he temporarily placed her at the forest's edge. Holding the two-way mirror, he planned to establish contact with Narcissa once he pinpointed the location. Harry felt a surge of relief for having maintained his exercise regimen. Otherwise, he would have been unable to match the bloodhound's speed. He now harbored but a singular thought, to find Draco. Chapter 74, Bloodline. 7. The bloodhound cautiously halted its advance, an instinctual warning resonating within it to proceed no further. Yet, the individual beside it gently uttered a word of encouragement, "Well done." In an instant, the bloodhound felt its collar and leash fall away. As the dark-haired wizard who had been accompanying it surged forward, resembling an enraged giant eagle, hurtling towards the perilous location ahead that posed a significant threat to the bloodhound. Harry's gaze immediately fell upon Draco, who lay in the center of a throng of people, gasping for breath upon a stone platform. An indescribable fury erupted from within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Without even raising his wand, the ground, once concealed beneath layers of fallen leaves, trembled with a resonant roar. As if an earthquake had struck, the figures cloaked in black shrieked, raising their wands to unleash a flurry of offensive spells towards Harry. However, he effortlessly evaded their onslaught. As if strolling through a park, and with a flicker of apparition, he appeared beside Draco, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Draco seemed to have completely lost consciousness. His breath shallow, and the wound on his arm continued to bleed profusely. The individual who had lost his mask clutched at the grievous gash that marred his arm. Slowly retreating, it was then that Harry discerned the man's face, marked by a grotesque, deep scar that traversed from forehead to chin, cruelly bisecting one of his eyes, leaving only one eye intact. As Harry gazed upon that familiar visage, tumultuous waves of recognition surged within him. He knew this man. Yet, at that moment, the gravity of the situation demanded that he suppress any other reaction. He acted decisively, enveloping Draco within his cloak, pressing against Draco's bleeding arm, and once again lamenting his failure to learn healing spells. The ground trembled ominously as among the cloaked figures, one stumbled and fell. Just as this individual hit the ground, a robust vine stealthily emerged from the earth, resembling a shadow sprouting from the ground, and swiftly ensnared the fallen man's ankle. The cloaked figure, in a state of panic, realized his foot was trapped. Frantically, he seized his wand and aimed it at the vine, shouting spells like Shatter and Cutting Curse in utter disarray. The red incantation struck the vine, causing it to recoil slightly. However, it did not shatter as he had hoped. Instead, the vine swiftly coiled around his ankle and rapidly ensnared his waist. He desperately struggled to free himself from the vine, yet his efforts proved futile. The vine swiftly thickened, swelling and enlarging, while the edges of its leaves glimmered with a sharp, cold light, which swiftly severed the man's arm. He clutched his fractured wrist, emitting a piercing scream. Harry held Draco close, who appeared to have completely lost consciousness, slipping into a profound state of coma. Fortunately, his chest still rose and fell with faint breaths. A tempest of rage surged within Harry, and as he gazed upon the imposing cauldron suspended in the eerie green flames, memories of the past flooded his mind. In a fit of fury, a smile unexpectedly crept onto Harry's lips. He held Draco tightly in his embrace, having deliberately donned his aura uniform today, as it was the most practical attire, equipped with protections against dark curses, as well as a measure of resistance against fire and water damage. He slightly unfurled the aura's cloak, enveloping Draco within it. In the clearing before them, a multitude of fallen bodies lay scattered across the ground. The vast tendrils summoned by Harry proved to be an insurmountable curse for them. The vines ensnared their bodies. And aside from a few wizards who managed to evade the grasp of the vines, the majority had been dragged to the other side. The one-eyed man regarded Harry, his expression shifting unpredictably. After a lengthy silence, he finally gritted his teeth and spoke, "Harry Potter." Harry raised his wand, aiming it at him. A smile emerged on his face, a chilling amalgam of cruelty and cold intent. "I know you," Harry declared. He gazed at the cauldron, a mysterious concoction simmering within, emanating a pungent scent of blood that stirred unsettling memories in his mind. With a flick of his wand, the cauldron levitated from the flames, wobbling as it floated behind Harry. Harry bellowed, "You are not worthy to use his blood. Tell me, what are your intentions?" His final words resonated like thunder across the open ground, a deafening intent to kill, an overwhelming magical pressure sweeping over each of them like a tempest. That individual, with the only remaining intact eye wide open, revealed a blue gaze filled with frenzied hatred. He raised his wand, aiming it at Harry, as green light flickered at the tip like a bolt of lightning. Avada! Yet, he could not complete his incantation, for Harry's spell was unleashed with swiftness that surpassed his own. The disarming charm wielded by the savior was unparalleled, excelling in speed, precision, and accuracy, renowned throughout all of Britain. Furthermore, Harry had previously matched Voldemort in a contest of magical prowess, and after all these years, his power had only intensified. The disarming spell emitted a vibrant red light, striking his wrist with both speed and force. A sharp pain shot through him, causing the wand to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground. In the realm of battle, the loss of a wizard's wand signified defeat, more harshly put. It spelled death. Harry cast a disdainful glance at him and coldly remarked, "You are all but a shadow of the dark lord you once feared." Upon hearing this, the blue-eyed man clutched his wrist, his face contorted in agony as he gazed at Harry standing before him, effortlessly thwarting their efforts. The individuals behind him trembled, their fighting spirit waning, yet some persisted in casting spells toward Harry, all of which he effortlessly countered. Could it truly end this way? After years of scheming, had all his hopes come to naught? His face twitched, the half marred by dark magic began to throb with pain anew. No, he had not yet surrendered. He said menacingly, "Potter, how is your magic faring?" His words acted like a switch, causing Harry to feel a sudden tightening in his heart. The magic that had previously been suppressed within him, even when he had unleashed it extensively moments ago, suddenly began to boil within his body. The segment of necrotic magic, beyond his control, surged chaotically inside him. Harry tightened his grip around Draco's arm, yet his face remained stoic as he raised his wand and softly intoned a spell. Obstacles loomed ahead. The ground trembled once more, and a series of pits emerged beneath their feet. The cloaked figures screamed and fled, some attempting to use restoration spells to mend the earth, yet Harry maintained a steady hand, unwavering in his resolve. Vines erupted from the depths of the pits, ensnaring the fleeing figures one by one, binding them tightly together. The sharp edges of the leaves sliced through their flesh or pressed against their throats, rendering them immobile. A dense tangle of vines obscured the pits, beneath which lay an abyss of darkness. It was only at this moment that they recalled Harry Potter, who, despite his long absence from the front lines, remained the undisputed foremost auror of Britain. In that fleeting instant, all those surrounding him were ensnared by Harry's formidable magic. He covered half of his charred face with his hand, gazing at Harry, who stood there like a merciless god of war. He spoke with a hint of disbelief, questioning how it was possible for a curse to manifest. Harry had already begun to summon the majority of his magical energy to suppress the chaotic force, yet, if one were to observe his demeanor alone, it would be utterly imperceptible. He raised his wand towards him and spoke with indifference. "If I recall correctly, you are Cassius Beckett, are you not? Were your eyes seared by fiend fire?" Harry vaguely remembered that inferno unleashed by Crabbe and Goyle, a wild and intense blaze that consumed everything in its path. He had rescued Draco from the flames, but he could not assure that others had escaped unharmed. The marks upon this man's face conveyed the unmistakable traces of dark magic, and those charred scars were most likely the remnants of fiend fire. He should be one of the students on the periphery. At that time, after the annihilation of the fierce flames, many students were still injured. He had no time to distinguish between them individually, for after laying Draco down, he swiftly immersed himself in other battlefields. If he remembers correctly, the student. He spoke softly. "Are you a student of Slytherin?" Beckett's face contorted as he snarled. "Why? Why is it only you and him who can revel in this? Why is that traitor from Slytherin able to return here unscathed?" He roared, proclaiming that he deserved punishment. He had betrayed the Dark Lord, forsaking our beliefs. Why does he continue to thrive while we have been stripped of all our possessions, even deprived of our family name, forced to live like rats in a sewer? Harry embraced Draco, regarding Beckett as one would a jester. After all these years spent hunting the remnants of the Death Eaters, if there was any transformation within Harry, It was the realization that there was no need for idle chatter when confronting them. Their mindset and values had become entirely distorted, rendering any conversation with them utterly futile. He spoke coldly, expressing his regret over the incident involving the searing flames, yet he claimed he was powerless to assist. Beckett erupted into a cackling laughter. Gasping for breath as he remarked, "You must be suffering greatly now, can't you see? I am aware of that curse. But it took immense effort and the sacrifice of an entire family to conjure it. I have convinced them that your current plight is entirely your doing. This so-called savior of England, who not only fails to save the world but only serves to worsen the situation for the Ministry of Magic in England," he exclaimed sharply. "They willingly perished in that room, all to herald your arrival, or Potter." Harry's mind was in tumult, although he appeared calm. He was acutely aware that his own magic was gradually rebounding upon him. He bit down on his tongue, using the pain to restrain himself from succumbing to the chaos of his unleashed power. He could not guarantee that the surge of magical energy would not harm Draco. Beckett continued to laugh maniacally, seemingly aware that Harry would not strike him down. He picked up his wand once more, aiming it at Harry, intent on casting another spell. However, his trembling hand rendered him incapable of performing any magic. After Harry's disarming spell had taken effect, the wand had lost its potency for him. Harry took a deep breath, the scorching air hitting Draco's cold skin, and suddenly felt Draco, whom he held in his embrace, stir gently. Draco slowly opened his eyes, moved his lips, and gradually his gaze focused, landing on Harry's chin. He leaned against Harry's embrace, while Draco, in a daze, attempted to extend his hand. The effects of the bone-melting potion still lingered, yet Potter's hold on him gradually restored a flicker of his magical strength. He moved slightly, and Harry, sensitive to Draco's change, looked down at him in surprise and tentatively inquired, "Draco?" Draco slowly extended his hand, and Harry grasped it tightly, as if he were about to crush Draco's hand. Draco's voice was as soft as a whispering breeze as he said, "Do not be angry, Potter. Remember your magic." A pang of emotion welled up in Harry's heart, and his eyes grew warm. Tears threatened to spill over. At such a moment, Draco was still concerned about his magic. Did he not realize the state of his own body? Draco continued, "Where's my mother? Have Harry bring my mother here." He was acutely aware that Harry would undoubtedly bring his mother along, an unspoken trust that had taken root in his heart without his realization. The substantial loss of blood left Draco in a state teetering on the brink of faintness. Yet within him, a thread of resolve remained taut. As long as this thread held, he could still think coherently. In that moment, he required Narcissa. Chapter 75, Bloodline. 8 Narcissa lingered at the forest's edge, her face etched with anxiety. Memories of the war resurfaced. How she had bravely concealed the Dark Lord's intentions regarding Potter, solely to learn of her son's fate from the Savior's lips. Now, she too found herself waiting for the Savior to deliver news of her child. Time seemed to cycle back, drawing her into the past. Resolutely, she tightened her grip on her wand and gradually ventured deeper into the woods, accompanied by a protective figure, Pansy, who remained steadfastly by her side. Having taken but 2 steps forward, she was startled by the tremors of apparition behind her, prompting her to swiftly conceal herself behind a tree. Peering cautiously at the source of the disturbance, one by one, horrors materialized at the forest's periphery, led by their current commander, a woman. Hermione Granger had her hair tied back neatly, clad in a crisp uniform. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted Narcissa hiding behind the tree. A sigh of relief escaped Hermione as she approached hastily, inquiring, "Mrs. Malfoy?" Narcissa regarded Hermione, recalling the girl's fortitude when she had been captured by Bella. Despite enduring immense suffering, she had fiercely defended her friends. Now, she stood resolute once more. Behind her, a red-haired man approached, her husband, Ron Weasley. Urgently, Ron exclaimed, "Hermione, we must go." Hermione halted Ron, turning her attention to Narcissa. "Mrs. Malfoy, you know where they are, don't you? Please, lead us there." Narcissa gazed upon these wizards, now transformed into reliable adults, and memories of her past with Lucius flooded her mind. Wiping away her tears, she declared with conviction, "I will take you there." The Aurors mounted their brooms, and Narcissa was assisted onto one of their backs. The bond with Draco intensified, and she asserted firmly, "It is just over there." When Narcissa and Hermione arrived at the battlefield, the conflict had already concluded. Beckett was bound by Harry's binding spell, his mind in a state of disarray, alternating between screams and tears, exhibiting a deranged demeanor. At first glance, Narcissa spotted Draco cradled in Harry's arms. With a scream, she leaped from her broom before it had fully descended, stumbling towards Draco. Harry struggled to contain his magic, yet his thoughts remained solely on Draco. He held him tightly, emanating an overwhelming magical pressure that was frighteningly unstable, akin to a bomb on the brink of detonation. Trembling, Narcissa approached, while Ron followed Hermione, witnessing Harry's embrace of Draco. He faltered, gasping in pain at the sight. Anyone observing this scene could hardly claim that the Savior and Draco Malfoy were unrelated. Hermione, exasperated, addressed Ron, urging him to suppress his expression and tone and assist the Aurors with their documentation. After reluctantly sending her distressed husband away, Hermione donned protective armor. She was acutely aware of the curse afflicting Harry and its manifestations, while Ron still believed it to be a mere temporary ailment. However, after conversing with Draco, Hermione recognized the situation was far more grave. Cautiously, she stepped closer. Draco appeared pallid, a gaping wound on his arm, with Harry pressing his cloak tightly against the injury. Yet blood continued to seep through the fabric. Trembling, Harry placed his hand above the wound. Narcissa, her face ashen, rushed over and knelt, trembling fingers brushing against Draco's blood-stained face. Her presence brought a flicker of awareness to Draco. The blood bond magic began to take effect, as Narcissa's tears flowed freely, caressing Draco's face while she sobbed. "Draco, dear, your mother is here. Wake up." Her arrival momentarily tethered Draco's faltering consciousness, prompting him to take a deep breath. He had just thwarted Potter's intention to disapparate with him, and it was for moments like this. He extended his hand, opened his eyes, and at that moment, his silver-gray eyes were remarkably alert. He grasped Narcissa's hand and said to her, "Mother, use my blood." On his bloodless face appeared an unprecedented determination as he spoke. "With my blood, lift the curse from Potter. We shall discuss the subsequent matters later." An expression of astonishment crossed Narcissa's visage. In her heart, Draco was the sole priority, and all she wished was to transport him to St. Mungo's. Yet, she had not anticipated Draco's request. Harry had half kneeled upon the ground, yet he steadfastly cradled Draco in his arms. The curse surged chaotically within his bloodstream and magic, rendering him as if cleaved in twain. One half remained himself, while the other morphed into a stranger he could scarcely recognize. Faint, shadowy figures flickered before his eyes, appearing and vanishing. Each shadow resembled a loathsome monster, intent on pouncing to harm both him and the Draco he held close. He trembled, struggling to suppress the overwhelming desire within him to annihilate those shadowy figures. Yet, at that moment, Draco's icy hand clasped his arm, plunging him once more into a tranquil pond, submerging his mouth and nose, filling his ears with silence, rendering him oblivious to the external sounds and sights. Yet, those indistinct shadows drew ever closer to him and Draco. He could not allow them to harm Draco. He gasped for breath, his hands trembling as he attempted to raise his wand. Yet, in that moment, Draco extended his hand, not possessing great strength, but resolutely pressing down on Harry's hand. His voice resonated from above the water's surface. "Harry, calm down and listen to my voice." Harry, in a daze, lifted his head, seeking the source of Draco's voice, murmuring, "Draco, where are you?" Narcissa wiped the tears from her face, having discerned the connection between the two. It seemed she had suspected something ever since Draco brought Harry home last time. At this moment, her suspicions had only solidified. She sobbed, "Little dragon, are you certain?" Draco firmly grasped Narcissa's hand and nodded, his palm stained with his own blood. Narcissa could not help but recall how Draco had never bled so profusely before. He had once been a delicate child, prone to loud lamentations over the slightest injury. Yet now, such thoughts had dissipated. It was the first time she realized so clearly and unequivocally that her child had grown up. She resolved to heed her son's words. Steeling herself, Narcissa produced her wand. "Is Mr. Potter's mind still clear?" she inquired softly. Draco held onto Narcissa's arm with one hand while gripping Harry's arm with the other, his voice weak. "No, not quite lucid. The curse is deeply embedded within his magic. It is a curse formed after a family sacrificed its name, and ordinary potions cannot dispel it, only suppress it. However, a curse forged from blood can also be dispelled by blood." Narcissa had no time to wipe away her tears, which seemed impossible to dry. She pressed her wand against Harry's body, realizing she was trembling slightly. Was it due to Harry's overwhelming magic? A sense of fear gripped her heart, reminiscent of the last time she felt such terror when facing Voldemort. She swallowed hard as Hermione approached slowly, asking, "Do you need my help?" Narcissa hesitated, shaking her head but then nodding. With determination, she said, "Miss Granger, please set up a protective charm for me here." She felt a twinge of fear. Should her spell fail, the consequences could be dire. Hermione took a deep breath, first instructing the surrounding oars to step back before beginning to cast the protective charm. A circular, transparent barrier, resembling an inverted bowl, enveloped the forest, including the nearby small houses. A milky light emanated from the tip of Narcissa's wand, gentle and soft. Like water, surrounding Draco and Harry. She turned to Hermione and requested, "Miss Granger, could you please move that cauldron over here?" Hermione swiftly cast a levitation spell, transferring the dark, indistinguishable cauldron closer. Narcissa extended her hand, her fingers splayed above the cauldron as the murky substance within began to bubble. Drops of blood emerged from the viscous mass, congealing into flowing liquid beneath Narcissa's touch. Suppressing her own heartache, she meticulously applied the blood onto Harry's body. Once the blood made contact with Harry's skin, it seemed to be absorbed instantaneously, vanishing without a trace. With a heavy heart, Narcissa endeavored to apply every last drop of Draco's lost blood onto Harry. After completing this task, she anxiously gazed at the two. Draco's hand remained resting on Narcissa's arm. "Little Dragon's mother will take you to the hospital," she said. She attempted to lift Draco from Harry's embrace, but as soon as she moved him, Harry jolted awake from a semi-conscious state, fiercely protecting Draco in his arms, resembling a fierce dragon in that very moment. His face was marked by a series of deep, dark lines, prompting Narcissa to gasp in shock. Draco, however, firmly grasped his mother's arm, a newfound clarity emerging within him. He spoke softly, "Mother, it is not enough." "Continue." Narcissa, alarmed, replied, "No, you will not be able to endure this." Draco, struggling, attempted to tear away the cloth binding his arm. He managed a pale smile and said, "No, Mother, I can do this." His gaze bore an unprecedented determination as he spoke. "It's almost there, just one step away. I can feel it." Hermione could not decipher the words exchanged among the three in the middle, nor could she discern the nature of the curse that Narcissa was wielding. Yet, she understood that it was a spell beyond her knowledge, one that eluded even the most exhaustive compendium of incantations. Suddenly, she witnessed Narcissa erupting into silent tears once more, but despite her weeping, she resolutely tore away Draco's cloak that enveloped his arm. Blood began to flow languidly from the deep wound on Draco's arm. Alarmed, Hermione stepped forward, intent on halting Mrs. Malfoy's actions. This was Harry's emergency measure to staunch Draco's bleeding, and should it be undone. However, Mrs. Malfoy was on the verge of losing consciousness, her body trembling. Yet her hands remained steady as she maintained the gentle, luminescent spell while extending her hand. Once again, her palm was stained with Draco's blood. With trembling fingers, she reapplied the blood onto Harry. Hermione halted in her tracks, realization dawning upon her. This was Draco's will. They must have conceived a method to dispel the curse afflicting Harry, but the remedy necessitated Draco's blood. She too could not suppress a shiver. How much blood was required? Just how deep was Harry's curse? Draco's breath grew shallow, his complexion paling, nearly blending with the spilled moonlight. His golden hair seemed to take on the hue of the lunar glow as he gently closed his eyes, reaching out to caress Harry's face. The dark lines upon Harry's visage writhed as if animated, squirming beneath his skin like serpents. Weary, Draco murmured, "Come forth. Is my blood not to your liking?" Upon hearing these words, the dark lines writhed even more violently. Submerged beneath the water, Harry noticed a warm white light breaking through the previously dark surface, resembling a comforting star, compelling him to move toward its radiant glow. He relaxed his body, sensing that the orb of white light was drawing him in. Draco's voice resonated once more from that place, firmly stating, "Harry, calm down and observe your surroundings." He heeded Draco's words and glanced around at the water, only to realize that his foot appeared to be ensnared by an underwater weed. He shifted his foot, and the waterweed clung stubbornly, remaining firmly ensnared around Harry's ankle. In an attempt to free himself, Harry cast a spell in that direction. Startled, the waterweed quickly loosened its grip. However, countless other strands of waterweed densely obstructed his path to escape. Draco continued, "Make them retreat. Harry, you need only envision them leaving in your mind." Draco's voice began to fade, as if he were drifting away. Anxious to break free, Harry unleashed an array of destructive spells without hesitation. Bubbles of incantations spilling from his lips. He exclaimed in a fit of rage, "Get lost." The aquatic plants, intimidated by his fury, suddenly vanished from the water in an instant. Harry was abruptly overwhelmed by an unbearable, acrid sense surging from his stomach. He clutched Draco tightly as his stomach convulsed violently, as if a hand were twisting it in a relentless spiral. He tilted his head aside and expelled a copious amount of black blood. Chapter 76. The End. 1. Narcissa screamed, addressing Hermione, "Miss Granger." Hermione gazed at the pool of black blood, sensing something writhing within it, resembling diminutive creatures. A shiver coursed through her, and in that moment, she required no further prompting from Narcissa. She directed her focus towards the mass and proclaimed loudly, "Flames ablaze." Brilliant crimson flames descended upon the dark pool. After expelling the vile substance, Harry finally extricated himself from the suffocating water, his consciousness returning. He blinked, feeling as though he had re-entered the realm of reality. Draco lay still in his embrace, his hands stained with his own blood. Wearily, he murmured, "Potter, your curse is lifted. I have fulfilled my promise." Before he could finish, his hand slipped feebly away. The distant echoes of his mother-esque cries and Potter's furious shouts seemed to fade as he felt himself becoming weightless. Narcissa lunged towards Draco, her voice filled with panic and fear. "Little dragon? Little dragon?" Yet Draco was beyond responding. He lay peacefully in Harry's arms. The horrific wound on his arm appearing as if all the blood had drained away, the flow beginning to slow. Harry seized Narcissa's arm with fervor, his eyes bloodshot. And he nearly forced the words through gritted teeth, "Mrs. Malfoy, the life spell." He recalled how Draco had once saved him with a life-saving spell. Now it was his turn. Narcissa grasped Harry's hand tightly, casting aside any concerns about family secrets, for rescuing Draco was of utmost importance. Draco felt his body lift into the ether. In a hazy state, he seemed to arrive at a most peculiar realm. This place was devoid of color, existing solely in shades of black, white, and gray. Gray dust floated upon the ground, the clouds on the horizon were gray, and the earth beneath him was black. His own hands had transformed into monochrome shades. As he gazed around, he found himself surrounded by a sea of gray dust and the endless black ground, with only swirling gray clouds rising from the earth at the horizon's edge. He tentatively took 2 steps forward, and as he moved, the dust gradually settled, revealing a pristine white hospital bed before him. The bed appeared to be enchanted, as if warding off the dust, which seemed to deliberately avoid it. Lying upon the bed was a gaunt figure. Her veins were prominently visible, and a needle was inserted into her hand, beside which stood an 4-pole with a bottle suspended above. Liquid dripped slowly from the plastic tube, producing a faint, rhythmic sound. Draco, seemingly in disbelief, approached cautiously. The figure on the bed turned her face towards him. Her cheeks were sunken, giving the impression that her skin clung tightly to her bones. She offered a faint smile and gently inquired, "Draco, what brings you here?" Draco could hardly trust his eyes. He hurriedly stepped closer to Astoria's bedside. Astoria slowly lifted her hand, covering Draco's with her own, and softly said, "You do not belong here. You have Scorpius. Look, someone is searching for you." As she spoke, a sudden surge of strength erupted from her frail body, and Draco felt himself being forcefully pushed away, as though a black hole behind him was swiftly drawing him in. He began to cough violently. He opened his eyes in bewilderment as the magic gradually returned to his body. Although he still lacked strength at this moment, his magic and his soul remained securely within him. Narcissa wept with joy. Her heart had nearly shattered into countless pieces today. Yet now it had finally returned to its rightful state. She clutched Draco's hand tightly and spoke, "Little dragon? Little dragon?" Now, Harry's complexion mirrored Draco's pallor. Hermione, having witnessed the entire scene, hurried over to assist them, quickly stating, "We cannot delay any longer. To St. Mungo's. Tonight at St. Mungo's is destined to be an unsettling night." The young night shift healer at St. Mungo's found himself utterly perplexed by the condition of the Savior and the ailing Draco Malfoy. In this urgent predicament, they summoned all the senior healers who had been peacefully slumbering at home. The first order of business was to cleanse Mr. Malfoy's wounds, which bore the ominous marks of dark magic burns upon his arm. Left unattended, these would gradually corrode both flesh and bone. Currently, Mr. Malfoy was under the effects of a magical suppression potion and a bone-dissolving draught, and to avert further harm, they suspended his injured arm with bandages and a splint. After meticulously cleansing his wounds with the potion, they proceeded to stitch him up. Simultaneously, Mr. Malfoy was losing a considerable amount of blood. Fortunately, an inexplicable temporary connection had formed between his magical essence and that of the Savior, akin to 2 pools maintaining a barely adequate level. However, they dared not administer a blood-replenishing potion to Mr. Malfoy at this juncture, as it was imperative to first expel the bone-dissolving potion and the magical suppression draught from his system. Otherwise, even with the Savior's abundant magic, sustaining both their powers for an extended duration would prove impossible. St. Mungo's, along with the entire Ministry of Magic, had no desire for their Savior to become a mere shadow of his former self. Mr. Malfoy lay ensconced in his hospital bed, and being from a wealthy family, Mrs. Malfoy had secured a luxurious suite on the top floor of St. Mungo's, where she was stationed outside, observing the healers as they busily attended to her son. In contrast, the Savior, aside from the significant loss of magic, appeared to be in good health, with no visible injuries. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he was placed in a room adjacent to Mr. Malfoy. Yet, he was restless after the examination concluded and the healers administered a potion to stabilize his magic and soul. They instructed him to remain in bed. Harry acquiesced verbally, but as soon as the healers departed, he sprang from his bed and dashed to the adjacent room. Narcissa sat on the sofa outside the ward, with Creature standing beside her, arranging steaming milk and bread on a small table before her. Having followed Harry throughout the night, her emotions had oscillated between elation and despair, leaving her feeling rather fatigued. Upon noticing Harry's arrival, Creature's large ears perked up, and he promptly vanished from sight. Narcissa lifted her gaze towards Harry, managing a faint smile, her voice weary as she greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Potter." Harry closed the door and approached, taking a seat beside Narcissa. Draco lay within the confines of the hospital room, shielded by a vast, transparent glass, resembling a delicate doll. The only indication of life was the subtle rise and fall of his chest, as if he were ensnared in a deep slumber. A profound sorrow welled up within Harry. He wished to bestow his own magic to sustain Draco's essence and vital signs. Yet, how long could this endure? Narcissa gazed towards Draco, her face reflecting a newfound tranquility. With a heavy heart, she remarked, "Little dragon has never endured such grave injuries. Although he is now an adult, he remains rather fragile, as you must comprehend, Mr. Potter." Harry recalled the moments spent with Draco, nodding in empathetic agreement. Although Draco no longer reacted with schoolboy bravado to every minor wound, deep down, he retained the essence of the pampered Malfoy. Narcissa steeled herself and addressed Harry. "Mr. Potter, you should return to rest. I shall remain here with Draco." Harry tightened his grip, his hands clasped together as he replied, "Please, rest, Mrs. Malfoy. It is merely one night, and I am perfectly fine." Narcissa sighed. "Even if you say so, Mr. Potter, I find it impossible to sleep." The two sat in silent companionship. By the break of dawn, Draco remained unresponsive. Yet remarkable changes began to unfold within him. His golden locks began to fracture from the center and fell away. Harry, witnessing this transformation, immediately rose to his feet and approached the glass, staring intently at Draco within. Previously, Draco's hair had cascaded down to his shoulders, a source of great pride for him, which made him reluctant to alter its state. Yet now, his hair was in the throes of breaking apart. Surprisingly, Narcissa comforted Harry, stating that this was a normal occurrence. He had lost a significant amount of blood, and his magical energy was nearing depletion. Our hair color is also a manifestation of magical heritage, and once he recuperates his magical strength, it will naturally regrow. Despite this reassurance, Harry struggled to quell his anxiety. Fortunately, the healers at St. Mungo's had toiled through the night and finally concocted a potion that would swiftly eliminate the residual magic within Draco's system. The subsequent step would involve aiding him in restoring his magical energy, followed by the application of the bone regrowth potion. Harry, filled with trepidation, inquired, "There won't be any complications, will there?" The chief healer, bearing the weight of exhaustion evident in the deep circles under his eyes from a sleepless night spent preparing a small vial of the cleansing potion, responded wearily, "Statistically speaking, there should be no issues. However, Mr. Potter, there is one matter that requires your utmost attention." Harry, now alert, asked, "What do you need me to do?" The chief healer continued, "At present, Mr. Malfoy's magical essence is inexplicably intertwined with yours. Therefore, during the potion's efficacy, you must sustain the magical supply for both of you. We have estimated that the residual magic within Mr. Malfoy is substantial, and it will likely take approximately 2 days to completely eradicate it. For these 2 days, you must maintain the magical energy of 2 adult wizards. Is that feasible?" Adjusting his glasses, the chief healer spoke gravely, "I would actually advise Mrs. Malfoy to employ family magic to sever your connection." For should you falter before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Harry, who reached out and resolutely stated, "I can endure it. Just apply the medicine." The chief physician opened his mouth, feeling a sense of despair as he recalled the fierce expression of the Minister of Magic from that morning. However, he felt utterly helpless. Realizing that even the Savior was beyond his persuasion, he had no choice but to turn the handle of Draco's hospital room door and step inside. The vial of potion was rather small. Gazing at the unconscious Draco lying on the bed, he reached out and gently grasped Draco's chin. He pried open Draco's mouth and administered the potion until he observed the movement of swallowing in his throat. Only then did the chief physician release his grip and step back. What followed would be left to the passage of time. Draco awoke on a day graced by bright sunshine. He was unaware of the duration of his slumber. His entire body ached with discomfort. He could vaguely sense the effects of St. Mungo's potion coursing through his veins, yet under the profound influence of the dreamless draught, he swiftly succumbed to sleep once more. He moved his fingers slightly, and a crack in the nearby window opened, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in. The hospital room was warm and comfortable. Draco attempted to shift his hand, inadvertently awakening the person resting beside him. A fuzzy black head immediately came into his view. Harry appeared weary, his voice hoarse, and a stubbly shadow adorned his chin. Upon seeing Draco's eyes open, Harry initially bore a look of disbelief. Then, cautiously, he extended his hand, as if afraid to disturb a delicate butterfly, and gently touched Draco's face. Draco, slightly exasperated by Harry's tender demeanor, took hold of his hand and, in a hushed tone, inquired, "What is the situation now?" At this, Harry finally exuded a sense of relief, collapsing onto Draco's bed, his heavy form pressing down on him through the covers. He tightly embraced Draco's waist, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Thank goodness. Draco observed a large damp patch rapidly forming beneath Harry's resting head. Coupled with his trembling frame, he lifted his uninjured hand and patted Harry's back soothingly. He spoke softly, "Do not worry, I am fine." Draco Malfoy recovered with astonishing swiftness after awakening. By the third day, he was already able to rise from his bed and had requested discharge. The healers at St. Mungo's had never witnessed someone so severely afflicted by dark magic, nearly drained of most of their blood, regain their strength and appear so vibrant in such a short span. Most remarkably, his magical powers were also restoring at an extraordinary pace. Could this be the Malfoy family's enchantment? That wondrous life charm? The physicians at St. Mungo's were immensely curious and delicately inquired if Mr. Potter might persuade Mr. Malfoy to share insights regarding this life charm. However, Mr. Malfoy's response was that it required careful consideration. The conditions for the successful release of his life charm were exceedingly stringent, the willingness to sacrifice one's life for another. Formidable magical strength, love, and hope, each element was indispensable. Absent any of these, the life charm would merely be an ordinary incantation, hardly superior to a simple healing spell. Upon learning this, St. Mungo's expressed understanding, albeit with a sense of regret. After all, the realm of magic is profoundly intricate, and many spend their entire lives failing to uncover its secrets. Chapter 77. Epilogue. London basked in splendid weather today. Narcissa, accompanied by Scorpius and Poppy, busily cleaned and arranged the Malfoy ancestral home. After a reluctant healer signed Mr. Malfoy's discharge papers, he could hardly contain his eagerness to return home. Narcissa had brought back nearly all the house elves she had taken with her to France, preserving them in their entirety. She entrusted a few house elves to manage their residence in France, ensuring that the property once belonging to Black would not fall into ruin, serving instead as a vacation retreat for the Malfoy family. Meanwhile, Pippin, having proven himself after the ordeal, emerged as the leader of the Malfoy house elves, with Narcissa affectionately appointing him as the family's head butler. In contemporary times, the act of house elves donning clothing no longer signifies their subjugation. Rather, it has evolved into a symbol of their esteemed position within their masters' households. Narcissa provided Pippin with several neatly tailored outfits, complete with a charming bow tie and gloves, marking his new role as the Malfoy family's chief steward. Following this experience, Narcissa recognized the significant value of her house elves and distributed garments of varying colors and complexities to each one, according to their respective duties, resolving to treat her household's elves with kindness. This burgeoning trend among the Malfoy house elves subtly inspired others of their kind, but that is a tale for another time. Narcissa, accompanied by Scorpius, busied herself with arrangements at the Malfoy ancestral home, while Harry went to the hospital to bring Draco back. Although Draco had regained his ability to walk and jump, the traumatic experience of his kidnapping had left Harry with a profound psychological scar. He could no longer bear to let Draco out of his sight. Were it not for Draco's vehement objections, Harry would have insisted on accompanying him even to the restroom. Draco's hair had also been cut shorter, and due to the considerable loss of his blood and magic, its hue had transformed into a platinum shade, forsaking its former golden brilliance. He explained, "Do you recall what I mentioned to you earlier? The color of my hair is also an external manifestation of my magical lineage. My magic is still in the process of recovery, and once it fully restores, it will naturally revert to its original hue." His hair is now approximately the same length as Harry's, and he enthusiastically attempts to craft an appealing hairstyle for himself using a spell with a knife. However, the incantation nearly goes awry, almost causing Harry's heart to stop in fright. He sees Draco's wand, prohibiting him from employing such harmful spells until his magic was fully restored. Consequently, Draco had no choice but to forego the grooming of his hair, allowing it to exist in a state of disheveled beauty. Nevertheless, it must be said that Draco's short hair lent him an edge of striking elegance. Following his tribulations, his already slender face appeared even more gaunt, the contours of his visage becoming sharp and pronounced. Upon Draco's awakening, Harry took it upon himself to oversee his care with unwavering resolve. Apart from the occasional visit from Pansy, sent by Narcissa to ascertain her young master's needs, all responsibilities were entrusted to Harry. He even delegated the interrogation of those who had captured Draco entirely to Hermione in the Auror department. He harbored no interest in those who had captured Draco. It was merely an attempt to use Draco as a means of intimidation against him. He believed that Hermione could cleanse the Ministry of Magic once more through these individuals. However, even as he and Draco sheltered in St. Mungo's, they could not evade the relentless pursuit of reporters from the Daily Prophet and various tabloids. The day after Draco awoke, he began perusing the newspapers, reading aloud with vivid expression the account of the dark forest and the small cottage depicted in the Daily Prophet. The powerful return of the Savior had once again shattered the ominous cloud that loomed over the Ministry of Magic in Britain. He remarked with a hint of disdain. Just them? Do they even deserve to be called storm clouds? Harry cautiously retrieved a bowl of soup from the box, a gift from their favorite Chinese restaurant in Diagon Alley. Upon hearing of Mr. Malfoy's grave injuries, the owner had sent over this concoction, which was said to be carefully simmered using an ancient recipe passed down from the East, designed to expedite Mr. Malfoy's recovery. Creature had brought the soup, and Narcissa had already verified that it contained no poison. However, it must be said that the Chinese restaurant indeed served delectable dishes. Draco had grown weary of cheese bread and drained the bowl of soup in one go, praising, "The chef's skills remain as exceptional as ever." With a sigh, Harry fetched some other food items from the box brought by Creature and remarked, "Some of these reports were suggested by Hermione. My previous image wasn't favorable, and this opportunity could help mend my reputation." He counted on his fingers and said, in Hermione's words, it would indeed assist the Malfoy family in establishing themselves, as she trusted that you would not allow her to engage in a losing venture. Draco, while perusing the Daily Prophet, remarked, "Of course, I have already promised her to support her initiative for the modernization of the ministry through electronic administration. I shall bear all her expenses, thus empowering her with considerable confidence." He took a bite of the item Harry had handed him and mumbled his thoughts. "Moreover, you may commence your illustrious career as an Auror without further ado." Harry's hand trembled as he pondered. "In truth, I am contemplating." Draco lowered the newspaper, revealing half of his face, his eyes fixed on Harry with a wary gaze. "Whatever you are thinking, cease it at once." Harry had no choice but to relent. Upon his discharge, Draco's magical abilities had likely returned to about 1/3 of their former glory. Yet, for him, it sufficed to warrant his release. St. Mungo had no choice but to concede to the demands of this burgeoning star of the Ministry of Magic. For Draco Malfoy had played the role of a master potioneer, as reported in the Daily Prophet, curing the long-standing post-war afflictions that had plagued Harry Potter. Today marked the grand day of Draco Malfoy's discharge. Dressed in his own attire, he donned a hat and wrapped a scarf around his neck, nearly obscuring half of his face. The hospital did not permit journalists inside, so they congregated outside the entrance. Draco peered through the window, puzzled, and inquired, "How long have they been waiting here?" Harry also put on his hat. Draco's belongings had already been transported home by Peeves using spatial magic. Now, Harry merely needed to escort Draco back home. He adjusted his hat and drew Draco closer, saying, "Let us be on our way." They were not inclined to exit through the front door. Harry had specifically sought temporary permission to utilize the fireplace of the esteemed head of St. Mungo's. This would allow him to first return to his home through the head's fireplace, and subsequently make his way back to the Malfoy Manor from Harry's residence, thereby evading the majority of the reporters. After Draco emerged from the fireplace, he once again set foot in Harry's apartment, a place he had not visited in a long while. He sighed and remarked, "It has been quite some time since I last visited your apartment." Unable to contain himself, Harry embraced him, and after a tender moment of shared warmth, he kissed his cheek and said, "You are always welcome to visit my other home as well." They once again stepped into the hearth, returning to the ancient Malfoy residence. Narcissa and Scorpius warmly welcomed Harry and Draco, as Narcissa arranged a cozy little gathering to celebrate Draco's homecoming. Later on, Hermione and Ron also arrived, accompanied by Molly and Ginny, which brought the Weasley family along as well. Due to Molly and Ginny's protection of Scorpius, Narcissa extended a heartfelt invitation to them, which they gladly accepted, bringing their children along. The delightful atmosphere lingered well into the evening, as Draco was on the mend from his illness. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, the guests gradually took their leave. Harry's 3 children seemed quite fond of Scorpius, and after a heartfelt farewell among the 4 children, it was Harry's turn to bid adieu. He discovered something that unsettled him somewhat. He was also included on the list of guests being sent off by Narcissa. He said helplessly, "Can I not stay?" At that moment, everyone had departed. Draco had also been taken away by the lightning, retreating to his own room to prepare for rest. In the Malfoy living room, only Narcissa and Harry remained. Narcissa adjusted the hem of her dress and sat down, speaking gently to Harry. "Mr. Potter," she addressed him. Harry replied, "You may call me Harry." Narcissa pretended not to hear his words and continued, "Mr. Potter, the Malfoy family holds great value in family ties. Yet we possess many flaws as well. We often prioritize our own interests. Fundamentally, we remain a selfish, pure-blood family. Moreover, my husband is still in Azkaban, his fate uncertain. And Draco was once a Death Eater. I am grateful for your rescue of Draco, but entangling yourself with us, how does it reflect upon your reputation, Mr. Potter?" Narcissa nearly articulated her plea for Harry to distance himself from Draco. Harry clenched his hands, understanding Narcissa's concerns. She feared he was merely acting on impulse. Even before his discharge, Draco had already confided in him. Narcissa would undoubtedly seek ways to dissuade Harry. She had lived in fear for most of her life and now wished to shield her son and grandson from any harm. Harry extended his hand, grasping Narcissa's earnestly. "Mrs. Malfoy, I comprehend your worries, but I must assure you, I have made my decision to forge a magical contract with Draco." Narcissa was momentarily rendered speechless. It had been ages since she had heard the term magical contract. In modern wizarding society, such unions were nearly obsolete. Most wizard marriages were merely registered with the Ministry of Magic rather than sealed by a contract. Once a contract was formed, the possibility of divorce was virtually extinguished, embodying true shared assets and bloodlines. Her own union with Lucius was a contract between pure-blood families, which explained the golden hue of her hair, a testament to shared lineage. However, she never anticipated that Harry Potter, the savior, would willingly enter into a magical contract with her son. Even she found herself engulfed in shock. After a long pause, she finally heard her own voice, weakly inquiring, "Have you considered the opinions of others?" She did not oppose the idea of Draco and Harry being together. After the previous kidnapping incident, she had come to realize that separating the two was an impossibility. However, if being with Harry came at the expense of Draco's safety, she felt compelled to resist. What she did not anticipate was Harry presenting her with the bombshell of a magical contract. In that moment, she found herself at a loss. Supporting her forehead with her hand, she spoke weakly, "Mr. Potter, you may stay tonight, but this matter is of utmost importance. Please ensure that both of you come to an agreement, if you would." After uttering these words, she disregarded all notions of hospitality, steadied herself, and wobbled back to her room. She needed time to process everything. Having received Narcissa's consent, Harry swiftly ascended the stairs and pushed open the door to Draco's bedroom. Draco's chamber was as spacious as his apartment, and he had already changed into soft silk pajamas, brushing his teeth in front of the mirror. A slightly chilly night breeze wafted in from the balcony. Upon hearing the door open, Draco, with foam still in his mouth, turned his head to glance. And upon realizing it was Harry, he turned back to continue his task. His hand was still wrapped in white bandages, and he only needed to visit St. Mungo's every 3 days to change the dressings and reapply the healing potion. Draco murmured, "Did my mother agree to let you stay here tonight?" Harry first closed the balcony door slightly before approaching Draco from behind, wrapping his arms around his waist. In the reflection of the mirror, the two appeared intimately close. Harry pressed a gentle kiss to the nape of his neck and said, "I spoke to your mother about my desire to forge a magical contract with you." The toothbrush Draco held slipped from his grasp and fell onto the sink. He didn't even have time to spit out the foam in his mouth before breaking free from Harry's embrace, turning to face him with a look of disbelief. After a moment of shock, he quickly spat out the foam and finished brushing his teeth. Then, with a fierce grip, he pinched Harry's face and whispered fiercely, "Are you out of your mind? That's a magical contract. Once truly bound, only death can separate us." Harry had indeed confirmed their relationship. and they had shared the most intimate of moments, but that did not instill in Draco the confidence that he could walk alongside Harry for eternity. They are bound to engage in disputes, differences of opinion, and even unforeseen events. Draco is no longer the impetuous youth he once was. He must consider the well-being of this family. He also possesses a scope. He sensed a tumultuous chaos within his mind. One half was ablaze with celebratory fireworks, while the other was ensnared in a profound quagmire. Harry lowered his hand, cradling it in his palm, and once more drew Draco close, leaning down to place a gentle kiss upon his cheek. Draco had lost a considerable amount of weight, and as Harry held him, he could distinctly feel the sharpness of his bones. He said, "I have truly contemplated this. We have already forged the unbreakable vow. What harm is there in forming another magical contract?" Draco exclaimed suddenly. "No, absolutely not." He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you truly comprehend what a magical contract signifies? Why did you utter it so readily?" Harry rubbed his waist, their foreheads touching. Ever since the curse had been dispelled, that bothersome legitimacy no longer escaped his control. He spoke softly, "If you are unwilling." He pressed his lips against Draco's, gently caressing one of his lip petals. Under Harry's tender ministrations, Draco gradually softened, yielding to Harry's gentle force as they tumbled onto the bed in a sticky embrace. Harry leaned close to his ear and whispered, "If you are unwilling to forge a magical contract, then shall we at least proceed to register our union? Surely, I am entitled to that privilege. Do you wish to become Mrs. Potter?" Chapter 78. A Happy Ending. Having somewhat muddled through his acceptance of being Mrs. Potter, she suddenly realized the implications the following morning after spending a night with her husband. He rolled over and mounted Harry, gripping his neck with suspicion. "I can't shake the feeling that I've fallen into your trap." Harry, compelled to steady his waist, replied helplessly, "My dear lady, have you considered your husband's reaction this early in the morning?" He subtly arched his hips, and Draco's face gradually flushed with crimson. Ever since he had recovered, the two had been inseparable, yet they had not engaged in any intimate gestures. Even last night, Harry merely held him through the night. Harry embraced Draco once more, planting a gentle kiss on the shell of his ear, and softly murmured, "Let us register today. The matter of the contract could be discussed later, for now." He sought to bind Draco to him through this means. The reporters of the Daily Prophet were in a frenzy. They had not received any news regarding the departure of the Savior and Malfoy from St. Mungo's. When the news finally reached them, the Savior was set to accompany his former adversary from school, Draco Malfoy, to the Ministry of Magic for registration, fearing they might miss out on an exclusive report. They gathered in a tumultuous throng within the grand hall of the ministry. They were anxiously fixated on the flickering flames emerging from the fireplaces within the Ministry of Magic, fearful of missing any moment. Word had already spread within the ministry that Harry Potter was to accompany Draco Malfoy for registration that day. After the initial shock, the employees at the marriage registry began to gossip amongst themselves. The burning question was, when did the Savior and his arch-nemesis develop a mutual affection? An unnamed young lady from a certain director's office fervently supplied intriguing intelligence, asserting that Mr. Malfoy appeared to exhibit peculiar behavior upon his first entry into the country, particularly when Mr. Potter came to collect him. What kind of rivals gaze at each other with such tender looks upon their meeting? Furthermore, another informed source from the registry noted that Mr. Malfoy's wand registration had reverted to his previous unicorn wand, famously known for aiding the Savior in winning the final battle. Why had it returned to Mr. Malfoy's possession? Surely, it was because the Savior had preserved it diligently and had now returned it to him. What could be more enchanting than the notion of cherishing your wand all this time? Additionally, observant individuals reported that during one of the Savior's public appearances, he appeared particularly dashing, having possibly taken fashion advice from Mr. Malfoy, perhaps even donning Malfoy's attire. Moreover, numerous witnesses in Diagon Alley testified to having seen the Savior and Mr. Malfoy on dates, dining, strolling, shopping, and even acquiring pets together. Yet, the two at the center of this tempest remained oblivious to the surrounding speculation. After agreeing to accompany Harry for the registration, Draco awoke the following day and began selecting his outfit. He gazed contemplatively at the row of garments within the wardrobe and inquired, "Harry, which one do you think would be more suitable?" Harry, having just finished his ablutions, approached, a towel wrapped around his waist, his well-toned torso bared to the world. He stood behind Draco, surveying the surroundings, and casually pointed to an item, saying, "This one will suffice, quite splendid." Draco, he silently pushed Harry's face away, expressing his disdain as he said, "You should go change your clothes." Ultimately, the two of them engaged in a playful tug-of-war as they exchanged their garments. Draco donned a white shirt adorned with subtle patterns, and due to the chill in the air, he layered it with a thermal cloak. This cloak was a deep shade of green, lined with fine fleece, enhanced with warming and windproof enchantments, making it perfectly suited for Draco's current state. Harry, on the other hand, opted for a simple t-shirt, complemented by a wizard's jacket, as today marked an important occasion that he held in high regard. Once they had both prepared themselves, they descended the stairs. Harry virtually whisked Draco through the fireplace to the Ministry of Magic, and upon their arrival, the cacophony of voices and the flashing lights outside triggered his professional instincts immediately. He raised his hand and face, swiftly casting a silencing charm and an exclusivity spell to ensure that the reporters did not obstruct his path with Draco. They proceeded into the depths of the Ministry of Magic, with Harry grasping Draco's hand as they hurried to the registration office. The registration process was remarkably straightforward, a piece of parchment and the signatures of both individuals. Once signed, the registration took effect, officially designating them as lawful partners within the British Ministry of Magic. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Harry embraced Draco and kissed him. The following day, the front page of the Daily Prophet was dominated by their kissing photograph, adorned with striking headlines such as "The Kiss of the Century," a shocking embrace, and "The Union of Two Great Families," heralding the resurgence of the Malfoy family. The discourse surrounding the future of the British Ministry of Magic captivated public attention for nearly an entire week. More than 2 months later, Ron and Hermione, accompanied by their daughter Rose, found themselves at a street corner in London. Throughout their journey, Ron held his daughter's hand, continually inquiring, "My dear, what is this?" Rose bore a striking resemblance to Hermione. She was an astute young witch who enthusiastically introduced the Muggle amenities to her wizard father as they strolled along the street. Meanwhile, Hermione held her phone aloft, navigating their route while glancing around and remarking, "This is the place, number 22. What she beheld was an ordinary villa, encircled by a wall adorned with blooming flowers, and the mailbox at the entrance bore the elegant inscription "Hamp D." Hermione glanced around before gently pushing open the twin wooden doors that stood before her. Upon entering, she sensed the magical vibration scanning her entire being. From the exterior, it appeared to be an unremarkable villa, yet within lay a vast garden that far surpassed the dimensions of the house itself. Harry was clad in a short-sleeved t-shirt, a towel draped around his neck, embodying the attire of a laborer. Before him sat a square, metal contraption emanating heat atop the lawn. Draco Malfoy lounged nearby, known to some as Mr. Malfoy, and to others as the other member of the Potter household. Regardless of the titles bestowed upon him, he remained Draco Malfoy. At that moment, he reclined comfortably in an inviting outdoor chair, a book sprawled open on his lap, a cap perched atop his head. Since marrying Harry, he had grown increasingly agreeable in appearance. This newfound charm was reflected in his consistent presence atop the Wizarding Weekly's list of desirable partners. Upon noticing Hermione and Ron's arrival, he lazily lifted his head in greeting. Shortly after his marriage to Harry, he had moved out from the Malfoy ancestral home, leaving it to Narcissa and the recently released Lucius. The animosity between Lucius and Harry had reached a level of mutual disdain, prompting Draco and Narcissa to agree that living separately was the wiser choice. It was uncertain whether Lucius, having endured torment in Azkaban to the brink of emaciation, remained fixated on the fact that his son had been led to wed Harry Potter. Indeed, his greatest lament was not the defeat of the Dark Lord that had landed him in prison, but rather that Harry Potter had spirited away his only son. After a few chaotic days at home, Draco decisively chose to move out with Scorpius and Harry. Their new residence was the very house that Harry had previously acquired. As they were both notable figures within the Ministry of Magic, residing in the wizarding community meant that their every action would be scrutinized. Thus, living in the Muggle world offered a greater sense of ease. Upon seeing Hermione and Ron, Harry greeted them warmly. Draco waved his hand, conjuring several outdoor chairs for their comfort. Harry crouched down, fiddling with the metal machine before him. Finally, he sighed, declaring, "It seems it is utterly broken." As he was about to reach out, Draco spoke from behind. "Did you not say that magic was unnecessary today?" Harry pretended not to hear Draco's words. With a flick of his wrist, the machine emitted a series of beeps and overwhelming sounds, followed by a thunderous noise. Under the watchful gaze of Ron and Hermione, it appeared as though some immense external force was compressing it, transforming a segment of the machine into a diminutive fragment. He raised his hands and declared, "I concede. My dear, let us adopt your plan." Draco chuckled softly, setting aside his book and stretching lazily before rising to his feet and snapping his fingers. In a flash, the little elf appeared, blinking its eyes inquisitively at Draco. Draco inquired. Dobby, has my order arrived? Dobby wiggled his large ears and replied, it should have arrived, master. I shall check. With that, he vanished with a pop. Hermione observed the little elf, her expression a mixture of hesitation and contemplation. Draco reassured her, fear not, Hermione. I granted them a week's respite along with new garments, a fresh room, and wages. He wrinkled his nose and remarked, shouldn't it be a salary higher than what your Ministry of Magic provides for house elves? After a moment, with a crackling sound, he reappeared, a massive box levitating beside him. He cheerfully twitched his ears and inquired, Master, we have arrived. Shall I unpack it now? Draco nodded, brimming with pride, and replied, yes, do. With that, the elf raised his hand, and the tape on the cardboard box was swiftly torn away, revealing its contents. A brand new, gleaming barbecue grill materialized before them. Indeed. Today was a weekend, marking their outdoor barbecue day. The elf produced a multitude of items, including chilled meat strips, fresh vegetables, neatly arranged grilling tools, and aluminum foil. The weather was splendid, neither too cold nor too hot, and a few children had already begun frolicking on the lawn. The elf also brought out beer. And as everyone opened a bottle, they clinked them together in camaraderie. Hermione cleared her throat and proclaimed, to a better tomorrow. The remaining three echoed her sentiment. To a better tomorrow. The crisp sound of glass clinking resonated as their bottles collided. They spent an afternoon at home, and Draco and Hermione had now become good friends. Having lived in France for so many years, Draco, though reluctantly thrust into the Muggle world, could not deny that the realm of Muggles had now outstripped the Ministry of Magic. The two engaged in conversation nearby. The budget for advancing the Ministry of Magic's digitization has been prepared on my end and will be submitted for a vote next week. Draco tossed a leaf of lettuce onto the grill, but the water and oil mingling on the leaf erupted with a sound akin to an explosion, causing him to instinctively retract his hand. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance. He feigned ignorance and inquired, what is the budget you've prepared? Hermione provided a figure, and Draco pondered for a moment before responding, that's entirely feasible for me. However, I mustn't appear too conspicuous. I will cast my vote for you, but ultimately, the allocation of these funds depends on how the budget proposal is approved. If I declare my donation is earmarked, it would be too obvious. Hermione retorted. So what if it is obvious? She gestured towards Harry with a nod of her chin and continued, you are already one of us, by making a direct donation. You would be enhancing Malfoy's reputation. Wouldn't that be splendid? Draco shook his beer bottle thoughtfully and replied, I truly hadn't considered being so ostentatious. Hermione chuckled and said, don't play coy with me, Draco. Did you genuinely not think of that? Draco laughed, mischievously winking while partially concealing his face. I fear that the act of purchasing goodwill with galleons might come across as too blatant. Hermione joined in his laughter and remarked, the British Ministry of Magic is somewhat antiquated. Don't you think it's time to accelerate the process of rejuvenation? Draco turned his gaze towards Harry and Ron, who were already engrossed in a game of wizard's chess with the children, and he nodded in agreement. Indeed, a change is overdue. Ron and Hermione remained until evening, when a more favorable development unfolded. Several owls arrived, bearing letters. Each owl had a gilded envelope affixed to its leg, adorned with a shimmering emblem, one they all recognized well, the seal of Hogwarts. That night, after ensuring the children had completed their evening routines and returned to their respective rooms, the two of them ascended to their third-floor quarters. Draco lay in bed, drowsy, while Harry, having finished his ablutions, returned to his own bed. Harry wrapped his arms around Draco and planted a kiss on the nape of his smooth neck. Draco, with half-closed eyes, lazily remarked, when shall we take them to Diagon Alley for shopping, as they are about to start school? Harry, kissing his face, lifted his leg. And as Draco sought to shift comfortably without exerting too much effort, Harry said, let's wait until tomorrow. He embraced Draco tightly and said, now, it is essential to take a look at your unfortunate husband. Draco chuckled at his choice of words. Enduring Harry's actions while breathing rapidly, he remarked, Savior. He extended his hand and embraced Harry, silently contemplating. At last, this savior had also rescued him. Chapter 79, Epilogue. Beckett. The dungeons of the Ministry of Magic bore no distinction from those of other places. The dim, damp, and filthy corridors were occasionally traversed by one or two enormous rats, so colossal that one could not help but ponder what sustenance could have engendered such growth. Cassius Beckett was confined within one of the cells, situated at the end of a desolate hallway, devoid of guards. The sporadic appearance of food on the floor suggested that the ministry still acknowledged the presence of such an individual within these confines. All others who had shared his fate had vanished without a trace. Whether they had been relocated by the ministry or met with some other fate remained uncertain. However, whatever the circumstances, the outcome was inescapable. Cassius had utterly lost any hope of escape from this place. In the best-case scenario, he would be sentenced to exile by the Wisingamat, his wand would be shattered, and he would be banished to an unknown location, never to set foot within the boundaries of the British Ministry of Magic again, awaiting the arrival of death and solitude. Alternatively, he could be condemned to death outright. After all, he was the architect of the curse upon the Savior and had kidnapped the beloved of that very Savior, attempting to exploit Draco Malfoy's blood for his own resurrection scheme. Beckett's wounds began to throb anew, aside from the prominent gash that marred his face. He bore other scars from fiend fire. However, it was his eye that bore the most conspicuous mark. He recalled the moment when he had clutched his eye, stumbling in search of medical assistance, only to find the school engulfed in chaos, unable to tend to his plight. By the time he reached St. Mungo's after the incident, the healers informed him that the damage wrought by dark magic had no definitive remedy, and that such potent curses as fiend fire would forever impact his life. Thus, this was the reason his wounds continued to ache even now. He returned home in a state of utter despondency, hoping to procure a sum of money from his family to seek treatment in St. Mungo's. However, to his dismay, they were met with a notice of confiscation issued by the Ministry of Magic, due to his father's involvement in providing financial support and assistance to the Death Eaters. The ministry was now conducting a thorough reckoning against them. His parents were imprisoned in Azkaban. Ironically, Lucius Malfoy, who often flaunted his allegiance as a Death Eater, received a sentence identical to that of his parents. While their lives were extinguished under the torment of Dementors, Lucius, though teetering on the brink of madness, managed to endure in prison. Beckett was left with only their house, for he had yet to graduate from Hogwarts, and the Ministry of Magic could not confiscate the property of a minor. Under this legal protection, he clung to the remnants of his home. But what of the rest? Their vault had been sealed, and attending Hogwarts required funds. Beckett was compelled to live frugally, working diligently after graduation to support himself while also paying exorbitant fines to the ministry. By a twist of fate, he encountered an eccentric old wizard who had no heirs. This aged sorcerer, nearly incapable of coherent speech, lived in isolation on the outskirts of a Muggle village, his magical powers waning to the point where he could only occasionally perform simple household spells. Beckett met this peculiar wizard while retrieving a lost owl, which had strayed while delivering a message. It was indeed rare for an owl to lose its way, as they navigate using magical energies. But the old wizard's diminished powers left the owl uncertain of its destination. In such instances, the staff of the owl post must intervene. Upon arriving in the village, Beckett first located the disoriented owl, carefully removing the envelope bearing the Gringotts seal from its leg. He returned the owl to its home, allowing it to rest before he set off to inquire among the villagers. After enduring the exasperating experience of asking Muggles for directions, Beckett, in his frustration, contemplated using his wand to cast a charm to incapacitate them or erase their memories, all in pursuit of the information he sought. Yet, aware of his strictly regulated status, he refrained from taking such drastic measures. As day faded into night, he finally uncovered a location that seemed promising. Upon his arrival, he discovered a solitary cottage. According to the villagers' accounts, it was inhabited by an eccentric old man who would only appear in the village on weekends, pushing his peculiar little cart to procure food. When approached, he would remain unresponsive, preferring solitude, and on occasion, kind-hearted souls would offer him a ride, only to be met with a frosty refusal. Beckett surmised that he must be the peculiar old wizard, elusive to the owl. Upon seeing the cottage, his conviction strengthened. Surrounding the abode were charms designed to repel Muggles, along with simple protective spells. Beckett cautiously approached and produced the envelope from Gringotts, attempting to inquire, "Mr. Songes, I have a letter for you from Gringotts." The cottage remained unresponsive, its windows shrouded in darkness. Yet, Beckett understood that this was merely a facade. He persisted, "Mr. Songes, the owl could not locate your residence. I am here to deliver a letter from Gringotts. Are you quite certain you do not wish to accept it?" After he finished speaking, he lingered for a moment. Then the pitch-black little room before him rippled with waves of air, gradually revealing an entrance. A gruff voice emanated from within, unmistakably irritable. "Come in." Beckett cautiously stepped inside. An elderly man, so aged that his years were nearly indiscernible, sat in front of the fireplace in his chamber, his wand set aside. With a curt tone directed at Beckett, he demanded, "Where is the letter?" Hand it over. Beckett then retrieved the envelope from his pocket. The old man took it, opened it, and read through the contents swiftly. Coldly, he remarked, "A clever ploy by Gringotts." After uttering this, he impatiently addressed Beckett, "Since the letter has been delivered, you may take your leave." Beckett, feeling cold and famished after a day of relentless travel without so much as a bite of a hamburger, had hoped that this family would at least offer him a morsel of food or a biscuit as a token of gratitude. However, to his dismay, the elderly man unceremoniously issued him an eviction order. Yet, his waning magical powers rendered the command ineffective at first. Beckett tugged at his clothing, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice as he said, "Sir, I have been on the run all day." The old man made a dismissive sound, initially intending to reject Beckett's plea, but for reasons unknown, he changed his mind. He gestured toward a few loaves of bread and a jug of milk on the table, saying, "Eat. Once you have finished, you shall deliver another letter to Gringotts for me." Upon hearing these words, Beckett could hardly find any grounds for discontent. He promptly settled down to fill his stomach before addressing any further matters. Subsequently, he inexplicably became the designated messenger between Mr. Sanchez and Gringotts. Mr. Sanchez possessed an exceedingly peculiar temperament. He was often cold and indifferent towards others. Despite Beckett making numerous trips on his behalf, he rarely received a word of gratitude. Furthermore, he was occasionally subjected to Mr. Sanchez's scolding. Nevertheless, after an exchange of letters, Beckett finally discerned what Gringotts desired from Mr. Sanchez. The goblins wished for him to transform the wealth in his vault into a family trust. The rationale was straightforward. Mr. Sanchez had no children of his own. His only blood relative was the child born to his sister. His sister, a witch, had clandestinely married a muggle and given birth to a squib. Upon discovering her child's lack of magical aptitude, she penned a lengthy letter to Sanchez, expressing her hope that he might come to visit. However, Sanchez callously declined, never once visiting his sister or his squib nephew until her passing. Now, Gringotts sought for Sanchez to establish a family trust that would convert the wizarding world's galleons into muggle currency, ensuring that, should Mr. Sanchez suddenly pass away, his nephew would inherit this fortune. Curiously, Beckett inquired, "Why do you not have affection for your nephew?" On this particular day, Mr. Sanchez was in a relatively good mood. As he basked in the sun on a garden lounge chair, he directed Beckett to weed the garden. It was unclear what compelled Beckett to accept this task. "Mr. Sanchez let out a derisive laugh and replied, "A squib? Why would I have any fondness for a squib? I warned her against marrying a muggle. Now she knows the consequences." After this, Mr. Sanchez continued to admonish Beckett, "Hurry up. Stop dawdling." Today, Beckett was fortunate enough to receive a small tip of a galleon. He joyfully accepted the gold coin, preparing to indulge in some delightful yet reasonably priced food in Diagon Alley after a long absence. Upon reaching the Muggle village, he encountered a stranger, a young man whose attire was decidedly unwizardly. With hair of peculiar hues, adorned with earrings and lip piercings, and clad in tattered garments. He was inquiring among the villagers about the whereabouts of someone named Sanchez. Beckett's heart raced, and he discreetly followed the young man. As anticipated, Beckett's suspicions were soon confirmed. He is the Muggle nephew of Sanchez. Uncertain whether his mother had whispered something to him, he journeyed a great distance to reach Sanchez's abode. Boldly revealing his identity and expressing his desire to inherit the fortune left behind by Sanchez. Enraged, Sanchez attempted to cast a spell. However, his magical powers were feeble, and the incantation he uttered lacked vigor. The nephew was struck in the ribs, cried out in pain, and then lunged at Sanchez. The two became entangled in a struggle. Given Sanchez's advanced age, he was soon overpowered and thrown to the ground. Beckett, startled by the commotion, initially approached to assist but hesitated at the door, recalling Sanchez's usual demeanor towards him. Ultimately, his hand remained on the doorknob, and he chose to withdraw his support. He pressed his lips together and stood aside. When the sounds of the struggle within the room gradually diminished, Beckett cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. Both Sanchez and the young man lay sprawled on the floor. Beckett feigned a look of shock. The young man's chest was concave. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Sanchez himself was in a similarly dire condition. He was pinned to the ground by a heavy chair pressing against his chest, likely with a fractured sternum, emitting a ghastly sound reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. Beckett, appearing visibly frightened, approached, tremblingly inquiring, "What should we do, Mr. Sanchez?" Sanchez coughed up blood, his murky eyes fixated on Beckett. Eventually, he shakily grasped his wand and gestured feebly in Beckett's direction before closing his eyes. After both men had drawn their last breath, Beckett promptly alerted the authorities. When the Muggle police arrived, he discreetly reported the incident to the Auror department as well. Following thorough investigations by both the Muggle police and the Aurors, it was determined that Beckett bore no involvement in the matter. Subsequently, he received word from Gringotts. Mr. Sanchez's designated heir had become Beckett. This was the origin of Beckett's fortuitous windfall. In the British magical community, there exist many elderly individuals living alone, yet having relatives in the Muggle world. They are reluctant to bequeath their fortunes to Muggles. Hence, why not instead donate to those in need? Beckett found this plan plausible. Utilizing his position at the post office, he secretly sought out several other solitary seniors, gathering them to form what resembled a fellowship. Thus, the precursor to Beckett's organization, the Divine Eye, was born. The Divine Eye aspired to ensure that these lonely elders could peacefully and comfortably navigate the final chapter of their lives. Many war-orphan seniors were drawn to this initiative, paying considerable sums to join what appeared to be a loving family. When did it all begin? Beckett lay on the cold floor, his memories hazy. It likely commenced when an elderly individual casually mentioned that their family had utilized the resurrection charm, originally provided to Voldemort by them, only to have him subsequently murder their kin. Beckett paused, feigning casualness as he inquired, "Is that the spell Wormtail had used on Voldemort?" With a hint of boasting. The elderly man divulged the incantation, confidently asserting, "Indeed, but this charm has become obsolete, revealing it poses no harm." Beckett felt his wound throb anew as he turned over, noting the spell. Yet, as the elder had indicated, the conditions were exceedingly stringent. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Draco Malfoy and the Savior reappear in the Daily Prophet, and learning of Malfoy's restored rights within the Ministry of Magic, resentment effortlessly took root within him. He incited a childless old witch couple to believe that their wretched plight was due to the Savior. If he was indeed the Savior, why did he not save their children? Life had transformed into a curse, claiming the lives of the Savior's companions, though the curse did not manifest immediately. Owing to the Savior's formidable magic, it was of little consequence, for this curse was already embedded within his very blood. Utilizing Muggle methods, he abducted Malfoy in an attempt to evade the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic. However, he was unaware that Malfoy possessed bloodline magic, and the Savior summoned a bloodhound, which ultimately led to the discovery of his whereabouts. He originally believed he could bring the Savior to his demise at this very place, yet he found himself rendered immobile by the Savior's overwhelming power. Meanwhile, the curse he had painstakingly woven from blood and lies was undone by Draco Malfoy with his own blood. He seemed to have returned to his original circumstances. Approximately a month later, Beckett came to understand his ultimate fate: expulsion, a shattered wand, and the confiscation of all personal possessions. With only the wind accompanying him on his journey, Beckett accepted this destiny. He boarded a chariot drawn by a night steed, which would set him down at a designated location, leaving him to navigate the rest on his own. Chapter 80. Epilogue. The Children. Scorpius. Upon discovering that his father had registered with Harry Potter, hid at home and wept profoundly for several days. He had also taken out all the cherished Harry Potter books that had been preserved in the house, instructing Narcissa to put them away in a place where he could not see them, as a form of protest akin to that of a child. Harry glanced anxiously at Scorpius's intense reaction and quietly inquired, "Does Scorpius dislike me?" Draco, while eating, replied, "He feels that you have taken me away from him." Scorpius's mother had left when he was very young, and for many years, he had only had me and my mother. Now, with our marriage, he perceives that his father is no longer solely his, which has instilled in him a sense of fear. He scooped a bit of salad and remarked, "Child, it is always like this. When I was young, I often resented my father, for he would constantly vie for my mother's affection." He clapped his hands, rose from the table, and entered Scorpius's room. It remained a mystery how Draco had managed to comfort Scorpius, but by the following day, Scorpius had returned to his usual self, albeit with moments of lingering awkwardness. Draco, however, possessed a deeper understanding of his child. "You can still call him Harry," he remarked. This revelation seemed to lift a weight from Scorpius's shoulders. Harry then observed that, in stark contrast to his three boisterous children, Scorpius was a delicate and sensitive soul. Upon learning of his father's marriage to Draco, James's first question was, "So, Dad, what should we call you from now on?" He appeared lost in thought as he spoke. "Should I change my name to James Malfoy Potter, or shall I go by James Potter Malfoy?" Albus, suppressing a grimace, cast a disapproving glance at his elder brother, retorting, "We are Potters. We have no connection to the Malfoys. Father merely married into the Malfoy family. It does not pertain to us." Harry felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, bemusely grateful to his second son for using the term married. After a moment of contemplation, Albus turned to Harry and inquired, "So, father, how will you divide your estate?" Harry, taken aback by his son's preoccupation with matters of inheritance, chuckled ruefully as he replied, "If you wish to live with me, then you shall. Draco will bring Scorpius along. You do enjoy his company, do you not? You may come over to play with him any time, and you can always return to Grimmauld Place." The youngest, Lily, exhibited no signs of reluctance, being still quite young. She grinned with her toothy smile, exclaiming, "I like Mr. Malfoy. His hair is lovely." "I like it too." Harry gently tousled her hair, responding, "Then you can learn transfiguration from him. You can change the color of your hair, you know." Lily beamed with delight. With a decisive resolution, Harry's 3 children joyfully accepted the situation. After settling matters with the children, Harry turned his attention to his friends, beginning with Ron. Ron had sensed something amiss during their previous interactions, yet he had chosen to feign ignorance. Upon Harry's arrival at their home, he delivered the news to Ron. "I have registered with Draco Malfoy." Ron rolled his eyes, appearing on the verge of fainting, and after a moment of heavy breathing, finally managed to say, "Harry, you." Gasping for breath and brushing his chest, he spoke, "Have you forgotten what he did to you back in school?" Harry turned to Ron and slowly replied, "Ron, I understand, but he has changed significantly since then. Could you not give him a chance?" He spoke sincerely, and he would support many of Hermione's endeavors. Let us not forget the wealth of the Malfoy family. Upon mentioning Hermione, Ron found himself at a loss for words, ultimately ruffling his red hair in frustration and muttering, "Never mind, as long as you're happy." Once he had secured the most crucial individuals, the remaining ones would be a mere trifle for Harry. Chapter 81. Ginny Weasley had recently been troubled, not by any particular issue, but by the underwhelming performance of the Squirrel Club, which she managed, having failed to make a mark in the Quidditch competitions in Britain for 3 consecutive years. The team had few sponsors, and this year their largest backer had unequivocally stated that if they continued to falter, they would not renew their sponsorship contract for the next quarter. As the manager, Ginny had sought higher budgets, superior coaching staff, new brooms, and the recruitment of more formidable players from the club's upper echelons. However, all of this hinged upon the availability of ample galleons. Currently, in the Squirrel Club, Ginny felt that only one of her seekers was truly noteworthy. The rest of the players, in her own words, were of mediocre caliber. She was contemplating resigning to take this player with her to a new club. 6 months after Harry announced his marriage to Draco, he brought Draco to the Weasley family gathering. During dinner, Ginny was preoccupied with thoughts of her upcoming agent qualification exam while raising her wine glass, wondering if anyone could assist her. Upon spotting Draco Malfoy's golden locks, a bold idea suddenly struck her. The Weasley family had a tradition of relaxing in the yard with a drink and chatting after dinner. Draco stood beside Harry, engaged in conversation, when Ginny quietly approached them but was quickly noticed by Harry. Turning to face Ginny, a flicker of guilt crossed Harry's eyes. He raised his wine glass in greeting Ginny. Draco followed suit and turned towards her. Seizing the moment, Ginny said, "Mr. Malfoy, I have a business proposition for you. Are you interested?" Draco had not anticipated such a statement from Ginny, yet he exchanged a glance with Harry, nodded slightly, and with a subtle smile, replied, "Of course, Miss Weasley." That evening, after returning home, Harry and Draco removed their garments and hung them on the rack. As Harry loosened his collar, he followed Draco into the bedroom. Draco shed his clothing, revealing his bare back, and made his way toward the bathroom. Just as he opened the door, Harry squeezed in right behind him. Draco feigned annoyance but ultimately allowed him entry. Once both were undressed, they entered the bathtub, where Harry embraced him intimately and inquired, "Do you truly wish to accept Ginny's proposition?" Draco reclined against Harry's chest, allowing the warmth of the water to envelop him, his eyes half closed as he replied, "What is there to object to? According to her, that seeker is exceptionally talented. It has been quite some time since England has produced a Quidditch star. You have become an Auror. Otherwise, you could also explore a career in Quidditch." They filled the bathtub with bubbles, and Harry attentively washed Draco's neck, then his chest. As he continued, his movements took on a different tone. Draco tilted his head back, and Harry pressed a kiss to his cheek, his hand wandering restlessly downward. Draco let out a soft gasp, wrapping his arm around Harry's neck, relishing the attention he was receiving, and remarked, "I believe there's a genuine potential in this. Should it ever come to fruition." His voice eventually transformed into a soft sigh. Harry embraced him, guiding him to sit upon his lap. He inquired, "Do you have a fondness for Quidditch stars?" At such a moment, The question seemed superfluous. Draco lowered his head, their foreheads touching, and he extended his hand to rest beside Harry's emerald eyes. With a low chuckle, he suddenly asked, "Harry Potter, are you feeling jealous?" Harry swiftly made it evident to Draco whether jealousy coursed through him. Draco collapsed against Harry, a familiar sensation enveloping him. Yet, he willingly welcomed this slight sting of exhilaration. After a while, even the pain dissipated as tender warmth smoothed over every crevice between them. Harry kissed Draco's shoulder, caressing his blushing abdomen and chest, firmly securing him in his embrace. Once it was over, Draco languidly found himself wrapped in the blankets by Harry, reveling in Harry's attentiveness. Yet, Harry persisted in his inquiry. "Do you truly admire Quidditch stars?" Lying sideways on the bed, Draco, with his newly cropped hair, resembled a youthful university student. Clad in a shirt, he could seamlessly blend into any Muggle university setting without raising an eyebrow. However, unlike those students, the merry Draco possessed an inexplicable allure. Shedding the disdainful arrogance of his youth, polished by society, he began to soften, evolving into a more nuanced individual. He cocooned himself in his blanket, fatigue weighing heavily upon him, and drowsily remarked, "You have no idea how immense the value of a sports star can be." Before he could finish his words, he fell into a state of drowsiness. Meanwhile, Harry tidied up the bathroom and, upon emerging, discovered that Draco had already succumbed to slumber beneath the covers. Although his magical prowess had since been restored following that harrowing abduction, he still exhibited a notable decline compared to his former glory. This was manifested in a greater propensity for lethargy and somnolence, occasionally resulting in slight inaccuracies or diminished potency when casting spells, trivial matters, nonetheless. Harry climbed onto the bed, enveloping both Draco and the blanket in his embrace. He placed a gentle kiss on Draco's forehead and whispered, "Good night." The following morning, Harry departed earlier than Draco. He asked with a hint of unease, "Are you certain you can find Ginny on your own?" Draco, perusing the Daily Prophet while savoring a sandwich, cast a fleeting glance at Harry and retorted with curiosity, "Harry, I possess both hands and feet. I can walk and even drive. Why then, can I not seek out Ginny by myself?" He set down the newspaper in his hands and said slowly, "Surely, you cannot be telling me that you still harbor feelings for your ex-wife, can you?" "Harry," he immediately replied, "No. I am merely concerned that something might happen to you again." A mischievous smile crept onto Draco's face as he lazily picked up the newspaper once more and said, "Well, you can come and pick me up after work, can't you? I will send you a message shortly." With this reassurance, Harry felt a slight easing of his anxiety. He leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to Draco's lips, emphasizing, "If there are any issues, just use the bloodline charm to inform me." Draco patted his cheek, signaling his understanding. Ever since their marriage, Harry had become a member of their family, even though he was not a Malfoy by name. He was now able to wield the bloodline charm. Today marked the induction of a new cohort of Aurors, and as the chief, Harry had no choice but to attend the Ministry of Magic, regardless of his reluctance. After reluctantly bidding farewell to Harry, Draco glanced at the clock. He still had time before his meeting with Ginny. He decided to tidy himself up before heading out. Since being with Harry, he had gradually begun to utilize his new mobile phone. Although he had used it briefly during Astoria's illness, he was not well versed in its functions, often relying on Astoria for guidance. Now, inspired by Harry, he was beginning to embrace the use of the device. He clumsily opened a certain software, clicked on the icon of a golden snitch, and sent a message. "I am preparing to leave." There was no reply yet. They must still be occupied. Draco waited for a moment, then set down his phone and proceeded to get dressed. He selected a long robe in a dark golden hue, perfectly complementing his short hair. After tidying himself up, he pushed open his door and stepped outside. As the door closed behind him, the protective enchantment of the house flickered to life. After locking the door, Draco realized they resided on a Muggle street, so he needed to first head to Diagon Alley before meeting Ginny. He took a seat in his silver sports car. The vehicle swiftly arrived at Diagon Alley, where he found a suitable spot to park. Upon entering the bustling alley, he made his way to an ice cream parlor, precisely the rendezvous point he had arranged with Ginny. Draco ordered himself a scoop of ice cream, indulging in its sweetness while waiting for Ginny. Before long, she arrived. Her fiery red hair cascaded over her shoulders in beautiful, wavy curls. She tossed her hair lightly and smiled, remarking, "You're quite punctual, Draco." Draco scooped another spoonful of ice cream and replied, "You are also very timely, Ginny." He raised his ice cream and inquired, "Would you like some?" Ginny, taking a seat on a high stool, replied with a lackluster tone, "I have no desire for ice cream at the moment. Shall we go take a look at the pitch?" Draco, eager for the outing as he had not watched Quidditch in quite some time, held onto his unfinished ice cream and responded, "Let us go see the promising newcomer you mentioned." Ginny leaped down from the high stool and led Draco in another direction. As they walked, she elaborated, "Our club has not performed well in recent years, so this season many sponsors are preparing to withdraw." Draco nodded, indicating his understanding. It is only natural for sponsors to consider such a move if results are lacking. After all, they are not engaged in philanthropy. Ginny continued, however, "I genuinely believe Nick possesses great talent. Even if the Wombat Club were to bolster or restructure around him, it would be worthwhile." She paused before adding, "Yet, the management does not share this view. They are even contemplating selling the entire club." Ginny's tone turned somber as she remarked, "If it comes to that, I am trying to persuade Nick to seek a better team during the transfer window, but he is rather reluctant. He has been with this team since the beginning and has developed a certain rapport and affection with his teammates, making it difficult for him to leave." Draco finished his ice cream and attempted to clean himself, but this time the magic was a bit too potent, leaving his fingers tingling. He placed his hands back into his pockets and, with a hint of confusion, said, "I mean no offense, Ginny, but isn't the seeker the player who requires the least cooperation from teammates?" Ginny shook her head and replied, "No, Draco. There are now specific tactics and disruptions aimed at seekers, which have elevated their strategic importance." Draco nodded in understanding. "True. It has been quite some time since I played Quidditch. I apologize, Ginny." Draco's swift apology startled Ginny, prompting her to scrutinize him from head to toe, exclaiming, "You actually have learned to apologize?" Draco let out a brief, mocking laugh and responded, "Because people can change." His voice was exceedingly faint, and Ginny momentarily failed to discern his words. Just as she was about to inquire about his utterance, they arrived at the pitch. Ginny invigorated herself and introduced, "Welcome to the Weasley Club." Draco lifted his gaze, observing a medium-sized field standing prominently upon a grassy expanse. Once Draco and Ginny entered, they were greeted by the howling wind. A ball swiftly soared in Draco's direction, prompting him to slightly shift his body to evade it. Ginny drew her wand and cast a sonorous charm upon herself, exclaiming, "How rude. We have guests. Come down at once." Upon hearing Ginny's voice, several young men, who had been practicing in the sky, reluctantly descended. One player even soared past Draco with an air of provocation, nearly striking him with his bat. What is the meaning of this hostility? Draco pondered as he observed the group gradually alight before Ginny, among them a slender youth who stepped forward. He possesses a tousled mane of hair, carelessly gathered at the back of his head. He is undoubtedly a central figure of this team. The others subtly cluster around him, enveloping him within their midst. The broom he held was not the latest model, but rather a design from 2 or 3 years prior. Draco quickly discerned this fact. However, despite its slightly outdated appearance, it was evident that the owner took great care of it. Each bristle had been meticulously trimmed. Though old, it was neither tattered nor dirty. Before Ginny had the chance to speak, the individual preemptively declared, "Ginny, you need not say anything. I understand your good intentions, but I do not wish to leave the Weasleys, nor do I want to part ways with my teammates. I am open to changing teams, but my companions must accompany me." His candid words effectively silenced what Ginny had not yet articulated. Draco raised an eyebrow, finally taking a proper look at the young man. Judging by his years of rivalry with Potter during their time at school, he certainly possessed the physical attributes befitting a seeker, slender, agile, and passionate about his broom, as well as devoted to his teammates. He suddenly felt a spark of interest. Chapter 82. Extra. Ginny. Ginny cleared her throat, preparing to speak, when Draco, who had been by her side, interjected, "Do you wish to continue playing with your teammates?" The young man cast a bewildered and hostile glance at Draco, uncertain of the companions Ginny had previously brought along. At that moment, he resembled an overly agitated feline, ready to pounce at any provocation. He responded curtly, "Yes, sir. Though it may seem somewhat impolite, regardless of which team you represent as a scout or agent, I must ask you to leave." Unable to contain herself any longer, Ginny strode forward, seizing the young man by the collar and shouting fiercely into his ear, "This is neither a scout nor an agent. His name is Draco Malfoy, the husband of Harry Potter. He is the savior of the team that I have brought to you." Nick Young shrank back, sitting timidly at the edge of a table belonging to the team. On their training grounds, several wooden long tables were present, ostensibly utilized for their rest, meals, or tactical briefings. A cursory glance revealed an array of stains adorning their surfaces. Draco chose a chair that appeared relatively acceptable and settled down, amusedly observing Ginny reprimanding Mr. Nick Young from a distance. It was evident that Ginny possessed a remarkable talent for managing the team. She resembled a shepherd, needing only to tame the largest ram, after which the others would naturally fall in line. This alone seemed to hold investment potential, Draco pondered. After Ginny had spoken for quite some time, Mr. Nick Young approached with a dejected demeanor, stammering an apology to Draco. I am truly sorry, Mr. Malfoy. Draco waved his hand dismissively. Since his marriage, he felt he had become considerably more magnanimous, even extending a measure of tolerance towards young men like Nick Young. Mr. Young, let me clarify. When you speak of playing alongside your teammates, do you mean they should remain on the same team as you? Mr. Young nodded, lifting his gaze, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. These are my teammates who have played with me until now. I am aware that our current performance is lacking, but I assure you, my teammates' abilities are certainly on par with those of the major teams. Draco raised an eyebrow, replying nonchalantly. Can you specify where you believe the disparity lies between you and other teams? Nick clenched his fists, turning to glance at Ginny, who nodded in encouragement. He closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them, swallowing hard before speaking. It is due to our management. They are utterly inept. Draco gestured for him to continue. Nick continued. In reality, we have a considerable fan base, with many attending our matches, yet our revenue pales in comparison to other teams, even falling significantly short. Ginny has advocated for us on multiple occasions, but they claim our players' ratings do not meet the standards necessary for higher salaries. Moreover, they have drastically reduced our budget, leaving us without funds to acquire new brooms. The coach, whose name we have never even heard, was promised to have extensive experience by the management. Yet he often neglects to conduct pre-match analyses, leaving us to rely solely on our own experience during games. Draco was somewhat astonished. How could such a team still be surviving? Ginny approached, taking over the conversation from the visibly agitated Nick Young. Draco, to be frank, the management of the team has been reported for embezzlement. Draco responded with a nonchalant "oh," and inquired, who made the report? Taking a breath, Ginny replied, it was I. Consequently, other teams are hesitant to employ a manager who would report their own boss. However, I remain the manager of the Wombat team. I bear a responsibility towards these young men. It does not matter if they choose not to hire me, but I wish to help them find a suitable place. Acquiring an entire team would pose no challenge for Draco. In fact, it could be deemed effortless. He currently held not only the Malfoy Vault, but also the Potter Vault, and even the Black Vault. Following the death of his aunt, Sirius became the sole heir to the Black estate, and upon his disappearance behind the veil, Harry inherited those rights. Subsequently, Harry transferred a portion of the vault rights to him, rendering him extraordinarily wealthy. Yet, he remained exceedingly cautious. Having resigned from his nominal position at the French Ministry of Magic, which had more prestige than substance, his focus now lay on his family business, endeavoring to revive the remnants of the Potter family's legacy. Relying on Harry was no longer feasible. Harry needed to dedicate his energies to his horror career, and less on entanglements with Draco, which was the greatest assistance he could provide. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Ginny and said, Ginny, I accept your proposal. You shall remain the manager, and I will arrange for an asset evaluation of your team, as well as assess its residual value. I intend to acquire your team, and simultaneously, I will elevate your position. You will no longer be merely a team manager. You will become the general manager, overseeing all affairs of the team. And any issues may be reported directly to me. Please prepare a budget for my financial manager, and I shall allocate a sufficient budget that will allow for a year's worth of enhancements, player acquisitions, coaching staff recruitment, salary increases, and necessary equipment replacements. After 1 year, I will have them conduct another evaluation of the team's assets. He extended his hand towards Ginny, gesturing a 3, and with a smile, he said, I will unconditionally support you for 3 years. After that, I hope to witness your achievements. Draco's decision was made swiftly, though he harbored another intention. He wished for Ginny Weasley to find happiness. For reasons unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to her marriage to Harry, he found himself inexplicably gripped by a subtle sense of guilt, much like Harry himself. He was aware that Mr. Nick Young was likely Ginny's new romantic partner. The way they interacted and exchanged glances conveyed this sentiment unmistakably. He wished for Ginny to find happiness. From Harry, she felt no love. At the very least, this young man believed she deserved a fulfilling conclusion. After making his decision, he promptly summoned his financial officer and secretary in Diagon Alley. Upon learning that Draco had made a decision to acquire a team within just a few hours that morning, the two individuals opposite him furrowed their brows in concern. Particularly when Ginny retrieved a thick ledger from her bag to present it to the financial officer, the severity of his frown seemed capable of squashing several flies. Taking advantage of Ginny's brief respite in the restroom, he seized the opportunity to address Draco. With all due respect, Mr. Malfoy. The financial situation of this team is truly disheartening. Draco stirred the coffee in front of him, casually tossing in a sugar cube. I understand. I've given her 3 years. All I need from you is a figure. By the end of those 3 years, how much should I anticipate investing? The financial manager cast a disapproving glance at Draco, extracting his wand to hastily sketch a number that quickly dissipated into the air. Draco smiled at the financial manager, recalling, I remember now. You have a nephew who recently graduated from Hogwarts and is currently troubled by his job prospects? The financial manager nodded, replying, I had hoped for him to join a department related to Gringotts, but he is reluctant to work in the Ministry of Magic, feeling it strays too far from his passion. Draco tactfully inquired, what is his ideal job? The financial manager sighed, stating he wishes to work for a Bulgarian team, believing it would bring him closer to his idol. Draco chuckled, proposing, what do you think about having him serve as the financial director for this team? Meeting his idol would be simple. If he could help cultivate a sports star to rival his hero, wouldn't that be even more exhilarating? The financial manager hesitated. Draco, satisfied, reclined back in his chair. He had encountered that young man, full of passion, youthful exuberance, and ambitious spirit. He believed that his proposal was sufficient to captivate his heart. After arranging their itinerary for the following day, Draco strolled through Diagon Alley. The children had all departed for Hogwarts, leaving him and Harry with some leisure time. He contemplated that since he had a free day, it would be splendid to visit the Ministry of Magic and escort Harry home after work. Without further ado, he set forth in the direction of the Ministry. He has now become a celebrity within the British Ministry of Magic alongside Harry. The rivalry that was well known during their school days, the unexpected betrayal during battle, and now their marriage. Each step has been nothing short of astonishing. Many remain skeptical about his union with Harry, with various tabloids and magazines speculating on when the Savior and he might part ways. Yet, against all odds, the stability of their relationship has been quite surprising. It is not uncommon to witness them enjoying dates in Diagon Alley, shopping, dining. And even some Muggle wizards claim to have spotted the pair within the Muggle community in Britain. Draco walked slowly to the entrance of the Ministry of Magic but did not descend. Instead, he found a nearby spot and took a seat. Unlike before, he no longer wished to draw attention to himself. Whether as a former Death Eater, the current Draco Malfoy, or as the husband of Harry Potter, each of these identities carries significant weight, not to mention that he now embodies all three. For the sake of Scorpius, he is particularly mindful of safety in this regard. After a brief wait, he felt a sudden warmth in his chest. Raising his gaze, he saw Harry emerging from the Ministry's exit, looking like a tousled lion. His expression one of irritation as he stepped out of the telephone booth. He spotted Draco and strode over with purpose. First, he gently embraced Draco, who was waiting outside, and placed a tender kiss on his cheek before quietly inquiring, how long have you been waiting? I said I would come to fetch you. At that moment, Draco was contemplating what to have for dinner. He returned Harry's embrace and casually replied, I just finished my errands and came to collect you. After their exchange, they set off to another location, leaving behind colleagues who had intended to invite Harry for a drink after work. It was Draco who noticed that there were others behind Harry. He subtly gestured for Harry to acknowledge them before leading him away. Among them was a newly appointed Auror, who gazed enviously at the retreating figures of Harry and Draco and murmured, I too desire a partner like Mr. Malfoy. He spoke in a dreamlike tone, remarking on her wealth and beauty and her ability to pick up Captain Porter after work. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, words failed him. He was directly subjected to a silencing spell by the nearby Auror. He looked toward the elder beside him, who gave the young man a warning glance before lifting the spell. In a low voice, he remarked, Do you wish to perish? Be cautious tomorrow. The captain may exhaust you to the brink of death. The young man rubbed the back of his neck, hesitatingly responding, Surely not. Harry discreetly withdrew his hand, draping an arm over Draco's shoulder, and affectionately inquired, What shall we have for dinner? Hot pot? Only exquisite cuisine could rouse Draco from his momentary indolence. He replied, Hot pot. Sounds splendid. The two made their way to the restaurant, which had become Draco's favorite, and he willingly paid extra for the owner to reserve a private room for them. Once inside and having ordered their meal, Draco skillfully broke apart his chopsticks, distributing a pair to each of them. Harry took his chopsticks and tentatively asked, How did your meeting with Ginny go today? On one hand, He felt elated that Draco had managed to agree to meet Ginny without apparent issues. Conversely, he experienced a twinge of awkwardness, given that Ginny was his ex-wife and he was now married to Draco. However, it seemed neither of them regarded it as a significant concern. With enthusiasm, Draco prodded the slices of meat bobbing in the hot pot, having recently developed a fondness for a spicy Chinese beef dish. Every time Harry saw him retrieve a piece coated in chili and place it in the pot, he felt a thrill of apprehension. Yet Draco remained unfazed. Although he had encountered hot pot later than Harry, he had adapted to it with remarkable speed, leading Harry to suspect that Draco might have sneaked off to China without him. Setting aside his beloved spicy meat, Draco glanced at Harry, fully aware of Harry's simmering impatience, which he found amusing as he feigned calmness. He leisurely sipped his orange juice, and just as Harry could no longer contain himself and prepared to speak again, Draco finally relented, stating, "It went quite well." He succinctly added, very smoothly. Harry, eager for more details, pressed on, "What did you discuss?" Draco lifted his glass, masking a smile at the corner of his lips, and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, it was merely business matters, encountering some new faces, and one individual who may become a future sports star." He set down the cup and remarked, "I believe he possesses the potential to become someone akin to Crumb." He blinked and spoke to Harry. After all, someone was once a devoted fan of Crumb, wasn't he? Harry stood up from his seat and squeezed onto the sofa beside Draco, cornering him without resistance. Draco allowed him to encroach, settling into a marginal position. The sofa rested against the wall, with a window outside, yet the proprietor had arranged tall flower bushes outside, sufficiently concealing the view from the booth. Furthermore, the glass of the booth was one way, allowing only an outward view. Harry extended his hand, firmly grasping Draco's chin, inquiring, "Have you come to an agreement with Ginny?" Draco languidly lifted his head. They were already married, and he had become adept at teasing Harry in every conceivable manner, while also delighting in the exploration of new methods. He darted like a nimble fish, swiftly and gracefully brushing against Harry's lips before gliding to the other side. He deftly shifted the topic, announcing, "The meat is ready. Do have a taste." After uttering these words, he quickly pinched a piece and tossed it into Harry's bowl. Upon seeing the glistening meat adorned with a plethora of chili, Harry felt a flutter in his chest. However, Draco, unfazed, had already sent it to his own mouth, grinning as he urged, "Darling, do try it." Yet, the audacious Mr. Malfoy, upon returning home that evening, found himself thoroughly schooled by his husband, Mr. Potter. Draco was nearly enveloped by Harry's entire being, his body slick with his own sweat, mingling with Harry's perspiration that trickled down his neck. The heat radiating from Harry made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Harry's grip on his hands was unyielding, leaving him no choice but to passively endure. The prolonged fervor stretched on for what felt like an eternity, to the point where Draco thought he might perish beneath Harry's passionate embrace. Finally, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "I can't take it anymore." Harry leaned in to capture his lips, and amidst the mingling of their mouths, he inquired, "Did you enjoy today?" Draco replied, "I was quite happy. But if Harry continues like this, he might soon find my joy waning." He wished to roll his eyes in exasperation, yet found himself devoid of the strength to do so, ultimately resorting to a plea for mercy. Only then did Harry relent, as the two lay entwined beneath the covers, both drenched in sweat. Harry, disinclined to engage in post-activity cleaning, enveloped Draco in the blanket, bestowing a tender kiss upon him and inquiring, "Shall I wash you?" Draco opened one eye, the other remaining shut, and weakly replied, "As long as you refrain from becoming aroused again." It had been 3 long years since the last Quidditch World Cup, which had been abruptly interrupted by Death Eaters. Following that chaos, the British Ministry of Magic had been embroiled in prolonged turmoil, with relentless efforts to apprehend the remaining Death Eaters. Subsequently, Chief Aura Mr. Potter unexpectedly withdrew to the rear, creating an opportunity for the remnants of the Death Eaters and other factions to stir restlessly. Yet, Mr. Potter re-emerged with renewed vigor, dismantling these organizations, and now, the Quidditch World Cup was finally back on the agenda. Since the announcement in the Daily Prophet, the entire wizarding world, beyond just Britain, including France and Germany, had erupted with excitement. This was the long-awaited Quidditch World Cup. Once the schedule was revealed, VIP tickets, season passes, and box seats were snatched up in an instant, with many clamoring for the organizers to release additional tickets or to purchase from others at inflated prices. However, due to the significance of this being the World Cup's return, regulations were exceptionally stringent. Ticket resale was strictly prohibited. For those unable to secure tickets, live broadcasts would be available outside the venue, with a designated area for synchronized viewing. Yet, even access to this area required tickets, and for those unable to acquire them, the only option would be to wait until after the event to purchase recordings. The England national team began selecting players from various clubs, and after rigorous scrutiny, Mr. Draco Malfoy's team, the Ferret Club, saw as seeker Nick Young included in the national team's reserve list, while the final roster was yet to be confirmed. The mere prospect of inclusion was enough for Draco Malfoy to feel that his investment was worthwhile. In a display of remarkable generosity, he significantly sponsored the British Ministry of Magic to enhance the World Cup experience and improve the accommodations for participants. The ministry, recognizing his contributions, graciously provided Malfoy with a spacious box accommodating 20 to 30 guests, along with a full viewing experience. It was evident that the Malfoy family would not fill such a large box, and Draco understood the implications of the ministry's gesture. He graciously extended an invitation to the Weasley family and the Granger family. However, as internal members of the Ministry of Magic, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were unable to join him in witnessing the event. Their duties required them to be present on-site to maintain order. Meanwhile, Ginny, as the general manager of Nick Young's team, was also obligated to oversee the selection and training processes. Consequently, the responsibility for the family's travel arrangements rested solely on Draco Malfoy. He is responsible for the travel arrangements of the Weasley and Granger families. This long-awaited occasion will see the entire Weasley family in attendance. And Granger has also extended an invitation to her parents. Draco intends to bring along Narcissa and the recently released Lucius to join in the spectating. He was even prepared to call upon Zabini, the prodigal son who had returned from an unknown land. He prepared to transform his spacious suite into 2 separate compartments, thereby ensuring that Lucius and Narcissa would not have to encounter the Weasley family. Upon learning of his plan, Harry was initially rendered speechless, but soon leaned in to give him a kiss, saying, "You've worked hard." Draco, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "Do you think Nick Young can make it to the national team?" Since Draco invested in Ginny's team, unlike other family businesses, he displayed immense passion and attention towards this team, frequently corresponding with Ginny to inquire about their progress. He also brought Harry along, taking a few children to watch several matches. After thoughtful consideration, Harry offered an objective assessment. He is indeed quite agile, and his vision is commendable, but I feel he lacks something compared to the Crumb of yesteryear. Draco asked, "Lacks what?" Harry replied, "That sense of having everything firmly in one's grasp the moment one steps onto the field." He pondered for a moment and said, "When I was watching the World Cup, I always felt that whenever Crumb took the field, it was as if Bulgaria's victory was assured. However, in comparison, Nick Young lacks that reassuring presence that Crumb embodied." Upon hearing Harry's remarks, Draco, who had been wearing his glasses while perusing a business report, halted his hand that was gliding over the mouse. He removed his spectacles and turned towards Harry. The glasses had left 2 faint imprints upon the bridge of his nose, and Harry tenderly massaged the area. With his eyes closed, Draco relished Harry's ministrations. He was not merely overseeing the enterprises of 3 families within the magical realm. He had extended his influence into the Muggle world as well. The Electronic Office initiative being championed by Hermione was in collaboration with Draco's company. The two engaged in a harmonious and swift signing of the partnership agreement, with Draco offering Hermione an astonishingly low price for a substantial number of computers. Hermione implemented the program first within her own department, resolutely pushing forward a new statute that increased the representation of Muggle-born wizards within the Ministry of Magic, significantly diminishing the invisible inequality and discrimination between pureblood and Muggle-born wizards. Though discrimination persisted, some progressive pureblood families, predominantly those aligned with Dumbledore in the past, began to intermarry with Muggle-borns. This shift inadvertently boosted the wizarding population, providing an alternative means of survival for those who might otherwise be considered squibs, allowing them the option to reintegrate into Muggle society. After several years of immersion, Draco had become adept at using both mobile phones and computers. He had previously utilized a tablet primarily for remote video calls with Scorpius, but now he frequently held video conferences with executives from his Muggle enterprises, remotely reviewing various documents and resolutions. However, this newfound proficiency had resulted in a slight myopia. While magic could temporarily restore his vision, it was not a sustainable solution, and repeated use would inevitably impact his eyesight. After much contemplation, he accompanied Harry to the Muggle world to acquire a new pair of glasses. These spectacles were adorned with a slender gold chain, perfectly aligning with Draco's penchant for luxury and aesthetics. Once he donned the glasses and suited up in his tailored attire, he resembled an imposing iceberg, stoic and austere. Each time Harry beheld Draco's ensemble, an overwhelming desire to peel away the layers of clothing enveloping him surged within. However, after a few attempts at this behavior, Draco firmly forbade him. Unsurprisingly, each of Harry's endeavors resulted in the complete ruin of an entire outfit. Draco's shirts and suits were bespoke creations, and after a few outfits were rendered unusable, he realized he had no remaining attire to wear. The waiting period for custom garments could stretch from 2 weeks to a month, and in a fit of exasperation, Draco prohibited Harry from repeating such actions. Draco's computer screen remained fixated on the business proposal as he sought to expand his commercial empire by introducing certain Muggle consumer goods into the wizarding world. The affordability of these Muggle items could cater to the needs of many ordinary households. However, this was merely a preliminary draft, as some wizards still relied on the sale of handcrafted goods for their livelihoods. Should Draco hastily introduce these products at lower prices, it would inevitably lead to the financial ruin of some families. Recently, he has been in discussions with several of his managers regarding how to expand his business territory in a prudent manner. After Harry gently massaged his nose bridge, he planted a soft kiss on Draco's nose tip. Draco closed his eyes, slightly lifted his face, and exchanged a tender kiss with Harry. He remarked, "Is it not possible for my club to produce a superstar?" Harry pondered and replied, "Not necessarily. Modern Quidditch places a greater emphasis on teamwork. It is no longer the case where a seeker's singular brilliance determines the outcome. The defense and strategies surrounding seekers have become increasingly sophisticated. In fact, one could argue that Nick Young possesses his own advantages." Draco opened his eyes and inquired, "What advantages?" Harry chuckled and said, "I have observed that the seekers chosen by other national teams tend to be tall and robust. While I acknowledge that a sturdy physique does not impede their agility in turning, Nick Young's slender build renders him more nimble and less conspicuous." He spoke earnestly, suggesting that this could indeed serve as a surprising tactical advantage. "If I were the coach of the national team, even if he could not secure a starting position, he would undoubtedly be a formidable asset as a substitute, an unexpected presence on the field." After listening to Harry's analysis, Draco nodded thoughtfully. The two then discussed their arrangements for the World Cup, after which Harry departed. As the captain of the Aurors, he had no choice but to ensure the venue for the World Cup was completely secure. They were currently in the preparatory phase. Given the enormous scale of the tournament, the creation of protective barriers and safety spells would require several days of meticulous preparation. All of this demanded Harry's abundant magical energy as a reserve. Chapter 84, World Cup 2. After Harry left, Draco, relishing the rare opportunity to be alone, put on his glasses once more and began to review the project proposal. He lost track of time while reading, until he felt a slight strain in his eyes. The screen of his phone lit up beside him. He picked it up to find a message from Harry. "No more computer for you. Go wash up and rest." He offered a resigned smile, marking the proposal with a note for further discussion before shutting his laptop. Removing his glasses, he responded with an OK gesture on his phone while gently massaging the bridge of his nose as he made his way to the bathroom. Dressed in comfortable loungewear for a day spent reviewing project proposals at home, he mused that Harry would not be returning tonight. With a flick of his wand, the bathtub began to fill with a cascade of warm water. The bottle containing the Mediterranean bath salts he had specially purchased from Egypt also levitated. Gracefully pouring its contents into the tub, he removed his garments and submerged himself in the water. The warm water caressed his entire body, and he reflected that this was, after his marriage, the first occasion he found himself alone at home during the night. In the past, no matter how busy Harry was, he would always return to share the evening with him. This World Cup had indeed disrupted his plans, yet the entire magical community eagerly anticipated this grand event, and Harry had to shoulder his responsibilities. Draco aimlessly pondered that perhaps it was for the best that Harry was preoccupied with organizing the World Cup. At least he could enjoy an undisturbed night's sleep. He suddenly felt that bathing alone had lost its allure, and after hastily rinsing himself clean, he emerged wrapped in a towel, his body exposed. As he just turned the doorknob of the bathroom, a sudden jolt coursed through his heart. He had clearly turned on all the lights in the bedroom, so why was only the bedside lamp still casting its faint glow? Had he extinguished the other lights before stepping into the shower? Yet, the protective enchantments of the house had not sounded any alarms. There were no signs of intrusion whatsoever. It seemed impossible for anyone to breach the spell Harry had cast, unless... Draco gently waved his hand, summoning his hawthorn wand to him. Grasping it firmly, He closed the bathroom door and stepped outside, barefoot. He had not donned his bathrobe, merely wrapping a towel around his waist. The curtains were drawn back. And now that night had deepened, Draco approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window and glanced down. The Muggle streets were illuminated solely by the glow of the streetlights. While the department store across the way had closed its doors, the employees inside were tidying up, gradually emerging from the building. Bidding farewell at the entrance as they prepared to conclude their day, he stood by the window for a while, gazing below, unaware of the dark shadow creeping up behind him. Draco, with his wand lowered and his upper body bare, stood before the window, his porcelain-like skin reflecting the glow of the street lamps outside. A hand, clad in black fingerless gloves, reached out from behind him, firmly wrapping around Draco's waist, pulling him into an embrace. The newcomer was draped in a heavy cloak, the hood drawn low, obscuring much of his face. Lowering his voice deliberately, he murmured, "Mrs. Potter, why are you not dressed? Are you attempting to entice someone?" Draco remained motionless, turning his wand to gently prod the intruder, and replied with a smile, "I am merely waiting for my husband to return home." "And who might you be?" Unable to contain himself any longer, Harry removed his hood, revealing his sharply defined features, and leaned closer to Draco's neck, near his ear. With a sigh, Draco released his wand, allowing it to settle back in its rightful place, and softly asked, "Are you not supposed to be on duty?" Harry pressed a kiss to the nape of his neck and responded, "I hastily set the protective charms and rushed back, fearing my wife might feel lonely at home. It seems my concerns were indeed justified, as you stand here without a stitch on." Draco could no longer hold back. He pushed Harry playfully, complaining, "You should first remove your damp Aura uniform. It's soaked through with rain." Harry stepped back, smiling as he spread his arms wide. Still clad in his Aura attire, jacket, sleeves, and cloak tightly fastened. The house was warm, and had it been otherwise, Draco would not have emerged wrapped in only a towel. His earlier comment about Harry shedding his clothes had been said in jest. Draco approached and wrapped his arms around Harry's waist, sharing a tender kiss. His fair skin was concealed beneath Harry's cloak as he whispered, "Hurry back. I shall await you here." Harry caressed Draco's face and replied, "Sleep well. I must leave now. Good night." Draco understood that Harry was merely taking a moment to check on their home. Even now, Harry had not fully emerged from the shadows of his previous abduction. Thus, he had silently returned to inspect their space. After a reluctant kiss, as Harry contemplated further actions, it was Draco's rationality that prompted him to create some distance. They were not ones to linger unnecessarily. Once separated, Harry departed. With a flicker of the protective charm, Draco knew that Harry had to separate it away. He stifled a yawn, drew the curtains, and turned the lights back on. From his cabinet, he retrieved a book, leaned against the bed, and prepared to indulge in its pages for a while before succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Harry returned home, adorned with dew from the night. He did not rouse Draco as he had during the late-night raid of the previous evening. With utmost caution, he removed his uniform and hastily took a shower on the second floor, washing away the dew and the chilling blades of grass that clung to him. The previous night, a troop of Cornish pixies had been discovered on the grounds, necessitating a night of frantic efforts to expel them. These creatures were swift in their nocturnal movements and elusive to the eye. Some Aurors, lacking proficiency with binding spells, found their efforts thwarted as the pixies effortlessly escaped from their bonds, using their sharp claws to sever the restraints. Harry was compelled to intervene personally, corralling the pixies together before casting a powerful wind spell that sent them tumbling to the far side. In a moment of diplomacy, Harry engaged with this particular group of pixies, assuring them that they could return once the World Cup had concluded. Having completed this task and re-established the protective enchantments, dawn's light began to break. A group of bedraggled Aurors, worn out and weary, were sent home by Harry. He took another circuit around the expansive grounds to ensure nothing was overlooked before signing the handover document presented by the Ministry's engineering wizards. The wizards were tasked with constructing a grand stadium. Furthermore, after clearing the area, Harry and his team needed to extend the perimeter by at least 10 miles to guarantee safety. After exchanging pleasantries with the officials from the Department of Sports, he pulled up his hood and disapparated away. After finishing his shower, he discovered a house elf delicately tending to the carpet at the stairway landing on the second floor. As he approached, the elf bowed respectfully, but Harry waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary, prompting the elf to return to its task. Upon ascending, Draco appeared to still be asleep, the curtains drawn tightly, rendering the entire third floor dimly lit, save for a small lamp casting a warm glow at the edge. The grand, intricately designed four-poster bed had its drapes open, revealing a figure concealed beneath pristine white sheets and blankets. Harry tiptoed closer, skillfully slipping beneath the covers, where his hand instinctively found a warm body. In a state of hazy slumber, Draco stirred slightly at the gentle touch of Harry's hand. He had yet to open his eyes. Groping in the darkness, his hand found a familiar form, marred by several scars on the arm or remnants of the injuries inflicted by the tail of a creature, wounds wrought by dark magic, eternally unhealable. Draco wrapped his arms around his husband's neck, while Harry pressed himself against Draco, planting a gentle kiss upon him and inquiring, "Are you awake?" For Draco, the act of awakening had lost its significance. Mornings often brought about a heightened propensity for misfires. He felt as though he were adrift on a small vessel, tossed about by the fury of a tempestuous sea, where towering waves would occasionally crash over him, leaving him ensnared in a tumultuous blend of uncertainty, excitement, pain, and sweetness. Gradually, the stormy waters began to calm, and the breaths of Draco and Harry synchronized in a tranquil rhythm. Harry nestled his head against Draco's, and with a hint of weariness, Draco murmured, "You must get up. You have work this afternoon, don't you?" Harry replied, somewhat disheartened, "Just a little more rest. I still need to oversee some matters at the Department of Sports. I find myself a bit anxious about it." Draco tenderly ran his fingers through Harry's damp black hair and pressed a kiss to his crown. He propped himself up and said, "Then you should sleep a while longer. I have a meeting to attend later." "Oh, and you remember what I mentioned, right?" He blinked and said, "Things are nearly settled here. We must go with Hermione to fetch the children home." Harry let out a sigh, burying his face into the pillow, a muffled voice emanating from within. "Are they on break again?" Draco had already sat up, his body still marked by remnants of passion, a faint blush lingering on his chest. He extended his hand, and the nearby robe draped itself around him effortlessly. Gently ruffling Harry's hair, he murmured, "You should rest a bit longer. I will come to wake you for lunch." With that, he donned his clothes and exited the bedroom. He donned his robe, having no desire to wear formal attire any longer. Upon entering the study, he found that the little sprite had already brought him breakfast. He modestly adjusted his collar, donned his spectacles, and powered on the computer. As he savored his breakfast, he began to peruse his work schedule for the day. The document they had discussed yesterday had already been sent back, and he had yet to receive a new one in return. He felt no urgency to expedite this matter. What held greater significance at the moment were the arrangements for the upcoming World Cup. He bore the responsibility of accommodating the journeys of several families. As he pondered deeply, a connection request suddenly appeared on his computer screen. He glanced at the visitors and acquiesced to the request. A figure appeared on the screen, his complexion slightly darker, with short black hair standing upright on his head. He smiled broadly, displaying a set of white teeth, and greeted warmly, "My dear Draco, how are you?" Draco adjusted his glasses, a frugal smile appearing on his face as he responded with restrained politeness, "Hello, Zabini. When will you return to your homeland?" Zabini leaned closer to the camera momentarily before retreating, exclaiming, "Draco, pull at your collar. I can nearly see the words the Savior stamped upon you." Draco glanced down, revealing little. Yet he complied and straightened his attire. He inquired, "When will you return to watch the World Cup?" Zabini pondered for a moment before replying, "My dear, I too wish to return swiftly. You know, my mother is getting married again soon." Draco nodded in understanding. Although Zabini was a Slytherin, his mother was indeed a legendary figure, having been married several times and managing to leave each ex-husband with lingering sentiments. She raised Zabini and, during the war, adeptly positioned herself as a neutral party. Now, she was set to marry a pureblood noble from Egypt. With the World Cup approaching, the lady planned to finish her wedding in Egypt and then travel to England with her new husband to witness the matches. Draco learned all of this through their correspondence and reminded Zabini, "Discuss with your mother and set off as soon as possible. I have arranged accommodations for you." Zabini agreed, showing Draco the view behind him. He was currently in a desert, adjacent to a magnificent blue sea, with a luxurious cliffside hotel nearby. Zabini remarked, "I must go inspect the wedding arrangements for my mother. I will contact you later, my dear." With that, he blew a kiss to Draco before ending the communication. Chapter 85, The World Cup. The exhilarating Quidditch World Cup has finally commenced. Today, Harry, Draco, Hermione, and Ron arrived at King's Station. Over the years, the Hogwarts Express remained unchanged, its whistle echoing as it slowly approached the station. The platform was crowded with parents awaiting their children. Each family gathered their offspring and, having matters to attend to, exchanged hurried words before departing. Hermione's family was manageable with just one Rose, while Harry's group included 4 children. He even had to drive a larger vehicle to accommodate the luggage of 4 children. While in the car, Scorpius chattered incessantly to Draco about having achieved an outstanding in potions class, where the professor had invited him to join his study group next semester. James feigned seriousness, while Albus busied himself with the holiday assignments left by their professors. As for the youngest, Lily, Harry had always been quite indulgent towards girls. However, Lily excitedly waved her wand in the car, poking James, which led to a playful skirmish between the two, escalating into what could only be described as a world war within the confines of the vehicle. Harry found it necessary to call upon Draco to mediate the conflict between the two children, as his 3 offspring had come to accept that their new stepfather was the golden-haired Malfoy. Draco set aside Scorpius's report card and calmly addressed the other 3 children, requesting, "Show me your report cards." The Potter children fell silent at once. After a brief pause, it was Albus who first offered his up. As the second son, Albus had been sorted into Slytherin, a result that initially surprised Harry, Draco, and Ginny, yet they quickly came to terms with it. Draco perused Albus's report card, which was as remarkable as his name suggested. Whether the name possessed some inherent magic, Draco nodded in satisfaction and returned it to Albus, stating, "You may forego your holiday assignments. I shall speak to your professor." He then extended his hand towards James and Lily. James hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly retrieved his report card from his backpack and handed it to Draco. Upon opening the first page, Draco was met with an almost entirely A-studded performance. He took a deep breath, relieved to see that James seemed to have inherited Harry's flying talent, as he had now earned a position as a seeker on the house team through his own efforts. His flying class received an O, his charms class an A, his potions class an A, and surprisingly, he was awarded an E in the history of magic, which left Draco somewhat astonished. He returned the report card to James and remarked that the holiday assignments continued, along with extra practice in potions. James accepted it with a dejected demeanor, muttering a simple good in response. Next was the young girl, Lily, a charming little lady, who, after witnessing her brother's performances, felt a twinge of anxiety. She handed her report card to Draco. It was Lily's first year, and Draco had no intention of burdening the girl with additional academic demands. However, upon opening the report card, he was pleasantly surprised. She had received an E in charms, an O in potions, and the rest of her grades were predominantly E. An impressive and flawless report card, already quite commendable for a first-year student. Draco nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well done. If you wish to avoid your holiday assignments, I could certainly speak to your professors on your behalf. Do you desire that?" Lily nodded affirmatively, declaring, "I can do it." Draco returned the report card to her and encouraged, "Excellent. Now let us return to our respective seats. It is time to head home." The children cheered, and Harry started the car, driving down the street. The bus station was not far from home, but as they were driving, they inevitably encountered traffic. The vehicle was a standard car, and Harry had not employed any levitation charms. However, when they found themselves stalled once more, he resolved silently to modify the car. After a long-awaited return home, once the car was parked and the children managed their own luggage to their rooms, Harry hurriedly snatched a sandwich from the dining table. He bestowed a kiss on each of the 4 children's cheeks and shared a kiss with Draco, who stood at the doorway. "I must check on things over there. Hermione and Ron have already gone ahead," he stated. Upon hearing this, James immediately inquired, "What about Rose?" Draco replied, "Rose has been taken to her grandparents by Hermione. Do not worry, we will meet up with them shortly. Your father is going to attend to matters over there now, children. Say goodbye to your dad." The 4 children waved in unison to Harry, including Scorpius, who also waved. Harry felt the badge in his pocket heating up once again, realizing that Hermione was urging him. He hurriedly remarked, "I shall take my leave now. We shall meet at the venue shortly." Draco nodded and waved his hand. After Harry departed, Draco clapped his hands and addressed the children. "Now, my dear ones, please empty your trunks. During the World Cup, we shall reside there for approximately a week, with matches to observe each day. The weather will be rather chilly, so you must pack your belongings for the next 7 days. If you cannot fit everything, find a way to utilize the shrinking charm. Do not seek assistance from house elves. I shall grant you 2 hours to prepare, and I will await you at the entrance thereafter." The 4 children exchanged glances, yet it was James who first reacted, turning and racing up the stairs. Draco finally found some peace, but he did not remain idle. He sent a letter to Zabini inquiring about his whereabouts. Today marked the arrival of Zabini, accompanied by his mother and, if memory served, his most recent stepfather to England. Draco also needed to go to the Ministry of Magic's entrance to greet them. He secured the house and sent a small paper airplane to each child, informing them of his departure to fetch a guest, and that he would return in an hour. They were instructed not to roam about or leave the premises, for Draco would certainly notice if they did. After casting protective enchantments around his home, he ventured outside. With no time to drive, he strolled into a nearby alley where he approached to the entrance of the Ministry of Magic. After waiting for a while, the fireplace for international travel blazed to life, and a familiar figure emerged. A smile graced Draco's face as he extended his hand, embracing Zabini with warmth. "Zabini, you have finally returned," he exclaimed. Zabini chuckled, giving Draco a hearty pat on the back. "I met with Pansy in France. She is doing splendidly. If it weren't for her impending childbirth, she would have come to watch the World Cup, as such opportunities are rare." Draco expressed mild surprise. "She didn't even tell me. I'll send her a gift later." Zabini smiled and stepped aside. Draco had previously encountered the legendary witch. They exchanged cordial embraces. And after politely greeting Zabini's new stepfather, they departed together. Draco led them to the most renowned Muggle hotel in London. Once he had settled them in, he hurried back to his own home. The 4 children were still bustling about. Albus and Scorpius had already organized their belongings and were assisting Lily. Although Lily excelled in her charms class, her youth rendered her magic somewhat unstable. She had just attempted to shrink her toy rabbit, Mr. Bunny, to fit into her suitcase, but inadvertently exerted too much force, transforming Mr. Bunny into an intricate pattern that matched the carpet. Now, the rabbit's design was seamlessly blended into the carpet's motif, and the 3 children were on their hands and knees, searching for it. As for James, his bed was strewn with various football jerseys, indicating his dilemma over which team to support. Draco had already packed his belongings, including several tents, ensuring that even if one was unusable, a spare would be at his disposal. He floated his suitcase and descended the stairs. He silently counted the time. As it was nearly upon them, the 4 children rushed down, and it seemed that Lily had found her beloved rabbit doll, Mr. Bunny, for one of its ears was still visible. Scorpius and Albus had managed to shrink their trunks with a shrinking charm, while James's trunk, despite the charm, appeared ready to burst at the seams. Draco's brow twitched slightly. James had likely decided to bring every competition jersey with him, changing into a different outfit each day depending on the results. With a flick of his wand, he cast a shrinking charm, causing his several trunks to levitate alongside him. He placed the boxes into the trunk, with James, the eldest, occupying the front passenger seat, while the 3 younger children settled into the back. After fastening their seatbelts, Draco started the engine. He arrived at the outskirts of London, where a temporary transit station had been established, albeit exceedingly crowded, necessitating a queue. The area around the fireplace was bustling with activity. After Draco tipped the attendant, he led them into the camp. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with vendors pushing carts. A myriad of tents and team merchandise that instantly captivated James, Albus, and Scorpius. Only Lily seemed less intrigued. Draco held Lily's hand and, with a pointed warning from his wand, addressed the 3 boys, saying, "Come, let us first proceed to our campsite." The boys' spirits were entirely ensnared by the exquisite trinkets surrounding them, trailing behind Draco as they walked, their excitement palpable as they gazed about in wonder. Draco had secured their spot at the campsite long before, and upon reaching their territory, they discovered several wooden signs erected. For signs denoted the camps of the Malfoy, Weasley, Granger, and Zabini families. This was indeed their campsite. With a firm application of magic, Draco bound the 3 boys to prevent their escape. Once he had set up the tents for all 4 families, he instructed them to stow away their belongings. He marked each child's arm to ensure he would be promptly informed should any issues arise. Only then did he turn to James and say, "You may take your siblings to explore. Do you have any pocket money?" James promptly exclaimed, "Yes." Draco reminded him, "Do not forget to return here in 2 hours. Your mother wishes to take you to tour the team's facilities. If you miss this opportunity, it shall not present itself again." James, filled with exhilaration, grasped Lily's hand, while Scorpius stood beside Albus, and the 4 children dashed out, shrieking with delight. Finally, Draco found a moment to breathe. The tent expanded slowly. This time he had specifically brought Thunder to tidy the interior, as Narcissa and Lucius would also be joining them. Their tent being slightly smaller, but still situated within the Malfoy vicinity. After a while, Hermione approached, her face weary from nearly a week of continuous work for this endeavor. She quickly embraced Draco, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Draco. I would have been lost without your assistance." Draco smiled and replied, "When is Rose arriving?" "The children are eagerly awaiting her." Hermione responded, I will go fetch my parents. They will be bringing Rose with them. After seeing Hermione off, it wasn't long before Harry arrived as well, clad in a remarkably imposing Auror uniform and donning fingerless gloves. Draco found Harry exceedingly attractive each time he beheld such an appearance. A cadre of Aurors trailed behind him, diligently surveying the vicinity. Upon catching sight of Draco, Harry's eyes sparkled with delight. The Aurors accompanying him were well acquainted with the renowned Mrs. Potter, and they all discreetly halted in their tracks. Harry swiftly approached, and the two shared a brief embrace. Mindful of the crowd, he gently pressed a kiss upon Draco's cheek and quietly inquired, "Is everyone here?" Draco replied, "Hermione has just brought her parents and Rose over. Ron is likely fetching the Weasley family. The 4 children have gone to explore the market. I've given James some pocket money. Zabini and his mother should arrive shortly, though my mother won't be here until later tonight." Harry wrapped his arm around Draco's waist, and Draco caressed his face as he asked, "Will you be patrolling tonight?" Harry nodded and responded, "We also have a patrol team in the air, though you likely cannot see them at the moment." He bestowed another kiss upon Draco and remarked, "I shall continue my patrol. If time permits this evening, I shall return." Draco nodded, bidding Harry farewell. Before long, the appointed hour with Ginny arrived, and James returned early with the 3 little ones, each brimming with treasures. They donned hats emblazoned with their beloved teams and bore painted emblems on their faces. Lily had even procured a dazzling team cloak from an unknown source, enveloping herself within it, capable of soaring short distances with her petite form. She was elated. Her cheeks flushed from joy. Draco issued a warning, "Remember what I have told you. Upon entering with Ginny, maintain silence and do not disturb the player's rest. Understood?" The children replied in unison, "Understood." Draco busily organized the little ones, and soon thereafter, Hermione arrived with her parents. Ron, accompanied by the exuberant Weasley family, also made an appearance, and Narcissa arrived with Lucius. The Zabinis were delayed, as the gentleman from Egypt had taken a bit longer with the formalities. As night fell, a grand display of fireworks heralded the commencement of the World Cup. Amidst the bustling activities, Harry returned to share a meal with them, while Draco remained occupied. Nevertheless, an unprecedented sense of tranquility enveloped his heart. This feeling was truly delightful. Synopsis: in the aftermath of the war, Harry Potter, having undergone a divorce, once again found solace in solitude. The magical realm regarded him as a beacon of new hope, yet only he was aware of the gradual decay within himself.